You had just wanted to go watch the color blockbuster with your classmates when you heard the sound of police sirens approaching, scaring you all into running away. Soon, several people in white coats got out of a car and pinned an old man to the ground. You and your classmates turned to look and realized they weren't coming for you, which made you breathe a sigh of relief. It was truly terrifying. The old man kept shouting, "Outrageous! You bunch of unruly commoners! Let go of this official. I am Lin Bai, the county magistrate appointed by His Majesty. Are you trying to rebel against the imperial court?" Your classmate Kongzi started laughing and said, "Lin Bai, I can't be hearing this wrong. He has the same name as you." Seeing this scene, you were completely stunned. One of the people in a white coat slapped the old man's head and said, "The Qing dynasty has been gone for over 100 years. Have you been brainwashed by Palace Lockhart Jade? Take him away." Soon, the old man was taken away by the police. At this moment, a panel suddenly appears in front of you, displaying, at the age of 8, you began your studies at the Dakian Academy. You are of dull wit and often bullied by your classmates, but you study hard and pass the childhood examination at the age of 12, becoming a student. At 18, you start participating in the academy examinations, but fail for 9 consecutive years, and are rejected by the Chu family's concubine, who was betrothed to you since childhood. At the age of 28, you finally pass the academy examination and become a scholar. But your parents tragically die at the hands of the notorious bandit known as Death's Soul-Cutting Blade. To avenge your family's massacre, you enter the Fuwei escort agency to learn literature and martial arts. 6 months later, you have your first son, named Lin Pingji. At the age of 36, you suffered physical damage due to excessive martial arts training, but unexpectedly mastered the long-lost evil-slaying sword technique. After a significant increase in combat power, you successfully killed the soul-snatching blade. You then participated in the autumn imperial examination and became a successful candidate. At 37, you took part in the spring examination and became a tribute scholar. After a drunken night, your wife became pregnant, which should have been a double joy, but you could only force a smile. At 38, you participated in the palace examination and ranked among the top 3, receiving the title of Jinshi and being appointed as the magistrate of Yunzhou. Meanwhile, your wife successfully gave birth to twins, a dragon and a phoenix. However, despite your strong will, on your way to take office, you were ambushed by a close friend of the soul-snatching blade, resulting in the loss of your martial arts and being thrown off a cliff. But you unexpectedly crossed over to the Blue Star. At this moment, the system prompts, "Host Lin Bai, a middle-aged man with a frail body. Are you willing to learn advanced knowledge and technology to return to the Great Qian and change your fate?" You sigh in your heart. This person's life is truly tragic, but what does it have to do with you? You think the system must have found the wrong person. This unfortunate person should be the one who was just taken away. But when the binding prompt appears in front of you, you quickly respond to the binding. After all, a system that comes to you is not something to hesitate over, as even a second of hesitation is disrespectful to wealth. Then, the system displays a new subtitle, Old Deng's Time-Traveling Counterattack System Binding Successful. Host Lin Bai, male, 38 years old. The urgent task is to have a legal identity. Task, obtain an identity household registration. Reward, flesh-growing and bone-reforming pill. Kongzi saw you in a daze, tugged at your clothes and said, "Lin Bai, what are you doing? Hurry up. If we're late, there won't be any spots left." You came back to your senses, glanced at the eager Jinzi Kong, and said, "Kongzi, I suddenly remembered something. My mom asked me to come home early today, so I'm going back first. I'll take you to rank up tomorrow." After saying that, you jogged home. Seeing this, Zikong jumped up and shouted, "You're not keeping your word. You don't want the new website anymore, right?" Old classmate Chen Koan walked over from behind and asked, "Chen Zikong, what is the new website you mentioned?" Kongzi was immediately stunned and hurriedly asked for your help. "Lin Bai, save me, save me." You ran back to your bedroom and slammed the door shut. Your mother, Zhang Xuehua, came out with a spatula and shouted, "Lin Bai, you child, running so fast. Were you chased by a dog?" After shouting, she angrily went back to cook, not forgetting to add, "When the meal is ready, just wait and see how I deal with you." You pulled out your ID card because you had just turned 17, and the ID card couldn't be scanned when going online, so it had been left at home. You said to the system, "System, what is this?" Immediately, the system prompted, "Host has completed the task. Reward, muscle growth and bone shaping pill." You smiled and thought this was too easy. With no difficulty at all, you tossed the ID card back into the drawer, and the next second, you felt a weight in your pocket and reached in to pull out a small black pill. Checking the description, you learned that the muscle growth and bone shaping pill can build muscle, grow bones, reshape tendons, and enhance physical fitness. It can repair injuries for the severely injured and enhance physical fitness for ordinary people. Before you finished reading the description, you swallowed the pill directly. Before long, you tore open your shirt and were pleasantly surprised to find that you actually had six-pack abs and a V-line. You rolled up your sleeves, clenched your fists, and your muscles bulged, veins popping out. Feeling like you could rival Bruce Lee, you squeezed your throat and shouted "Ada," then unleashed a set of punches, exclaiming, "How amazing! I instantly turned into a muscle man. This system is indeed powerful." Your strange shouting attracted your mom's kind inquiry. "What are you going crazy about again? Have you finished your homework?" You shrank your neck and hurriedly said, "I'm writing it now." Then you rushed back to your bedroom. After closing the door, you laughed like a villain. He he he. At this moment, a new message appeared in the virtual frame. Although you have obtained legal status, you are struggling because you do not recognize the characters of this world. The urgent task is to learn the characters as soon as possible. Task: learn a script and be able to read it fluently. Reward: wisdom fruit. You can't help but think, could it be that this old system didn't find the wrong person, but was specifically tailored for you? Otherwise, how would it know that your brain isn't functioning very well? You sat in the chair, took out your newly bought phone, and opened the Jean Lin TXT document to read. After finishing 20 chapters of the novel, a prompt appeared on the screen: task completed. Reward: wisdom fruit has been issued. You picked up the wisdom fruit and took a bite. A sour taste hit you, but you still endured and swallowed it. The system prompted: the host has consumed the wisdom fruit, and for the next 3 days, you will have an extraordinary memory, while your learning ability will also improve. After 3 days, your intelligence level will far exceed that of ordinary people, and the ability to remember will permanently enhance your intelligence. You quickly picked up the English-Chinese dictionary on the table and flipped through the pages. Your English teacher, Ho Guifan, is a formidable person. She has memorized the English-Chinese dictionary and has taken the TEM8 exam. She often says, English relies on memorization and speaking. As long as you memorize all the English words and remember the grammar, English isn't that difficult. But you never memorized words before. You used English class to read novels, and your grades were quite poor. The teacher's requirements for students like you were simple: just don't cause trouble. You relied entirely on luck for your English exams. When doing multiple choice questions, you chose the shortest option when there were 3 long and 1 short, and the longest when there were 3 short and 1 long. For the essay at the end, you copied from the reading comprehension at the front, and if you could score 20 or 30 points, you would be grateful. Zhang Xuehua pushed open your door with annoyance and shouted, "Stinky kid, it's time to eat. I've called you several times and you didn't hear, so I had to come personally to invite you to the table." Just as she was about to give you a few taps on the backside, she saw you reading a book and rubbed her eyes in disbelief, thinking she was seeing things. Usually, when you come home, you are glued to your phone reading novels, laughing to yourself at the funny plots. Today, however, you were actually reading English, which she found very unusual. She walked behind you and said with confusion, "Something's not right. Stinky kid, why are you being so well behaved today? There must be something going on." You flipped to the last page of the English-Chinese dictionary, then picked up your English textbook, casually opened a page, and started reading aloud. At first, it was a bit stiff, but soon you were speaking very fluently. Zhang Xuehua stood behind, very surprised, and couldn't help but ask, "Is this still my son? Could it be that you've really made something of yourself? Wait, something's not right. Son, tell mom the truth. Did you get into trouble at school?" Her voice became very gentle. You firmly replied, "Of course not. I just suddenly felt that it was wrong to waste time before. I want to work hard and improve, get into a good university, and find a good job in the future. Once I earn a lot of money, I will definitely make sure you have a good life." Zhang Xuehua smiled with relief, then pinched your ears and said, "You little rascal, you better come clean with me." Such a big change all of a sudden must mean something's up. Hey, Mom, I really didn't get into trouble. At the dining table, you are eating in silence. Zhang Xuehua has already spoken to the homeroom teacher on the phone and knows that there was a misunderstanding about you, so she switches to a motherly mode, adding meat to your bowl, saying, "Don't just bury your head in your rice, eat some meat." Lin Jianxi looks at Zhang Xuehua with suspicion, and then sees your ears, which are red from being twisted, and understands that you have been dealt with. But given the situation, it should be a misunderstanding, otherwise, your wife wouldn't have this expression now. You hurriedly praised, "Thank you, Mom, the food you made is really delicious, even better than what the restaurant chef makes. My dad is really lucky to have married you." You knew in your heart that your mom was giving you a chance to respond, and you had to take it quickly, or the next scene would definitely not be good. Zhang Xuehua proudly raised her chin and glanced at Lin Jianxi, asking, "Do you have any objections?" Lin Jianxi quickly forced a smile and nodded repeatedly. Zhang Xuehua looked at you with satisfaction and said, "You have such a sweet mouth." You smiled and continued eating, while also glancing at the chat box. At this time, the system prompts, "You have learned the writing of the blue star, but you need to enter a school to learn advanced knowledge and technology to prepare for returning to the Great Qian to reverse your fate." Task: get admitted to a school and become a formal student. Reward: 8 steps to catch the cicada. When you saw this task, you almost spat out your food, thinking to yourself that this system loves to issue seemingly simple tasks, but you actually quite like it. Zhang Xuehua reminded you, "Eat slowly, drink some water." Saying this, she handed you a cup of warm water. You took the cup and drank a few sips, saying, "Thank you, Mom, I'm fine." Lin Luo took the cup of water, tons and tons dried it off in a few mouthfuls before quickly picking through the bowl of rice again. "I'm full. Back to the house to study. Where is the dry meal more important than brushing up on your tasks?" Lin Luo put down the dishes and ran back to his room after saying this. "Strange. Honey, why do I feel weird about my son today?" Lin Construction watched as Lin Luo ran back into the house, stopped his chopsticks, and said suspiciously, "There was something unusual about my son's behavior today." "I think so too. When my son came home today, there was a lot of commotion, it all gave me a fright, and when I made dinner later and went to call him out for dinner, guess what I saw?" Lin Construction raised his eyebrows and cooperatively picked up. "What did you see?" "This kid is even reading English books, and told me that it was wrong to mix up in the past, and that he should work hard to get ahead in the future, and earn money to honor us in the future. I thought he was in trouble at school and called their homeroom teacher. Their old class says our son has been doing okay lately." Lin Construction rubbed the stubble on his chin suspiciously. "There must be a demon when things go wrong. Do you think your son is suddenly like this? Is he talking to a friend at school? There must be a reason why a boy can suddenly change so much." Zhang Xuehua subconsciously frowned, then skimmed her mouth again and continued eating without caring. "If talking about friends will show this brat to try to get ahead, it's not like we can't talk about it." In Lenuro's bedroom, Lenuro grabbed his school tag from his desk. Students in the 18th grade are required to wear a school license plate in order to enter the school, which is a proof of identity for students in the 18th grade. System: look at this. Mission: to enter an academy and become a full-fledged student. Reward: 8 steps to catch the cicada. Completed. Choke on it. Lin Luo's eyes glowed as he threw down his school license and rubbed his hands together. Anyone who has read martial arts novels knows that this 8 steps to catch the cicada is a very skillful lightweight skill. Just look at the name. So cool, so cool, so cool. Just catch the flying cicadas. I don't know if this stupid dog system rewards this trigram or not. Growing up with a yearning for the Jianghu martial arts, divine martial arts, made Lin Luo's breath catch. Soon, information about the 8 steps to catch the cicada appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Just as Lin Luo had expected, 8 steps to catch the cicada was a very advanced light skill from Qianqing. It adds movement speed and improves physical agility. After reading the details of 8 steps to catch the cicada, Lin Luo couldn't wait to test it out in his room. Follow a specific power technique in conjunction with footwork. Lin Luo's figure was a bit awkward at first, as if he was a child who had just learned to walk, but soon his movements were skillful and fluid. A few minutes later, Lin Luo moved like a rabbit, slammed out, and like a dexterous cat, scurried back and forth on the table, on the cabinet, and on the bed. This would be an absolute record breaker if it went to a 100-meter race. Stopping, Rinlo gasped slightly, his eyes glowing with excitement. Lao Dang, don't stop, keep popping gold coins. Linello looked to the chat box expectantly, hoping to see a new quest. It had only just begun, and he already had the body of a martial artist, the brain of a schemer, and the lightness of a lecher. So Lin Luo was looking forward to following up with opening something else that was out of this world. However, there was nothing in the translucent chat box. Could it be that the silly dog system was shocked by the speed at which it completed the task? It was too much to take in for a while, so you wanted to slow it down a bit? Or is there a time limit on the system's task assignments? Lin Luo scratched his head and asked the system out loud, but the system didn't reply. After waiting for a while, Lin Luo stopped waiting and found out the senior math and started flipping through it from the first page. A man can do anything when he's pushed. But not math. And physics, biology, chemistry, politics, etc. Even the language. Sometimes scratching your head doesn't always do it. With 3 days of unforgettable time, Lin Luo was ready to consolidate the key knowledge of all subjects from freshman to senior year. With all the knowledge packed into your brain, I don't believe that you can still go wrong on the exam. By the way, you can read Tang and Song poems, Sun Tzu's Art of War, the 4 books and the 5 classics, and so on. If you have free time, teach yourself another language. There is no harm in having more skills, and since you can forget everything, it's only right that you learn more. This old Den system said, to prepare for crossing back to the Qianqing, it is not allowed to say that he will have to cross to the Qianqing in the back. But if he couldn't return to Blue Star, Lin Luo would never cross over to death, and it was quite good to just do the quest to explode the gold coins of this olden system. Even if the system unbundled and disappeared by then, he had this body of skills on his side. It would be enough for him to find a lucrative job and change his fate. System, when can I cross the dry star? Can I go back to the blue star after going to the dry star? When the host learns advanced knowledge and technology that is sufficient to change his life against the heavens and possesses strength that can save his life, he can travel back to the changing star and can traverse the two worlds at will. The answer is given in the translucent chat box. Lin Luo's hanging heart was put back, and there was a kind of inexplicable anticipation. Gee, you old den system is still a double plug. That's good. As a fan of novels, Lin Luo also fantasized that he would cross over one day. I didn't think I'd be able to wait. The Dry Star world was an ancient civilization, and if you casually brought back something, it would be worth a lot of money. And since Blue Star is a modern world, bringing a little bit of modern product over there is equally valuable. Lin Luo had read a novel where he traveled across two worlds to be a dumping agent, and the male lead was the one who could travel across other worlds to dump supplies for profiteering. Fine salt, sugar, and glass beads, which are worthless in modern times, were worth old nose money in ancient times. And the ancient gold, silver and jade, wild medicinal herbs, and rare timber in modern times, that is also extremely profitable. It doesn't even need to be more than that. As long as he gets back a few hundred-year-old goldenrod, he'll make a fortune. There is one thing to keep in mind though. Qianqing is an ancient martial arts world. There was such an unscientific thing as inner strength, so he had to be careful. Anyone who reads novels should know the hard truth about smothering and pretending to be a pig in a poke. Unobtrusive, quietly making money. When in danger, shield others in front of you. To have many friends and few enemies. When things go wrong, my friends go first and I'll take the back. Be low-key, but not really a rookie. So it is imperative that you strengthen yourself and pop more olden system gold. Chapter 4, Why are you reading The Art of War? Dribble dribble dribble. The alarm clock is screaming and a new day has begun. A little after 6 a.m. A column. Ringdo was awakened by the sound of the alarm bell, and snapped at the center-pointed crown of Chicken's alarm clock. Get up! Lin Luo flipped over and landed lightly on the ground. Although Lin Luo had only slept for 2.5 hours last night, he wasn't the slightest bit sleepy at this moment. Instead, he was refreshed. I brushed up on my math last night and went through the Tang poems on the way. It was no secret that he was now back in ancient times and had the strength to fill cups at poetry fairs and greenhouses. Lin Luo simply washed up and put on her school uniform. The school uniform, which was usually baggy, seemed to have shrunk at the moment and was surprisingly just right on. With the school uniform thing, you usually buy a large size. After all, they are worn for 3 years at a time, and students at this age are growing, so buying the right size won't fit them the next year. Lin Luo's school uniform was just wide enough to fit a down jacket inside, but now, he was wearing it surprisingly just right. Ha! It's growing! Brunello spotted the flashpoint and walked over to her bedroom door, comparing it to the height record sticker on the door. It's amazing how he grew 3 centimeters in one night. He's 185. No wonder when I went to the restroom just now, it felt like it grew again, so it wasn't an illusion. Lin Luo's face was filled with a look of delight and a bit of dejection. Boys, who doesn't want to be taller and bigger? And of course don't be too tall, or you'll have trouble finding a girl you can kiss without bending over later. It should be caused by the muscle and bone building pill. It's worthy of the system. It's really a fine product. Son, are you done? Come and serve the food, and let your dad drive you to school after dinner later. Zhang Xue's voice came from the kitchen, interrupting Lin Luo's stink. Coming. Lin Luo answered and quickly went to the kitchen to serve the food. After breakfast, Lin Jian drove Lin Luo to school. Dad, drive safe. Lin Jian looked at Lin Luo, who was carrying just a handbag, with a slightly strange expression. You don't even carry a backpack to school? Well, you kids be safe too. Got it. Lin Luo responded heartlessly, got out of the car with his handbag, and wandered towards the gate of the 18th middle school. Surrounded by a steady stream of students, in groups of 3 or 5, wearing uniform-style uniforms and looking vibrant. There are also a few stalls on the side of the road selling breakfast, selling mixed grain pancakes, egg pancakes, and the like, cheap and affordable. There were a number of students gathered around them, looking blearily at the breakfast about to come out on the stove, occasionally raising their hands to check the time. The owner of the biscuit seller was busy as hell, but moving fast and steady with his mouth full. Want chili? Do you want scallions and cilantro? A little bit of both. I don't eat cilantro. Boss, you do it faster, you're going to be late. Smoky and vibrant. Rinlo. Hearing a familiar voice calling out to him, Lin Luo turned his head to look. It was her own deskmate and the class president, Xu Jiajiu. Her skin is fair and rosy, with big eyes and long eyelashes, soulful eyes, and a delicate nose, and although she is wearing an ordinary school uniform, she can't hide the young girl's spirit of colorfulness. The corners of her mouth were slightly lifted, and her long, naturally curly hair was in a ponytail that swayed behind her as she walked. Under the sunlight, the young girl smiled brightly and naturally became the center of attention of the surrounding students. Ask her to do a youth movie and she'll definitely hang with a bunch of actresses. Yo! This is my classmate, what a coincidence. Lin Luo looked at the young girl walking towards him and smiled, putting his hands behind his back. Is the school bag heavy? I'll carry it for you. Chu Jiaojiao rolled her pretty eyes when she saw Lin Luo with his back turned. No, I'll carry it myself, eh? Where's your book bag? Lin Luo didn't have a backpack behind her, only a handbag in her hand. Left it at home, didn't take it. The content of the textbook he recited backwards and forwards, but also bothered that effort to bring the book for what? The handbag is yesterday's teacher's left homework, bring this on the line. Nah, you're miserable. There's an old class today, and you didn't even bring your textbook, so don't try to rub it in my face during class. Chu Jiaojiao tugged on the strap of her own school bag with both hands, laughing and poking fun at Lin Luo. As she spoke, she looked Lin Luo up and down. Is it an illusion? Why does it feel like today's table is different than usual? Aha! Why is this guy so high today? Chu Jiaojiao's suspicious eyes glanced down and finally landed on Lin Luo's feet. Very ordinary board shorts, the kind that hold your feet down without insoles. Are you wearing height-enhancing insoles? Just kidding, I'm not wearing it, don't slander me. I just plain grew taller. I don't believe it, you grew taller in one night? Yesterday you were just a little taller than me, and today you're so much taller. Chu Jiaojiao cupped a hand gesture that all Hanrods hated and swore. You're a puppy for lying. I don't believe you, take off your shoes and show me. You're toxic, aren't you, and you're not afraid of stinking up the place. I'm not afraid, show me quickly. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao pulled and tugged their way into the school gates. Not far from the curb, Lin Construction's car was parked there. He twisted laboriously to look at the scene, and suddenly wore an expression that was not what I expected. Hey, this brat, he's really grown. Senior class of 5. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao entered the classroom back and forth. There were already quite a few people sitting in the classroom, some frantically copying their homework, some eating, and a few lying on their desks sleeping back to sleep. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao's appearance didn't attract much attention. Lin Luo, you're finally here. When Jin Zikong saw Lin Luo, he rubbed his head and jumped up, pouncing towards Lin Luo like a flying mantis. Ouch, what are you doing? Lin Luo grinned, catching Jin Zikong with one hand, then easily pressing it onto the desk of a classmate to the side. Whoops, you stood me up yesterday and caused me to be caught by old Ben. Jin Zikong said with a sad and aggrieved face. Yesterday Lin Luo was running away, he was held down by the old class, and also called his parents, focusing on his recent study status, resulting in Jin Zikong returned home, was subjected to a mixture of education by his parents, and his but still hurts now. This is nothing, the main thing is that the pocket money has been stopped, and there is no chance to go to the internet cafe to surf the internet this month. You're kidding, we didn't do anything yesterday, what did Ben arrest you for? Lin Luo was speechless and pushed Jin Zikong away to return to his seat, taking the homework out of the bag and putting it on the table in the meantime, waiting for the class reps to come over and collect the homework. Jin Zikong looked aggrieved. I wasn't shouting to give you a new URL. Chu Jiaojiao, who was rummaging through her book bag, had her ears perked up and her eyes couldn't help but glance towards Lin Luo. The students seated around them reacted in almost the same way, their eyes coincidentally glancing at Lin Luo and Kong Zi. Off the charts. Big brother, you're fine, just lie about it and get over it. You're not going to be truthful about it. Kong Zi was dumbfounded and froze, looking at Lin Luo, as if saying, why didn't I think of it? Lin Luo shook his head speechlessly. How is this Kong Zi like that stupid dog system? A little bit of brain, but not much. Last night's wisdom fruit that terrier should be left to him, make water and drink it more or less to raise his IQ. Okay, sit back down, I still have to read. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he took out another book from his handbag. You still read? Jin Zikong brought his big head over to look at it. When has Lin Luo ever read a book? Sun Tzu's Art of War Pinyin book. What are you looking at this for? Jin Zikong had a puzzled look on his face. I told you that usually Lin Luo reads novels. The beast's blood that he had recently been furiously pursuing was not boiling, or Lin Luo had given it an amenity. But how did he run off to read The Art of War? Chapter 5. If you can't ask your teacher a question, what's the point of reading The Art of War? Don't you know that The Art of War is a tricky way? Those who play The Art of War have dirty hearts. That's why it pays to read more about the military. Lin Luo pushed Jin Zikong's big head back with a look of disgust. You didn't wash your hair last night, your head is oily. Did you wash it last night and it's greasy again in the morning? As soon as he said he had oil on his head, Jin Zikong immediately shrunk his head back, and even gripped his hair with his hand. It's not greasy. *** winky face. Ringo, you're fooling me again. Jin Zikong had a grumpy look on his face, and when he saw Lin Luo seriously looking through The Art of War, he had to lie back on the table and read the novel. Beasts of No Nation hasn't been watched yet. Soldiers, the country's major events, the place of life and death, the way of survival, cannot be ignored. A copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War, Lin Luo only read it for about 10 minutes before memorizing it all. But things like The Art of War are not meant to be memorized. There is an idiom called talking about troops on paper. The Art of War has been memorized a lot, but it will be finished just as if you don't know how to use it. So this stuff requires a lot of brain power. Lin Luo put down the book and looked at the olden system. Old Den, you're not brushing up on your quests yet? This time, a new note finally appeared in the translucent chat box. In order to return to Dakian as soon as possible to change your destiny against the heavens, you have gone through great hardships to obtain a Blue Star household registration, studied Blue Star characters diligently, and finally entered the Blue Star Academy, and it is imperative that you learn the advanced knowledge and culture of the Blue Star. Mission: visit a famous teacher and get serious guidance from him. Reward: powerful Vajrapalm. Rinlo fumbled with his chin, lost in thought. According to that olden traveler's travel experience, and the rewards given by the system, it was the 8 steps to catch the cicada and the powerful Vajrapalm. As you can tell, this Qianqing is very uneventful. In the future, if he was able to cross over to the Qianqing star, he must be careful and cautious, so he couldn't turn over in the gutter. At this moment, the English teacher, that ruthless Ho Guifan, happened to walk in from outside the classroom with an English book as well as a stack of test papers. Ring, ring, ring. Along with Ho Guifan stepping onto the podium, the class bell rang on time. Ho Guifan put the test paper on the podium and looked at the students below who already had bitter faces and said, "Students, for the first 2 classes this morning, let's do a practice paper, and we'll stay in class in the middle, so we'll match the answers after the test and talk about the questions on the spot." The stage was in mourning. Oops, what oops, look at your English grades, don't you practice more during the week? Wait until after the college entrance exams. It'll be too late by then. As the English teacher spoke, she skillfully handed out several piles of test papers that had long ago been distributed to the students at the first table. The students at the first table took their papers and then passed them back in order. The test papers soon arrived at Lin Luo's place. Lin Luo took his own paper and passed the remaining papers to the back row. Jiajiao-san. Jin Zikan, who sat at Lin Luo's front table, shouted Chu Jiajiao with a flattering face. Chu Jiajiao instantly had a jolt of goosebumps. "Ah, you're disgusting," Chu Jiajiao said with disgust. Lin Luo almost threw up as well. "Jin Zikan, I really want to film this for you and play this at your wedding later, it's going to blow up." Hey, hey, hey. Jin Zikong still had a fawning and pleasing smile on his face. "I'll be relying on you in a while. Please please please." Chu Jiaojiao rolled her eyes when she looked at him in this manner. "I'm not good at English either, so you're on your own." After Chu Jiaojiao finished speaking, she tilted her head to look at Lin Luo. Strange, usually encountered exams, their own table, although not Jin Zikong this face, but also will be a small bribe to themselves. How today there is no reaction at all. But he saw that Lin Luo had already taken a pen and swished it on the paper. Fake it. Chu Jiaojiao blinked her big eyes and came closer to Lin Luo, wanting to see what this guy was up to. For the English test, the most frequently asked questions are multiple choice. Lin Luo swished and filled in the ABCD, and Chu Jiaojiao rolled her eyes as she watched. This guy doesn't even bother to copy now. But yes, this is an unusual classroom quiz, and it really doesn't matter if you copy it or not. Jin Zikong's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Luo's movements. Yeah, what am I copying? I'm just writing blindly and it's done. Okay, everyone grab your answers and do your own carefully. Ho Guifan saw that all of them had gotten the test papers, and then greeted the students to grasp the questions. The time for 2 classes, plus the 10 minutes between classes, do a paper in the lecture. Time is still very tight. If you cannot finish the lecture, you can only wait for the afternoon study session time to talk about the problem again. The classroom soon fell silent. The only sound left behind was the rustle of the pen tip writing on the roll. From time to time there was the creaking sound of a classmate moving his seat. With her hands behind her back, Ho Guifan made her rounds in the classroom. This also prevents students from plagiarizing or deserting from answering the questions. Little by little, time passed. Teacher, is it okay to write this essay like this? Ho Guifan. Ho Guifan stood still, her expression somewhat incredulous as she twisted her head to look at the questioning Lin Luo. She kind of wondered if she was hallucinating. Not to mention her, it was Chu Jiaojiao and Jin Zikong next to Lin Luo. No, big brother. It's right to go to your teacher with questions you don't know. But now it's an exam. If you don't know the questions, you can ask them at the exam site. What about the exam? Ho Guifan really wanted to give Lin Luo a blank stare. This kid is quite white, but he doesn't have a good head on his shoulders. What kind of person asks the teacher how to do a question in the exam room? Oh, I'll turn in my paper then. Ho Guifan was just about to leave when she heard this and her feet slipped and she almost fell. No, if I don't tell you the answer, you won't write it, right? Hey, you kid, show me. Ho Guifan looked at Lin Luo's roll speechlessly. She didn't get her hopes up. After all, what else could a student with a perennial score of 20 or 30 have? What the hell? It's all written. Could it be masked? Ho Guifan started with the first question and read it from beginning to end. Hiss. Oops. Wait a minute. I'm going to go. You're coming with me. After Ho Guifan finished speaking, she took Lin Luo's test paper and went to the podium. Lin Luo's followed behind, scowling at Chu Jiaojiao. Teacher, tell me about composition. I've never been very good at English composition. I'm done when you're done. Ho Guifan taught in the 18th for many years, not to say that the gold medal teachers, it is also considered a master teacher, at least she taught out of the students, there are a lot of on the Qingbei. Hold your tongue. Hoguathan buried her head to judge the papers and interrupted Lin Luo's spell casting without even lifting her head. Swish, swish, swish. Pair of hooks one after the other. The multiple choice questions were all correct, the fill-in-the-blanks were fine, the reading comprehension was perfect, and the final essay, perfect. Hey! Hoguathan swished her head up and looked at Lin Luo with glowing eyes. I didn't expect it. After all these years of teaching, I had a day when I hit my eyes. Lin Luo's scalp went numb at the look. Old ho, you restrain yourself. This eye is a bit like a tigress, you want to eat people. Teacher, I'd like some advice on how to write an essay. Well, it's true that your essay is still a bit raw, but it's good enough for the exam. Here it should be like this, and finally this. Holding a pen, Hoguathan explained in a whisper at Lin Luo's essay. The exam room was quiet. Many people looked at the teacher-student duo at the podium in front of them in confusion. No, why are you guys even communicating? Isn't this an exam? Chu Jiaojiao's lovely big eyes were staring incredulously at this moment. Jin Zikon's eyes were even about to pop out of his glasses. No, that's okay. The exam room now asked questions. The teacher also gave to speak up. Mission, visit a famous teacher and get serious guidance from him. Reward, powerful Vajrapalm, completed. Powerful Vajrapalm. The Southern School of Shaolin Temple stunt. This skill is both internal and external, and when it is completed, it can open bricks and break stones, and is used in unarmed techniques with infinite power. Good lord, you have to be careful when you shoot dust in the future or you can kill someone if you're not careful. Lin Luo lamented in his heart. Do you hear me? Understood. Teacher, you speak so well, I understand everything. Lin Luo swished his thumbs up with both hands with a sincere face. The corners of Hoguathan's mouth twitched, and she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from rising again. Did I really speak that well? And rightly so, or else how did this kid's English score suddenly improve so much? It must be that my hard lectures are having an effect. Well, you go back and work on it some more, and if there's anything else you don't understand, feel free to come ask me. Aha, thank you teacher. Hoguathan nodded her head and smiled her old kindly smile. Lin Luo took the roll and quickly walked back to his seat. Jin Zikong, Chu Jiaojiao, and the classmates in front and behind them all looked at Lin Luo with expressions of seeing a ghost. The little brain went blank. No way. Absolutely not. Chapter 6, Mingling with Classmates? Ring, ring, ring. What a familiar and kind voice. Hoguathan collected the rolls. There's still a part left to cover, so let's continue in study hall this afternoon. After saying that, as if spring had come, Hoguathan, with a smile on her face, left the classroom. As the teacher left, the classroom came alive. Asterisk 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 Luo, you're really my brother, tell me, how did you do it? Kanzi made a big jump and popped over to Lin Luo's table, excited like a morbid monkey. What how? It's just asking the teacher questions in the exam room. Your maneuver is too flirty. That's right, Lin Luo, what were you thinking? Asking how to do the exam questions during the exam. Zheng Peng, Lu Chengping, Dai Jinxin, a few students who sat around Lin Luo, but had a more ordinary relationship, also came over, and each of them looked at Lin Luo with bated breath. It's really just unheard of and so refreshing to see what Lin Luo has done. Hey, that's not being bored, finding something to do. Lin Luo casually made something up and stuffed the test paper into the table pocket. I'm going to the restroom. Chu Jiaojiao, are you coming along? Chu Jiaojiao's small face reddened and she really wanted to give Lin Luo a kick. Lin Luo, you're going to die. Who's going to the restroom with you? Didn't I just casually ask? Forget about not going. Kangzi, are you going? Lin Luo looked at Jin Zikong with a smile. Kangzi was just waiting for Lin Luo to call him, slamming the door and scampering up. Go, go, my greatsword is famished. Lin Luo and Kangzi walked ahead, and Chu Jiaojiao's best friend came over. Jiaojiao, together. Okay, wait for me. Chu Jiaojiao answered daintily, pulled out something from her school bag, quickly put it into her pocket as if she was a thief, for fear that others would see it, and then went out of the classroom with her two little sisters. That's the way it is in school. Boys and boys pair up to go to the restroom, girls and girls. And when out of school into society is not the same, we are all cattle and horses, but also divided into what men and women, companion to the restroom, go downstairs to smoke and touch the fish. That is a very unusual operation. Yasuko, what's next class? In the large restroom, Lin Luo held her breath and opened the floodgates, speaking and glancing at Kanko next to her. Kangzi subconsciously turned sideways, avoiding Lin Luo's line of sight. Old class, no, you pee your ass off. What are you looking at me for? Who's looking at you? Don't be so sensitive, okay? Besides, they're all buddies. What are you afraid of? Afraid I'll pass out on the needle? Bah, you fart. Kangzi's face reddened, ready to break it up with Lin Luo and split the difference. Just at this moment, outside the big toilet door came in a few people, school uniforms, open arms holding a cigarette. Also do not say anything, all eyes are not good looking at Lin Luo. They didn't go inside either, they just silently blocked the entrance to the restroom. There were quite a few people in the restroom at this moment, all of whom came to take a leak between classes, and when they saw these guys, as if they were very bad luck, they lowered their heads and hurried out of the room. There were later ones, and when they saw the guys blocking the door, they had the good sense to turn around and leave for another restroom. Lin Luo, it's Zhang Jiafei and the others. Jin Zikang also noticed that something was wrong and recognized two of them when he saw the people blocking the doorway. This gang is 18 in the village near the village, from childhood to now, mixed together all day long. One is all pricks. In the school also embraced the group, but also formed a club, called the Fright Sky Gang. Their leader is a man called Big Dog, not tall, but very capable of fighting, and his family is said to have some power. So in school, as long as they do not bully students with good grades, the teachers do not care much about them. However, this gang never took the initiative to look for trouble, and although they often fought, they never did anything like collecting protection money or stopping the road to rob. Well, at me. Lin Luo said calmly, his heart leaping forward. Let's see how this warrior will blow up the whole scene later. Oh, I came for you. Why are you so excited? You messed with them? Jin Zikang lowered his voice and looked at Lin Luo nervously as he asked. Maybe. Perhaps. Brother, you're confused. What are you doing messing with them? These guys don't hit you like a grandson. So what now? Call the police or a teacher? Jin Zikang gulped and became even more frightened. Even if they added him, the two of them would still take a beating against these people. There is a saying that all three must be my teachers, and while your hard work has been recognized by a famous teacher, you need the help of your fellow students just as much. Mission, to mingle with fellow students. Reward, storage space, 1 cubic meter. Mingle, this I understand. Oh, don't panic, small scene. Lin Luo smiled faintly and patted Jin Zikang's shoulder. He knew what the gang was here for. It's not just Chu Jiaojiao. Someone had approached him before, telling him to stay away from Chu Jiaojiao. In the past, Lin Luo he was still afraid for a bit. Now it was these guys who should be afraid. Lin Luo unhurriedly fished his cell phone out of his pocket and turned on the video mode. It's a miscellaneous feature phone with crap pixels and little memory, but it's good enough to record. Kanko, hide in the back, and film everything that happens in a moment. Jin Zikang was already confused, but now he was even more confused. Oh. Jin Zikang took the phone, his hand already shaking a little. There are 7 people blocking the doorway. Is Lin Luo trying to pick 7? He's crazy. Brother, if we can't do it, let's just give in and beg for forgiveness. There's no shame in that. Look at you with no talent. Watch my brother operate. Lin Luo said, lifting up his pants and walked towards these 7 guys with a smile on his face. Jin Zikang, on the other hand, was half squatting, hiding behind the squatting pit stopper, furtively sticking out his cell phone to take pictures, like a war correspondent. In the camera, the picture was rather dim, and Lin Luo's back was a bit blurred, but it was calm and unhurried. Lin Luo looked at these several crooked mental boys and asked with a light smile, brothers, looking for me? Grass, just ing call yourself Lin Luo. Knowing to find you is good. I told you before, right? Stay away from Chu Jiaojiao. You can't understand the human language, right? Today the brothers will teach you how to write obedience. The guys surrounded them and screamed with a tuggy cool look on their faces. Ouch, I'm so scared. Lin Luo's sentence directly confused Zhang Jiafei's few people. No, he's always been this arrogant? How dare you when so many of us are standing here blocking you? Mud, hit him. A couple of people got red in the face with anger and rushed up with an ow. After hanging out in school for so long, I've never seen one as arrogant as Lin Luo. Instead of begging for mercy when they blocked them, they had the nerve to provoke them. Lin Luo, be careful. Jin Zikang's nervous little face turned white as he warned. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth twisted, slightly sidestepped to avoid the feet that flew kicking over, raised his hand and slashed, a strong force, directly took this guy flying to the urinal. Fog weed. Jin Zikang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched. He saw Lin Luo stagger on his feet and split his hands as if he were an eagle spreading its wings. The phoenix spreads its wings. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 unlucky ones who were slapped flew out directly with muffled grunts. Urinals are happy to welcome 2 more guests. In a flash of lightning, Lin Luo twisted his waist and flung his arms, slapping his palms together. There were 2 crunching sounds, who set a slap in the face. This move is called the Dharma sleeve flick. The 2 flying out figures wailed. Plop. Urinal, here we go again. The last 2, Jiafei and Zhangzhe, both looked at the 5 people planted in the urinal with confused faces. No, what just happened? How come in the blink of an eye, the brothers are all gone? Wait. Lin Luo, it's all a misunderstanding. Have a word. Ha, can't fight but know there's something to talk about. Lin Luo looked at the 2 guys with a smirk, and with one arm, he clamped down on the necks of the 2. Tell me, who told you to block me? Chapter 7 Yasuko, QAQ Virgin Ah. Jiafei and Zhangzhe's bodies didn't dare to move, their faces white with fear. Misty grass ah, how come I didn't know before? Lin Luo, this kid is so capable of fighting. There were 7 of them, and in the blink of an eye, they were the only 2 left standing. Or was it because the toilet place wasn't big and they were squeezed in the back and didn't have time to make their way up? At this moment, they were constrained, they really didn't dare to move for fear of being Ed. Yes, Big Dog sent us. This morning you got too close to Chu Jiaojiao in front of the school. Brother Big Dog asked us to bring someone to teach you a lesson and tell you to stay away from Chu Jiaojiao in the future. I'll go. What breed of toad is this big dog, brother? He also wants to eat this piece of swan meat, Chu Jiao. Lin Luo disdainfully skimmed his mouth, lowered his head, and said slowly in Jia Fei Zhangzhu's ear, "Tell that stupid dog not to mess with me in the future, or I'll count him clean eating if I can't beat the out of him. Got it?" "Yes, yes, yes. Got it." Jia Fei and Zhangzhu hurriedly nodded their heads in response, behaving like obedient donkeys. Mission, mingle with fellow students, reward, storage space, 1 cubic meter, completed. Goddamn mingle. Gee, this system should be called the silly dog old den system. But this cubic meter of storage space is a blast. Lin Luo felt like his blood was hot right now. If it wasn't for the fact that this toilet smelled so smoky, Lin Luo high and low would have to take a few deep breaths in order to calm his excitement. Lin Luo let go of Jia Fei Zhangzhu and turned his head to greet Jin Zikong. "Kanko, let's go." "Hey, it's coming, it's coming." Jin Zikong excitedly put away his cell phone and rushed to Lin Luo's side in a gust of wind. "And looked at the urinal when I passed it. Eek, messed up, it was brutal. My brother is awesome, he. Ringo, your cell phone." Lin Luo took his cell phone, glanced at the video, made sure it was saved, and slipped it into his pocket. This is evidence that he was forced to fight back, and even if he sues to the heavens, he was acting in self-defense. In the next second, Lin Luo's mind moved, and the phone in his pocket entered a space that was 1 meter in length, width, and height. It was the carry-on space that Lin Luo had just arrived in. With another movement of his mind, the cell phone appeared in Lin Luo's pocket again. Perfect. There were quite a few people gathered outside the large restroom at this time. It's all waiting to see what happens. But don't dare go in and look, just stand outside and wait for the results. Lin Luo quickly stepped out of the restroom and was startled by the crowd of people looking outside. Seeing Lin Luo and Jin Zikong come out, the crowd burst into life. "It's coming out, someone's coming out. How come it's both of them? Where are Jaffe and the others? What's going on? The one who hit didn't come out, but the one who got hit came out first?" Rinlo. In the crowd, Chu Jiaojiao saw that the one who came out was Lin Luo, and instantly became anxious, squeezing through the crowd and running to Lin Luo, her delicate little face filled with concern. "Lin Luo, are you alright?" Chu Jiaojiao nervously scanned over Lin Luo's body. "I'm fine, why are you here?" When Chu Jiaojiao saw that there wasn't even a footprint on him, she was relieved in her heart. With his body so clean, it looks like he wasn't the one who took the beating. Chu Jiaojiao pointed to Liang Huanhuan and Jiao Mengyue and said, "Huanhuan, they heard people say, Jia Fei they blocked a student inside, Nandran me here to wait to see the fun, you came out from the inside, know who was beaten?" Liang Huanhuan, Jiao Mengyue just followed behind, her face written with wanting to hear gossip. "Lin Luo, Jin Zikong, quick, what's going on in there?" "Yeah, who got hit?" Jin Zikong's expression was proud, and he was just about to open his mouth to brag about it, but Lin Luo held him down. "Kanko, why don't you go wash your hands?" Jin Zikong, "Ah. What? You didn't pee on your hands and go wash your hands. Omega. Your bull asterisk ting me. I'm not." Jin Zikong jumped anxiously, his face reddening. "I thought you were my brother. How dare you slander me in front of one of the few beautiful women in the class?" Pust. Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huanhuan, and Jiao Mengyue were all amused by Jin Zikong's reaction. "This Kanko looks like a monkey." "Oh yeah, you didn't, I misremembered." Lin Luo nodded his head. It was fine if he didn't say it, but when he did, Jin Zikong felt like he couldn't explain himself even more. Convex, ***** dish. You. Next class is the old class, right? Go, hurry back to class. Lin Luo greeted a few people before pulling Chu Jiaojiao towards the school building. Surrounding way to save Zhao, wanting to cover up, the art of war this is not used. Liang Huanhuan and Jiao Mengyue chased after them. "Hey, Lin Luo, don't go so fast. You haven't said who got beaten up inside." Jin Zikong stomped his feet in aggravation as he watched Lin Luo being chased by a few girls on his ass. ****************************************************************************************************ring. The school bell rang. Chen Cohen, the old class, with a cup of water in one hand and a textbook in the other, walked into the classroom with a 4-square step, somewhat like an old cadre. As the old class appeared, the classroom that was still lively was instantly silent, and everyone sat obediently and waited for Lao Chen to teach the class. Lin Luo rested his chin in one hand, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the politics textbook that his deskmate slowly pushed over. Chu Jiaojiao glanced at Lin Luo, then arrogantly twisted her head back to look at old Chen. She also had textbooks on her desk, but they had history written on the cover. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth slightly raised in a nice arc, causing Chu Jiaojiao's eyelashes to flutter as she watched, her heart following the chaos. One thing before class. Old Chen stood on the podium, looked around and looked at the students below before continuing. "It's senior year now, the most important year of your lives. Less than 200 days until the college entrance exam." The atmosphere in the classroom was heavy. The college entrance exam is, without a doubt, a very heavy topic for seniors. 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of hard work in high school, and the college entrance exam is the final test. As we all know, those who do well in the exam, club tender model, and those who do not do well, site moving bricks. Our school has decided to have a placement test in order for our students to better prepare for the college entrance exam. It's not a fast and slow class, it's a sprint class, a parallel class and a basic class. For the sprint class, pick the top 50 in the school, for the parallel class, 50 to 100, and for the basic class it's the ones after 100. Different reinforcement for students with different grades, sprint class with a strong foundation, targeting Qingbei, parallel class targeting an ordinary one book, and as for the basic class, grasping the basics and striving for an undergraduate degree. Don't worry, no matter whether it's a sprint class, a parallel class or a basic class, the teachers are all the same, in order to also make you study better, get a good grade in the college entrance exam, and draw a more successful conclusion to your studies over the years. So no matter what kind of exams people get or what classes they are placed in, keep studying hard, blah blah blah. Old Chen was still talking when a small white and slender hand pushed a small note onto Lin Luo's desk. Lin Luo looked at the owner of the small hand. Chu Jiaojiao sat doubly straight, her big eyes looked seriously at Lao Chen, and her small hand swooshed back. Nell, you're kind of cute. 4 words were written on the note. Lin Luo, go for it. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth quirked as he held a pen in his left hand and began to swish and swish on the slip of paper. I'll be waiting for you in the sprint class. Lin Luo finished writing and pushed the note back. Chu Jiaojiao took a look and almost didn't tense up, staring with wide eyes and whispering. Are you serious? Well, the package is real. I don't believe it. Yoo-hoo, a bet. Chapter 8, Old Den System really explodes gold coins. Bet on it. What's the bet? Just bet on whether or not I get into the sprint class. If I do, I win. If I don't, I lose. Okay, so what's the bet? As far as Lin Luo's score is concerned, she's a sure winner, right? Chu Jiaojiao jumped at Lin Luo, looking a bit excited. And I don't know what she's so excited about. Lin Luo was like a fox stealing chickens. The corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed as he whispered, if I win, by the end of the college entrance exam, you'll cover my breakfast. No problem, if I win, you'll take me home every night after school from now on. Deal. Then pull the hook. Chu Jiaojiao arrogantly raised her good-looking chin and stretched out her small hand under the desk, her white and tender little thumb tip hooked at Lin Luo. Childish. Lin Luo said childishly, but still reached out and hooked Chu Jiaojiao's little thumb. Stamped. The thumbs of the two men were imprinted together. In the classroom, the sunlight shone through the glass on the hands of the two hooked together, seemingly bearing witness. On the playground, there were classes in gym class and students running laps around the playground. This section of Dog's class is also gym class. The rest of the class was running laps after them while a few of them, Big Dog, hid in the restroom. What's wrong with you guys? 7 can't beat 1. Wang Wang issued a soul-torturing question with a wonderful expression. He stared at the minions in front of him with small eyes that were 3 parts dumbfounded, 3 parts angry and 1 part speechless. Jia Fei and Zhang Jia lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Brother Big Dog. The other 5 little brothers with smelly bodies also lowered their heads, but they were gritting their teeth. Shame on you. Not to mention that he was seconded in one move. He was seen by so many people when he came out of the restroom. I'm afraid the word is out by now. A couple of them got into the poop hole and made a mess. In the future, wouldn't the name of their 18 middle school Bombay gang be stinking up the streets? Say something. Wang Wang questioned loudly, kicking Jaffe over without a good reason. You're dumb. Speak ye. Zhang Jia swallowed his saliva in fear and defended in a small voice. Brother Big Dog, it's not our fault. We didn't know that kid was that capable of fighting. Yeah, Brother Big Dog, you know me, I did an otter flying kick that was super cool. I didn't realize that I was pushed straight into a poop hole by that guy from midair. I was slapped in the face and my arm is still numb. I'm even worse, I got slapped by him and my chest still hurts. The man said, but also lifted up his shirt, a slap mark on his chest, blue and purple, but also swollen high. The corner of Wang Wang's eye twitched. The slap mark does look a bit blustery. So 7 of you fought 1, and all of you got 1 move? Jaffe got up from the ground and patted the dust on his ass, not daring to say that he hadn't even dared to do anything. Dog, that guy is definitely a practitioner, he strikes fast and hard, and he said. What else did he say? He also said to keep you from messing with him in the future or he'll beat the out of you. Holy! Wang Wang's eyes reddened with anger and he gasped for air. As the leader of the Flying Sky Gang, when have I ever been so humiliated? Waste. All waste. 7 to beat 1, letting 1 get beat up. If it gets out, will my big dog brother of the Flying Sky Gang still be able to mix? Let Ao Tian Gang, How Tian Gang know, shall not laugh me to death. Ao Tian Gang and How Tian Men are the gangs of the 2 nearby high schools, and the 18th middle school Flying Sky Gang, known as the 3-day gang. Of course, it's all posting bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The biggest battle of the 3-day club is still the school posting war over whose club is the best. It ended up being resolved in CF, not much of a crossover offline. No way. I can't swallow this. Call someone. After school today at noon, call Lister to the little park and I'll see who beats the out of who. Ring, ring, ring. The intimate bell rings. A political class with few ripples was finally over. As Lao Chen retired, the classroom once again came alive. Yasuko was emo at the moment because of the urinating hand between classes. Lin Luo returned Chu Jiajiao's textbook. Nah, thanks. By the way, has anyone been bothering you lately when you come home from school? Chu Jiajiao looked at Lin Luo suspiciously, then shook her head. No, why are you asking that? It's nothing. It's not that you bet me to take you home at night, worrying about a toad disgusting you. Pust. Chu Jiajiao covered her mouth and laughed, her eyebrows curved and she was quite pleased. You're quite discerning, knowing that this lady is a white swan. Lin Luo smiled brightly and patted her stomach. No is good, MS. White swan, are you going to eat at home for lunch, or are you going to eat in the school cafeteria? Huan Yu said that there is a super delicious spicy hot pot near the school and she wants to take me to eat it at noon. Chu Jiajiao said, seemingly gluttonous, and gulped a bit. In an instant, Chu Jiajiao's little face reddened to the back of her ears. Her big watery eyes glared at Lin Luo and snapped, What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Who's laughing? I was looking at the mission alright. Of course the latter can't be said. Congratulations to the host, your hard work has been recognized by famous teachers and fellow students, but it is equally important to learn advanced knowledge and transcribe it. Task, copy the famous works of the Blue Star World, reward, 10 taels of gold. Seeing that Lin Luo didn't admit it, Chu Jiao hummed and turned her head to the table, acting as a little ostrich. Lin Luo didn't poke at it, he shouldn't be able to care. 10 taels of gold that is. Lin Luo picked up a pen and quickly keeled over in his notebook. Do you not see that the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and never return to the sea? June did not see, high hall bright mirror sad white hair, morning light green silk twilight into snow. Qingli 4 years in the spring, Tang Zijing banished to guard the Bailing County, the more the next year of politics, people and peace, all the ways to be prosperous. If the obscene rain falls, even the month is not open, the wind is angry. Now the south has been settled, the army and armor have been sufficient, when the award rate of the three armies, the north to determine the central plains, Shu exhaust the incompetent, busting out of the treacherous murderers, restoring the Han dynasty, return to the old capital. Lin Luo's expression was focused, his sitting posture was upright, and the tip of his pen was not stopping, swishing and writing. The Chu ostrich Jiajialing next to him didn't know when, quietly raised his head, a pair of big eyes, stealing senses peeking at Lin Luo. Surprised that this guy memorized all of this so well that he didn't miss a word. This guy, he's kind of good looking. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang. Lin Luo pen tip, just finished writing Zhou satirizing the king of cheese advice. It was 5 pages full, and the handwriting was a bit scribbly, but there wasn't a single typo. Mission, copy the famous works of the Blue Star World, reward, 10 taels of gold, completed. Yoo-hoo! It's that simple. 10 taels of gold, a gram nowadays seems to be 280, how much would these 10 taels cost? 2013. But what the heck, it must be worth a lot of money anyway. Hee, old Den really popped the gold. In the next second, Lin Luo's expression changed as he felt his pockets sink. Here we go again. System you cannot move the dog brain, put the gold into my storage space is not good. Lin Luo was powerless to spit and reached into his pants pocket, pulling out a piece of rhubarb fish. The rhubarb fish in his hand was golden, and it was also emblazoned with exquisite floral patterns as well as the words made in the great Qian dynasty. That's some pretty gold. Lin Luo bared his teeth and smiled, but he didn't look at it much and directly put the rhubarb fish into his storage space. This is not something to be seen by anyone else. Look for a chance to sell the gold later to get some useful gear. In the future, if he really traveled to the Dry Star, the startup fund would be in place. Chapter 9, A New Mission. Survival. The morning schedule is finally gone. The noon dismissal bell is still Autumn Whispers, a classic piano piece. Chu Jiajiao held Liang Huan and Zhao Mengyue by the arm, and the 3 little girls walked away talking and laughing. I don't know what these girls talk about, they always smile so much, but when they smile, they do look pretty good. Lin Luo, what are you having for lunch? Emo 2 sessions of Konko turned back and asked Lin Luo. He was severely dyslexic and had a headache about what to eat when it came to meals, so he always asked Lin Luo. Eat the plate noodles. Lin Luo didn't hesitate and blurted out. No way, eating board noodles again, can't you think of something else? Eating board noodles every day makes me vomit. You're poor and broke. I'm broke and poor. Makes sense, so I'll take your word for it and have some board noodles. Konko had no choice but to compromise. His allowance was cut off by his family, and his breakfast and lunch money added up to no more than $10 a day, $3 in the morning and $7 at noon. It's a luxury to even think about asking for an extra drink, so it's really unrealistic to think about having a nice meal. The 2 of them hitched shoulders again and exited the classroom as the best in the world. Kansi, you haven't said which one that new URL is. Grass, you have the nerve to ask, I wouldn't tell you if I did. If it wasn't for this new URL, how could his allowance have been stopped? Just then, Zhang Zhe and Jia Fei walked out from the corner of the stairs. The 2 of them looked at Lin Luo with somewhat evasive eyes, but they couldn't help but come. It's them again. When Kang Zi saw Jia Fei, Zhang Zhe and the 2 of them, he immediately stood still and looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo let go of Jin Zikong and looked at the 2 men and asked, What are you 2 looking for me for? It didn't take much thought to realize that these two must have come to find themselves. And it's not good. So, that big dog wants to meet with you. Go to the little garden behind the school. Jiafei and Zhang's tone was as weak as their old man's, breathless and afraid of being punched. They didn't even have the guts to look at Lin Luo. Lin Luo, don't go, it's definitely not good. Jin Zikong whispered, his tone full of concern for his damaged friend. Lin Luo had picked 7 in the toilet today, and although it was impressive, he knew that there were more than 7 of these guys. If Lin Luo went to the small garden, it was hard to beat him with 2 fists, and if the other party had a weapon, how could Lin Luo possibly beat them? It would be so worthless to take a loss. Don't worry Kanzi, first you go to the plate noodle store and ask for 2 big bowls of plate noodles. I want thin noodles with extra chili and no egg ball sausage. Jin Zikong frowned and wanted to persuade again, but Lin Luo directly stepped towards Jiafei Zhangzhe. You two lead the way. Go and meet your stupid dog gang leader. Lin Luo's tone was cloudy and light, and he couldn't see any panic. Jiafei and Zhangzhe hurriedly took small steps to walk in front to lead the way, and the silhouettes of the 3 of them blended into the crowd of school drop-offs and were soon out of sight. Jin Zikong hesitated for half a day before finally biting his teeth and running quickly towards the office building. He's going to the teacher. Lin Luo went alone without me and let himself go to the noodle shop. He must have been afraid that he would get hurt if he followed. But how could I let Lin Luo face the danger alone? Jin Zikong ran all the way so fast that his glasses were falling off, and finally arrived at the school building. In the teacher's office, Lao Chen, who had already returned from lunch, was talking and laughing with a few teachers. Hoguafen had her lunchbox on the table, but she couldn't be bothered to eat it and was talking about Lin Luo with her hands in the air. Old Chen, that Lin Luo from your class, he's really something. Testing English today, this kid really impressed me. Oh, what's wrong? Chen Koan put down his chopsticks and asked curiously. Lin Luo he certainly knew, a very honest student in his class. When the first year of high school started, Lin Luo's grades in the class were quite good, trying hard to get into the top 20. But since I got hooked on web novels, my grades have gone through the roof. Today's English test, Lin Luo asked me what I was going to write for my essay, and I was straight up humanly stupid. Chen Koan and a few other teachers were also dumbfounded. No, the exam room asked the teacher how to write the composition. The student is really not simple. Hoguafen continued, when I looked at his test paper, goodness gracious, it was all written. I thought at first that he had written it haphazardly. After all, this child's previous English scores were only 20 or so points even with guessing, and he never passed. But when I looked at the answers, they were all right. Ooh. Several of the teachers wore surprised expressions. Hoguafen was satisfied with the reactions of the several teachers and continued, the paper exam questions are my own. There is absolutely no way I could have the answers, so this child Lin Luo must have secretly worked hard on his own. English can get a perfect score, language and math, literature and synthesis is working hard, this is the seedling of Qingbei. Chen Koan nodded repeatedly, his mouth was yes yes yes, and his heart was triumphant. The students in his own class were praised so much by the teacher of the class in front of his colleagues, could he not be happy? Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open, and the teachers in the room shivered in fear. Who? Jin Zikong. Chen Koan looked at the heavily panting Jin Zikong and shouted his name without any good reason. Teacher, who? Quick, get help. Jin Zikong's sentence directly scared Chen Koan out of a cold sweat. Rescue. Saving what? Jin Zikong, slow down and tell me what's going on. Who do you want me to save? The other teachers in the room also looked at Jin Zikong nervously. Jin Zikong took a deep breath and struggled to speak clearly. It's Lin Luo. Lin Luo was called to the small garden behind the school by Brother Big Dog. They want to beat Lin Luo. Teacher, you have to go save Lin Luo. If you're late it'll be too late. What? Hit who? Rinlo. By what right? What right do they have? Hoguafen looked like an old cat that had exploded its fur, snapping the table and standing up with a full aura. It's not easy for me, Hoguafen, to find a seedling English scholar, and now someone wants to beat him up. Have you asked me about Hoguafen? Old Chen, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the small garden. That's right, that big dog guy is no good, he's got a black hand. Yes, let's go quickly. Soon, Chen Koan, Hoguafen and a few senior classroom teachers came out of the office building. They were serious and aggressive, and rushed towards the small garden behind the school at a fast pace. The small garden at the back of the school is not very big, and is usually where the teachers who live in the teachers' dormitory go for a walk after dinner. But for the moment a crooked bunch had gathered. These people were wearing school uniforms, but there was something indescribably inferior about them. One was either squatting or standing, heckling, with a cigarette in his hand, and some with a cold, arrogant look. Lin Luo followed behind Jiafei Zhangzhe and had already seen the gang. I've watched too much of that. The path of Blue Star's quest is not a smooth one, although your broken body has been repaired, but when you are in your middle age, your internal true chi is dispersed, and you are seriously lacking in stamina. Please survive the siege of dozens of people. Mission, survive a siege of dozens of people with a weak body. Reward, treasure hunting. Yoo-hoo, come to life. Lin Luo laughed. He suddenly felt that these little monsters were really too cute, rushing up to give away their babies. Good man. Oh, there are quite a few people. Jia Fei and Zhang Jia looked at each other when they heard Lin Luo's breezy voice. Brothers, when we fight later, hide far away. Brother Big Dog, Lin Luo is here. Alerted, Wang Wang, crouching on the flower bed, leaned out and jumped off the flower bed. He squinted with his cigarette in his mouth and sized up Lin Luo with an arrogant face. The 20 or so half-grown boys around him also stood behind him in silence, each with an unkind gaze and a fist in the air. Chapter 10, Treasure Testing Skill in Hand, to be rich. Shout out. I'm the one who's going anywhere, and everyone's looking up to me. I'll never need it. Look back. Turning the tables. Wang Wang led a group of minions and stood in front of Lin Luo in a faction. One of the boys in the back turned off the music on his cell phone. The broken speakers weren't too loud, they just had terrible sound quality. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth twitched slightly as he watched. These guys are monkeys invited to be comedians, aren't they? And a BGM of their own. It's not awkward. Wang Wang tilted his head and looked at this thick-eyed white boy in front of him. The fire in his heart is even bigger. Grass. I hate guys who are taller than me, better looking than me and whiter than me. Wang Wang lifted his chin, his aura was 2 meters 8, tilted his head and looked at Lin Luo with contempt. Kid, you're wild. What, crazy offenses? Lin Luo looked down at Wang Wang, and then looked around the circle with a smirk. Looking at this group of crooked people who were looking at themselves with displeasure made it even more interesting. In fact, he was very skinny in elementary school, often fighting with classmates, calling the teacher every now and then, and going home without getting beaten up. But boys, who grew up watching martial arts movies, have blood in their bones. It wasn't until the year Lin Luo graduated from elementary school that she inadvertently broke a classmate's arm, which cost her family a lot of money. At that time, the family did not blame Lin Luo, just let him pay attention to safety in school in the future, do not fight with classmates. Since then, Lin Luo was much more honest and never fought with anyone again. He knew that it was his mom and dad who were responsible for beating the out of people. But now he had an itchy urge to watch these childish people trying to fight with him. Grass. You, ha. Wang Wang was exasperated and laughed, looking back at his brother behind him. The number of people is also quite a lot. A fierce bar quite bluffing, this little white man even so arrogant. He's really never been beaten. Kid, it's the first time I've seen you so crazy when I've lived this long, and you dare to act like a pussy in front of so many of us. So you've seen it now. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders, slowly and methodically took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned on the video mode. I'm yet. Wang Wang stared at Lin Luo with wide, unbelievable eyes. Do you pretend that we people don't exist? That's right. Lin Luo nodded his head in a serious manner and said. After saying that, he looked at these guys who were already almost unable to suppress and wanted to make a move, and then smiled contemptuously. Just you this group of stinking sweet potatoes rotten bird eggs, in the school can't study well to respect the teacher, back home don't know filial piety parents, into the society can only be the dregs of scum, I just when you don't exist. Is there a problem? I Naya, Ada. Wang Wang can't help it, he screams groggily and lets fly. He really has never suffered this kind of anger. Today I fried sky to help big dog brother must beat this kid his mother do not recognize. As soon as Wang Wang moved, his little followers behind him screamed and did the same. One by one, without speaking of martial virtues, swarmed up and wanted to press Lin Luo down and beat him severely. They used to fight like this, with many against few, pressing a man and kicking and hammering him hard, and that was the end of it. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, his right foot stomped on the ground, and his body swished backwards. By the way, Lin Luo also grabbed Wang Wang's feet. Wang Wang? Hey, me Naya. With one foot on the ground and the other being yanked by Lin Luo, Wang Wang groggily hopped on one leg a few times, but soon, he couldn't keep up with Lin Luo's backwards speed. Oi oi. Jab. Wang Wang was forced to perform a 1-2 and his crotch ripped instantly. Ow. Big dog brother covered his stall with both hands, his eyes glazed over, his eyes popping out, and a wail of pain escaped his throat. Lin Luo held his cell phone in his left hand, and the camera disliked Wang Wang's face and took pictures of all the changes in his expression. Wonderful, I'll post it on the bar for you later so everyone can enjoy it too. Fogweed, loose, 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 loose. Wang Wang's tears were coming down from the pain, his brain was buzzing and he didn't even hear what Lin Luo was saying. Grass, save brother big dog. Go on, him. The gang staggered back up. Seeing this, Lin Luo yanked Wang Wang's feet and lifted him up. Brother big dog, I'll lend you a hand. Ha! Wang Wang couldn't even care about the pain, he only felt a spinning of the sky, then his body was being punched and kicked. Hey, don't, ow. Put me down, ah. Like a large doll toy, Wang Wang was carried in Lin Luo's hand and manipulated at will, perfectly blocking the punches and kicks of his minions. His mournful screams could be heard from a distance. Lin Luo's footsteps were subtle and his body was agile, carrying Wang Wang in a 7-in-7 out under the siege of more than 20 people. Stop, don't fight. Stop fighting. Oh. Stop it all, stop fighting. Wang Wang cried out to stop. He felt that if the fight continued, he was really going to get the beat out of him. This bunch of little brothers is intentional, right? Let you come to fight Lin Luo. How to greet me specifically? Not far away, Hoguefan, Chen Koan and a few senior classroom teachers finally arrived. A few people were far away just now and couldn't really see, but listening to the heartbreaking screams and cries here, they were all terrified. Screaming so loud, it must have been an old beating. Just looking closer, things didn't seem quite right as they thought. Wang Wang's minions stopped, and after a bit of chaos, each one was panting, with footprints on their bodies from being kicked at some point. They all panicked a bit as they watched the teachers arrive. They were all pricks, but they were students after all, and they were still a little intimidated by their teachers. Lin Luo threw Wang Wang to the side as if throwing garbage, the pain Wang Wang a burst of ouch, mouth straight sucking cool air. Lin Luo, are you okay? Where did they hit you? Lin Luo, where do you hurt? Teacher take you to the hospital. Chen Koan and Hoguefan protected Lin Luo in the center with one on the left and one on the right, inquiring with nervous concern while surveying Lin Luo's circumference, wanting to see where Lin Luo was injured. Ha! How come there's not even a speck of dust on Lin Luo? Lin Luo was kinda touched, not expecting the teachers to run here to protect him. Teacher, I'm fine, they didn't hit me earlier. You missed? Chen Koan, Hoguefan, and a few other classroom teachers looked at Lin Luo and then Wang Wang's gang. Each of these guys had disheveled clothes and big footprints on them. Especially Wang Wang lying on the ground, nose and face swollen, jacket was torn open several large slits, crotch also open. Sure they're the ones hitting Lin Luo, not Lin Luo hitting them? This is outrageous. Look at you guys, do you even look like students anymore? Gathering people to fight and bully your classmates, what class are you all in? Then get all your parents over here. At this time, Chen Koan, Hoguefan several teachers aura full open, to Wang Wang gang training with 3 grandchildren like. They all hung their heads and didn't even dare to hum. And Jia Fei Zhangzhe, who was hiding behind the small flower pool, looked at each other and tacitly rolled on the ground, tugging and messing up his clothes again before quietly and silently joining the team that was being reprimanded. Mission, survive a siege of dozens of people with a weak body, reward, treasure hunting, completed. Mission accomplished. Information about the treasure appraisal technique instantly flooded into Lin Luo's mind. Treasure appraisal is the technique of identifying the authenticity of treasures. Lin Luo, who had read novels on treasure appreciation, knew that he was going to be rich. He. Chapter 11 I'm embarrassed to poke you. The Wang Wang guys were taken away by the teachers, and the final outcome will depend on how the teachers and the parents of those guys break their heads. Lin Luo, who was fine, came to this old place with Jin Zikong for a dry meal. This board noodle store is very close to the school. The noodles with alkaline noodles, boiled out of the cool water over again, eat up strong and elastic teeth, coupled with the brine soup authentic, inexpensive, so every day to eat the noodles of the students in an endless stream. The store was full of people at the moment, all students in school uniforms. Some had already finished eating and were chattering away, while others were burying their heads in shivering noodles. Lin Luo and Kong Zi sat across from each other, each shivering their faces. The table was covered with napkins and a handful of rattled garlic cloves sat on top. Jin Zikong ate 2 mouthfuls of noodles, then threw a clove of garlic into his mouth, chewed a few times, seemed to be spicy down the tongue, suddenly shivered violently 2 mouthfuls of noodles, and tears circled in his eyes. Fogweed, this clove of garlic is awesome. Jin Zikong wiped the tears from his eyes and sucked them in. Lin Luo glanced at him. Spicy, you just eat less garlic as a dish. Jin Zikong shivered another mouthful of noodles and said vaguely, you don't understand, if you eat noodles without garlic, half the flavor is missing. Lin Luo rolled his eyes as he listened. That doesn't make you eat garlic pasta. A big bowl of boiled noodles went down quickly. Lin Luo wiped his mouth and looked at Kong Zi still eating, so he asked for a bowl of noodle soup and drank the soup while waiting for the fight to be resolved. Kong Zi liked to eat vinegar, and the noodles were filled with a lethal amount of vinegar for Lin Luo, but he still shivered the noodles like water, and even managed to take a few sips of soup with his normal face. Not Lin Luo, he can't eat anything with vinegar in the noodles. Seeing that Jin Zikong had almost eaten, Lin Luo then spoke. Kanko, thank you for today. Hiya, thanks for nothing, they're all brothers. Kanko finished burping, and the smell of sour vinegar mixed with garlic hit him. Asterisk. Lin Luo dodged in disgust and looked at him somewhat breathlessly. You damn eat garlic even if you are not a vinegar province people, why do you like to eat vinegar so much? Kansi grinned and picked up the vinegar bottle, poured another spoonful of vinegar into his bowl, and stirred it up with his chopsticks, kind of like a little medieval wizard mixing up a wizard's potion. This you do not understand it, eat garlic sterilization, eat vinegar whitening, but also can alleviate aging, the benefits of a lot of Lu. Kanko wasn't exactly dark at best. Growing up, Kanko was always told she looked like a black monkey, so she always had a strong obsession with becoming white. Cut, you stay up less at night. Taoist temple, designated to be able to skin white long life to live to 100 years old. I shucks, you're the one who stayed up all night. Taoist, I'm very innocent, okay? Guess what I believe? Guess if I'm guessing? I guess you guess no. The two of them fought for a while, and seeing that there were still people waiting for a place, they simply checked out and left. When Lin Luo checked out, he took 2 bottles of Coke from the drinks cabinet, 1 Coca and 1 Best. Throwing a bottle of best to Kanko, Lin Luo slipped the Coca-Cola into his pocket. The two of them exited the noodle shop, and Kanko unscrewed the cap of the bottle and filled half of it in one gulp, then let out a long, refreshing burp of contentment, his eyes squinting so much that he couldn't see. Why don't you drink? Jin Zikong asked suspiciously when he saw Lin Luo stuffing the Coke into his pocket. I've just eaten hot, and it's easy to scurry thin with cold. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you didn't say so, I'm halfway through. Who told you to be so fast? At most I'll go bring you paper when you're scurrying. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jin Zikong gave Lin Luo a middle finger and mouthed the words. I won't dilate on the good and the bad, I won't dilate on the good. Lin Luo's ears were good, listening to Kong Zi dejected with the chanting of the mantra, froze and did not have the patience to remind him. Are you cursing yourself? It wasn't much farther, and the two were almost at the entrance to the school. At this time has not yet reached the point of opening the door, many students are crowded in front of the school, looking forward to waiting for the door to open. To say that this school is also sick, it is not afraid that the students will be in danger outside, and every time the students are made to wait for a long time at the entrance. Rinlo! Chu Jiujiao's sweet cry came from the crowd. This cry of Lin Luo instantly caused the lively crowd to become quiet. Everyone's eyes looked at Lin Luo without blinking, surprised, curious, puzzled and shocked. That's Lin Luo. It looks kind of cool. Holy, is this the fierce man? One man took down the entire Flying Sky gang. So handsome. The crowd argued and looked at Lin Luo with admiration and other meanings in their gazes. Chu Jiaojiao pushed her way out of the crowd and rushed close to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, are you alright? Chu Jiaojiao circled around Lin Luo, looking up and down, looking very carefully. Lian Huanhuan, Zhao Manhwa and Chu Jiaojiao were inseparable, so they also followed over and nodded and smiled at Jin Zikong. The guy, Jin Zikong, stood there nodding and giggling with the two of them as if he had been nudged. It's not shyness, it's mainly because Lin Luo said he peed on his hand today in front of both of them. Ringo the puddle. It's ruined my image as a wise and honorable man. Of course I'm fine. Lin Luo smiled and pulled Nurse Xiaochu. Why is this little hand so cold? And clutched it smoothly. Humph, I heard someone say you went to fight someone, you've gotten ahead, you can even fight. Chu Jiaojiao looked at Lin Luo with an angry grunt, her small face slightly bulging like a small goldfish, looking a little cute. Realizing with hindsight that her hand was still being held by Lin Luo, the little Chu girl grunted again and pulled her hand out. Lin Luo looked indifferent and shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing I can do, I've been bullied over the head, I can only fight back, it's called emergency evacuation. Chu Jiaojiao let out another petulant grunt, but the laughter between her brows couldn't be concealed in any way. She came back from dinner with her little sister, and just as she reached the entrance of the school, she heard someone talking about Lin Luo, and then inquired curiously. Only then did he realize that the senior's big dog brother had brought people to beat up Lin Luo, and as a result, in the small garden, more than 20 people were beaten up by Lin Luo alone. Hearing this news, Chu Jiaojiao was startled. While everyone else was marveling at how powerful Lin Luo was, beating 20 people with one, Chu Jiaojiao was worried about whether Lin Luo had been injured. Now that she saw that Lin Luo was not at all, and could still play smart, she was relieved. But thinking that Lin Luo never caused any trouble at school, and that one called Big Dog had to bully him, Chu Jiaojiao's little face was bulging into a small bun. Why did that big dog guy hit you? Of course it's because of you. The toad wants to eat the delicate swan at your table. Who knows, that guy doesn't seem to be in his right mind. After all, whose good guy is named Big Dog? Put. Say it like it is. Oh. Lian Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue watched from the side as Chu Jiaojiao was made to grunt for a while and laugh for a while by Lin Luo, their hearts bursting with yo-yo-yo-do. Who gets it? Getting high on CP up close, it's no more fun than watching a TV show. Ring, ring, ring. Familiar fall whispers. Spring has finally arrived for resident students. Today, Friday, they finally get to go home. The afternoon session was spent in focused review by the teachers. The classroom was in an uproar, being cleaned and set up for the exam. Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue carried their school bags and walked towards the outside of the school arm in arm. The three girls were really close and were inseparable every day at school. Lin Luo put his hands in his pockets and wobbled behind with Jin Zikong. Because of the setup of the exam room, the desks are to be emptied of their contents. Jin Zikong's school bag was stuffed to the brim, and it had to weigh more than 30 pounds when he carried it. Lin Luo wobbles because he doesn't walk properly, while Jin Zikong wobbles purely because his book bag is too heavy. No, you don't have any less in your desk pocket than I do. Why are you so relaxed? Silly me, I'd have brought them back in batches. I didn't even take my book bag when I came over today. Lin Luo dejectedly looked at Jin Zikong, thinking that brother has a storage space, not a storage space. It's a shame that this kind of thing can't be taken out and pretended, it's just a bummer. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I should have known I'd have taken those books back earlier too. Jin Zikong slumped forward in chagrin, the school bag was too heavy for his small body to handle. By the way, tomorrow Saturday, want to go to an internet cafe and hack? You're okay, you're not studying at home for an exam on Monday, you're going to an internet cafe to hack. Hey, with my grades, it's no use reviewing for another 20 days, I'm just parallel class material. Jin Zikong is rather self-absorbed. Anyway, might as well get high first. Makes sense. Lin Luo nodded. Then let's go now. I just happened to go to the internet cafe to check some study materials. Jin Zikong gave Lin Luo a look of contempt. Look up the information. Is that study material you're looking up? I'm embarrassed to poke you. All the way out of the school gates, the dismissed students dispersed as if they were bees coming out of a hive. After Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue waved goodbye, they each got into a small car. They were picked up at home. Lin Luo and Jin Zikong found their cars in the carport and made their way towards the internet cafe. Chapter 12 Please learn to make computers. Matters of Integrity Internet Cafe. Located in a residential neighborhood behind the 18th High School. Don't see that he is also called Thing Chang, but it has nothing to do with that internet cafe. On the contrary, the machine is old and the environment is not so good. Smokers, eaters of instant noodles, can't beat the cursing and keyboarding across the street. There's still a little movie watching in the corner. The whole mess. But because you don't need to swipe your ID card, business is booming and there are no seats for late arrivals. The boys from the 18th grade call it the 18th grade branch school. Students don't know where to go during class time, so come here and absolutely catch them all. It's up to the teachers if they want to come. Lin Luo and Kanzi were lucky enough to pick up a corner double seat. As soon as Jin Zikong entered the internet cafe, he seemed to be a different person, indescribably active, skillfully booting up and logging in. Hey, today I'll let you see my brother's super invincible big sword, 1Q&O squeak. Lin Luo crossed his legs and looked at the system chat box while logging in. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through the survival barrier, and at the same time you've seen the mystery and power of the blue star. You were shocked to discover that this place is different from Qianxing, and has technological products that the people of Daqian call magic treasures. If you want to learn about Blue Star, you must be proficient in Blue Star's various technological treasures. Mission, proficiency in the use of Blue Star's computers. Reward, Black Armored Guards *10 upon return to Dry Star. Ringo? No, is this stupid dog system really stupid or not? It's amazing that it's even learned to draw a big picture. What do you mean? When you return to Dry Star, the Black Armored Guards multiply by 10. It means it doesn't give a at Blue Star. Lin Luo was somewhat speechless. Swish. The computer booted successfully. I have to say, the internet cafe machines are crap, but they boot up really fast and don't lag in games. It has always been Linello's goal to buy a computer that looks like an internet cafe. But then I realized that the internet cafe machines are TM cheats. Jin Zikong's computer was also on, and he skillfully pulled over his headphones and put them on, then logged into Jerkoff while turning on cool music. Log in successfully. Get on the horn, the black rose will bloom again, my big. Jin Zikong's voice ended abruptly. He looked at Lin Luo's computer screen with a confused expression. It's not. Brother, you come true. Jin Zikong looked at Lin Luo was using the browser to check the questions of the previous generations of college entrance exams, directly people numb. He thought Lin Luo was looking up that kind of study material. There was quite a bit of that kind of material on the C drive of his home computer, and he usually waited until no one was home to close the door and study it in secret. You play first, I'll watch something and hack with you later. Lin Luo calmly pushed Kong Zi's head away and said without twisting his head. Okay. Kanko deflated and twisted her head back to start playing on her own. He was seen rubbing his fists and getting excited, then fired up an advanced human machine. Lin Luo had 3 days of unforgettable time, so naturally he couldn't waste it. In the age of the internet, it's easy to do everything. Previous question papers, as well as key questions, and full essays from the entrance exams, and more. Lin Luo was like a dry sponge, frantically soaking up water. After reading the arts content, Lin Luo even looked at the science content. It is said that if you learn some mathematics, science and chemistry, you will not be afraid to go anywhere. The gold of this quote was later elevated to even higher status by the crossover novels. I don't know how many travelers, relying on their little knowledge of mathematics, science and chemistry, travel through the ancient times, dashing and flowing. Liberal arts students at most pretend to be in poetry clubs and greenhouses, but these science majors, directly making salt and sugar, create popping pops and buy ubu. The smarter ones start their own business, the gutless ones find a master to assist them in their business, and all in all make a good living. No, Lin Luo, you're a liberal arts student. Why do you still read physical chemistry? Jin Zikong said blankly. Isn't it common sense that liberal arts students don't take physics? Jin Zikong seriously suspected that Lin Luo was pretending to show himself by looking up this information, and his purpose was to wait for himself to take the initiative to give him the study URL. Dude. Yeah. If you want it, just say so. Lin Luo glanced at Jin Zikong's screen, and sure enough, it was grayed out, otherwise where would he have cared about his side? Just looking around. Just in case you need it later. Fair enough, in case it's useful to cross over. Kanko hemmed and hawed. Jin Zikong is just not good at physics and chemistry, so he chose arts. Liberal arts mainly relied on rote memorization, not as much of a test of brain hardware as mathematics, science and chemistry, and the thing he disliked the most was using his brain. Lin Luo hard a straight call Kong Zi powerful. Feel free to search up on your browser. How to live if you travel to ancient times. In the future, he might go to Qianqing, which was an ancient martial arts world. He's a modern youngster going over there with 2 eyes, and that's not the end of it. Soon the page popped up with several similarly related phrases. Lin Luo randomly clicked into a forum platform and looked at the number of replies, which was quite a lot. To summarize, it's about traveling through ancient times and needing to learn the ancient language, etiquette, survival skills, religion and self-defense skills, and being in a position to carry modern medicines and knowing how to make them if you're not. Crossing strictly drugs, antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, antipyretics, anti-allergics, arsenic antidotes. Someone else recommended going to see the ancient costume crossover drama The Myth of Qin starring Shuai Hu. It's an anticlimax. As long as it's the opposite of what Yi Xiaochuan did, it will work. Lin Luo remembers this one, a large 8-episode ancient costume serial. This TV series was on in 2010, and at first Lin Luo was quite fond of it, and he was quite interested in the subject of crossing over, as he liked to read Netflix novels. But it's a turn-off to female dramas like Love's Provision. Being a traveler, that's the main character. Back in ancient times, even if you don't do something earth-shattering and great, you have to be an exceptionally powerful being. Go back to being in love. Still with the boar skin. Where the Qing not rebel, chrysanthemum set of electric drills have wood. So when he saw that the myth was a traveling theme, Lin Luo chased it every day at the time and especially enjoyed it. Saved Xiang Yu in the opening, beautiful, Tianhu opening. This Xiang Yu is a reckless man, but very righteous, force value explosion and power, is a good big brother. A modern man goes over there, tells him what to do, and the back is steady. However, as the plot unfolded, the more Lin Luo watched, the more he felt something was wrong. Nima, Yi Xiaochuan Yurangon God and Devil. It's okay to travel through ancient times and want to go home, but what do you mean by licking Lu Bang when your big brother Xiang Yu treats you so well? Further back, there are all sorts of disgusting maneuvers that are simply inappropriate. None of the people who were nice to him ended up well, basically dying horribly. The point is that these people didn't have to die in the first place. It's this then, indecisive, not manly at all, big sanctimonious, big. Rinlo rubbed his chin. It's the opposite of Yi Xiaochuan. What Yi Xiaochuan has done. Hugging the thighs of historical figures. Fork it off. Refuse to be a dog and start with me. Rejecting a beautiful woman's backhandedness. Fork it off. This is not something that a man can do. It is recommended that Yi Xiaochuan be severely investigated to see if he is a celestial castrate. Give big brother the woman who likes him. Fork it off. How much does it have to be to do something like this? It is recommended that Yi Xiaochuan be investigated closely to see if he is a cuckold fetishist. Do not form your own forces. Fork it off. In ancient times or the chaotic world, no one under the hand can only be a dog, and there is the risk of being killed at any time to eat meat. Immaculate Heart of Mary. Fork it off. You have to be decisive and absolutely not genocentric, or you may not even get to be a dog. Looking at it this way, Lin Luo felt that he definitely had a great deal of potential when he went to the Chen Star. But for now, the main thing is that you have to make a strong effort to pull the wool over the system while the dog system doesn't react. Chapter 13, you've got a little bit of luck on your side. Winning. Jin Zikong excitedly waved his fist, his body twisting around on the sofa for a while, looking at Lin Luo prettily, wanting to fool around. Lin Luo, see, my great treasure sword is fierce as hell. Lin Luo was reading about ancient etiquette. Because Qianqing and Blue Star are not a world, and Dakian is also unknown ancient times, Lin Luo can only go through all of Blue Star's ancient rituals and randomly match them when the time comes. By the way, go through the ancient history of the Blue Star again, the class hierarchy of each dynasty, the system of court officials and so on. Don't go to Dakian and don't even know the grade of officials, that's not purely funny. Aha, pretty fierce. Lin Luo nodded casually and perfunctorily, glancing at Jin Zikong's settlement screen. Grass, starter mannequin, and died 3 times. And you have the nerve to say you're fierce as hell. Lin Luo, what are you looking at? Documentary. Jin Zikong felt like he really couldn't understand Lin Luo. Usually Lin Luo would only find small movies to watch at the internet cafe. When did he ever watch documentaries? Demons leave, demons leave. Jin Zikong recited a spell to Lin Luo, his hand still drawing a cross on his chest. Lin Luo's mouth tugged at the corners of his mouth at Jin Zikong's tawdry maneuver. You're sick. Grass, I thought you were possessed by a ghost, suddenly becoming so capable of fighting, reading science papers and ancient documentaries in an internet cafe. Are you still Lin Luo? Nonsense, if I'm not Lin Luo, then you're not fatherless. Get lost, ignore you. So, who else could it be if not Lin Luo? Jin Zikong turned back and nodded the next hand. Why do you keep playing mano a mano, play matchmaking? What do you know, I'm increasing my proficiency, messing around with kills in the human game and getting to the real game as well. Well, that makes sense, more practice if you dish. Jin Zikong swallowed back the opposite side of his unfinished explosive kill and completely ignored Lin Luo. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and smiled, opening the next video. Teaching the basics of musical instruments, guqin, xiao and piccolo, pipa, eru and ma tuqin. Because it's all basic instruction, it doesn't go into much depth, just where the instruments come from and how to use them. That's what Ringo needs. It's not like he needs to be proficient, he just needs to know how it works. Look at the instruments and then look at the weapons. Knives, guns, swords, and the like. Again, only read the description and simple directions for use. Thanks to the internet, you can find a lot of good stuff online, such as boxing instruction, weapons instruction, and so on. It's all a simplified version, but you can learn a little bit of the real thing, just less. Lin Luo couldn't forget anything now, so he would write these things down first and then feel them in detail later when he had time. Right, the mission. Lin Luo finished swiping another video, remembered his wool gathering quest, and then looked at the system chat box. Mission, proficiency in the use of Blue Star's computers, reward, Black Armored Guards *10 upon return to Dry Star, completed. Amazed face, / It's a dog system pie in the face, but it's just fun to have managed to wool gather the system again. Kanko, it's almost time to go back. Lin Luo saw his machine pop up with an alert that it was almost time. If you don't renew it, it turns off automatically after a while. Jin Zikong, who had just finished this round, also saw the message alert and couldn't help but scratch his head. He was feeling good today, putting up C's, and was thinking of playing a match to show off his true skill coming in. But his allowance was cut off, and the money for internet access was all on Lin Luo's treat. $5 an hour was not expensive though, nay his pockets were cleaner than his face. Well, I'm back in. Are you coming out tomorrow? Jin Zikong couldn't get enough of looking at Lin Luo and said, well, I'm going to go around Old Street tomorrow. Jin Zikong's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Luo's and he's thinking about which internet cafe he'll meet at tomorrow for a duo hacking battle. But when he heard Lin Luo's later words, the light in his eyes instantly went out. Old Street? Isn't that where they sell antiques and old stuff? Next door is a market for flowers, birds, fish and old furniture. His grandfather was especially fond of going there. What are you doing on Old Street? Used to be a happy weekend double team with me. To make money, of course. What are you waiting for if you've gained the art of treasure appreciation and you're not going to pick up the pieces and get rich? Lin Luo has read a lot of treasure identification novels, What Golden Eyes, Perspective Eyes, and now it is his turn, of course, to catch some tight. But it's not something to talk about. My dad's birthday is coming up, so I'm going to go around Old Street and see if there's a suitable gift for him. I'm not ashamed to say that I've read thousands of novels, and the lies come out of my mouth. How's that for a reason? It makes sense. But who hasn't read thousands of novels? Going to Old Street to pick out a gift? Jin Zikong suddenly looked Lin Luo up and down with a suspicious expression, his eyes extraordinarily scrutinizing. Lin Luo, you wouldn't have seen too much urban perspective and want to go pick up and meet beauty, would you? Can you see through now? What's the name of the system? Grass, is it so easy to get caught? You've read too many novels, you can think of something so outrageous. Right on cue, the computer went black, and with a breathless look, Lin Luo got up and left. Hey, wait for me, the book bag is heavy. Can you do it, fine dog? Bah, dude's hard. Bump, ******* dish. When I got out of the internet cafe, I felt a rush of refreshment. Internet cafes in the pandemonium and not ventilated, the smell of smoke and stinky feet mixed with the smell of noodles, a kind of into the old pickle factory feeling. Spend a lot of time in there and your brain is buzzing. There was a row of cars set up outside the internet cafe, densely packed together. Lin Luo dragged his broken bike around the corner, unlocked it, and was just about to get on and leave. Suddenly heard Jin Zikong suddenly gave a cry, called but a tearing heart and lungs. What's wrong? Lin Luo looked away in confusion. Jin Zikong was on the verge of tears, pointing to his battery car with a sad face, ********* his mother, they stole my battery. Ha! Lin Luo rolled out of the car and walked over to Jin Zikong's side to take a look, but no, the discharge bottle was empty. Come out to the $5 internet, and the $500 battery is gone. There's no one else's luck in that. You boys are a bit of back luck on your side. What now? Jin Zikong looked at his battery car and cried without tears. I was thinking of coming out tomorrow to surf the net, but now that the battery has been stolen, I'm struggling to get home. And when he got home, he had to face the mixed doubles of his mom and dad. Just thinking about it made Jin Zikong's scalp tingle. Lin Luo stroked his chin and looked up at the entrance of the internet cafe. There were cameras. It was reasonable to see who was stealing the battery at the entrance. But dropping cars and batteries in front of cybercafes, the cafes usually don't care. After all, there's a note on the door to take care of the loss. At this time, Lin Luo saw Jin Zikong's school bag, bulging with money, and immediately brightened up. There, give me your book bag and let's go find the internet cafe owner. Ah, will this work? Jin Zikong subconsciously felt that this wouldn't work. The boss of this black internet cafe is big and thick, with tattoos of dragons and tigers, which can be scary to look at. If you can't, you have to. Lin Luo carried Jin Zikong's school bag and took a step inside. Although Jin Zikong was scared, he gritted his teeth and followed Lin Luo. A good brother stands up for himself, he can't shrink back and be a turtle. Lin Luo pushed open the door of the internet cafe, and in an instant, all sorts of pandemonium, again, hit his face. Behind the counter of the internet cafe sits a sisterly head with fancy dyed hair, which when photographed is a stalwart of the non-mainstream. The little receptionist was studying her makeup with a small mirror, and I don't know how, but it was painted horribly. Maybe her makeup wasn't done and she wasn't in a beautiful mood. Lin Luo didn't even raise her head when she arrived at the counter. $5 an hour, 20 for the night. With a smile piled on his face, Lin Luo hugged his school bag and lowered his voice, ghostly. Sister, do you take batteries here? Chapter 14. Then you guys are really nice. The little receptionist raised her head and stared at Lin Luo with eyes like she was looking at her. This is an internet cafe, a place for surfing the net for pleasure, and you're asking me if I take batteries? $5 for internet access and 20 for the night. The small receptionist looked at the fact that Lin Luo was quite a creamy little handsome looking man. Her tone was a few points better, and she repeated the charges. Holding his book bag, Lin Luo leaned over the counter and approached this little receptionist with a crooked body, continuing to playfully smile. Oops, pretty lady, we just went online and spent all our money, but we still want to play. Can we use the battery to cover the internet bill? After saying that, Lin Luo patted the book bag in his arms. It's bulging and it's kinda like that. The little handsome man called me pretty missy. Hey. Little receptionist fancy face squeeze out eating smile. Little brother, if you lack of money with sister say it. A moment to accompany sister to sing. Sister for you to pay for the internet, want it? Fog weed. He's here to get a word in edgewise. He's not trying to get himself involved. Missy, I'm a seller. Just say if you want the battery, if not I'll look elsewhere. Ringo said making a move to leave. Hey. Wait, I don't take batteries here, but I know a place that does. Okay. Hooked. Lin Luo's feet lurched and he leaned back playfully. Miss, tell me the address, I'll go sell the battery and then come back to treat you to some spicy hot pot. The small receptionist was quite pleased with Lin Luo and threw a wink before taking out a business card from the counter. Nah, go out and turn right 200 meters, there's a scrapyard, take this business card and show it to him, he'll take your battery. When you come back with the money, sister will treat you to seafood. Fogweed, there really is a mole. Wow. Thanks Missy, just give me a minute, soon. Lin Luo took the business card and gave her a flying kiss before holding her school bag and walking quickly towards the outside. Jin Zikong stood back and stared stupidly at this. He thought that Lin Luo came in to play rough with the internet cafe owner, but it turned out that Lin Luo taught him a good lesson. After leaving the internet cafe, Jin Zikong still felt a bit unreal. Lin Luo, when did you become so smart? Che, do you think I read The Art of War for nothing? This is called creating something out of nothing, a secret position, plus a beautiful man's plan. Jin Zikong scratched his head and thought for half a day without knowing how to describe it, so he gave a thumbs up, awesome. So what do we do next? Lin Luo shook the business card in his hand and grinned. The next step is to close the door and kill with a borrowed knife. Jin Zikong scratched his head again. He felt like Lin Luo's words tickled his brain hearing what was going on. What do you mean? Idiot, if you have a problem in school go to the teacher, outside, if you have a problem go to Uncle Dan. Oh, but we don't have any proof. The fact that he collects batteries is incriminating. Push up your battery and come with me. Oh who? 200 meters to the right out of the internet cafe. This is a scrapyard hidden in a residential area. Two dimly lit huts, a bearded, small, middle-aged man sitting on a small horse-drawn stool in the doorway, reading a large book in his hand. On the cover of the large book was an alluring woman with the words, "My Magical Mistress." This is a very powerful novel. There was also an old van parked in front of the cabin. The van cabinet door was open, some miscellaneous old goods could still be seen inside, and a kilogram scale was placed on the floor. Boss, do you take bicycles? Lin Luo playfully inquired after seeing the other party. The owner looked up at the worn-out bike that Lin Luo was pushing. $20. Holy, you sold me one for $20. Lin Luo exaggeratedly groaned in a way that looked like your price was too outrageous. Sell it or not, sell it. The boss muttered something under his breath, going back down to his book. Hey, boss man, I've got a battery here, do you want it? Ringo asked again, and patted the black book bag sitting in the car basket. Jin Zikong stood back pushing the battery cart with the missing battery, nervously watching Lin Luo and the recycling station owner talk, afraid of being punched. But he had this nervous, raw-eyed look, like he was a thief. The boss impatiently looked up at Lin Luo and was just about to say no when he saw Lin Luo holding a business card in his hand. Yoo-hoo! There are tokens. Come inside and say it. After the boss finished speaking, he got up and headed towards the inner room. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows, knowing that this was half done. Kanko, what are you waiting for? Take your book bag and follow me. Lin Luo waved to Jin Zikong, then led the way inside. Jin Zikong hurriedly picked up his school bag and carefully followed Lin Luo's ass. The house was poorly lit and clutter was piled everywhere. Lin Luo's gaze was also scanning around. Treasure hunting, activate. With a thought, Lin Luo felt small translucent characters appear on top of all the items around him. But there was so much stuff, and these little words were so densely packed, that it was a bit dizzying to read for a while. Crunch! The owner of the recycling station pushed open a small door, behind which turned out to be a small courtyard. There was the sound of noisy rowing in the courtyard. When I went in, there were 4 big bald guys eating an open barbecue. Next to him a small man was in charge of the barbecue, the broken bushel fan in his hand fluttering, sweating like a pig in the heat because he was so close to the fire. On the table were lamb kebabs, a large loin, and a cut-up watermelon fruit plate. A bottle of beer each, and a dozen bottles lying crookedly on the floor. Apparently they've been eating for a while. Grass, dashing. Lin Luo praised admiringly in his heart, then his gaze fell on the necks of these 4 bald men. Each of these 4 bald men had a string of gold chains around their necks. Solid gold necklace, value, 3,920. Gold-covered silver necklace, value, 1030. Solid gold necklace, value, 4,050. Sand gold necklace, value, 250. Oh ho, this treasure hunting, it's something. Lin Luo's heart was happy, and the moment Jin Zikong in the back saw these big, thick, bald men, he immediately became a little weak in the legs. The entry of Lin Luo's few people made the few bragging and farting bald men stop, all craning their necks to survey Lin Luo and Jin Zikong. Lao Zhou, what do these 2 little kids do? A bald man asked, exhaling a cigarette and narrowing his eyes. The small middle-aged man who had brought Lin Luo and Jin Zikong over replied, Brother Wang, this brat is holding a business card and came over to sell electric batteries. Oh. A few bald guys heard that it was a battery seller and lost interest, continuing to eat and drink with kebabs. Okay, then old Joe, you go and do it, the usual rules. After this bald guy named Wang finished, he wasn't going to bother. The one called Old Joe looked at Lin Luo. Little brother, come with me. Lin Luo nodded and suddenly asked, just now my buddy came over to sell a piece of battery and told me that you guys are giving high prices here, is that true? Without the slightest defense, Lao Zhou nodded and smiled and casually said, that's for sure, other places give up to 200, we give 250. Lin Luo smiled and glanced at the wood-like Jin Zikong behind him. Then you guys are really nice. Chapter 15 It's impossible to work part-time. Old Joe led Lin Luo and Jin Zikong to a hut in the corner of the courtyard. There was a lot of stuff piled up in the house and batteries were everywhere on the floor. Well, get the batteries out. I'll see what they're made of. Lithium batteries are a little more expensive. Lead batteries don't even fetch a price these days. As old Joe spoke, his eyes went to the school bag in Lin Luo's hand. This bag is bulging. A look is not light. This young man is quite strong. Carry so half a day are not tired. Hee, this battery is similar to the one my buddy sold earlier. Lin Luo said as his eyes swept around. Old Joe pointed to the corner of the house. On that piece, just now your friend took over to sell. I gave 250. If it is similar to this piece, I will give you 260. In the future you have a battery, but also to me here to take it. Old Chow looked like I'd pay a big price for your heart. Jin Zikong looked at the piece of battery in the corner, and the man was dumbfounded. There you go. My brother's a real cowboy. What's with the brain? But this is also too outrageous. Pointed. Internet cafe door to steal the battery, internet cafe next door to collect battery, sold the battery to go online, no money and then go to the door to steal the battery. The industry chain closed the loop isn't. Good lord, there are quite a few electric batteries here. Lin Luo said as if he was lamenting. That's for sure. Can you do this job without some strength? Anyway, no matter how many batteries you get in the future, just send them to me, you can eat them all. Old Joe was very confident and patted his chest and said with a smile. Okay, I remember. Lin Luo fished his cell phone out of his pocket and pointed the camera at Old Joe, then took another round of shots of the surrounding batteries before turning off the video. No, little brother, what do you mean by that? The smile on Old Joe's face froze from the moment Lin Luo took his cell phone out. Something doesn't seem quite right about the situation. Don't panic, boss, I see that you're quite powerful here, and I'm ready to introduce you to a big business. The way Lin Luo swore made Old Joe puzzled for a moment. Introducing big business? Is there a misunderstanding? This young man has a gang? It's not impossible. Youngsters nowadays are so bold and reckless that they might even be able to take on a big job. Ha, that's even better. Let's work together and make it bigger and stronger. Old Chow grinned. Lin Luo nodded and dialed a number. Hey, Uncle I Lin Luo, yes, you bring the goods over here, this side is quite powerful, said all can be eaten. Lin Luo hung up without saying a few words, then looked at Old Joe who was laughing his eyes off. Boss, get ready, I'm sending someone over. Old Joe smiled more enthusiastically, and rubbed his hands together excitedly, asking expectantly, little brother, how many specific goods are on your uncle's side? These batteries can be sold as new as long as they are refurbished. $250 to collect them and $500 to sell them is a windfall. The downside is that the supply has been inconsistent. If this chap's team can provide a steady supply, then they'll make a fortune. Oh, boss, we have more energy than you can imagine. Oh. Lin Luo patted Old Joe's shoulder and smiled a little impishly. Jin Zikong couldn't even hold back a snort of laughter afterward. The two of them laughed and Lao Zhou was a little confused. What's so funny about that? It's so strange to be a youngster these days. Suddenly, there was a loud thud from outside. The small door to the yard was kicked in. Two middle-aged men in uniform rushed into the yard ahead of the others, followed by two youngsters. Freeze! Stop! Hands on your head, crouch down. The four bald guys who were jerking off were taken aback. When they saw the uniformed ones, they immediately jumped up and tried to run like a mouse seeing a cat. But these four bald guys drank a lot of beer and got up too hard, they couldn't even stand up. Where could they run, so they were quickly held down. Old Joe in the room was dumbfounded, and before he could react to what was happening, his person was held down by Lin Luo. Joe, don't move, be honest. Soon, Lin Luo pushed Old Joe, whose brain was blank, out of the hut. Jin Zikan looked at Old Joe's expression of hitting a ghost and couldn't help but let out a give-and-take laugh behind him, and those who didn't know thought that he had been possessed. Boss, didn't expect that, did you? Brain buzzing. I told you to steal my battery. Serves you right. Uncle Chu, here's another one. Lin Luo shouted with a smile at the uniformed uncle leading the group. Chu Jianjun turned his head and saw that Lin Luo was unharmed, and only then did a serious national face ease a few points. When he rushed in just now and didn't see Lin Luo, he was terrified and thought something had happened to Lin Luo. You kid really scared me, next time something like this happens, I'm sure I won't promise you. Chu Jianjun said, waved his hand to the two youngsters, and then a young uniformed boy walked over and handcuffed Old Joe. Old Chow was still in a bit of disbelief until he was handcuffed with bracelets on his hands. Lin Luo was holding the battery, holding the token, a face that didn't look like a good student. How did he become a thunderbolt? He also gave Thunder an unsolicited price increase. Hey, it's okay. Lin Luo said with a smile and pointed to the small dark room in the back. The batteries are all in there, I've probably looked around, there must be more than 30 of them, and by the way, Jin Zikan's battery is in there too. Oh, just do a check-in and you can just carry it away. Then thank you Uncle Chu. Oh, and also, I recorded the video on my cell phone. These people admitted that they collect electric batteries, and also said that they can eat as much as they want. Chu Jianjun's eyes lit up and praised, your kid is really good, having a video can save us a lot of things. He saw that Chu Jianjun's usually unsmiling stay-type face, his smile brightened a few more points, and his eyes looked at Lin Luo with a few more points of appreciation. This child's brain is really smart but also bold and careful, physical fitness is also very good, in the future is definitely a good material to do public security. It turned out that Lin Luo and Jin Zikan hadn't acted directly after leaving the internet cafe. He remembered Chu Jiajiu said before, her second uncle is the old police, in the neighborhood area, young time to catch thieves can be very powerful, it is said to have taken the third-class merit. So Lin Luo directly called Chu Jiajiu and asked for Chu Jianjun's contact information. Chu Jianjun just happened to be on duty today, received a call from Lin Luo, listened to him briefly say the situation. Chu Jianjun directly brought people over. Oi, little brother, you don't talk about martial arts how dare you lie to me? Old Joe looked at Lin Luo with tears in his eyes and broke his defense. I trusted you so much and tried to make you a lot of money, but you turned out to be thunder. If he had known, he would have left Lin Luo alone, read a book at the door, and waited until the evening when the door was closed to enjoy a beer kebab, albeit someone else's leftovers. Now it's good to have a pair of silver bracelets and to go in on the sewing machine. You still aggrieved on? If you have hands and feet, why don't you just go to work and break the law? Chu Jianjun glared at Old Joe and reprimanded in a stern tone. Old Joe, wearing a silver bracelet on his wrist, did not blush at Chu Jianjun's words, but instead scratched his chin and said as a matter of course, it's impossible to work part-time, it's impossible to work part-time in this life, and it's impossible to do business and not know how to do it, so it's just a way to make a living. Fart. I think you're just lazy. Chu Jianjun chortled and waved his hand, take them all back. Yes, master. Yes, Team Chu. Chapter 16, you call $100,000 a car? Good news, Donnie Yin's battery was lost and found. Bad news, the electric car was broken into. But compared to losing $500 in pain, the money to fix the battery car is nothing. Chu Jianjun pulled out $20 and let the roadside car repair master repair the car. It's a good thing it's not too late, or people would be closing up. Jin Zikang squatted bitterly on the side of the road to watch the car mechanic repair his car. Lin Luo had wanted to bolt, but Chu Jianjun wanted to pull him along to the station. This is not a simple matter today, hitting a stolen goods den and a black internet cafe that is a partner of the stolen goods den. Along with the ones caught out in the Matters Matter internet cafe, there are more than a dozen of them, and the harvest is not small. As the person who reported the crime as well as a good citizen who helped solve the case, Lin Luo has to follow the police to the office to make a statement. The 3 police cars went away in a low-profile manner, leaving Jin Zikang and the car mechanic on the street. People come and go on the streets, the streetlights are dimly lit, they are all-night people returning from a hard day's work. Jin Zikang squatted on the side of the road, bored, watching the car mechanic skillfully repairing his car, and wanted to strike up a conversation. A sudden jerk of the brain. What kind of work do you do, master? The car repair master's hand movement was a beat, his face was expressionless. No, it should be a puzzled expression as he looked up at Jin Zikang. Little brother, do you want to repeat what you said? Silence. And yet it was deafening. At night the south side is brightly lit, and for some, the nightlife has just begun. After Lin Luo finished making a statement at the police station, he was again dragged by Chu Jianjun to eat dinner at the cafeteria. Don't tell me, the food of civil servants is delicious. After dinner, Chu Jianjun personally drove Lin Luo home. Kobayashi, it's time to go to college next year, isn't it? Chu Jianjun, who was driving the car, asked smilingly. Well, there's more than 6 months to go. Are you interested in taking the police academy? Your condition is good in every aspect, I think highly of you yo. Lin Luo sat in the passenger seat, smiled and scratched his head. For the time being, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see the scores of the college entrance exam then. In the past, he was not good at school. If he could go to the police academy, he could wake up laughing in his dreams. But now it was different. He had the olden system. Even if he didn't cross the dry star in the future, he would be able to make a good living. There was no need to go and fight for $2,000 or $3,000. Chu Jianjun laughed and didn't continue the topic, instead asking about Chu Jiaojiao. Are you and Jiao Jiao friends yet? Cough cough. Uncle Chu, what are you talking about? The two of us are just classmates. At most we are at the same table and have a better relationship. Oh, same table. Chu Jianjun gave Lin Luo a meaningful look. So you like her? No, Comrade Chu, you're trying to induce a confession. I couldn't tell you even if I liked it. What if you're suing your parents later? Ha, that's right, have a good feeling, ha. Lin Luo laughed dryly. Just have a good feeling, what's that song about? Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still think of you tomorrow, the one who used to cry the most? After the old Chu sang, he seemed to lament the past and patted the steering wheel. If you like to boldly go after the kid, do not wait for the future, leaving regrets, or that, I am very optimistic about you yo. Air. Lin Luo's embarrassed feet were picking out 4 rooms, 3 baths with a small outdoor garden. Jussie, you're the Xing constable. You know you're not in tune with any of your own songs, right? What, my niece is so pretty you don't want to? Seeing that Lin Luo didn't say anything, Chu Jianjun raised his eyebrows in a pressurized manner. Aha, how can it? But now is not the study is important. Say later, hey, on the front of that neighborhood. Uncle Chu, you put me here on the line. Lin Luo pointed to the intersection in front of him. I want to get off. This Uncle Chu is too scary. Soon the police car pulled up to the side of the road. Bye Uncle Chu. Lin Luo dropped this sentence and got out of the car in a mess, waving bye-bye as he fled. In the police car, Chu Jianjun watched Lin Luo run all the way into the district, laughed, and was about to drive when his cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Jianjun took out his cell phone and connected the call. Hey, Dad, how'd it go with Ringo? You didn't reveal anything, did you? Chu Jiaojiao's sweet voice came out, full of concern. Oh, Jiao, this little boyfriend of yours is quite good. There was silence on the other side of the phone for 2 seconds. That's just the way it is. Lin Luo's house. Lin Luo obediently sat on the chair, looking at the front with 3 halls of the trial like mom and dad, told the events of today. Lin Jianjian was holding the 7 wolves, and Zhang Shuahua was holding the chicken feather duster. The 2 lords looked at each other and silently put down the torture device in their hands. Good lord, my son can run into so many things in a day when he goes to school. Son, it's not like mom and dad won't let you do good things, and you're old enough to be safe out there in the future, and even more so to protect yourself. Zhang Shuahua spoke in a serious tone. Well, don't worry mom, if there's really any danger, I'll be the first to run. Lin Luo nodded repeatedly and said seriously. Granted, one can't think of oneself as too important, and the earth will continue to turn without anyone. But Ringo knew that the sky would have to fall on this family without him. Mom and dad can't take the hit. So Lin Luo not only for himself, but also for the sake of his mom and dad, beyond the scope of his own ability, he refused all the things. Okay, it's getting late, so don't ask so many questions. Son, have you had dinner yet? Lin Jian asked Lin Luo Dao, ready to end today's family meeting and take an early rest. I've eaten. I ate in the cafeteria at the institute. I found that civil servants are good. The food in the cafeteria is rich and tasty. In the future, I want to have the opportunity. I will also go to be a civil servant. Lin Luo dejectedly talked about what he ate at the institute. He certainly wasn't trying to become a civil servant, he was just changing the subject. As expected, Lin Jian and Zhang Shua's nervousness soon disappeared completely, smilingly looking at Lin Luo. Just you kids still take the civil service exam, get a good college first. That's right, there's less than a year left, so work hard and when you get into college, Dad will bite the bullet and buy you a car. Comrade Lao Lin is starting to paint the cake. Lin Luo tilted her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Lin Jian, as if she was looking forward to it. Dad, are you serious? That's for sure, Dad's a man of his word. Comrade Lao Lin at this moment resembled the image of when he drew a big cake and coaxed Lin Luo with snacks to get 100% on the test. Then buy $100,000 car when the time comes? Lin Luo asked tentatively with a raised eyebrow. You call $100,000 a car? If you want to buy one, buy a good one. Comrade Lao Lin waved his hand. Think again, son. Then I want the big G. Ahem, a few $1,000,000 car. Brat, you want old dad to die. Hey, you told me to think about it, but you denied it. But Comrade Lao Lin, your pattern doesn't work either. You can't even be bothered to draw a bigger pie. No wonder you're still a small manager after all these years. Forget it then. When I have some time, I'll buy you a big G. It's a kind of son's filial honor. Lin Luo is confident that as long as the old street is not too pitiful, a street of fakes, he has treasure appreciation. Picking up money is not easy. Go go go, take a shower and go to bed, don't bull asterisk 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 me with your dad, the big G you bought burns a few batteries. Lin Jianzhuang didn't believe Lin Luo's words. Kid, the 3 piggy banks only add up to $256.56. It's more like buying me cigarettes, and you're buying the big G. Mom, look at my dad, he despises people. Yes, Mom help you clean him up, hurry back to bed. Zhang Shuihua was perfunctory, waving her hand at Lin Luo before pulling Comrade Lao Lin up and leaving. Lin Luo was relieved and smiled as she watched the old couple go back to the house. Mom's still good to me. Look at the look of horror and sadness on Pop's face. Just be comfortable. Mom, come on. Chapter 17 Lo, open the door, I'm Kanzi. A good night's sleep. Ring, ring, ring. A crisp ringing of an incoming cell phone call suddenly came from Lin Luo's room, breaking the quietness of the room. Sleeping in a daze, Lin Luo's eyes did not even open. A hand reached out and accurately grabbed the culprit of the noise. Hello? Who's there? Lin Luo's voice is lazy, his tone is unpleasant, and it sounds like he hasn't woken up yet. Lo, open the door, me Kanzi. Grass. Kangzi, are you alright? It's only 6:30, you're crazy. Lin Luo squinted and looked at his cell phone screen. It was only 6:30. He was so angry that he almost went through along with his cell phone and gave Zhen Zikong a big pussy all over. Hey, early to bed, early to rise the body is good understand. Not you said today you wanna go to the old street to pick a birthday gift for uncle. I'm at your door, come open the door. You wait. As soon as Lin Luo heard that Kong Zi was at the door, he directly scurried up, not caring about putting on his shoes, and directly rushed out of the bedroom. Wow! Lin Luo opened the security door and saw Zhen Zikong standing outside the door with a smile on his face. Nah, I brought you breakfast. Zhen Zikong lifted the bag he was carrying in his hand. The aroma of meatloaf. These days, the supreme meatloaf is only $5.05, meat cake crispy plus egg plus bean cutlet, gaga fragrance, eat the pumping mouth or not loose the kind of mouth. But if the meat bun had appeared 1 second later, Lin Luo's slap would have already been on his face. It's not a good thing to do nothing. Lin Luo bristled and moved out of the way of the doorway. Zhen Zikong smiled and entered the house, closing the door with his backhand. Change your own slippers. Lin Luo took the breakfast from his hand and went straight to the living room. Bro, yesterday you helped me retrieve the battery and saved me from a beating. Buddy is here to thank you today. Zhen Zikong changed his shoes and followed Lin Luo. Thanks? I've already received breakfast, so you can go home. No. I'm also responsible for being your driver today. Zhen Zikong said, pulling out his own battery-operated car keys and jiggling them. My battery car is fully charged, enough for us to make 2 round trips. Just then, Comrade Lao Lin came out of the house, looking like he hadn't woken up either, with a tired look on his face. Who's here? Yo, it's Kanko. Hello uncle, I've come to find Lin Luo to go out and play. Zhen Zikong had come to Lin Luo's house to dine before, so he wasn't formal, and when he saw old Lin, he greeted him as if he were a good student. Oh, it's okay to go out, don't go to the water. Don't worry uncle, we'll go to the old street. That's fine. Old Lin nodded, yawned again, and went back inside, holding his old back. I'm getting old, I can't afford to sleep too late and get up too early. Also, the bed is so soft that it hurts my back to sleep. When old Lin went back to the house, Zhen Zikong lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, Luo, Uncle Lin went cattle stealing last night? Why do you look so tired? Goddamn stealing cows. Lin Luo's mouth twitched, gave Zhen Zikong a blank stare, and lazily ignored him as he went to the restroom to brush his teeth. Zhen Zikong hemmed and hawed and drilled into the Lin Luo house. Lin Luo's house wasn't big, a bed, a closet, and a desk pretty much filled it up. The bookshelf on the desk was filled with books, all the books from Lin Luo's first year of elementary school to his current senior year of high school were on it. The table is cluttered with Tang and Song poems, encyclopedias, Tiangong Keifu, Kanchi dictionary, computer language, 3 days to learn the language of the footbath chicken, 3 days to learn the language of the stick, Sun Tzu's art of war, the 36 stratagems, spring and autumn, the warring states, the Zhoui plum blossom, the yellow emperor's internal canon, the human body meridian diagram, the compendium of materia medica, the 1,000 gold formula on the Qing dynasty large hole in, the true scripture, and so on. Dozens of books to read. Zhen Zikong looked straight. Lo, you're too good to read such a variety of books. Just look. Lin Luo returned with a mouthful of froth, slurring his words. Can you read this thing? Zhen Zikong picked up the thick Zhou and flipped through it. It was as good as encrypted. Although it was all in Chinese characters, it added up to a complete confusion of what it said. Lin Luo naturally couldn't read it, so he was prepared to go to the old street today to see if there were any relevant books, and directly hoard out. He can't forget it anyway. The old street place is also full of old books, some of which the library doesn't even carry. Now Lin Luo was firstly to improve and strengthen himself, and secondly to prepare for traveling across the Dry Star, so reading more books and learning more about things would be the right thing to do. Lin Luo spat out the froth in his mouth and faintly said, I can't read it, but I feel like I've grown a brain lately, and I learn fast when I read things, so I'll look at it more. Awesome. Zhen Zikong gave a thumbs up before putting down Zhou and picking up the game console that was eating dust in the corner and fiddling with it. Lin Luo brushed his teeth and washed up without hurrying, and when he was done, he found a clean outfit in the closet to change into. Looking at Jin Zikong, playing Tetris, 600 points to play himself to death, is also a talent. Stop playing and get ready to go. Lin Luo took the meat sandwich brought by Jin Zikong, and with a bottle of AD calcium in his pocket, he threw a bottle to Jin Zikong and greeted him as he set off. The Old South Side, as soon as you hear the name, you know it's the place to mash up the old stuff. Gold in times of chaos, antiques in times of prosperity. With the country strong in recent years, as well as the rise of network novels and the treasure text, antique jade is also gradually more people are familiar with. There's always someone who thinks they're the chosen one who can pick up the slack and make a lot of money. The result is to fall into a pit and become a leak. Curbside construction site 6-piece set, a clear-eyed person can see that it is a fake, the workmanship of the garbage to the point of rotten, but there are still people who believe that it is an antique, will spend money to buy. And while Old Street is where the leaks are cut, it sells things that look a little more upscale than the site 6-pack. Still worthless fakes though. Jin Zikong rode a battery car, Lin Luo sat in the back seat, ate meat buns, drank AD calcium, and killed all the way to the Old Street. It's Saturday, but there's still a lot of traffic on the roads early in the morning. The bus was packed with old men and women going to grab discounted groceries. Those who work a single day off still have to work today, those who work a double day off have to work overtime, and the hard-pressed students go to cram schools. One word was written on everyone's faces. Tired. After more than half an hour of running on a battery-operated bicycle, the two Lin Luo people finally arrived. The Old Street's pagodas were made fancy and ancient, and there were already stalls hawking at the entrance. It's early in the day, but there are a lot of people here on the weekends. Locking the battery car, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong stepped into the Old Street. Here is a pedestrian street, on both sides are stores in front of the stalls, people come and go very lively. The floor stalls are the kind of floor stalls that are basically available at the sites. There is a wide range of old coins, yuan datu, copper ornaments, various strings and whatnot. Of course there were whole jobs, a fat guy pulling a 3-wheeled crate selling old tapes. There was also a bowl of halibut in his hand. Dude's been watching too much Southeast Point wax. Ouch, for sheep. Jin Zikong with never seen the world as if, suddenly pointing to the front of the stall on a bronze excitedly said, "Lo, buy this is awesome. I remember it Shangzhou." History textbooks have talked about the bronze ceremonial vessels used for rituals in the late Shang period. But it was from junior high school, and Jin Zikong had pretty much forgotten about it. Lin Luo laughed, "What Shangyo? I think it's last week." Before Jin Zikong could say anything, a few passing pedestrians around him snorted. "Last week could be okay." The ground stall owner's dead fish eyes glanced at Lin Luo and Jin Zikong, his lips moved, and although he didn't make a sound, Lin Luo could see that he was talking about silly batches. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, "You're not even letting people talk about it when you're ing selling fake goods." In his mind, he murmured, "Treasure appraisal, activate." Next. All the items in Lin Luo's eyes were labeled with translucent characters. The prices displayed behind the label. Glass strings, $2. Imitation silver dollar, $2. Copper imitation coin, $2. Imitation gold bracelet, $2. Gold bracelet, $3,500. You're a $2 store. It's either glass or imitation, it's all fake. Huh, wait a minute. Lin Luo blinked as she looked towards a burnt black bracelet on the floor stand. It's not wrong, it's actually labeled as a gold bracelet, worth $3,500. Chapter 18 Mamma mia, this is not a good thing to wear. In your middle age, you traveled across the blue planet with a crippled body. Although you recovered your health through unremitting efforts and were admitted to the Blue Planet Academy, you were left with no body, and all your clothes, food, shelter and transportation were trapped. It is imperative that you earn silver to take care of your daily needs. Mission, earn Blue Star Silver, reward, Fountain of Eternal Spring Kung Fu. Yoo-hoo! The dog system is about to get woolly again. Linello's eyes brightened as he looked at that carpet. The owner of this stall was a middle-aged fat man who looked greasy and huffy and a little bald. He was sitting on a small mat, fidgeting with a numb and rye walnut in his hand, and rubbing the walnut against his face from time to time. This walnut's a little dirty for him to dish out. Lin Luo, what kind of gift are you going to buy for Uncle? Kang Zi saw that Lin Luo had been staring at that floor stand and then asked, thinking to help analyze it. Look around first, and if there's something fun and interesting, buy it. Lin Luo said, taking 2 steps to the ground stall. Kanko followed behind, sticking her head out to curiously look at the goodies on the stall. These big gold bracelets, they look festive. This yuan datu is not bad either, it looks just like the real thing. Hey, there's a jade seal here, my god, golden jade, the jade seal of passage. Hey. Jin Zikong and Lin Luo are not too loud, but quite annoying. The owner of the ground stall sat on a small pony, listening to Jin Zikong and Lin Luo yakking, his impatience not hidden at all. You two buy or not, if not you go around somewhere else, don't affect my business here. The stall owner said impatiently. Jin Zikong froze for a moment, then awkwardly shrunk his neck and stood behind Lin Luo again. This boss is so mean. Lin Luo, however, as if he did not hear, looking to the boss stall on the pile of jade pendant. Boss, my dad is having a birthday, I'm going to pick him a jade pendant. Do you have anything good here? Lin Luo's voice was quite loud, and several of the people passing by looked over. The fat boss's eyes lit up and immediately changed his face, rising enthusiastically. Of course I have, laddie, look at this. The fat boss picked up a jadeite pendant, a cicada with a rather average carving. Han Beiji. Nah. I see you're a student, so I won't recommend anything too expensive for you. Look at this piece, $1,000, how about it? Jin Zikong stood behind Lin Luo, poked his head in, frowned and asked, what's this? Just $1,000. Too expensive. Trying to screw my brother out of his money, with me around, you're dreaming. Hey, don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about, kid. What's this? Cicadas. What is a cicada? It's a song. You know, it's the perfect thing to give to someone for their birthday. The owner saw that many people around him were looking over, so he took the opportunity to amplify his voice, trying to solicit customers. One shot seems to have a pretty good moral. One shot without a shout. If you don't fly, you'll fly to the sky. It's in this textbook, Jin Zikong said to Lin Luo. Lin Luo shook his head and said loudly, boss, this is not something you're excited to wear. The boss and Jin Zikong were both stunned. The pedestrians who were all ready to walk around stopped again. Oh ho! What does this young man have to say? The fat boss frowned and asked, why aren't you excited to wear it? Lin Luo pointed at this cicada and continued loudly, this cicada is the jade mouth container in ancient times. It is used to pad the tongue after a person dies. I'm celebrating my father's birthday, not the anniversary of his death. It's certainly not fashionable to wear it. The fat boss man was dumbfounded. And this talking? Jin Zikong glared and started to make up for it. Boss, you're not being generous. Selling things for the dead to the living. No, I misunderstood. No, so what? Look at this again. The fat boss wiped his forehead in cold sweat and hurriedly threw the jade cicada in his hand to the side. Grass. That's not what the guy said when he went into the store. What happened to the promised one-hit wonder? How did it turn out to be for dead people? This you see, this is the old pit glass seed jadeite. How good the carving. This pine tree, this ganoderma, this turtle, it's so vivid. The owner introduced it loudly, as if his stuff was really good. What's this called? It's called Pine Life Extension. Your father's birthday, it's the right thing to give this. Jin Zikong didn't get on and put his head over to get a closer look. The emerald plaque was carved in a fancy, greenish color that looked pretty good in the sunlight. It does seem to be okay. Lin Luo, what do you think? Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying anything. Nah, you're all students. This one's 12,000, blood price. Take it if you want it. Fat boss acting is also strange good Lu. Oh look, I eat big losses cheap sale you look. There were already quite a few people standing around, all looking on. It's quite a filial gesture for a youngster to buy a birthday present for his old man. This boss sells this jadeite is also good, pine life and longevity, the subject matter is appropriate. Jin Zikong turned his head towards Lin Luo with a questioning gaze. Lin Luo, however, frowned and shook his head loudly, Maybabe, this is not a good idea to wear. Ah! Jin Zikong and the surrounding watchers were again stunned, this is also not Xingwear. This can't be for dead people too. The fat boss heard quit. What do you mean? You say again and again my business is still not dry. Nonsense, I'm obviously using this for living people. Kid you don't know don't talk nonsense. Lin Luo looked at the fat boss with a smile on his face and continued loudly, it's not for dead people, but look at the trees on this. The fat boss rushed to look at it and also blurted out, a pine tree. A 10,000-year-old ageless pine, what's the problem? Big problem, one tree, one lingji, it's called a lone tree. A tortoise, 1,000-years-old tortoise, 1,000-years-old tortoise, carve a crane, chrysanthemum can be carve a green king, how to wear this thing? Those watching around them burst out laughing. It's a subject that really can't be worn. Never mind, I don't see anything good here, go to the next house. With a look of disappointment, Lin Luo waved his hand and was about to leave. A cold sweat is starting to break out on the boss's forehead. We can't let these two go. There are so many people around watching. With them gone, they can't do this business on their own. Don't go if you are not satisfied you cannot want it, just change it, look at this. The fat boss hurriedly put down the pine life extension in his hand and picked up another piece of landscape. This will always do, a landscape sign, hi ice emerald, $1,000 you take. Lin Luo stopped moving and smiled as he looked closer. The people around them thought that there was no more fun to be had, and now they were all holding back their laughter and waiting, wanting to see what Lin Luo could say this time. This little guy is kinda fun to shop for, like a comedian. Mama yeah, that's not a good idea to wear it. Ringo yelled. There were bursts of laughter all around. No, this is not fashionable to wear, what's wrong with this one? The fat boss to break the defense, looking at the people gathered more and more, he intentionally yells loudly as trying to pull business, but do not want to drive off their own You have a mountain and water sign, there is a mountain but no water, isn't this just a blessing without a blessing? Can't wear it, can't wear it. The people around him laughed even harder. That's a pretty funny explanation, and even funnier is the look on the fat boss's face that's on the verge of tears. It's so funny. What about this one? This one is also a landscape, with mountains and water and old immortals, and what a great carving. I'll give you 800. The fat boss gritted his teeth. Lin Lo took another closer look and shook his head dryly. OMG, this is not a good idea to wear. Ha ha ha. The people around us were waiting for that, and they laughed a lot when they heard that Momi was not happy to wear it. No, why? The fat boss broke the defense and looked at the landscape in his hands. Although it was acid-stained, it was well made and carved, so how come it didn't work? Or the subject matter. Here's a man sitting with his back to the mountain, facing the current, and the point is the man has no teeth. No, what's wrong with that? What's the problem? The fat boss stared with wide, anxious eyes. The surrounding people also looked at Lin Luo curiously, waiting for the following. Jin Zikong scratched his head, always feeling that his brain was itchy and seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't tell. With their backs to the mountain wall, people are still toothless, and the water flows downhill. Jin Zikong slapped his head, a rare moment of cleverness, and excitedly exclaimed, I get it, despicable, shameless and nasty. Ha ha ha. The people watching around them were laughing so hard that their abs were bursting out of their mouths. Why are these two kids talking so funny? Lin Luo continued to smile and laugh. You have a bad mouth, don't you? I'll teach you a lesson today. Chapter 19, This Gold of Yours. It's quite chic. The fat boss stared blankly at Lin Luo. The hilarious laughter around him had nothing to do with him. He only felt that these people were noisy. Oh. The fat boss came up with a groundhog rant. Then he threw the mean and nasty mountain water sign in his hand onto the stall. What the hell are you buying? Take your pick. Ha 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 ha. The people around them laughed even harder. Smiles don't go away, they just shift. Lin Luo smiled faintly and looked at this boss's stall. I don't know where this guy is going into the goods. The whole stall only this bird black bracelet is real gold. The other ones are all 2 yuan store into the goods. Jin Zikong poked Lin Luo and said with a stifled smile, Lin Luo, this boss's stuff seems a bit strange. Should we buy it somewhere else? What? Wants to go? You've been yelling for a long time, but you don't want to wear it. Now you want to leave? The fat boss instantly quit and jumped up, a flurry of meat on his body. No way. Must buy. If you don't, you can pick one and go. It's my gift. There are so many people around watching. With these two brats gone today, my stall is considered famous. It's either used by dead people or the subject matter is hilarious, so what's the point of playing it? Ahem, that's not good. Lin Luo said no good, but his hand was also a thief, swish, and picked up a sparkling gold bracelet. Boss, is this pure gold? Lin Luo blinked her big, innocent, clear eyes, giving her boss a look that made her a little embarrassed. Would I be too bottomless if I lied to him and said that it was solid gold? Of course it's pure gold, can I sell fakes? I've got certificates here. The fat boss patted his chest and said with a strong bottom. With a certificate then, can't afford it. Lin Luo put the gold bracelet back. Hey, you. Don't put it back. Ask for a price. I'll give you a discount. If you can cheat, you can make a little bit of money. The bottom line is important, but I can make more money without it. How much money do you have? I'll count you poo. $5. Without waiting for the fat boss to finish, Lin Luo pulled out a $5 ticket from his pocket. Sell. $5, I'm sold. The fat boss gritted his teeth and said, reaching for the ticket in Lin Luo's hand. Holy, I sold the gold bracelet for $5. The boss won't live. Jin Zikong's eyes were glazed over, his heart was incredulous, and he was even a bit eager to try. You can buy gold bracelets for $5, and I still have $10 in my pocket, so I'll buy 2 to go back and make my mom and dad happy? Lin Luo ducked his hand and bargained, $5 for 3 bracelets. Boss, are you selling? Boss, oh, you're chopping down the aorta here. I'm all in here for the price of entry. The owner almost told the truth. He was buying at $2 a piece, thinking he'd make $3 at $5 a piece, and it turns out the brat was $5 for 3. Blood loss. Count me out, 3 for 5. The fat boss was breaking his teeth at this moment, and had to show the people around him that the things he had here could still be sold. Okay, boss, you keep it. Lin Luo slipped $5 to the fat boss and then took 3 bracelets from his stall. 2 were golden and solid at first glance, the other burnt black and rubbed with a handful of ash. Jin Zikong this moment even more stupid also see out. This is a fake otherwise the boss crazy, $5 to sell 3 big gold bracelets. Thanks boss man. I'll thank you, go look somewhere else. Go. The fat boss collected the money and sat back on his pony, like he was shooing the plague. I didn't read the calendar today, and I ran into these 2 little ghosts as soon as I opened my business, so it's really bad luck. Come and see, there's plenty of good stuff. The boss soldiered on and shouted to the surrounding watchers, yet all he got in return was a big laugh. Lin Luo smiled and pulled Jin Zikong away. Stop looking and go around to the other stalls. Oh. As he left, Jin Zikong also saw the fat boss's stifled face. Hey, the fat boss won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Luo, this gold bracelet is fake, right? What are you doing buying a fake bracelet? Kang Zi walked beside Lin Luo and inquired in puzzlement. Isn't it a gift for Uncle Lin's birthday? Is it appropriate to give a fake one? That's not buying 3. Lin Luo shook the bracelet in his hand. Jin Zikong scratched his head, puzzled, fake one for 3? so you just buy 3. Misty grass, you'll definitely get rich doing business in the future. Lin Luo gave Jin Zikong a thumbs up, then tossed the 2 golden fake bracelets to Kong Zi. Take it back and wear it for your family's Duo Kai Duo Billion. Duo Kai Duoi is a cat owned by Jin Zikong's family. One is a civet cat and the other is also a civet cat. That's a hoot. Beat the whole neighborhood. Wearing this? Does that say anything? Jin Zikong's eyes are clear with confusion. Don't even need to go to college. Main event clear with stupidity. While scanning around to see if there was anything real, Lin Luo said, "Does your cat make a lot of noise?" "That's the old one. At night you just listen to it. The neighborhood is full of the sound of the 2 of them going at it. By now, my 2 cats are on the verge of becoming the neighborhood Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King." Then you remember, when Monkey disobeyed, what did the longevity monk put on him? Holy, a gold ban spell. Lin Luo and Kong Zi looked at each other, then laughed. Recycled gold. Halfway through laughing, Lin Luo saw a store in front of him that recycled gold, and immediately laughed even more. "Let's go, Konko, make some money." "Hey, what's the money for?" Jin Zikong hurriedly followed Lin Luo, until he entered the store. Jin Zikong was still a bit confused. "No, bro, didn't you buy a fake?" Jin Zikong pulled Lin Luo and whispered. He was afraid that Lin Luo would be blown out. "Who said it was fake? Those 2 of yours are fake, this one of mine isn't." Lin Luo shook the ebony bracelet on his hand, then walked over to the counter. "Boss, sell gold," Lin Luo said, placing the black bracelet on his hand on the counter. The little man behind the counter looked at the black bracelet, looked at Lin Luo, and then looked at the door. As if to say, "Kid, the door's that way, go by yourself." "Boss, what's the price of gold recycling today?" As if he didn't see Xiao Zhao's eyes, Lin Luo asked with a smile. "The gold price today is 270 a gram, but the recycling price is 260. Well, you measure it, see how much it weighs and if it's pure gold." Lin Luo pointed to the black bracelet on the table. The little brother frowned and asked, "Little brother, this gold of yours is quite chic, how did you get it?" "Burned it, wanted to see if it was real and the lighter wasn't hot enough." "Is it okay if I cut it?" "I want to make sure it's real gold, but I'll tell you in advance, if I cut it, I won't be able to recover it." Lin Luo nodded. "Yes, feel free to make it whole, I'll sell it today." Gold is a gold color throughout, so when the gold bracelet is cut, the break is also gold. This little brother brought a pair of professional gold shears and clicked them against the black bracelet. Jin Zikong's eyes went wide and he almost glazed over when he saw that the break in the bracelet was gold. Little brother was also dumbfounded. "No, this blackened bracelet is really gold." The little brother brought another professional instrument to measure the purity of the bracelet. "Gold purity 999, little brother, do you have the invoice from when you bought the gold?" Little brother asked, looking up with an odd expression. Who in a good family would burn gold with a lighter? Could it be that this gold is from the wrong source? Jin Zikong's expression was even weirder than his. "Bought at a roadside stand for $5 for 3. There's an invoice for the chicken feathers." Lin Luo smiled politely and shook his head. "No, just got in at a roadside stand. $5 for 3, no invoice." Little brother, Chapter 20. The world is crazy. Congrats on the wallet entry. $3,500. Lin Luo smiled and exited the gold store with an extra $3,500 in his pocket. This wasn't what Lin Luo was happiest about. What he was happiest about was the completion of the mission issued by the silly dog system. Mission, earn blue star silver, reward, fountain of eternal spring technique, completed. It's like searching for an easy thief. But what's the purpose of this fountainhead kung fu? Is it possible to live forever after practicing? But there's no way to scrutinize it now, so let's top it first. Jin Zikong in the back walked out with his brain buzzing, still a bit unsettled. The store boy was even more confused than he was. "No, you can get the real thing for $5 for 3 gold bracelets at a roadside stand. It's a crazy world. A rat as a bridesmaid for a cat?" "Lin Luo, do you think it's possible that these 2 bracelets are also real?" Jin Zikong asked uncertainly as he pulled out the 2 golden bracelets from his pocket. "Look at that. It's making the kid skeptical." Lin Luo laughed and patted Kong Zi's shoulder. Not to mention, this luck of Kong Zi's was really no one's fault. If it wasn't for the fat stall owner scolding him, Lin Luo wouldn't have been able to notice that stall. "Don't be silly, it's obvious that the stall owner made a mistake and dropped the real gold bracelet into the fake goods. These 2 are copper-plated, take them back to Duo Kai Dui to wear." "Oh who?" Konko foolishly slipped the bracelet into his pocket. "So are we spinning next? Turn ah. What are you here for? If you don't turn it's not for nothing." Lin Luo scanned the surroundings and said with firm eyes. "What can you do with just $3,500? Just enough to buy a used spare tire for a big Mercedes G. But dreams are beautiful and reality is bone-chilling." Lin Luo led Jin Zikong around half of the street, a stall to see. Sugar gourds have eaten 3, the eyes are going to see flowers, froze and did not see a real thing. It seems that the fat boss's gold bracelet is a real hit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the use of me wanting this treasure appraisal technique? Lin Luo muttered under his breath, empty of dragon slaying skills. Come and get a dragon instead. What did you say, Ringo? Oh, it's okay, keep looking. Lin Luo said breathlessly. Jin Zikong scratched his head. He was a bit tired. After turning around for more than an hour, he didn't see Lin Luo buying anything. How long would it take to turn around? Lin Luo, what kind of gift do you want to buy for Uncle Lin? I think this little peacock is just fine. It's quite pretty, Jin Zikong said, pointing to the front stall. A couple of youngsters were there picking things out, and a tall, skinny, big wavy young lady was holding a purple peacock pendant that looked like she liked it. It matches her temperament. Lin Luo looked away. The young sister was indeed quite pretty, but she was still inferior to Chu Jiaojiao. Glass peacock pendant, $5. Not bad, my ass. You're still so blind with your glasses on, Kanko. Mama, yeah, that's not a good thing to wear, Lin Luo said casually. Why? Peacocking, self-indulgence, you name it. Jin Zikong stared at this and scratched his head again with emotion. It's been a long day out with Lin Luo, just why is my head so itchy? The young lady's ears twitched and she looked this way, then silently put the little peacock back. So there is such a thing. What a little knife-pulling ass and opening eyes. The little girl picked up the little fox again. What about the little fox? Are you okay? Don't you know that vixen is synonymous with mistress? Wearing a fox on your body, can that be good? The young lady hadn't even looked at it closely yet, and when she heard that, she instantly put it back. Cute is cute, but Junior must die. The ground floor stall owner's nose was about to become crooked as he cocked his head and squinted at Lin Luo and Jin Zikong. What do you two brats know? Foxes are auspicious. Take it or leave it. You're in my way, you know. Don't force Big Brother to cut you. So what do you say you buy? Jin Zikong looked at the pile of pendants blankly, feeling that all of these things were not fashionable to wear. I don't know, go to the yard sale. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he took a step forward and continued walking. Take a walk to see the whole street. There really isn't a single thing of value. Still trying to get the big G together on Old Street, but ended up with a tire. The whole street next door is full of antique and used goods sellers. It is equivalent to the antique and second-hand goods trading market, and it is really a test of eyesight to find and exchange objects in this place. Paintings and calligraphy, ancient books, porcelains, chapter stones, ink and inkstone, snuff bottles, old furniture, and a bunch of unknown old objects, and so on, a wide range of things. The layout of the place remains the same with stores on either side and ground stalls in front of the stores. There were more people coming here looking for something than on the street just now, though there were fewer young people, mostly middle-aged. Lin Luo and Jin Zikong stood on the street and looked around at the crowd. I also saw a couple of foreigners, who were there giving thumbs up to a piece of fine china gudgud. Holding the porcelain of the boss of the mouth, spittle flying, a few foreigners seemed to be very impressed. It looks like the Guilo are going to hemorrhage money. Lin Luo, do you really want to go in? Jin Zikong just felt like his head was spinning. This street was even longer than the one just now, and there were more things, with Lin Luo looking at one stall after another. When would this have to be seen? Sure, less enough. When I get the good stuff, I'll take you to a big dinner. Righteous father, is this true? Bao Xin. Hey, walk on then. As soon as he said eating a big meal, Jin Zikong immediately got energized, took a deep breath, and with a jolt, he zipped into this antique street with Lin Luo. Replica of an antique painting, price, $350. Imitation of celadone, price $200. Imitation snuff bottle, price, $160. Artificial chicken bloodstone, price, $20. Artificial Haitian seed material, price, $150. Reading all the way through, the densely packed small words gave Lin Luo eyes to see. I have to say, though, that the treasure hunting technique is really good. In the future, if you go to work as an appraiser, or open your own antique store, you will never be able to buy fake goods. I can't, righteous father, I'm too hungry to walk. There's a restaurant in front of us, let's go eat something and rest before we go, Jin Zikong said with a bitter face, pointing to an ancient restaurant in front of him. He really can't walk, 2 or 3 hours of wandering at a time, who can stand that? Linello looked away. Smoke and Rain Building. This owner must be a gold fanatic. The Jinkong tournament was held at the Smoke and Rain Building, a famous spot in the shooting sculpture books. This Smoke and Rain house is in the middle of the street, surrounded by just this one restaurant. Walking here tired of shopping, want to eat can only come here, this business can be bad. Lin Luo was also a bit hungry and waved his hand, let's go. Soon, the two entered the diner. The owner of this restaurant is very business-minded, the store is decorated in a style similar to an inn in a costume drama, and the waiters wear ancient clothes. The store also has a big TV hanging in the store, playing none other than the legend of the eagle shooting heroes. Ouyang Ku is using Hong Qigong to force Huang Rong to take off her clothes. Quite a few people watched in fascination as they ate. The first floor was almost full, and Jin Zikong took the lead, finding a seat at a table for two in the corner of the first floor. After ordering, the waiter left and Jin Zikong warmly poured Lin Luo a cup of tea. Lin Luo, what kind of gift did you say you were going to buy? We've been shopping for almost 5 hours. Just now, Lin Luo had been flipping through ancient books for 2 hours, looking like he wasn't in the least bit anxious to buy a gift. Do you think I want to go shopping? This street is full of fakes, not a single real thing? Kanko scratched his head. Isn't it normal that it's all fake here? Lin Luo said, his eyes falling on the teapot on the table. Forensics is still on. So, purple clay pot, price, $250,000. Ringo? Taking less? How much did you say? 250,000. No, there's nothing real out there on the antique street, but here's a restaurant with a teapot that's actually a real antique. Is the owner of this store that good? He's not afraid of dropping it if he uses a real antique for business? Still, it's a crazy world. A rat as a bridesmaid for a cat, that's blood money. Lin Luo hurriedly looked around and launched an appraisal of the surrounding tables and chairs, the teapot and tea bowl on the table. Luckily, it's all fake. Otherwise, Ringo would have gone crazy. If you really have a house full of antiques, open a chicken feather restaurant, go open a museum. This is really unintentional, come here to eat a meal, but saw a real antique. But how to get this baby away? Chapter 21, Lin Luo's troublesome operation. This smoky restaurant still serves food pretty fast. It didn't take long for the waiter, oh no, the store assistant to bring up the meals ordered by Lin Luo and Jin Zikong. 2 guests, the dishes you 2 ordered have all been served, please enjoy your meal. The store assistant wanted to leave after saying that, but was stopped by Lin Luo. Hey, man, ask you something. Jin Zikong had all picked up his chopsticks and was ready to start dazzling. When he saw that Lin Luo was going to say something, he then put his chopsticks down again and rested his hands on the table, as if he was a good student going to class. Guest, you say? How much would you have to pay for a broken teapot in your house? Lin Luo's sentence, said the shopkeeper, froze. Jin Zikong was also baffled. Both of them looked at the teapot on the table almost at the same time. It's not broken. Although puzzled, the shopkeeper didn't ask much. This teapot is a handicraft we got in the antique street. The price of a teapot is 280. If you break it, just pay the price. That's fine, I get it. Go about your business. Lin Luo waved his hand, signaling that the shopkeeper could leave. Okay, enjoy your meal, guest, and call me if you need anything else. The store assistant left and quickly went to serve the other customers. It's Saturday, there are a lot of people coming to the store, and business is so busy. Who cares about a middle schooler and a teapot? Jin Zikong picked up his chopsticks again and poured tea into Lin Luo's cup in passing. What were you asking about the teapot for? I see this teapot looks like an antique, so I'm asking. Kanko's eyes lit up. Lin Luo, then we'll get this out later and give it to Uncle Lin as a gift. Eat first. Lin Luo smiled, picked up the chopsticks and started to dazzle. Jin Zikong took a look at the teapot, and then at the plates that held the food. All of them were ancient, even the bowls that held the rice were the ancient kind of ceramic bowls. It looks kinda like that. Jin Zikong muttered twice before his stomach began to growl, and then he too began to join the army of dry rice. Small stir-fried yellow beef, cumin lamb, and jianghu back to pork. The 3-course portions weren't great, and Lin Luo and Jin Zikong dried 2 bowls of rice each and ate up 3 plates of food before they were barely full. Waiter, the check. Lin Luo greeted and called out for a waiter. Guest, check out at the front counter. Okay. Lin Luo got up, picked up the teapot and went to check out. Jin Zikong? Waiter? Front desk? Guest, what are you? The receptionist asked, confused. Oh, I'll pay the price if it breaks. Lin Luo said with a calm face. Front desk. There's something wrong with this guy. Although the receptionist felt strange, she didn't say anything more. People were willing to spend money. What did she say more? Together with the money for the meal and the price of the teapot, it cost Lin Luo a total of 500 yang. When he left the restaurant, Jin Zikong still kind of looked like he was dreaming. No, Lin Luo, you're not really planning to take this to Uncle Lin. Jin Zikong was puzzled. Paid to carry off a teapot from someone's store after dinner. What's the point? There's a teapot like this one in every house on this street out here. What did you call me? Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and looked at Kong Zi with a smile. Before you eat, you're called Righteous Father, but after you're full, you're called Lin Luo. You change your face so fast. Hey, bro, okay? Who calls a Righteous Father when they're all full? That's another price. Humph, for the sake of you calling me Morocco, Kong Zi, brother won't treat you badly. Lin Luo Hal patted Jin Zikong's shoulder, then turned around and walked towards the opposite side of the Baguchuan. Jin Zikong followed headlong. The inside of the Bocas d'Or was elegantly decorated. There are some nice antiques in the glass display cases, and a lot of them on the shelves in the back. Fine china from all dynasties, celebrity paintings on the walls. It's not just a bunch of piles, but it's well matched and complementary. As soon as you enter, you can feel a cultural flavor of history. A few customers in the store were looking at the treasures on the shelves and whispering about them. Lin Luo's entry didn't attract their attention. Only the youngster sitting behind the counter looked over. What can I do for you, my guest? I have an heirloom purple clay pot, will you take it? Lin Luo hugged the purple sand pot and asked calmly. He looked around with his afterglow. There were some treasures in the display cases and on the boo-boo shelves. The appraisal technique gave high price tags. They were obviously authentic. But the price tag on the label underneath these things is just as high. So Lin Luo wasn't interested in these things. An alabaster pot. Is that the one in your arms? Yes, it was passed down from my grandfather's grandfather. Lin Luo touched the alabaster pot, bottoming out. Jin Zikan looked at Lin Luo with a complicated expression, his mouth unable to close. No, man. You're so sick. Open your mouth. I just got it from the restaurant across the street, and now it's your grandpa's? The youngster wasn't surprised to hear Lin Luo's words. They are in the antique business. What strange people and things have not seen? Someone else was holding something in a newspaper and came running over saying they just dug it up. Guess you take a seat, I'll go ask our master to come over and take a look. Lin Luo nodded and sat down on a side couch. Kansi sat down next to Lin Luo and felt the people around her look at her like she was crazy. He's very uncomfortable. Lo, we won't be blown out if we're recognized, will we? By what right? Even if it's fake, there's no reason to blast the guests out of the room, you sit quietly and watch make. Lin Luo said calmly. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. That's certainly true of what you took out. You say you are the naval commander of Naaman, and as long as someone believes it, you are the chant. As he spoke, a little old man in a tang suit followed the youngster out of the back room. The moment he saw the purple sand pot sitting beside Lin Luo, his eyes just lit up. This guest, this is our chief treasure connoisseur of Baguchuan, Mr. Nonsense. Bull asterisk or not, I'm just bull asterisk ting. Hello little friend. The little old man said smilingly to Lin Luo. It was obvious that it was a very funny little old man. Lin Luo. The name, it has character. Oh, Mr. Who, hello, I've heard a lot about you, I didn't expect to see you here today, it's just right, you come to palm your eyes and look at the Zisha pot that was passed down from my grandfather's grandfather. Lin Luo said and made a gesture of invitation. The treasure was not in his hands, so instead of picking up the alabaster pot and handing it over, Lin Luo placed it on the coffee table next to him and let the nonsense take it by itself. As soon as Hu took a look at Lin Luo's stance, he couldn't help but give a few points of importance in his heart. I didn't realize that this youngster didn't look very old, but he still knew the rules. That's right, Lin Luo had read a lot of treasure hunting novels. He had eaten the fruit of wisdom given by the system and had grown his brain, and he also could not forget it, so now he was living and learning. Nonsense took out the white gloves, put them on, carefully picked up the alabaster pot, and after studying it for a while, the smile on Nonsense's face became even wider. What a treat! An early work by the famous Zisha pot master of the late Qing dynasty, Master Songju, who chose the lotus flower as his form. The craftsmanship is exquisite and natural, full of life. There is also the unique mark of Master Matsutake on the inside of the pot as proof that the pot has been well cared for. Master Nonsense said, taking a deep breath into the inside of the teapot, his face full of intoxication. You can still smell the fragrance of tea. Jin Zikong, who was sitting next to Lin Luo, could hardly hold his breath. Master, this teapot was making tea 10 minutes ago, can it not have the flavor of tea? Little brother, I'll take this pot from Baguchuan, make me an offer. Master Nonsense said as he looked at Lin Luo with a smile on his face. Mr. Hu, it's better for you to bid first, business is about sincerity, I have to see your sincerity first. Lin Luo said with a raised eyebrow. The system gives a price of $250,000, let me see how much you can offer. Ha, that will certainly not disappoint you, little friend. I, Baguchuan, am willing to offer $300,000. The little old man put up 3 fingers and gave an okay. Lin Luo didn't move, but his breath jerked, and Jin Zikong man went numb, his head going blank. No, this pot, $300,000. Crazy. Lin Luo took another look at the purple clay pot with his treasure appraisal technique. That's right, the bidding price for treasure appraisal is only $250,000, and you're offering $300,000. You're more generous than the dog system. That's a good man. Seeing that Lin Luo didn't say anything, Nonsense took off his gloves and said with a faint smile. Although on the market this pot can only be valued at $250,000 for the time being, there will definitely be room for appreciation in the future. Nonsense paused for a moment, smilingly continued, in the future, if you still have such a good thing, please give priority to our Baguchuan, our sincerity must be the most adequate. Then, happy cooperation. People had given a price increase, so what else could Lin Luo say? Chapter 22 System. When did you go blind? Shio. An hour later, Lin Luo carried a small black bag and happily walked out of Baguxian. Jin Zikong was close behind. He looked like his eyes were fluttering, though, and he was still a bit out of it. It was really that what had happened today was too much for him to recognize. Buy 3 gold bracelets for $5 at the ground floor, one of which is real gold. I thought that would be outrageous enough, but I didn't realize that going to a restaurant and getting away with a teapot was a real antique. It also sold for $300,000. This is too dreamy. Jin Zikong suspected that he hadn't woken up and was now actually dreaming. The average annual income in 13 was over $50,000, and this one teapot sold for $300,000, which is equivalent to 6 years of a person's income. The most money Jin Zikong had ever seen was when his mom paid for his tuition. Lin Luo was actually a bit footloose. $300,000. How are we going to spend it? When you first came here, you stood firm through trials and tribulations, befriended the suspected son of the Blue Star's fortune, went through life and death together, and now you are facing the test of sharing wealth and riches together. Mission: to gain his ultimate approval, reward, luck plus. When the chi is added to the body, all evils will not invade. No. Suspicious? Son of luck? Just him? Conger? When did you go blind, system? If he's a son of luck, I'm not luck. Getting the ultimate recognition though, it's not that simple, just drop the money. Hey! What are you staring at? Lin Luo patted Jin Zikong, who was still fuming, and then grabbed him by the shoulders. I feel like dreaming, Jin Zikong said with a weak voice. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and pinched Jin Zikong's arm with a slight effort. Ow! Kanko jumped up in pain, baring his teeth and sucking in cool air. What are you pinching me for? Lin Luo smiled and asked, does it hurt? Nonsense, you don't hurt when I pinch you. Pain wouldn't be a dream. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jin Zikong bared his teeth and rubbed his arm vigorously, but the effect of this pinch pulled full force, and he wasn't dizzy at this moment, his mind was much clearer, and then he reminded Lin Luo. Lin Luo, it's not safe to hold so much money, find a bank and deposit it. Well, that makes sense. There's a house up ahead that loves to store or not, let's go over and take a look. Jin Zikong froze and asked blankly. Love stored or not? What's that? ICBC, ICBC you don't know? Oh, grass, you don't say. That this ICBC is a little something, it's even called this name. Or maybe his name is Cosmic Row. As they spoke, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong entered the bank. Just now, at the bagajan, Lin Luo received cash. One was that he didn't have his bank card with him, and the other was that he was under 18. Being under 18 is just inconvenient, and there are restrictions on what you can do. Good thing that 17 years old can already apply for a bank card, just do not have the ICBC card, get a card to deposit the money, and convenient and safe. As soon as Lin Luo and Jin Zikong entered Cosmic Row, the uniformed middle-aged man at the entrance greeted them with a professional smile on his face. What business do you two want? Lin Luo looked around, there weren't many people in the store at this moment, it came just in time. Open card, but we're both 17 and underage. Oh, that's fine, do you have your ID with you? Bring it on. The middle-aged man nodded, tapped a few times on the number picker, took the number, and led Lin Luo as well as Jin Zikong right to an office window. Soon, under the staff's processing, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong came with a bank card each. Okay, the bank card has been processed. Do you have any more business to transact? The lady in the window asked out of habit. Deposit. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he opened the small black bag and took out a pile of money from it. A stack is $100,000. Duong. Lin Luo took out 3 stacks. The young lady in the window was directly dumbfounded, her eyes looking straight at the 3 stacks of money. What? It's not like she hasn't seen money before. It's just that she had just gotten the card for Lin Luo and knew that the other woman was still underage. What the hell is this $300,000? Are kids so rich these days? Oh, all of them? Yes, my card is loaded with $200,000 and his card is loaded with $100,000. Lin Luo said, pushing the bank card that had just arrived in $300,000 through the window. The ultimate endorsement. Is $100,000 enough? Lin Luo wanted to see what surprises the Chi-Luck bodyguard could bring him. No, Lo, what are you doing? Jin Zikong subconsciously screamed, and his person took a big jump back. That's 100,000. 3. You can't have this money. Lo, I can't take your money. Jin Zikong shook his head and waved his hands like a monkey, determined not to. Alright, if you're rich and famous, don't forget each other. Lin Luo patted Kanko on the shoulder. The lady in the window had tears in her eyes, so please give me a bunch of friends like that. Originally, if it wasn't for Kong Zi, he wouldn't have been able to discover this teapot, and it was only right to share his money. Jin Zikong didn't want it, but it was easily suppressed by Lin Luo. The staff confirmed twice and finally split the 300,000 into 2 and deposited it into Lin Luo and Jin Zikong's bank cards. Kanko's eyes were red. Lo, you've been so good to me. You're still crying. Take it, I'll tell auntie when I get back. Don't think about spending the money in here secretly. Lin Luo slipped the bank card to Jin Zikong and put his own card away in passing. Righteous father. Jin Zikong wiped his nose and threw his arms around Lin Luo. Righteous father. Kong has been wandering around for half a lifetime and hates that he has not met a bright master. If Mr. Luo doesn't give up, I would like to worship him as my righteous father. Roll, your sable cicada is on your waist, ah? Still want to learn Lubu's backstabbing godfather, right? Lin Luo smiled and pushed Jin Zikong away. Righteous father is not satisfied? I also have a cousin, young and beautiful, big breasts and long legs, gentle temper and good character, no boyfriend. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Scratch that, fine. Mission, obtain extreme recognition from the suspected son of luck, reward, luck plus, completed. In the next second, Lin Luo felt nothing. Luck, originally is invisible. It's all about feelings. The two brothers jostled out of the industrial bank lobby, outside the street is still people. The two newly minted $100,000 households were also instantly back to normal. Luo Ge, the gift you picked out for Uncle Lin is still pending, do you want to continue shopping? Jin Zikong offered. He's so energized now that he can hang out with Lin Luo all night. Lin Luo shook his head, he no longer had the heart to continue strolling. He'd also discovered that there was still something real in the old streets. But the real stuff doesn't have a low markup, and buying it back and waiting for it to appreciate in value isn't enough of a chore. But if you want to pick up the pieces, you're really trying to be blind. The professionals who work here are all cuties. The first thing you do is to have a treasure that you don't take with you, and wait for you to pick up the pieces when you are the chosen one. Like today's Zisha pot, that's a real find. If you want to find the treasure, you still have to rely on you, Kanko. No more watching, just go buy a set of fishing gear and go home. When Jin Zikong heard this, he also thought it was a good gift. I think it's fine, my dad likes to fish too, so it's just as well that I'm getting him a set. With $100,000 in his card, Jin Zikong had the courage to speak at this moment. Once Lin Luo heard his words, he suddenly reacted with a serious tone. Kanzi, remember to buy something for your mom too, or else when you go back, you'll get beaten up high and low. Why? Jin Zikong blinked in confusion. One look at the iron straight man. Nonsense, your father has a gift and your mom doesn't, a bowl of water is not even, you see your mom beat you up. That's a good point. What to buy then? This kind of thing, buying gifts for people, Jin Zikong had no experience at all, so he simply grasped at straws. Buy a gold necklace, gold bracelet, women like shiny things. Speaking of shiny things, Chu Jiejiao's moist and shy little face suddenly appeared in Lin Luo's mind. I remember this girl likes four-leaf clovers. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go buy fishing tackle and then go to the gold store. Jin Zikong was kinda in a hurry and leapt to urge. Then let's go. An hour later, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong walked out of the Zhou Shunfu gold store. Both were carrying a bag with their purchases. Kanzi bought his mom a gold necklace and a gold bracelet. Estimated to be the thought of going home, his mom's happy eyebrows, holding his face, while kissing and shouting good son's picture, see to this kid happy, eyes are disappeared. For his part, Lin Luo bought several. Gold necklaces, gold bracelets, gold bangles, gold rings, gold earrings, gold pendants. Of course it's not a one-time giveaway. In the future, when the holidays and birthdays, take out and give the same, so as to save you from having to buy it later on an impromptu basis. To the old Lin also prepared a gold ring, have set a bowl of water and equalization, mom has, dad must also have. Otherwise the old forest would have to cricket him later. Can't stand the constant sneezing. After buying things, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong rode their electric bikes towards home. Sprinting all the way, Kong Zi dropped Lin Luo off at the bottom of the house, then couldn't wait to go home. Look at his excitement, must be anxious to go home to his mom to fool around. Lin Luo despised Kong Zi for 3 seconds downstairs before his feet flew up the stairs. Bam! The door to the room was pushed open by Lin Luo with force. Lin Luo stepped through the door, his nostrils turned skyward, and the corners of his dejected mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. Mom! I'm back, come see what I got you. Chapter 23 Lin Father, good son, dad loves you. Brat, you're looking for a beating aren't you? Zhang Xuehua carried a spatula and refreshed herself from the kitchen with vigor. Old Lin was sitting on the living room couch, watching soccer, see Cucumber vs. Cherry Blossom, 0-7. Would have been super pissed off. Frightened even more by the duong sound, he got up and looked at Lin Luo with an unkind gaze, and his hand had reached out to the 7 wolves. Then the couple saw the bags of Chao Shun foot gold that Lin Luo was carrying in his hand, as well as the fishing tackle bag. Aha! The couple's expressions changed instantly as they asked in confusion. Son, what's that in your hand? Kid, you bought a fishing pole? Hey, that's right, it's my pure love for mom and dad. Rinlo playfully quirks, then walks up and shoves the gold tote bag to mom and the fishing tackle to Pops. Son, where did you get the money? That's right, these things must be a couple thousand. Zhang Xuehua and Lin Jian looked at the things in their hands, no surprise light shock. They knew too well how much money their own son had in his hands. 3 piggy banks add up to $256.56. How can you afford these things? Zhang Xuehua and Lin Jianzhuan cast inquiring gazes at the same time. Truthfully explain it. Today I went to the old street with Kanzi. I split Kanzi 100,000, mom and dad, you won't blame me. Lin Luo finished his story about today's encounter, then blinked his eyes and looked at his mom and dad who had dumbfounded expressions. The two of them were still digesting what Lin Luo had just said. Take away less. You said take less. A teapot sold for $300,000. The son also distributed $100,000 to his classmates. Brat is really generous, this is the average person cannot do. Also when Li Shimen, when the emperor rich and powerful did not kill the ministers. Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhan. What, you want our money? Get out of here. Although the meat hurts, but the old Lin is quite proud. My son Lin Luo has the posture of a great emperor. But the next one is not an example $100,000 and a hard fist. Son, you did a good job, and this money should be split. Mom and dad certainly don't blame you. Old Lin patted Lin Luo's shoulder and said with great relief. His own son grew up not to say very good, but at least the 5 senses are decent, the 3 views are upright, and in the future when he enters society, he will definitely be a good boy. But next time it happens, remember to talk to mom and dad first. Ow, I know, haha. Son, you bought all this stuff, where's the rest of the money? It's not safe for you to hold on to that much money, mom will keep it for you. The old MS. Zhang's main concern is still that remaining money. That's $200,000. You can spend a few bucks on gold and fishing rods, leaving 100,000 or so for a minor child to hold in case you lose it. Lin Luo knew that the money would definitely not reach him, but he didn't care. With the system, if he was still worried about money in the future, he would really be in vain. Nah, there's still 190,000 left. Mom, you've always wanted a big TV, get a new one. The hood is leaking oil, buy a new one. The washing machine squeaks when you wash clothes, buy a new one. It's time to replace my dad's broken Santana. Sell it and buy a new one. Zhang Xuehua took the bank card and smiled with joy. The family's savings for so many years was just over $100,000, and now all of a sudden the sky is falling. Can she not be happy? Hearing Lin Luo's grandiose words, Zhang Xuehua pointed her fingertips at Lin Luo's skull. Brat, money is not spent like this. This money I'll have to stay in the future to buy you a wedding house to get married with. Che, then you might as well buy it now. The house price is getting higher day by day. When I get married, the house price doesn't know what exaggerated degree it has risen to. Lin Luo said without thinking. When he was in elementary school, he always listened to his mom and dad chanting, housing prices are getting higher and higher. When will that little dead salary afford to buy a house? Now live in the house. Is Lin Luo Junior High School. The family borrowed money to put together the down payment, bite the bullet and loan to buy down. Makes sense. Zhang Xuehua brightened up and looked at old Lin. Hubby, let's go look at a house tomorrow. Put together a down payment, take out a loan for a few decades, the monthly repayment is not much, and use it as a wedding house when our son gets married, buy it early and save money, so we won't have to have a headache then. Okay. All yours. As Lin Construction spoke, he looked down and studied the fishing bag in his hand without lifting his head. Anyway, the wife makes all the decisions in the family, so what can he object to? On the contrary, it was this fishing rod. He was worried that Lin Luo was being victimized, but now that he looked at it, it was so much better than the set he had used before. You're my good son. I didn't love you for nothing. This will be in a good mood. Zhang Xuehua did not mind the old Lin comrade's perfunctory. If put in the usual, this moment has twisted ears. Hey mom, are you burning the pot? Why does it smell like paste? Gee, it's still true. The pot is boiling dry. Zhang Xuehua's expression changed and she ran towards the kitchen in a hurry. Nah, Pops, don't say your son isn't filial to you. Lin Luo pulled out another Zhou Xuanfu ring box from his pocket again and shoved it to Lin Jian. Lin Construction was first stunned, and when he opened the ring box, a large gold ring came into view. Nice guy, and his son bought him a gold ring. Lin Jian put on a gold ring and carried a fishing bag in one hand, and excitedly hugged Lin Luo, and gave Lin Luo's head a burst of ick. Good son, Pops really loves you. Hey, when you go fishing in the future, this brand new fishing rod, the big gold ring, will not envy the fishing buddies next to you. See, my son bought it for me. You don't have any? No way. Don't any of your sons buy you presents? Gigi, go ahead and envy. What did you say? 100,000. At Qin Zikong's house, Jin Yuqian and Jean Mimi's eyes were wide open, shocked to the point of losing their voices. Aha! I didn't want it, but Lo insisted on giving it to me, saying it was a sight for sore eyes. I just couldn't resist, and then we both went and bought this, a gift for you. Jin Zikong gave the gold jewelry to his mom and the fishing gear bag to his dad. Jin Yuqian and Jean Mimi hadn't returned to their senses yet, their bodies stiffened as they took the things, neither of them seeing what they were holding. Old Jin, this child Lin Luo, what a good boy. Jean Mimi exclaimed with emotion, finishing with a somewhat tangled expression. It was money she didn't know if she should take. Not a small amount of money after all. That's $100,000. Their family can't even come up with $100,000 at once. What if Lin Luo's parents find out about this and don't like it? Spread the fag with the kid when the time comes. Jin Yuqian knew what his wife was struggling with, hesitated, and then looked at the fishing bag in his hand. Son, call Lin Luo, I'll talk to his father. Yes, we have to ask his grown-ups about this. $100,000, how can we let a child make the decision? Jean Mimi nodded her head repeatedly before looking at Jin Zikong. Jin Zikong didn't think about that much and directly took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Luo's number. Soon the call went through. After Jin Zikong explained the situation, he handed his cell phone to Jin Yuqian. Lin Luo also gave his cell phone to Lin Jian. Dad, Kanko's dad wants to talk to you. Oh, yeah. Old Lin took the phone with a smile. Hello. Ha ha, it's all a matter for the children to decide. Let's stay out of it as adults. Old Jin, you like fishing too, then let's go together sometime. I know a place that can catch big fish. Goo. Brother Lin, are you free tomorrow? Let's play a few shots together? The anglers can't wait to leave now and go straight to night fishing when they hear there's a place to catch big fish. I can't do it tomorrow, your sister-in-law wants to check out the house, and you know that house prices are getting more expensive every day. Comrade Lao Ling just chatted with Comrade Lao Zhen across the street. The two anglers hadn't met yet, but the conversation was so hot. Seeing this, Lin Luo knew that he wouldn't be able to stop for a while, so he simply turned around and went back to the house, studying the system. The system had been in his hands for 2 days, and he hadn't had a chance to properly study how to develop it. Being passive all the time wasn't his style. He likes to take the initiative. Chapter 24, Dog System, You're a bit of a... Lin Luo closed the door to his room, and the sound of Pops and Kanko's dad chatting outside finally died down. Lin Luo sat down on his butt and skillfully crossed both legs on the table. Let me Kong, what the hell is going on with this ageless everlasting spring kung fu? I've been out thinking about making money on Taobao, but I haven't had a chance to look into today's wool. Lin Luo closed his eyes and found the information on the Fountainhead Everlasting Spring technique that the system had transmitted to him in his mind. Fountainhead Evergreen Kung Fu, the unspoken secret of the great Qian sex authenticity. It is the work of the dual cultivation of life, straight to the innate. If you realize the true nature of the Buddha, you will not be able to avoid throwing yourself into the body. When will you practice the great medicine and become a real person with no leakage? Don't take a look at the double cultivation to the lower 3 ways to think. This life double cultivation is the Taoist metaphysical terminology, refers to the physical and mental comprehensive cultivation, to achieve the highest state of perfection. It can also be viewed as the form and spirit of the body and consciousness. After practicing, one can cultivate the body and refine the body, strengthen the essence and increase the vitality, and the body will be like a glazed glass, free from dust and leakage. The most famous one is the innate kung fu. The innate kung fu practiced by Wang Chongyang was an orthodox Taoist martial art, which was both powerful and straightforwardly asked about innate in life. It was only later that the crippled innate kung fu gave rise to the purple haze divine kung fu. Cultivate your body and mind to live a long and healthy life naturally and stay healthy. This is the case with this Fountainhead Everlasting Spring technique. Those who are successful in cultivation are not only beneficial in cultivation, but they can also keep their face. Good stuff. Lin Luo's eyes were glowing, and his breath began to catch in excitement. When I was a kid, I watched martial arts movies and dreamed of becoming a warrior. What with the dragon falling 18 palms, wind god's legs, Paiyan palms, 3 points of returning chi, and so on. It was a distant dream, a delusion. Now that the daydream had become a reality, could Lin Luo not be excited? Lin Luo took a deep breath for a moment and finally calmed down, then began to study it word by word. It wasn't long before Lin Luo got up and sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to follow what the Gong method said, pointing his right index finger to the sky and his left index finger to the earth, trying to sense the true air. Lin Luo's eyes were tightly closed, his eyes and nose were watching, the tip of his tongue lightly pressed against his upper teeth, and his mind was empty. It didn't take long for Lin Luo to feel a strange airflow within his body. This flow of air is the true air of the inner family. Because Lin Luo had eaten the muscle regenerating and bone shaping pill, all the sinews and acupoints in his body were open at this time, so the true air was running very smoothly. And just as Lin Luo was about to manipulate the true air to start cultivating, this true air unexpectedly began to automatically run according to the vein route of the Fountainhead Everlasting Spring technique. In the light that surfaced in Lin Luo's mind, it was a small white ball of chi that seemed like a caterpillar squirming forward in the maze of meridians one by one. After the real air has been running for one round, small circumference, the real air will grow 1 point stronger. And there is absolutely no need for him to control. The true air is running on its own, just like turning on the hang-up cultivation. Lin Luo opened his eyes and tentatively got up, feeling it. The true air in his body was still running on its own. It didn't stop cultivating because he was doing something else. And as the real air traveled around his body, Lin Luo's body was warm, with an indescribable comfort. Holy, I'm kind of turned on. Lin Luo scratched his head and sat back in his chair again, and after confirming again that the true air was still functioning automatically, he gradually felt relieved. It was better this way. After all, he was too lazy to meditate and practice hard every day on time and on schedule. There are 9 rewards I've gotten from the system here now: the raw muscle and bone shaping pill and wisdom fruit for eating, and the storage space for cultivation wind. The 8 steps to catch the cicada, the powerful Vajra palm, as well as the ageless everlasting spring technique from the martial arts category. The ones that are useless for now are 10 tails of gold as well as 10 Dichen guards. 9 rewards, and the merit law accounts for 3 of them. That's not a low probability, so it shows that Dichen is definitely a very dangerous world. Lin Luo currently knew nothing about Dichen, and the rewards given by the system were all predicated on Lin Luo returning to Dichen to change his destiny against the heavens. Therefore, you must be careful when going to Dichen. That is, here is the country. If it is abroad, Lin Luo high and low to get a few arsenals. When the time to go to Dakian, no matter what you are, a spray in the past, safekeeping you go down to see the king of hell. System, Dichen is so dangerous, why don't you brush up on more quests? If you can't, just give me a list of quests and I'll pick them myself. Lin Luo said tentatively to the system. He's exploring the system. Previously, Lin Luo had been so overwhelmed by the sudden arrival of the system that he hadn't thought of this. Now that he got the benefit, Lin Luo also calmed down. The first priority is to study the system first, to study the system to understand the system, in order to better grip the system wool. However, Lin Luo waited for a moment, and the system didn't respond at all. Ranello fumbled with his chin, pulled open a drawer, and fished an apple-flavored real squeaky bar out of it. He tore open the wrapper and stuffed it into his mouth, the sweet flavor of the apple gradually spreading, and Lin Luo's mind came alive. System, open the task list. System, open sesame. System, nesting and folding? System, I want to change my fate against the heavens, give me the quest. System, worry your ass. Dog system, come on. With a lollipop in his mouth, Lin Luo barked for 5 minutes, and the dog system froze with no response at all. It shouldn't. Crunch. Lin Luo bit into the lollipop with a fierce glare. Old Den. Where's the mission? 38 years old, the abolition of the body scattered kung fu you cross the blue star, repair the remnants of the body, literacy and examination of learning, and restudy of martial arts, and now the martial arts of a small success of you need to look for masters to sharpen themselves, practicing evidence of their own learning. Mission, to consolidate one's learning by sparring with a blue star expert. Reward, instrument of appointment as county magistrate of Yunzhou. Ringo? Fogweed. Calling the system doesn't come out, you have to call old Den right. Dog system, you're a bit of a... Lin Luo muttered in his heart and rushed to look at the quest again. Find the best of the best in Blue Star and cut your teeth. This mission is a bit of a crapshoot. Compared to De Qian, Blue Star is simply his younger brother in martial arts alright. Where are the masters left in Blue Star now? I can't be asked to fight martial arts. Magnitude in the sky, who can compete with me, green blade in hand, who can lean on the sky to slay the dragon. The Central Plains, the hero's true colors, martial arts wind rise, should swallow the mountains and rivers. At this time, the martial arts wind is still quite hot, more famous, Lin Luo knows the martial arts monk DeLong. It is said that he will Vidra cover iron cloth shirt, known for special resistance to beatings. In addition to his love of fishing, Lin Jinjin also likes to watch football and boxing, and Lin Luo hasn't been able to follow comrade old Lin around. So when he said master, he thought of martial arts. But given the pissy nature of the silly dog system, this quest shouldn't be that troublesome. Suddenly, Lin Luo thought of something and rummaged through the trash can. A gym flyer was soon found under a pile of toilet paper balls. Here's a flyer from the new gym that opened in front of the neighborhood the other day. On the flyer, the word fighting was written in big letters, and there was a promotional picture of the instructor punching with gloves on. The 8-pack ab slugger shot was a belter. If you can hold a fighting class in a gym, the instructor is at least a master. You can't be a coach without having been in the ring, can you? Compared to ordinary people, they are certainly masters. It wasn't too late now, so Lin Luo was going to go take a look, and if it was a coincidence, he might be able to do the quest today. It's just a matter of wool gathering hard before the stupid dog system reacts. The reward for this quest is a bit strange though. Lin Luo looked at the few words of that Yunzhou County Magistrate's appointment instrument and fell into deep thought. This stupid dog system couldn't have realized that he had bound the wrong host and started looking for a remedy. What else would I be given the paperwork for? Chapter 25, Jim, Yungu. Did the dog system react? Nope. It should be overthinking itself. After all, that urea bag was absolutely bare-assed when he crossed over, and he didn't know where to find a urea bag to put over his body to save himself from being river crabbed. Traveling back to Dakian, he's a bare-ass. Where can he find the last paperwork? So this Yunzhou County Magistrate's paperwork for office should be prepared for the urea bags back to Dakian. After analyzing it, Lin Luo felt that he had analyzed it correctly. After all, he had now eaten the fruit of wisdom and had grown a brain. If he analyzed it wrongly, it wouldn't be a waste of brain growth. Figuring this out, Lin Luo threw away the flyer and got up to go out of the bedroom. In the living room, Comrade Lao Lin is still smiling and talking on the phone. It can be seen that the opposite side of the old Comrade Jin is very much in line with the appetite of the self Lao Lin, and it is surprising that they have been chatting for so long. Dad, I'm going out for a spin. Lin Luo shouted to the old Lin, got Lin Jin's waving hand in response, and drilled into the kitchen, wanting to talk to their own mother, or else a moment out to find their own people. The night again to us suffered heavy. But Lin Luo had just poked his head into the kitchen when he saw his own mother, Miss Zhang Xuehua, making a phone call with her eyebrows raised. Mom, I'm going out for a spin. Ah, go on, do you have any money on you? And if you want to eat something, fix it outside, the house is closed for fire today. MS. Zhang Xuehua was extremely gentle, smiling like a warm spring breeze. Lin Luo body a jolt. Okay, Mom, I know. After saying that, Lin Luo turned around and ran. I'm not used to being so gentle. Mom, I still like you the way you used to be untamed. Hey, come back. Zhang Xuehua called out to Lin Luo with a voice. Ha? What is it? Take the trash down. Zhang Xuehua pointed to the trash can at his feet. Hey, that's right. Lin Luo threw the garbage into the downstairs trash can, put his hands behind his back, and whistled as he walked towards the entrance of the neighborhood. It was dinner time, but the neighborhood was still bustling. Dog walkers, baby walkers, blind strollers, and heavily armed mahjong players in the kiosks. The main one has its own circle and doesn't get in each other's way. Out of the neighborhood, you are greeted by a night market, which is also bustling with activity. Those who sell barbecued sausage, barbecued lamb kebabs, deep-fried chicken fork bones, deep-fried stinky tofu, and those who sell spicy hot pots, small hot pots, pot helmets, and mutton dumplings. The various scents are intertwined and the fireworks are very strong. Street stores sell spicy hot, sell plate noodles barbecue. The boss stood in front of the door. One looked at the night market business as good, really sad face, gnashing of teeth. People on weight loss running laps pass by and walk away with a mask of pain. What a stumbling block on the road to weight loss. And right by the night market, a new gym has opened. It's a nice thought, eat fat at the night market, come to the gym to lose weight right. It's kind of a business closed loop. Boss, a stinky tofu. Boss, a pot helmet. Boss, 3 starch sausages. Boss. A few minutes later, Lin Luo solved today's dinner, covered with the smell of fried skewers, slipped into the gym. The gym is on 2 floors and the first thing you see when you come in are the 2 front desk girls, with little white shirts on top, one with a proud figure and one with a flat one, both with single ponytails and sweet smiles. Welcome to guests. Sweet voice too. Lin Luo walked up to the front desk and looked inside the gym. Soothing music was playing in the store, and the space was not small, with less than 30 treadmills, though not many people were working out. Some are jogging on the treadmill, some are jacking iron. I came over to inquire about the fact that you can offer fighting classes here, right? As Lin Luo spoke, he glanced at the badges of the 2 small receptionists. True, AI. There is a saying that this one called Jinjin is really something, but this one next to AI smiles and her little tiger teeth are also eye-catching. Just by looking at these 2 front desk girls, I know that the owner of this gym is a bit of a thing, and knows to get 2 pretty little girls here as a front to attract the old colorful lot. But not much. Doesn't he realize that proper fitness attracts the opposite sex and excessive fitness only attracts the same sex? The front desk should be a man and a woman. The 2 small receptionists saw that Lin Luo was here to inquire about fighting lessons, and their smiles immediately warmed up a few more points. That's right yo, guest, we have professional fighting instructors here. It's the kind that wins awards. That's even better. It's the kind of talent I need. Having won an award, you should be considered an expert. Satisfied, Lin Luo asked, can I try a lesson now? I want to try the level of the coach. It's in play. The 2 little receptionists laughed and nodded, and the big real one smiled sweetly and said, sure, it just so happens that our trainer is at the store. Dazinjin finished, picked up the walkie-talkie on the table and started calling. Coach Yun, come to the front desk. Yes. A cool voice came over the intercom. Soon, a tall female trainer with slender thighs and a fitness outfit walked over. This is the iceberg goddess that hangs, willow leaf thin eyebrows peach blossom eyes, nose high and straight light red lips, skin color is healthy wheat color. As she came over, Lin Luo observed her lower body, her pace was steady, there was kung fu in her body. Coach Yun, this guest would like to inquire about a fighting class, so take it. Yes. Hello, my name is Yun Gu and I'm the trainer of this gym. Let me show you around next. Yun Ji's voice was clear and cold, and although she had a smile when she spoke, she could feel a sense of distance. Lin Luo smiled lightly. A visit is not necessary, my name is Lin Luo, Coach Yun, let's just try the class, I need a fighting coach. Yun Gu was slightly stunned for a moment, her wide eyes sizing up the guy who had been staring at her legs from the start. Not very old, by the way he was dressed he should be a student, and his purpose was clear, he wanted to learn fighting. It's bad. It's not coming at me. Okay, come with me. Yun Gu nodded and turned to signal Lin Luo to follow, then led Lin Luo all the way to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor, compared to the 1st floor, has fewer instruments but is divided into 3 areas. In the fighting area, there is an octagonal cage, and in the cycling area, more than 30 dynamic bicycles are placed. There was also a yoga area where classes were being held at the moment, and through the transparent glass on the door, it was possible to see more than a dozen figures in yoga clothes, dimpled and convex, lying on their backs on the yoga mats and concocting their shapes. Lin Luo didn't look at it anymore after just one glance, his expression was calm and his pace was firm. He came here for one purpose, and that was to fight the masters. Coach Yun, is the yoga class here only for girls? Yun-gu glanced at the door of the yoga classroom and said in her heart that she was really a little colorful batch who liked to look at legs. Of course not, men can enroll in classes too. But the yoga program is so small right now that the boys' yoga class isn't up and running yet. Oh, that's a shame, I wanted to enroll my parents in a class lol. It's not a co-ed class, it's so boring. Like this. Yun-gu turned her back to Lin Luo, the corner of her mouth slightly curled up, a bit like a vixen stealing chickens. That's just right, uncle and auntie can follow the current class together, and there are free open classes every week. Amount. You didn't say so earlier. How much is a class? I'll be the first to sign up. That's quite alright, I'll tell them about it when I get back. As Lin Luo said that, looking at having walked to the octagon, he changed his words and turned back into a dream-chasing teenager with nothing but fighting in his eyes. I have a yearning for fighting, but I haven't been exposed to it before. Coach Yun, where do we start? The corner of Yun Ji's mouth twitched. Little brother, you're pretending quite a bit. Start by moving your body, stretching, and opening it up to minimize the risk of sprains. Okay, so how? Lin Luo looked around and asked with a crooked head. I'm going to take you to stretch, then I'm going to fold and run here, exercise for 10 minutes to open up your body, and we're going to go into the octagon. Yungu said, looking Lin Luo's clothes up and down. Did you bring any workout clothes? Chapter 26, Yungu, you're here to smash the scene. No, that's all there is. Lin Luo raised his arms, sweatshirt and long pants, a pair of unknown sneakers, the whole body added up to no more than $200. It's ground up, but it's very comfortable to wear. You're not very athletic in this, so that's it for today, and if you do go to class in the future, it's best to wear shorts. You've seen the fighters fight, right, and the athletes up there wear short sleeves and shorts so they don't get in the way of significant movement. Lin Luo smiled and nodded, he understood the reasoning, but he was here today to whore for nothing. You don't even have to take off your clothes, you're done with a quickie. Okay Mr. Yoon, then let's start now. Well, let's start with a cross-arm stretch. With your feet shoulder-width apart, grab the elbow of the other arm with one hand. Gently pull your arm toward your body and feel the stretch in your shoulders and chest. Lin Luo followed Yungu with a few simple stretches and jogged a few laps to completely open up his body before taking off his shoes and following Yungu into the octagonal cage. I'm going to show you how to wrap a boxing belt now, this one protects your wrists. Lin Luo earnestly followed Yun Ji's movements and wrapped a boxing belt around his left hand, then directly replicated the movements and wrapped it around his right hand as well. Watching Lin Luo's skillful fist-wrapping belt movements, Yun Ji's willow leaf thin eyebrows slightly raised. This kid doesn't look like a newcomer when he's wrapping his belt around his fist. Okay, you wear these gloves. Lin Luo took the boxing gloves handed by Yungu, put them on and gently swung them a few times before his fists clashed with a thud. Mr. Yoon, what's next? Lin Luo looked a little jumpy as Yungu put on his gloves and sized up Lin Luo's form. With the loose sweater over his body, he couldn't see Lin Luo's figure, but his overall figure was slender, a natural clothes rack. This kind of person looks good in anything. Next I'll teach you the stance and pace. When you fight in the ring, the most important thing is defense, so one of your fists is in front of you, and one protects your chin here. Cloud Song hit the sample. Lin Luo swept his gaze and set up a standard boxing stance with an example. Is that so? No, you're not even pretending, are you? Yungu spat in her heart, then nodded, yes, next I'll teach you the movements of the punches, as well as the technique of exerting force and matching the pace when punching. Anyway, let's get this experiential lesson out of the way first. Fighting may seem simple, but it's actually quite simple, with a main focus on a quick eye and physical strength. The old ancestor said, keep your eyes and ears open, and it's true even now. Attacks in the ring aren't complicated, punches, elbows, knees, whips, and ground techniques like crosses, guillotines, and whatnot. These experience classes naturally do not talk about. Yungu just simply talked about the punching movements and the pace to match when punching. Lin Luo listened attentively, knew at once, and coordinated his body limbs to fight with style. Seeing this, Yungu took off his boxing gloves and put on the target, allowing Lin Luo to try to attack the target with the same set of punches he had just thrown. Straight left, straight right, up knee, duck, swing right, swing left, elbow. Yungu parried Lin Luo's gloves with her fist target, feeling the strength of Lin Luo's attack, her eyebrows unconsciously raised again. This kid is so heavy-handed. Although she didn't use her full strength, just a casual strike, it had already made her feel the pressure. Has Mr. Yoon ever fought in a ring before? Lin Luo finished another set of attacking routines and stopped moving, breathing steadily as he asked with a smile. I used to play for 2 years, then my family didn't agree, so I didn't continue. How about you? You don't look like a newbie to me, you've practiced before. Yoongu asked rhetorically. Practiced crop duster for a few years, passed down from the old man in the family, never learned mixed martial arts. After Lin Luo finished, he felt that it was time to get into the topic. After all, there was so much foreplay. I came here this time because I want to experience whether or not transmission of martial arts can go to the ring, Mr. Yoon, why don't the two of us spar? Yoon Ji's expression remained the same, but it was clearly felt that the smile on her face disappeared. What, to kick ass? Her voice was clear and cold, and her eyes turned stern, surprisingly having a bit of a chivalrous woman's aura. How can that be? I just want to try out what level I'm really at, Mr. Yoon, please don't hesitate to teach me, and I'll treat you to dinner when I'm done, how's that? Okay, since you want to try, let's practice. It just so happens that I haven't competed with anyone in a while. After Yungu finished speaking, she took off the fist target from her hand and replaced it with the gloves again. She was tall and graceful, and her movements in the gloves were unhurried, and she looked like she was enjoying herself. When she put on her gloves, Lin Luo smiled and stood face to face with Yungu. Mr. Yoon, let's begin. Yes. As Yun Ji's voice fell, a front kick was swift and powerful, heading straight for Lin Luo's abdomen. Whoa, sneak attack. Lin Luo let out a strange cry, his right arm flicked out, a dharma brush, directly pivoting Yun Ji's big long leg away from him, smoothly stepping up and crouching to start to crouch the tiger. The black boxing gloves were tigerish and whistling as they slammed towards Yun Ji's face. In a flash of lightning, Yun Ji's figure leaned back, and his right leg that was pivoted away by Lin Luo used the force to drive his body to rotate, dodging Lin Luo's strike. At the same time, Yun Ji's left fist slammed into Lin Luo's ribs. With a muffled thud, Lin Luo blocked the punch with his arm with a relaxed expression. Indeed, he was an expert. If he had been replaced by the school's big dog boys, he would have already been lying on the ground, and Yungo had even managed to fight him. Lin Luo grinned, and with a flash of his body, he directly appeared on Yun Ji's side. What? Yungo was shocked in her heart, not expecting Lin Luo's pace to be so ghostly. But Yungo had been in the ring after all. Her mind was firm and she reacted quickly. She didn't panic that easily. Despite Lin Luo's speed, she was still able to keep up with him. In the next second, Yungo threw another punch, which was still harsh and swift. Lin Luo wasn't in a hurry to knock down Yungo, and his body slightly sidestepped the punch. He was going to test the 8 steps to catch the cicadas first. The system quest said to find a master to spar with and practice what you've learned. The 8 steps to catch the cicada and the powerful Vajra palm must of course be practiced. In the octagonal cage, Lin Luo was like a dexterous monkey, easily dodging all of Yun Ji's attacks. Straight punches, swinging punches, whip kicks, side kicks, front kicks. With each attack, Yungo did not go all out, making sure that she could change her stance at any time. After a set of attacks, Yun Ji's breathing began to accelerate. Seeing that his attacks couldn't catch up with Lin Luo, Yungo slowed down his attacks and started to turn to defense. Enemy advances, I retreat, enemy fatigue, I disturb, wait for you to strike to reveal the cracks, I will strike with a heavy punch. Seeing that Yun Ji's attack had stopped, Lin Luo couldn't help but grin. I'm tired. It just so happens that I have finished practicing the 8 steps to catch the cicada, and it's time to experiment with the powerful Vajra palm next. Mr. Yun, I'm coming. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he directly bullied his way forward with swift speed, followed by both fists. The tiger pushes the mountain. Lin Luo's double fists are as powerful as a tiger. Regardless of how powerful it is, this aspect of the momentum cannot be lost. Yungu only felt a numbness in her scalp, as if she saw a fierce tiger pouncing towards her. She almost wanted a sliding shovel. However, she was quite calm, and while her body quickly retreated, she turned around and threw a punch. With a thud, the two gloves clashed together with a dull thud in the octagonal cage. Yungu only felt a huge force hit her, pushing her backward in her stirrups. Lin Luo, however, acted as if nothing had happened and continued to bully his way forward, both fists going straight for Yun Ji's shoulders. Climb the star and take the moon. This move is a powerful yank, grabbing a person's arms and yanking them with force, using monstrous force to be able to directly waist a person's shoulders. But now that I'm wearing gloves, I'll have to turn my palms into fists. Yungu, who had fought with Lin Luo, did not dare to be in hard contact. His feet flashed with a butterfly step, his body twisted to avoid Lin Luo's iron fist. At the same time he quickly threw out a punch, wanting to use his speed to make a violent attack under Lin Luo's ribs. But Lin Luo's stance changed violently, and with a dharma brush with his right fist, he easily blocked Yun Ji's punch. At the same time, the left fist went up from the bottom, under the sea, and a punch went right through Yun Ji's chest. Duong. This punch Lin Luo didn't use any force, but it hammered Yungu with a jump. Hiss. Kid, you're just here to kick ass. Yungu rubbed her chest and looked at Lin Luo in annoyance. Mission, to consolidate myself by sparring with a blue star expert. Reward, instrument of appointment of Yunzhou County Magistrate, completed. How can that be? Haha, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Luo awkwardly lowered his hand, a bit at a loss for words. How it hit crooked. Normally, that punch would have landed on the jaw. I blame the gloves for being too big, for sure, I should have known not to bring them. Look at the mess this has made, how embarrassing. Chapter 27, the proper way to open the olden system. Ha, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Luo laughed dryly, took off his gloves, and rushed to explain. Teacher Yun, it's all because the gloves are too big, or else I'm sure I wouldn't have been able to hit. Lin Luo numbly dumped the pot and still looked at Yungu with concern. Mr. Yun, are you okay? Yungu took a deep breath and felt the pain subside. She also knew that Lin Luo hadn't exerted any force, otherwise her rabbit would definitely be swollen today. Forget it, injuries are inevitable in boxing. But I'm the one who lost today's cut, so do you want to continue with the class? Yungu raised her curved willow leaf eyebrows and looked at Lin Luo inquiringly and said, look at you gritting your teeth. I can't take any more classes. No, I was too rude just now. As an apology, I'll treat Teacher Yun to a meal outside. Forget dinner, I'm not off duty yet. If you really want to apologize, why don't you sign up for my class? Yungu finished and looked at Lin Luo with a smile. I thought we were going to apologize. Come on, get real. Enroll in a class. I can't take this punch for nothing. Good. Report. Lin Luo had originally wanted to whore out a lesson and complete the system mission. But working out with such a tall, leggy and beautiful trainer seems like a pretty enjoyable thing to spend some money on. I'm going to use the restroom first. In a moment, you'll give me a rundown on the process of getting a card and enrolling in a class. Ringo said as he unraveled his boxing belt. I'll meet you at the front desk later then. Seeing that Lin Luo was ready to enroll in classes, Jun Ji's smile brightened a few more points, finally not an iceberg face. As he spoke, Yungu also undid his boxing belt and began to regularize the teaching equipment in the octagonal cage. Lenuro exited the octagon and put on his shoes to go to the restroom. It is not really a water release, but I want to see what this Yunjo County Magistrate's last paperwork in the pocket looks like. The stupid dog system had doled out rewards into his pocket again. Let me con, what does this instrument look like? The previous system quest had asked him to learn Bluestar script, indicating that Qianqing and Bluestar's scripts were different. I just don't know what could be different. Rinlo pulled out the paperwork for his appointment. It was something like a zhengbiao from a TV show, and when he opened it, the text inside made him look confused. Totally unreadable. It was known that Drystar and Bluestar spoke the same, and that Urea Beg spoke in a way that Linello could understand, but this text was completely different. Then in the future, when he goes to Qianqing, won't he become illiterate? And you want to go to the poetry club and the greenhouse to pretend to be a cup of tea. That's a lot of pretending. It's okay to read poetry, but if you're asked to leave an ink blot, you're just dumbfounded. Lin Luo frowned and took out the piece of rhubarb fish from his storage space. It is written on it that it is the system of the Dacian imperial dynasty. Strange, these words are similar to the Bluestar script. How come the words on this instrument are different? Lin Luo studied half a day. White silk shall not ride sister, simply do not bother, will be the instrument in gold and put back into the storage space. For now, I can only hope that the subsequent system brushes up with more stuff about Drystar. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. You fought with the Blue Star experts, practicing what you have learned, and found that you still have a lot of room to rise. The way of martial arts lies in diligence. The Qianqing Star has many experts, and the danger is unpredictable. You must be promoted to the first-class expert realm when you return to the Great Qian. Mission, fight with Blue Star Masters 10 times. Reward, Xiao Dan. Here we go again. The system mission, he really did do it again. Calling out to old and refreshes a quest. Your old login system is kinda personalized. Rinlo fumbled with his chin, looking at the note in the translucent chat box. Fought the Blue Star Master 10 times. Rewarded with a small return of elixir. Following the guideline that none of the quests out of the silly dog system are troublesome, this crossover should be. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth quirked slightly, then he turned around and left the restroom. All the way down to the first floor, Yungu was standing at the front desk talking to two small receptionists about something. Big Jinjin's smiling eyes curved, little AI's eyebrows danced, and only Yungu smiled in a cloudy manner. Mr. Yun. Lin Luo's voice came, and the three women at the front desk looked over in unison. Lin Luo smiled sunny, walking to see the dragon walk, steady pace, especially the lower plate, extraordinarily stable, body temperament also inexplicably have a kind of noble. Lin-san. Yungu also followed Lin Luo's teacher Yun's call and addressed Lin Luo as classmate Lin with a bright smile. De Jinjin and Xiao AI looked at each other, then squeezed their eyebrows and laughed. There's something wrong with the way these two are addressed. Is it playing teacher/student play? It's only been one lesson and I'm in character. Hey, you two are quite good at this. Okay, enough for now, I'm going to sign the contract. Yungu smiled at the two small receptionists. Okay, Coach Cloud. The two small receptionists watched Yungu take the documents and go to the leisure area with Lin Luo. There was soothing music playing in the lounge area, a few tables and chairs were set up, and Yungu and Lin Luo sat across from each other. There are a lot more people coming to the gym this time of year, and there are 5 men and women jogging on the treadmill. There were a couple of bareback big brothers in the equipment area showing off their muscles. The pool table in the lounge area was surrounded by 2 middle-aged men who were smilingly cutting their shots. It's really a nice place to come and spend time when you have nothing to do. Here's a quote for my lessons, starting at 10 lessons for a total of $1,500. There's a discount if you sign up for 30 classes at a time. Just sign up for 10 classes first. Lin Luo didn't dawdle and signed his name on the contract. You won't think about it anymore? And how old are you, 18 yet? Signing a contract under the age of 18 is not legally binding. It can be funny when Ringo buys a class and signs a contract and it turns out the contract isn't legal. 17, but I can make my own decisions, Mr. Yun, let's stop inking, it's your turn to sign. Lin Luo smilingly pushed the contract in front of Yungu. 17. Yungu was stunned and looked Lin Luo up and down. Although he guessed that this little pervert was a student, he didn't realize that he wasn't even 18. The point is that this guy's kung fu was so good that it doesn't look at all like one that should be at this age. Okay. Yungu picked up a pen and signed the contract. You're my first trainee at this store, I'll get you a set of workout clothes for the gym and a book bag later. The new store has just opened, opening a card to enroll in a class to send gifts, are all activities of the store, so Lin Luo did not care. Watching Yungu sign the contract, smilingly raised his hand. Mr. Yun, happy cooperation in the future. Yungu looked at Lin Luo's erected palm, then reacted that Lin Luo was trying to give himself a high five. Yungu pursed her pretty lips and smiled, raising her hand to high five Lin Luo. Snap! It's a little soft to the touch. Yungu was just about to put her hand down, but Lin Luo grabbed her hand. You, what are you doing? Yungu asked suspiciously, her willow leaf thin eyebrows wrinkling into a wave. This kid can't be about to reveal his nature. Little pervert. Thinking that a mere 10 lessons will In the next second, Yungu saw Lin Luo clutching her hand, then raising her hand to give herself a high five. Pop pop pop. 8, 9, 10. Lin Luo counted to himself and high-fived 10 times before releasing Yunji's hand. Okay, let's high-five once a class. High-five is a vow. You have to be the one to take me to these 10 classes. I'm going to be furious if I switch substitutes. Lin Luo let go of Yunji's hand and blurted it out. Fought with a blue star expert 10 times, just now exchanged 10 blows, no more, no less yo. Yungu. Ha? That's it? Yungu tilted her head, confused, and looked at Lin Luo, the little pervert with a bit of poise. What an operation. Lin Luo didn't care what Yungu thought or how she looked at herself. He looked to the system chat box. Mission, fight with a blue star expert 10 times. Reward, Xiaohao Dan, completed. Choke on it. I knew the mission wasn't that much trouble. I've kind of found the right way to open the silly dog olden system myself. Oh yeah. Lin Luo was feeling beautiful in his heart when he felt a heavy weight in his pocket. The little return of the Dan arrived. System, what kind of elixir is the little returning Dan? Is it for enhancing true air? Small return pill, Daki and Shenmen's secret dragon tiger small return pill. Taking one can enhance the power of 30 years. An elixir topping someone else's 30 years of hard cultivation, simply bug. I can only say that this elixir, so Kaoboi won. Chapter 28, Yungu, something's wrong with this kid. What's the deal with this kid? What's with the raised eyebrows after a few hand claps with me? Is it so easy to be satisfied? Yungu was now confused. It wasn't that she was overthinking it, it was just that Lin Luo looked, well, out of place. So, are you okay? Nothing. What can I do? By the way, I'm going to the restroom. Ah, going again? Didn't you just come out of the bathroom upstairs? Yungu was even more confused. Blinking in bewilderment with his big eyes, he saw Lin Luo hurriedly get up, press his pants pockets, and run towards the restroom. This posture, the position of the hands, and this state of eagerness. She couldn't restrain a ridiculous thought from popping into her head. Pressurized gun dojo. Hiss. He's not going to reward himself, is he? Yungu looked at her white and slender hands and couldn't help but blush when she thought of Lin Luo forcing her to high-five. I don't think so. It's just a pat on the back. Are all kids so angry nowadays? The gym had just opened and the restrooms hadn't even been used much, so I didn't smell anything weird coming in. Lin Luo pulled out the pitch black pills from his pocket. It's about the same size as the muscle and bone sculpting pill, and looks like mylar. Lin Luo didn't look for much, and directly threw the elixir into his mouth. Lin Luo chewed a few times and felt a bit dry, I guess. But the effect was remarkable. Just for a moment, Lin Luo felt a stream of warmth start to pour out from his dantian in a steady stream, and then it wasn't writhing anymore, it was just a direct eruption. True air erupted from the dantian and surged into the meridians and acupoints, starting the 100-meter sprint. 30 years of hard cultivation of true qi could be far too powerful than the small caterpillar like true qi Lin Luo had before. Hiss! Lin Luo took a deep breath, his breath stretched out, and through the mirror, he could see his eyes gleaming and glowing as if they were glowing. The temples were also slightly bulging, looking divinely extraordinary, and the whole person had an additional transcendent meaning. Cozy. Lin Luo moved his body, feeling more comfortable than ever. Then, Lin Luo followed the powerful Vajrapalm's mantra to run his true qi again, and he saw his hands faintly glowing white. He had a feeling that this slap would be absolutely awesome. The sink is definitely going to be scrapped though. Phew. Lin Luo let out a long breath while dispersing the true air in his hands. He's kind of entering the transcendent now, isn't he? It's like a dream when you think about it. Eating a melon picks up the system of the traveler. The system is still a stupid dog, completely did not realize that he bound the wrong master, but also one to release simple tasks for him. Hardwired him from an ordinary person, 3 days dry to become a first-class expert. This wool gathering is simply too comfortable. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Lin Luo once again greeted the silly dog old den system in his heart. At the age of 38, you have experienced the destruction of your family, the gold list, the cave, your wife's backstabbing, the killing of your body, and the crossing of your death, and under the great sorrows and joys, your toughness of mind is far beyond the ordinary people. After crossing over, your body is crippled and you have lost all your martial arts skills, but you are still indomitable, overcoming all kinds of difficulties, and finally your martial arts skills have reached the first-class realm. At this time you return to the dry star already have the power of self-preservation, but the most urgent task is to learn the advanced cultural knowledge of the blue star, and return to the blue star to change the fate of heaven. Mission, learn an advanced knowledge and technology not found in Qianxing. Reward, healthy body pill. Aha! Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, looking at the note in the system chat box, and fell into deep thought. Seeing what the system meant, he was now a first-class expert. 30 years of true air, plus the powerful Vajrapalm, is a first-rate expert. Isn't this Qianxing's first-rate expert quite worthless? But the quests were pretty easy to accomplish. Go back and flip through the books. All Drystar didn't have was the technology. Just read any one of them and you'd be done. For example, mineral salt filtration, refining sugar, making gunpowder, and so on. The key is this reward. What's a health pill? System, what does the fitness pill do? It doesn't look like an elixir. Soon, a message about the fitness pill appeared in the system chat box. Healthy body pill, an elixir commonly circulated in the Jianghu of Daqian, can be taken to make the body strong and healthy, increase qi, and reduce the possibility of illness. Grass. So this is Drystar's healthcare. Lin Lo hit the nail on the head. Only people this is really effective, Blue Star's health products, pure scam. She's just my sister, and my sister says that purple rhymes. Lin Luo hummed and came out of the restroom refreshed, shaking his hands as he walked. You can't go to the bathroom without washing your hands. You have to do the whole thing. It's called being thoughtful and thorough. And when Yin Gu, who was sitting on the card seat waiting for Lin Luo to come back, saw the scene, his good-looking iceberg face couldn't help but have a wonderful expression. It was as if there was a voice in her head that kept repeating itself. This kid is up to no good. Ha! Mr. Yun, why is your face so red? Lin Luo took his seat and saw Yun Ji's cheeks flushed and her eyes fluttering. Clearly an iceberg got his face, but she gave off a very contrasting feeling. Ah, it's okay. You wipe your hands. Yun Gu subconsciously yanked a tissue from the coffee table and threw it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo caught the paper towel and didn't care, smilingly wiping his hands, then skillfully threw the paper ball into the trash can at his feet. At the same time, Lin Luo also noticed what Yun Gu had placed beside her. Fitness workout clothes, and a modest pouch. This was the giveaway Yun Gu had just gone to pick up for Lin Luo. MS. Yun, let's try to pick a weekend for our lessons, Monday through Friday. It's pretty late after I get out of school. Good, then our class is scheduled for Saturday and Sunday. Yun Gu said with flushed cheeks. Lin Luo also finally noticed her abnormality at this time. No, you're blushing like a bubble teapot for good reason. But don't tell me, it's pretty good looking. Mr. Yun, then I'll see you next Saturday. If something comes up at the last minute, just call me to let me know. Lin Luo didn't care what Yun Gu was blushing about at this moment, he was anxious to go brush up on his quest. Oh, yes. Yun Gu stood up and wanted to say something else, but she saw that Lin Luo had already carried her things and left without looking back. Strange. How did he go so fast? Yun Gu looked at Lin Luo's determined back and was a little puzzled again. Suddenly, the reactive Yun Gu shouted, "Hey, don't go, you haven't paid yet." Lin Luo, who was almost at the door, had his body lurched and slapped his forehead. I said, why do I feel weird? I always feel like something is missing, but it turns out that I didn't pay. Grabbed the stuff and ran. Almost hoarded out for nothing. Lin Luo gave an awkward chuckle, pulled out his wallet, and asked with a smile, "Where do I pay?" Yun Ji's slender finger pointed in the direction of the finance room, then led Lin Luo to the finance room. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo carried her bag and came out of the gym. He had an extra gym card in his wallet. Not only can you come over to the gym anytime in the future, but there are also 10 fighting classes with Yun Gu. Mom! I'm home. Lin Luo pushed open the door and the first thing he said was to call out for Mom. Zhang Shuihua was sitting on the sofa and was studying something with Lin Jianjian head to head. Hearing Lin Luo's voice, the two families turned around to look at Lin Luo. Son, come here and take a look. What do you think of the floor plans in this neighborhood? Lin Luo changed his slippers and came up behind the sofa, holding his mom and dad's shoulders with one hand and squeezing his head between them. Kong, ouch, good ouch, commercial district 3-bedroom, north-south perspective, surrounded by shopping malls, schools, parks, hospitals, out the door is the subway bus, supporting facilities comprehensive, the price of 7,055 yuan a flat. I think it's okay. Lin Luo patted his dad and mom's shoulders. If you guys think it's appropriate, then set it, I'm going back to study. Lin Luo turned around and was just about to leave when he thought of something and took the gym card out of his wallet. Mom, there's a new gym in front of the neighborhood that has free open yoga classes, so go check it out sometime. Geez, what's the point of having this? It's a waste of money. Zhang Shuihua said so on her lips, but her face has already smiled and bloomed, holding the fitness card heart happy. When she's not doing anything, she likes to dance along with the yoga classes on TV, but has never bothered to pay for a gym membership. I didn't expect my son not only to get ahead and love to learn, but also to buy her a gold necklace and a gym card. What a good son of Mom's. Well, go read your book, and tomorrow Mom will buy you hairy crabs and give you a treat. Chapter 29, Frying Skills or Skills, 2. Half a city of smoke and sand, soldiers in the city, jingoism. Lin Luo, who was rewarded by his mom with a meal of hairy crabs, hummed the song of a song and drilled into his hut with great joy. He had a great day today. Not only money, but also the fountainhead everlasting kung fu, as well as the small return pill. Of course that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he had found the key to brushing the system. Simply call the old den system to refresh the quest. Linello sat down in his own chair, pulled open a drawer, and fished a lollipop out of it. Looking at it, it was his favorite apple flavor, and then he ripped open the package and stuffed it into his mouth. He loved the light sweetness of the apples in a small, refreshing way. Drystar is ancient, and any modern technology is advanced for Drystar. So, Lin Luo's eyes scanned back and forth across his bookshelf. Although his bookshelves are filled with mostly textbooks from elementary school up to the present, he still has a few extracurricular books. Soon, Lin Luo's eyes locked onto a book with a fancy cover. Ringo reached out and took it down. 108 Hands of a House Husband. This was brought back by Comrade Lao Lin, who had wanted to pay tribute to old Miss Zhang. Yet the first time I cooked, I burned and missed a pot, dropped 2 plates in a bowl, and even cut my finger while chopping vegetables. Since then, the old Comrade Lin deeply realized that he just wasn't meant to cook, and then he shoved the book into Lin Luo's bookshelf to fall into dust. Lin Luo flipped through the catalog and looked at the 108 dishes, containing nutritious soups, pregnant women's meals, sick people's meals, and post-operative meals. Among them are several major cuisines such as Sichuan, Hunan, Hangzhou and Lu cuisine. Detailed cooking instructions are recorded on it, as well as the background of where the dish came from. Lin Luo hurriedly flipped through it before looking at the system chat box. Mission, learn an advanced knowledge and technology not found in Qianxing. Reward, healthy body pill, completed. Frying skills are skills, too. The dog system doesn't say what the technology is. It's familiar again. A sinking in the pocket. Lin Luo pulled out a health pill from his pocket. Eating this grows your qi and boosts your immune system. Lin Luo thought for a moment and took the elixir to the kitchen. Just in time to learn the craft and practice it. In the living room, Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua were still studying which room type was appropriate, neither of them noticing that Lin Luo had gone to the kitchen. After a bit of tinkling and pounding, Lin Luo managed to produce 2 bowls of seaweed and egg drop soup. Dad, Mom, my new nori egg drop soup, come and try it. Lin Luo split the healthy body pill into 2, added it to 2 bowls of egg drop soup, and served it to Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua. Good man, are you still my son? And you've learned to cook. Zhang Xuehua was quite surprised, and more than that, she was elated, and the corners of her mouth could not be restrained from rising. Lin Jian, on the other hand, surveyed the bowl of egg drop soup with a grave expression. Look at the appearance is not bad, the egg soup is crystal clear, not cloudy, the egg beat very beautiful, point of sesame oil, can smell a belong to the fresh fragrance of the egg soup. Just don't know how it tastes. Dad, what are you looking at, drink it. Lin Luo urged. Zhang Xuehua picked up the soup spoon and tasted it, and her eyes lit up. That tastes really good. Yes? Lin Jianzhu willfully picked up the soup spoon and took a taste as well. Aha! It's still true, it doesn't taste bad, and at the very least it's much better than what you make yourself. He can't even boil an egg well, not to mention egg drop soup. It's either burst or undercooked. The 2 couples, who were too happy to eat dinner, quickly devoured the egg drop soup. It just felt all warm and cozy. However, both of them didn't notice the difference in their bodies, and thought it was because they drank the hot egg soup. Their bodies were naturally hot and sweaty, so they beautifully stuffed the bowl to Lin Luo. Son of a, good hands, go wash the dishes. Good behavior, $10 extra for tomorrow's allowance. Lin Luo bristled, suppressed the smile at the corner of her mouth, and turned around to wash the dishes. His family's financial situation was not good when he was a child, but Lin Luo never suffered. Mom and Dad left all the sweetness for him, and they ate the bitterness themselves. Now that a health pill can make Mom and Dad fit, what's wrong with him washing a bowl? It's okay to wash for the rest of your life. In the kitchen, Lin Luo turned on the faucet to rinse the dishes. Old Den, out to refresh the system. He can't stop anymore. This stupid dog system is too good to be fooled. Just do anything to pull wool over his eyes. He is not diligent, it is not a waste. At the age of 38, you have vomited and finally learned the advanced cultural knowledge of the Blue Star, and the examination period is approaching, so please come out on top of the pack of candidates. Mission, winning the first place in the Academy examination competition. Reward, vertical sword technique. What? Vertical swordsmanship. What kind of sword art is this one? It's pretty generic looking at the name. Who was that pissbag ed to death by before? Oh, the soul-chasing sword. Look at people's name. It's a little bit dirtier, but it's blowing up. This, your vertical sword technique, is too plain to be true. System, what kind of sword art is the vertical sword art? Lin Luo has always been a good boy who asks questions when he doesn't understand. Vertical sword technique, the secret of the Ghost Valley sect, a hidden sect in Dakian. Ghost Valley School, sounds very like Since it's an untold secret, it should be something pretty impressive. Lin Luo stroked his chin and looked at the system quest again. It's over, the test was on Monday and now it's Saturday. It's so annoying that you can't swipe missions in a row now. Old Den system, another mission. Lin Luo tilted his head, his eyebrows were furrowed into a frown, somewhat undeterred. If you can swipe out 2 quests at the same time, you don't have an extra option. In view of the host's strong request, the system side mission is open. Shanshan Nebula State is located on the border between Dakian and northern Liang. Today, Yunzhou is in a severe drought, with no rain for 3 years, and there is no grain harvest, so the people are suffering. As the new magistrate of Yunzhou, please find a solution to save the people of Yunzhou. Mission, find a solution to the drought. Mission, 100 guards of Dakian. What? Outrageous no. I haven't even returned to Qianxing to take up my post yet, and this is the first time I've been asked to go to work. The solution to the drought, now that's easy, just take a shot. Dry ice bombs or silver iodide, a chemical reaction in the clouds and then it rains. But Qianqing is ancient, how to fight? No. Lin Luo suddenly reacted. The system just said it found a solution to the drought, it didn't say I should solve the drought. This stupid dog system is so good at fooling around, it shouldn't be too hard this time. Lao Dang, artificial rainfall can be achieved by firing dry ice or silver iodide into the clouds. If you can't, you can dig more wells and hang iron on water tanks to produce dew using the difference in temperature between day and night. Lin Luo said several things in one breath, not caring if he could use them or not. Anyway, the system says, find a solution to the drought. It's not a solution to the drought. Mission, finding a solution to the drought. Mission, 100 guards for Dakian, completed. Choke on it. I knew it, this stupid dog system is so confusing. Lin Luo grinned, no longer as excited as before. It's not all routine. The lowdown. Although the rewards of this side quest could only be claimed after going to the dry star, it was still the wool he had gleaned, wasn't it? Old Den system, keep brushing up on your tasks. Rainello leapt to his feet, ready for the big grip. However, the note that appeared in the chat box made Lin Luo's smile disappear. Louden crossing system updated. What? No, why are you suddenly updating? It couldn't be that you realized you were a retarded stupid dog system and then wanted to update it and turn it around. Old Den system. Silly dog old Den system. Lin Luo called out several times, but the system didn't respond at all. For a moment, Lin Luo's heart followed. Chapter 30, Still Stupid Dogs After System Update. It won't. No way. Lin Luo lay on his bed, tossing and turning, losing sleep. Usually his favorite place to lie in bed and read novels, he didn't have any heart at all at the moment. This stupid dog system isn't going to stop being stupid. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the night market outside the neighborhood is still bustling, drinking and boxing, staggering sounds through the window cracks drilled in, disturbing people's dreams. Lin Luo's brows furrowed as he rolled over and sat up. Old Den system. Louden crossing system updated. It's still the same sentence. Crap system that doesn't even give an update progress bar. Lin Luo mentally spat at the old Den system and laid back down again with a close of his eyes. It always feels as if I've forgotten something, but I can't remember. Blame it on this old Den stupid dog system. Updating of the Louden crossing system completed. Waking up early in the morning, Lin Luo opened his eyes and saw this line. Fogweed. Lin Luo flipped over and directly flew up lightly. Fogweed. Lin Luo misread another sentence, woke up completely, pushed the ceiling, stabilized his body, and then landed lightly on the bed. These 30 years of internal true air is just extraordinary. A little bit of force and you're flying so high. Lin Luo's eyes glittered with excitement. How can you not be excited about becoming an expert in internal martial arts overnight? And how can you not be excited when your childhood dream of being a martial artist becomes a reality? Son, breakfast is ready. Come out and wash up. Old Mom Zhang Xuewa's voice. Coming. Lin Luo hurriedly responded, took a deep breath, quickly put on his clothes and headed outside. Because he had to familiarize himself with his suddenly stronger body, Lin Luo's movements seemed a bit weird, as if he had become stiff. However, as Lin Luo quickly familiarized himself with his body, that stiffness quickly disappeared. Lin Luo skillfully brushed his teeth, spitting white bubbles from his mouth. Lao Dang, out to brush up on the side quests. Lin Luo called the system in his mind, still a little apprehensive. This stupid dog system is updated to 2.0. Will it grow a brain? Will it unbind if I realize it's bound to the wrong person? You're going to say goodbye to the stupid dog system before you even have a chance to visit the dry star? You who traveled across the blue planet to return to the dry planet to change your destiny against all odds, vomiting and studying, have finally found a solution to the drought in Yunzhou. However, the yield of Yunzhou's farmland is low, and the people still don't have enough to eat despite intensive cultivation. As the incoming county magistrate of Yunzhou, you have the responsibility to solve the problem of Yunzhou's low farmland yield. Quest, find a solution to the low yield of Yunzhou's farmland. Reward, 1 piece of fragrance. Lin Luo's movement of brushing his teeth couldn't help but lurch. No, this stupid dog system upgraded a lonely bar. Upgraded is as good as not upgraded. Old Deng system, the solution to the low yield of farmland is to apply fertilizer. By drying and fermenting the silt and manure from the river bottom together, and then spreading it onto the fields to increase the fertility of the land, you can increase production. Mission, find a solution to the low yield of Yunzhou's farmland. Reward, a piece of fragrance, completed. At this moment, Lin Luo felt a sinking in his pocket. Familiar recipe, familiar way of handing out rewards. Confirmed, the stupid dog system still hasn't realized it's bound to the wrong host. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth couldn't restrain themselves from curling up, then he pulled out the system reward from his pocket. A pint of incense. What the hell is this? It's a black, unholy, mellifluous-looking contraption. It doesn't smell or smell good. How can you call it a pint? System, where's the item introduction? 1 piece of fragrance, Dakian's perfect and strange fragrance. After taking it, the body will produce a strange fragrance, which will make one's mind relaxed and happy when smelling it. There's still this good stuff. Eating it turns you into a fragrant princess, doesn't it? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, unsure if he should eat it or not. After thinking about it, I took a bite. Anyway, no harm done, just eat and be done with it. After washing up, Lin Luo came to the restaurant. Zhang Xuehua had already served breakfast on the table, and Lao Lin was waiting for his wife and son to start the meal. On the table was white porridge, squash, donuts and a couple of tea eggs. It was simple, but the family ate it well. Lin Luo ate while sizing up his dad and mom. Both men's hair looked, well, darker, and the creases in their faces had dispersed. The whole man looked radiant and refreshed. This health pill is really not simple. When I go to Qianqing later, high and low to find the refining method of this health pill, get to the Blue Star, this is a proper 100 billion market. Thinking about Blue Star's healthcare products, which are useless and still dead expensive to buy, how are you all going to react to the scam merchants selling healthcare products when you bring out the health pills yourself? Can't beat your product, just beat you. Hiss. Growing a brain was different. Lin Luo surprisingly thought of the answer in an instant. Yeah, Blue Star figured it was like this: if you can't solve the problem, solve the person who brought it up so there's no problem. The large healthcare market, everyone is selling fake goods, you sell real, everyone's job is gone, not to get you to get who. So it looks like it's better to keep a low profile. Lin Luo sighed and settled the bowl of white porridge. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Xuehua and Lin Jianqing looking at him in unison. Got it. Lin Lu dutifully went to brush the dishes. Honey, do you feel that your son is different today? It was said that women were meticulous, and Zhang Xuehua was the first to realize that Lin Luo was different from the past days. Lin Jianzhuang recalled carefully and froze, not noticing anything wrong. How? Haven't you noticed that your son seems to have grown? The t-shirt I bought him just last month is surprisingly a little small to wear today. What do I take it for? 21 still scurrying a bit, the son is only 18, it's time to grow. Lin Jianzhuang said in disbelief. I'm not done yet. Zhang Xuehua showed a hesitant look on her face, as if she was a bit unsure. What else? Sun smells good today, don't you? Lin Construction rubbed his nose and shook his head dryly. I don't smell it. Humph, you stinky man who smokes and drinks all day and doesn't like to take a bath. Your nose and tongue are blind, it's only strange that you can smell it. I'm not talking about your son, why are you bringing me into this? Old Lin skimmed in his heart, but his face had a sincere look of I'm ashamed, I'm guilty. It's bad luck to disobey your mistress in the house. Old Den system, come out and brush up on your mission. Lin Luo's hands moved quickly to brush the bowl, while not wasting a moment to call the system again. However, the only main quest in the system's chat box was the one about taking first place in the school exam. I'm surprised the side quests didn't brush up. No, what the hell has been updated in this stupid dog system? Dang, you've been updating all night. What have you updated? Now the number of refreshes for the side quests has been updated. The host can only refresh the side quests once a day, so please focus on the main quests. Grass. That's it. Thought the system was updated to 2.0, but it turned out to be 1.0.2, so I did a small patch. I've been worrying all night for nothing. Northward. Chapter 31 Hidden Dragon Mountain Reservoir. Ringo brushes the dishes as fast as ever. Instead of putting detergent in, just run the water under the stream and wipe it down with a dishcloth. Anyway, it's not sick if you don't eat it. Mom, it's all brushed off, I'm going back to reading. Ringo exited the kitchen, ready to go back inside for a nap. He let the stupid dog system scare him last night and didn't fall asleep until after 2 o'clock, even though he's now armed with the ultimate power. A night without sleep wouldn't hurt, but it always felt like something was missing. Don't read, put on your jacket and go with us to see the house. Zhang Xuehua called out to Lin Luo and said. She was very exuberant about going to see the house. Last night I was looking forward to this night passing quickly and then seeing the new house sooner. As a result, the more I tried to sleep, the more I couldn't sleep, and I tossed and turned until midnight. Just go see it with my dad. I'll do whatever you guys want. Ringo kind of doesn't want to go. With that kind of effort you might as well be at home sleeping, reading, and then going to the gym. Zhang Xuehua raised an eyebrow. What? You say you'll listen to us all the time, but in the end, you won't even listen when we ask you to come with us? Lin Luo scrunched his neck. Even though he was now called a first-class expert by the system and was armed with supreme martial arts, he still shrank his neck in fear when he saw his old mom like this. It's called bloodline suppression. Go on then. Hey, right, that's what a good son of mom is. Zhang Xuehua smiled with arched eyebrows, then slapped Lin Jian. What are you waiting for? Get going. Oh yeah, go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Construction got up and led his wife and children out the door. Rinlo. This way. Jin Zikong waved his hand excitedly. The middle-aged couple standing behind Jin Zikong were his mom and dad, Jin Yuqian and Jin Meimei. Lin Luo stuck one hand in his pocket and looked at Kong Zi, who was hopping around and waving to himself, and inexplicably thought of Era. Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua smiled as they went forward. Elder brother Jin. Elder brother Lin. Sister-in-law. Sibling. The Lin and Yen families met triumphantly outside the gates of the Platinum neighborhood. Why is your family coming over too? Lin Luo took Konko by the shoulders and inquired in a low voice. When I came out, I didn't hear my mom and dad talk about it, so Lin Luo was quite surprised. As soon as my dad heard that Uncle Lin was looking at a wedding house for you yesterday, he thought of buying me a set as well, and then our two families will be neighbors." Kong Zi dejectedly laughed. The thought of being neighbors with his good brother in the future made him feel good in his heart, and it would be so convenient to go out and sneak online in the future. Lin Luo knew what he was thinking as soon as she took a look at his smile. "The placement test is tomorrow. Which class do you think you'll get?" With a single word, Jin Zikong fell silent. "No. Do you have to talk about such an unpleasant subject when I'm happy? Are you polite? Ha, elder brother Lin, how about we go to that place you mentioned this afternoon and fling a couple shots? I couldn't sleep with itchy hands after hearing you last night." "Coincidentally no, that's exactly what I was going to do. The fishing rod is in my car. Oops, my heart is in the right place. Brother Lin, I've brought a barbecue grill with me, so we'll kill and grill the fish when it comes in." Old Lin Laojian laughed happily, while Zhang Xuehua and Jean Mimi rolled their eyes in unison next to him. "A heart to heart? We weren't deaf when you two conspired on the phone last night, okay? But it's nice to go and relax as a family with a morning viewing and an afternoon outing." The morning viewing went well. Because they had already decided to buy it, when they arrived at the place, looked at the model house and then determined the floor, Lin Jian and Jin Yuqian directly paid the deposit. Long this kind of thing for people who do not have a stable job, quite troublesome, but for Lin Construction Jin Yuqian such as more than 10 years as a cowhorse, have a stable job, quite simple, just wait for the bank work on Monday, face to face can be. Lin Luo seriously suspected that the reason why these two fishing guys got the process done so quickly was that they wanted to leave early for the fishing spot and fish. The truth was also just as Lin Luo had expected. After coming out from the sales department of the Platinum neighborhood, Lin Jian and Jin Yuqian drove the two families straight to the fishing spot, Zhanglongshan Reservoir. This is the South City just built in recent years, because the reservoir is in the mountains, and there is not much publicity, so for the time being there are not many people. The reason Lin Construction knew about this place was still because their company's instruments were used in the construction of the reservoir. At that time, Lin Construction also came over to see the site, then thought when this place is completed, high and low to come here to dump a few shots. The car was parked a kilometer away from the reservoir, and there was only a small road ahead that could only be walked. After Lin Jian and Jin Yuqian parked the car, they went to the trunk to get something in a hurry. Jin Zikong, with his thin arms and legs, carried the fishing bag, and Laojian carried the barbecue grill himself. Lin Jian and Lin Luo were each carrying a bag of fishing tackle and supplies purchased at the supermarket. Zhang Xuehua and Jean Mimi, on the other hand, were wearing sunglasses, arm in arm, looking at the surrounding scenery with smiles on their faces, gesticulating with their hands from time to time, looking for the best location to take pictures. "I brought silk scarves. I'll take your picture later." "Huh, I brought it too." The two looked at each other, then simultaneously pulled pink silk scarves out of their pockets. On closer inspection, it's still the same model. "Lin Luo, why do you think they like to fiddle with silk scarves in photos?" Jin Zikong asked Lin Luo in a puzzled manner as he carried his fishing bag. "Who am I going to ask if you ask me?" Ringo also wanted to know. "Okay. When my own mom takes photos, she likes to tug on the silk scarf to pose, and she especially likes to let it flutter in the wind." At first he thought his mom was an exception, but he didn't realize that many aunts and mothers he saw outside were like that. "You guys walk faster. It's almost time." Lin Jianzhuang, who was walking at the front, urged the people behind him. He could already see the reservoir up ahead. Shen Yuqian hugged the grill, huffing and puffing, but still holding on strong. "I should have gotten a smaller grill, this thing is so big it's a real drag to move." However, at the moment of seeing the reservoir, Shen Yuqian instantly resurrected with full blood, running faster than Lin Jian. "Older brother, don't dawdle, come on, let's race when we get to the place and see who catches the fish first. That's bound to be me." The two anglers were confident, light on their feet and scrambling. There is no road in the world, but when more people walk, there is a road. Lin Luo could kind of see that this place was weighted out by the fishing guy, otherwise the tree branches and grasses on both sides grew so well. How did this small dirt road come out? The Zhanglong Mountain Reservoir was built so large that you couldn't see the water's edge at a glance. Lin Luo was really surprised to see that the water and sky, floating light, and still shadows seen in the textbooks could be seen here. The side of the reservoir is wide and flat, just right for camping. Lin Luo and Jin Zikong found a place with the best view, then took out the moisture-proof mat for camping from their bags and spread it down. "After a bit of work, I finally finished building the birth point for the outing." When I looked up, old Lin and old Jin had already set up their racks at the water's edge and were talking and laughing about fishing. The two moms stood at the water's edge, one posing and the other taking pictures, and having a great time. So it's just the two of them who are doing the hard work. "Yasuko, want to give it a try?" Rinlo lifted his chin, signaling to go fishing. Kansi's head shook up as he picked up a can of best and snapped open the pull tab to take a swig. "Hiccup, not going. What's so fun about fishing? Why don't we go around?" Kanko raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice in a godly poke. "Fourth Kamari, Age of Exploration. He's not interested in fishing. He wants to try wilderness survival. Recently, Master Bay is on fire, the exploration column of the wilderness survival. Donnie Yen has watched every episode. and has long wanted to experience it for himself. Isn't today's environment a great time? Lin Luo's eyes followed and lit up. Good boy, with ideas. Chapter 32 A Bag of Gold in the Forest. Dad, Mom, let's go around. Go on, don't go far. Got it. Lin Luo, who had gotten the go-ahead, and Kanko, excitedly set off. Lo, what do we do now? Kang Zi asked as he followed behind Lin Luo with the look of a backpacking little brother. Lin Luo looked around, except for trees. Kang Zi, our brother and I are now stranded on a deserted island. The main thing is to settle for shelter, water and food. Now that shelter and water are secured, we're going to look for food, Lin Luo said with a serious face. Kanko seconds into the scene. Understood. I get it, we must consume quality protein and carbohydrates. Please Captain, issue the mission. Not to be outdone, Adventure Khan, who reads every installment, knows what it takes most to be stranded in the wilderness. Good, let's go scout around now, let's go. Yes. Kanko was quite excited, carrying an engineer's shovel in his hand, and chopped at the weeds and bushes in front of him. This engineer's shovel is in the trunk of the old Jin car, the quality is quite good, get off the car to move things. Jin Zikong copied it by hand, and now use it, quite smooth. Lin Luo followed behind Kong Zi with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, indicating that he was in a good mood at the moment. This kind of house game might be a bit childish for a small child of 3 or 4 years old, but for a 17 or 18-year-old like Lin Luokangzi, it was just right. Zhanglongshan Reservoir, as a key project in the South City, has done quite well in terms of water quality and greening. And behind the reservoir, there are even more densely wooded mountains. The two of them advanced more than 200 meters, seemingly going in a straight line, but in fact, they had deviated from the path. Look low, there are mushrooms here. Kanko suddenly scurried out in excitement and ran to a tree, pointing at a few ugly mushrooms growing on the ground. The canopy looks like a bucket hat and is yellowish-brown. Ringo, who had read the encyclopedia, recognized it at once. This is dog urine moss, also known as crystal grain ghost umbrella. This pole has turned gray and is not edible. That's dog piss. Kanko scratched his head, looking at the thing with newfound curiosity. I remember Ken cooking a pot of it and eating it and then going to the bathroom to Ken pee and puking his guts out. Lin Luo understood for a second and nodded with a smile. Yes, that's the thing. Geez yak, waste of feelings, let's move on to something else. Kanko got up in disgust and stomped right over the dog pee moss, then continued to drive ahead. Lo, do you think there's any wildlife or anything over here? Don't be whimsical, this place isn't a primeval forest, wild birds do exist, can you catch them? Playing house, you're too deep in the game and trying to catch wild animals. Lin Luo had just finished spitting, when he saw Jin Zikong excitedly wail and scurry straight out. Found anything else? Lo, come quickly, we have a major discovery. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows. A major discovery? What is it? Lin Luo quickened his pace to follow. Did Yasuko really see an animal? This place shouldn't be so bad. However, soon, Lin Luo's expression became grave. Only Kanko rushed to a tree with a dirty duffel bag half buried in the dead branches and leaves on the ground. I don't know what was in it, but the duffel bag was bulging and torn in places. It looks like it's been lost here for a long time. Luogu, this is a backpack left behind by someone who passed through here before. It's likely to hold important supplies inside. Jin Zikong came to rub his hands with a fly and said excitedly. What's it called? Opening a blind box. Or a wilderness blind box. Maybe there's a treasure in there. Lin Luo was truly convinced at this moment. Kang Zi is worthy of his treasure scouting pioneer. Everywhere he goes, he can refresh some good stuff out. Not yet. Linello pulled back Jin Zikong who wanted to lick the bag. What's wrong? This bag is not right. Lin Luo said, and began to scan the surrounding area, but didn't find anything out of place. What's wrong? Lo, don't you think it's suspicious? Where is this? In the middle of nowhere, surrounded by no village in front and no store in the back, and if you're looking around, there's not a single trace of people walking around. How come there's a bulging backpack here? Hiss. You're right, Luo, so is it possible that this bag was hidden here by criminals? Jin Zikong's eyes brightened even more. It's all about reading novels, who aren't already brain-bleeding monsters. Very likely. Lin Luo nodded. In fact, there was another speculation that Lin Luo hadn't said, and that was the wreckage of the shipwrecked. It could be something left behind by the victims, except that other debris isn't here, making that guess less likely. Of course, it's also possible that the debris is buried under dead branches and leaves. Thinking of this, Lin Luo pointed at the dead branches and leaves around his backpack. Kanko, dig. Look what's down there. Jin Zikong didn't think much of it and obediently dug around the backpack. The engineer's shovel in his hand dug fast, and with these dead branches and leaves being so flimsy, it didn't take much effort to dig. So soon, a pit was dug out around the backpack by Jin Zikong. Lin Luo frowned and opened the treasure appraisal technique with a thought. Broken backpack, worthless. This treasure identification technique is rather dull. It can only simply distinguish the value of money or how much it is worth. As for whether there is any treasure in the bag, it doesn't care. So Lin Luo didn't expect the treasure appreciation technique to gamble on stones or anything. It could only distinguish the surface value of the item. Kanko was exhausted, but managed to cover his mouth and nose with his collar. When these dead branches and leaves were dug up, there was a putrid, moldy smell that belonged to dead branches and leaves. Lo, there's nothing around this bag. Ringo nodded and crouched down with his gloves on. Seeing this, Jin Zikong couldn't care less about gasping for breath and squatted beside Lin Luo, his eyes glowing. Wilderness survival, wilderness adventure, what is the figure? Is not this unknown mystery and excitement? A bulging backpack was now refreshed in the wild, and no one knew what was in it. Kanko's curiosity was stretched to the limit. Lo, want to drive? Open. Lin Luo grabbed the backpack and carried it. It was unexpectedly quite heavy. Kang Zi's eyes were glowing, staring straight ahead, afraid of missing the slightest detail. As the zipper slowly unzipped, the contents of the bag gradually came back into view. It's a mess of dirty shirts. Lin Luo took the shirt out and it felt wrong in his hand. It was a bit heavy. There's something in the shirt. And what shocked Lin Luo and Jin Zikong even more was still pressed underneath the shirt. Hiss! Kanko's eyes instantly widened and he sucked in a cool breath. Lin Luo was also startled, only to see that the bag actually contained a packet of gold. Through the plastic bag, you can see gold necklaces, gold rings, gold bracelets, all kinds of gold jewelry. Both of them had seen these things in the gold store only yesterday, so naturally they could not be mistaken. The treasure appraisal technique was still on, so in Lin Luo's eyes, all of these things were marked with a price. Gold ring, $1,580. Gold bracelet, $5,350. Gold pendant, $4,550. All true. Lin Luo stared at Jin Zikong with some incredulity. I knew it. The Sons of Qi are not called Sons of Qi for nothing. Kanzi, you're really my treasure scouting pioneer. Jin Zikong was still dumbfounded looking at the bag of gold. Luo, now, what to do now? Kanko couldn't speak, only felt his throat tighten. So much gold. The sky's the limit. What should I do? Call the police. Lin Luo said, and also took out what was wrapped in his shirt. Kanzo's eyes glazed over. Chapter 33 Uncle Chu, you want the credit but not the credit. Ring, ring, ring. The urgent ringing of the phone suddenly interrupted the cozy lunchtime of the Chu family. Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao stopped their chopsticks in unison and looked at Chu Jianjun. Mother and daughter are practically carved out of the same mold, with eyebrows like faraway daisies and eyes like autumn water. But one is mature and sassy and the other is innocent and playful. Chu Jianjun was a bit embarrassed. I had a hard day off today and said I'd have a nice dinner with my family, but I ended up with phone call after phone call. Accident, pure and simple. I'd like to see which one of these ungrateful people is interrupting my dinner with my wife and daughter. Chu Jianjun screamed as if he was angry and pulled out his cell phone to look at it. Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao had an expression of you keep acting, and very synchronized gave Chu Jianjun a blank stare. Aha! Chu Jianjun's eyes glared, and when he saw that the caller ID person had written that pig, his back hardened. Hey, kid, what are you looking for me for? Chu Jianjun picked up the phone. Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao both froze and looked at each other suspiciously before looking at Chu Jianjun, curious as to who was calling. Kid, that's a rare designation. Uncle Chu, you want credit or not? Cell phone speakers are pretty powerful these days, and people around you can hear the chatter even if you don't turn on the external speaker. Lin Luo's voice came out of the phone. Chu Jiaojiao immediately heard that it was Lin Luo's voice, and couldn't help but be a little curious as to how the same table could have called her dad. Chu Jianjun raised his thick eyebrows and smacked his lips a little, asking uncertainly. You boys aren't going to find another den of thieves, are you? No, Uncle Chu, just say if you want it or not. Nonsense, of course I want the credit. You first say what's going on. If you find a den of thieves, don't act rashly. Chu Jianjun said seriously. He was quite worried that Lin Luo would go into the den of thieves on his own when his head was hot. What if something happens? Hey, Uncle Chu, in recent years, has our city had any gold robberies or thefts? The kind with larger quantities. Lin Luo's voice came out, hearing Chu Jianjun's brows instantly tighten. Several cases that fit what Lin Luo was talking about instantly appeared in his mind like a lightning bolt. Yes, why? What about moving the little Biu? Chu Jianjun pranced and stood up violently, driving the table and chairs to shake, and the dishes on the table almost tipped over. Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao were both startled, but they didn't blame Chu Jianjun, really because what Lin Luo said was a bit scary. Move the little Bius. In God's country, moving that thing is a big case. Kid, I don't have the heart to joke with you, where are you now? Safe or not? Tell me again what's going on. Chu Jianjun's tone was very serious, and his body couldn't help but emit a strong aura. Southside 2 to 13 gold heist. The gold that was robbed amounted to 15 kilograms, and the robbers used clay guns and clay mines, resulting in 5 deaths and 3 serious injuries. The incident took place in the middle of the night when the perpetrators robbed the vault of a gold store and 3 security personnel guarding the store died on the spot. The offender didn't rush off after he got his hands on them, but smoked a full 2 cigarettes at the scene. By the time the inspector arrived at the scene, the criminals opened fire in secret, killing 2 and wounding 3. The perpetrator was eventually shot and fled. At that time, the city was under martial law, major transportation routes were barricaded, the streets were patrolled by police cars, froze and did not block people. The city's major and minor hospital clinics have also not received any patients with gunshot wounds. And the looted gold never even made it to the market. Until now, 3 years have passed, the criminals are like evaporating, and the case has become unsolved. Hearing Chu Jianjun's serious tone, Lin Luo then explained the situation. I'm on the edge of Hidden Dragon Lake right now. Uncle Chu, there's a bloodstained shirt in this bag, the shirt is wrapped around a pistol, and there's a plastic bag of gold jewelry in the bag. Don't move there, I'll bring my men there, take care to protect the scene and be safe. Chu Jianjun finished saying all this almost instantly, while the person had already rushed to the door, calling his colleagues while putting on his shoes. Wife, daughter, you guys eat at home, I have to move right away on my end. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking, with a bang, the door of the room closed, and the thumping footsteps gradually went away. In the dining room of the house, Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao glanced at each other, their expressions still a little bewildered. Soon, Jolie seemed to think of something and her expression became odd. Daughter, the one who just called, is that your little boyfriend? Swish! Chu Jiaojiao's small face directly reddened to the back of her ears, and her white swan neck followed suit. Mom, what are you talking about? People ignore you. Chu Jiaojiao pouted with a red face, but Lin Luo's bad smile appeared in her mind. That bad guy Lin Luo is not my boyfriend, huh? Jin Yuqian was sitting on the pony zipper when suddenly his ears twitched and he seemed to hear the sound of a car horn. Ringo, did you hear any movement? Lin Construction shook his head and looked back at his wife who was grilling lamb kebabs. Strange, why aren't Xiao Luo and Xiao Kong back yet? Jin Yuqian was also shocked before he remembered that he had brought his wife and son over. He raised his hand to look at his watch and said with some concern, "It's been over an hour since we ran out, we can't be lost." Lin Construction frowned, getting lost in a place like this was not easy to find. I'm afraid that if I go in the opposite direction and go deeper and deeper, it's really hard for the gods to save me. Don't worry, I'll give my son a call, maybe he's already almost back. Lin Jian said, pulling out his cell phone and about to call Lin Luo. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lin Construction's cell phone rang. Lin Construction took a look at his son's caller and hurriedly answered it. Hey son, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? What? Oh, I'm on my way. Lin Jian put away his cell phone in a hurry, threw down his fishing rod and ran out, scaring Jin Yuqian almost sitting on the ground. It's not something that happened to my son. Ringo, out, what happened? Zhang Shuihua and Jean Mimi also looked over, their faces full of puzzlement. Get over to the car, something happened to Rinroku. Upon hearing that something had happened, and that it had to do with the two children, several adults ran all the way toward the parking place. By the time they got to the place, they saw several police cars parked outside. The police car was flashing its lights, and a few inspectors were transcribing the license plates of Lin Jian and Jin Yuqian. Seeing that Lin Jian and Jin Yuqian had come over, someone then came up to ask about the situation. Uncle Chu, this way. Lin Luo shouted loudly and quickly drew the visitor over. Chu Jianjun rushed over with his team, and when he saw Lin Luo and Jin Zikong, his expression was wonderful. What's wrong with these kids? Everywhere you go, you run into a case. Where's the stuff? Chu Jianjun hurriedly asked. Here it is. Ringo pointed to the book bag under the tree. Chu Jianjun and the visitor took a look and both frowned. The area around the book bag was dug into a pit, and the bag was opened. I was worried that it was left behind by the victims, so I dug a little bit to see if there was anything else underneath the bag. Lin Luo could see that their expressions were not right, and without waiting for them to ask, he directly explained, then added another sentence. Everything was in there, we were all wearing gloves, and no fingerprints were left behind. The eyes of Chu Jianjun and the inspector behind him looking at Lin Luo gradually became wonderful. Especially Chu Jianjun, smiling, looking at Lin Luo with eyes full of appreciation. I told you your boy had a talent for being an inspector. Okay, hurry up and survey the scene. Yes, Team Chu. Chapter 34. Is it a college entrance exam plus? In the woods, a couple of inspectors, wearing gloves and footwear, gathered around that bag and were carefully examining the scene. Because of Jin Zikong's digging and plowing, a pit was dug out around the bag, which might increase their workload quite a bit. Not a big problem though. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Luo and Jin Zikong, there was no telling how long it would take for this bag to be discovered. And it's that bag that should be the focus of the survey. You two did a good job finding this thing and being the first to call the police. Chu Jianjun genuinely complimented. This is 15 kilograms of gold, see so much gold can still not move, is really to do the gold. This character education class, it wasn't wasted. Thanks to Kong Zi today, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to find this bag. Lin Luo patted Jin Zikong's shoulder and said without taking credit. Jin Zikong proudly puffed out his chest and raised his head with a proud look on his face. Did you hear that? My brother praised me. Chu Jianjun looked at Jin Zikong in surprise, thinking that the day before yesterday it was this kid whose battery was stolen, and then Lin Luo found the den of thieves. I didn't realize it was because of him again today. Then how did you find this bag? Chu Jianjun inquired. It's not our two families' fishing picnic by the reservoir, we are both idle and bored, so we came out to experience wilderness survival, thinking to pass the time. Kanko drove ahead and I followed, only a short distance before he found the bag, and then I called you. That's it? Right. That's it. Chu Jianjun's expression became a bit dumbfounded as he looked at Lin Luo and then at Kong Zi, who was full of pride. Suddenly there was a sense of the unthinkable. The city council has been investigating for years, and they haven't found a single clue. These two kids have been wandering around here for a while and found such a great clue. This luck, it's unbelievable. Uncle Chu, do the two of us count this as meritorious service? Lin Luo asked. There's so much gold in this bag and a gun, not to mention the amount of money involved, but just the gun, this case can't be small. Now the two of them have found the loot straight away, along with a gun. That's not meritorious, what is? Chu Jianjun held a cigarette, but did not light it, and the expression on his face could not be seen to be sad or happy, and he seemed to be recalling something. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Chu Jianjun nodded. Of course it counts. When I get back I'll file a report and send a letter of commendation to your school. That's it? Linello deflated. A letter of commendation for such a great achievement? Isn't there some sort of actual reward? Like a bonus or something? There's no reward for a case of this magnitude? Even if it is $500 and a banner or something. You kid, no, this kind of commendation letter is to be added to your file. Turn around and you want to take the public examination for politics, this is all a plus. Chu Jianjun glared at Lin Luo without any good humor. You don't know what's good for you, kid. Jin Zikong did not pay attention to Kaogong, but when he heard the extra points, his eyes lit up and looked at Chu Jianjun expectantly and asked, Uncle Chu, is it a high school extra credit? Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo's eyes moved to Jin Zikong at the same time, their expressions odd, their eyes as if they were looking at Aera. What are you thinking about? Writing letters of praise if you can get extra points on the college entrance exam. The future college entrance exam will be compared to who has more letters of praise. Lin Luo said breathlessly. Once Jin Zikong heard the same thing, he smiled shyly. Although the college entrance examination has been criticized, it has to be said that this test of destiny is still relatively fair. What you will is what you will, and what you won't is what you won't, and you can't fake it. If you have the skills to go to college, that's your business. If you don't have the skills to fail the exam, don't blame anyone. This case involves a great deal. There is a bounty, a total of $100,000. The gold store that was robbed also has a bounty. The amount will be a little higher. When the time comes, I'll let people handle it in a low-key manner, and the two of you students won't show your faces. After Chu Jianjun finished, worried that Jin Zikong would misunderstand, he explained again, the perpetrator has not been caught yet. This is a form of protection for you. The kid doesn't seem to have a very bright mind, so it's better to be clear. Don't worry, we all understand, the money is not exposed. You do not walk alone. Jin Zikong looked like I understood, and lowered his volume. Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo once again looked at Jin Zikong with speechless expressions. You know what a 6 is? Say you're stupid, you've read a few years, you know that the money is not exposed. But say you're smart, people say so clearly, you still do not understand what it means. The criminal didn't get caught, and knowing that you stole from his house, he'll definitely come out to get back at you, got it? It was only when Lin Luo said this that Jin Zikong really understood. I'll go. That's gotta be careful. Jin Zikong said, looking around nervously, as if the criminals were secretly hiding in the corner and staring at him. Uncle Chu, I see that the clothes are dirty, but it doesn't look like dirt, it should be bloodstains. Now that technology is so advanced, extracting the bloodstains for a DNA test should be able to find information about the criminal. Lin Luo inquired. Chu Jianjun nodded and shook his head again, his brow furrowed. This made Jin Zikong look even more confused. No, uncle, you're nodding and shaking your head, what do you mean? Jin Zikong wanted to ask for more clarity and subconsciously glanced at Lin Luo. However, seeing Lin Luo's knowing look, the words he wanted to ask were swallowed back. Rogo got it? Well, wouldn't I look a little stupid if I asked any more? Lin Luo didn't pay attention to Jin Zikong's small movements. Finding criminals based on blood samples is something the country does have the ability to do, but it's hard to say if it will find them. It is feasible to compare domestic DNA databases based on blood samples and thus find information about the offender. But whether that criminal is in the database or not is unknown, and even more so if the criminal is not a national at all, but a crooked one. I hope we can find it, Chu Jianjun said with a sigh and patted Lin Luo's shoulder again. Kid, I still say, when you have the chance in the future, join the patrol. I'm optimistic about you, yo. This kid is not very old, but the maturity and stability, boldness and intelligence that he has shown is something that Chu Jianjun appreciates very much. Especially since the kid is lucky too. That den of thieves the day before yesterday, and this current hiding place for stolen goods, were both found by Lin Luo. Sometimes luck is a sign of strength. It shows that this kid was born to do this job. Lin Luo shrugged and said bluntly, being a bounty hunter is fine, but forget about being an inspector. I'm used to being free and lazy, I can't be constrained. Of course, this was nonsense. It wasn't that he couldn't be restrained, but if he crossed over to the Chinching Star in the future, he might stay there for days at a time. If you're doing an inspection, how can you be out of work for days at a time? It's better to freelance, and disappearing for a few days isn't a problem, so when your family asks, just tell them you went to the ravine to get the goods. When you come back and sell the wild ginseng and centuries-old Ganoderma lucidum that you found in the ravine, you don't have to explain yourself. Chu Jianjun looked at Lin Luo and shook his head with a smile. Kid, if wanted criminals were easy to catch, how could there be so many left uncaught? It's just luck, in case we catch it. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he remembered his mom and dad. This would be the time when they should be waiting at the parking place. Uncle Chu, there's nothing for us here, right? My parents are still outside. Well, let's go out together. Chu Jianjun nodded, received the cigarette in his pocket, turned around and led Lin Luo and Jin Zikong towards the parking place outside. There are so many dead leaves here. Smoking? What about starting a mountain fire? As a public official, Chu Jianjun still has this awareness quality. Chapter 35. Nothing can stop a fishing guy. Oops, it's out. Son, you're okay. Zhang Xuehua and Jean Mimi waved excitedly when they saw Lin Luo's trio coming out of the forest. Lin Jian and Jin Yuqian were finally relieved to see that the two children were fine. Just now in front of his own daughter-in-law to pretend to be calm. In fact, the heart also panicked. They couldn't show it, though. If they panicked, the two women were sure to be even more frightened. Jin Zikong ran a few quick steps and excitedly came to Jean Mimi's side, then was hugged by Jean Mimi. Mom, I'm fine, I found. In the woods with Lo. Jin Zikong danced around and talked about what he had found in the forest. Lin Luo was also sandwiched between Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua, and the couple inquired with concern about what had happened in the forest. What's going on in there that could call in so many inspectors? They could have been frightened by such a big battle just now. Lin Luo smiled and said, Mom and Dad, don't be in a hurry, I'll introduce you first. This is my classmate Chu Jiaojiao's second uncle. Uncle Chu, these are my parents. Lin Jianjian let go of Lin Luo and enthusiastically went forward to shake Chu Jianjun's hand. Hello, I'm Xiao Luo's father, Lin Construction. I'll be generous and call you my oldest brother. Chu Jianjun smiled and nodded, then I'll call you old brother? Hey, old man. Old brother has really raised a good son. Hey, this brat is usually so mischievous that he doesn't give me much of a headache, so he hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? That's what Lin Jianjian is worried about. If his son gets into trouble outside, he'll have to cover for him. Granted, Comrade Lao Lin had faith in Lin Lo. His own son has all the right features and 3 corrections. But it was a bit of a big scene today, and he was a bit grossed out. No, of course not. Today we also have to thank Mr. Lin Luo. They found important case clues in the forest, which helped us greatly. Chu Jianjun tightened his grip on Lin Jianjun's hand and said affirmatively. It's good that we're not in trouble. Lin Construction sighed in relief, then couldn't help but get curious. What's going on in the woods with all this commotion here today? What's going on in there, brother? Can you tell me? Of course, if it's not convenient to talk about it, just forget I asked. Chu Jianjun still wore a smile, but his tone was a bit more serious. I can't say exactly, it's about a gold heist. The two boys found the criminal's stash of gold in the woods, a significant amount, and important clues about the criminal. So that's it. Lin Construction drifted off, and Jin Yuqian was completely relieved. It seems his son didn't fool around and did do something great. A look of pride appeared on both of their faces. The kids got it made. Chu Jianjun continued, but in this matter, we'd better keep it quiet, because that criminal hasn't been apprehended until now, and if he knows that his stash of gold has been discovered by the two kids and reported to the police, it's very dangerous. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking, Lin Jianjun and Jin Yuqian both reacted, nodding their heads in agreement, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. It must be kept a secret. Do you hear me, you stupid child? This matter is not to be told outside. Jin Yuqian slapped Jin Zikong's head and said with a glare. Look at other people's Lin Luo, how calm they are. Then look at you, dejected to take off. A little cannot hide things, afraid of others do not know you found these gold is not it. Jin Zikong covered his head in aggravation and didn't dare to say anything. Dad, you weren't like this just now. You changed your face too fast. I just heard from Lin that you guys are having a fishing picnic here, so don't come over here anytime soon, it's not safe. Right. Old Lin nodded repeatedly, then looked at Jin Yuqian. Elder brother Jin, this place can't stay any longer. Let's pack up and fish somewhere else. Good, I don't believe I can't catch a fish today. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth twitched. He thought Comrade Lao Lin would say pack up and go home, but it turned out to be a different place to fish. Let's just say this fishing guy is really good. Nothing can stop me from fishing, can it? A good night's sleep. Lin Luo was woken up by a sharp alarm sound. The world was allowed a moment's peace for the moment as a sleepy Lin Luo snapped the crown of the gartered rooster's alarm. The sunlight outside the window worked its way through the cracks in the curtains, as if trying to announce something. Kid, get up. It's morning 8. After another 2.5 minutes of confusion, with a wang, Lin Luo sat up violently, scratching his head and rubbing his face as his consciousness gradually returned. Buying a house, a reservoir, an adventure in the woods, a bag of gold, pops in the old Yen Air Force, buying fish at the market. A series of memories surfaced, and then Lin Luo jolted awake. Today, Monday, the senior mapping placement test. With a swish, Lin Luo rolled over and got out of bed. After a day of familiarizing himself with his body, Lin Luo was no longer as immobile as before. He was in complete control of his body. Lin Luo quickly washed his face and brushed his teeth, put on his school uniform, and then ran to the door to put on his shoes. A large $20 bill sat on the shoebox, along with a note. Reward you with $10 pocket money, go outside for breakfast, no chili fries, and go for the test. The beautiful handwriting looks like Mom's. Lin Luo hemmed and hawed, stomped his shoes on his feet, and also took out a pen from his storage space to write a reply message on a slip of paper. Mom, don't forget my hairy crabs. Putting on his shoes, Lin Luo numbly went out. As long as there is pocket money, breakfast must not be done. This is the parent-child tacit understanding between Lin Luo and Dad and Mom. After all, Mom and Dad like to sleep in too. Lin Luo rode his broken bicycle and sped all the way to the entrance of the 18th middle school. A number of students were already making their way into the school at this point. Despite the senior class test, there was not the slightest conflict with the other grades. At best, recess was not done. But it's Monday, and the flag has to be raised, so there's no recess. There are still aunts and aunts selling breakfast on the side of the road, pancakes, meatloaf, egg rolls, and business is booming. One of Lin Luo's favorites is the egg burrito because it's a big portion and fills you up. Auntie, have a deluxe version of the egg burrito. Okay, Wazzy, do you want chili? Yes, extra onion and cilantro and chili. Well, you find your own money, huh? Auntie skillfully kneaded the cake and soon rolled the dough into a large rectangular cake. Lin Luo also skillfully took out 20 and put it into the box where the aunt collected money, and then found $14. Good morning, Ringo. A clear, pleasant, and somewhat playful voice came from behind her. No need to turn around to know that it was Chu Jiaojiao. Lin Luo looked back. The little white flower Chu Jiaojiao was tilting her head and looking at herself with a smile. A pair of delicate little hands tugged at the strap of her school bag, and the heavy bag made Lin Luo frown for a while. Students are like snails these days. The tiny body carries a heavy shell and has to climb up the ladder one step at a time. Isn't today an exam? Why are you still carrying such a heavy bag? Lin Luo said, reached out and grabbed her school bag, lifted it upwards and yanked it downwards. A climbing star took the moon and picked Chu Jiaojiao's school bag off in one smooth motion. Chu Jiaojiao didn't even react before her school bag was carried over by Lin Luo. It's not heavy, I'm strong. Chu Jiaojiao laughed and waved her small fist, then grabbed her book bag and lifted it upwards. Nah, look, I can carry it. Lin Luo cocked his head and looked at the young girl in front of him who wanted to prove herself. The two of them carried their school bags together and looked at each other in all directions. Watery peach blossom eyes, as if they could speak. Chapter 36, The Great Qianlian Heavenly Supervisor? There's a lot of water. Auntie, have a deluxe version of the meatloaf and ask for extra chili. At the next stall, Jin Zikong's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao swished their heads at the same time. One looks left, the other right. Chu Jiaojiao even whistled with her little mouth, only it didn't blow. I don't know what TV show she got that from, and it's weirdly cute. Ha! Luo, Chu Jiaojiao, what are you two doing? Only then did Jin Zikong notice the two people in the next stall and suspiciously surveyed Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao. Why did it feel like Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao were a bit off today? But can't say what's wrong with it. Nonsense, of course I'm buying breakfast. Lin Luo said under his breath, then looked at Chu Jiaojiao. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Oh, auntie, I'll have an egg burrito. As if Chu Jiaojiao only just remembered what she was going to do, she hurriedly said to the aunt who made the cake. Okay, right away. Auntie smiled gently and continued to be busy when she finished. Chu Jiaojiao fished out $5 from her own pocket and got herself $1.50. It's really easy to make an egg burrito, pancakes, sautéed shredded potato, radish and bean skins with seasonings. When the square cake bulges, break an egg in a small cup, stir the egg quickly with chopsticks, then poke the square cake bulge and pour the egg mixture inside the cake. Finally, roll the vegetables into the pancake and an egg enchilada is ready. Lin Luo wanted the deluxe version with eggs and sausage and chili fries, so it cost $6, and Chu Jiaojiao just wanted a basic version, which was enough for $3.50. Lao Deng, side quest, brush up. While waiting for breakfast, Lin Luo mentally greeted the olden system. As the magistrate of Yunzhou County, you have gone through a lot of trouble to find a solution to the drought as well as the low yield of the farmland, but Yunzhou County has experienced natural and man-made disasters for a long time, and people's livelihoods have withered, and not one of the people is left out of 10. Yunzhou County is now sharply depopulated, and although the problem of low-yielding farmland has been solved, there is a scarcity of laborers and a scarcity of available plow oxen, and untrained oxen are unable to plow the land. You must solve the problem of the scarcity of plow oxen as soon as possible. Mission, find a solution to the problem of the scarcity of oxen to plow the land. Reward, Compass of Qintian Supervisor. What? Chinatown? Lin Luo's eyebrows raised slightly, a pang of suspicion in his heart. That's not true. Chinatown, he knew that name well. I've watched ancient officialdom documentaries about it before. This is the name of the official office. At the same time a large string of relevant information about the China Trust popped out of Lin Luo's mind. From Qin, Han to the southern dynasties, there was a Taishan, under the Taishan, who was in charge of the astronomical calendar. Sui secretary of the province belongs to the Chao Taisher, Emperor Yang changed the Chow for the supervisor. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, it was changed to the Bureau of Imperial History, and then it was renamed several times as Secretarial Pavilion, Hun Tian Supervisory Academy, Hun Yi Supervisory, or belonged to the Secretarial Province. In the Five Dynasties and early Song Dynasty, it was called the Bureau of Heavenly Supervision, and was changed to the Bureau of Imperial History after the Yuanfeng reorganization. Liao south side of the official has the Secretary of Heaven. Jin, called the Secretary of Heaven, belongs to the Secretary of the Supervisor. Yuan has the Imperial Historical Academy. The Ming Dynasty followed the Xiantian Supervisory Bureau, later changed to the Qintian Supervisory Bureau. To the Qing Dynasty, when the official position along the Ming system still belongs to the Qintian Supervisory Bureau. This department is the place responsible for observing the signs of the sky, projecting the seasons, and setting the calendar. It's an ancient weather bureau any way you look at it, but the department has produced its share of bigwigs. For example, Yuan Tiangangli Chunfeng in the Tang Dynasty, and Tang Ruoang in the Ming and Qing Dynasties. But what does this Qianqing's Qintian Supervisor Compass do? Is it hard to be used for feng shui? System, what's the Qintian Compass for? If you don't understand, ask. Lin Luo has always been like this. If you don't understand, directly ask the system and you're done. The Qintian Supervisor's Compass can lock on demons and sycophants within a 100-mile radius. Hiss. Lin Luo's eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm Nima. Lin Luo then felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps stand up all over his body. What did he see? The Qintian Supervisor's Compass, capable of locking onto demons, evils, and treachery within a 100-mile radius. Isn't this a magic treasure? Lin Luo had read quite a few online novels, and among them, there were also novels in the Xian fantasy immortal martial arts genre that wrote about the Qintian Supervisor. Invite the gods above, cut down the demons below, comb a country's dragon's fortune, clean up the treacherous ghosts, and protect the dynasty. Now it seems that the great Qian dynasty's Qintian Supervisor is like this. Doesn't that mean that the Qian is not an ordinary ancient imperial dynasty, but most likely an immortal and divine dynasty? There are not only Jianghu chivalry, Jianghu giant bandits, but also cultivation and refining of qi, ghosts, and demons. If that's true, then there's a bit too much water in Dakian. He had previously thought that he could come and go freely into Qian because he was a first-class martial artist, but he had really been night and day, sitting on a well and watching the sky. I can't. We still have to do it. Lin Luo was looking forward to going to the Qian Star before, now he just wanted to stay in the Blue Star until he was invincible. System, you can easily tame a plow cow by putting a nose ring on it. The system chat box makes it clear that there is no way to use untrained cattle as plow oxen. But when you put nose rings on cows, you can't train, so you can infer that Dakians plowing cows don't wear nose rings. Quest, find a solution to the scarcity of oxen to plow the land. Reward, Qintian Supervisor's Compass, completed. A new message appeared in the system chat box. Before Lin Luo could be happy when he saw it, the next second, Lin Luo felt a heavy weight in his pocket. No way. Silly dog system, can't you put down my storage space next time? Lin Luo touched his pants pockets. Fortunately, the compass wasn't too big, or else these pockets would definitely burst. Now was not the time to take it out and check it out. Lin Luo put his hand into his pants pocket and put the compass into the storage space, thinking that he would study it after the exams. Eggs Benedict is ready. The big cake maker is quick to bag up the finished egg pancakes. This one's your deluxe, and this one's yours, little girl. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao reached out to take it, and Jin Zikong also walked over with his meat sandwich. Chu Jiaojiao, isn't today an exam? Why are you still here with your backpack? Jin Zikong asked the same question as Lin Luo. The point is that this school bag is heavy at first glance, and it should contain a lot of books. This is what my second uncle asked me to give to Lin Luo. Chu Jiaojiao said as she let go of her book bag, then raised her hand to gather her hair. Ah, for me? Lin Luo was surprised for a moment and carried the school bag. It could be more than 10 pounds. I know. Uncle Chu must have thanked Luo for giving him such a big credit, so he asked you to send a thank you gift on his behalf. Jin Zikong big smart possession seems to say, kinda curious about what is contained in this book bag. Lo, look what's in the book bag. Ah yes. Chu Jiaojiao covered her mouth and smiled like a little fox. This is indeed a great gift, yo. It's pretty heavy, let me see. Lin Luo casually opened the school bag. The zipper opened to reveal stacks of books inside. Jin Zikong also brought his head over, and when he saw the books in his bag, he burst out laughing and quacking like a duck. Ah, Chu Jiaojiao, your second uncle is so generous. This kid is full of gloating. Lin Luo took out a book with an odd expression. Penal Code. Changed the book, the Civil Code. Change another book, Fundamentals of Public Safety. Also inside the book bag are policing, criminal psychology, patrol jurisprudence, and patrol skills. Good lord, this is going to groom him towards the inspector road. Chapter 37, Placement Test, All C's. This is my second uncle specially asked for it. You don't want to let him down now. Chu Jiaojiao held her egg dunks in both hands and said with a smile as she walked towards the school with light footsteps. After taking 2 steps, Chu Jiaojiao smiled back. By the way, remember to give me back my book bag tomorrow. You're welcome. Lin Luo carried her school bag, the corner of her mouth twitching. Oi, I can't thank you enough, ow. Uncle Chua sincere, you do not want to let people down, come on, brother, what you owe. Big smart Jin Zikong scowled at Lin Luo and cheaply juggled. Lin Luo gave him a blank stare. You're still laughing. The placement test is today. I'll be waiting for you in the sprint class. Click. It's a bolt from the blue. Jin Zikong's smile froze on his face as he stared blankly at Lin Luo carrying his school bag away. Hey, why did you say something like that when you were supposed to be high and happy? Really? Get up, people. The wall. On Mondays there is no early 8s or recess, but there is flag raising. After the solemn ceremony, the whole school went back to their respective classes and started teaching for the day. Freshmen and sophomores will never understand the urgency of senior year. In fact, it's only in the second half of the semester that seniors can appreciate how the pressure of that big test approaching and the mountain of high school entrance exams comes crashing down on them all at once. The entire senior class, totaling over 400 students, was divided into 13 examination rooms, each with only 35 students. The discipline of the examination as well as the mode of invigilation follows exactly that of the entrance examination. That's why students feel an invisible sense of urgency pressing down on them as soon as they enter the exam room. Seating in the exam room is sorted according to the student's grade level ranking. It also means that students in each test center are performing at roughly the same level. Even if you wanted to copy it, there's no one to copy it from. Jin Zikong sat a few seats in front of Lin Luo, and once he was seated, he couldn't help but look left and right, wanting to see all those acquaintances. After seeing Lin Luo behind himself, he even scowled at him. Lin Luo waved his hand breathlessly, signaling Jin Zikong to hurry up and sit down. Standing on the podium in front of the classroom was the English teacher Ho Guifan, who was organizing the papers with a serious face, and there was also a teacher sitting in the last row of the exam room, looking around the exam room with an expressionless face. The two invigilators before and after are a good indication of the rigor with which this exam is invigilated. Alright, let's start handing out the papers. All of you answer the questions carefully, write your own, don't look around or you'll be judged as a plagiarist and your exam results will be nullified. Ho Guifan finished seriously and distributed the already divided roles to the first row. The first test is in English, so be quiet and don't talk during the listening test later. The exam room was quiet, the only sound was the passing of the rolls to the back rows. Soon everyone had their rolls. Lin Luo turned the pen in his hand and looked at the dense English letters on the paper, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Why worry about a small test when you know the English-Chinese dictionary by heart? After writing his name, class test number, Lin Luo began to read the questions. Alphabetic passwords that used to seem like a book of days now seem as simple as phonetics. That's a bit of a naughty teacher. All choose C. Let's see which one of the big smarts on this test gets it right. There was a stabbing murmur from the speakers in the classroom, and soon the English listening began. With one ear perked up, Lin Luo was in two minds, listening and writing fill-in-the-blanks questions on his paper at the same time. By the time the listening was over, Lin Luo's paper was pretty much written. Okay, listening is over, so all grab your questions. Don't look around. Ho Guifan's voice rang out once again, her gaze like electricity as she swept over the students who were eager to try. On the podium, all the small movements below can be seen very clearly, those few eyes stealing a glance at the side, as a thief and vain look, really nothing to hide. Jin Zikong instantly shrunk his head back and looked at the heavenly book on the roll, scratching his ears for a while before finally clenching his teeth and stamping his foot. Count the balls, all choose C. Ring, ring, ring. The last exam is over. English and math in the morning, language and arts and sciences in the afternoon, and by the time the test was over, it was dark. Candidates carried their belongings out of the test center and back to their respective classes. The homeroom teachers directed their classes to restore the classroom to its original state, cleaned up, and then left in a hurry. Not so much in a hurry to get off work, but in a hurry to get back to the office to grade papers. As a matter of fact, after the first exam and when the second exam was taken, the papers of the first exam were already being adjudicated. This is also that the next day you can complete the placement and then start targeting remedial work for students at all levels through this paper. There was a tugging and pulling of desks and chairs in the classroom, and some of the sneaky ones had already run away, leaving the good ones behind, busily working to restore the desks and chairs to their original positions. Nah, your book bag. Lin Luo handed over Chu Jiajiao's school bag. Chu Jiajia was surprised to receive the school bag. It was quite light, and the books inside were already gone. You went home at noon? You went home to put your books away after lunch? You big little cutie. What if it interferes with the afternoon exam? No, the book I sent home with someone. Lin Luo made up his mind. In fact, those books were all put into his storage space. Idle after lunch, he also finished reading the criminal and civil law. Chu Jiajiao, have you memorized the answers to the multiple choice questions in literature? Jin Zikong came over with his own table, and the first thing he said after putting it away was to match the answers. Chu Jiajiao shook her head, her big eyes playfully looking at Lin Luo and laughing lightly. No, but you can ask Lin Luo, he's going to a sprint class, so his answer is sure to be reliable. Right, Rinlo? Chu Jiaojiao smiled and raised her chin. Jin Zikong's head shook like a rattle. Come on, he sat behind me on the test today, it's better to ask him than myself. After Kongzi finished, he hemmed and hawed at Lin Luo. Luo brother, don't blame my brother for speaking straight, to be a man is to have a dream, but you can't fantasize. Let's face reality. 3 days without a fight, today your righteous father I will teach you what filial piety means. Lin Luo rubbed his fists, a fierce tiger pounced on him, and Jin Zikong wailed, then was pressed down on the table by Lin Luo like a little chicken. Wrong, brother. Ultima Upanishad, Millennium Kill. Logo don't, a dash. The rest of the classroom was made to laugh at the scene. The heavy heart because of the exams opened up all of a sudden. Chu Jiaojiao's small face was flushed, a smile at the corner of her mouth, holding her school bag and shaking her head slightly. Why is Lin Luo so childish? What a lack of eyes. But is it an illusion? Sniff. Chu Jiaojiao gently lifted her nose. It always felt like Lin Luo had a peculiar scent on her, although it was very faint, it smelled especially good. The young girl subconsciously sniffed again, and not knowing what came to mind, her little face flushed a few more points. Delightful. Let youth blow your long hair and let it pull your dreams. The dismissal bell for the evening study hall is a dream catcher. Accompanied by the pleasant and melodious singing, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong partnered out of the school gate. Chu Jiaojiao walked ahead holding her school bag. As soon as he left the school gate, he saw the Santana parked on the curb not far away. Lin Luo, my family is coming to pick me up, I'm leaving first. Chu Jiaojiao waved her hand at Lin Luo, her voice sweet. Well, I'll see you in the sprint class tomorrow. With one hand in his pocket, Lin Luo lifted his chin and posed. Tomorrow I'll show you what brother is really made of. Luo go, stop pretending, hurry home, if you go back late, Auntie Zhang will ring your ears again. Pust. Chu Jiaojiao covered her mouth and laughed, giving Lin Luo a nice blank stare before turning around and running towards the small car on the side of the road. Virtue. Lin Luo, _. Jin Zikong, has anyone ever told you that you are especially in need of a beating? No. Jin Zikong cubby spread his hands. So now there is. Oh. Brother, wrong. Chapter 38, the sword stroke technique arrives, compass pointer turns. Lin Luo, see you tomorrow. The young girl stood in front of the car door and waved at Lin Luo with a smile on her face. Suppressing Jin Zikong with one hand, Lin Luo returned the young girl's smile with a breezy expression. See you tomorrow. Only after seeing Chu Jiaojiao get into her car and go far away did Lin Luo let go of Jin Zikong. Alright, hurry up and go home. Lin Luo patted Jin Zikong's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Why? It's so hard to finish exams, I'm going to an internet cafe to relax. Jin Zikong said as he moved his shoulders. He is a big internet addict, he didn't go to the internet cafe on Saturday and Sunday, and today he had a day of exams, so if he doesn't go to the internet cafe in the evening and play for a while, he feels all out of sorts. Are you sure? The grades come out tomorrow, and if you don't take the time to please your parents, when the grades come out to do so, you're afraid you're going to get your ass whipped 8 times. Hiss. Kanko subconsciously covered his ass and just felt his brain buzzing. Why didn't I think of that? No more ROG. I'm going back. See you tomorrow. Kanko fled and went to drive his battery-operated car. Hey, good luck, Kanko. Lin Luo went to the carport without panic and found his broken bike. No one would steal this car if it was left outside unlocked, but don't look old, it's still silky smooth to ride. Senior released students gradually finished the school building, there are still classrooms with lights on, this is the residential students in the evening self-study, their bitter days are still ahead. The street lights are dim, the streets are still full of traffic, and people are like ant colonies, working busily to fatten up the queen and barely get enough to eat. Lin Luo pedaled with one hand, slowly blending in with the traffic. Mr. Wang, have you finished reading over there? It's done, I've entered the grades. Great, check out the system score rankings. I'm already refreshing. In the office of the senior year group, teachers who had a busy day rubbing their shoulders or moving their wrists sat one by one in front of their computers, tapping the system to refresh. 18 Middle School, as a key model middle school in the district, has long been using semi-intelligent teaching. Students' grades are entered into the system, and when integrated by the system, students' grade rankings and class rankings are automatically refreshed, saving teachers a lot of work. The computer screen spun in circles as the homeroom teachers of each class gazed in anticipation. Soon, the page refreshed successfully, and both the grade level report card and the class report card were swiped out. Ha! No, Lao Chen, look. Holy! Chen Kuan's eyes were glazed over with incredulity. The other homeroom teachers, the classroom teachers, all had similar expressions. Mission, winning the top place in the academy examination competition, reward, vertical sword technique, completed. The sudden completion of the mission was somewhat unexpected by Lin Luo. Mostly he didn't expect the mission to be completed before he even knew the news, and it seemed that at school, the grades had been ranked. At this moment, Lin Luo's mind appeared about the vertical sword technique. The vertical sword attacking the situation in order to seek the truth is for the closure, the meaning of the closure of the union. The vertical sword technique is based on the company, with a total of 8 stances, which contain the Ghost Valley supreme principle of the vertical strategist. Knowing the big picture, good at figuring out the situation, being able to argue, being able to change the situation, having all the wisdom and courage, being able to strategize and be able to make decisions. These 8 styles are, respectively, a blade to take life, to skillfully pick off the enemy's weapon, so that the gateway is wide open, and then to vigorously stab the opponent's heart in vain, is the basic move for the vertical sword art. Swinging the 4 Cs, standing in the back of the enemy, back to the enemy, through the force of the forward rush, the trend of turning back to the body, swinging the sword, amazing power, the sword is a rainbow, as if in a moment can be swept away the 4 Cs of the huge waves. Ji Hung disregarded, with a static break, despite the enemy's onslaught, only need to guard the gateway, quietly observe, when the enemy is eager to win the time to reveal the cracks, and then immediately attack its vitals, is the vertical sword art in the aftermath of the masterful moves. Left and right, forced by the enemy, when a party is restrained, with the momentum of lightning, the hands of the weapon will be converted to the direction, taking advantage of their defenses to block the kill and out, in order to surprise, and use this to reverse the defeat into victory. Heaven and earth move, the move in the air, side-to-side reversal, as if heaven and earth inverted, in order to disorganize the enemy's vision, so that he is dazzled, defeated, and do not know it. Bouncing the sword is a song, this is a move of close quarters attack, the move by virtue of the strong finger force to the enemy's blade, light is shocked away from the incoming blade, heavy is empty-handed to seize the blade, when the move, the fingertips buzzing, as if the song. Reverse sword holding you on, when the move is thrown the sword reverse grip, in front of the chest to draw a circle to separate the incoming blade, the power is as great as the heaven and earth Tinghua style, but the execution of the move is too cumbersome, the slightest carelessness both the risk of life, is the biggest danger in the vertical sword art. 100 steps flying sword, vertical sword art to the highest sword, throw the sword forward, the potential is a rainbow through the sun, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, the stronger the sword out of the sword, the greater the power of this move, within 100 paces, a blade to break the throat. Lin Luo's mind as if playing a cartoon, there was a matchmaker comparing the 8 styles of the vertical sword in one move. Watching Lin Luo's blood boil, he couldn't find a few people to try his hand at it right now. Awesome! I just don't know how this vertical sword technique compares to that soul-snatching sword. As a boy who grew up watching martial arts movies, the obsession with martial arts and swords, that is almost engraved in his bones. If you don't believe me, you give a boy a stick with a round DC. All 10 miles of cauliflower must be headless. For boys, it's their sword. Their dream of the jungle. Young man's chivalry, making friends with Wudu Xiong. Liver and guts. Hair shrugged. In the middle of the conversation. We are the same in life and death. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Kill a man at 10 steps, leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. Brush off your clothes when you're done, and hide your accomplishments and fame. The general is endowed with a heavenly posture, and his righteousness and bravery crown the present and the past. He walks on 100 battlefields, and his sword is the enemy of 10,000 men. A man who has fought 3,000 miles of war, a sword that was once 1,000,000 divisions. A hall full of flowers drunk with 3,000 guests, a sword of frost chilling 14 states. Lin Luo, who had memorized Tang poems and song lyrics, instantly had many very combustible verses appear in his mind. Even his breathing was aggravated. Go back high and low and buy a sword online. Lin Luo muttered under his breath, holding the handlebars with one hand as a compass appeared in his right hand. It was the great Qian Qin Tian supervisor compass that was harvested just today. The system says that this thing can lock on demons and evil sycophants within 100-mile radius. I don't know if it's good either. This compass is only the size of a small round mirror, the whole becomes black copper color, and looks very similar to those compasses used by ghost-hunting Taoist priests in old movies. The compass is much more simplified though. Unlike modern compasses, one layer sets a layer, densely packed, the use of each feng shui recipe all set together, using quite convenient. What yellow spring water, sitting mountain robbery fury, heavenly star feng shui, 24 mountains, 72 dragons through the mountain, 60 tigers through the earth, 120 cents of gold. It is used to frame the dragon, dial sand, check the pulse, and observe the qi. Observe feng shui, look at the yin and yang mansions, look at the mountains and the earth's energy, divide the gold and set the points, and use them for many purposes. The place in the center of this Daiqian Xintian supervisor's compass with the pointer is called Tianqi, and the pointer is the compass. This one is a god dish. The outer circle is the 8 trigrams of heaven, followed by the earth, the human as well as the celestial. For the compass, Lin Luo did not have much cognizance, after all, the books he was reading now did not involve feng shui. The truth is that the average person who sees a compass must also be confused and have no idea what is written on the thing, let alone how to use it. But as Lin Luo's mind moved, the pointer in the compass suddenly turned. With this turn, Lin Luo knew how this thing was going to work. Just follow the pointer and be done with it. Chapter 39 Pan, you're here for real. Just follow the pointer and be done with it. Lin Luo looked at the compass and the compass sky pool slowly rotating as if it was giving him direction, and instantly knew how this compass was going to be used. Just while walking, Lin Luo muttered in his heart. This compass can lock on demons and evil sycophants within 100-mile radius. The Dakian Shintian supervisor uses this compass to discern loyalty and treachery, to root out sycophants, and to punish demons and evils. Demons, as the name implies, are evil things such as goblins and ghosts. In ancient times, a sycophant was a bad person who was a treacherous official who had ruined the dynasty and jeopardized the state of the country. But demons, evils, traitors and sycophants put together should be the kind of demons, traitors and thieves, the kind of dogs and thieves who will plague the country and jeopardize the country's grain. This thing doesn't have anything to do with goblins and ghosts, does it? Lin Luo's heart drummed. It is logical that he should believe in science, where there are ghosts in this world. But crossing this kind of thing has happened. Xianqing also appeared this kind of unscientific compass now. Not to mention the fact that he was still a genuine first-class expert now, with 30 years of internal energy true air raging in his body. In case this compass really finds something unimaginable, wouldn't that open the door to a new world? A moment later, if I see some powerful content, such as the man in black fighting aliens, the yellow-robed Taoist priest fighting the undead cat demon, will he or she be arrested by some mysterious department? Will it be good enough to get Uncle Chu to fish him out then? Lin Luo's brain was haphazardly combining plots seen in various novels. Soon, he followed the compass pointer to a remote and difficult path. Some areas are also wrapped with sheet metal fencing to prevent pedestrians from entering. The place is supposed to be under construction, the road is potholed, there are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, and the place is getting more and more remote. After walking for a few more minutes, Lin Luo's upside-down yokes were falling apart, and finally saw a minivan parked in the darkness on the side of the road more than 100 meters in front of him. Swish! Lin Luo stopped the car and gazed at the compass in his hand. The pointer in the sky pool pointed straight ahead at the bun, deflecting as Lin Luo's hand moved. The arrow locks onto the very minivan in front of it. Finally, Lin Luo's eyes were glowing, and his heart was beating a little faster. He slowly dismounted his bike, parked it off to the side and hid it in the darkness, then scurried off with a swoosh. Lin Luo's 8 steps to catch the cicada was used perfectly here. He almost transformed into an inconspicuous black shadow and arrived outside the van in a few breaths. He crouched behind the car's ass like a ghostly shadow, not making a single sound from start to finish. After practicing the ageless everlasting spring technique given by the system, Lin Luo's eyes were extraordinarily good, especially at night, and he could almost do night vision. Lin Luo looked around and confirmed that no one was around, then moved his ears to listen sideways to the car. There was no sound of conversation in the van, but rather the sound of 2 softly snoring voices. There are 2 people sleeping in there. Lin Luo bent down, his body like a ghost, and circled around the car, the compass needle in his hand always pointing at the van. That's for sure. The person is in the car. Just what kind of guy can be judged as a demonic evil traitor? Lin Luo was a little curious and a little worried. If he opened the door and there were 2 minotaurs lying inside, it would be too exciting. What am I rambling on about here? Lin Luo shrugged it off and took out the key from his storage space. Hanging from the key ring were ear diggers and small crosses of the kind used to fix watches. Lin Luo gripped the small alteration cone, the corner of his mouth quirked, then stabbed at the rear wheel. With a swish, the small change cone didn't go into the tire, and as Lin Luo pulled it out, the tire began to run out of air. It's called shooting the man first. If the guy in the car is afraid to open the door later and tries to drive off, he's going to run like hell with one wheel missing. Afterward, Lin Luo tried pulling the car door. The doors were locked and not pulled open. And with the black film on the car's glass, you can't see inside at all. Seeing that he couldn't open the car door and couldn't see the situation inside, Lin Luo knocked on the car glass. Watchman's rattle, talkative and offensive. The crisp tapping sounded harsh on this dark roadside. The snoring in the car came to a screeching halt. Big brother, someone's knocking on the glass. Inside the minivan, a small, dry, thin, flat man whispered nervously, while his hand had reached under the seat and grabbed a handful of dark, earthy jerks. The other guy had a bit of long hair, looked greasy, and had triangular eyes that glowed with a grim light. Take it easy and see what happens. Triangle Eye's voice was hoarse, like an old ghost in a ghost movie. With that, Triangle Eyes calmly pulled out a jerk from his back waist and held his breath, listening for movement outside the car. Just then, a few more bangs and knocks came from the right. The 2 of them, Triangle Eyes and Little Flat Head, instantly looked to the right side, but with the black decal on the glass of the car and the darkness outside, they couldn't see what was going on outside at all. Big brother, it can't be that the seller has arrived. The Little Flathead held the jerkin and whispered. He looked a little nervous and his words were shaky. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There's still an hour left until trading time. Triangle Eyes pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time, which was just after 8 o'clock, and frowned inside. Is there anyone in the car? Don't sleep with the windows boarded up, it's dangerous ow. A teenager's voice came from outside the car, and at first glance it sounded like one of those good, innocent, kind kids. Big brother, it's a brat. The triangular eyes glared at him, and said in a bad mood, nonsense, I heard it, where is a brat in such a remote place? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Luo vigorously tapped on the car glass, and his tone carried a bit of anxiety. Did the people inside hear that? Wake up, don't fall asleep. Just then, the car door was opened a crack. Triangle Eyes sidled up, one hand behind his back, and looked at Lin Luo with a cold expression. Seeing Lin Luo wearing a school uniform, her little face tender like a doll, her eyes clear and childish, the worry and nervousness in her heart subsided for the most part. "Kid, what are you doing here alone at this late hour?" Triangle Eyes inquired. Lin Luo's eyebrows raised as he looked at the triangular-eyed man who spoke with a voice that sounded like razor blades rubbing together. The eyes were out of place, there was no trace of humanity, especially the face, which was cold to the core. There was also a very strange scar on the guy's throat that was sunken in, as if he'd been hit hard. The co-pilot sat a small, flat-headed man, not very old, plain-looking, with his hands hidden out of sight and his body taut, the kind that looked ready to strike at any moment. Lin Luo raised the compass in his hand and looked at Triangle Eyes with a grin. "My family is an ancestral feng shui reader, and I'm ready to come out and practice today. Uncle, you guys are sleeping in the car, you better leave a window crack, otherwise it's easy to get carbon dioxide poisoning." Triangle Eyes and Little Flathead looked at the compass in Lin Luo's hands, and the tension in their hearts relaxed a little more. "I know, it's not safe here, you're a little kid, don't run around here, just go home." Triangle Eyes was about to close the car door when he finished speaking, but he was stopped by Lin Luo. "Uncle, you've got a punctured wheel, and I see the back tire is flat." Ringo pointed to the rear wheels. Triangle Eyes frowned and pushed the door open, peeking out to look behind the wheel. "I came out fine. Why did I get a flat tire? It's ing bad luck. It's now." Lin Luo struck like electricity, so fast that Triangle Eyes and Little Flathead couldn't react at all. Bang, a muffled sound, Triangular-Eye jaw was weighted, a black eye, said sleep, and planted straight down. "Hey! What's wrong with you, uncle?" Lin Luo exclaimed. Little Ping too was startled and subconsciously got up to look at Triangle Eyes, but in the next second, a fist-sized piece of dirt bump hit him squarely on the forehead. With a thud, the dirt bump split in four, the Little Flathead's brain instantly spiked with blood, and the man planted himself flabbergasted and paralyzed on the seat. "Done." Rinello patted the dirt bumps on his hands, pushed Triangle Eyes back into the car, and then fished two dirt jerks out from underneath the two men's seats. "These two guys are really no good." Seeing the jerk, Lin Luo was considered completely convinced. De Qian Qin Tianjian compass, as much as possible to come true day. But how is it that this jerk looks kind of familiar? Lin Luo looked at the two homemade jerks and suddenly had a flash of light in his head. Note, it used to be customary in the north to call a small biubu a jerk, such as the horse jerk Browning. It's called a jerk because the way it's cocked is a jerk. Chapter 40, Uncle Chu, do you want more credit? Can't go wrong. The more Lin Luo looked at it, the more familiar it became. The key to this was that he had only seen it yesterday at the hidden Dragon Mountain Reservoir, so how could he possibly be mistaken? The shape of the two jerks, as well as the craftsmanship, was very similar to the one he had seen yesterday in the hidden Dragon Reservoir Woods book bag. It should have been made by a small workshop. I have to say, the small workshop is just downright fierce, and this kind of stuff is all you can get. Lin Luo lamented in his heart, but his movements were not slow at all, putting the two earth jerks into his storage space, then taking off Little Flathead's shoes, pulling out the shoelaces, and tying up Triangle Eyes and Little Flathead's hands and feet. Then Ringo searched the car again. The identity of these two guys with jerks on them, driving and hiding in a hole like this where they can't even get a ghostly figure, is already self-evident. None of it is good cake. What's more, Lin Luo had heard the conversation between these two guys in the car earlier, and although the sound was small, he heard the seller and the transaction time was still an hour away. That's all the point. It means that in an hour, someone will be here to make a deal with these two guys. And these two are selling goods, and as for what the goods are, they should be in the car. Soon, Lin Luo felt out a paper box under the back seat of the van. The cardboard box is about the size of a shoebox, and it's pretty heavy to get into. When I opened it, the item was wrapped in newspaper. Unwrapping the newspaper, it contained bags of stuff in self-sealing bags. Some look like icing sugar, some like white granulated sugar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Luo cursed and covered the shoebox, then pulled out his cell phone and quickly dialed Chu Jianjun's number. Chu Jianjun shivered at the marinated noodles that his wife had just brought out, his face full of enjoyment expression. A big bite of pasta with a clove of garlic is like eating a delicacy on earth. The opposite side of the Chu Jiaojiao eating is much more ladylike, small mouthfuls of food, from time to time to give mom a helpless expression. "Mom, my dad eats so loudly," Chu Jiaojiao complained to her old mom. Chu Jianjun's action of eating noodles was a beat, and he suddenly felt that his little cotton jacket was starting to leak. Xiaoli smiled gently and raised her hand to rub twice on Chu Jiaojiao's head. "Your dad eats like that all the time, it's not the first day you've known. Who let their man do this job? Usually meals are not on time, you're too busy to eat, and by the time you do eat, it's probably cold. Often, too, missions come in the middle of a meal, and you have to hurry up and get going. So when you can eat it's like someone's robbing you." Storm inhalation. This condition leads to a bad stomach and a habit of eating fast that is hard to break. Chu Jianjun wiped his mouth, smiled at his wife and daughter, and then slowed down his eating speed. Right at this moment, Chu Jianjun's cell phone rang. Chu Jianjun, who had just picked up a chopstick of noodles and was about to send it into his mouth, froze in his movements, helplessly put the noodles back into the bowl, and quickly pulled out his cell phone. But when he saw the caller ID, which read the pig, Chu Jianjun's sense of urgency disappeared. Xiaoli and Chu Jiao are both looking at him yet, seemingly inquiring, "Are you leaving again?" Chu Jianjun waved his hand and picked up the phone while picking the noodles again. Tomato and egg marinade, noodles covered with marinade, fresh aroma, and taste good. "Boy, what's the matter with calling me this late?" Chu Jianjun asked smilingly, thinking that Lin Luo was calling because of those books he sent. These books are textbooks for classes at the patrol school, and when you go to the police academy, these are mandatory. He really thought that Lin Luo was a good seedling in this area, so he wanted to cultivate him. Who? Chu Jianjun asked and shivered his noodles again. The Chu Jiaozhou and Xiaoli, who were sitting opposite each other, had different gazes, one full of curiosity, and one with a small red face with a bit of shyness. "What's this guy doing calling so late at night? Uncle Chu, you still want credit or not? Ahem." Lin Luo's sentence directly caused the noodles in Chu Jianjun's mouth to spray out, coughing for a while. Yesterday, when Lin Luo asked so, it was to find the hidden gold, and today, when this kid asked so, it can't be to find the criminals out. "You've got no sense of humor. What's the matter? Speak up." Chu Jianjun coughed a few times, managed to slow down, and said without a good breath, "Ka-ching." A crisp jerk cocking sound came from the other side of the phone. Chu Jianjun's eyes narrowed slightly, and the expression on his face instantly became serious. The voice was all too familiar to him. "Kid, where are you?" Chu Jianjun asked in a deep voice after taking 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. "East of Springvale Road, the section where the road is being repaired, there's a van with 2 people in it, 2 jerks, and 3 kilos of what looks like white sugar in it. These 2 have been held down by me and are now unconscious, and in 50 minutes someone is coming over to trade, a buyer. I don't know how many for now. And these 2 jerks are very similar to the one from Hidden Dragon Lake yesterday. It should be from a small workshop." Lin Luo spoke quickly and not too loudly, but unusually clearly, with a calm tone, not at all like a high school student. Chu Jianjun had already gotten up and headed out long before Lin Luo said Chunhua Road. His feet flew, he changed his shoes and grabbed his car keys and hurried out the door. Chu Jiaozhou and Xiaoli sat in the dining room, looking at the old comrade Chu's determined back. Both had an indescribable heartache. This is the time when all the houses are lit up, the smoke is rising, and everyone is going home to rest after a long day's labor. But there are people who are walking against the weight. "Jiao, that little boyfriend of yours, is he going to be an inspector in the future too?" Xiaoli touched Chu Jiao with a few moments of helplessness in her expression. Chu Jiao's small face instantly red, small head down a buried, voice small, "What is not a boyfriend it, Mom, you do not talk nonsense. We're just classmates. Heh, you're the same as my old lady was back then like this, how can I be wrong?" After finishing her sentence, Xiaoli sighed as if with emotion and began to clean up the majority of old Chu's remaining bowl of noodles. "AI, we mother and mother oh. Life bitter yo. Kid, be safe." Chu Jianjun's voice was heavy, finished the sentence, hung up the phone, and quickly contacted his colleagues. "It involves jerking off and poisoned surfaces, or the trading floor. This matter, I'm afraid, is going to blow the lid off." Yet there was only one high school student on the scene at such a dangerous time. Chu Jianjun didn't even dare to think about how he was going to face Lin Luo's mom and dad, as well as his own daughter, if there was a little accident. "Chief, Springvale Road." The news was reported layer by layer, and in a few minutes, the Inspectorate's Narcotics Division, the SWAT Brigade, and the CID Brigade all moved in. On the other hand, on the eastern section of Chunhua Road, on the road that was not yet open to traffic, Lin Luo squatted in the minivan and texted his mom that he was eating something outside. "Save your mom from calling over to ask about it later when it's late. Grab your food and come back. MS." Zhang Xuewa's text message came back. After reading the text message, Lin Luo put his phone on mute and then took out the Daki and Qin Tian supervisor compass again. 100 miles in circumference is actually an imaginary number in language usage, not an exact number, but a circle with a radius of 50 kilometers, if you're being serious. At this time the needle on the compass turned again, indicating that a new demonic evil and treacherous person had appeared. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth rose slightly, and in a quick movement, he split the rag in the car in half and stuffed it into the mouths of the little flathead and the triangular eyes. Again, he tore the small flat's jacket into strips of cloth and tied the 2 men's mouths, which would prevent them from waking up and screaming. The remaining strips of cloth held the 2 men's necks over the car seats to prevent them from struggling if they woke up. After doing so, Lin Luo took away the 2 men's cell phones and car keys, which made him feel more secure. Afterwards, Lin Luo pushed open the car door and got out, finding a dark and hidden corner around him and squatting in, observing the compass. In a moment, when someone came, he could surprise them and sneak up on them in the dark. If there were too many people to mess with, he could still quietly bolt and run. Some dramas have protagonists who are no different from retards, defeating enemies without mending them and just throwing them there stupidly. Some of them are still chattering and fighting with the enemy, only to be sneak attacked by the villain and seriously injured and spitting blood, with his companions dying horribly around him, and the male lead acting like a stupid deer with impotent rage. Lin Luo had made up his mind when he watched the TV series that he would never be this kind of brainwashed. Chapter 41 Befriending the Big Guy, Reward, Non-Attack. Lin Luo squatted in the pitch-black corner, looking at the compass in his hand. There was no telling when the buyer would arrive, and the compass needle kept turning. It could be that a new treacherous demon has been discovered, or the treacherous demon has been on the move. Both Triangle Eyes and Little Flathead cell phones were in Lin Luo's place, so if the buyer called, he could receive it, and squatting here with an open line of sight, he could easily spot the people coming over. The situation in Dakian is now unknown, with known news of ancient times, high martial arts, magic weapons, and the possible existence of transcendent beings who cultivate immortality and refine qi. That was why Lin Luo had temporarily dismissed the idea of going to Qianqing. Prepare to be a lucky bounty hunter on the blue planet, gripping old den hair, being an old 6 over chivalry, and making some extra money on the side. When you're invincible, then you can go to Qianqing to harvest wealth. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Lin Luo called the system in his heart, preparing for silly dog wool gathering. You, who had no foundation at Blue Star, stayed up all night, worked hard, and put in unimaginable hardships to finally win the top spot in the big school exam. However, in order to change your destiny against the heavens, being alone is weak, and you need to make connections so that you can get more help. Mission, to befriend and be admired by a great man outside the academy, reward, non-offensive. What? Non-offense? It's a little familiar. Lin Luo carefully recalled, and soon information from his junior high school history textbook appeared in his mind. The 100 schools of thought, Mozi, the Mahist, whose main ideas were love, non-attack, conservation, and burial. It advocated equality and mutual love, opposed war and extravagant living, promoted thrift and the appointment of the virtuous. It's good to grow a brain. Lin Luo sighed with emotion and wondered about the system rewards again. What's the non-attack? After thinking for a moment, Lin Luo shook his head and stopped wasting his brain cells. There is no way for a person to fantasize about something they haven't seen before, just as a person can't imagine a color they haven't seen before. Since I can't think of anything, I'll ask the system. Dang, what does this non-attack make? Non-attacking, a weapon made by Dakian Shinji sect. So it's a weapon. Lin Luo's heart fluttered. He was kinda looking forward to it. He was lacking a handy weapon right now. This divine mechanism sect sounded like an elite sect in the forging industry at first glance, and this non-attack shouldn't let itself down. Darkness enveloped the entire southern city. In the city center, the lights are bright and neon, the streets are filled with traffic, and the crowds of people going everywhere are still dense. As for the eastern section of Chunhua Road, because of the temporary suspension of road construction, it was dark without a bit of light, as if it was isolated from the entire South City. At this time, several vehicles drove one after another, parked in the darkness, and soon the vehicles turned off, and several people got out of the car, observing the surroundings vigilantly. Upon seeing the van parked on the side of the road, they all quickly took cover. Lin Luo observed the location where these people were hiding, and looked at the compass in his hand. The needle was not pointing at them. Looks like Uncle Chu called it in. Drone. Lin Luo's cell phone vibrated slightly. He took it out and looked at it with his hand blocking the light. It was a text message from Chu Jianjun. Where are you? Not to be outdone, the old inspector sent a text message, not a phone call. There are always those stupid boichi TV shows who like to call undercover agents or plainclothes agents directly and sit in the office by themselves, so they don't care if they live or die. Behind the brick wall to the right of the van. Lin Luo quickly replied to the text message, and then saw several black shadows drilling out, quickly moving towards his side. They bowed and hid in the dark shadows, running with little sound and speed under their feet. Ordinary people probably couldn't see them, but Lin Luo's eyes were good enough to see them clearly, including the guys these guys were holding in their hands. Soon, several dark shadows ran behind the brick wall. This brick wall was used for curb sidewalk tiling, and it was so dark and crouched behind it that it really was perfectly invisible. Rinlo. Uncle Chu. In the next second, Chu Jianjun's large hand clasped onto Lin Luo's brain and rubbed it for a while. You brat, you're going to scare me to death. Why didn't you call ahead for something so dangerous? Chu Jianjun glared at Lin Luo and said without a trace of anger. His voice sounded as if it had been squeezed from his throat, and he pressed it very low. Lin Luo, oh, XXO. Alright old Chu, business is important, ask about the situation first. A middle-aged man next to him pulled Chu Jianjun back, again with a low voice. Say, what's going on now? Chu Jianjun let go of Lin Luo's chicken nest head, frowned and inquired in a low voice. Several people all looked towards Lin Luo, while at the same time being vigilant in their surroundings. I was studying the dragon splitting technique passed down to me by my grandfather after school today, and I realized that the pointer was just like that. After Lin Luo finished speaking, Chu Jianjun and the several middle-aged men beside him, their expressions all had a look of, you're kidding me. No, you're not kidding? After a long while, Chu Jianjun asked in a less certain tone. Seek the dragon and share the gold? I turned around with my compass, turned here, and then realized that the people in the van weren't right, so I went for it. And then these two big fish were found. Nope. The man is tied up inside. Lin Luo said, pulling out 2 earth jerks from his back waist. You see. Seeing these 2 earth jerks, Chu Jianjun and also that middle-aged man's eyes instantly glazed over. You guys go to the car and check it out, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Yes. Immediately, 2 people were ready to rush towards the van, and Lin Luo hurriedly called out to them. Don't worry, I locked the car, here are the keys. Lin Luo pulled out his car keys. Chu Jianjun and the middle-aged man next to him exchanged glances, then both looked at Lin Luo with surprise and appreciation in their eyes. This kid is a real solid worker. Someone took the car keys and walked quickly to the van, disliking the keys into the lock hole. Soon the car door opened and there were 2 people tied up on the front and passenger side, still unconscious. With their mouths gagged and their necks still attached to the seats, Triangle Eyes and Pinkie Pie couldn't move even if they woke up. The 2 men pulled open the rear door, carefully minimizing the sound, and got inside. Shining brightly with the faint light of their cell phones, the 2 men found the paper box under the back seat that Lin Luo had mentioned. Upon opening it, both of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. There were more than 3 pounds of the stuff in here, and one of them took out a bag, opened it and smelled it, and there was a smell that washed over his nose. Yes, it's ice. Grr, these guys are really crazy. The 2 men were filled with anger. If so many goods are circulated, I don't know how many people will be separated from their wives and families. Soon the 2 men were out of the car again and back behind the brick wall. Team Chu, Team Wang, 2 people in the car are still unconscious, and ice was found in the compartment, around 3 kilograms. Hiss. Chu Jianjun and that Wang team simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. 50 grams or more is enough for peanuts. There's 3 kilos in here. Big case, absolutely big case. At the same time, Chu Jianjun and Team Wang looked at Lin Luo with even more appreciation. Especially Chu Jianjun. I told you this kid, he was born to eat. Kid, let me introduce you, this is Brigadier Wang from the Narcotics Division, just call Uncle Wang. This is my nephew, Lin Luo. Chu Jianjun introduced himself to Brigadier Wang again. Uncle Wang. Lin Luo called out obediently. A smile appeared on Brigadier Wang's face, nodding his head in praise. Good boy, tonight you make a big achievement. In the future when you encounter this kind of thing again, call Uncle Wang directly, don't risk yourself. Hey, old Wang, what do you mean? If there's a problem, you should look for me too. What's the point of looking for you? Chu Jianjun glared. You kid wanna pry the corner off. Piss off, catching small thieves looking for you, catching this kind of poisonous rats, must be looking for me. Wang Brigade Justified whispered. Mission, to befriend and be admired by a great man outside the academy, reward, non-attack, completed. Hey! Mission accomplished. Lin Luo's heart rejoiced as he felt his pocket sink, and then he put the non-attack in his pocket into his storage space. Uncle Chu, Uncle Wang, you two stop arguing, that triangle eye in the car has quick scars on his throat, I guess it could be a gunshot wound. Uncle Chu, I remember you said that the gold robber had received a gunshot wound to come. He hadn't seen a gunshot wound before, but that wound in the triangular eye didn't look like a knife slash, it looked like a bullet had gone through his throat. Hearing Lin Luo say this, Chu Jianjun and Brigadier Wang both froze, then simultaneously ran towards the van. Chapter 42, Lin Luo, my excellence cannot be hidden. That's right. It was indeed a gunshot wound, and it wasn't too long ago. This guy could very well be the same from 3 years ago. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishan looked at the wounds on Triangle Eye's neck and said with icy expressions, why do you think he robbed the gold 3 years ago, and why did he hide it in Hidden Dragon Lake? That we'll only know when he wakes up. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishan returned behind the brick wall. Their faces couldn't be seen, but their hearts had mixed emotions. There was doubt, anticipation, and nervousness. Looks like it's coming. Lin Luo suddenly whispered. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishuan's few people simultaneously stood at attention, vigilantly observing their surroundings. At this time around the Chunhua Road has been tightly laid, just waiting for the buyers to throw themselves into the net. They are here to catch both sides of the deal dead. Just looked halfway around, there was no movement at all, or it looked like someone was coming. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishan looked at Lin Luo, and then they saw Lin Luo staring at his hand holding a compass and raising his hand to point. The fury comes from the east, over there. A few people looked up in the direction Lin Luo pointed, and there was nothing moving in the black goo. TSK. What exactly are we expecting? The corner of Chu Jianjun's mouth twitched, and just as he wanted to tell Lin Luo to stop, he heard a sound of a car engine coming from far away. Meanwhile, far to the east, dim lights were lit up. As the eastern light trembled, it got closer and closer, finally stopping a few dozen meters away from Lin Luo and the others. I'll go. That works too. Chu Jianjun, Wang Kaishan, and a few others' eyes all stared round, incredulously looking at the compass in Lin Luo's hand. No, you come true. He thought that Lin Luo was covering up nonsense, but he didn't expect it to be true. Dragon Quest split gold can still be used like this? But now was not the time to be surprised by that, and several men crouched alertly behind the brick wall, watching the car carefully. The car didn't turn off, but turned the lights off. Buzzing. The cell phone in Lin Luo's pocket vibrated. Whose cell phone? Chu Jianjun asked with a frown. They had turned in their cell phones when they came out, and he was the only one with a cell phone for contacting Lin Luo. It's triangular-eyed, Lin Luo whispered. After saying that, Lin Luo, under the gaze of Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishuan several people, pulled out his cell phone, pressed the answer button, pinched his throat, and fed with a hoarse and low voice. Dummy, we're here already, where are you guys? A middle-aged man's voice came out of the phone, sounding a little nervous. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishuan looked at each other. Us. It means the other person is not alone. Get off, we're here too. Lin Luo pinched his throat and continued. Triangle Eye's throat is injured, talking voice is very difficult to hear, like razor blade rubbing. Lin Luo can only pinch his throat, learn if you like. But the other man, apparently not realizing that something was wrong, pushed open the door and got out of the car. 3 men got out of the car, hands on their haunches, one of them carrying a suitcase. Neither of them moved too far away, and they didn't even close the car door. The guy in the driver's seat didn't get out of the car. The 3 looked around warily. If there was the slightest hint of a breeze, they would get in the car and run away immediately. Quite prudent, Lin Luo said in his heart. But it's understandable. You can't be too careful when you're doing a job that kills heads and drops them. We're getting off, dummy, where are you people? Lin Luo's eyes flickered, clearly seeing that the 3 people who got off the bus did not have cell phones. And the guy in the driver's seat of the car had his hands on the wheel, so who was the caller? That's how many of you came. Lin Luo pinched his throat to speak, his voice hoarse and low, his tone carrying a few hints of impishness. Dummy, what do you mean? The other side of the phone was instantly alert as they heard something was wrong. I realized that making money honestly is too slow, so I thought of another way to get rich. Lin Luo laughed strangely and spoke like a pervert. Chu Jianjun and Brigade Wang rolled their eyes at Lin Luo. This kid was still addicted to playing. But you call selling rock candy honest money? Are you misunderstanding the term in some way? Brigadier Wang took out his walkie-talkie. Do it. His voice was not loud, but the person on the other side of the phone still heard him, and his heart fluttered. Holy, what do you mean? What do you mean? No good, get in the car, the dummy's going dark. The 3 men panicked and were about to get into the car. Just then, however, lights instantly came on in the darkness before and after the street. The car's high beams swished out, and several columns of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the car as brightly as day. Several people were instantly illuminated with their eyes open and their hands shielded from the light. It's over. It's over. It's over. Red and blue police lights accompanied by sirens resounded all around with a rush of oppression. Not waiting for the people in the car to slow down, more than a dozen big men in bulletproof vests sprang out from the corners around them. Some of them are even just behind the brick wall on the right side of this car, just 2 or 3 meters away. They were armed with long and short weapons, their movements were fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed close. Freeze! 2-handed headshots. Get down! Behave yourself, move again and shoot. The 3 outside the car were deadlocked to the ground amidst a stern cry. 2 or 3 were pressed on each one. The car door was roughly yanked open, and the 2 men in the car were yanked out in great disarray, pinned to the ground like dead dogs. This series of actions took no more than 3 seconds. Brigadier Wang led people up to check the car's interior, while Chu Jianjun didn't move anywhere. Seeing that the situation was settled, Lin Luo hung up the phone in his hand and shoved the 2 cell phones to Chu Jianjun. This is the cell phone of the 2 guys in the van. Chu Jianjun nodded and pocketed it. The call logs and contacts in the cell phone are important exhibits. Uncle Chu, how will the credit be calculated this time? Do I have to be awarded a second-class merit or something? I don't mind the 3rd degree. Chu Jianjun's white eyes rolled up to the sky. You don't mind the 3rd degree. First-class merits are received by family members, second-class merits are received lying down, and third-class merits are received standing up. It is very difficult to get a military medal in the peace era. Third-class merit is common, second-class merit is difficult, and first-class merit is very rare. Not to mention the fact that you kids aren't even in the system. You still want a military medal, wait until you join our patrol. Lin Luo's behavior tonight, if he were inspecting, there would be a 3rd-class merit for high and low, maybe even a 2nd-class merit. But unfortunately Lin Luo was a vegetarian. Forget it then, discount it, I think being a bounty hunter is fine. 7 people in these 2 cars, turn around when the bounty comes down, Uncle Chu you notify me ow. Lin Luo didn't lose his mind, he didn't need the military medal anyway, just pay for it. You boy. Solving a big case, Chu Jianjun was in a good mood at this moment, and when he heard Lin Luo's words, he smiled and patted his shoulder. Okay, I'll let you know personally when the bounty comes down. Well, there's nothing for me to do now, so I'll go back first. My parents are still waiting for me at home. Don't be in a hurry, it's pretty late, I'll drive you later. Chu Jianjun smiled faintly. You can't just let the little meritorious man finish his work and pedal home on his own, that would be too inconsiderate. That's right, let old Chu send you back. Brigadier Wang returned with a smile and said loudly. They found jerks and a large amount of cash in the car and another car with cargo. Tonight's operation can be described as a very successful one. As long as you dig deeper along these guys and pull out the carrots and bring out the mud, you're sure to reap the rewards. Credit aside, it is a joy to eradicate a large drug den. Xiao Luo, take down my phone number, uncle will treat you to dinner later, we must treat our great hero. Lin Luo readily took out his own cell phone, memorized the cell phone number, and called Brigadier Wang. Then I have to eat well. It has to be good. Oh, Xiao Luo, have you got a date? Do you want Uncle Wang to introduce you to one? My daughter-in-law's mother's family has a niece? Hey, Wang Kaixian, what are you doing? This is my family's recognized niece-in-law, don't get any ideas. Old king, you have to pry the wall. No way, absolutely no way. Wang Brigade, full of care, a crooked neck, raised eyebrows and said, now is the rule of law society, against arranged marriages, advocate free love, old Chu, you determine what use, have to see Xiao Luo agreed or not. Isn't that right, Lo? Luo, don't bother with him, his niece looks like him. Surname Chu, what are you babbling about, how can my niece follow me? It's not like I gave birth to her. Lin Luo watched in bewilderment as the two big men blushed. Why, you're still fighting over me. I knew I couldn't hide my excellence and talent. Just shut up, Lo, come on, uncle will take you home. Chu Jianjun grabbed Lin Luo by the arm and abducted and headed for the car. This is the little boar that his precious daughter loves, so he can't let some other little cabbage hook up with him. Chapter 43, A son-in-law is half a son. The light was red, and Chu Jianjun slowed to a stop with a foot of the brake. Xiao Luo, it's not that uncle said you, in the future, this kind of thing, you mustn't do it. Chu Jianjun said as he looked at Lin Luo in a serious manner. He was really scared, this Lin Luo kid, he could really cause trouble. A high school student who dared to break into a den of thieves by himself even though he was blocking the outside at that moment. But tonight this kid single-handedly dared to reckless two criminals. Today he had really seen what it meant to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Outside the car window, the street neon flashes, the bar door parked all kinds of luxury cars, many dress cool, dress or sultry or pure girl, from time to time up and down the luxury car. Lin Luo retracted his eyes after only a glance and assured him with a smile. Uncle Chu, don't worry, I definitely won't in the future. This time is just an accident. Who knew that the Qintian supervisor compass will lead him to find such a big fish, Lu? But hooray for this kind of big fish. If it's a fish demon in human form, he's afraid he's really GG. Promise fast, turn your head and forget, right? Last time at the scrapyard, did I tell you to call me first to let me know when you encounter this kind of thing, and not to be reckless alone? Chu Jianjun is the more he thinks about it, the more afraid he is. 7 people, everyone with a gun. Those first 2 were dealt with by Lin Luo alone. It's scary to think that if something happens, there's not even a ghost on that stretch of road. People die and load them onto a car, turn around and pull them into a ravine and throw them away, who knows? Without realizing it, the person disappears from the world and there is no place to look. But Chu Jianjun was also more optimistic about Lin Luo. One man dry humping 2 men with guns with his bare hands is taking advantage of their defenses, but that's skill. It would be a waste for such good material not to become an inspector in the future. It was an emergency, I called you as soon as I knocked those 2 guys out. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders innocently, still looking aggrieved. Uncle Chu, one must be conscientious, you can't take the favor and turn around and lecture me. You brat, who took advantage of you, if it wasn't for Jiao Jiao, I wouldn't bother talking to you so much. Chu Jianjun grunted, saw the green light in front of him, and slowly stepped on the gas. The car slowly started. Chu Jianjun suddenly thought of that dragon-seeking and gold-splitting technique of Lin Luo, and what a compass. This stuff is kind of creepy. It's not scientific at all. It was beyond his knowledge. But Orientals, who hasn't heard of gods and goddesses when they were kids? From a young age, I was exposed to chatty zi, ghost stories told by my family to scare children from going to the water's edge, the forest, and other words. So Chu Jianjun naturally thought of metaphysics. What's going on with that dragon-seeking gold-splitting technique of yours? I do not know. My grandfather just told me so, a few words. The mouth I did not learn all. Today just purely follow the compass mess. Oh. Chu Jianjun gave Lin Luo a deep look and didn't carefully break up the matter. Then make a mental note to say that to whoever asks you from now on. Aha! Remember that. Chu Jianjun didn't look at Lin Luo's change in expression, but continued to say in a soft tone. This is a big case today. Guess it's going to be busy for a while. Don't tell anyone, and in the future, if you encounter something like today again, you must tell me. And the book I asked Jiao Jiao to bring you, read it carefully, especially the disciplinary aspects of patrol operations. You say you can't afford to be disciplined, but there are times when discipline is used to save your life. There are many lessons that have been learned with blood and tears. Well, I know, Uncle Chu. Why are you like my dad? Lin Luo scratched his head, always feeling that this Uncle Chu was not right. Brat, if you were my son, I give you 2 feet first. Chu Jianjun glanced at Lin Luo, saying so on his lips, but in his heart he had a strange feeling. It seems that one is talking a bit too much. Is it because a son-in-law is half a son? The car stopped in front of Lin Luo's neighborhood. Ringo unloaded his bike from the trunk of his car. Uncle Chu, drive slowly on the road. Well, get back in there, don't keep the family waiting, and say hello to your mom and dad. Hey, bye. The car drove off and Lin Luo looked around. Don't think it's already past 10, but the night market stalls in front of the neighborhood are still bustling. All kinds of barbecue skewers, marinara baked cake aroma mixed together, fragrant water involuntarily out of the mouth. Lin Luo hadn't eaten dinner yet, so he rubbed his stomach and dove headfirst into the night market. Half an hour later, Lin Luo returned home. In the living room, Lin Construction is sitting on the couch watching a game of ping pong. The national ping pong is hanging on for a little while. Zhang Xuehua was lying on Lin Jin's lap with a mask on her face, and her mouth was still chanting about when the brat would be back. At the sound of the door opening, the two men sat up straight and craned their heads toward the door. Ringo was carrying a pocket of fried skewers and was about to change his shoes. I saw my dad and mom looking at the fried skewers in their hands with bated breath. Yo! Still not sleeping? Lin Luo said with a dry smile. Watching their eyes on the fried skewers, he cocked his head. Why don't you join us for some? Son, get the beer. Old Lin commanded with glowing eyes. The next second, Zhang Xuehua pushed him up. You're on your own, son, why are you back so late? You're tired, come sit with mom. Hey, old age, mom. Lin Luo scowled at old Lin and playfully sat over. Comrade Lao Lin had no choice but to get up and go to the fridge to get a beer. A pocket of crunchy fried skewers and kebabs was brought out. Buy one caddy and get half caddy of fried chicken fork bone, fried starchy sausage, fried chicken kebab, fried bean cutlet, fried rice cake, grilled squid, grilled gluten. A pocket full of them cost Lin Luo 50 oceans. Prices are pretty cheap these days. A string of tendons is only $1. The most expensive ones are only $2. Originally, Lao Lin and Lao Zhang had eaten. Nay, the flavor of these fried skewers and kebabs mixed together is so overbearing that the cravings in my stomach can't carry it. Click and puff. Old Lin opened 2 cans of beer and gave one to Lin Luo, then picked up a chicken skewer and took a bite. Well, it tastes good. How's the baking going today, son? Old Lin picked up his beer, clinked it with Lin Luo, and inquired. The test was okay, I felt like there was progress. Just make progress. Lin Jin and Zhang Xuehua looked at Lin Luo's relaxed and smiling expression, and the trace of worry in their hearts was let go. Today, the school split test, the son did not go home after the test, and the two of them thought that Lin Luo did not do well in the test and did not dare to go home. In hindsight, it would have been the two of them who were overthinking it. This can eat and drink, have a laugh, heartless look, which like did not do well in the exam dare not go home. Probably went to an internet cafe to surf the net. Nice shot. The excited shouts of the commentators came from the TV, and the audience applauded likewise. 0-2, the Nationals take the second set from the Japanese in a shutout, and one more set to send the little day home. Old Lin clinked excitedly with Lin Luo, took a swig of beer, and burped freely. Comfortable. This ball is hit, relieved. Old Lin lamented, an expression of indescribable pride on his face. You guys say, when the men's soccer team can also have the strength of the men's game, how to play that game in front of the ball. 0-8, really ing shame Speaking of 0-8, old Lin looked so distressed that Lin Luo suspected he had bought it. Zhang Xuehua ate the fried rice cake, she just loved this crispy and sweet stuff. Seeing Old Wood talking about men's soccer again, casually. I heard someone say that the reason the men's soccer team isn't working is because Galzius retired. Is Galzius a good soccer player? In the living room, Lin Luo and Lin Jianjin were silent. Chapter 44 Eagle Eye Technique, Xintian Supervisor Weapon Refining Technique. Ring, ring, ring. Early in the morning, the rooster alarm was going off again. Rinlo's hand scurried under the covers and grabbed the large crown as he skillfully turned off the alarm. Ringo yawned and sat up with his messy hair. I ate and drank and watched ping pong last night until the wee hours of the morning. The men's team blew out the junior. Day 3 games to 0, and almost zeroed out the opposite side in the third, but ended up intentionally hitting a ball off the ground to give the opposite side a point and give the junior day something to look forward to. At the end of the game, the Little Day players cried their eyes out, and it was so cool to watch Lin Luo and Lin Jian. Another great day. Ringo dropped his arms and got up to wash up. It's quiet outside. Mom and Dad are still sleeping. Lin Luo shrugged and tiptoed to the restroom to fix his personal hygiene. I slept late last night, so needless to say, I had to go out for breakfast today. Comrade Lao Lin is the manager of a building materials leasing company and goes to the office on a flexible schedule. Mom Zhang Xue's job is simple, in the neighborhood with a small supermarket, from time to time to see the store on it. Old dang, make it quick. Today's main quest, side quests, brush them together. Lin Luo spat white bubbles out of his mouth and urged the stupid dog system to brush the quest. Successful in meeting the big guys, you get a better chance to learn, and you realize that Blue Star is ahead of Dakian in every way. Against the heavens, such as marching to war, the 3 armies have not yet moved, food and provisions first, transportation carriers for the most important. Mission, learning about Blue Star's transportation vehicles, reward, Eagle Eye Technique. You, who are about to take office in Yunzhou, have found a solution to the drought, the increase in the production of farmland and the difficulty in training plow oxen, and have gained the praise and love of the people of Yunzhou. Yet Yunzhou, which has long experienced natural and man-made disasters, lacks good seeds, and the people have fields but no seeds to plant. Mission, finding good varieties of grain seeds. Reward, Xintian Supervisor's refining skill. Pust. All the toothpaste foam in Lin Luo's mouth sprayed out. The main quest of the silly dog system is as silly as ever. Blue Star's transportation carrier, the stupid dog system doesn't see that he's been biking to and from school for days. Finding good varieties of grain seeds, this seems a little difficult, but not much. I just don't know what this eagle eye technique and subterranean Xintian refining technique are. Old Den, where's the bonus presentation? Give me a look. The eagle eye technique, the method used by the great Qian marksman to train his eyesight. Xintian supervisor refining technique, the top refining technique in Dakian. Amount. Lin Luo was silent for a moment, greatly disappointed. He thought that this eagle eye technique was the same as the treasure hunting technique, something similar to that game skill. There was also this Xintian supervisor weapon refining technique, which he thought was the kind in immortal cultivation novels, the means of refining magic weapons with mana. It turned out to be this thing. Lin Luo shook his head and continued brushing his teeth. After washing up, Lin Luo went to the kitchen and sought out a potato and a sweet potato from the kitchen. Mom likes sweet potato porridge and Dad likes steamed potatoes with egg sauce, so we always have these two things in the house. The system, potatoes, sweet potatoes, are all grain seeds, not only drought resistant, high acreage, and not picking the ground, absolutely superior grain seeds. I have read so many travel novels, especially those that traveled to the early Tang dynasty, Xinguan. It was naturally difficult for Lin Luo to find such things as grain seeds. Mission, finding good varieties of grain seeds. Reward, Xintian supervisor's art of refining weapons, completed. Hey, I knew it. Lin Luo grinned, and then the contents of the art of refining weapons appeared in his mind. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. May Abe. I was the one who spoke too loudly earlier, sorry Ao. It is worthy of being the great Qian Tian supervisor who can refine a compass that locks out treacherous demons and evils. This refining technique was truly extraordinary. The system was not exaggerating when it said that this was the topmost refining technique in Deqian. Making organs and hidden weapons, casting weapons and armor, it's all a small matter. There were also contents about refining magic weapons in the back, like the compass that Lin Luo had gotten yesterday. This message mentions warlocks. To refine a magic weapon, it had to be done by a warlock manipulating a spirit fire. The higher the level of the spirit fire, the more powerful the spell. From this, it seems that the Dakian world definitely possesses transcendent power. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he went back inside and put on his school uniform, coming to the door to put on his shoes. $100 bill sits on the shoebox. Wow! We're rich, and today it's $100 bill. Lin Luo's eyes shone brightly as he picked up the red tickets and prettily loaded them into his storage space. To be honest, Lin Luo had picked up $300,000 outside, but he wasn't even as happy as he was now to receive this $100 of pocket money. I've been giving pocket money in 5s and 10s, and today I'm suddenly giving $100. That feeling of being rich is just awesome. Only a mother is good in the world, a child with a mother's drop is like a treasure. Lin Luo hummed a little song and went downstairs beautifully. The downstairs carport was crammed crookedly with cars. Electric cars and bicycles are crammed together. With a bit of effort, Lin Luo pulled out his worn-out bike in the carport, sat on it with one piece of leg, then pedaled, and the bike scurried right out. Mission, learning about Blue Star's transportation vehicles. Reward, Eagle Eye Technique. The Eagle's Eye Technique, a technique used by the great Qian divine archers to practice their eyes. Blue Star's top divine shooter can do the Regulus, 100 steps through Yang, the Pingming seeking white feather, and didn't enter the stone prism. And Deqian was a world with even more martial prosperity than Blue Star, a world whose marksman far exceeded Lin Luo's imagination. He hadn't cared much about it before when he saw that it was a divine archer's spell for training his eyesight. Now that the contents of the Eagle Eye Technique's cultivation flooded into his mind, Lin Luo was a bit dumbfounded. This Eagle's Eye Technique cultivated to the great achievement realm could actually do what the Eagle's Eye did, seeing tiny things a few thousand meters away. And you can also adjust the focus, no matter near or far, you can see very clearly. It took a long time before Lin Luo slowly said two words, cowhide. Wandering along, Lin Luo arrived at the 18th middle school. Auntie, have a deluxe version. I'll come and get it later. Ringo passed the egg dunking stand, greeted it, and went to park. 18 has its own parking shed, and with a parking permit, you can put your car in there and make sure your bike doesn't get lost. Actually, it's fine to have a permit or not for Lin Luo's broken car, but there is one advantage to having a parking permit. That is, when you're late for school, you can enter the school through a small door in the parking garage, and you won't be arrested if you go through there. Otherwise, if you are caught late, you will have to stand in front of the school and wait for your homeroom teacher to collect you. Points will also be deducted from the class, and the weekly flowing red flag will suffer. That's why Ringo got his license. After parking the car, Lin Luo went back to the egg-enriched pancake stand. Auntie was having a good day, and there were quite a few students gathered around, all eagerly awaiting their share. Lin Luo waited for 6 or 7 minutes and finally waited for his share. Ha! Auntie, I'll take one. Lin Luo looked at the 2 egg pancakes that Auntie handed over and cocked her head in confusion. Auntie was busy rolling out the cake while smiling and saying, for that girl child yesterday, you har. Don't just stand there, there's the girl. Lin Luo twisted his head to look. Chu Jiajiu was smiling in the sunlight. When Chu Jiajiu saw Lin Luo, she immediately smiled even more broadly. Rinlo. Lin Luo fished $10 out of his pocket and put it in the aunt's money box. Auntie, no need to look. This auntie, she can handle it. Chapter 45, classification results are out. Nah, bought it for you. You would be so kind? Chu Jiajiu received the egg dunk cake, her watery peach blossom eyes sizing up Lin Luo. Seems to be looking a little better than before, and it really smells good. The kind where you can't overpower the aroma of a freshly baked egg burrito on your hands. It's just strange how this nerd suddenly got the hang of it. Rinlo took a bite of his own dunk and sucked in cool air as it burned. Hissy hissy, why don't you eat? Lin Luo said vaguely. What's this girl looking at herself for? Eat your eggs while they're hot. I'm going to wait until I get to class to eat. Chu Jiajiu held the egg dunk cake in both hands and stepped towards the school. The slightly raised quirk of her mouth added a bit of playfulness in the sunlight. The young girl's loose school uniform top was not visible, but the legs of the school uniform pants had been trimmed, perfectly presenting the young girl's straight and slender long legs. Lin Luo followed behind, took another bite of the egg pancake, inhaled the cool air, and said vaguely, you girls are just too endowed, just out of the oven incense, cover a while the texture has deteriorated. Chu Jiajiu looked back at the teenager and confirmed that the nerd was still the same nerd. The students were all walking inside at this moment, and there were quite a few of them walking and eating at the same time as Lin Luo. Teachers checking uniform badges and hairstyles at the door chose to turn a blind eye. Lin Luo's mouth was stuffed full of egg-filled pancakes, seeing Chu Jiajiu sizing himself up, his eyes gleaming, his mouth oiled, and he raised his eyebrows in dejection. Well, do I look good? Che, piggyback. The young girl let out a pout and turned around with a smile on her face. Lin Luo, however, smiled even more triumphantly. Hey, Chang Fairy, wait for me. Chu Jiajiu accelerated her steps and smiled like a flower. Upon entering the building, I noticed a number of students gathered around the first floor lobby. Yesterday's placement test, the results are in. A row of placement charts was posted on the display wall. Students can go directly to their corresponding class as soon as they see their name on the placement sheet. Nerd, the placement scores are out, and if you're not in the sprint class, see what I'll do to you. Chu Jiajiu waved her small fists at Lin Luo, baring her tiger teeth in a threatening manner. But it looks so cute and cuddly that it's not intimidating at all. Lin Luo was full of confidence, raising his chin in triumph. Just don't forget the bet between the two of us. Humph, of course I won't forget, it's you, don't renege if you lose. Lin Luo wins, the young girl buys him breakfast, the young girl wins, Lin Luo sends her home every night. Wow! Look, you guys, who's first in the sprint class? A familiar exclamation came from the crowd. Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiu looked at the sound, it was Liang Huanhuan. Chu Jiajiu's little best friend, now standing at the front of the crowd, jumping feet and jumping high, staggering, seems to have seen something very shocking. If you didn't know better, you'd think the first place winner in the sprint class was her. Let's see, wow go. Ringo. No way. How come it's Lin Luo? Several familiar voices appeared one after another in the crowd, all from the class. They were all wide-eyed and full of incredulity as they crowded toward the front, all wanting to see for themselves if it was true or not. How could it be Lin Luo? Chu Jiajiu's eyes widened and blinked incredulously before she was about to rush towards the crowd. Hey! So many people, what are you doing going in? Lin Luo pulled Chu Jiajiu and asked with a smile. There are so many people in front of you, you're not afraid of being slimed. I'll go check the rankings. Why don't you just ask directly, Liang Huanhuan, which class is Chu Jiajiu in? Lin Luo pulled out his voice and asked loudly. Liang Huanhuan in the front row had long seen Chu Jiajiu's name. 15th in the sprint class. Hey, 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 hey. Little beauty willing to bet. Lin Luo touched Chu Jiajiu's arm with a bad smile on his face. Nah, one of us is a first year and the other is a 15th year, we're quite a good match. Chu Jiajiu's white and tender little face blushed to the back of her ears, and her snow-white sleeve-length swan neck was tinged with pink color. Who's a good match for you, Piggy? What a cheek. Everyone knows that Piggy and China are the best match. Lin Luo had a little yellow face and said Chu Jiajiu's little face was burning. The three most important things to do when chasing a girl are to be shameless, shameless, or shameless. Without waiting for Chu Jiajiu to speak, Lin Luo continued. Alright, now that you know what class you're in, let's go to the classroom and take a seat. But shamelessness should also be appropriate, so many people are here, have to leave some skin for other girls. Okay, eek. It's not right. Chu Jiajiu reacted violently and looked at Lin Luo with incredibly wide eyes. How did you do that? Lin Luo was her deskmate, and she knew too well what kind of grade she usually got. It's totally mid-and-slick, and it's continuing to slide. It's a little bit too much to believe that all of a sudden you're scurrying to the top of the year. To say that Ringo was copied. Who did he copy? Who can copy first in the whole year? Said Lin Luo. Copy textbooks, open book exams have done it, and I have not heard of anyone who can get a perfect score on an open book exam. Not to mention the fact that this placement test is so tightly proctored. It's not a copy. Lin Luo's usual ghost grades, father see beating, mother see scolding, the teacher see fret. How the hell did Lin Luo do that? The young girl was puzzled, her head full of bolded question marks. Hey, the sky's the limit. I can tell you that I memorized my entire high school book from cover to cover. You can't believe me if I tell you. If you don't tell me, I don't care to know. Chu Jiaojiao grunted with her agitated nose and walked upstairs with her egg dunks in her hands. The senior class was on the 5th floor and had to climb the stairs every day to get to and from class. Someone had asked the teacher before why it wasn't senior year on the 1st floor, and in his words, it was a desire to get to the next level. I don't know what to think either. Do you really think that the higher the floor you climb, the higher your test scores will be in the future? Senior class. A beautifully named sprint class. There were a few people sitting in the class by now. Look at all the new faces. Since there were no rows of seats, just sit anywhere. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao entered the classroom, and these few people in the class just glanced at them before continuing to bury their heads in their books. It's not bad for the best grades in the whole year, they all love to study. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao sat down habitually. I'm still a little uncomfortable with the sudden change in classrooms. Chu Jiaojiao looked at the unfamiliar classroom and lamented in a small voice. Although every classroom in the school has the same setup, front and back chalkboards, front and back doors, same desks and chairs, but familiar faces are missing. Luckily, the table next to her was still Lin Luo, and with him by her side, Chu Jiaojiao felt much more at ease. Lin Luo wasn't as sentimental, and he read the same novels wherever he sat anyway. It's okay, you'll get used to it after a while, it takes some getting used to. People are always like this, at first very strange, uncomfortable, formal, but over time love, more often, also let go. Chu Jiaojiao nodded, took out a thermos from her bag, poured a cup of warm boiled water, and then took a small bite of the egg dunking cake in her hand. She had always eaten in a very ladylike manner, taking small bites of her food even when she was eating how delicious it was. Lin Luo was a different story, taking out the leftover egg dunks and nibbling on them. His mouth was stuffed to the gills, and he had a slightly disgusted expression on his face. Let's just say that the texture doesn't taste as good when covered for a while, and this leftover pie just isn't as good as the one right out of the oven. Lin Luo finished the rest of the egg dunking cake in his hand in 3 or 2 bites, saved the bag into a ball, and was just about to go and throw it away when the young girl at the same table handed over the cup of warm boiled water on the table. The young girl's fingers were onion white and tender, and her knuckles were slightly red. The voice was soft and sweet, with a few blushes. Rinlo, have some water. Requesting reviews and 5-star reviews, woohoo. Chapter 46 The East Chamber needs a talent like you. Lin Luo was first slightly stunned. Looking at the handed over cup of water he blinked, then a pair of deep peach blossom eyes looked straight at Chu Jiaojiao. The young girl was already blushing, and now her face was even more flushed from being looked at, her eyes dodging, very cute. Geez, are you going to drink it? Chu Jiaojiao exploded, glaring at Lin Luo with wide eyes. If you want a drink, take it. If you don't want a drink, say something. Why are you always looking at people? It's embarrassing. He, thanks a lot fairy. Lin Luo learned the tone of Inuyasha's voice, laughed nervously, took the cup of water, and tun filled it down. Sweet. The girl's water is just sweet. Virtue. Chu Jiaojiao smiled sweetly, snatched the empty cup, and gave Lin Luo a blank stare, innocence and flirtatiousness surprisingly perfectly combined. With a hefty grin, Lin Luo got up and went to throw the trash into the trash can at the back of the class. In this moment, more and more students entered the classroom. There were familiar ones that were in the same class as Lin Luo before, and most of them were still from other classes. Without exception, they are the top students in each class. Lin Luo was the only one who came in open. Those who were previously in the same class as Lin Luo Chu Jiaojiao now chose to sit to the left and right of Lin Luo Chu Jiaojiao. After all, when in an unfamiliar place, one always likes to find familiar people to root around. This is also the reason why people who used to go out to make a living feel close to each other when they hear the word hometown. Lin Luo, how on earth did you do it? Before, you didn't show off in the class, but it turned out to be a big one. Nyo Zeta is the top student of the 5th class, but this guy in the class did not see him how to learn, and even sometimes read extracurricular books, after class than who play lively, but every test scores are in the top 3. Usually this kind of person, we call him, the inside curl monster. This guy sat in front of Rinlo, replacing Kanko. And you have the nerve to talk about me, having more fun than anyone else in the class and coming back in the top 3 on tests. Lin Luo had been upset with Nyo Zeta for a long time. Why is it that you are more excited than anyone else when everyone is playing together, discussing novels, and when everyone pulls down on exams, you are in the top 3? Kaoza the cub spreads his hands and still has an innocent look on his face. I don't know, I know everything the teacher taught in class as soon as I hear it, so what else am I doing if I'm not playing? Bull, I do want to smack you. Wei Jifan, who was sitting next to Nyo Zeta, gritted her teeth. Because he was the kind of person who studied hard, both at school and at home, but every time he took a test, he was always behind Nyo Zeta. He's been watching Nyo Zeta for a long time over this, and the bastard doesn't learn, does he? He scratched his head and couldn't figure out where he lost. Now that he's seen Nyo Zeta load up Boichi, he's winning with his fists. Hey, 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 a gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands, we're all out of the same class, be united and loving. Nyo Zeta pressed Wei Jifan's fist playfully. He just loved to see people try as hard as they could to not be able to surpass him and then get pissed off. Just you wait, I'll definitely surpass you when we get to the sprint class, Wei Jifan said with an angry grunt, her cheeks puffed out. Then I wish you success. Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao smiled as they watched the two front tables fight. Lin Luo, in particular, felt extraordinarily different in his heart. In the past, when he was in class 5, it was only Chu Jiajiao and Kangzi who talked to him. Other good students, especially the top students in the class, play very little with themselves. You have your own circle no matter where you are. There was a wave of good learners and a wave of bad learners, and Lin Luo and Kangzi were the kind of good students who didn't care and bad students who couldn't blend in. Ring, ring, ring. The prep bell rang. There are 10 minutes before the official class starts. By now the classroom was full, and with the ringing of the preparatory bell, all the students in the classroom began to study. It's all about looking at your weak subjects. Only Lin Luo took out a copy of Policing Management from his desk pocket and flipped through it page by page. But he was also in two minds. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Lin Luo mentally called out to the system. There is no limit to the number of main quests you can do, and once you've done one, you can summon the next one immediately. The side quests just don't work, there's only one a day. You, who have gone through a lot of hard work, have finally gained a slight foothold in the blue planet. However, with unstable foundations, even if you have made acquaintances with the big shots, it is still difficult for you to learn a great deal of advanced knowledge of the blue planet in a short period of time. If you want to return to the dry star to change your fate against the heavens and turn your carp into a dragon, you'll need the help of more blue star people. Mission, develop your own forces in the blue star, gather talents, and build up your strength. Reward, the Great Sun Observation Chart. What? Looking at the note that appeared in the system chat box, 3 bolded and enlarged question marks slowly appeared on Lin Luo's brain. Is this dog system starting to get harder? No way, absolutely no way. With the level of cerebral palsy in the dog system, the quests he released should all be the kind that were very good at fooling around. So is this collection of talent and development of one's power to be understood as? Rinlo fumbled with his chin as his gaze moved to the two men at the front table, Nyo Zeta and Wei Jifan. They're all good names. Why did the adults in the family come up with such a name? Simply talented. But it's just as well, I need talents like you in the East Chamber. Cowboy, Yoshiko. Lin Luo made a sound and reached out to poke the two men in front of him. Wei Jifan is looking at English words and mouthing them. Nyo Zeta is looking at math. His math test this time is a bit of a struggle, the time to learn or learn a little bit, otherwise how to appreciate the expression of others who are not happy with themselves and cannot be compared to themselves in the future. Hearing Lin Luo's address, the corners of both of their mouths all tugged. You're a big shot, calling us that? Chu Jiajiao snorted out a laugh. She was really not holding back. This guy Lin Luo was so bad that he called people as little eunuchs. Nyo Zeta and Wei Jifan twisted their heads with unfavorable expressions, both with black faces, with a look that if you don't give a statement, we won't be finished. Why are you looking at me like that? I know I'm handsome. I've come to you guys about a serious matter. I'm going to start a study support group. Lin Luo learned the accent from the old Hong Kong movies, a big brother faction, crooked neck, and spread his hands. Nah, we're all out of class 5, don't say I don't take care of you. I'm the leader of the group, and you guys, as my group members, can find me at any time in the future if there's anything that's not clear to you. Nyo Zeta and Wei Jifan looked at each other, then spoke in unison. Not interested. When the two finished, they were about to turn around and go back to their books. We allow people who are better than us to exist, but we never allow people who are better to step on us and pretend to be better. Gee, that's a shame. I'll just have to find someone else, and then you'll be embarrassed if your grades are at the bottom of the class. Lady Chu, do you want to join? Lin Luo tilted his head and looked at Chu Jiajiao with a smile. Eek yak, what kind of name is this, Chu Maiden? I don't want it. It's hard to hear. Chu Jiajiao stifled her laughter, her big eyes were glowing. She realized that Lin Luo, this nerd, was still quite funny sometimes. Hey, don't be ungrateful, they're the little eunuchs, you're the maiden, and you're still not happy about this. Nyo Zeta and Wei Jifan's faces became even darker. You're saying this as if we don't exist. So, what do you say, what are you? Nyo Zeta and Wei Jifan's expressions were so amusing that Chu Jiajiao stifled her laughter and asked, Isn't it obvious who I am? Lin Luo puffed out his chest to make himself look a bit more heroic. Nyo Zeta and Wei Jifan just couldn't help themselves, gritting their teeth and speaking in unison, You're just a big eunuch in chief. Pust. Chu Jiajiao laughed even harder. Chapter 47 appoints you the first prince and the second prince. Hey, a Grand Master is a Grand Master, are you three going to join this master's group or not? Lin Luo was playful and didn't feel bad at all about being the Grand Master. No matter what, that's still the Grand Master, you two little eunuchs have to listen to us. Seeing that Lin Luo had even referred to himself as this chief steward, Xiao Niuzi and Xiao Jizi's faces always looked better. It's okay to join, you can't call me Maverick from now on. And me, Yoshiko is so hard to hear. Chu Jiaojiao covered her mouth and snickered, tears coming out of her eyes. These two names are really hard to hear. Lin Luo, this guy's brain in the inn, how to grow, how to think. Alright then, I'll make you the first prince and you the second prince. Lin Luo raised his hand in edict. Wei Jifan blew up as soon as he heard the second prince, red face and glaring, upset and clenching his teeth, just short of slapping the table. No! Why should I be the second prince and he the first? Nyo Zeta had a smile on his face and pointed at himself prettily. Why can't I be the first prince? You're not as good as me in school, right? So you should be the second prince. Wei Jifan's neck stretched, and he blushed and said, I'm not convinced. I used to sit at the front and back tables with father. I should be the Grand Crown Prince. Study test scores are not as good as yours, even if the title of study group member is not as good as yours. Why, I just don't obey. In order to press Nyo Zeta head on, Wei Jifan found out all the old sesame seed things from the first year of high school. Nyo Zeta just loved the expression of others who did not obey him, and his heart was secretly happy to the extreme. You sit at the front and back tables to control what's going on. I also borrowed my father to copy my homework, and with this friendship of ours, I should be the eldest prince. I don't have any if you do. Be a good boy and be your second prince. Lin Luo clasped his hands on his chest and dejectedly gave Chu Jiaojiao a flying eye. Chu Jiaojiao covered her mouth, her shoulders twitching, she really couldn't hold it in. What do you two have to compete for? You're both the first and second prince, and you're still called father. Ha, I really can't. My stomach is pumping with laughter. Alright, you two don't argue, like this, you're the grand prince, you're the grand auntie, and as for you, you're still the same as the empress. Lin Luo pressed down Nyo Zeta, who was arguing non-stop, and Wei Jifan said, that's more like it. Wei Jifan turned red and grunted in anger. Nyo Zeta was still smiling and blushing. Regardless of whether it was the Grand Crown Prince or the Grand Arhats, anyway, seeing Wei Jifan break his defense, he was done having a good time. What the end result will be, Sage Time doesn't need to think about that much. Very well, then I will announce that the senior sprint class, the school factory is officially established. This factory director is codenamed Shua Wu Emperor, you are the Grand Crown Prince, you are the Grand Auntie, and you are the Chuni Enjiang. What about the subsequent addition of a new member? We'll come up with a code name for him together. Any comments? Lin Luo looked at the three and asked with a smile. No, that's it. I agree. Then, Hakawudi, tell us what we should do in this study support group. Chu Jiaojiao arched her eyebrows and forced a smile as she asked. I will supervise you to listen attentively in class, and within 5 minutes after class, report to me what you didn't understand in class, and I will give you a unified explanation during the evening study. The goal of our study group is to sprint to the top 5 of the class. How about it? Are you guys confident? Lin Luo looked at the three and asked confidently. Wait, I have a question. Wei Jifan raised her hand and looked at Lin Luo suspiciously. What a question. There's only 4 of us. Shouldn't we say top 4 in the sprint class? Without even needing Lin Luo to speak, Nyo Zeta gave him an answer. You're silly, aren't there 4 of us in front of the 5th? Aren't the 4 of us just right? Also Wei Jifan scratched her head in realization, feeling that she had just asked a particularly stupid question. How did you get into the sprint class with that brain of yours? Nyo Zeta teased with a grin. Wei Jifan red warmed up. It's up to you. This Nyo Zeta is so undignified. When I double my studies with the team leader, I'll crush you in the next monthly exam. Wei Jifan secretly swore in her heart that Chu Jiaojiao in the back was completely out of it. The young girl slumped over the table with one hand, the other covering her flat belly, her shoulders jerking and her whole body shaking. How come I didn't realize before that there were such 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks in class 5? It's really too interesting. Mission, develop your own forces in the Blue Star, gather talents, and build up your strength. Reward, Great Sun Observation Chart, completed. Perfetti. Seeing the words mission completed appear in the system chat box, Lin Luo felt a burst of triumph. I knew that the task given by this brain-paralyzed stupid dog system wouldn't be too complicated. Easy peasy. System, what is the origin of this Great Sun Observation Chart? Look at the name and how it has a metaphysical feel to it. What kind of setup is this Diqian? He had already guessed from parallel worlds ancient to high martial arts, cultivation of immortality, and now it was all starting to go metaphysical. Fighting and magic won't appear back, will they? The Great Day Visualization Chart, the secret of the Dakian Xian sect not to be spread, visualization of the Great Day, the body has a holy light, to drive away the evil and bind the charm, to protect the Taoist and protect the body. Holy, that's awesome. Worthy of the Genkai, it really is something. Currently, in the wool Lin Luo had gleaned from the system, the Shenmen authentic secret techniques were the Fountainhead Everlasting Spring Technique, the Lesser Returning Dan, and lastly, this Great Sun Observation Diagram. This Dakian he has not yet gone, the known transcendent forces are the Shenmen and the Qintian Supervisor, and I do not know if there are any other more bold gaming existence. It's stressing me out. No, it's better to be cautious and safe. Try not to go to Dakian until you've made yourself invincible. Thinking of this, Lin Luo began to study the eagle's eye technique and the great sun observation chart that he had just arrived at today. The eagle eye technique was for practicing eye power. Lin Luo followed the method of cultivation and began to move his true qi to travel the acupuncture points around his eyes. Gradually, Lin Luo felt that his vision began to change, and the blackboard in front of the classroom was gradually enlarging. As Lin Luo's mind moved, the blackboard began to grow larger and smaller. And when looking at the vision chart hanging on the side of the blackboard, Lin Luo, sitting in the fourth row, could actually see the bottom row clearly, and zoom in on the small e on the bottom row that looks bigger than the normal first row. This eagle eye technique, it really deserves to be the secret technique practiced by the great Qian divine archer. With its own sniper scope, it really is cowhide. Lin Luo praised it in his heart. What a treasure to find. In the future, when the little daughter-in-law downstairs is tearing up and fighting, and he's upstairs eating melon, he'll never have to bother with a broken telescope again. And the little sister-in-laws and big brothers across the building. Always doing calisthenics without drawing the curtains, he was also finally able to free up his hands and see the moves again, and learn a thing or two along the way. After testing the wonders of the eagle eye technique, Lin Luo withdrew his true air and felt his eyes clear and indescribably relieved. Even with the withdrawal of his true air, he could feel that he could see things more clearly. This eagle eye technique also has a sight bonus, so it's worthy of being a divine archer's strict choice. It's just good. With that, Lin Luo began to try out the great sun observation diagram. If the eagle eye technique was so powerful, then as a Deqian sect's secret technique, or the kind that was not to be disseminated, how powerful must this great sun observation diagram be? A picture of the great day is a picture. It is painted with a big sunny day and a sea of clouds. There seems to be a golden crow spreading its wings in the big sun, and there seems to be a golden armored heavenly god in the sea of clouds, but they are all hazy and can't be really seen. This picture gives a sense of indescribable mystery. According to what the system said, try to conceptualize the original appearance of this picture in your mind with your eyes closed. The more detailed and clear it is, the more successful you are, the greater the benefits you will receive. Don't think it's an easy task. In fact, it's hard to conceptualize 5 words in your head, let alone conceptualize a clear picture. Now, however, the system issued the diagram directly into Lin Luo's mind. Lin Luo closed his eyes, and in front of him was a clear picture of the Great Sun Observatory, and he was directly done with his eyes wide open. Chapter 48 Math Teacher Tian Wenjing. Lin Luo closed his eyes, but in front of him was an ancient landscape painting. A sea of clouds soared in the sky, and a great sun hung high above it, and the sea of clouds were all rendered into a golden red color by the great sun. That big sun seemed to dazzle the eyes, making people have no way to look directly at it, while someone in the sea of clouds hid his head and revealed a corner of his golden armor. Lin Luo has also read metaphysical novels, but not many. He prefers the urban small Liu Bei, countryside small medical fairy kind. Simple, direct, and exciting. One of the few metaphysicals I've read, the only ones that stuck in my mind were the 3 fighting segments. The originator of the withdrawal stream, the fire removal expert, Xiao Yan. That's why he wasn't familiar with the trope in metaphysical fiction. That's the Great Sun Observation Chart. It's nothing special. Lin Luo sighed in his heart and subconsciously wanted to zoom in to get a better look. With a thought, the eagle eye technique seemed to activate, and Lin Luo's vision began to zoom in and draw closer. Just see the big sun in the visualization chart, the sea of clouds, getting bigger and bigger, and finally as if it had come to life. There was a golden crow spreading its wings in the middle of the great sun, slowly waving its wings, and as the golden crow's wings waved, the surrounding sea of clouds tossed in waves. The golden armored heavenly god in the sea of clouds also gradually revealed his true form. The rays of the great sun and the golden armored heavenly god intersected and shone towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo then felt that the light was soft and his whole body was warm, as if he was immersed in a hot spring. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang. Lin Luo slowly opened his eyes. The first class began. The math teacher clamped the volume, slowly entered the classroom, quite a kind of elegant literati temperament. The math teacher was a little old man who wore a hat a lot because he was bald and would usually take it off during class. His hair is more interesting, shaking it on one side. The hair was long on the left side, almost none on the right, and was thrown across from the left side to the right, like a back, just covering the bald spot of the brain. In the summer, the windows would be open during class, and once the wind blew, drink, that hair started to flap in the wind, which was a lot of fun. It doesn't seem like anything special. Lin Luo felt it. There was no reaction in his body, and the cultivation speed of the undying everlasting spring technique didn't speed up. System, what exactly is this Great Sun Observation Chart for? Lin Luo, who was full of doubts, asked the olden system in his mind. The Great Day Visualization Chart, the secret of the Dakian Xian sect not to be spread, visualization of the Great Day, the body has a holy light, to drive away the evil and bind the charm, to protect the Taoist and protect the body. UING. Lin Luo was stunned for several moments. This silly dog system is a showstopper that I even have expectations for it. Lin Luo shook his head and temporarily threw aside the roll of the Great Sun Observation Diagram. What body has a golden light that repels evil and binds demons? He can't use it either. Maybe we'll find out later when we go to Dakian. On the podium, the side-backed old Tian pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at all the students under the podium with a serious expression. This is the most promising seedling in this session of the 18th grade. The top 10 are all capable of fighting for clearing. The next 25 are all hopefuls for 985 and 211 as well. As long as the next half a year or so do not let up, a brain rush over 18 in this session of the college entrance examination results, absolutely blind the entire South City. Don't look at the old Shin said, sprint class, parallel class and the basic class of the same faculty, but the content of the class is certainly not the same. Teachers focus on the care and also the sprint classes. Some of you I've taught, some I haven't, let's all get to know each other today. My name is Tian Wenjing, and I'm your future math teacher. Tian Wenjing wrote his big name on the blackboard. Turning around, old Tian looked serious and continued. We're a sprint class, and since it's a sprint, you should know that it's a brain rush to the finish line for a good score. So for the next 6 months or so, I want everyone to get their act together and no one to drop the ball. Don't think that just because you're in a sprint class now, you can stay in a sprint class. On the monthly exam next month, whoever falls out of the top 50 in their grade will be topped by a student from the class behind them. These were supposed to be covered by your homeroom teacher, so I'm going to go ahead and start handing out the papers below, and we'll cover the papers in this class to catch up on your weak areas as early as possible. Anyone whose name I call, come up and get it. All speed up. Rinlo. With a cry of Lin Luo, all eyes focused on Lin Luo who stood up. A big tall man of 1 meter 8.5, with short hair of hairy inches, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and decent features. Although the body is wearing a school uniform, but it is difficult to hide the youthful spirit of the teenagers. The sunlight from the window spilled onto his face, causing the girls in the class to start to light up in their eyes. So handsome. How come I didn't realize before that there are such good-looking boys in our school? Is he a new transfer? Never even heard of him before. It should be class 5. There was a lot of talk in the classroom. Tian Wenjing was also sizing up Lin Luo. He had previously taught classes 1, 2, and 3, and classes 4, 5, and 6 were taught by another math teacher, so naturally he didn't know Lin Luo, but he was curious about Rinlo. After the papers were graded yesterday, Tian Wenjing was really shocked by Lin Luo's perverted score. The paper for this placement test came out to be the sum total of all the key questions learned so far from the freshman year to the senior year of high school. Even the last 2 big questions were still extension questions. The difficulty was a bit drawn out and he didn't even expect anyone to do it. But Lin Luo not only made it, but also had clear ideas, concise steps and correct answers. This shows that not only is Lin Luo's math solid, but his progress has also surpassed that of the other students. Feeling strange, Lin Luo got up and came to the podium and took his test paper. The large 150 drawn in red pen on the roll stood out. Tian Wenjing had a smile on her face. It was rare to see such a smile on the face of such a man who often had a serious expression, as if anyone owed him money. Gentle, appreciated and expected. Here I have to praise Lin Luo's previous math scores were rather ordinary, but for this placement test, Lin Luo got an excellent score of perfect. Wow! The class erupted, looking at Lin Luo in shock, each mouth wide open. How sick is math this time? They all know it. Some test to the end, the questions are not finished, some look at the last 2 big questions. Hate to give the paper teacher Kato one. But for such a difficult question, Lin Luo got full marks. Chu Jiajiao looked at Lin Luo with eyes that were a little drawn, oh no, shocked. His own table usually copied his own homework, and his test scores kept slipping downward, so how did he suddenly rise to the top? Was it because of the bet with himself? Tian Wenjing continued with great emotion. Lin Luo must have worked hard in private. Achievements don't lie, think about it, while you guys were resting, playing games, and reading novels, Lin Luo students were memorizing formulas, brushing up on test questions, and preparing for the college entrance exams. Ugh, I didn't. Lin Luo looked at the odd looks the class was giving him and screamed in his heart. Tian Wenjing, you're slandering me. When you put it that way, I'm a involution monster. What will the class think of me in the future? Niu Zita's eyes were full of teasing when he looked at Lin Luo, as if to say, so you're also this kind of person. Wei Jifan had a face of bitter hatred, gritting her teeth and looking at Niu Zita and then Lin Luo. Humph, you're all no good pies. You usually pretend not to study, but when it comes to exams, you show your true colors. Thieves, all of them. Student Lin Luo, why don't you come and say a few words to everyone? Tian Wenjing smiled at Lin Luo with a gentle face. Good boy, say a few words to cheer us all up. Lin Law. Chapter 49, Me? Math Rap? There is a way to learn. Under the watchful eyes of the class, Lin Luo slowly uttered such a sentence. And the way I do that, is to think more. In class, listen carefully to what the teacher says, try to get it all in class, go back and consolidate more, and ask the teacher if you don't know. This is my method, it may not work for you, but I hope it helps. Lin Luo finished speaking and looked at Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing had a smile on her face and her eyes were just 2 words. Satisfaction. Teacher, I'm done, go back. Well, go back. Tian Wenjing nodded with a smile. Lin Luo's classmate said it very well, everyone should learn more from him. Okay, let's continue to hand out the papers. Ji Boda, Niu Zita, He Chiang, Wei Jifan, Zhu Jiaojia. 35 rolls were handed out quickly. Then comes the lecture session. Because the spring class are top students, so Tian Wenjing speak very fast. Each question of the test, knowledge points set out, say the answer. If someone does not understand, carefully talk about it, no over. The class listened intently. Because math is one of those things where a little bit of frothing and you realize you can't keep up with it at all. One step after another, the step logic can't be broken. If it's broken, it won't connect. Only Lin Luo, with his eyes fluttering, was actually looking at the system chat box. Old Den, brush up on the new quest, I'm horribly strong now. The olden system's main quests were cerebral and well done every time, but the rewards they gave were also odd and unsystematic. De Chen couldn't go for the time being, what he wanted most was to become invincible or rich. Fortunately, the system seemed to be afraid that he would karma, and kept stuffing him with feats, pills, magic weapons, and whatnot. But you don't have to give these all the time, get something I can use now. You went through life and death in the Blue Star, vomiting blood, and finally succeeded in establishing your own force, the Learning Support Group. This power will be the biggest help for you to return to the Dry Star to reverse your fate, so please grow it and make it the most powerful power in the Blue Star. Mission, expand more talents into your force, target 20, reward, golden pen. What? Gold pen? Hey, you've heard my voice. I know it's not very useful to give me those magic spells and stuff, so I started giving me money. Gold pen, it should be a pen made of pure gold, turn around and take it to sell, it must be worth a lot of money. Lin Luo muttered in his heart and looked at the system quest again. Expand the study group by 20 people. It's not that simple. Just say hello after class and it's done. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang at the right time. Lin Luo always felt that the ringtone was so friendly. Math teacher Tian Wenjing collected the papers. The rest will be covered in the afternoon. If anyone doesn't understand anything, ask more about Lin Luo's classmates. He has a very strong foundation. Tian Wenjing said, looking towards Lin Luo with a smile on her face. Lin Luo smiled and locked eyes with Tian Wenjing. Good job, Lao Tian. With this set of assists from you, my mission will be better accomplished. From now on, student Lin Luo will temporarily act as our class math representative. Me. Lin Luo pointed at himself. No, how about a math rep? So casual? Yeah, you're it. Okay, class dismissed. Tian Wenjing nodded, put on his hat, and walked away happily with a thermos. This year this session out of a good seedling as long as Lin Luo's results behind the not collapse, this year's top scholar of the liberal arts, should be no run. I never thought that the old Tian would have such a surprise when I was about to retire, so God has treated me well. As soon as Lao Tian left, the classroom did not become particularly lively like other classes. Instead, one by one, they flipped through their papers in silence, and some of them got up and walked towards the outside, supposedly to go to the restroom. Ahem, class. Lin Luo stood up and drew everyone's attention with a single voice. The big guys looked at Lin Luo blankly, not knowing what he was going to say. It's like this, in order for everyone to progress together and all get into an ideal university, I've set up a study group to help each other. When you join a group, you all help each other out, whether it's between classes or in the evening, and you can come and ask me questions anytime I'm in the classroom. There are 4 of them so far, and they're aiming for the top 5 in their class on the next monthly exam. If any one of you have any desire to join, come sign up with me Me. I'm in. Lin Luo, add me. For a while, the classroom became lively. Just the fact that Lin Luo could get a perfect score in math and test first in the whole grade was enough to make everyone's heart skip a beat. There aren't many fools who make it into the sprint class, and their minds are on their studies, so there are very few brain-dead brawlers. This is a period when people with impure minds can't learn. The point is that there are 4 of us in the group now, and in case we get help from Lin Luo, who is like an outlier, and really top 5 in the grade, won't we be left behind even more? Take it easy, one by one, Niu Zita, Wei Jifan, you two help record it. I didn't expect the class to be so enthusiastic, somewhat beyond Lin Luo's imagination. Luckily, with the help of Niu Zita and Wei Jifan, the list of group members was quickly recorded. Lin Luo swept a rough glance, then memorized everyone's names. Nah, listen to me down there. Lin Luo stood on the stool and raised his hand, and the class fell silent, each of them looking at Lin Luo with their little faces tilted up. Teachers always say that the college entrance exam is 1,000 horses crossing a log bridge. But as long as we screw together, we are a dump truck, others are fighting alone, we are pushing all the way across. So next, I'll talk about group assignments. Everyone listened quietly, and no one noticed that there were 2 people standing there at the back door window of the classroom, with stolen senses coming up to the window to look in. That's our senior year's first of the year? Well, principal, not only was he first in the grade, but he was first in his scores in all subjects, except for language arts, which was a perfect score in all subjects. Demon! With an achievement like that, you're insulting people's intelligence by saying he plagiarized. Unless he was given the answers to all the subjects, and detailed answers at that, who could have copied out this kind of grade? Especially in math, where you have to solve the problem step by step. Usually the paper answers are only the answer, not the closing process. Principal Gao's eyes flashed, looking through the glass at the classroom, standing on the chair, impassioned speech Lin Luo, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Scholarly spirit, waving, dung year 10,000 vassals, really good seedling, director wine, must give me a look. This year, our school's honor rating depends on him. Don't worry principal, from now on, student Lin Luo is the key protection object of our school. Wang Shen patted his chest and guaranteed. Everyone supervise each other, help each other, everything is based on improving your grades. You must ask questions that you don't know. Ask anyone, especially me, I'm happy to help you solve your problems. There is no way, pretend to be a little bit like, in order to complete the task in front of the big words out, turn the other cheek, not to mention the defeat of character, the future in the school reputation will be bad. Our Arlo is a man of honor. Remember, everyone, between classes, morning and evening study halls are fine, just don't wait for me to get home to call and ask, because I have to work on it secretly when I get home. The classroom erupted in laughter. Good lord, you said it all and called it a sneaky effort. Straight up showdowns don't pretend to be, do they? Inside roll monster. Okay, that's it. There's time for everyone to come up with a codename for themselves, like me, Hakuwori. When any of you surpasses me, I will step aside. Che. There was another burst of laughter in the classroom, and that rusty feeling of having just gotten together gradually dissipated in the midst of Lin Luo's jokes. Mission, expand and recruit more talents into your force, target 20, reward, golden pen, completed. Lin Luo sat back in his seat, the familiar feeling coming back. Pockets are heavy. Lin Luo dug into his pocket and gripped a thin stick-like object. Taking it out and looking at it, it was a golden stick of about 10 centimeters with beautifully carved illustrations. The pictures and words Lin Luo didn't recognize, they should be unique to Diqian. System, you call this a pen? How can you call it a pen when you don't even have a nib? Sell it, it has to be sold. Isn't that insulting to people's intelligence? The golden pen, from the Dakian divine mechanism sect, can be transformed into any type of pen according to the user's idea, and at the same time, it can enhance the power of the writer's pen. Oh ho! Surprisingly, it's a magic weapon again. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Holding the gold pen and thinking of the fountain pen, soon this gold pen appeared as a nib. A fine gold fountain pen takes shape. Shinji sect, really Nyo Boi. Lin Luo praised in his heart, then took out ink from his storage space and filled it into his pen, then tried writing a few words on the paper. The pen seemed to have a mind of its own, carrying the words written by Lin Luo's hand. Holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. The strokes of the brush are majestic and proudly heavenly. It looked countless times better than the words Lin Luo had written before, as if all of a sudden, Lin Luo had directly become a calligrapher. Lin Luo's eyes were sparkling. I'm sorry I was so loud earlier. I'm not selling this one. Chapter 50, Kong Zi picks up the bag again. Ring, ring, ring. The beautiful fall whispers are ringing again. The morning's lesson was finally over. The other classrooms erupted into a frenzy of activity, each one wailing and running towards the outside of the classroom to begin the boar rush. Some go to the cafeteria, some go straight outside the school. The gulping began again in the toilet. But the sprint class remained quiet. English teacher Ho Guifan packed her textbooks and was in no hurry to leave. Who has questions now? I'm coming over a little late for afternoon study hall. Ho Guifan looked around, saw that no one asked questions, and did not care, said faintly. Alright, if you have any questions, it's the same if you ask Lin Luo. After saying that, Ho Guifan took her things and left. In the classroom, Lin Luo propped his chin on one hand and watched the ruthless people leave. The other students had strange expressions on their faces. This is the fourth teacher to say this. Math, language arts, geography, English. They had a feeling that another teacher would say this in the afternoon. The class report card is posted on the display board at the front of the classroom at this time. Lin Luo came in first place with the highest overall score, as well as his all-around score. In these classes, Lin Luo was the first to be named and then praised by the teacher for handing out the papers, which made the ears of the class calloused. When the bell rings, go up to the stage to receive your award. Looking at Lin Luo's appearance of getting compliments, the students in the sprint class only wanted to say one word about it. Absolute. What's for lunch? Lin Luo asked Chu Jiajiao. Huan and Yuewan asked me to go eat potato noodles. Do you want to eat? Chu Jiajiao looked at Lin Luo with a little bit of expectation. She hadn't had much of a meal with Rin Luo yet. No go. Lin Luo answered dryly. What's so good about potato flour, girly? And the stuff is so small that you don't feel full after eating it, and it's crucially expensive. It's $2 for 2 fish balls. It's a robbery, cutie. Just go eat. Chu Jiaojiao bristled, but she wasn't disappointed because she was already used to it. Don't go and forget it, nerd. Just then, Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyue walked in from the back door of the classroom. They were both in a parallel second class and both got pretty good grades, so they were able to come over and hang out when they left the house after class. Jiajiao. Huan, you. Chu Jiaojiao changed into a happy smile and got up to pull the two little girls. Are you guys hungry? Come on, if you're late, there won't be any room. The three walked arm in arm. Police. The familiar sound of a code word. Lin Luo twisted his head to look at the back door of the classroom, and Jin Zikong's sneaky head poked in from outside. Seeing Lin Luo looking over, he hurriedly waved. Brother Lo, come out. What are you afraid of? This is not a forbidden land of the clan. It can still not let you, an outsider handyman, come in, so what? Lin Luo walked to the door, smilingly sizing up Jin Zikong. Seeing that he was smiling harder than he was crying, he couldn't help but laugh and ask, "What's with the bad look on your face? Being bullied?" "It's just as well it is. I can still ask Locke to fight back, and it's probably useless to call Locke on this one. Luo, I'm miserable. The placement test. I've been assigned to the parallel 5th class." "That's fine, it didn't move places. You didn't even have to change classrooms." Although he had attended half a day of classes in the sprint class, Lin Luo still wasn't used to it and kind of missed the classroom in class 5. To not say that people are not all the same in their sorrows and joys. Jin Zikong had a crying face and his eyebrows drooped like a big embarrassment. "Oh, behind class 5 is basic 6. I'm sure I'm going to get beaten to death by my parents when I get home." Lin Luo grabbed Jin Zikong's shoulder and walked towards the stairway with a smile. "Look on the bright side, look on the bright side. You're not a basic class at the very least, or you'd be deader." "Luo, you're soothing, but I'm not happy at all." Jin Zikong let out a long sigh, dug into his pocket, fished out 2 crumpled $10, and then eyed Lin Luo. "Bro, I'll buy you board noodles and a duck leg Coke for lunch today." "You would be so kind?" Lin Luo surveyed Jin Zikong with a skeptical gaze. "There's definitely something going on with you boys." He believed in buying him noodles, but adding duck legs and Coke definitely had something to offer. After all, when he usually eats, Kanko saves what he can and saves the money to go to the internet cafe. "Surprisingly, I'm willing to give up a lot of blood today. When things go wrong, they go wrong." Kanko grinned in embarrassment, her small eyes narrowing to slits. Hey, you know me better than that, Lo. Come on, for things like parental signatures, you go to your own father. I can't get it from your righteous father." Lin Luo pushed away Jin Zikong's $20 with a firm attitude. Oh, what is my grades are too hot chicken, in the future to go to college may be a problem. This did not hear that Luo brother you created a study support group, well, just want to find Luo brother you help me to make up for it. Jin Zikong took $20 and shoved it into Lin Luo's pocket, like the faces of those begging for favors in TV dramas. Lin Luo's eyes widened as he looked at Jin Zikong with an incredulous expression. "No, big head con. You call that a bribe? You call that begging me to do something? Test the cadres with this? Which cadre can't stand such a test?" With a righteous face, Lin Luo decisively threw back the $20. "To think that I, Lin Luo, am clean and honest, and I've only just become a sesquipedalian point team leader, and someone comes to bribe me. Humph. There are bad people in the crowd." Jin Zikong picked up $20 and said breathlessly, "Luo, have you acted enough, plus a chicken leg, can this be done? Why didn't you say add chicken legs earlier? Late study hall this afternoon, when I make arrangements." After Lin Luo finished speaking, he snatched the $20 from Jin Zikong's hand and went downstairs humming a little song. "Luo, wait for me. The plate noodles are worthy of the name and you can't get enough of them." Today at noon Lin Luo ate a good meal, a big bowl of wide plate noodles, chili added to the full, but also added a large duck leg, a large chicken leg, plus a bottle of Coca-Cola. It's $15 for just one of Lin Luo's servings. In the world of slab noodles, it's also considered a luxury topping extravagance version, and Lin Luo can eat as much as he wants. Yet for that price to go for a potato noodle, you're only half full. Jin Zikong's portion was plain plate noodles and a noodle and vinegar soup. After eating and drinking, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong didn't stay in the store for much longer. The place was not big, the tables and chairs were limited, and there were quite a few waiting for an empty seat to eat. That's why the ones who eat here don't sit for long. Peach leaves that tip on tip, willow leaves then hide the sky. Lin Luo was humming a song on his lips and walking back with a Coke in his pocket, while Jin Zikong was following behind with a heavy heart. "When I go back tonight, a beating will be inevitable, but luckily, I still have Lo to cover for me, so hopefully the beating will be a little shorter." Thinking this way, Jin Zikong felt quite a bit more at ease. "Ha! Lo, what do you see here?" Jin Zikong suddenly called out to Lin Luo, then bent down and yanked a bag out of a flower pool on the side of the road. This bag is one of those fanny packs for men, often seen on the waists of roadside stall owners. It's easy to collect and find change with the zipper open. Oh. Asterisk, are you a treasure hunting mouse? How come you pick up something everywhere you go? Lin Luo gave Jin Zikong a thumbs up in admiration. Worthy of being a son of Qi, it was indeed a bullseye. The bag was stuck inside a roadside manzanita. The bag is green and sandwiched inside a manzanita. The leaves of the wannabe are so dense that you can't even see what's inside without looking closely, and Jin Zikong passed by here and saw the bag at a glance. Let's just say that the gold content of Jin Zikong's treasure hunting pioneers is still rising. "Look what's in there." Lin Luo lifted his chin and asked Jin Zikong to open it and take a look. He was kinda curious to see what treasures Kanko would find this time. Jin Zikong turned the bag upside down. It was a bit squishy, but not particularly heavy. Then Jin Zikong unzipped the zipper and saw a bunch of things sitting in the bag. When Jin Zikong and Lin Luo saw this thing, their expressions immediately became odd. Who threw this thing here? Chapter 51, Borrowing a Lifespan with a Lottery Ticket. You're really a talented person. Loki, who do you think threw this here? Jin Zikong took the contents of his bag out. Thick stacks. I could tell he was quite interested in it, and one by one, brand new ticket, he fiddled with it in his hand. Ringo pulled out a few and looked at them. They were all new and had the right dates on them. What else is in the bag? Lin Luo also became interested and asked. Jin Zikong ripped the bag open and pulled out another pile. There was a note clipped to it. Other than that, there's nothing in the bag. There's a note, nothing else. I'll see what it says. Jin Zikong didn't have his glasses on and said, bringing the note closer and squinting to read the words on it. For those who are interested, this is my last possession. If anyone picks it up, then good luck. If no one picks it up, then good luck to me. What does that mean? A series of question marks popped into Kanzo's head before he flipped the note over. There's writing on the back of the note. Kanko moved closer to look again. Today I, Ho Long Tao, used the money opened by the lottery to borrow 10 years of your yang life from the person who has the destiny. 10,000 thanks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You beep 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 beep. Your whole family beep beep beep. Jin Zikong shivered with anger, instantly blackened his face, and directly began to greet this ancestor called Ho Long Tao's 18 generations of physical well-being, fire-resistant and burn-resistant, were resistant and build-resistant. He cursed and tried to throw away the lottery ticket as well as the note, but Lin Luo grabbed them both. What are you doing? Don't throw it. No, Lo, look at this and try to borrow your life with a lottery ticket. Jin Zikong was truly disgusted and said with great displeasure. Jin Zikong had heard this kind of thing from the old people in his family. When someone in the family is sick and dying, or if they are going to die themselves, they will slip in a red envelope and write a note to borrow their life. Whoever picks up this red envelope will lend his young life to the other. I didn't expect it to come across him today. It's so weird. You don't even stuff money in your life anymore, you just stuff lottery tickets. Nima, borrowing the life of a man is a new trick. This lottery ticket also costs $2 a bet, and these 2 piles of lottery tickets would cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. It's not a free ride. What if these don't pay off? The void pie borrowed life method? Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 piles of lottery tickets and slips of paper, skimming his mouth in disdain. This is all feudal superstition. You believe in this too? What era is it? You have to believe in science, okay? Do you know that there are always a bunch of stupid posting that kind of picture in the Q group, saying that if you see this picture and don't forward it, your whole family will be in bad luck, and that you have to forward it in order to eliminate the disaster and solve the bad luck? I know. Jin Zikong nodded with a look of righteous indignation. I've had it happen to me, and it's nasty as hell. It's not the same as that. It's all psychological, just ignore it and be done with it. Lin Luo spread his hands with disdain. Amount. Jin Zikong scratched his head and gave a somewhat embarrassed and awkward smile. I forwarded it. Ahem, then again, borrowing yang life is not that easy. I've heard people say that it's only useful to write down the birth date for something like borrowing life, and it's best to have a newborn child with sufficient innate energy, so when someone in a lot of neighborhoods has a baby doll, someone goes and asks for the birth date. Lin Luo began to change the subject. Jin Zikong was listening with a learned look. Kanjai, you are really honest. The whole brother is embarrassed. Look at me. Jin Zikong blinked and watched curiously as Lin Luo pulled out a golden fountain pen from his pocket. Oi! This one is so pretty. Kang Zi's eyes lit up and he kind of wanted to touch it, but it was Lin Luo's pen after all, so he couldn't just reach out. Lo, is this one good? Kanzi asked politely. Come on, Lo, tell me, it's good. Just try it. Gaga out of the water. Lin Luo didn't follow the rules, didn't even look at Kang Zi, buried his head and wrote 2 big words on the note. No loan. When he was done, Lin Luo slipped the note back into that fanny pack. Go on, throw it back. Jin Zikong face wrote, can still be like this, and then nimbly took over the belt bag, a hand stuffed back into the Wan Nianqing from, finished and spit. Buy your grandma, shameless thing, borrowing yang life with lottery tickets, you're a ing talent. Lo, your pen. Alright, let's go watch the lottery results. Lin Luo put the golden pen and 2 piles of lottery tickets into his pocket, his eyes gleaming. Told you, no borrowing. The magic of the golden pen can't be known to anyone else, least of all you, Kangja. These 2 stacks of tickets happen to be from yesterday's draw. If you win a prize, you can redeem it within 60 days of the draw date. That means that if there was a winner in those 2 piles of tickets, they could go cash them in right now. He remembers that there is a lottery store not far from the board noodle store, and when he went to buy snacks before, he could always see a few people sitting inside, studying the lottery numbers with a pious look on their faces. It looks quite professional, and I don't know if it's ever opened a prize. These 2 piles of lottery tickets were picked up by Kang Zi, and Lin Luo believed that with Kang Zi's luck plus his own prophetic foresight, the tickets would be a surprise. Lo, where did you get your pen? Jin Zikong wasn't interested in the lottery, but instead was interested in Lin Luo's golden pen. It's golden and weirdly pretty. Brother Lo won't borrow it, I'll go buy one still. A relative of the family gave it to me, said it was gotten back from abroad, old and precious. Lin Luo blurted out. It's not all bull asterisk 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 though, after all, Dakian is indeed a foreign country. As soon as he heard that the old expensive, Kanko instantly wilted. If it was a couple hundred, he could still bite the bullet and try it, but if it was too expensive, he couldn't afford it. What kind of pen is it? It's encrusted with gold and diamonds. It's so expensive. What a shame for those $1 or $2 pens. The lottery store is not big, smaller than the milk tea store next to it. Just put a machine on the counter, and there are several types of scratchers in the counter. There are 2 chairs in front of the counter. I don't know what was recorded on the writing pad hanging on the wall, so many numbers and graphs, similar to Morse code. Lin Luo and Kanzi came in a little too big to stand. The good thing is that it's narrow, but it's a squeeze to get in. There were 2 men sitting in the store at the moment, one in his 40s, dry and thin, with a face full of folds, and one fat and greasy, who hadn't bathed in I don't know how long. As soon as Lin Luo and Kangzi stood in, they could smell a good heavy odor of fox. These 2 people were still comparing the numbers on the wall with the little book in their hands with a pious face, as if they were deducing the lottery numbers for the next period. Lin Luo felt that this was no less difficult than hand-rubbing a dongfeng bita. Boss, what were the lottery numbers yesterday? Lin Luo asked with a frown. Nah, it's up there. The top one is the number that was opened last night. The boss behind the counter wore a pair of glasses, revealing a shrewd and treacherous look. For some reason, Lin Luo always felt that this guy didn't look like a good person when he looked at his face. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, glanced at the number on the wall, and asked again, what's the owner's name? Oh, lest your name be Ho. Lin Luo nodded, thoughtfully for a moment, then exclaimed, no loan. The owner shivered in shock, then froze, bewildered for a few moments before blinking. No, what does that mean? Kanko, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Luo led Kangzi away. Lo, what's the situation? Kangzi took a puzzled look at the lottery store's clueless-faced owner and followed Lin Luo to ask. I just got here. Why are you leaving? No more awards? Lin Luo sneered and whispered. That's Ho Long Tao in there. Asterisk 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 you bleeping. Kanko jumped straight to his feet and telegraphed the fire. Ringo pulled Kanko back. Come on, stop cursing, that guy is but he's not giving out lottery tickets. Yasuko? What do you mean? Go back and talk. Lin Luo pulled Jin Zikong and walked quickly towards the entrance of 18th Middle School. He remembers all the lottery numbers pretty much, so going back and comparing them one by one should pay off. And Mr. Ho, who had been scolded in the store, finally reacted. He thumped after him to the front of the store and gritted his teeth as he looked at the back of Lin Luo Kangzi, who had already walked away. Nima took my lottery ticket and scolded me for not borrowing it. Groundhog on the line. Ah. Chapter 52. The gold content of treasure hunting pioneers is still rising. The doors of the 18th grade school are finally open. By now the entrance was already crowded with students, swarming towards the inside of the school. Kangzi and Lin Luo mixed in with the crowd and entered the school. Lo, do you think this ticket will win a prize? Jin Zikong felt that this was a bit up in the air. His mom said it was all for the chief. The average person would be blind to want to win the lottery. Just look and see. Lin Luo actually didn't have too much certainty, but Jin Zikong's luck breathed through a wave of evil, so it wasn't possible to say that these 2 piles of lottery tickets really did have a winner in them. It's not for nothing. The 2 of them quickly entered the school building and made their way to the sprint class. Most of the class was sitting at this point, all reading. Lin Luo and Jin Zikong took one look at this situation and silently turned their heads away to the parallel 5th class. There were also a few people sitting in the 5th classroom, reading novels, playing poker, all quite busy. Seeing Jin Zikong and Lin Luo enter, no one cared. Lin Luo and Kangzi found a corner and sat down, then took out 2 piles of lottery tickets. Go get a piece of paper. Lin Luo told Kangzi to get some paper and then wrote down a string of numbers on the paper. Red, 15, 8, 33, 13, 1, 12, blue, 3. These are the winning numbers from yesterday's lottery drawing. Lo, how do you see if this is a winner? Kanko looked at the numbers on the paper and then at the lottery ticket in his hand with a blank expression. He did not buy a lottery ticket, after all, a bet of $2. There is this money he went to the internet cafe. Cool for a while is not good, why throw away for nothing? It's a double color ball, and if the numbers on the ticket match these 7 numbers I wrote, it's a win. The first prize is to win 6 red numbers and 1 blue number, with no limit on the order of the red numbers. The second prize is to win 6 red numbers and 1 blue number in any order. The third prize is winning 5 red numbers and 1 blue number. Fourth prize is winning 5 red numbers or 4 red numbers and 1 blue number. Fifth prize is 4 red numbers or 3 red numbers and 1 blue number. Sixth prize is as long as you win 1 blue number. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he took out 2 piles of lottery tickets and threw a pile to Kangzi. Nah, 1 pile each, let's see who wins more prizes. Kanko looked at the lottery ticket and scratched his head, asking with some uncertainty. Lo, is it true that we won't be borrowed for life? Can't see that you kid is still a little superstitious. Lin Luo said with a skewered look. If he were into Qian, he might be a little more cautious, preferring to believe in what he saw rather than what he didn't. After all, Dakian is the real deal. But at Blue Star, he was the staunch materialist. How about this? If you don't think it's reliable, when you win the prize, you'll split a portion of your winnings and find a Taoist temple to donate to, so that the Taoist master can remove the bad luck for you. This will work? It's worthy of you. Lo, the operation is so tasty. Kanko's eyes glowed as if he had opened the door to a new world. While he didn't think these tickets could possibly win, what if? Nonsense, what's the matter? Let the Taoist go and just with them. Lin Luo ignored Kong Zi after he finished speaking and began to look at the lottery tickets one by one. Each one is a single bet with a string of numbers followed by a bracketed 1 and a total of $2 written underneath. 9, 3, 5, 11. No, still no. Lin Luo looked at 20 in a row, and none of the numbers matched. Lo, do you think this is a winner? Jin Zikong's voice seemed to ring out uncertainly. Then he handed over the lottery ticket in his hand. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and looked at the lottery numbers, then gave a heartfelt cry. Red, 15, 33, 13, 1, 12, 9, blue, 3. 5 red numbers, 1 blue number. Almost got them all right. That's the third prize. It's not a lot of money, only $3,000, but it's for nothing. Kong Zi, your luck is absolutely amazing. Lin Luo was genuinely praising. Not to be outdone, I'm a treasure scouting pioneer and a chiropractor. Third prize, you keep it and find a place to change it after school. Hey, Luo, you get a share of this money. Jin Zikong smiled like a husky that had gotten a bone. Come on, a bunch of lottery tickets for everyone, whoever wins. Lin Luo waved his hand, letting Jin Zikong continue to look at his own while he looked down and continued to look at the lottery ticket in his hand. Jin Zikong scratched his head and made up his mind. If Lin Luo couldn't open the prize, he would share half of the $3,000 with Lin Luo. With that in mind, Kanko continued to look through the rest of the tickets, matching the numbers on the paper as he did so. Lin Luo looked at 10 more, and the more he looked, the darker his face became. No, I'll be damned. This lottery sure is a dud. The one that doesn't win a single number. Lin Luo gritted his teeth and wondered, was his luck that bad? He was the one who had even picked up the legendary system, could this luck be bad? I don't believe it. But 30 tickets, not even a $5 win. What the hell kind of lottery is this? It's a waste of paper. Lin Luo's brows wrinkled into waves, and he was about to look through the next lottery ticket when Jin Zikong across the table suddenly made a new move. Asterisk. A voice. Asterisk. 2 voices. Asterisk. 4 voices. Kong Zi suddenly stood up, trembling, and excitedly took the lottery ticket in his hand to Lin Luo. Lolo. Are you feeding the pigs? Lin Luo looked at Jin Zikong with dead fish eyes. Luo, what Luo? Lo, look at this. Jin Zikong took a deep breath, his hand shaking as he squeezed the lottery ticket, and shakily handed it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows. This is winning the lottery again, so excited. Look at you, you have no talent, isn't it just winning the lottery? Can't you lighten up a bit? Such a big reaction to a little thing. How can you become a great man in the future? You must know that those who become great men must have a quiet spirit. Lin Luo took the lottery ticket with a breezy, masterful look. Asterisk. 3 voices. Red, 15, 33, 8, 1, 13, 12, blue, 6. Lo, this is the jackpot. Jin Zikong asked in a small voice, his voice trembling with it. Nima, all 6 red numbers are correct. The blue number is not correct. This. Second prize. Lin Luo rubbed his eyes and looked again. Yes, it was the second prize. Then he looked over to Kanko, whose eyes were glowing as if he had grown fleas, and slowly gave a thumbs up. Bull. Pussy. The gold content of the Pioneer of Treasure Hunting is still on the rise. Hurry up and load it up. It's a big prize, don't let anyone take it. Lin Luo returned the lottery ticket and told Kong Zi to hurry up and pack it and carry it with him. This thing is not good for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Kanko nodded his head with a hum and ripped his pants right off. Lin Luo, Omega. No, what are you doing? Just see Kanko tuck the lottery ticket into the small pocket on the outside of his pants. Green pants with zipper style. Giving Lin Luo a dumbfounded look. Misty grass, you're operating at 6. He, this is the hidden small vault artifact my dad bought, but my mom found it and now it's all thrown at me. Kong Zi said with a proud smile. He was kinda disgusted before, but now that he was really using it, he felt a real aroma all of a sudden. There's definitely no safer place than here. Put together with the lifeblood, that's really safe enough. Your dad is even more 6. Lin Luo once again gave a thumbs up. He didn't expect that Laojian, who looked mediocre, was actually a tart operation monster as well. Shaking his head, Lin Luo pulled out another lottery ticket and looked at it. There aren't many left, there's like 6 or 7 left. Grass, it can't really be nothing. Lo, don't worry, you'll get half of this lottery ticket. Kanko patted his pants pocket and swore. No, it's not necessary, it's whoever said it was open, and besides, I'm hit here. Lin Luo looked at this lottery ticket in his hand with a somewhat complicated expression. I told you how my luck could be worse. It's a winner. Let's see, how many prizes? Kanko's big head came up and squinted at the number. Red, 1, 8, 12, 15, 33, 13, blue, 9. Ringo pushed Kanko's big head back. Don't look, just like you, all 6 red numbers matched. But this blue number 6 flipped and is a 9. Again, second prize. That's great, no need to worry about splitting the spoils. I told you, Kanko's chi is unrivaled, and this treasure hunting ability is absolute. Awesome, lol, we're going to be rich. Kanko looked excited, rubbing both hands back and forth. Tweedledum's cow. Lin Luo nodded, the tweet he was talking about was Jin Zikong. The gold content of this guy's treasure scouting pioneers continues to rise. When I came back from dinner, I picked up 2 stacks of lottery tickets in a flower pool by the side of the road and opened 2 second prizes. That's a lower probability than winning second prize in a lottery ticket specifically, okay? But as Kanja's righteous father, isn't his chi my chi? Intersection. Jia 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 jia. Chapter 53. The letter of commendation came. The rest of the lottery tickets Lin Luo also finished reading. Including the lottery tickets in Jin Zikong's hand, all of them are waste paper. The only winners were a second prize in Lin Luo's hand, and second and third prizes in Kong Zi's hand. There's one thing to be said for this luck of Kanko's that really can't be envied. Lo, I feel like I'm dreaming. Kanko's hands were down over his little gold pants pockets, his face flushed from excitement and thrill, and his body was shaking because he was so excited. If you didn't know, you'd think he was doing something. Lin Luo gave him a blank stare. Look at you with no talent, you can't lighten up. It's just a second prize. Look at me, how breezy I am. Alright, it's time for class in a while, I'll go back first, you take these scraps of paper and fix them. The classroom was already mostly full, and it wasn't good for him to stay in someone else's class. Hey, Luo, then where are we going to cash in our prizes? Jin Zikang asked in a small voice, still a little eager. If he didn't still have some sense, he would want to cash in his prize right now and pocket the money. More than $10,000, you have to go to the city's lottery center to cash in your prize. When school is over, call Uncle Jin and ask him to take your ID card, bank card and come over to pick you up. Lin Luo's ID card and bank card are now in his storage space, just to prevent when to use it. I did not expect to really use it today. Ow, I'll call him now. Jin Zikong couldn't wait. How could he wait until school was over? The closing time of the lottery center is usually 10 o'clock in the evening. This evening's evening study is not on, rushed over to the 7 o'clock, to receive a prize and then go home, nothing delayed. Lin Luo didn't say anything, waved his hand and left class 5. However, just after leaving the classroom doorway, he came face to face with Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan's footsteps were hurried, and when he saw that it was Lin Luo, he was overjoyed and pulled Lin Luo. So you kid is here. I was looking for you everywhere. Ha? Looking for me? Lin Luo froze, puzzled, and asked, what is it, Kuan? For those like them who have a good relationship with their teachers, especially classroom teachers, it doesn't matter what they call them anymore. Just like Chen Kuan, in school you call him a teacher Chen, Kuan brother Kan. Just don't call chicken. The leader of the city bureau came to give you and Jin Zikong a letter of commendation, and now people are in the principal's office. I'm not coming over to look for you. Quick, get Jin Zikong and follow me to the principal's office. Chen Kuan is smiling broadly. The city council personally came to deliver a letter of commendation. It hadn't been heard of in years, and now it was happening in his class. That's right, his class. After all, on Sunday, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong were still the students he had taken. Got it, Kanko, the teacher's looking. Lin Luo shouted into the classroom. Jin Zikong wailed, then rushed out. Quinn, what's up? It's a good thing, come with me, the principal and the others are waiting. Chen Kuan said smilingly, one on the left and one on the right, pulling Lin Luo and Jin Zikong towards the stairs. The academic and office buildings are not interconnected, but they are not far from each other. It's a 100 or 200 meter walk downstairs. The office building was built to look significantly better compared to the school building. The principal's office is on the east side of the second floor. Lin Luo and Kong Zi followed Old Chen to the principal's office. The door to the office was open at the moment, and even before he approached, he could hear the sound of talking and laughing coming from the office. Watchman's rattle, talkative and offensive. Old Chen knocked on the door, and the few people talking in the office suddenly looked at the door. Principal, students Lin Luo and Jin Zikong have arrived. Lin Luo and Jin Zikong stood behind Old Chen and looked inside the office. Xu Jianjun is in uniform, sitting upright on the sofa, and he is followed by 2 youngsters, presumably the disciples he brought or something. Ha, come on in, our little meritocracy is here. The principal smiled like an old chrysanthemum. Long face. It's been many years since I've heard of anything like this, the city council sending a letter of commendation to a high school student, or giving it out in person at the school with such importance. He'll have something to blow when he goes to the district meetings after this. Lin Luo and Kong Zi entered the office. Kong Zi looked a little nervous, but the person who came over was Chu Jianjun, and with Lin Luo beside him, he barely managed to calm down. Hello principal, hello Uncle Chu. Lin Luo greeted politely. The principal smiled and nodded his head. The more he looked at Lin Luo, the more he liked him. He appreciated seeing Lin Luo waving his hand in the classroom in the morning, but he didn't expect a big surprise in the afternoon. Chu Jianjun got up smilingly, looked at Lin Luo and Jin Zikong, and opened his mouth. Mr. Lin Luo, Mr. Jin Zikong, this time, on behalf of the City Council, I have come to express my sincere gratitude to the two students. Thanks to your scavenging and timely reporting of stolen goods after finding them in important cases, you have provided significant assistance to our police in capturing suspected criminals. After a research decision by the leadership of the City Council, it has been decided to present the two students with certificates for their assistance in solving the case, as well as letters of commendation. Salute! Chu Jianjun and the two young inspectors behind him stood at attention and saluted together. Lin Luo subconsciously returned a sworn salute. He's a member of the Corps, so there's nothing wrong with using that as a return gift. Jin Zikong was half a beat slower, but followed suit and returned the salute in a somewhat substandard manner. When the principal saw this scene, the smile on his face grew even stronger and he nodded in satisfaction. At this point, there was another little transparent teacher in the principal's office, raising her camera and clicking away. Salute! Chu Jianjun lowered his hand, then took out two certificates of honor. Certificate of assistance in solving a crime. There were also two letters of commendation, one for Lin Luo and one for Jin Zikong. Lin Luo took the certificate and commendation letter and saw everyone looking at him, knowing it was time for him to say something. With that, a serious voice began to make a statement. Thank you for the cultivation of the school and teachers. Today's commendation is an incentive for me in the future. I will. Blah blah blah. Jin Zikong watched as Lin Luo said a large paragraph in one breath, his brain buzzing, stuttering nervously, and his tongue looking like it was tied in knots. Well, he hasn't experienced anything like that. As usual, Lobo opens his mouth. But don't I have to say something too? The principal, the teachers, Uncle Chu are all looking at you. Me too. Jin Zikong's head shot up and he blurted out. The atmosphere in the office was odd. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth pulled. This guy watched Three Kingdoms last night? Chu Jianjun also almost didn't strain himself. This Jin Zikong is really a talent. Ha, student Lin Luo, student Jin Zikong. The reward bonus associated with the case is still in the middle of going through the process. You guys provide your bank information, and at that time, the associated bonus will be directly hit into your bank account. Chu Jianjun said with a smile. Okay, I'm familiar with this one. Lin Luo directly took a pen and swished and wrote on the small notebook that Chu Jianjun handed over. He only got the love deposit or not card on Saturday, and he remembered both his and Kanko's card numbers. There's no way around it. Overstaying your welcome is just so cool. Soon, both people's bank information and names were written up. Uncle Chu, it's written. Chu Jianjun raised his thick eyebrows, looked at the card number on the book, and said with some surprise, you didn't just write it, right? This will be troublesome if you get one digit wrong. By the time the call is unsuccessful and has to be returned to retrace the process, the arrival time will stretch out for a long time. Can't go wrong. It was Kansi and I who got the bank card on Saturday. Lin Luo said confidently. Oh, got the card on Saturday. Chu Jianjun blinked, a little confused as to how anyone could be bored of memorizing bank card numbers. Okay, if it's fast, it should be here in 3 to 5 days. Just pay attention to receiving your bank information. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking, he looked at the principal. Principal Gao, then we'll finish up on our end, so I won't bother you with your work. Where, the police and the people are one family. Captain Chu, I'll see you off. Principal Gao said enthusiastically and accompanied the three Chu Jianjun out of the office. Lin Luo and Jin Zikong also followed behind. After seeing Chu Jianjun and the three of them leave in the car, Lin Luo and Kong Zi were caught by the principal saying something about something else before they were able to free themselves and slipped back into the classroom. Chapter 54, Chinchilla Warlock. Diary. Although it is not the whole school public praise, cannot pretend to beg, but in the principal here hangs a number, the school file also has a relevant record, is also a thing to be happy about. Lin Luo's footsteps were light all the way, and she quickly returned to the classroom. At this time is on the history class, a casual dress but hard to hide the good figure of Zhang Qian in the lecture of the literature paper. It is the content of modern history. To be honest, modern history is so brutal that a simple page is feared to be the life of thousands or tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. There were times when it was just too much to watch. But how can you not see it? These histories are meant to be etched in stone. Report, I'm back. Lin Luo pushed open the classroom door and reported. The history teacher's name is Zhang Qian, a charming young woman, but she always wears big black-rimmed glasses and plain clothes, never dressed up, which seriously affects her face value. This is normal, after all, middle school students, all aspects of the development of the beginning of the awakening, understand. Certain taboos are absolutely forbidden in school. To prevent mistakes, middle school teachers generally seldom dress themselves up in all their glory. Well, hurry back. Zhang Qian pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and nodded her head with a soft voice. If it had been any other student, she would have had to ask where she went and why she was so late. But Lin Luo, the kid scored full marks in history, she still asked what grabbed the question and finished. Lin Luo quickly walked back to his seat under the curious gaze of a group of students. Chu Jiajiao's eyes twinkled as she stabbed Lin Luo's arm, curiosity written all over her delicate and lovely little face. Where did you go? Chu Jiajiao asked in a lowered voice and whisper. The little cowboy sitting in front of him, Yoshiko, didn't move as she leaned back in her chair, her ears pivoted high. He didn't say anything, but he was obviously curious as well. Lin Luo looked at the small movements of a few people and smiled faintly. Everybody sit tight. I'm gonna start filling the cups. It wasn't Saturday doing good deeds, the city sent me a letter of commendation, and Koan took Kanko and me to the principal's office to collect the award. Lin Luo put the certificate and commendation letter on the table. A red book with 4 letters in gold, a certificate of honor, and a handwritten letter of commendation. Nyuko and Yoshiko's eyes went wide as they turned back to the certificates and commendation letters on the table. Holy, it's even true. Chu Jiajia took away the certificate with a swish of her small hand and opened it to see the contents. Mr. Lin Lo. In the South City 2-13 gold robbery case to provide significant evidence clues to assist the police in the capture of suspected criminals, special, to assist in solving the case, certificate to be issued as a reward. Okay, that's good enough. Chu Jiajiao complimented. So Lin Luo called his old man away suddenly on Saturday because of this case? What about last night? That's for sure, don't look at who I am, when my internal money, is abundant on Saturday, spicy hot potato noodles, you can eat whatever you want, my treat. Ba, who is your beloved consort, shameless. This pouting look moved Lin Luo's heart as he watched. There's drama. So are you going to eat it? Can't we just have hot pot? Chu Jiajiao whispered, her crystalline cheeks flushed. Finish the fondue and then go for some after-dinner snack popcorn, stop by a movie, and go for a walk in the park when you're done. Can't you Google this process? I'm anxious for you. Why won't this nerd get the hang of it? Okay, I hear sea biscuit tastes good. Lin Luo had only heard about it and had never gone to eat it yet. After all, living expenses were always tight. Now that you're going to have money, high and low have to get a taste. Well, hurry up and get to class. Chu Jiajiao's heartbeat accelerated and she whispered, then sat down as a good girl. Her cheeks flushed bright red and the corners of her cute mouth turned upward involuntarily. Big watery eyes looked at the roll, but couldn't get enough of what was on it. This nerd, finally getting the hang of it. Nyo Zeta and Wei Jifan both slumped back onto the table with constipated expressions. Leaning north. It was supposed to be melon eating, how did it turn into dog food? Not upholding military ethics. On the podium, Zhang Qian spoke about the volume, and the class listened very carefully. Only Lin Luo, his eyes fluttered. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. The study support group has finally grown after all your hard work, but your men still need to be trained. As the soon-to-be-appointed magistrate of Yunzhou, you are in dire need of talents in all areas, administration, criminal investigation, taxation, education, agriculture, mulberry, water conservancy, etc. Mission, cultivate talents in the art of mathematics, reward, spirit fire seed. Spirit spark? Spirit fire looks a bit familiar said earlier, refining magic weapons, need warlocks to manipulate the spirit fire to complete. The higher the level of the spirit fire, the more powerful the finished artifact would be. Could this spirit fire seed be the same as Great Emperor Xiaoyan's different fire seed, both of which allowed one to control fire? Lao Dang, what does this spirit fire seed do? Spirit fire seed, after refining, it can generate companion spirit fire for refining pills, weapons, and glazed bones. And what's a glazed bone? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Could it be that he could still use spirit fire to refine his own bones? Warlocks use spiritual fire to hammer their own bones, practicing to form glazed bones, indestructible, a method for warlocks to enhance their physique. Admit it, De Qian is the metaphysical world. So it is. Warlocks are good at fighting long range, and samurai like to fight melee. Doesn't mean warlocks are physically weak and samurai long range are dorks. Chu Jiajiao, teach you a question. Lin Luo's mobility pulled full and touched his tablemate Chu Jiajiao. Chu Jiajiao? The young girl looked at Lin Luo in confusion, wondering what he was up to. We're in the middle of a class, big brother, or a history class, and the teacher's talking about the paper, and suddenly you're giving me a question? Lin Luo didn't care how puzzled Chu Jiajiao was, he took out a golden pen and wrote in the blank space of the roll. 500 plus 20 is equal to 520. Got it? Lin Luo looked at the confused Chu Jiajiao and blinked. Don't look at me. Nod your head. Rinlo squeezed his eyebrows. You got sand in your eyes? Chu Jiajiao cocked her head. Why does it feel like Lin Luo is jumpy? No, just tell me if you know this question yet. It's so simple, I don't need you to teach me, of course I know it. Chu Jiajiao rolled her eyes, confused as to what kind of tricks Lin Luo was playing. Is he confessing to himself by using the harmony of 520? This nerd, how could he be so hasty? The young girl's little face flushed and her long eyelashes fluttered. That's good, system. She's learned it all, you hear me? Lin Luo looked at the system chat box. Mission, cultivate talents in the art of mathematics, reward, spirit fire seed, completed. Breaking the bank. The spirit fire seed arrived. Is it far from being a warlock? I don't know what the warlocks of Dichian are like, whether they are like those written in the metaphysical novels, calling the wind and controlling the thunder and lightning. Just as Lin Luo was thinking about the warlock's elegance, he felt a movement in his pocket and seemed to have something extra. It's not. Lin Luo was startled and hurriedly reached for his pocket. Are you kidding? It's a fire. Burn my pants again. Old and you silly dog system. What came into his hand, however, was a small ball as warm as jade. Lin Luo pulled the thing out of his pocket and realized that it looked like a glass ball. There was a blooming white lotus in the crystalline sphere, and it looked like a flame frozen in a bead of ice. No different at all from the little glass balls that are out there for $1.10. System, this is a spirit fire seed? How does it work? Lin Luo clutched the spirit fire seed and asked the system in his heart in confusion. Swallowed or inserted into the body. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. Oh, so it's that simple. Oh, wait. Lin Luo's eyes widened a few points, and he swallowed with a dry throat. Swallowing I understand. What does stuffing it inside mean? It's the one I understand, poof dash. Stuff it? Yes, tucked into the navel, the spirit fire seed will be absorbed by the dantian itself. Oh wow. Is navel you old den, and do not say clearly. Lin Luo smiled sarcastically. What do you think? I thought, it's the nose eye. Lin Luo scratched his nose and put away the spirit fire seed. Don't eat it for the time being, in case this spirit fire seed has special effects if he eats it. With so many people in the class watching, he will be completely famous. Ha! Wait a minute. Isn't this system talking a little too much today? Old den? After your careful teaching, excellent geniuses in the arts have appeared among your forces. However, you found that the bodies of your subordinates were seriously deficient. It is imperative to train your subordinates so that they have better bodies and energy to work for your return to Dakian. Mission, lead your subordinates to beat up the body. Reward, Shintian Supervisor Warlock. Diary. Oh ho! Chinchilla Warlock. Aha! A diary? Lin Luo had been all set to take off, thinking that he would be able to transform into a warlock, calling out the wind and controlling thunder and lightning. The heart died the next second. A diary is enough to up. Lin Luo gritted his teeth. Dog system. Soon, though, Rinlo's sanity regained the high ground. It's not like a diary won't work. This warlock's diary should record a lot of things about Dichian. For example, sightings encountered in catching demons, big events that happened in the court, cultivation tips, and so on. And with this diary, he himself could learn the writing of the great Qian, so as not to become illiterate when they go to Dakian. Thinking this way, Lin Luo felt comfortable in his heart. Chapter 55 Soha, bet the system did not realize that the wrong host. Ring, ring, ring. The beautiful bell rang and the school building was soon buzzing with activity. The basic class was the first to rush out of the classroom and rush to the building toilets in groups of 3 or 5. The slow ones will have to go to the big restroom by the playground. The parallel classes are a little quieter compared to the basic classes, some reading in their seats, some gathering to chatter. Only in the sprint class, except for those who went to the restroom, each one sat quietly in their seats, looking over their papers. This placement test is focused on the content of each subject, so it's kind of a gut check. Study the questions you got wrong and try not to get them wrong next time. Great prince, great brother. Lin Luo propped up the table and stood up, leaning down to look at Niu Zita, Wei Jifan in front of him, and the sense of oppression was full. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan felt as if they were being stared at by wild beasts. Creepy. What is it? Niu Zita stammered and asked. Do you guys know why I'm suddenly doing so well in school? Lin Luo looked at Niu Zita and Wei Jifan in a mysterious manner and said, it was actually meant for Wei Jifan. This guy was a hard-working monster, but unfortunately his talent was a little bit worse, so even though he studied hard, he could never catch up with the better talented Niu Zita. Genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work. But without that 1% of talent, you'll never be able to do 100%. That's the difference between ordinary people and geniuses. Lin Luo's voice wasn't too loud, but the classroom was quiet, so many of the surrounding students heard it, and one by one, they looked over curiously. Niu Zita bristled, unimpressed. It's just an inside role. I'm familiar with it. Wei Jifan's eyes glowed slightly as she looked at Lin Luo, somewhat anticipating Lin Luo's speech. Come on, don't be a buzzkill. Seeing Lin Luo's eyes darting back and forth between himself and Niu Zita, just not speaking down, Wei Jifan couldn't help but urge, speak up. Why? Hooked. Lin Luo was delighted in his heart, but his face didn't move. Because I work out. Have a good physique. Lin Luo said as he lifted up his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs to confirm the credibility of what he said. Exquisite six-pack abs coupled with a seductive mermaid line, looking at Niu Zita and also Wei Jifan. You boys are damned. If you're good at studying, you're in such good shape. Chu Jiajiu was originally smiling as she watched Lin Luo tease the little cutie. Play, her eyebrows arched, then rounded up for a second. The watery peach blossom eyes looked straight at the mermaid trench that seemed to be so deep that they couldn't move their sight a bit. Holy, suck it. The students who were watching around them were gasping, drooling, and wanting to touch it. No, it's abominable enough that you're a good student and you're doing body management. Does that make sense? Is this appropriate? Returning to her senses, Chu Jiaojiu only felt her throat dry and itchy and her cheeks burning. At that moment, when she saw the reactions of the surrounding students, especially the female students whose eyes were so glowing that they were about to grow into Lin Luo's abs, her face changed and her movements flew. You pull your shirt down. She hit her abs again as she tugged on Lin Luo's shirt. You also dare to covet the man of the palace. The female classmate instantly wore a disappointed and sultry expression. What are you doing? It's so hard to give out welfare and you won't let everyone see it? The male students had an envious and jealous look on their faces. Luo, how can I be as good as you? Wei Jifan was a little excited, her eyes glowing as she looked at Lin Luo, clenching her fists and asking, easy, as long as you work out with me. With a pious look on his face, Lin Luo did a bodybuilding move. Nowadays, all the children are preoccupied with brushing up on problems, do not pay attention to exercise, there is a headache, it is easy to affect the results. There was a burst of nods from the crowd, full of approval. That's not true. I usually get colds all the time. And with a good physique, you can stay up as late as you like brushing up without worrying about lack of energy and slow brushing results, and without worrying about being weak during exams and affecting them. With a good physique, you can get to and from school faster and save more time for studying and brushing up. With a good physique, your essence is better than those with a poor physique, your brain will work better, and you won't have to worry about going bald. How about? Want to learn? Lin Luo clasped his hands over his shoulders with the air of a tall man. But it looks a bit like the old beggar in Kung Fu who sells secret books anyhow. Want to learn? I want to learn. Me too. Each of the surrounding students looked as if they had been brainwashed, their eyes filled with fire and wailed I want it. Well, starting today, I'm going to teach you to use your recess time for physical exercise. With a face like a child's, Lin Luo started the whole job. Here, stand up if you want to learn. Legs apart, lift your anus and inhale, lift your chest, don't bend your knees and start squatting down. If you do 15 in one class period, you can do 100 in one day, and as the days and months go by, your physique naturally strengthens. Under Lin Luo's lulling technique, many students followed and started doing deep squats. 1, 2, 3, 15. Good, take a break. You can usually add on your own when you have nothing else to do. 1 set of 30, 3 sets in total, with a 10-second break in between each set. You'll thank me later. Lin Luo grinned with deep meaning. Deep squats are good for men. It is said that practicing Kung Fu without practicing legs is a waste of time and old age. It's all one thing. Mission, leading subordinates to beat up their bodies. Reward, Xintian Supervisor Warlock. Diary, completed. Okay, more cheer everyone. A beautiful tomorrow awaits us. Ringo came to a close and sat back in his seat. What the hell are you up to? Chu Jiaojiu approached Lin Luo and inquired in a low voice. She felt that Lin Luo was strange these days, always doing things that were out of her expectation and perception. This table has changed so much. When did he get abs and didn't say so? Suck it up. Hey, the first to get rich leads to the ladder. I'm a good person by nature, I can't see my classmates suffer. Lin Luo grinned, babbling. People know how to boil water by putting the fire under the bottom of the pot. Some people have to put the fire on the surface of the water. When the water on top boils, it naturally turns into water vapor and floats out of the pot. You old yellow cow, goodness. Chu Jiaojiu said, her small hand ghostly touched towards Lin Luo. Hey, 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 you mind the occasion. Shoo, keep it down. The young girl's cheeks were red, and even her crystal clear earlobes changed color. She was amazed at her own boldness, how her brain had followed her heart, but it felt really good in her hands. They say the prettier the girl, the more horny she is. Lin Luo counted on seeing it today. Chu Jiaojiu is a little shy girl, solid, but it's a mutual help group. If I help you today, you'll help me tomorrow. Lin Luo pulled the corner of his mouth and leaned down on the table, a closed-eye look that covered the small movements under the table. Let me take a look at what's going on with this Warlock Diary. The Xintian Warlock Diary was sent directly to Lin Luo's mind, so there was no need for Lin Luo to read the actual book. The first line is a string of very strange words. Lin Luo didn't recognize it and frowned slightly. There's no choice but to turn to the system. I also wonder if the stupid dog system will notice that something is wrong. The host who crossed over from Dakian unexpectedly doesn't recognize Dakian official characters anymore. But it's only a gamble now. This stupid dog system has an IQ. No, where did it get that? So ha. Old Den system, translate for me, what does it say? 38 years old, having crossed the blue planet through the trials of life and death, you were so frightened, so angry, so sad, so happy, that your brain couldn't take the stimulus and broke down. It is imperative that you repair your injuries and retrieve all of your memories so that you can return to Dakian unencumbered. Mission, find a master who cures brain disease to cure yourself. Reward, Dakian memory. Lin Luo's expression was odd. There was a sentence of mom and pop that he didn't know if he should say. Dog system, you're the one who's out of your ing mind. Chapter 56, how do I prove I'm not mentally ill? Lin Luo cursed the system a few times in his head, however the old Den silly dog system didn't react at all. Seeing the system as a shrunken head turtle, Lin Luo was helpless and began to study the mission. Play is fun, fool around, don't joke about the mission. Although the system is brain dead, the quest rewards are still pretty good. With the Dechen memories, he didn't have to make blind chicken guesses. Human fear stems from the unknown. When you know there's a goofball at the intersection in front of you who's going to crouch down and scare you, you won't be scared to pee your pants when you go past. And when the opponent froze, he could fly up and waste his balls. Lin Luo's brows furrowed slightly. Looking for a high-level cure for a brain disease to treat yourself. This mission seems a bit difficult. Where do I find a high-ranking person to treat my brain disease? Wait, isn't brain disease mental illness? Outrageous, Lin Luo was speechless. This old deng system would rather suspect that he, the host, couldn't stand the excitement and became psychotic, but not suspect that it had bound the wrong host. But it's good, this old deng system does not cerebral palsy a little bit. How can he still vigorously wool-gathering? As for who can cure mental illness, of course it's the psychiatrist. There is a mental hospital in the South City that is very famous, the big #1 mental hospital, nicknamed Little Green Hill. The urea bags should be enjoying themselves right here. I'm afraid it's not the right place to go. It's too much of a waste of time. Lin Luo did the quest with a main sneaky, quick word first. Hiss. Why are you pinching me when you're just touching? Lin Luo held Chu Jiajiao's small hand and glared at Chu Jiajiao. Chu Jiajiao pulled her small hand back with a red face and began to act as an ostrich as a thief. It feels so good in my hand that I can't help myself. But I'm crazy to be so bold, whoops. Just then, the bell rang for class. Zhao Min, the class teacher of the sprint class, walked in. Zhao Min, about 1 meter in height, with short, ear-to-ear hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, somewhat resembled a Miss He from Truancy. Don't look at her, she's already over 30, but she still gives off a feeling of youthful vigor. She and Zhang Qian teach politics, teach history, usually dress a little bit not pay attention to, all rely on the bottom of the good. In the school posting was evaluated as the 18 and the 2 teaching flowers. Teaching of teaching. As the homeroom teacher entered, the classroom, which was already quiet, became even quieter, all gazing at Zhao Min. Class, I'm the class teacher who will take you through the entrance exams next, Zhao Min. Zhao Min wrote her name on the blackboard, which was quite a showy hand of board writing. Before class starts, let me say one thing. Starting today, our sprint class will be on the fast track to hitting the high school entrance exams. The pace of learning, as well as the difficulty, will be much heavier than before. Next you may feel hard, labored, and stressed, and that's all perfectly normal. There aren't many life-changing opportunities, and high school will be the first one you encounter, and probably the easiest one to grasp. So in order to prevent people from being too stressed out about their studies, which leads to depressed moods, depression, and other situations that affect their studies. As for the school, it then invited a famous psychology lecturer to come and give a psychological lecture to our senior class. The time is 3rd or 4th period this afternoon. After this class is over, everyone grab the restroom and meet in the multi-purpose classroom. Okay, class will begin next, everyone get your literature papers out. A sound of rummaging through papers came from the classroom, and soon, everyone put their papers on the table and began to get ready to listen to the lecture, as if what Zhao Min had just spoken about had nothing to do with them and didn't seem to care. Ringo also pulled the roll out of his desk pocket, his happy fingers dancing back and forth across the tabletop. Just dozed off and got a pillow. The school was really helpful this time. Find a chance to have a word with that psychology professor in a minute. That said, can a psychology lecturer do it? Mental illness and mental illness are the same thing, right? Just as Lin Luo was figuring out how he was going to seize the opportunity to complete the mission, Zhao Min on the podium spoke again. Just a bright smile on her face. By the way, before I start talking about the questions, I'd also like to commend Lin Luo's classmates. His basic knowledge of literature is very strong, but the practical questions in politics, Lin Luo students need to strengthen a little. Zhao Min followed the gazes of her classmates and locked eyes with Lin Luo. The class was silent, and I knew it was written all over each face. The teachers of all subjects have complimented it once, and it wouldn't be very unpolitical of the politics teacher not to do so. Lin Luo scratched his head, looking naive and cute. Truthfully, he really couldn't understand why the political test was about news facts. But it doesn't matter, there aren't many questions in total, they're not worth a few points. I know, Sister Min. Zhao Min laughed slightly and joked, Student Lin, call it a position at work. Yes, Sheriff Minmin. The classroom instantly burst into laughter. Isn't Zhao Min's nickname the Minmin Sheriff? Zhao Min also covered her mouth with a smile and waved her hand at Lin Luo, call out to the teacher during class, and call out whatever you want after class. Yes, sensei. Ringo plays a well-behaved and obedient main. Finish sitting in your seat like a good boy. Okay, class starts next. Zhao Min began to lecture on the topic, instantly entering the state of a strict teacher. In fact, most of the content of the literature is rote memorization, as long as it is not too brain-dead, can analyze what the questioner is really asking, and write the answer, basically no difficulty. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang for the end of class. A lesson ends before you know it. Lin Luo slapped away Chu Jiajiao's mischievous hand and gave her a blank stare before getting up and going to the toilet to drain the water. He'd have to fight that psychology lecturer later, so he'd need to get his status value up. The multi-purpose screening room is located on the third floor of the library and is large enough to accommodate an entire grade level. Downstairs is an indoor gym, but the place has never been open to the public and I don't know who it was built for. Seating is in order of class, with sprint classes sitting in the first few rows. Along for the lecture were several leaders from the school. Chu Jiaojiao and Lin Luo sat together. Originally, the great prince and the great aunt wanted to sit next to Lin Luo, but the homeroom teacher grabbed them first. Sister Min, can I consult with that psychology teacher about something later? Lin Luo tilted his head and asked Zhao Min. Why, what is it you wish to consult? Zhao Min froze for a moment, then asked with concern. For the top students in the class, especially the seedlings of Qingbei, school teachers are holding key protection status. The slightest headache or condition is of great concern. It's all about your own report card. There is absolutely no room for error. Chu Jiaojiao didn't move and moved a little closer to Lin Luo. Her ears perked up. Just some simple counseling, don't be nervous, teacher. Lin Luo said with a smile. Zhao Min also realized that she was a bit nervous, and smiled lightly. Of course, there will be time left for you to consult and interact in a while. When the time comes, you can just raise your hand and ask whatever you want. Oh, got it. As he spoke, a middle-aged man in a suit with meticulously combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses walked up to the main podium with a smile. Hello students, it is an honor to be invited to our 18th grade school for a spiritual exchange. I am today's lecture teacher, Li Changming. Everyone can call me Mr. Li. Whoa. Seriously, cupping. Students are the best professionals. They will start applauding at the very right moment and will time it quite well, not a minute too long and not a second too short. Sometimes all it takes is one person to lead the way and the scene is soon applauded, giving face to those above. Li Changming smiled and nodded, waiting for the applause to stop before continuing to speak with a smile. Before we begin, I'd like to ask the class if any of them have learned anything about mental safety and mental health? Oh ho, questions were asked. Swish. Lin Luo stood up violently and instantly became the center of attention in the room. Zhao Min and Chu Jiaojiao were all startled, their expressions stunned as they looked at Lin Luo, not understanding why he reacted so strongly. Oh, this student is very active, tell me about it. Li Changming smiled and raised his hand in invitation. Lin Luo said loudly, Teacher, I would like to ask, in the case of being called a psychopath, how am I going to prove that I'm not a psychopath? Everyone in the room looked at Lin Luo with odd expressions, and there was silence. Even Li Changming had a bit of a brain buzz. No, class, I don't think that's the question I asked. This student is asking a tricky question. The fact is that there is a very clear difference between normal people and mentally abnormal people, and of course there are those who appear normal on the outside but are actually psychologically abnormal types. In the case of being called a psychopath, don't make a scene, be sensible and calm, act normal, and naturally prove that you're not a psychopath. Of course, you have to exclude cases where the other person is insulting you. Thank you, teacher. Lin Luo wore a smile and led the applause. There's a leader? The whole room was confused for 2 seconds, and then it was as if a switch had been flipped. Wow. Applause. Li Changming smiled and nodded his head lightly, awkward toes gouging out of 4 room, 3 hall. What's there to applaud? Hey. Chapter 57, whose warlock listens to songs on the hook every day. Amidst the applause, Lin Luo sat back down. System, master has already cured me. Lin Luo said to the system in his heart. Mission, to find a master who cures brain disease to treat myself, reward, Dakian memory, completed. Great job. Lin Luo closed his eyes and began to receive the Daqian memories. Ahem, this mental safety and mental health is. On the lectern, Li Changming awkwardly began to enter the living. There were a few small interactions to come, now it seems completely unnecessary. This 18th grade student seems to need something real. Under the stage, Zhao Min didn't know whether to cry or laugh as she looked at Lin Luo. She really couldn't figure out what the hell Lin Luo was doing just now. Is it being bullied? Or did someone call him mentally ill? Zhao Min's curved willow leaf eyebrows instantly turned upside down, and her eyes became unkind. How dare you bully the baby bump in my class? You've got to be kidding me. No, I have to go and find out from Lin Luo's previous homeroom teacher who was bullying Lin Luo. Thinking of this, Zhao Min looked back in the direction of class 5. Chen Koan was also stretching his head to look this way, just in time to meet Zhao Min's inquiring eyes. Just now Lin Luo's abnormality, Chen Koan also saw it in his eyes and was anxious in his heart. This kid is usually big-headed, I don't see anything wrong with his heart, and it was quite normal to be in the principal's office before. Is it because of Wang Wang's gang's psychological shadow? Confirming Chen Koan's eyes, Zhao Min confirmed even more that Lin Luo must have been bullied before she was separated into classes. Zhao Min painfully looked at Lin Luo, and saw that Lin Luo's eyes were closed tightly, and his brows were furrowed. What an aggravation that must be. At this moment, the old den silly dog system channeled the Daqian memories into Lin Luo's mind. Maybe the compression package was a bit too big, and getting it in was too much of a rush, making it a bit too much for Lin Luo to handle, and he frowned in pain. Great Qian memories played in Lin Luo's mind like running water. It's the memory of that urea bag. Lin Luo watched it like a movie from the perspective of a third party. From urea bag birth to school enrollment until death crossing. When Lin Luo bound the system, all those key time points mentioned by the system were also screened one by one. Studying hard, winning the imperial examination, being a minor, being happy to be a father, being a fellow scholar, being assassinated, crossing over. Good lord, before Lin Luo felt that the life of this urea bag was sad enough, but that was just a literal description. Now that it's played in holographic, it turns out that he's sad his mom opened the door to sadness, and he's sad all the way home. But none of that mattered. Lin Luo had now learned the official script of Diqian. Good, let me con. What exactly is written in the diary of this chinchilla warlock? Rinlo couldn't wait to flip through the warlock's journal. In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qian dynasty, on the 9th day of the 3rd month, I, Chao Jili, have finally been admitted to the Chinatown. Though I'm just a rep warlock with a weak ability. But from today onwards, I Chao Jili will be for the Great Qian, dedication to the light of a small candle. I'm going to get money, big money. What? Lin Luo's features crumpled into a ball. No, this Chao Jili is no different from those who have taken the public examination and landed in the bank. In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qian dynasty, on the 10th day of the 3rd month. I didn't expect such a big case to happen right after I joined the Chinatown. Today the chief brought us all over the city to search for the Peach Blossom Duke, this damned flower picker, even want to lay hands on the first daughter of the Duke of Jin, really admire his dog's courage. Luckily, the Xingui Gongfu had a third-grade expert on hand to break the Peach Blossom Duke's tools of the trade. It's a pity that this guy is so lightweight that he let him escape. Fog weed. Lin Luo closed his eyes and his eyebrows jumped, surprised that this kid named Chao Jili had good luck. Great melon eating on the first day of employment. And this one called Peach Blossom Duke, you really deserve it. You like to find excitement, right? You flipped your car. The dog basket was busted and still managed to run. This light skill is really invincible. Rinlo leapt to his feet and flipped backward. Chao Jili, give it a shot and write about Peach Blossom Duke's lightness of being or something. In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qian dynasty, March 11th. Strange. We've searched the city, why can't we find Mr. Peach Blossom's whereabouts? Even the Qin Tian supervisor's lookout technique couldn't lock on to his position. Where the hell did it go? In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qian dynasty, March 12th. Found it. This guy went so far as to dig a hiding hole under a septic tank in the backyard of the Ministry of Education in order to stay alive. This Peach Blossom Duke is really sinister and cunning, but in the end, I, Qin Tian supervisor, am better. But my heart is delighted that the little flowers of this churchyard are blooming so prettily. In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qian dynasty, March 13th. Caught the Peach Blossom Prince and got 3 taels of silver. Great, I finally got some money. To reward myself, I decided to go to the churchyard to enjoy the flowers. In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qian dynasty, March 14th. Last night's little flowers were so delicate and memorable, but 2 taels a night is too expensive, and your heart is crying blood. But there's extra money to be made from responding to injuries for fellow officers, so I'm going to try to get some money. Seeing this, Lin Luo's expression had begun to twist. 1 week into the job and people have degenerated to this level. Chao Jili, you disappoint me so much. Where's your ING flower viewing? Where are the details? Where's the picture? What about measures? Where are the records? Lin Luo continued to look down. The more you look at your face, the darker it gets. A thick diary that could almost be summarized in 8 words. Get 2 taels and listen to the song on the hook. Damn you! Who's a warlock who listens to music on the hook every day? Can't you write anything useful in your diary? What about the warlock's practice? What about the refining method? What about Kung Fu insights? Where are the records of the work of the Chinatown? The whole day is either flower viewing or flower arranging, and when you run out of money, you look at the flowers from the other side of the river. Are you a florist? Lin Luo was furious and opened his eyes in depression when he heard an affectionate ringtone. Without realizing it, 2 sessions passed. Lin Luo felt even worse. He had actually looked at Chao Jili's flower appreciation records for 2 classes. It's also a ING-coded abridged version. Okay students, that's it for today's Psych Talk. If you have any follow-up questions, call this number for counseling. Li Changming raised his finger to point at the phone message on the big screen and smiled, revealing 8 teeth. Lin Luo, do you still need to consult with Mr. Li about your problems? Zhao Min had been observing Lin Luo. She saw Lin Luo listening to the lecture with her eyes closed, her expression changing from time to time, as if she had experienced something painful and was suffering in her heart. This made Zhao Min worried about Lin Luo's psychological problems. This is a prospective Qingbei seedling, and it would be a lifelong regret to miss it because of psychological problems. Oh, I'm fine, Min. Lin Luo squeezed out a bright smile. He was purely disgusted by that straw warlock named Chao Jili. What a great kid, so much pain in his own heart and still forcing a smile, not wanting to worry himself. Zhao Min looked at Lin Luo with heartache. No, I must do something for this student. By the way Sister Min, can I go home early today? I don't want to go to study hall. Lin Luo blinked his nice peach blossom eyes and looked at Zhao Min expectantly. Senior walk-ins don't have evening study halls, but they still have study halls in the afternoon. Disgusted by Chao Jili today, he's going to the lottery center to cash in his ticket and wash his wounded heart with money. Looking at Lin Luo's pitiful appearance, Zhao Min nodded her head in agreement without thinking. Okay, student Lin Luo, you go home early and rest. If you have any problems, make sure to talk to your teacher, she will help you out. Remember, nothing is too much to get through. Zhao Min had a serious expression on her face. Aha! I know, teacher. Lin Luo nodded heavily, but in his heart, he always felt strange. What does Ms. Zhou Min mean by that? What's wrong? At this time each class exits the large multi-purpose hall classroom in an orderly fashion. When Zhao Min came out with her class, she let the students walk back on their own, and she ran a few quick steps to catch up with Class 5's group. Mr. Chen, wait a moment. Chapter 58, Little Golden Pants with Amazing Defense. Mr. Chen, I want to know something about student Lin Luo from you. Zhao Min caught up with Chen Koan. With Lin Luo at stake, Zhao Min couldn't wait a bit. Chen Koan nodded. Mr. Zhao, I was just about to talk to you as well. The two coincided, and then found a corner where they could talk without disturbing the passage of people. So, it was Wang Wang and those people who did it. Zhao Min's brows furrowed slightly. She knew something about Wang Wang and the others, but not much. All a teacher can do for students who are clearly hanging around at school is to persuade them again and again to study hard. But not for more than the fourth time. Learning is not for the teacher. What you learn is your own. As long as they don't bother other students studying, groups like this one are basically the ones that get dropped. Like this one, close to the college entrance examination, basically the early batch to go single, to go to the junior college to continue to mix. Chen Koan nodded, but he wasn't sure. I'm just guessing, but these people were looking for trouble with Lin Luo, and they were the ones who got hurt instead. Thinking about Wang Wang's face that was beaten like a pig's head, Chen Koan was even more uncertain. Is it possible that hitting someone can be psychological? It can't be, like, a guilt trip. Yasuko, is it ready yet? Lin Luo asked as he stood in front of the door of Class 5 and probed into the classroom. Many people looked curiously at Lin Luo, who had only drilled his head in. What's going on here? Okay, here it comes. Kanko packed her book bag and excitedly rushed to the classroom door. The thought of redeeming the grand prize today made Kanko's heart skip a beat. My dad is already waiting outside. Kang Zi dragged Lin Luo all the way, looking more anxious than Lin Luo. At this moment, the first and second year of high school has been released, only the third year of high school this group of unlucky as well as the residential students still have to go to self-study. There are 4 afternoon classes and a study hall, plus an evening study hall. Evening study is voluntary, the school is not forced, and there are teachers on duty to answer questions. Lin Luo and Kang Zi mingled among the schoolmates and went out of the school gates without any problems. Kanko, Kobayashi, this way. Comrade Laojian's voice came from not far ahead. Ha! How come I only heard my dad talking and didn't see anyone else? Jin Zikan looked around, surrounded by schoolmates, and for a moment he couldn't even find where his father was. Lin Luo's 185 height advantage is on display now. Over there. Lin Luo dragged Jin Zikang towards old Jin. Jin Yuqian, as Kang Zi's own father, guessed from genetics that he was not too tall. Looking at Lin Luo carrying his son over like a chicken, Jin Yuqian was envious in his heart. Such a tall son, how nice it would be if it was mine. Ah, Kobayashi, son, get in the car. Old Jin greeted Lin Luo and Jin Zikang as they got into the car. Lin Luo opened the car door and prepared to enter inside, but he always felt strange in his heart. Something doesn't seem quite right. Kobayashi, son. Laojin, who are you calling your son? Xiaolin, son, your senior class is today, right? Which class are you in? Jin Yuqian sat in the driver's seat, tugging on his seatbelt while casually inquiring. Yasuko in the back row looked extraordinarily stiff as she clutched her book bag, a smile momentarily frozen on her face. Lin Luo looked at Kang Zi with a smirk. Oi! So you haven't said it yet. Kanko immediately cast a pleading look, her lips moving quickly, but no sound came out. Lin Luo could tell he was talking about righteous father. Save me, save me, save me. Seemingly afraid that Lin Luo couldn't read it, he even subtly rested his hand and made a kneeling motion with his fingers. Alright, since you're so understanding, I'll give you a hand. Ahem, Comrade Laojian, don't talk about such sad things when you're so happy. Fortune Center, let's go. Okay, sit tight. We're off. Laojian smiled, then released the handbrake, released the clutch to give the gas pedal, and then the car set off smoothly. I don't know if it's the driver's unique way of talking, or if Laojian likes to chat. After steadily merging into the traffic, Jin Yuqian asked with a smile. Khan called me today and said you guys won the lottery, but stammered and couldn't tell me exactly what happened. How did you guys win the lottery? How big did you win? Lin Luo looked at Jin Zikang again. Together you didn't say it. Donnie Darko scratches his head like a naive field dog. I wasn't afraid of being overheard. There are so many people in the class. What if someone steals my lottery ticket? That's right, Shao Kahn has a point. What's that saying? You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. When Laojian finished, he asked, so how much did you win? $3,000? Jin Yuqian is already talking about it in a big way. After all, his wife used to say, the lottery can be won, and sows really do get into trees. That's all for the directors. How can an ordinary person win? Uncle Jin, your guess is pretty good. Kong Zi is winning a $3,000. Lin Luo nodded smilingly and said. Jin Yuqian's eyes lit up and said happily, yes, son, good hand. How about you, Shaolin? I'm about the same as Kanko, and he's got 3,000 more than me. Lin Luo grinned and locked eyes with Kong Zi, both of them smiling deviously at the same time. It's all about waiting until the fuzzy center to see old Jin luck. Not bad, you two are lucky. Jin Yuqian thought of these two children in the old street can pick up 300,000, and now won the lottery. Could it be that the family ancestral tomb smoke? Waiting for this Saturday to go back home and pay my respects. Jin Yuqian thought so, and didn't ask any more carefully, skillfully driving the car. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the city's lottery center, found an empty spot on the side of the road and pulled in. Swish! Lao Jin pulled on the handbrake and unbuckled his seatbelt. Come on, let's go in together. Jin Yuqian said and got out of the car, pulling out Jin Zikong's ID card and bank card from his pocket. At this moment, the money in the card has already changed the house, so it is an empty card, and Jin Zikong directly threw it home. Lin Luo pushed open the door and got out of the car, looking at where the fortune center was located, still open, with people passing by from time to time. Jin Zikong didn't rush to get out of the car, but peeled off his pants, ready to open his little gold pants and take out the lottery ticket. Just then, the car door was yanked open. Jin Yuqian urged, why are you so abrasive? The doors were wide open, and there were pedestrians cycling by outside, sticking their heads out curiously. Fogweed. Jin Zikong's pants faded to his legs, both hands tugging at his small gold pants, looking at Jin Yuqian with a confused face. Jin Zikong, oh. Jin Yuqian, _ What's your look? It's quite chic. What are you doing, Dad? Close it, I'm getting the lottery ticket. Jin Zikong reacted, on the verge of breaking down. Jin Yuqian closed the car door with one hand. Hey, brat, you still know how to be shy. Jin Yuqian smiled awkwardly and touched his nose to hide his embarrassment. In the car, Jin Zikong was frightened by Comrade Lao Jin, and something seemed to have gone wrong. He tugged at his little gold pants to pull the lock, but he couldn't get it open. Asterisk. Outside the car door, Jin Yuqian's expression was odd to the extreme. Aren't you taking the lottery? What's all this commotion? Jin Yuqian put his hand on the car window and looked at it with his face. Just see in the trunk, Jin Zikong was pulling hard on his small treasury, and because of too much force, his expression looked very grim. Jab! The small gold pants ripped open in a large gash, yet the zipper remained unopened. Holy! That's outrageous! Oh! Jin Zikong breaks guard. Hopefully the little gold pants defense is added to the zipper, right? Click, the car door was yanked open again, and old Jin, who couldn't stand to watch, threw in a key. Son, don't bother with the nail clippers. Bastard, why do you think your father bought these pants? Isn't it just about the fact that it pockets? Unfortunately, the devil is 1 foot tall and the road is 10 feet tall, and he was caught by Jean Mimi when he opened Xiao Jin's pants at home with a pocket knife. At that time, the scene, Jin Yuqian think about it all waste pain. Chapter 59, $700,000. I'm going to heaven. Lin Luo had excellent eyesight and stood on the curb, watching Jin Zikong's series of moves in the car, his mouth tugging, laughing. This Kanko definitely has a bit of luck on his side. If he hadn't dragged himself to the internet cafe, he would still be in the classroom reading a novel, and I guess he wouldn't have been able to pick up the system. Then there's him dropping the battery. He himself hooked up with Uncle Chu because he helped him find the battery and took out the thieves' den. Then he was the one who dragged himself around Old Street for dinner and then picked up $300,000 for nothing. Again, he pulled himself to play wilderness survival, like running for stolen goods, picking up a big case reward for nothing. But let's say he's lucky to protect his body, he's ing stuck in his pants pocket. Jin Zikong got out of the car with a dark face. Dad, in the future, I never want to wear these pants again. Jin Zikong said as he looked at old Jin grudgingly. What kind of panties are these? They've got a zipper. You can't even open them. Oops, these panties are like that. The more you rush the less they open, you have to be gentle and slow. Jin Yuqian laughed with experience. Anyway, from now on I'm just going to be bare-assed and I'm not going to wear it. Jin Zikong said indignantly and scurried to the curb in 2 steps. Luo, let's go. Bastard, it's nice to have, but you're still picking. Said you are not now bare as seem. Jin Yuqian laughed and scolded, locked the car and followed up. After Lin Luo and Jin Zikong entered the Fortune Lottery Center, they told the staff about their intention, and soon a special staff member took Lin Luo and the two of them to check their tickets. Confirming that there was no mistake, the staff smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations to the two students, you won the double color fortune. The jackpot for this period is 190 million. You have won the second prize in the amount of $279,299. Jin Yuqian stood back smilingly. When he heard the $190 million, he didn't feel anything, but when he heard the second prize, he was directly dumbfounded on the spot. When I heard about the $270,000 bonus, it was like a thunderbolt. Taking less? Did you say less? 279,000. Holy, these two kids aren't just lucky, they're the reincarnation of a lucky star. The family's ancestral grave mustn't be burning. What a lot of smoke. After deducting 20% for personal taxes, the amount you will actually receive is $223,439. You guys fill out your personal information, and if you confirm it's correct, the prize money will probably arrive today. Hiss. Jin Yuqian's eyes glazed over and his breath caught. On the contrary, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong looked much more calm. Lin Luo took the slip and filled in his and Kong Zi's bank account information on it, then handed it to the staff. Right up, hard work. Oh, it's not hard, it's all our job. When he came out of the fuzzy center, Kong Zi was dancing with excitement. That is, he doesn't know how to do social rock, or else High and Low would be here for a while. Lin Luo was much more calm. With a smile on his lips, he patted Kong Zi. So happy. That's for sure, Lo, I've won the lottery. Hey, 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 hey. Excitedly, Kanko continued to dance around with her hands, twisting and turning like a robot with a switch flipped on. He's already thought about installing a super awesome computer in his house, so he can play as much as he wants at home from now on. It's not yours, why so happy? Kanko froze in his tracks, his movements frozen, his expression puzzled. Not mine? What do you mean? What is the meaning of this, Lo? What class did you get? Although Lin Luo hadn't made his words clear, Kong Zi had gotten the message. Which class? Parallel 5? There were 8 classes in all, and he was third from the bottom. He looked at the bank card in his hand. That's what buys your own life. By the look on your face, you're getting it. Got it, Lo. Oh. Kanzo pulled out the $3,000 in cash from his pocket and shoved it into Lin Luo's pocket. Righteous father, keep it for me, and I'll share half of it with you tomorrow. Kong Zi's expression was resolute, and his gaze was full of trust in his righteous father. Good. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep this money safe. Ha ha ha, I knew you were the most reliable, righteous father. Lin Luo nodded expressionlessly and patted Kong Zi's shoulder sympathetically again. Then he smiled at Comrade Laojin who was standing behind Jin Zikong with an embarrassed expression on his face. Uncle Jin, you heard me, it has nothing to do with me. A smile doesn't go away, it only transforms. Jin Zikong's smile disappeared. Jin Yuqian laughed as he patted Jin Zikong whose body was hardened. Son, don't just stand there, get in the car and let's take Xiao Luo home. Oh. Jin Zikong looked at Lin Luo with tearful eyes. Righteous father, save me, save me, save me. Lin Luo shrugged. Son, I really can't do anything this time. Lo, go home and say hi to your dad. Hey, good Lu, Uncle Jin rode slow ah. Lin Luo had just raised his hand when the AE-86 swooshed out. 0 frame start, ejection start. Ow. Jin Zikong's miserable screams came faintly. Ooh. Yasuko, good luck with that. Lin Luo smiled and waved his hand in the void, and just as he was about to enter the neighborhood, he felt the phone in his pocket suddenly buzz twice. It's a text message alert. Lin Luo casually pulled out his cell phone and read the content of the text message. It's a text alert from the bank. Before Lin Luo could finish reading, Chu Jianjun's phone call came over. Hey, Uncle Chu, yes, I got the text message, huh? Hey, well, I'll be sure to learn. Chu Jianjun's side seems to be quite busy, simply said a few sentences and hung up. Lin Luo happily continued to read the text messages. His bounty went expedited. Otherwise the process would take 10 days and a half months. Gold 2 to 13 robbery, the police offer a reward of 100,000, while the robbed gold store also has a bounty of $150,000, plus the reward for the Triangle Eye, and the bonus for the Triangle Eye ice trafficking case. In this wave alone, Lin Luo's account had scored $500,000. Don't think that's a lot of bounty, it's really nothing. An A-pass named Chakwat that just karma'd in 8 years, 4 provinces and cities, 9 cases, 11 lives, 86 million wanted notices and a reward of $4 million. It's creepy to think about. But none of that has anything to do with Lin Luo, it's 13 years. Imagine, this time to love for a long time I have appreciated, the tenderness of your eyes warmly later. Lin Luo hummed a little song and returned home with dejected steps. Bam! The door handle of the room hit the wall with a loud thud then bounced back. In the living room, old Lin, who was stoned and watching the game, jumped up with a pang. Zhang Xuehua, who was making a large crab in the kitchen, rushed out with a spatula. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? In the next second, Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua stared at Lin Luo, who was changing his shoes in the doorway, with unfavorable gazes. Lin Luo dejectedly kicked the shoes off his feet, then arrogantly said, Mom, is the meal ready yet? I'm starving to death. I don't think you're hungry, you have a death wish. Zhang Xuehua glared and copied the spatula to slap it. Hey! Mom, look at this. The bank card appeared in Lin Luo's hand with a swish, and then was placed in front of Zhang Xuehua. Zhang Shuihua held up the spatula with one hand, and with the other hand, he ripped it over and fiercely criticized the explosion. I'm not looking. Lin Jinzhuang's movement of smoking the 7 wolves slightly lurched, and seeing that it was a bank card, and looking at Lin Luo's arrogant and dejected face, he seemed to have thought of something. Hey, wife, let the kid explain before you beat him up. Zhang Shuihua snorted coldly and glared with bull's eyes. Speak. The bounty from the police has arrived, $500,000. Today I found a lottery ticket and won the second prize, $200,000, $700,000 in the card. Ringo held his head high, his chin poking up into the sky. You go to high school and get $700,000 for your family. You're more arrogant than that. $700,000 and you want to go to heaven. You just kicked the door off. You just. Feet hurt? Honey, what are you waiting for? Come over here and rub your son's feet. Zhang Shuihua glared and urged. Hey, son, sit down, dad will rub you. Nah, and this. Lin Luo sat down and pulled out a small folded-up piece of paper from his pants pocket. Zhang Shuihua snatched it with a swish and excitedly unfolded it. It's a report card. There was silence in the house for 3 seconds, then an epic pop erupted. Chapter 60, People's sorrows and joys are not connected. Moi. What a great son of mom, ma. Zhang Shuihua cupped her good oldest child and kissed her on the face. This made Lin Jianqing on the side anxious. He wanted to join in on the fun, but his wife didn't save a spot for him. Okay, mom, I'm hungry. When is dinner going to be served? Lin Luo's arrogance was directly doused by the flood of motherly love, and his cheeks flushed red. Hey, mom's going to get you some dinner. Zhang Shuihua gleefully ran to the kitchen. It's a good day to do whatever your heart desires. La 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 la. Mom's excited song came from the kitchen. Tell dad, son, how did you do it? Lin Jianzhuang sat down on the sofa with his arm around Lin Luo. This is the mood, the old excitement. First in the grade. This is clear water material. My stinky son can go to Qingbei, ancestral tomb bombing this is. Also, we just spent $200,000 and here comes another $700,000, which is the equivalent of the family getting a suite for nothing. Which way are you talking about? Lin Luo asked with a smile. Your grades. How did you jump from over 400 in your grade to first in your grade in one fell swoop? Lin Construction was still most concerned about this. It was only $700,000, although it was a lot, and it might take years for Lin Jian to earn enough, but he was more concerned about his son's grades. It's about a child's future. I'm done pretending, showdown, I'm first in my grade. I used to be merely afraid of being too shocking and out of touch, and now that I'm going to be in a different class, I'm not going to hide it. Lin Luo said in a manner as he spread his hands. Well, good son. Lin Jianzhuang was so excited that he came on Lin Luo's face as well. Wretch dad, you're a meathead. Asterisk. You stinking son of a, why don't you say meaty when my wife kissed you so many times? Can men be the same as women? Makes sense. Old Lin, come and serve the food. Mom's voice came from the kitchen. Hey, coming wife. Mom, I made $200,000. Donnie Darkon has a strong desire to survive. That's the reason you studied for 2.5 years and scored 300 points on the test? Jean Mimi holds a dragon whip and chicken feather duster, glares at Jin Zikong. I don't want to, it's just too hard. Jin Zikong said weakly. After 2.5 years of high school enrollment, I learned to sing, dance, and play basketball, but I just didn't learn to speak or write. Difficult. It's all school, it's all 2.5 years, and which class did people go to Kobayashi? Jean Mimi asked in exasperation. He went to rush class. Jin Zikong lowered his head and his voice became even weaker. Brother Lo, you victimized me. We all touch fish in class, read novels on the sly, go to dark internet cafes on the sly, and exchange little pieces on the sly. Buddy has a heart-to-heart with you, you play with your buddy's brain. I'm at the bottom of the list. You're at the top of the grade. How hard you really work behind the scenes. Snap. The chicken feather duster smacked Jin Zikong's ass. Mom, it hurts. Jin Zikong's eyes were on the verge of tears. Hands over his ass, he screamed pitifully in pain. Can't you smoke something else? Chicken duster is really painful. Don't yell at my mom. People Shaolin went to the sprint class, and you, parallel 5th class. Shame on you. People go to Qingbei, you can only roast groundnuts. How dare you play with others? You still have the face to cry out in pain. And he called Kobayashi righteous father. Laojian sat on the sidelines, gently filling in. Jean Mimi was furious at his words, and the dragon-beating whip in his hand directly lashed out with a sonic boom. You rebellious son. Rogo, you're lying. $200,000 is no good for bad grades. At Chu's house, Chu Jiaojiao and Xiaoli were sitting on the sofa watching a TV series. Hong Shixian frowned and stared at the little burnt goods in front of him. Why are you wearing Pinru's clothes and using other people's things? Ellie, since we're going for excitement, let's follow through. You're so tie. Just then, the door opened. Chu Jianjun came in from the outside in a drunken stupor. Chu Jiaojiao and Xiaoli looked for the sound, saw that it was Chu Jianjun who came back, and the two mothers immediately smiled into two delicate flowers. Dad, why are you home so early today? Yeah, not busy today? Hey. Chu Jianjun smiled looking silly and walked lightly. Today the city held a commendation meeting, which is not finished with colleagues to eat a celebration dinner. You've been drinking. Ha. Drink a little. Seemingly afraid of his wife's anger, Chu Jianjun pinched his fingers and hurriedly explained. Drink a little? Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao moved neatly and skimmed their mouths, looking at Chu Jianjun with a look of see if I believe you. That's why Chu Jianjun doesn't drink easily. Chu Jianjun giggled a few more times and sat down on the sofa, a mixture of cigarettes and alcohol hitting his face. Mother and daughter backed away in unison, covering their mouths and noses. Daddy/husband, you stink. Ah, have you? Chu Jianjun raised his arm and sniffed at his body, and also took a breath to sniff himself. No flavor, huh? No, get in the shower. Hey, go later. Chu Jianjun giggled and took out the contents of his pocket. Wife, daughter, look, what's this? Jolly and Chu Jiajia took one each. What's this? Hey. The city came down with a commendation, personal third-class merit, and a bonus. Thanks to Piggy this time, I caught triangle eyes thanks to him. Ha. Who's Piggy? Chu Jiajiao looked at the third-class merit commendation medal and looked up curiously to ask. Jolie looked at the $3,000 bonus in her hand without lifting her head. Your little boyfriend. Ah, I told you I'm not. Chu Jiajiao had a shy face. Hey, that kid is good. This time the ministry specially authorized to expedite the special operation, rewarded him $500,000. There's definitely a future in the future if you get into the inspector's exam. Chu Jianjun was also considered to be speaking the truth after drinking, and his words were all affirmation of Lin Luo. Xiaoli was surprised for a moment. Xiaolin is so powerful at Jiao, then you have to catch it. Such a good boy should be the first to make the first move. When your dad was surrounded by so many little girls, there are teachers and little nurses, one by one, reserved and pretending to be a lady, but it was still not snatched by me first. Hey. Chu Jianjun hemmed and hawed and giggled. Chu Jiaojiao nodded shyly, her small fists clenching at the thought of the feel of her abs. Saturday you see if Xiaolin has time, let him come to the house for dinner. Always let your father pretend to be your second uncle outside. Back when people know, there should be a misunderstanding and their hearts would not be good. Chu Jianjun glared and said with dissatisfaction, what is the misunderstanding? My profession is outside. There are so many that have enmity and grudges, and there are many that want to find me to do things. What about disturbing Jiaojia? Come on you, it's not like Xiaolin is looking for you to do anything, and he has no grudge against you. It's not like him to keep it a secret all the time. Xiaoli said and glared at Chu Jianjun again. What are you looking at? Take a shower, it all stinks. Hey, I'm on my way. Chu Jianjun got up shakily and walked to the bathroom. Jolie looked at her shy daughter, shook her head, yanked her over and started talking. When you meet a good man, you have to do it right, or when someone else does it, there's no place to cry with regret. Chapter 61, Blue Star's Advanced Weapon, Yellow River Card. At Lin Luo's home, the family of three was eating a very cozy meal. Dad, Uncle Ian asked you to go fishing on Saturday. Lin Luo nibbled on a large crab and suddenly remembered this, then looked at Lin Jian and said, Saturday. Lin Construction bit into a crab leg and raised an eyebrow. On Saturday I was going to take you two mothers to the Guandi temple to offer incense. You've had good luck lately, not only picking up money but also succeeding in your studies, so I thought, let's go to the Guandi temple as a family to pay our respects and return our wishes. Shezhou Guandi Temple, where incense worshippers from all over the country come to pay homage to Guandi and pray for a year of good luck during the new year. Lin Luo had already followed Comrade Lao Lin for 6 consecutive years to travel here overnight on the first day of the Lunar New Year to pay homage to Guandi. I don't think there's any rush for this. We'll go back when it's Master Guan's Christmas and burn a few pillars of high incense then. Lin Luo mentioned. Point taken. Lin Jian nodded. Guandi Festival is the 24th day of the 6th lunar month every year. In the past years were the time to go to the new year. This time to take advantage of the Guandi June Christmas to go to the incense to return the wish, but also seems to be sincere. I'll ask Lao Zhen then. Lin Jianjian was quite anxious, took out his cell phone and dialed Jin Youqian's number. Zhang Xuehua smiled and gave Lin Jian a blank stare. Fishing man is still addicted to vegetables, sit there and just feed the fish, and do not see it come up. Son, eat more. Hey, thanks mom. Lin Luo obediently took the crab, skillfully removed the crab legs and put them on Comrade Lao Lin's dinner plate, then lifted the lid and ate it beautifully. It's not quite crab season yet, but you can eat crabs anytime you want these days, they just aren't as fat as they are in the fall is all. The call came through. Oh, I know I'm wrong, mom. Kanko's screaming wail came out clearly from old Lin's cell phone speaker. Lin Luo's crab-eating movements just lurched. Keep it down, I'm on the phone. Jin Yuqian's voice rang out, and then a whimpering sound was heard, as if his mouth was gagged. Ringo, haha, what's up? Hey man, let's go fishing on Saturday. Old Lin's laugh was a bit stiff. Is this a bad time for me to call? Jin Yuqian said excitedly, good, last time must be the problem of bait, I have prepared a new one, then we will definitely catch big fish. That must be, this technology plus your bait, the world is invincible, I'll find a few more old brothers in the group, let's go. Old Lin and Laojin chatted excitedly. A few whimpers came over the phone from time to time. Lin Luo heard everything. Alas, the righteous son is suffering a lot of destruction, and I, as an elder, can't do anything about it, it's so heartbreaking. Must have 2 more crabs to relieve my anger. Son, did Khan get into trouble? How come he got beat up so badly? Zhang Xuehua came over and inquired in a curious whisper. Oh, the placement test, he got 300. Zhang Xuehua suddenly came to a realization. 300 points, that does deserve a beating. After eating and drinking his fill, Rinlo finished scrubbing the pots and pans and flung his hands around, wiping the water stains on himself. Hey, where are you rubbing? Zhang Xuehua, who was sitting on the sofa, frowned straight away when she saw this scene. I can't change how many times I've been told to wash my hands and rub them on my body. Hey, get used to it, I'm going to take a shower and go back inside later to study. Lin Luo finished speaking and walked towards the bathroom while undressing. Look at your son, he's just like you, Scruffy. Zhang Xuehua twisted her head and glared at Lin Jian. Lin Jianqing scrunched his neck and didn't dare to say anything. If you get the first grade and get $700,000 from your family, you are your good son, you can't stop kissing, I can't intervene at all. Now you see him sloppy and turn your head and say he's just like me? Woman, your name is unreasonable. There shouldn't be any outrageous special effects on this thing. Lin Luo looked at the glass beads in his hand, hesitated for a moment, or swallowed it. The system is rather brain dead, but the stuff it gives is pretty good. None of them have flipped so far. Lin Luo waited for a few seconds and didn't feel anything different. However, to prevent accidents, Lin Luo turned on the shower. This is a spirit fire seed. Who knows if fire will come out of your body if you eat this. The water jetted and splashed as it hit Ringo's lean body. Lin Luo, on the other hand, closed his eyes and felt the subtle changes within his body. It was hot here in the small of my back and something seemed to be moving. It looks like something's coming out. Lin Luo snapped his eyes open, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Pust! A rice-like white flame drilled out from the tip of Lin Luo's index finger. Ringo? I don't think anyone with bad eyes can see it. That's too small. Although it was a spirit fire seed, it was only the size of a grain of rice. It's too small a flame to light a ing cigarette. Asterisk. White anticipation. It's magical and metaphysical to breathe fire from your fingertips, though. But if you take it out so little, I'm afraid you'll feel inferior. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Lin Luo dispersed the spirit flame seed without a good reason and called out to the system. He was going to take advantage of the shower to ruthlessly pull the wool over the system's eyes to make up for the trauma of his naive self being deceived by the quest rewards. Just what Lin Luo didn't notice was that the Great Sun observation diagram in his mind suddenly blossomed with channels of divine light. The golden crows in the Great Sun were lifting their wings, the sea of clouds was rolling, and the hems of the golden armored heavenly gods hidden in the clouds were fluttering in the wind. And the spirit flame seed seemed to have a sense as if it were a diode, flickering one by one. Cured of your brain disease and finding your memories, you are determined to return to Deqian to change your destiny against the heavens, but you are well aware of the dangers of Deqian, so before you return to the Qianxing, you have to be prepared for everything. There are countless experts in Dakian, but they still can't stop the advanced weapons of Blue Star, so before you return, you need to prepare some of Blue Star's advanced weapons. Mission, search for advanced Blue Star weapons. Reward, Sentinel technique. Put. Lin Luo rubbed his face, squeezed shampoo in his hand, and looked at this system quest while washing his hair. Finding advanced Blue Star weapons, that wasn't too hard, he'd already had access to 3 Earth Jerks before. With the Qin Tian compass, trying to find Earth Jerks should be pretty easy to maneuver. The point is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it just to do the quest? Also, judging from the words of the quests released by the system, how did this dog system have the meaning of taking himself to Deqian? He hadn't meticulously reached invincibility yet, so how could he go to Deqian? There's also this Imperial Spirit technique, it looks awesome, it can't be a warlock's cultivation technique, can it? Thinking of this, Lin Luo accelerated the bath time. A few minutes later, Ringo came out of the bathroom rubbing his hair and wearing big pants. In the living room, Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua were still watching TV, a recent rerun of Etian Tu Long Ji. Although this drama has been on the air for 10 years, it is still very capable when placed in the current era of godly dramas. Under the dimly lit well, Zhang Wuji was playing tart and tickling Zhao Min's little feet. Looked to give Zhao Min a giggle. Lin Luo took a look at Zhang Wuji on the TV and smiled disdainfully. Zhang Wuji is a big fool, the hand of the sky who card, the result of playing a sparse, and finally also for Zhao Min returned to the mountains and forests. It's really, really hateful. If he was Zhang Wuji, who was armed with supreme martial arts, his men were as strong as clouds, and his army still beat the great Yuan like a dog with a broken spine, then he was bound to start a kingdom with a great territory. Then take the West for delicious raisins and the great Europe for cute golden cats. All that is caused by the anti-sun and moon is Han soil. All good things must be mine in Middle-earth. It's called a grid opening, okay? Well, that's what we'll do when we get to Dechen. Thinking of this, Lin Luo's feet pointed and his body slammed into the bedroom. System, look at this. Lin Luo rummaged inside the nightstand and pulled out a toy pistol. Yellow River brand, weighted version, not so powerful, but handsome. Chapter 62, an inch of finger is not an inch of stop. White whoring really smells good. Lin Luo's hands moved quickly, skillfully disassembled the toy gun, then put the spring on, and smeared some lubricant, then quickly grouped the gun. The toy gun was a birthday present that Lin Luo received in junior high school. What boy doesn't like a gun? So this gun, Lin Luo protected very well. The springs lose their elasticity when pressed for a long time, so when not playing, Rinello removes the springs and puts them away. Click. Jerking the gun to cock it and pulling the trigger, there was another crisp click. Snap. Lin Luo dubbed his mouth, followed by a heavy expression. Stop it, Joe, it's all big noses out there. Amusing himself for a moment, Lin Luo's finger spun the gun and cheerfully looked at the system chat box. Mission, search for advanced blue star weapons, reward, Sentinel Arts, completed. Sure enough, I knew this stupid dog system would just fool around. It would be brain dead to really go after dirt jerks. For a moment, a wave of subtle memories flooded into Lin Luo's mind. It's about the Sentinel Arts. Everything has a spirit, and a spirit can be defended. Lin Luo had guessed correctly, this spirit protection technique was indeed the means of a warlock. Similar to hypnosis, yet tougher and more domineering than hypnosis, it can control the spirits of all things. However, the stronger the target's spiritual power, the less effective the imperial spirit technique would be. Like people, those with strong willpower are hard to control, but you can control them if you are very strong and have a strong divine sense that can easily destroy the other party's divine will. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth tugged and tugged after he finished reading the relevant contents of the spirit saving art. Warlocks really have dirty hearts. What do they study all day long? Controlling someone's mind, isn't that a pure crime? And he wasn't a warlock, nor did he have a need to control others. But, Lin Luo's eyes lit up. He thought of a brilliant use for the imperial spirit technique. When I used to watch the moving pictures, that Nangong asked you to touch whoever was stupid. This imperial spirit technique of his, imperial spirit of whoever. This later defined a few small animals, imperial spirit magic manipulation, street stalls selling art, oh no, a little bit out of the ordinary, is to hook up with a pretty young lady. Miss, my dog can do a backward somersault. It's not even a handful. I'll get a chance to get a few nice little ES back to experiment with later. With this thought in his heart, Lin Luo pressed the Yellow River toy gun full of beeping bullets and put it away in his storage space. I can't say I'll need it in the future, so it's a good idea to be prepared. Lao Deng, hurry up and refresh the quest, don't ink it. Lin Luo urged the system in his mind while taking out the non-attack that he hadn't studied since arriving. The reason I didn't look into it is because it looks like a broken section of sword hilt. He had also asked the system, and the system said that it was a weapon made by the Divine Mechanism sect. The result was a broken sword hilt, leaving Lin Luo somewhat disappointed. But then later the system came out with the golden pen made by Shinji Men. The pens out of the Divine Mechanics sector so amazing, this non-attack should be even more amazing. At this moment, Lin Luo carefully observed the non-attack. System, how are non-attacks going to be used? Non-attacking, from the Dakian Shinji sect, it can be switched into 3 weapons according to the user's whims. Indeed, it is the same as the golden pen, which is used to change with the mind. Lin Luo forced himself to hold back his excitement and carefully observed the pattern on the non-attack again. With this look, Lin Luo made a new discovery. There are 3 patterns on the non-attack, one is a sword, one is a lance, and the other is a shield. Lin Luo's eyes were glowing as he gripped the non-attack and then meditated in his mind. Sword come. Swish. The blade popped out of the hilt of the broken sword. The sword was 3 feet 3 long, with a cold light that seemed to emanate an icy killing intent. Lin Luo found a drying rack and jerked it against the sword blade. Swish. The drying rack snapped right off, and it felt like it didn't hit any obstruction. What a non-attack. What a Shinji Men. So awesome. This is going to be combined with his vertical sword technique, and when he goes to Dechen in the future, he will call himself the Sword Immortal in high and low. Lin Luo was excited to try out the lance and shield again. This small non-attack quickly changed, a moment lance a moment shield, let Lin Luo play the system task almost forget. After a few minutes, Lin Luo finally remembered that he still had to woolgather, so he put away the non-attack and looked at the chat box. You've searched so hard and finally overcame all the difficulties to get an advanced weapon from the blue planet. After your research, the blue star weapons are powerful and have the strength to kill first-class experts, so you're going to look for more blue star weapons for self-defense. Mission, find more blue star weapons, reward, inch finger. Not bad for a silly dog system that expects toy guns to kill top-notch experts. Finding more blue star weapons is not a problem, this is solved by finding a stationary store. There may not be a Yellow River card, but there are bared water guns, which should be enough to deal with the cerebral palsy system. That's what this inch finger is for. He has heard of the inch stop, and he is familiar with the inch fist, but the inch finger. Well, system, what's an inch finger? Ask the system if you don't understand, or don't make wild guesses that will only reveal the fact that you are an old colorful batch. Inch finger, the secret of the Dakian Shisek that is not transmitted to the outside world, using the finger to hit the acupoints, can control the enemy. Lin Luo stroked his chin and looked at the words in the chat box, breathing a little faster. It's still an inch away. Sudden stop. Oh, it's supposed to be spotting. Sunflower pointing hands. Old Bai's famous stunt. When Zhang Shuahua watched Tongfuin, he didn't follow it much, and he often played this with Kong Zi in school. The kind where you talk about being childish and have to ask the other person to give you an acupuncture point release. Things that only existed in martial arts novels were being realized by the system little by little, and he only needed to use his brain to cope with this cerebral palsy system. It's exciting to think about. Soon, Lin Luo put on his clothes, shook out his half-dried hair, and went straight out the door. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the grocery store to pick up a few things. Rinlo put on his shoes at the door and dutifully reported for duty. In the Lin family, going out at night has to be reported, and if you don't report back, you will surely become a big-eared Lin Tutu. Go ahead, by the way, buy some toilet paper and come back. We're running out of toilet paper at home. Zhang Shuahua, who was on the sofa, resting on old comrade Lin's leg and watching TV with a face mask on, clamped her mouth and said, "Got it." Watching Lin Luo close the door and go out, Zhang Shuahua looked at the TV, her lips moving slightly. Old Lin, how come you guys are all so fast with paper? It's like eating paper. Lin Construction's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes rolled and rolled. Son, you still need to rely on your father to help you round up at critical moments. Maybe the brat had too many runny noses and used them up. Hey, it's just toilet paper. It's not worth a few bucks. Watch TV, watch TV. Yeah, shouldn't we get him something to make up for it then? It's not good for a young man to have a runny nose all the time. Zhang Shuehua said indifferently. No need, it's just a runny nose. What's the catch? Lin Jinju felt that his wife was completely concerned and making a big deal out of it. Oh, I'm afraid that when he gets to your age, he won't have a snotty nose like you. Oh, you drive harder than me. Good neighbor supermarket. Lin Luo took 2 average quality toy guns from the little kid's toy display case. This kind is for little kids to play with. The bullets are the kind with suction cups. System. Look at this. Mission, find more blue star weapons. Reward, inch fingers, completed. Something related to inch finger picking, inch fingers, appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Detailed illustrations of the sinew points of the human body, details of each point and how to use them. After a few moments, Lin Luo digested the contents of the inch finger and then placed the 2 toy guns back on the shelf. Who says you have to buy it? Aha! White Johns are great. Lin Luo cheerfully carried a bag of toilet paper, settled the bill and left quickly. As he walked away, the staff at the supermarket looked at him with a bit of sympathy. Standing with the toy for so long, he must have wanted it badly, but he didn't have the money to buy it, so he could only look at it for a while and then put it back. What a poor baby. Chapter 63, Spiritualism, Coal Ball. Inch finger was, in Lin Luo's opinion, an alias for pointing. Used properly, this inch finger definitely has unexpected benefits. Like a massage. There are several points in the human body that can be pressed to heighten one's sensitivity, which means amplifying the senses. Smell, hearing, touch, taste, and more. A few inches of finger can amplify the stimulation and give the body unparalleled enjoyment. Then there's torture. A few snaps, and the other person would be in pain, and with the great memory recovery technique, he could probably give an account of all the times he peeked at the little flicks as a kid. Similarly, there is closure of pain, closure of the 5 senses, closure of consciousness and so on. So that inch finger is definitely a big plus. Meow. Just as Lin Luo was thinking about what functions he wanted to inch his fingers to be able to develop, a faint meowing sound caught Lin Luo's attention. Lin Luo followed the sound of the shouts and saw a dirty kitten burrowing out from under a car on the side of the road, its original color no longer visible on its body. Look at the breed as a lion cat with long fur and a rare pair of eyes of 2 colors. Probably hungry, hiding under the car, he looked at Lin Luo warily and meowed. Sip, sip, sip Mimi come here, Mimi. Holding a large bag of toilet paper, Lin Luo crouched down and tenderly called to the kitten under the car. The kitten cocked its head and surveyed Lin Luo, as if to make sure there was no danger. Come over here and I'll take you to eat and drink. Rinlo gently beckoned again. Meow. The kitten purred and came up cautiously. Take 2 steps and look around, as if you're afraid of an ambush around you. Sip, 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 come here. Ringo called out again. The kitten lifted its head and nose toward Linello's hand, trying to confirm the scent. Come and get you. Lin Luo hemmed and hawed, gripping the back of the kitty's neck. Meow. The kitten drooped its little paws and looked at Lin Luo in a good-natured manner. It is said that felines become honest whenever the back of their necks are pinched, stemming from being carried around by their mothers as children. Grimoire, activate. Lin Luo followed the method of using the Imperial Spirit technique, and looked into the kitty's eyes and began to stare. Only Lin Luo's eyes became bright, and it was especially obvious even at night. This would scare the living daylights out of anyone who passed by if they stayed on the corner. The kitty's eyes gradually glazed over, the pupils turning into whole black balls. To invade another animal with one's own spiritual consciousness and interfere with the other's spirituality for the purpose of controlling the other. Little cat, don't be afraid. In the future, follow your master, and keep you eating fragrant food and drinking spicy food, and live comfortably. Lin Luo's mouth murmured. It wasn't long before Lin Luo felt a trembling consciousness that was very small. The sentinel calls this sensation the tathagata. It means that you can sense the other person's mind. Feeling this is also a sign that the imperial spirit technique has succeeded. From now on you'll be called Cinder. Meow. Cinder Paw meowed, and Linello raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised he understood. The kitten is talking about cinder blocks. Hey, this sentinel technique, it's awesome, hey. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo returned home carrying the kitten and a bag of cat food that the kitten ate. Rinlo pushed the door open and ghostly poked his head inside. Mom, I'm home. The living room was quiet, and Lin Luo tiptoed to close the door to her room, then quickly changed her shoes. The chowder. Ringo scurried into the restroom. No small pets were allowed in the house, something Zhang Xuehua had emphasized again and again. Comrade Lao Lin wanted to raise a German Shepherd before, so he didn't talk his way out of Zhang Xuehua's job, and he hasn't gotten what he wanted so far. Cinder, don't make a sound, I'll give you a bath. Without a word, the cinder block allowed Rinlo to put it in the sink. Bathing is generally not recommended for kittens as young as 2 or 3 months old as Cinderella. But Lin Luo was not an ordinary person. How should kittens be bathed? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, and finally, without a headache, he tucked the kitten directly under the current. It's just dry. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo used a towel to wrap up the soup chicken. Truchi bulged in his hand, a warm airflow erupted from Lin Luo's palm, and soon, the cat hairs plastered together on the kitten's body began to float, and were soon dried. Holy, Truchi is awesome. Lin Luo's eyes in the light, this later even the hairdryer are saved. Directly hula if you hairdry, there is a hairdryer what ah. Snore, snore. The coal ball with white fur all over its body seemed to be very comfortable, squinting its eyes with a look of enjoyment, nestled in Lin Luo's arms and purring. You little guy, you're hungry, eat this. Ringo took out a can of cat. He just bought this at an outside pet store, and it cost more than a can of human food. Barking. Cinderblock's little head came up to the can and began to wolf it down. Knock knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Zhang Xuehua's voice came from outside the restroom. Brat, why didn't you say you were back? Ah, Mom, I told you, you probably didn't hear me. Rinello grabbed Cinderella's mouth in one hand. Little thing, it's not a good idea to eat with your mouth full. Well, go to bed early when you get back and save the toilet paper. Zhang Xuehua's tone was a bit odd, and after she finished speaking, she turned around and went back to the house. Honey, you have time to talk about your son, the toilet paper just came back and he's in the bathroom again. Zhang Xuehua sat down on the edge of the bed and said to Lin Jian. Good. Lin Construction weakly answered. Talking to you, hear me. Hear this. When you hear it, get on the ball. Really, the masters are the same, neither of them letting anyone off the hook. Zhang Xuehua grunted, kicked her slippers and got under the covers. Lin Construction let out a long breath, his hand under the covers rubbing his aching waist. Hey, Sinning. Son, hurry up and get up and eat. I'll let your dad give you a ride later. Outside the door, Mom's voice rang earlier than the alarm. Got it. Rinlo returned a cry with his eyes closed, then pushed the little cinder block lying on his chest and stomping on his breasts to the side. Another day. Lin Luo rubbed his face and sat up from the bed. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Cat's mewing. The coal ball rolled twice on the bed, and after getting up somewhat clumsily, it crawled towards Lin Luo again, its head rubbing against Lin Luo's body in a pouting manner. Hungry, hungry. Lin Luo carried the kitten down to the ground, and with a flip in his hand, he took out an open can of cat food. The little cinder block got down on the floor and dug his head into the cat's can, and began to show off furiously with an arching. Blue star weapons are powerful, but they are extremely rare, and it is almost impossible for you to obtain them in large quantities and return to Dakian to arm your own forces. It is better to ask for help than to ask for help, so you are going to start building the blue star weapon yourself and realize self-reliance. Mission, build yourself a blue star weapon, reward, rejuvenation. Holy! Lin Luo's eyes instantly glazed over, and his person was completely energized. No way, the dog system lets me handcraft a blue star weapon. Dirt jerks? Even if it's a toy one, it's pretty hard to try to handcraft one. For a moment, Lin Luo didn't know how to fool the silly dog system with this task. The living can still hold their piss. Lin Luo decided to take a trip to the internet cafe after school today to see if there were any relevant tutorials on the internet. If he can't, he'll find a toy factory to go undercover. As for the reward, the rejuvenation technique, it looks like a cure. System, what is the rejuvenation technique? Rejuvenation technique, from the Great Qian Medicine King Valley, activating the technique can quickly recover from injuries. It is the most basic technique of Great Qian's reparative practitioners. So it's the warlock's tactics again. Being able to heal wounds, that spell was pretty good. By the way, that Chao Jili, who always hooks up and listens to songs, is a reply warlock. That's how this guy makes his silver. He goes to the Ministry of Education every other day. Lean. Speaking of Tsujirai, Ringo was angry. The dog is a magician of the Chin Tian supervisor, but he doesn't think about advancement, he thinks about arranging flowers in jade all day long. When I go to Dakian, I'll pull you out and beat you up. Let you waste the old man's reward. Lao Dang, where's the side quest? You, who are about to be appointed as the county magistrate of Yunzhou, have already initially gained the recognition of the people of Yunzhou, but Yunzhou has been depopulated due to perennial natural and man-made disasters, and the people are 10 to 1. As the future magistrate of Yunzhou, you are responsible for restoring Yunzhou to its former prosperity. Mission, find a way to grow the population of Yunzhou. Reward, Xintian Supervisor's Qi Surveying Technique. The Xintian Watching Technique is quite an interesting name to look at. In the future, in conjunction with the Xintian Supervisor Compass, Lin Luo felt that he could go out and pretend to be a godly man. Lin Luo grinned, finally feeling a little better. Knock knock. Brat, don't get up yet. Wait for me to treat you. Mom's voice rang out from the door, followed by the sound of a doorknob being twisted. I'll go. As soon as Lin Luo copied the cinder block and tucked it under the covers. You boy. As soon as Zhang Xuehua opened the door and looked at Lin Luo's flustered behavior, the corner of her mouth just tugged. Get your ass up and eat. Bastard, wasting toilet paper again this early in the morning. Chapter 64, She Lookout Technique. Xu Jiajiao's Calamity. The atmosphere at breakfast was a little awkward. Lin Luo buried his head and carefully ate his meal. He didn't dare to look up. He always felt that his old mom seemed to have found out something, and looked at him with very bad eyes. Little Cinderella won't be exposed. Ever since Lin Luo had given the two of them a health pill, the two of them seemed to have grown 10 years younger in physical fitness. Lin Jianzhu looked refreshed at this moment after a night of sound sleep. However, his eating movements were similar to Lin Luo's, both of them were shrinking their necks and burying their heads to eat carefully. He also sensed something was a little off about his wife. It seemed to be holding something back, just a spark away from exploding. In order to prevent drawing fire, Lin Jianjian ate with extra caution. His chopsticks did not dare to touch the bowl. Zhang Xuehua bit her chopsticks and looked straight at Lin Luo, glancing at Lin Jian from time to time. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh. The child's adolescence, she has a mother, some words really not good to say ah. This father is not doing his job. I'm worried to death. After breakfast, Lin Luo carried his school bag in Comrade Lao Lin's car and set off for school. On the way, Lin Construction looked like he wanted to say something, but when he looked at Lin Luo, he held it back. It's like being constipated. Seeing that he was almost at school, Lin Luo hugged his school bag and asked with a smile, Dad, what's wrong with you? It's not like Mom's been emptying her piggy bank and wants to make love to herself, is it? If it's you, just say so. What's there to be ashamed of? My son gives you pocket money. Son, at your young age, there are some things you should moderate, Lin Jian said in a serious tone. Pust. Lin Luo's hands were digging into his pockets, then he almost choked on his own saliva and coughed twice. He was a little confused as he looked at Lin Jian. Dad, what are you talking about? What am I abstaining from? It's not you, wasting toilet paper, not knowing any moderation at all. Your mom is afraid that your body will break down and asked me to remind you. Lin Construction said with an embarrassed look on his face. In the East, education on adult issues is a very difficult topic to talk about, and very few families communicate openly and more openly about this aspect of their lives. What the hell, I didn't okay, I can use a pack of paper for 2 weeks, where's the waste? Lin Lo was aggrieved. So what did you do this morning? You almost got caught by your mom and you still won't admit it. Bastard, you're a stiff upper lip. That's just like your dad. In the morning, that's not fear of my mom seeing it. Lin Luo ripped open his book bag and the little coal ball swished out of it. The furry little head tossed around, then the big watery eyes looked adorably at Lin Luo. Cats mewing. Master, kiss. Ah, you're in the morning. Lin Jianzhuang understood it all at once, with a dazed look on his face. The wife does not allow the family to raise small animals, the son hides kittens, by the wife as a Taoist small thief. Look at the mess this has made. I told you. My son's little girlfriend is so beautiful, where do I need to come to waste is also a waste of toilet paper outside. That's alright then, you're a pretty white kitten, pretty good, pretty good. Lin Jianzhuang smiled and looked as if he was relieved. Dad, you can tell my mom when you get back that this kitten is pretty cute and exceptionally well behaved. Leave it to me, Dad talk to your mom. Lin Jianzhang patted his chest with assurance and parked his car steadily at the curb in front of the entrance to the 18th middle school. Have a good class. Got it Dad, you drive safe. Lin Luo got out of the car and watched Comrade Old Lin's car go away. Wait. Lin Luo suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and his pupils shrunk. No, waste of toilet paper, this morning. I'll go. Mom, you're so dirty. Lorgo. Who called me? Lin Luo looked back and saw Jin Zikong limping over, his eyes were still red and swollen, and his voice was muffled, it seemed that he had cried badly last night. Hiss. Auntie and uncle are pretty tough. Kanko, are you okay? Lin Luo asked with a sympathetic face. Oh, bro misery, got beat up by my mom for an hour last night. Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. So tough? How come Uncle Jin just watched? Didn't stop it? Lin Luo asked in disbelief. Don't mention it, whoops, my dad said, look at how tired your mom is, and I got beat up by my dad for another hour. Ah. Oh. Lin Luo shook his head and patted Jin Zikong's shoulder. Poor baby. I can't believe I got my ass kicked for 2 hours. Oh, my mom couldn't get enough of my dad's beating, so they both beat me together for another hour. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth tugged and he didn't know what to say. Then you're really miserable. Turned in 200,000 and play 3 hours, this if no money, go back is not to go back to the stove to rebuild. Luo, you must save me. I want to study hard, I want to go to the sprint class. Kang Zi grabbed Lin Luo's arm and said with tearful eyes. Ha, Lo, you dropped money? Jin Zikong suddenly bent down and picked up a $100 bill from Lin Luo's feet. Lo, here. Ringo? Lin Luo looked at the money, looked at Jin Zikong, the corner of his mouth pulled, and took the money. Kanko, trust brother, your future doesn't lie in your studies. Ha? Where's my future then? Kang Zi looked at Lin Luo with a blank expression, his head empty, completely unable to think of what he could do in the future. With my grades, I'll be able to go to a college, learn a trade, and find a factory, so that's it. Your future should be a great explorer, trust me. Lin Luo solemnly patted Jin Zikong's shoulder, then went to the janitor's room. Jin Zikong scratched his head, confused, and went to buy breakfast. Master, someone at the door has lost his money, if anyone comes looking for it, tell him to come to the sprint class and look for Lin Luo. Okay, got it. 18 middle school gateguard Moncler outlet online old Chin nodded and wrote a few strokes on the book on the table. Rinlo, your breakfast. A breakfast suddenly appeared from behind and stopped in front of Lin Luo. Chu Jiejiao's small hand carried an egg dunking cake, smilingly jumped in front of Lin Luo, her youthful and pretty face looking very sweet, especially those beautiful eyes, as if they could only accommodate Lin Luo alone. The students and teachers around her seemed to be out of her sight. She made a bet with Lin Luo, which she lost, and the bet was that she would cover Lin Luo's breakfast every day. Today she's here to cash in on a bet. Lin Luo took the breakfast with a smile. Thanks. Thanks for nothing, I'm just willing to bet. The corner of Chu Jiajiao's mouth curled slightly as she carried her portion of breakfast and walked towards the inside of the school with light footsteps. Lin Luo carried his book bag and breakfast and smiled. He was just about to follow the young girl's footsteps when he suddenly felt a keen sense of an unkind gaze peering at him. Lin Luo subconsciously turned his head to look. Then he saw two strange youths looking his way by a breakfast stand not far away. Seeing that Lin Luo was looking over, the two of them hurriedly lowered their heads and began to nibble on the egg pancakes. Being a thief looks like the morning's hide-and-seek Lin Luo. They stand out from the students around them. Although he looked inconspicuous, Lin Luo acutely felt a very familiar aura from these two. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and pulled out the Dakian Xintian supervisor compass from his pocket. The compass pointer slowly turned, and finally the pointer stopped at the two youths who were eating the egg pudding. What the hell? For me? Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as his heart fluttered. System, the way to increase the population of Yunzhou is to encourage births, reduce taxes, attract foreigners, give birth allowances, and reward grain or cloth every month for having a baby. Don't have it because you're poor, give money for having it, someone can do this as a job, you see if he has it or not. Mission, find a way to grow the population of Yunzhou, reward, Xintian supervisor's Qi surveying technique, completed. For a moment, Lin Luo's mind was filled with relevant content about the Qi looking technique. The technique of Qigong is a method of observing good and bad luck. It is not only to observe feng shui to see the yin and yang mansions, but also to see a person's good fortune or bad fortune. Different colors of qi represent different meanings. For example, purple, the nobility; black, the aura of robbery; green, the aura of demonic evil, etc. Lin Luo, what are you standing there for? Go. Chu Jiajiao's voice came from far away. Lin Luo didn't move and closed his eyes, and as Lin Luo's eyes opened again, his eyes flickered with a faint blue fluorescence. Then, Lin Luo saw a black and red mist shrouding the heads of those two strange youths. The black color is the aura of robbery and is also called robbery and karma, and the red color is deep sins and karma. He had the right feeling that these two really weren't good cookies. Lin Luo, what are you doing? Chu Jiajiao urged, and seeing that Lin Luo didn't move anywhere, she returned and gave Lin Luo a kick with her little foot. Lin Luo twisted his head, bright and deep, as if his eyes were like the starry sky, looking at Chu Jiajiao's delicate body trembled, her heart and mind swirled. How did this nerd's eyes get so good looking too? Lin Luo looked at Chu Jiajiao and frowned slightly. Only a purple mist shrouded Chu Jiajiao's head, indicating that she was blessed with high fortune. However, the purple qi was tinged with black and gray colors, which were the qi of robbery and bane. Sickness and bane, woe and calamity, this bane represents in calamity, indicating that Chu Jiajiao is in trouble. At the same time, the black and gray aura on Chu Jiajiao's body extended two thin threads, connecting with the two staring ones. Lin Luo took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. What's the difference between me now and the protagonist of novels like Extreme Sage, Master Down the Mountain? Cool. Chapter 65. What are you looking at? I'm looking at you to see that I look like your father. What are you waiting for? Get to class. Chu Jiajiu stood beside Lin Luo and tugged on Lin Luo's arm. Oh, I've got a few things to do, so go in first and hold this for me. Lin Luo handed Chu Jiajiu her book bag. Chu Jiajiu was still wondering, Lin Luo didn't bring a school bag 2 days ago. Why did he suddenly carry a school bag today? Upon receiving it she realized something was wrong, how the inside of the book bag was moving. Yikes! What's in here? Chu Jiajiu blinked in surprise and asked Lin Luo. Cats mewing. Sleepy. The little cinderblock's cry came from the book bag, not loud enough for Chu Jiajiu to hear. This is my adopted pet, called Little Cinder. Don't make such a fuss, I still have something to say to Kangzi. You go back first. Lin Luo said with a light smile. Chu Jiajiu glanced at Jin Zikong, who was buying meat sandwiches, nodded, and said with a smile, alright then, I'll wait for you in the classroom. Her attention was now drawn away from the little cinder block. If it wasn't so crowded in here, she'd be high and low right now opening her book bag and taking the kitten out for a few good jerking off. The young girl hugged her school bag and carried her own breakfast into the school building quickly, smiling all the way, bright and delicate smile, making many schoolmates look at their eyes straight. Jin Zikong was still waiting for the meatloaf, his head still pondering what Lin Luo had said about the explorers. Surely Lo wouldn't lie to himself, so I can really be an explorer? Class, your meatloaf is ready. Thanks. Jin Zikong politely accepted the meat sandwich, took a bite, and turned around to look for Lin Luo's figure. Lo! Jin Zikong whimpered in greeting when he saw Lin Luo walking over nibbling on an egg dunk. Lin Luo nodded at him, then walked past him towards the two youths who were pretending to show off their cakes. These two youths were not tall, one was about 1.7 m and the other was also about 1.7 m. One has a flat head and the other has a flat head too, but one wore glasses and the other sunglasses. Looking at their age, they should all be around 30, wearing all black clothes, with fanny packs on their waists, the kind that Jin Zikong picked up in the grass pool yesterday. It was bulging and there was no telling what was in the bag. Strange, what's Logo doing there? Is one not enough to eat and he's going to buy another one? Jin Zikong bit into his meat sandwich and didn't move anywhere, ready to wait for Lin Luo. Little Glasses and Little Sunglasses ate their egg burritos, and their eyes were not honest, looking around from time to time, with the most pressing target being Lin Luo. Seeing Lin Luo walking straight towards the two of them became more and more alert, their muscles tensed up, as if they were bows with taut strings, ready to fire. Lin Luo stopped not far away from the two, holding an egg dunking with both hands and taking a big bite, eating and looking at the two guys. The small Glass's mouth just bit a mouthful of the egg enchilada, also not chewing, cheeks bulging like a frog gazed at Lin Luo. Little Sunglasses bit into an egg dunk, as if he had been nudged, his movements stiffened as he stared at Lin Luo. Everyone around them looked at the three oddly, wondering what game they were playing. What are you worried about? Little Sunglasses suddenly let go of the egg dunk and broke the stalemate with a rough, deep voice. The voice was not loud, but it carried a pugnaciousness. Little Glasses swallowed the dunking cake in his mouth with difficulty and stared at Lin Luo with glaring eyes, just waiting for Lin Luo to make a move in response to the code word. Lin Luo swallowed something in his mouth and exclaimed, I look at you and I look like your father. Take a look at another. What did he just say? Little Glasses and Little Sunglasses froze in their movements, and the words on their lips were swallowed back. Both of their heads went blank and their eyes got a little misty. That's not right. This kid doesn't play by the rules. Shouldn't he have said, what are you looking at? We both said we'd look at another one and try it, and then he said to try it and try it. Then touch base here and see who's the daddy of whom. I look at you, look at me. What, like your father? What does that mean? Little Sunglasses looked to Little Glasses, who was also confused. But this time the momentum can't be lost. Little Glasses glared and pointed at Lin Luo menacingly. What did you say? Say it again. I look at you, look at me, like you two dads. Lin Luo deliberately spoke very slowly this time, preventing these two people whose brains didn't seem to be working very well from hearing him. I'm talking so slowly this time, I think you understand. I see you two are looking at me like I'm your father. Asterisk 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 I hear you, he said he's both our dads. Little Sunglasses let out a national curse and his nose turned up in anger. Nah yeah, him. Little Glasses wailed, threw away the egg dunk and rushed towards Lin Luo, his sandbag-sized fist slamming towards the bridge of Lin Luo's nose. They say you can't hit a man in the face, but this guy is exclusively greeted in the face. Little Sunglasses explodes with a sinister and venomous kick that keeps the chickens coming home to roost if it hits. Lin Luo sneered, holding the egg dunk in one hand and leaning back slightly while raising his foot to intercept. There was a muffled thud as Little Sunglasses' tinged kick was stopped and Little Glasses' punch missed. Yoo-hoo, there's two of them. As soon as Little Glasses saw his punch land, he withdrew it and tried to continue. But he had just brought his fist up, still building up his strength, when a serving of eggnog slammed into his face with a swoosh. The rolled-up large pancake unfolds and huffs right into your face. Fresh out of the pan, the egg enchiladas are just about as hot as they can get. So this close-to-face bludgeon instantly scalded the little glasses and erupted into a miserable wail. Ow 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 ow. Little Sunglasses was still rubbing his leg with his teeth bared. Lin Luo's leg was like a steel rod, and it hurt so much that his tears were coming down. Hearing Little Glasses' screams, looked over, then a dark shadow instantly appeared in front of him. Bang! Lin Luo's punch dry collapsed the bridge of Little Sunglasses' nose, bearing blood. The immense force caused Little Sunglasses to black out and fall straight to the ground. Little Glasses slapped away the egg enchilada on his face, and his whole face was already hot as a monkey's butt. The oily face started to blister and it was weirdly scary to look at. However, without waiting for Little Glasses to make any more moves, Lin Luo had already reached his side and exploded his liver with a punch. With another muffled thud, Little Glasses instantly collapsed to the ground. His body's strength was rapidly being withdrawn. His body was trembling tremendously, and he couldn't even speak. The people around them had looked dumbfounded, especially Jin Zikong, who didn't even realize that the meat bun in his hand was about to fall off. Asterisk 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 lol, awesome. Lin Luo dug out 2 ties from his pants pocket and flipped the 2 guys on the ground over, putting his hands behind his back and locking their thumbs together. This tie was taken by Lin Luo from home, left over from the previous renovation. The thief is strong, and tie 2 thumbs. Basically there is no possibility of breaking free. After tying up the 2 men, Lin Luo ripped off their fanny packs and opened them up to reveal 2 earth jerks and brightly colored daggers. Nima, in the middle of the day, these 2 sons of ES with their jerks dare to run here. Fortunately, today he found that the situation is not right to grab the first hand, or wait for Nin Chu Jiao go out to eat, was the 2 guys stared at, may not have what will happen to it. Lin Luo didn't take the jerk out, but re-zipped it, then pulled out his cell phone and dialed Chu Jianjun's number. Although he didn't know what had happened to cause someone to target Chu Jiao, but Raynello guessed it had something to do with the case of Triangle Ice trading ice candies. Poison rats are like things, not people at all. So anything deranged can be done. It's not something he can handle as a student, he has to contact the inspector. Just the phone beeped, but Chu Jianjun's cell phone has not been answered. Chapter 66 Uncle Chu, you're in for a bloodbath. Lo, what are they? Jin Zikong walked over holding a meat sandwich and looked at the 2 motionless black-clad little flatheads on the ground and inquired curiously. The bad guys, Lin Luo said lightly, fumbling in the pockets of the 2 men's bodies. In the meantime, the surrounding students who were watching gradually gathered around, all curious about what was happening here. What are you looking at? All disperse. Disperse quickly. Hurry to class. Wang Shen, the head of the academic affairs office, yelled and squeezed in from outside. This group of students is so unsettling, one after another, they like to watch the fun so much. Wang Shen's shouting obviously had little effect. Who goes to school when everyone around is waiting to eat and watch the show? Lin Luo, what's going on with you? Wang Kuan squeezed to the front, looking at the 2 people tied up on the ground with their back hands, and Lin Luo who was touching the corpse, frowning and tensing. I just promised Principal Gao that I'll keep a close eye on the school's baby bump. And then this happened today. The first of the senior class beat up someone in front of the school. Hit or off-campus personnel. Back to people, call the police, and then get you in. The school's top seedling. This is not the end of the calf. Don't be afraid, Director Wang, I've got the situation under control. Lin Luo gave an okay gesture to Wang Kuan. Everything was under control. Wang Kuan? No, who's afraid of that anymore? Lin Luo, what do these 2 people do? What did you guys fight over? Wang Kuan asked with an odd expression. Lin Luo threw his fanny pack to Wang Shen and then felt for his wallet on these 2 men. Wang Shen received the bag in a daze, then looked at Lin Luo's movements, then looked as if he was frightened. His expression was very alarmed. No, what do you mean you gave me the bag? I'm not your accomplice. It's pulling me down. You're a bad boy. Wang Shen almost threw his bag out. Director Wang, open it and you'll see. Lin Luo's voice sounded faintly, as if it was able to stabilize people's hearts. Wang Shen suspiciously squeezed the fanny pack in his hand, then unzipped it. Hiss. Oh Omega, oh. Wang Shen, who had received militia training, instantly recognized it. What's in the bag is the real deal. A handful of dirt jerks. All go back. Get back to class. Go. Go. Into the school. Wang Shen pulled his voice and shouted like crazy, pushing the students around him as if he was herding pigs. Now he was nothing but nervous and scared. If it wasn't for Lin Luo keeping people under control, if these 2 lunatics were to shoot indiscriminately, how many students here would have to gar? Who knows if there are any more accomplices around? The surrounding students were dumbfounded, but they were nonetheless frightened by the mad head teacher. Though reluctant to leave, they headed inside the school. Lin Luo found several $1,000s in the 2 men's wallets, as well as their ID cards. One is called Zhang Bin and one is called Zhang San. I don't know if it's true or not, but I can tell by the name. These 2 were not doing well academically and then became extrajudicial maniacs. Very reasonable. At this time, Chu Jianjun's cell phone finally dialed. Chu Jianjun was in a meeting just now. I had just left the conference room, and as soon as I turned on my cell phone, I saw several missed calls from the pig on the other end of the phone. Did the girl say something about inviting him over for dinner on Saturday and the kid panicked? Also, the first time I went up to my old man's house, I panicked more than a little. I was about to return the call when a new call came in. Chu Jianjun smiled and picked up the phone. What do you want from me, brat? The tone of his voice was relaxed, with a hint of joy in it. Uncle Chu, something's wrong. A sentence that something happened made the smile on Chu Jianjun's face instantly disappear, and his heart thumped. At this hour, Lin Luo should be at school. But Lin Luo's tone was so serious that he said something had happened. Could it be that something had happened at the school? Where are you? At the entrance of the 18th middle school, hold down the two with guys. They should be coming for Jiao Jiao. Chu Jianjun's face changed and he quickly said, I'll be right there. Chu Jianjun hung up the phone and walked quickly towards the office area. Team 6, come with me. At the drop of a hat, all 6 teams, those not out in the field, followed. It's over. It's over. It's over. 3 patrol cars with flashing lights and honking sirens sped along. 10 minutes, Chu Jianjun led the team to kill the door of the 18th middle school. At this time there was no one in front of the school. Wang Shen called the teachers and drove all the students to the teaching building. The gates of the school were locked, and the cameras were all turned on and pointed around the school to prevent anyone from breaking in over the walls. Seeing the police car arrive, Wang Shen was relieved and at the same time wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Quick, open the gate. Wang Shen commanded. Old Qin too, the doorman, manipulated the remote control and opened the gate. 3 police cars turned off their sirens and pulled into the school. Wang Shen and also Lin Luo walked out from the communication room. At that moment, the principal came out of the building with a couple of physical education teachers as well. After such a big incident, Wang Shen immediately reported it up after driving the students back to the school building. Principal Gao took the physical education teacher to the school building to prevent any accidents. Don't look at the 18th grade physical education teachers who call in sick every now and then or have family issues that prevent them from attending classes. When it really comes time for someone to step up to the plate, they're still somewhat useful. 10 uniformed ones got out of the patrol car, with an imposing presence. Chu Jianjun took the lead and walked quickly towards the crowd. Uncle Chu! Lin Luo greeted him with 2 fanny packs. Chu Jianjun's face was serious and cold, and when he saw Lin Luo, his face eased slightly. Lo, where is everyone? It's in the communication room, tied up. Here's what they have on them. Lin Luo handed over the 2 fanny packs and the 2 men's wallets. Chu Jianjun took it and handed it to the group behind him. 2 dirt jerks, 3 magazines, and 2 daggers came out of 2 fanny packs. The expressions of Chu Jianjun and his party who watched it became a few more points more serious. Principal Gao, Wang Shen and these school teachers all sucked in a breath of cold air, their gazes horrified. Captain, these 2 clay guns are from the same person as the ones found in the 2-13 gold robbery 3 years ago and the ice candy deal the other day. A male inspector in his early 30s with somewhat thinning hair took a closer look at the 2 dirt jerks and frowned. Chu Jianjun nodded and walked over to the communication room, taking a look inside. Zhang San and Zhang Bin were tied up like 2 maggots on the ground, their mouths were gagged with broken rags, suffocating and whimpering. Take the man away. Yes. Several people then entered the communication room and carried the 2 maggots inside towards the patrol car. Chu Jianjun shook hands with Principal Gao. Principal Gao, thank you for your school's cooperation. Principal Gao waved his hand repeatedly and said with emotion, this time, it's thanks to student Lin Luo, who was the first to discover these 2 guys. He really didn't dare to think what these 2 guys wanted to do by blocking the entrance of the school with their guns. Besides, with their school's guard configuration, how can 3 people put together 2 good legs to fend them off? Chu Jianjun nodded in agreement. It's thanks to Lin Luo. Thinking about what Lin Luo said on the phone, that these 2 people were coming for Jiao Jiao, Chu Jianjun's heart sent a chill down his spine. Principal Gao, we need to understand something with Lin Luo and borrow your school's communication room. Okay, but will it be too sketchy, or should we go to my office? The high school principal was enthusiastic. No, time is short, Lin Luo, come in with me for a moment. Chu Jianjun looked at Lin Luo. Seeing that Lin Luo didn't know when he had put on his sunglasses and was looking at himself with a crooked neck, Chu Jianjun then raised an eyebrow. It's about time, and the brat is still playing it cool. Lin Luo certainly wasn't playing it cool, but was using the chi-looking technique to observe Chu Jianjun. When he performs the lookout technique, his eyes glow, so he puts on his little sunglasses of sunglasses. Chu Jianjun's body was surrounded by purple chi, but the purple chi was accompanied by 2 chi entanglements of black and gray. The black color, in particular, was as thick as ink and frighteningly black. It was so dark that Chu Jianjun's seal looked like it was coated with ink. Lin Luo almost blurted out, Uncle Chu, you're in danger of losing your life. Chapter 67 Uncle Chu, you and your sister-in-law? Lo, tell us what's going on today. In the communication room, Chu Jianjun looked at Lin Luo with a serious face. When the inspector so many years, what storms have not seen, the vicious criminals he also caught a lot, never in fear. But Lin Luo said that those 2 people were coming for Chu Jiaojiao, causing this daughter slave to panic all of a sudden. At this time, there were only 2 people in the communication room, Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun. Lin Luo pulled out the Qintian supervisor compass from his pocket. Uncle Chu, you may not believe me when I tell you, look at this compass. Lin Luo brought the compass to Chu Jianjun. Chu Jianjun squinted his eyes, and saw the compass needle slowly turning, then pointing straight at the patrol car outside. Through the glass of the communication room, he could see the two little flatheads in the patrol car outside, looking stubbornly at the roof of the car with a defiant face. Today, Zhao Zhao and I were in front of the school, getting ready to go in for class, when we noticed these two guys staring at us with bad eyes. They gave me a very familiar feeling. I thought of the triangular eye and Lin Luo shook the compass in his hand. So I went ahead and did it. Chu Jianjun looked deeply at the compass in Lin Luo's hand. It's shocking and unbelievable and not at all scientific though. But that night when the compass turned and the needle pointed to the carload of buyers, Chu Jianjun knew that he had run into something rare. There will always be things in the world that science cannot explain. Chu Jianjun was a soldier when he was young, when he was stationed in the mountains, and behind the camp used to be a mass grave. At night, there was always the little soldier on duty who saw someone in the mass grave waving at him. And more than one person has seen it. The camp is rumored to be on edge. The instructor knows about this, directly after the midnight emergency assembly, pulling the team in the mass grave to come to a live fire training. 30 grenades were thrown by one person from the pressed stockpile. Thousands of men lined up, and all night long there was cannon fire outside the entire camp. They say that ghosts are afraid of evil. Since that live fire training, no one in the camp had seen a ghostly wave. Chu Jianjun took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice, "Thanks to you this time, but how did you know that they were coming for Zhao Zhao? They don't know me." When Lin Luo finished speaking, Chu Jianjun frowned, pulled out a box of white South Sea and pulled out one to light it. Hiss, hoo. With the smoke, Chu Jianjun pinched his brow again, which calmed him down. Those two guys didn't know Lin Luo, but they were stalking Chu Zhao Zhao again, and the target was naturally their own daughter. This time, if Lin Luo hadn't made a decisive move, he was afraid that what greeted him would be an unacceptable nightmare. Chu Jianjun exhaled another mouthful of smoke, and his facial expression could not be seen in the smoke. Lin Luo scratched his head. "Uncle Chu, don't smoke if you have rhinitis." Chu Jianjun raised his eyebrows at the words and said in a deep voice, "How did you know that my rhinitis was off? Isn't it obvious that one nostril smokes and the other doesn't?" Chu Jianjun froze, then extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray on the table. "Xiao Luo, truth be told, Zhao Zhao is my daughter." "Ah. Oh, omega, oh." Lin Luo stared at Chu Jianjun with wide, unbelievable eyes, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. "No, Uncle Chu, such a big melon is also something I can listen to without paying for it? You're Zhao Zhao's second uncle, you told me you're her real old man. I can't imagine that you old dang looks like a good guy, but you love your sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law, don't turn around. I'm my brother?" Looking at Lin Luo's expression, Chu Jianjun knew that Lin Luo had misunderstood and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, don't get me wrong, I let Zhao Zhao call me second uncle outside because I don't want people to know that her father is an inspector. I rarely talk about Zhao Zhao in my unit either." Lin Luo frowned slightly. "This operation is quite new. People are proud that their parents are the people's guardians. Why don't you let your family talk about it? But then think of some of the specialized police services that do operate this way, like narcotics. It's dangerous to be in our line of work, especially since I did it too fiercely when I was young and made too many enemies, so I let Zhao Zhao hide her identity because I didn't want her to be targeted." "So it is." Lin Luo had a look of sudden realization. Wait a minute. Lin Luo thought of how Chu Jianjun had asked himself if he liked Chu Zhaozhou earlier and encouraged him to go after it. "I'll go, you old dang," and said it wasn't testing me. Luckily I was smart enough not to say what was on my mind, he. Chu Jianjun's gaze was cold, his expression was gloomy like water, black as the bottom of a pot. But someone's still eyeing Zhao Zhao now. Lin Luo's eyes were also a little cold, but he didn't say anything. "Not only are they eyeing Chu Zhaozhou, I'm afraid they're even eyeing you. Urine Tang, center of the brow, is as black as a black cinder block. There will be a bloodbath. Uncle Chu, you'd better be careful during this period of time. The other party wants to lay hands on Zhao Zhao. Isn't the ultimate goal to take revenge on you? So you're in just as much danger." Chu Jianjun smiled coldly and said confidently, "Then let them come, go against the country. How many lives do they have?" "But," Lin Luo pondered for a moment and continued, "but what they did would have dropped their heads, so what's one more thing to do?" Seeing Chu Jianjun's expression change, Lin Luo continued to increase his firepower. "Uncle Chu, I advise you to be more careful these days. After all, you don't want Zhao Zhao to lose her father at a young age and my aunt to be widowed early." You brat." Chu Jianjun rolled his eyes. He realized that Lin Luo's kid was really angry with his words. But the word was out, and he did have to be on his guard. "Alright, I know this in my heart. At school, I'll ask you to take care of Zhao Zhao more." Don't worry, Uncle Chu, I will definitely protect Zhao Zhao. If anything happens to you, I'll take care of Zhao Zhao and my mother-in-law. By the way, did Zhao Zhao tell you about coming to my house for dinner on Saturday? There's more to this." Seeing Lin Luo's surprised look, Chu Jianjun knew that Chu Zhaozhou hadn't said anything yet. "It's alright. It's the same for me." Chu Jianjun wrapped his arm around Lin Luo's shoulders, his big hand knocking tightly against Lin Luo's arm. Thanks to you, your uncle, I'm now promoted, so I wanted to invite you over for a casual dinner on Saturday to celebrate. We're all family from now on, so don't bring gifts when you come. I'm sick of people coming to my house and giving me gifts. What with the cigarettes and alcohol, it's not like I'm lacking. You boys hear me. Lin Luo's shoulders shook as he was patted by Chu Jianjun. No, uncle, do you mean you want me to deliver or not? Here, but this family you're talking about. What, you don't like my daughter? Chu Jianjun's thick eyebrows frowned and his eyes glared, looking at Lin Luo and shrinking his neck. Are you trying to eat people? Like. Lin Luo nodded from his heart. That's right. Chu Jianjun grinned. Hey, my daughter, I know, she's got her eye on you, kid, and said something about losing a bet with you and having to bring you breakfast every day, reason she won't even look for. After saying that, Chu Jianjun had a savory expression on his face and his heart was sour. His daughter brings breakfast every day, and he, as a father, doesn't even get that. Lin Luo shut up decisively and smiled a polite but not embarrassed smile. There's no way that's true. Okay, I have to hurry back to interrogate those two now. Zhao is in your hands. Chu Jianjun solemnly patted Lin Luo's shoulder again, then went out of the communication room. Principal Gao, I've understood the situation clearly, we'll increase our inspections around the school in the near future, there's nothing to do, so we'll withdraw first. AI, many thanks to Captain Chu. Captain Chu, take your time. Principal Gao thanked him repeatedly and sent Chu Jianjun and his party to the car. The college let out a long breath as the patrol car crowed away. Phew! Scared the hell out of me. Principal Gao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to Wang Shen. Director Wang, in the near future to strengthen the students' safety education, as well as the school's security work should also be improved, we must. Principal Gao explained to Wang Shen. Lin Luo didn't have the time to listen to him, and took advantage of the fact that these people didn't notice him, and directly buggered off. Chapter 68, Thoughts on Hand-Rubbed Blue Star Weapons. Principal, I'll write it all down. Wang Shen nodded his head with a serious face and said, school safety is indeed a big deal, and if something happens, none of them here, one or the other, will be able to escape. Well, by the way, where's Mr. Lin Luo? After the long speech, Principal Gao finally remembered Lin Luo. He twisted his head to look around, but realized that there was no Lin Luo at all. Several teachers looked around as well. Wang Shen looked around and saw that there was really no Lin Luo's figure, then he helped round up the situation. Probably went back to class, after all, he's the top seed of our senior class. The high school principal said with deep, approving emotion. Not bad, this time it's thanks to Lin Luo's students' timely discovery, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Director Wang, look at drawing up a commendation for Lin Luo's classmates. After such a big incident, our school can't go without a show. Wang Shen tentatively asked, Headmaster, should we have a meeting to confirm this? The school is not a one-man school, and likewise, the leadership team is not a one-man operation. Verbal accolades and such are really no problem, but when it comes down to practicalities, such as bonuses, it's a bit more problematic. Once Wang Shen said that, Principal Gao also reacted and nodded. Good, then we'll have a meeting to discuss it. In the school building, classes have already begun. However, most of the students' hearts are all like worms, simply do not care to listen to the class, one by one from time to turn their heads to look at the window. Especially the students who sat by the window and hated to poke their heads out. What's with the sudden arrival of patrol cars at the school, or coming with sirens blaring? Something's wrong. Something must have happened. Was the principal caught embezzling and the man was pulled away? The cafeteria food is so bad, it must be run by a relative of the principal. A lot of expired stuff is still being sold in the school kiosk. Who is this if not a relative of the principal? The students have the most say in how the school is doing, but no matter what, the principal is definitely the one taking the fall. In the sprint class, Chu Jiaojiao's good-looking willow leaf brows had been frowning tightly, because her tablemates never came back. Could the sirens outside have something to do with this nerd? In the pocket of the table, the little cinder block lay quietly, its big eyes full of newness. But the owner told the little cinder block to be quiet and not to run around, and the little cinder block had to be obedient. On the podium, Ho Guifan also noticed the absent-mindedness of some of the students, and then knocked on the table with a serious face. Bang bang! What are you all doing? Concentrate and write properly. The first class is English. Ho Guifan came up and handed out a paper with a surprise accompanying quiz. This is something that would be a nightmare for students in other classes, but it's nothing for students in a sprint class. It wasn't prepared, but it wasn't wailing. Report, I'm back. At the front door of the classroom, Ringo knocked softly and reported. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Luo. The fire of gossip burns brightly. There were several patrol cars coming outside, and Lin Luo never came back, so he must have been out eating a big melon. The seriousness on Ho Guifan's face was transformed into a spring breeze and gentle breeze the moment she met Lin Luo. Lin Luo, why are you coming back now? Next time early go back to your seat. Thank you, teacher. Lin Luo smiled faintly and quickly walked back to his seat. Just as he sat down, the young girl's small hand grabbed it. Where have you been? Why are you coming back now? Chu Jiaojiao slightly sideways head, whispered torture confession. Her small hand had precisely grabbed a piece of flesh around Lin Luo's waist, like the big porker who doesn't come home at night and gets caught by his wife the next day. After being strengthened by the muscle building and bone shaping Dan, Lin Luo's body was extremely robust with a very low body fat rate, basically a state of skin over muscle and muscle over hard bone. Touchdown is exquisite beautiful muscle, want to pinch the soft meat is difficult. Chu Jiaojiao is at home to see his own mom Xiaoli often use this trick to deal with Chu Jianjun. Words were passed down to him, and without a teacher, he subconsciously exerted himself on Lin Luo. Spare your life, lady warrior, and collect the divine power. Lin Luo made a small plea for mercy and backhanded the young girl's small hand. Ice cold, soft, boneless little hands, thought the feel was absolutely top-notch. Chu Jiaojiao struggled a bit with her red little face, but didn't break away, her big eyes blanked Lin Luo. Stinker, nerd. Come on, be honest. What the hell have you been doing? Chu Jiaojiao voice is not big, so sit in the front row of Wei Jifan and Niu Zita all sit particularly back, ears pricked up with the reception of the signal antenna like. Come on, let me hear it. What's going on? Caught 2 petty thieves in front of the school, small matter, already called the police to solve it. Lin Luo said indifferently. So it is. Chu Jiaojiao let out a sigh of relief, and then as soon as she pulled her little hand out, she pretended to be a good boy and began to answer the questions properly. Seeing this, Lin Luo hemmed and hawed and pulled out a gold pen and wrote on the roll as well. Mime words, complete the blanks, and finally a small essay. The point is that there isn't a single multiple choice question. If the other classes saw this paper, they'd probably go crazy. But for Lin Luo, there was no problem at all. The pen tip swam, swish swish swish, and soon the answer was written. Uncle Chu told me that we'll have dinner together as a family on Saturday. With Lin Luo's words, Chu Jiaojiao's little face instantly reddened to the roots behind her ears. The crystal clear earlobes were pinkish red, and the slender neck also had a light pink color, and the long eyelashes followed the quivering up, looking lovely. Whose family with you? Shame on you, asshole. Oh. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth curled up in a triumphant smile like a treacherous little thief. So are you okay with me coming to your house for dinner on Saturday? You, come if you like, huh? The young girl hummed arrogantly and turned her head to not look at Lin Luo, only that cute earlobe reddened a few more points. Wei Jifan and Niu Zita's faces hung a mask of pain. Lean. I should have known better than to listen. Today's portion of dog food is again full. Hee, don't worry, I'll definitely go, otherwise Uncle Chu won't eat me alive. Lin Luo muttered, the tip of his pen stopping on the English mini essay. Thinking of the last exam, I asked Ho Guifan what to write in the essay. Mr. Ho gave himself a lecture this way and that way, and then wrote this way and then that way according to what Ho Guifan told him. By the way, from now on, at noon, you'll go to dinner with me. Lin Luo finished writing the small essay and suddenly turned his head to Chu Jiaojiao. The tone of voice was not to be denied and was a bit forceful. Why? Chu Jiaojiao looked at Lin Luo in disbelief. Her big, clueless eyes were watery, as if they were watery pearls. Looking at Lin Luo tickled him a little. Uncle Chu said that someone has been watching him lately, and he's afraid you'll get hurt, so he asked me to follow you and be your personal bodyguard. Lin Luo said indifferently, suddenly remembering an urban online novel he had read. Schoolgirl's personal master. This is kind of fiction shining into reality for myself. Okay then. Knowing that it was his dad's explanation, Chu Jiaojiao didn't say anything else, nodded her head obediently, and then continued to write her own paper. It's just that the curled up corners of that mouth can't be pressed back down. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth similarly curled slightly as he thought about how he was going to solve that task sent by the cerebral palsy system. Craft a blue star weapon. It doesn't mean it has to be a jerk, it could be anything. Like cannonballs. The whole bundle of 2 kicks tied together, a rumbling explosion, the power is not small it. Then there's the big green stick with alcohol, the flask to understand. Then again, like a spray can with Windex and pepper spray, mace is nothing more than that. With a thought, Lin Luo was ready to start the whole thing at noon after school, go outside and turn around in the supermarket, and try to make the anti-wolf spray first. Chapter 69. Watch fewer movies that were made by 2 or 3 people. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang and the papers for the surprise quiz were collected. As Ho Guifan left the classroom, the class burst into life. Usually sprint classes aren't like this, and this isn't today's melon. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao were surrounded in a circle, and the word eat melon was written all over one's youthful face. Lin Luo, what's going on out there? Yeah, what did you see out there? Wasn't the principal arrested? A string of black dots slowly drifted across Lin Luo's head. What's going on here? Why is the principal still under arrest? He's got a grudge against you. Lin Luo slowly stood up. A big tall man of 1 meter 8.5 is considered a crane in this class. Everyone now had to tilt their heads to see Lin Luo, and those who were crowded on the periphery couldn't see it, so they simply climbed onto the table to see it. Like some of the people who hear the fight upstairs downstairs and kneel at the floating window and pick at the window to look down. Lin Luo crossed her arms with one hand and pointed with the other. Don't even guess, I have just been in front of the school in front of the royal palace, personally caught 2 small thieves, Director Wang helped to report to the police, it's as simple as that. The classroom erupted when Lin Luo finished speaking. Good lord, Lin Luo was so good that he caught 2 petty thieves. I saw it, Lin Luo is even fiercer than the masters in martial arts movies, crashing people on the ground without a second thought. A field monster got excited. Come on, what's going on? The classroom was even more lively, each one looking at Lin Luo with a fiery gaze, all worship. Okay, all dispersed, if you are not tired, go and review your homework. The goal of our sprint class is Qingbei 211, when the college entrance exam is over, whoever falls out of the line, we will all laugh at him together. Lin Luo was not in the habit of being a monkey, being surrounded by so many people, and the key was not giving tickets. Even if you don't give a ticket, you don't even give a banana. Being told this by the study group leader, the crowd, although still in a state of inexplicable exuberance, dispersed, each going back to their respective seats, some discussing in whispers, some taking out their textbooks to review. Finally clean. Lin Luo sighed in relief and slouched back into his chair, pulling back and grabbing the small cinder block out of his desk pocket. The furry little guy was a bit afraid of being born, and his head drilled into Lin Luo's arms one by one. It's okay, the master is here. Lin Luo laughingly tickled the little cinder block's head with his fingers. The little guy comfortably squinted and probed, rubbing against Lin Luo's fingers, his big eyes narrowed into slits. It was obviously a cat, but you could see the enjoyment in its face. It's so cute. Chu Jiaojiu had already been almost melted by the adorable. Her ebony eyes looked at the little coal ball, and she also stretched out her fingers to touch the little coal ball. The silky cat fur is smooth to the touch, like satin. No one should be able to resist the temptation of a pure white, unadulterated kitten that is well behaved and ready to be jerked off. What's its name? Chu Jiaojiu raised her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Lin Luo. Little Cinder. Sound of escaping laughter. Chu Jiaojiu has a nice smile. She smiled delicately and brightly and blankly glanced at Lin Luo, then carried the little coal ball from Lin Luo's arms, her small hands gently rubbing and caressing the coal ball's body. You guys are so bad, such white boobs. Why are they called cinder blocks? They should be called snowballs. That's nothing, there are people who call dogs cats. I don't believe it. What kind of person names themselves that way? Chu Jiaojiu said petulantly, picking up the little one and rubbing it on her face, seemingly liking it a lot. It was filthy when I picked it up last night, so I called it a briquette. Lin Luo said, and when he looked up, he saw Niu Zita and Wei Jifan staring with glowing eyes at the kitten in Chu Jiaojiu's arms. Lin Luo, you big dare. How dare you bring a cat into the classroom? Nice. Only if you let us touch it too, or you don't want us to tell the teacher. Aha, let's touch it. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan whispered. Underscore. Lin Luo looked at the 2 princes with a disgusted face. You 2 watch less of those movies that are acted out by 2 or 3 people, your thoughts are all dirty. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan froze, then understood in a second, glaring red-faced and cunning. Bull asterisk. I've never seen one of those movies. That's just it, I'm a good student here, I never look. Chu Jiaojiu raised her head in confusion and asked in bewildered curiosity, Lin Luo, what kind of movie are you talking about that 2 or 3 people acted out? And a movie film that 2 or 3 people can act in? That's too easy. Is anyone watching? The naive and innocent young girl sent out a soul-torturing question. The pure and flawless eyes looked at Niu Zita and Wei Jifan's hearts. The 2 people's faces turned red and their eyes looked straight at Lin Luo. Explain yourself quickly. Lin Luo cleared his throat and said with a bad smile. Comic discs 1 person is a monologue, 2 people are counterpoint, 3 people are a group, 2 or 3 people this is me going to your bar, and it's played out. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan instantly gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're awesome. It all comes full circle. Ah yes, I never watch comedy. I'm a good student. I can't hold it in, let me touch it. Me too. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan took the little cinder block from Chu Jiaojiu's hand, like 2 weird uncle, while playing goldfish for the little girl while hemming and hawing and giggling. The little cinder block's big eyes were filled with bewilderment and looked pitifully at Lin Luo. Cats mewing. Master, help. A weak kittenish purr is simply adorable. Oops. Kittens. Wow. It's beautiful. Now, the classroom was lively again, and everyone was attracted by the little briquettes. Aren't you afraid you'll get caught by the teacher? Chu Jiaojiu tilted her head and looked at the smiling tablemate Stinky Egg and asked. She was a little worried about Lin Luo. Bringing pets to school was definitely not allowed. Lin Luo shrugged carelessly. What are you afraid of? I'm first in my grade. The bottom line is just that. Then you're not afraid of being told off by your teacher for interfering with your studies? Chu Jiaojiu asked again. What are you afraid of? I'm first in my grade. What if the teacher calls your parents? What are you afraid of? I'm first in my grade. Chu Jiaojiu deflated her mouth and held her breath a bit. The Stinky Egg can't say something else? What else do you talk about besides being first in your grade? I'll be first in my grade with Cinderella. Rinlo Cub spreads his hands. There's no way around it. First in the grade is such a bullseye. Chu Jiaojiu had no more to say and gave Lin Luo a nice blank stare before joining the cat jerking team. Oops, you guys touch my cinder block gently. Cats mewing. Ring, ring, ring. Intimate autumn whispers school bell. The students of the 18th middle school walked towards the outside of the school in groups. Liang Huan and Zhao Menghua chattered nonstop around Chu Jiaojiao, excitedly jerking the cat. The little cinder block shrank in Chu Jiaojiao's arms, its large eyes searching for its owner, a cat face of sultry resentment. Lin Luo and Jin Zikong followed behind the three Chu Jiaoji girls. Bro, let's still go eat board noodles today, Jin Zikong offered in a saccharine manner. Lin Luo looked at the compass, and when he saw that it didn't move, he put it away. No, I'll eat with Chu Jiaojiao and the others at noon. When Jin Zikong heard this, he immediately revealed an ambiguous smile. Then I recommend the little hot pot in Future City. The Future City supermarket near the 18th middle school is considered a larger supermarket. There are 3 floors in total with the basement level, and you can eat, drink, shop and watch movies all in one place. Many young couples like to come over here to hit the streets. The little hot pot in that house is really good. Lin Luo nodded. Hey, that's a must, that's what girls like to eat, you guys go ahead, I'm going to eat board noodles. Jin Zikong finished breakfast with $6.50 left in his pocket. The family counted his expenses at school to death, not a dime more, kind of completely cut off his way to go to the internet cafe after school to get high. Looking at his embarrassed appearance, Lin Luo knew that his righteous son didn't have any money in his hand. What's with the plate noodles? I'll treat you to a little hot pot, Lin Luo said as he pulled out a $100 bill and held it in his hand and shook it. It just so happens that Kong Zi picked up $100 today, and no one has come to him for it all morning, so I guess no one has claimed it. There is an old saying that found money must be spent the same day or it will affect your chi. Although Lin Luo didn't believe in evil, but he had all the chi-looking techniques, so it wouldn't affect anything if he believed in it. As soon as he saw the $100 bill, Jin Zikong's eyes lit up. Righteous father is above, please accept Konger's bow. Get lost, you Lu Kong who recognized a thief as his father. Righteous father, righteous father, righteous father. Holy, who are you calling a thief, Ida? Talking and joking, the group arrived at Future City. Rinlo tucked the little cinder block into the top pocket of his school uniform. The kittens are still small and can't be seen at all in there. And with that, 5 people went into the supermarket. Cheerful congratulations are played over the loudspeakers in the supermarket. The negative floor is a place to eat. On the first floor there is a display case selling gold and jewelry. Inside are daily necessities and fresh vegetables. The second floor sells beverages and daily necessities, clothing and electrical appliances and other things. There were quite a few people shopping in the supermarket, especially in front of a newly opened jewelry display case, which was surrounded by a lot of people. Lin Luo's several people's gazes were instantly attracted. Grand opening bonanza, play trivia games for big surprises. Throw darts, win gold, surprise prizes at will. Opening benefit, 10% off gold prices. Lin Luo, it's so lively over there. Let's go see the action. Jin Zikong tugged at Lin Luo and pointed at the big Jinfu gold jewelry display case. Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huan and Zhao Menghua all looked at Lin Luo with glowing eyes. Renero, go take a look. Yeah, it's hilarious. Girls, like jewelry, also like to get together. Jin Zikong's proposal instantly poked at their heart snapping. Then walk and go check it out. Lin Luo stared at the banner that threw darts to hit gold, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he smiled like a big devil. We're here, let's have some fun. Chapter 70, if you win the lottery, I'll run for the pot. Lin Luo. A few people came together in front of the Jin Fu gold jewelry display case. The glass counter was lit, and the various gold jewelry glittered with gold. But the 3 little girls didn't seem too interested in gold, instead they looked at the pearl strings and diamond rings in the counter with stars in their eyes. Jin Zikong tugged at Lin Luo's clothes. Look, lo! Lin Luo looked up and saw that the date of the store's event showed that today was the last day. New store opening, big reward, today is the last day of the event, we are lucky. But I see that the price of gold here is a little more expensive than what we bought last weekend, Jin Zikong said, pointing to the gold jewelry in the counter. Treasure hunting, activated. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he looked into the counter again, the jewelry suddenly had an additional price tag. Gold ring, 2,300. Tags, 3,500. Gold ring, 2,500. Tags, 3,800. Gold ring, 1,500. Tags, 2,800. Golden ring. The ones in parentheses are labeled by forensics, while the labels underneath are something the store got up to itself. Lin Luo stroked his chin. Looking at a few other displays, gold necklaces, gold earrings, and so on, the prices were basically much more expensive than those marked out by the treasure hunter. Granted, there are bite-sized pieces of gold in jewelry stores that include a handbook fee, but this is way too high. Dark store, absolutely dark store. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth lifted slightly as he looked towards a shopper wearing a black uniform, dressed in a bejeweled and small manner. In a store like this one, the guides are rarely ugly, though not particularly pretty. The pretty ones are all going to sell houses and cars and luxury goods. That one has a big commission. The guide who sells gold jewelry is much lower grade. Sister, how do you play the games at your store? Lin Luo came up and pointed to the small game of spinning the roulette wheel, her voice clear and smiling as she asked. What a handsome little brother, he called me sister hey. Hanli looked at the Lin Luo who came up, with clear eyebrows and white eyes, her eyes lit up and she smiled like a flower. You're still a student, aren't you, sweet little mouth, giggle. This game of ours is very simple, as long as the consumption of $500, you can throw darts 3 times, and the darts hit the prize picture on the roulette wheel you can take away the gift for free. That's simple? Lin Luo was surprised, so simple, not for nothing? This dark store dares to play like this, not afraid of losing money? Giggle, little brother, it is indeed easy, nah, stand here and throw it there. Hanley smiled and pointed a finger at the area where the darts were thrown. The darts were thrown at a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the roulette wheel. A barrier has been pulled over the roulette wheel to prevent accidental injury. The roulette wheel wasn't too big either, and with the picture plastered on it, the picture was even smaller, and it would be a bullseye for an ordinary person to try to throw a dart at it, let alone accurately zap the prize picture. A couple of people were throwing darts, which went out and landed wherever they could completely at random. 3 darts down, the dart thrower instantly regretted going down. A smiling staff member on the sidelines delivers a small gift. Hanli Zhao said with a smile, it's okay if you can't hit the throw, there will be a small gift given. Oh. Her voice carried a bit of coquettishness, and she didn't know if she was used to selling, or if she had something in mind for Lin Luo, but she felt like burning in the air. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It's a pretty fun game. Jin Zikong touched Lin Luo and whispered, Luo, this game is not exciting to play, it's too bull asterisk, more bull asterisk than the park stalls with lasso rings and balloons. He is not looking forward to the game. Just for fun. Lin Luo smiled and took out $3,000 from his pocket. Nah, you gave it to me yesterday, here's your share. Lin Luo slipped 15,000 to Jin Zikong and then looked at the small gold bar in the counter. Sister, how can I sell this little gold bar? Lin Luo asked Hanli. This is an investment bullion bar, the small one 5 grams a piece, no processing fee, based on today's gold price. Today's gold price is $335 per gram, so one bar costs $16.75. Gold bars, $1,600. Lin Law. Nima, dark store, absolutely dark store. Just as long as it's a black store. If I don't weed and spit you out today, I won't be called Lin. Lin Luo's face was unperturbed as he continued to ask with a smile, then buying a small gold bar can be cast 9 times right. That's right, little brother, buy one, it's still a good deal. The price of gold has been rising. A while ago the price of gold was only 278, now it's 335. Buying gold is definitely the most cost-effective investment. Hanli said with a smiling face, her tone gentle with affection, as if she was genuinely doing good for Lin Luo. And the prizes on your roulette wheel, do you have gold? Lin Luo continued to ask. Let's find out what's going on first. If the prizes are too bull asterisk, then there's no point in playing. Hanli smiled even more broadly, asked in such detail, this is a drama. She pulled a brochure from the counter and pointed to the diagram. Of course, this is the prize on the roulette wheel, look, the center 10 rings are 10 tails of rhubarb fish, worth 167,500. Hanli deliberately aggravated her tone when she spoke of the price, as if Lin Luo could casually win the lottery. There are 3 prizes in the 9th circle, a 10-gram bracelet, a necklace, and a gold tag. There are 5 prizes for the 8 rings, all 5 grams. With a distance of 5 or 6 meters, the probability of hitting a 10-ring dart throw is quite low. This store dares to take out 160,000 yuan as a prize, which is bound to be a bet that no one can win. Lin Luo smiled and asked, what if a person hits the 10 rings 3 times? Hanli laughed, there's only one rhubarb fish, even if you win it 3 times, and so far no one has taken it. Today is the last day of the event, so if you win, you can just take it away. Pity. Lin Luo was also prepared to win 3 bids in a row and take away 3 pieces of rhubarb fish, but it turned out that this black store wasn't that bold. When Chu Jiaojiao saw Lin Luo pulling the pretty guide and asking questions, she raised her eyebrows and walked over, wrapping a hand around Lin Luo's arm. Lin Luo, are you going to buy gold? The dainty voice caused Liang Huanhuan, Jiao Mangyue, who was following behind, to cover her mouth and laugh. And that he's not your boyfriend. Yeah, that's a pretty good little gold bar. 5 grams of small gold bars, a little bit big, not even a gold bar, but in small that is also gold. Hanli looked at Lin Luo with an unchanged smile, is little brother sure he wants to buy it? Well, it's the right piece, but I only have 16,000. Lin Luo pulled out a bunch of red tickets. Hanli smiled with arched eyebrows, seeing that you're a student, sis will give you a 0, 16,000 is 16,000. Then thank you sis. Chu Jiaojiao skimmed her lips, then thanks a lot sis. What a kiss. Oof. Stinky, bad, stupid. Handing over the money with one hand, Hanli quickly wrote the receipt and it was soon processed. Lin Luo put the small gold bar in his pocket and took over the 9 darts. Just stand behind the yellow line and throw. Hanli brought Lin Luo to the place where the darts were thrown. There was a yellow line on the ground, and Lin Luo stood still and looked at the target 6 meters away. Darts competition when the standard distance is 2. 37 meters or 2.44 meters, this store directly pull to 6 meters, professional over, can throw up I'm afraid also rare. The black store trader's abacus beads were quite loud, but they had met Lin Luo. Kanko, videotape. Lin Luo looked at Jin Zikong. Kanko's eyes lit up and he took the phone. I know this job. Kansi skillfully set up his cell phone like a war correspondent. Sis, today is the last day for your Goldfrapp event, real and reliable right? Hanli had a puzzled look on her face, but she still nodded and said, true and reliable. 110 tails of big yellow fish, really give it right. Really give. No one's won the rhubarb fish yet, so if I win it's mine, right? Right. Don't worry, our Jin Fu Fu is a 100-year-old store, genuine brand. Hanli nodded her head and replied, there were already quite a few people watching around, and when they saw Lin Luo asking so carefully, they all got a little impatient. Kid, are you playing or not? Make it look like you can win the lottery. That's right, they're such a big store, they can still cheat you. Get out of the way if you're not playing, I'm going to throw. Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huan, and Zhao Manhwa looked at the gang with exasperation. It's so annoying. The surrounding clamor was so loud that Lin Luo didn't care, but looked at Hanli with a smile on his face. Sis, I'll throw it away then. Throw it. Take whichever one you hit. Hanli laughed confidently. Little brother is still too naive. It's not that easy to win the lottery. It's been a week since the event and only a handful of people have won so far. If you win the lottery, sister, I'll run fruitfully here. Chapter 71 No, you can really win the lottery. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the target. Eagle Eye spell, activated. Soon the markers gradually drew closer and zoomed in. The small photo attached to the marker is also clearly visible. The guide said to give whichever one is tied in. Kanko, shoot the mark. Jin Zikong also quietly moved the camera and aimed it at the mark. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 aces. The aura on Lin Luo's body instantly spread, and the dart in his hand flew out with a swoosh. 100 paces of flying sword, go you. The crowd watching around them then felt an invisible pressure fall, and it was as if they instantly fell from a great height as a wave of urination swept over them. Da! There was a muffled sound and the dart lodged in the center of the target. Ooh! Bingo, bingo, it's a bullseye. Holy, first prize. Asterisk 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 this young man, this luck is too good. The surrounding area was in an uproar and chaos. Hanli's face went straight to white, fleshed out and panicked. No, I'm just saying, you could really win the lottery. Ha ha, I won first prize. Lin Luo looked like a brat who hadn't seen the world before, crunching and laughing, then ran under the target. Kong Zi, give me a dislike face shot. I won the first prize. Lin Luo yells out, and Jin Zikong, a photographer who was pretty much on point, dislikes Lin Luo and the mark shot. Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huan, and Zhao Manhwa felt as if they were dreaming. Their eyes were wide open, and their little mouths were open. 3 pretty dumbfounded. Sis, I won the lottery, cash it in. Lin Luo excitedly ran to Hanli, smiling and urging. Ah, ha, congratulations on this one, little brother, I need to speak to the manager. Hey! No, didn't you say you'd give it to whichever one you liked? Why do you still need your manager to come over? It can't be that you don't want to give it. Lin Luo shouted loudly. The surrounding crowd of people watching was quiet for a split second, all locked onto Hanli. Why yes, little brother, our campaign is real and valid, but this prize is so big that we need a manager to award it. What about your manager? Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. This manager seems to have something out, I'll call him and rush him. Hanli couldn't speak well, pulling out her cell phone as if she was going to make a call. Lin Luo, who cares about you this, directly shouted, everyone come and see Jin Fu Fu is a liar run the activities are fake, there are prizes do not give cash Lin Luo had only finished shouting when Jin Zikong jumped to his feet and shouted, cashing in, cashing in, cashing in. Worthy of being Lin Luo's #1 righteous son, something he is really on. As soon as Kong Zi shouted this, the surrounding people who were watching the fun followed suit. Cash in, cash in, cash in. The sound was so deafening that even the congratulations from the supermarket were drowned out. The supermarket was already full of people, and their eyes instantly lit up when they saw this hustle and bustle. They don't eat, they don't buy food, they don't store, they all come this way. What's the deal with letting me con here? Soon the crowd surrounded Kim Fu Fu. The crowd is talking a lot, and there are people who follow the shouting to cash the prize, and the anxious Hanli's face is white and cold sweat is flowing. A few other guides in the store were all sixed up as well. Hanli looked at Lin Luo with a grudge, such a handsome boy, why is he so difficult to deal with? She hated that she couldn't smack herself again. How come people's little handsome boy coaxed you so happily with a single sis? It would have been nice to have someone else receive him. But where were the ifs? At this point she was already being grilled over the fire. Little brother, look at this mess, our store will definitely honor your prize, you can't make such a mess. At this rate, the store, which has been open for less than 7 days, is afraid that it will have to close down and rest. Then you cash the prize. If you don't, I'll report you for fraud. Lin Luo stretched his neck and shouted as if he was rash. Horizontal people are afraid of the rash, and the rash are afraid of those who don't want to die. When you can't solve something, you make a big deal out of it, and when you meet an unreasonable one, you go mad and are more unreasonable than he is. Anyway, he acted cautiously and did things carefully, videotaping the whole thing. Goldfrapp is a chain store, though it's limited to the local south side. If it were a store like Golden Fortune, Saturday Fortune or whatever, it wouldn't be able to run this kind of event. Just then, a suit-clad, chubby, middle-aged man squeezed in from outside the crowd. Everyone listen to me. Listen to me. I'm the manager of the Kim Fu Fu Future City store. The fat suit shouted at the top of his lungs, struggling to squeeze his way from the outside of the crowd to the very inside. Seeing the fat suit, Hanli seemed to see a savior and hurriedly said, Manager Wang, this little brother won the first prize. Manager Wang tugged at his tie, saw that Lin Luo was wearing a school uniform, and gasped with effort, Student, don't worry, our activities are real and effective. Go, bring over the gold bars. Manager Wang said to Hanli. Hanli then waved to a co-worker at the counter behind her and brought out a large yellowtail. Classmate, our Jinfu Fu was a century-old store. The activity is real and effective. Nah, this is the gold bar you won. Worth 167,500. Lin Luo looked at the gold that was brought over and raised an eyebrow. Gold bars, 167,500. It's okay, it's a little darker, but it doesn't stink. Oh, Jinfu Fu is really atmospheric. Is this one taxable? Lin Luo inquired. Manager Wang froze, not expecting Lin Luo to even think about paying taxes. If this kid didn't have a tender face and was wearing a school uniform, he wouldn't have been able to tell he was a school kid. Ha, our store's events are after tax. The shady store isn't so shady after all. That saves me the trouble. Lin Luo said, slipping the gold into his pocket. Don't you need to write a note or something? Lin Luo asked again. Of course, it's going to be in writing. Ha, we have to keep it in our company. Manager Wang finished smilingly, turned his head and shouted loudly to the surrounding crowd, Gentlemen, our Golden Fortunes grand prize of 167,500 has been redeemed out of our Golden Fortunes activities are real and effective. Everyone is interested in the speed of today's last day. The surrounding crowd coaxed and began to crowd towards Jin Fu Fu's counter. This Manager Wang is definitely a capable one, turning a crisis of confidence into an advertising campaign. But this had nothing to do with Lin Luo. The crowd was crowded, and there were some unsuspecting ones squeezing towards Lin Luo here. Lin Luo saw the situation, protect Chu Jiaojiao several people in the crowd for a while struggling, and finally kill out of a blood road. Holy, these guys are crazy too. Jin Zikong almost paralyzed on the floor. His scrawny little body barely helped Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue block a lot of people. Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue's hair was crowded and messy, and they looked a bit wretched. Looking at each other, they all giggled. This has been a very exciting day. I didn't think I could earn a gold bar for coming out to dinner. It's like a dream. Lin Luo, you're rich today, you must treat yourself to dinner. Liang Huanhuan smiled and looked at Lin Luo, ready to hit the dirt and have a feast. Zhao Mengyue hugged Chu Jiaojiao's arm and pouted, Jiaojiao, people want to eat hei de leo. Let your man treat you to hei de leo. Chu Jiaojiao had already squeezed her small face red, now it directly turned into a monkey's butt. She slapped Zhao Mengyue and said angrily, Screw you, what nonsense, he's not my man. Yes, I was wrong, not yet. Zhao Mengyue smiled and squeezed her eyebrows with Liang Huanhuan for a while, laughing daintily. Pretend in front of outsiders even if, in front of the sisters still pretend what Little brother, you can't leave a bottom first, leave a bottom. Manager Wang managed to squeeze out of the crowd with great difficulty, his clothes were almost torn, and when he saw that Lin Luo hadn't left yet, he was filled with a look of gratitude. I'm afraid the company can't recognize Lin Luo if he takes advantage of the chaos and runs away. This rhubarb fish will have to stick himself in it. Lin Luo smilingly looked at the receipt that Manager Wang brought over, saw that there was no problem, and then signed. Manager Wang, these darts are returned to you, and for the sake of this gold bar, I won't throw the rest away. Looking at the darts Lin Luo took out, the sweat on Manager Wang's head came down again. Although he was a bit unconvinced, the teenager in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling. He felt that if Lin Luo was going to keep throwing, he'd be done as a manager for the day. Thanks a lot then, thanks a lot. Lin Luo proudly raised his eyebrows at the Chu Jiaojiao few. See? He won the first prize and he thanked us. Chapter 72, A New Koi, Maiden Chu Jiaojiao. On the negative floor of Future City, the rotating hot pot. Lin Luo's 5 people sat in a row and ate beautifully. In the end, I didn't get to go to Hai Di Lao, mainly because there were too many people in line and I was late for the food. This restaurant has a lot of food and a drink buffet, which is kind of affordable, so the store is doing well. Thanks to the commotion Lin Luo had made at Jin Fu Fu, or else they wouldn't have been able to find the 5-seat townhouse. Kanko, Jiaojiao, I'm done eating, you guys go ahead and eat, I'm going to go get something. Lin Luo resolved the battle and drew out a tissue to wipe his mouth. See Chu Jiaojiao eat the small face hang sesame sauce, smooth hand to her wipe away. Ouch, ouch. Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue made strange noises and looked at Chu Jiaojiao with an anti-smile on their faces. Jin Zikong also scowled at Lin Luo. Righteous father, awesome. The young girl's little face flushed and she gave the two women a cute blank stare. What? You can't stop your mouths from eating delicious food. There's something on my mouth too, hey. Liang Huanhuan made a funny face and pouted. Zhao Mengyue instantly pulled out a tissue and pinched Liang Huanhuan's little face. Wow, sis, come and wipe it for you, ow. Jin Zikong lowered his head, his shoulders twitching. The young girl's small face turned even redder, glaring at the two women. These two BFFs can't be had. Ignore you guys. Chu Jiaojiao hummed, put down her chopsticks, and stood up with a red little face. Lin Luo, I'm done eating too. I'll accompany you. Ouch. Ouch. Lian Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue continued to make strange noises, shaming Chu Jiaojiao into pulling Lin Luo on and exiting the small hot pot restaurant. Come on now, aren't you going shopping? Lin Luo gave a bad smile and backhanded Chu Jiaojiao's soft and boneless little hand. The young girl felt her small hand being gripped tightly, her cheeks flushed and she glanced at Lin Luo shyly, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised. What are you buying? Chu Jiaojiao asked seemingly casually. Get some chile, ginger. Making mace is as simple as making a spray out of something very irritating. Things like devil's chile, ginger, Windex, and the like. Whatever wipes your eyes hard to get on. Boil it down to water and cool it down and put it in a squirt bottle or a Baird water gun and it will be quite milky. Ha! Chu Jiaojiao looked at Lin Luo with a confused expression. What did you buy this for? Learning to cook? I can't see that you still have dreams of being a chef. This is not Saturday to go to your home for dinner. To see the mother-in-law, why not show a hand? Lin Luo made up his mind, raising his eyebrows with a bad smile. You're dying. Chu Jiaojiao let out a pout, her little face flushed red, and her little fist pounded Lin Luo's arm. Lovely. Who's your mother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Of course it's Uncle Chu, had to make me his son-in-law. There's no way. If I don't say yes he looks like he wants to eat people. I'll just have to give in. Lin Luo smiled as he looked at the young girl who was blowing up. His heart was happy as a thief. Worthy of being the school beauty of the 18th grade, no matter if she is happy and smiling or angry, she is so cute. Don't you dare talk nonsense, my dad won't. You hurry up and buy your stuff, and if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll let my dad clean you up. The young girl held her head high and waved her small fists threateningly. It's really not threatening though. Okay, I'll stop. Lin Luo smiled and nodded, pulling Chu Jiaojiao around the future city supermarket. Devil's chili, dried ginger, sterilizing alcohol, spray bottle. The supermarket was pretty well stocked. Lin Luo put a few things into the trolley and bought a few snacks that girls like to eat along the way. What did you buy these for? Chu Jiaojiao curiously looked at the things in the cart. Cooking, I guess. Unlike, who cooks and only buys spices? It's not safe on the road these days, so I'll get a mace spray, and after school, I'll escort you home every day. Lin Luo said with a faint smile while checking out. Yes? Chu Jiaojiao's large eyes curved into a crescent moon, and the corners of her mouth once again unconsciously curled up. This nerd is finally really getting the hang of it. What about these snacks? You'll see in a moment. Lin Luo said, bagging the stuff and carrying it in his hand. Let's go find Kanko and the others. It's almost time. If we delay any longer, we'll be late for back to school. Wow, you guys bought so much stuff. There's snacks. Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue's eyes instantly lit up, looking excitedly at the bag of snacks in Lin Luo's hand. That's how girls are, they're full after 2 bites at dinner, but when they see snacks and fruits and stuff, they can still keep eating. It would be perfect to have a milk tea ice cream or something to slip the seam when you're done. Nah, bought it for you guys, it's all mom's family, don't bully Jiao Jiao in the future, ow. Lin Luo handed over the entire bag of snacks and smiled and joked. Ouch. Ow. Lian Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue wailed and picked it up, joyfully looking at the snacks inside and nodding their heads in satisfaction. Don't worry Shaolin, with us here, we guarantee no one will bully Jiao Jiao. Well said. If you want to bully Jiao Jiao, go through us first. The 2 pairs of girls patted the poor horizontal airfield with assurance. Lin Luo's mouth was tinged with a smile as he glanced at the young girl beside him. Luckily, Jiao Jiao has a lot of papaya and is not as poor as the 2 across the street. Let's go then, Kanzo, check out. Hey. Kanko subconsciously pulled the money out of his pocket, then stared in disbelief. Isn't it your treat? How come I'm checking out? Lo, you. Before Kong Zi could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Luo. Why, I'm giving you the chance to express yourself in front of a beautiful woman. If you don't cherish it, then forget it, this meal is on me. Lin Luo said as he was about to pull out his pocket. Don't. My treat. Jin Zikong hurriedly went to pull Lin Luo's hand, stopping Lin Luo from pulling out money, and then aggressively ran to the front desk to settle the bill. Luo is right. I should have behaved myself in front of a beautiful woman. Boss, how much for the 5 we have? Sound of escaping laughter. Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue were all amused by Jin Zikong, covering their mouths and laughing at Lin Luo. Ringo, you're so bad. Lin Luo cocked his head, justifying it. What are you laughing at? Go buy melon seeds for Kanko. When Kong Zi, who was checking out at the front desk, heard these words, she turned around and waved her hand at Lin Luo. No, don't mention it, I don't eat melons. Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue laughed even harder, covering their flat little bellies with floral twigs. Kanzo scratched the back of his own head as he watched the three women laugh so happily, and he hemmed and hawed along with them. Although Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue weren't as good looking as Chu Jiaojiao, they were still at the class flower level, and when they were in class 5 before, many male students in the class liked them. Eyes didn't fail to dart to them during class. Even the boys from other classes didn't miss hitting on them, and love letters came in from time to time. Of course, it was Chu Jiaojiao who got the most attention, but none of the three girls had a mind for that, so they all studied pretty well. Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue were both in the parallel second class, and were close to entering the sprint class. Bro, this invoice can still be opened. Jun Zikong walked over with a few invoices and a new look on his face. I never knew that invoices could be drawn, like a lottery. I had him write 5 invoices, one for each of us, to try our luck. Jun Zikong asked as he leapt to his feet. There was also curiosity in the eyes of Chu Jiaojiao, Liang Huanhuan, and Zhao Mengyue. Ouch. This time it was Ringo who called. He looked at the invoice in Jun Zikong's hand and said in his heart, Kong Zi, this treasure scouting pioneer shouldn't be so evil. Pick up wherever you go? Then try it. Lin Luo took an invoice from Kong Zi. In order to increase the motivation of consumers to ask for invoices, raise tax revenue and prevent tax evasion, the tax authorities have come up with prize invoices. The results are still pretty good. The largest will be $50,000 and the smallest $10, and the number of people asking for invoices after spending has indeed become more. 5 people pulled out their keys and scratched at the scratch-off area. Thank you. Gotta. Kong Zi, the treasure scouting pioneer, and the lucky man are not that evil. Lin Luo laughed and slipped the invoice into his pocket, holding the little briquette out in his hand. The little guy is very good. Lin Luo does not let it move. It obediently does not move, with a plush toy-like. Someone passing by froze and couldn't tell it was a real kitten. Bro, look at this, is it a winner? Kanzi handed over the invoice unsurely. A $20 look in the scratch area made Lin Luo's eyes glaze over. His mental reaction at this point was similar to Hanley's. No, you can really win the lottery. Whoa! I got $50 on this one. Liang Huanhuan suddenly shouted in excitement, her eyes glowing. Zhao Mengyu also suddenly jumped, the invoice in her hand clattering and flinging. Look guys, I've got 100 UG. Holy, you two hit it too. Oh. Lin Luo's eyes went wide. No, Kanko, you're my treasure scouting pioneer. How is it that when you see a beautiful woman you go rogue? At this moment, Chu Jiaojiao hugged Lin Luo's arm, bouncing and bumping with excitement. Lin Luo look, $500. 500 for a $20 invoice. A new koi is born. Jin Zikong, Liang Huanhuan, and Zhao Mengyue's little heads all came over at once, and even the little cinderblock was curiously picking its head to look at Chu Jiaojiao's invoice. Wow, Jiao, you're amazing. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth tugged and tugged, his smile a little stiff, and his head slowly typed out a 6. No, what do you mean? 5 of you, 4 of you win, I'll open a thank you. Lin Luo, what did you offer? Chu Jiaojiao looked at Lin Luo with a dimpled smile and asked. My Morocco is lucky, I'm sure he's won the lottery too, aren't you, Morocco? Jin Zikong grinned and looked at Lin Luo with great confidence. Gentle laughter. Thank you. Hey, thanks for nothing, Rog, come on, how much did you win? Jin Zikong waved his hand and laughed heartlessly. I wanna thank you. Lin Luo breathlessly pulled out the invoice and shoved it to Jin Zikong. You kid did that on purpose. Luo you missed. Jin Zikong was stunned. Brother Luo you are so lucky, how can you not win? Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue were amused and giggled by Jin Zikong's back and forth changes. Chu Jiaojiao stood on tiptoe and raised her hand with a smile. The onion-white jade tenderfingers tenderly pushed the corners of Lin Luo's mouth upwards in a smile. Come on, don't look so gloomy, I'll give you half of mine, so you'll win the lottery too. You're kidding me. Lin Luo's heartbeat began to accelerate as he looked at the young girl with a bright smile in front of him. Who said I didn't win the lottery? Chapter 73 Rookie Alchemist Lin Luo Online. Eek Ja. I'll share half of mine with you, so you'll win the lottery too. You two are so carnal. Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue rubbed their arms and felt their goosebumps falling off. Jin Zikong had a look of envy on his face. Compared to the schoolgirl, his $20 is nothing. Huan, you. Chu Jiaojiao puffed her little face and stomped her little feet on the floor in a cute movement. If you guys keep this up, I'm going to ignore you. Hey, you two take favors and don't do anything, right? Lin Luo looked at the bags of snacks in the hands of Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue and said with a raised eyebrow. Hey, how can I? No more, let's go, cash the prize. Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue smiled and ran to the counter holding the snack bags. Jin Zikong gave Lin Luo a thumbs up, then bumbled off to the counter as well. $20 is also a prize. Can go to the internet cafe. Oh no, can eat several meat sandwich Lu. The light bulb is finally gone. Oh, just don't puff up your little face, like a little bun. Lin Luo poked Chu Jiajiao's little bun face and joked with a smile. Why didn't I realize before that the table was so cute? Oof. Chu Jiajiao grunted and hugged the little briquette, then slapped the invoice to Lin Luo. Go cash in your prize, stinker. Afternoon classes are rather boring, just lectures on problems. Gym class is basically out of their league. Senior year is intense, so spend the first half of the semester quickly going over your senior year knowledge and squeezing out the rest of your time to go over your entire high school knowledge a few more times. As much as possible, the students will be able to smash all the knowledge focuses as solidly as possible. After all, no one knows exactly which aspects of the questions the questioner will ask on the entrance exam. So the teaching load is really heavy. The lessons are one after the other, and if you're not paying attention, you'll find yourself listening to a lonesome. Lin Luo had already memorized all the content of the entire high school subject in 3 days of unforgettable time. Now that I've gone through it with my teacher, it feels like someone helped sort things out and understand them more thoroughly. Ring, ring, ring. Unconsciously, the whispers of fall resounded once again. The study session was over, and it was nearly dusk outside. There will be an evening study hall in a little while, so those close to home can continue their studies here, and those who are far away from home will have to go home as walk-ins. Chu Jiajiao packed her book bag and looked at Lin Luo, who was jerking the small cinder block. I'm packed, Rinlo. Well, go. Lin Luo responded, taking out the bag of materials he had bought at noon from his table pocket, and stood up with the little cinder block in his arms. From today onwards, he would take up the task of escorting Chu Jiajiao home. I'll carry your book bag and you hold the cinder block. Lin Luo looked at Chu Jiajiao's heavy school bag, then raised his hand and pulled it off. Then he shoved the little cinder block into the arms of Chu Jiajiao, who hadn't reacted yet. The young girl and cinder block were both confused. Chu Jiajiao looked behind herself blankly, and then looked at the school bag in Lin Luo's hand. Not comprehending how the school bag he had just put on his back was in Lin Luo's hands all of a sudden. But the little cinder block is real cute. The two exited the classroom one after the other, just in time to meet Jin Zikong running over head-on. Kong Zi had a tired look on his face, as if his body had been emptied. When he saw Lin Luo, he said weakly, Luo, I finished the paper you put out. Kanko was holding a handwritten test paper, a math problem that Linello had come up with in the afternoon between classes. The main reason was to see just how good Jin Zikong's basic level was, and he specifically said to write from the heart and leave what he couldn't do empty. So Kanko racked his brain and exerted himself during the study session, and finally got a small half of this paper done. Lin Luo took a look, 25 questions, 12 were done, 6 were wrong, and the rest were empty. This Kanko's math, it's hard to tell, but it's never too late if you try. Lai Lu, do good, tomorrow take this paper to go to find old Tian, let him one by one to you. Ringo shoved the roll back at Kanko. Jin Zikong scratched his head, wanting to ask how many questions he had gotten right, but looking at Lin Luo's reaction, he was a bit vain. I know, Lo. Well, be safe when you go home. Lin Luo waved his hand and carried his school bag and Chu Jiajiao downstairs. There weren't many students left on campus. The big playground was lit up and some students were still running around like crazy. The middle school is empty, the high school, the freshmen and sophomores are pretty much gone, and only the hard-pressed dormitory students are still studying in their classrooms. Rinlo, how do we get back? Chu Jiajiao hugged the little coal ball and followed Lin Luo, her peach blossom eyes looking at him as she asked. She had been picked up by her family's car before, and today, after she knew that Lin Luo was going to take her home, she directly texted her mom and told Xiaoli that she wouldn't need her to pick her up in the future. I have a car. Lin Luo tilted his head once and was very proud of himself. Ah, you have a car. Chu Jiajiao was stunned. Are you 18? Where did you get the car? A few minutes later, Lin Luo rode his little beat-up bike, carrying the young girl, and rode wobbly toward the young girl's house. Chu Jiajiao sat sideways in the back seat, one hand wrapped around Lin Luo's waist, one hand holding the little cinder block, smiling like a flower. Lin Luo heard the young girl behind him humming Sweet Honey, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I'm coming to your house for dinner on Saturday, so you'll have to cover for me. When he thought of going to Chu Jiajiao's house for dinner on Saturday, Lin Luo was really a little flustered. Facing Uncle Chu, that old den was nothing, he had usually seen it so many times that he had already gotten acquainted with it. But Chu Jiajiao's mom, he hasn't touched yet. I also don't know if my future mother-in-law is good to get along with and what her temperament and personality are like. Then it's up to you to behave. Chu Jiajiao playfully laughed. She swung her little feet in glee at the thought of the embarrassment of Lin Luo's visit to her house on Saturday. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth tugged as he rode the bike with one hand on the handlebar, then took out the Qintian supervisor compass. The needle of the compass turned slowly and finally pointed to the southwest. Lin Luo expressionlessly looked up in the southwest direction and didn't say anything, just silently accelerated his cycling speed. There was only one thought in his mind at that moment. Highs and lows will have to make the future old man match an electric car. I'm home. After exiting the elevator, he soon arrived at the door of Chu Jiajiao's house. Garden Subdivision, Kishala Road, Building 2, Room 1001. Looking at Lin Luo, who insisted on sending herself upstairs, the young girl's heart was indescribably sweet. She was still a little uncomfortable with this nerd opening up so much at once. Then you go in, I'll watch you go in and leave. Lin Luo looked at the young girl with a bright smile and nodded with a smile. The poisonous rat is deranged and may do anything. That was why Lin Luo had been very cautious along the way, and the Qintian supervisor compass had been clutched in his hand. It can now be confirmed that there are no treacherous demons in the building. But it's on the doorstep, so it's not so bad for the last few steps. Bye, Ringo, see you tomorrow. Bye. Lin Luo waved his hand and watched Chu Jiaojiu enter the house. Until the door to the room closed, the smile on Lin Luo's face instantly disappeared, and then with a sharp laugh, he scurried into the stairwell. Back! Xiaoli poked her head out of the kitchen and raised an eyebrow when she saw Chu Jiaojiu entering the door. The daughter was smiling like a flower and had a cat in her arms. Where did the cat come from? Chu Jiaojiu reacted at once, looked at the nervous little coal ball in her arms, and burst into tears. Give me your bag, you nerd. The roof of building 2 in the garden district. The light is dim. Lin Luo squatted in the corner, put the devil's chili peppers he bought in the bag, and squeezed it hard. The powerful Vajra palm was activated, and Lin Luo's palm glowed with a faint fluorescent light. A few moments later, the bag of peppers turned into chili noodles. Afterward, Lin Luo took out a stainless steel lunchbox from his storage space. Get the cayenne pepper in there, and get out the sterilizing alcohol and get it in there. Finally, Ringo shook his lunchbox and extended his index finger. Pust! A spirit fire the size of a grain of rice jumped out, kind of like it was here for a laugh. But after all, it was a spirit fire, and the temperature was not low. Ringo put his index finger under the lunchbox. It didn't take long for the inside of the stainless steel lunchbox to gurgle. Sterilized alcohol to cook devil's chili noodles. The smoke coming out of one wafted into his face. That's called choking. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes and ducked his head back, but it was no use at all. It's always okay if I go in a different direction. Lin Luo turned the direction, and then this angry smoke was still drifting towards him as if he had opened the positioning. Whooping sound. Phew. Whooping sound. Oh. Nima, it's not over. Chapter 74, to deal with poisonous rats, please choose the Lin Luo brand anti-wolf spray. Cough cough. Ringo coughed with red eyes. But all the hard work was worth it. A vat of reddish chili water was boiled by Lin Luo. Next comes the final assembly. Lin Luo took out a pressure sprayer from his storage space. This spray bottle is the kind used to water and fertilize flowers. After hitting the pressure, twist the nozzle to spray water stream or water mist. It's the right size to spray far and wide, so this one became Ringo's first choice. The general anti-wolf spray has to be the kind that is easy to carry, and Lin Luo has storage space, so he chose one with a large bullet capacity. Ringo opened the lid and put the filter on, then poured the chili water into the spray bottle. As Lin Luo screwed on the lid of the pot, pumped up the pressure, and gently flicked the switch, the nozzle of the spray pot suddenly spewed out a mist of water. It's done! System, C, Blue Star Weapons, Mace Spray. Mission, build yourself a Blue Star weapon, reward, rejuvenation, completed. In a flash, the relevant contents of the spring return technique appeared in Lin Luo's mind. It's easy for me to do it for you. Eyes nearly blinded, finally finished. Lin Luo's eyes were red and teary as she gave herself a rebound. Soon, Lin Luo felt a coolness brush over his eyes. The soreness is gone and my eyes are finally back to normal and not watering. This rejuvenation technique can work. Lin Luo was surprised at the effect of the rejuvenation technique. True to form, the basic skill of a reproduction warlock is low consumption and effective. However, the more severe the injury, the weaker the effect of the rejuvenation technique would be, requiring multiple uses of the rejuvenation technique, with the effects stacking, in order to successfully treat it. It's a basic skill after all. You can't expect cold medicine to cure a terminal illness, can you? Lao Dang, come out and brush up on the system. You, who are not good at craftsmanship, have gone through a lot of hard work and painstaking efforts to finally produce the powerful Blue Star weapon. But how powerful the weapon really is still needs to be verified. You decided to find a group of poor and evil people to experiment the power of the weapon. Mission, use Blue Star weapons to eliminate villains. Reward, 100 years of wild ginseng. Ha! Lin Luo froze for a moment. The task was not difficult. Using wolf spray to eliminate the villains, with his current strength, he could fight dozens of them empty-handed. It's that bonus, compared to the previous rejuvenation techniques, lookout techniques, imperial spirit techniques and whatnot. Isn't 100 years of wild ginseng just a little too flat? But thinking of the hanging effect of the 100-year-old wild ginseng mentioned in the novel, perhaps the 100-year-old mountain ginseng of Deqian is a bit more fierce and can have other effects. Not to mention, this 100 years of wild ginseng well preserved, the price is absolutely over $1 million. And it's the kind that has a price and money can't buy it. Even if you don't sell it, if you take a ginseng beard and boil it in soup every now and then, your family will be healthy and have a long life. Thinking of this, Lin Luo put away the spray can and took out the Qintian supervisor compass. The compass needle turned slightly, pointing southeast. Empire City of the Night. the biggest nightclub in Southtown. It integrates bath, KTV, bar, restaurant and hotel. At night, the place is neon and colorful. The people who come here to play are also a mixed bag of people from all walks of life. But most of all, it's the girls who are dressed in cool, sultry clothes. It's a favorite hangout for many of the fun-loving youngsters on the south side. Drunken, unconscious chicks can still occasionally be seen on the street being picked up and taken in by good Samaritans. Lin Luo rode his bike and wobbled to a stop on the side of the road, the compass pointer in his hand facing this city of nocturnal night. Look out, activate. Lin Luo mentally dubbed himself, his eyes flashing a faint blue light before he looked at Dihao. The world seemed to turn gray all of a sudden, and those colorful neon lights lost their original colors all of a sudden. Some barge gas appeared above the Dihao. Black-gray dominates, with some purple and yellow mixed in. Black and gray are calamities and woes, while purple and yellow are nobility and wealth. This Dihao is worthy of being the biggest pin-up in the South City. Lin Luo lamented in his heart and parked his bike on the roadside curb. In deference to the car thief, Ringo locked it anyway. Afterwards, Lin Luo held the compass in his hand and followed the guidance of the compass pointer as he approached towards the Imperial Mansion. The Imperial Night City is divided into several buildings, and the various areas are separate, though they are connected to each other internally. Whether it's for eating, singing, bathing or lodging, it's very convenient. A one-stop shop can really be realized here. It's no wonder so many people like to head here. Strange, why are you running behind the building? Lin Luo followed the pointer all the way and thought he was going to go in, but he didn't expect to go around to the back of the building. The building was deafening with music and ghosts, but it was ghostly quiet back here. There was a circle of small garage-like houses built around the place, with roll-up doors down to the floor, no lights, and darkness everywhere. More than a dozen cars, large and small, were parked on the open ground in the center. It appears to be a parking lot. Just then, a light struck from a distance. With a short stance, Lin Luo crouched down behind the ass of a small sedan, leaving only his head outside, his eyes shining brightly as he observed the situation. It didn't take long for a minivan to pull into the empty space. The lights went out and 3 people got out. The 3 men leaned against the car and smoked a cigarette, looking around from time to time, quite alert. Soon the roll-up door of the small garage around them clattered and pulled up, dimly lit by the lamps inside that were glued on with newspaper. A dozen young men came out of it and ran quickly toward the bun. Lin Luo activated the eagle-eye technique, his eyes glaring round, staring at the gang like an old flute that had landed on its feet, staring at its prey. The compass needle was just bouncing back and forth on these people, and it looked like there was no escape. Move all the way. Someone lowered their voice and urged. A bunch of guys were in the minivan moving out boxes and getting ready to get them back to the small garage. And just then, the sirens crowed. Even Lin Luo was startled. Not to mention the gang of thieves, each looking around in panic. Red and blue police lights burst into flashes, sirens were in disarray, and more than a dozen patrol cars whistled and rushed in from outside, blocking the way in and out at once. There's an inspector, run. Grandma, cop out and fight them. Freeze, hands up. You are surrounded, crouch on the ground with your hands on your head. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire flashes. The scene was a mess, with some fighting back and others fleeing in the dark. Lin Luo crouched behind the cart and saw a bald man being dragged by 2 minions, running towards his side in a sorry state. They were also carrying a bag in their hands that looked like it weighed a lot. You can't even throw it away if you're running for your life. There's something in it. Lin Luo grinned at the corner of his mouth, and climbed up to follow him, unnoticed by the gods. Leave the gang outside to the inspector, and these 3 to me. Boss, step on me up. Good buddy. With a touched look on his face, the bald man carried his bag, stepped on his little brother's shoulders, and climbed up the wall with great effort. Dude, give me your hand. With a thud of gunfire, Baldy slumped against the wall and dragged his 2 minions over it. There was a small car parked outside the courtyard wall. The trio was relieved to see that the car was still there. The fact that the car is still there and there's no patrol squatting means that their backhanders haven't been detected. Great, boss, we escaped. Yellow Hair gasped and celebrated after the robbery. Thanks to the boss leaving a car here, otherwise it would be useless if we ran out. The other redhead directly opened lick. The big bald man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled triumphantly as he was licked more comfortably. Hee, luckily I'm resourceful, these thunderbolts still want to catch me, dream on. Boss is awesome. Boss, I really admire you. The chowder. A dark shadow suddenly sprang out, bared. The redhead then felt a chill on his face. What the hell? Redhead hastily wiped his face and rubbed his eyes again. Almost simultaneously, Yellow Hair's face was sprayed. Asterisk. It's raining? Yellow Hair gave a surprised cry and busied himself with wiping his face. No, why is this rain spicy? Where is it raining? Hurry up and watch out for thunder touching it. The bald guy didn't care and said he was going to get in the car with his bag. Suddenly a black shadow scurried in front of him, giving the bald head a fright and his hand touched to his waist. What is it? Barely. Water sprayed directly at the bald face door. Asterisk. The bald head frantically rubbed his eyes, and soon followed his two little brothers with a swish of tears, followed by an outburst of a mournful and tragic cry of grief. Ah ha ha ha. The bald head and the red and yellow dichotomous hairs covered their faces and rolled wildly on the ground, their legs stomping about. The pupils were in excruciating pain, screaming like killing pigs. Hey, dang, come out and inspect the goods. Ringo carried the spray can with gusto. Mission, use Blue Star weapons to eliminate villains. Reward, 100 years of wild ginseng, completed. Chapter 75, Arching my family's cabbage and asking me to match you with ghost fire? The familiarity is back. Lin Luo then felt a sinking in his pocket, and with a casual dig, a jade box that felt warm to the touch appeared in Lin Luo's hand. Opening the jade box, a wild ginseng was placed inside. Lin Luo didn't know about this either, but he had the treasure appraisal technique. Jade box, $250,000. 100-year wild ginseng, 18,500,000 yen. Hiss. Awesome. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was constant. With sirens blaring and lights bursting into flames, the back of the Imperial was in chaos. Xu Jianjun and Group 6 team leader Zhang Guoqiang crouched behind a minivan, clutching police pistols in their hands, with a stern look on their faces. The pitter-patter of footsteps rushed by. The two looked at each other, nodded, and then silently and simultaneously got up to aim and fire. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots rang out and two fleeing drug rats were dry-humped to the ground. The two then quickly squatted back down with a batch of silky smooth movements. The sound of gunfire around them became less and less, and after the ones who resisted were killed, the rest were scared out of their wits and directly fell to the ground with their hands on their heads. Surrender, I surrender. Mom, help me. Mom? It's useless to call the Queen Mother at this point. It didn't take long for the operation to end. The patrol shot down 10, captured 8, and a couple of wounded fellows were taken to the hospital in patrol cars. Team Chu, these guys are crazy too. Zhang Guoqiang stood beside Xu Jianjun, looking at the corpses on the ground with some fear. Luckily they were well prepared for this operation and were all wearing bulletproof vests. I knew that the poisonous rats were heartless, but I did not expect them to be so desperate that they would shoot directly at the sight of a patrol car. If it wasn't for the bulletproof vests, I'm afraid the wounded fellows would have been hanging on by a thread. Xu Jianjun nodded his head in deep thought, and in his heart, he was glad that he was still good enough to listen to Lin Luo's words and be careful for a wave. He pulled out his cell phone and prepared to report on the situation here. At that moment someone with a serious face ran up and tensed. Captain, 3 of them got away. Xu Jianjun's brows tightened when he heard this. Who ran away? Did you find out? It's their boss, Zhao Dalong, and his 2 personal minions, red hair and yellow hair. Search. It must be found. Yes. Several inspectors saluted and were about to search. Just then, Xu Jianjun's cell phone rang with an incoming call. Xu Jianjun looked down at that pig and raised his eyebrows. What's this kid doing calling at this hour? Hey, kid, what's up? Xu Jianjun picked up the phone and inquired. Tragic wailing sounds came from the phone, hearing Xu Jianjun's brows directly wrinkle into a ball. How could someone on Lin Luo's side be screaming so badly? Is something wrong? Uncle Chu, you want credit or not? Lin Luo's smiling voice came through, sounding a bit immodest. Almost instantly, Xu Jianjun swished his head and looked toward the surroundings, because he also heard sirens on the phone. This kid was on the scene. Where are you boys? Bastard, you've got too much guts. This gang is a bunch of outlaws with weapons in their hands. How dare you drill down here? Hey, behind the west wall, I'm holding down 3 here, 1 bald, 1 redhead and 1 yellowhead. Xu Jianjun's eyes lit up. Good son-in-law, you're really a blessing to my old man. Wait for me there, I'll be right there. After Xu Jianjun finished speaking, he yelled, Group 6 follow me. Zhang Guoqiang beckoned, and several inspectors instantly followed Xu Jianjun and ran towards the west wall. The west wall is a bit shorter and can easily be tipped over by stepping on a person. Xu Jianjun, a few people are good, a quick step to help run, then a scramble, feet stomped the wall twice, people climbed the wall. The situation outside the courtyard walls is clear. Zhao Dalong, yellow hair and red hair, 3 people on the ground screaming and rolling, their voices are shouting split. And Lin Luo stood with a spray can, a human face. It's all about seeing which one is screaming less and going up to the other one and adding a little something to the mix. Dared twice, the screams immediately doubled. On the wall, Xu Jianjun, Zhang Guoqiang and several others looked at this scene with odd expressions, their heads going blank. How did this kid do it? Lin Luo raised his head and happened to catch eyes with a few people. Yo, Uncle Chu, good evening. Brat. Xu Jianjun cursed with an excited laugh and jumped down from the wall. After Zhang Guoqiang's few people jumped down, they directly pounced on Zhao Dalong's 3 people. Be honest. Freeze. With a few clicks, a few people from Zhang Guoqiang pulled out handcuffs and handcuffed Zhao Dalong's trio. But the 3 guys were still writhing madly, screaming at the top of their lungs, as if they were struggling to resist arrest. Zhang Guoqiang, several people look at this situation, angry, sandbag big fists directly to them. Thumping. Be honest. I told you to be honest, don't you understand? No moving around. How dare you run away? I'll beat you to death. As if Chu Jianjun didn't see their actions, he pulled Lin Luo aside. "Brat, what are you doing here?" Chu Jianjun inquired. "Then don't you care, these three are the ones I caught. If there is a reward, Uncle Chu, don't you forget to call in the money," Lin Luo said with a crooked neck and a smile. "You boys really think you're a bounty hunter?" Chu Jianjun glared and rubbed Lin Luo's head, then noticed the spray can in Lin Luo's hand. "Why are you still carrying a spray can?" "This is the weapon I prepared. Out to catch a thief and this vicious poisonous rat, of course you have to have something to defend yourself." Lin Luo shook the spray can in his hand and said that when he saw that the bald head stopped screaming, he then walked over and sprayed 2 more times into the bald head's face under the watchful eyes of several people. "Bare one's teeth." "Ow!" Zhao Dalong's body twisted violently, as if a maggot was dancing madly on the ground. "Grandpa, don't spray it. Ah, it hurts." Zhao Dalong screamed miserably with grief and tears. "I'm under arrest, what do you expect? Spray me." A few of Zhang's men looked at each other and swung their fists to slam down again. "Nima, I told you to be honest. Don't move, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Scream, 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 scream. "No screaming. Woohoo woohoo. Oh, oh." Zhao Dalong Real muscle poured lived, head crazy grabbed the ground, crying heartbreaking. "You guys are so bullying. When has my lung ever been wronged like this? Woohoo. How about that, it works." Lin Luo looked at Chu Jianjun with a smug expression. "I'm going to get a water pistol, and I'm going to use it on my face, and it's going to kill." "Brat, what nonsense, these guys have guns in their hands." Chu Jianjun glared at Lin Luo. "It's just your kids' luck today, squatting here until they jumped off the wall and didn't notice. But if you stay away and give you a peanut, you won't even have a chance to cry." Lin Luo was also not stubborn, and he smiled heatedly. "Then I'll turn back to the whole bared water gun is not finished, away from the sneak attack." Chu Jianjun blankly glanced at Lin Luo. "Catching thieves with chili water bared in a water gun, you think it's a family game?" But he didn't say anything else. After all, Lin Luo made a big contribution today. If it wasn't for Lin Luo, these 3 people would have run away, and their operation today would have been a failure. Not only no credit, but also have faults. Go back to the Iron Sure to eat melon fall. "Brat, how did you get over here?" "Oh, rode my bike over here, and it's still parked on the curb in front of the Imperial." Lin Luo thought of his little broken bicycle, then hurriedly said, "Uncle Chua, riding over from school, it's more than 20 kilometers, when are you going to give me a car?" "Matching cars. I don't even have a matching car, and you still want a matching car." Chu Jianjun didn't have the good sense to say. "A motorcycle is fine, but not a battery car will do. I send people home from school, how inconvenient to ride a bicycle." Lin Luo said with a skittish look. "Lao Deng, you have to realize that it's your daughter I'm giving away. You don't even have a battery-operated car. That's excessive." "Brat." Chu Jianjun gritted his teeth. "You've arched my daughter's delicate little cabbage, and you're asking me, as your old man, to match you with Ghostfire. But the allotment is still necessary, after all, it's your own daughter who rides in the car. We'll talk about the car later, it's a busy day, so I won't give you a ride, go back on your own." Chu Jianjun finished without a good mood, waved to the people behind him, and a few people clamped Zhao Dalong's trio and stuffed them into the car. This bald guy left himself a backhand and managed to give him one last ride. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders and knew that Chu Jianjun didn't bring himself in order to protect himself. What if the gang still had accomplices out there who knew of their presence and came after them? Cars whizzed away, and those that couldn't fit went straight over the wall and back again. Lin Luo cheerfully put away the spray can and swished one more thing in his hand. A blackened dirt jerk. It looks similar to the Yellow River toy gun, weighs about the same, and looks quite delicate. It was one he had just taken from Redhead. This dog is carrying 2 of them. Why doesn't he have one? How unfair. As for whether or not it will be noticed. Just kidding, catching a thief and taking the stolen goods. You search it out and I'll run for it. Oh, Lao Deng, brush up on your mission. Lin Luo played with the earth jerks and was in a happy mood. You went through life and death, and in the nick of time, you fought to the death to eliminate the Blue Star bandits, verifying the power of the Blue Star weapons. However, you found that the Blue Star weapon is not effective against Deqian's masters, and you need to find a more powerful weapon to protect yourself when you return to Deqian. Mission, find a more powerful Blue Star weapon, reward, Yin Jing. Lin Law. Chapter 76 Eating Melon Today. Breaking news without closing. Behind the courtyard wall, the light was pitch black and a small wind swished through the night. A wall of police lights were still bursting in the back, and if it were a crime drama, there would be some pretty hot BGM at this point. But in reality it's boring, a bunch of uniformed inspectors controlling the scene, searching the scene with a serious face, busy as hell. But these had nothing to do with Lin Luo. Lin Luo stared blankly at the note in the system chat box for a long time. No, system, are you serious? Reward, in scripture? You old dang. What is this in scripture? In scripture, from the great Qian In Sec's Untold Secret Art, a collection of scriptures for harvesting and refining in. The method of harvesting and refining yin looks a bit netherworldly. Lin Luo's brows furrowed as he stroked his chin, guessing in his heart. This yin sect wouldn't be some kind of demonic organization. There's a yin sect, but is there a yang sect? There's been a chi zone before. There are quite a few forces in this great Qian. Forget it, I'm sure I won't be able to figure it out just by talking about it. I'll find out when the rewards are handed out later. System, look at this. Lin Luo shook the earth jerk in his hand. This thing should be considered a more powerful weapon. Lin Luo was quite confident, however, the system didn't respond for half a day. The whole Lin Luo was speechless for a while. This cerebral palsy system shouldn't have decided this thing was a toy gun. Lean. Looks like it's just going to have to be the same thing. Not to be disappointed, Lin Luo put away the dirt jerks and walked briskly toward his parked bike. It's getting late today. Go home first. Tomorrow, tell Comrade Lao Lin to go and buy some cannonballs and come back. That thing moved a lot and absolutely bluffed the system. A few minutes later, empty streets. The cold wind howled and swept the leaves away. The smile on Lin Luo's face gradually disappeared. Grass. Where's my car? Who stole my car? Virgin. Virgin. Can't afford to live? Stealing broken bicycles too. Is there any justice at all? Lin Luo huffed and walked to the place where he had locked the car before. Looking down, he realized that a cut and broken lock was all that was left on the floor. Lean equals convex. I respect your profession on the lock, and you respect your own profession. Thieves don't walk. Nima, don't let me catch you or it'll be hot. Lin Luo huffed and puffed and took out the Qintian supervisor compass. However, the pointer seemed to be unresponsive and didn't move. This thing doesn't only work twice a day, does it? Lin Luo looked at the compass in his hand and narrowed his eyes skeptically. Or does stealing a bicycle not count as demonic treachery? Lin Luo couldn't figure it out, so he simply put away his compass and prepared to take a taxi home. It's just as well that the car is lost, so he can get his future husband to match him with a car. At this time the Diho is still bustling with activity. There was a long line of patrol cars parked at the door, lights blazing, and although they didn't pull the siren, the cars had a shocking aura just by parking there. Without waiting long, Lin Luo stopped a cab. After reporting the address, Lin Luo sat in the back and closed his eyes, ready to take a little squint. Yet for several moments, the car didn't start. Lin Luo opened one eye strangely and saw the driver sitting in the driver's seat, stretching his neck to look towards the entrance of the imperial mansion there. Lin Luo craned his head to see a long line of uniformed inspectors escorting people out of the Dihao to be shoved into the patrol car. Hiss! And shirtless, even though there was a hood over his head, it was exciting enough. It's no wonder the master driver didn't want to go. Good lord, what a big scene! The driver's master's eyes were glowing and he was shaking his legs vigorously in excitement. Seeing for himself wasn't enough, he excitedly picked up the walkie-talkie. Brothers, Dihao has been terminated. Hey, dozens of patrol cars are parked at the entrance and are heading out to arrest people. Pulled it out bare-assed. Doh! Asterisk. Really? I'm just one block away, coming right up. I'll check it out too. Awesome, the Dihao has been terminated. It was as if the master driver had sprinkled a drop of water in a hot frying pan, wah 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 on the intercom, all excited to the core. Empire is the biggest pinup in South City and the biggest nightclub, so it's also the biggest squatting spot for cabs in the city. A lot of cab drivers like to go this way because of the high volume of passengers. Usually say that when you have money you must go to the Imperial Palace inside the dash. I did not expect that the money is not yet earned. The Imperial Palace was swept away. Master, shall we go? Lin Luo raised his eyebrows, somewhat speechless. Eat melon, eat money are not earned. Hey watch it for a while. It's not often you see such a big scene. I'll go back to turn in my shift in a while and drop you off on the way. There's no charge for this trip. Without turning his head, the cabbie said, staring at the entrance to the Imperial Palace. Lin Luo shrugged. No charge, then feel free. I'm in no hurry anyway. A few minutes later, more and more cabs drove up from all directions, and there was a long line of them parked directly on the curb on both sides of the street. There are cabs and private cars. The drivers got out of the car, all crowded to the side of the road on the side of the Imperial Palace, sticking their heads out to see what was going on, each with a look of excitement on their faces. There were even dogs' heads poking out of some of the cars, gazing curiously in the direction of the Imperial. It's also possible that they're shaking people down to see what's going on. Asterisk. Another bare ass. Ha, this one didn't have a hood, for crying out loud. You cry when your bare ass gets pulled out you too, huh? Lin Luo sat in the car with his eyes closed, only feeling these people outside making noise. 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Lin Luo pushed open the door of his house with a gloomy face. Comrade Lao Lin and Ms. Zhang Xuehua were still awake and were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Hearing the commotion of opening the door, Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua swished their heads around and looked at Lin Luo with unfavorable gazes. Son, why are you back so late? Zhang Xuehua gently inquired, a warm smile still hanging on her face. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth tugged. Mom, how do you manage to smile so harmlessly and yet be so scary? Ahem, the Imperial was terminated. I went to watch the fun. Aha! The old couple's eyes lit up and their bodies straightened a few points. How? Expand on that. Eater +2. Lin Luo sighed. I was driving my classmates home today, and when I was coming back I passed by the Imperial Palace and saw a patrol arresting someone, so I pulled over to see what the commotion was all about. Lin Jianzhuan grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and Zhang Xuehua grabbed another handful of melon seeds from Lin Jianzhuan. Click it. Click it. The two of them were eating melons, and when they saw that Lin Luo wasn't saying anything, they prodded. Don't stop, say it. Keep going. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth tugged again. You two are real foodies. Dozens of patrol cars were parked in front of the Imperial Palace, and hundreds of people got out of it. A lot of them were shirtless, but they had hoods over their heads, so you couldn't tell who they were. Ouch, it's a pornography crackdown. It's a good thing I was okay when I went. Lin Construction said with a grateful face. Lin Luo, _ Pops, you're living too long. Zhang Xuehua doesn't even get high on melon seeds anymore. _ She craned her head to gaze at Lin Construction. I'm sprouting, how to say what's on my mind. I was not going to socialize with my colleagues then, I came back early. Wife, you know me, I don't have much pocket money, I just go to rub it in. Lin Jian said with a dry smile, cold sweat coming down. I'm sorry, but you wouldn't dare. Zhang Xuehua snorted coldly and twisted her head to raise her chin at Lin Luo. You go on, son. Phew. Lin Jianzhuan let out a long sigh of relief, and in his heart, he was thankful that he had escaped again. Lin Luo changed his slippers and sat down on the sofa. Don't mention it, patrolling for thieves in the front and having my bike stolen in the back. I was looking for a cab to get home, but the whole street was full of cabs pulling over to watch the action. Someone else stole your stupid bike. Lin Jianzhuan had an expression of having seen a ghost and reacted loudly. Lin Luo, _ Zhang Xuehua, _ The two mothers looked at Lin Jian in unison. Why are you reacting like that? You stole it? Chapter 77. No, he's sick. 9 Son's fruit. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just surprised, son. You can't lose your stupid car without locking it. Lin Construction was right. Lin Luo's broken car looked a bit old, rusted in so many places that it wasn't worth anything at first glance. Push it to the scrapyard by the internet cafe, and old Chow only pays $20. Ringo couldn't figure out which one who couldn't afford to live could push his car away. Then I don't know. Lin Luo skimmed his lips in depression. Last time, he was teasing Kanko about losing his battery, but this time it was his turn to lose his car. It's possible that seeing that you locked your car, the car thief felt despised, so he deliberately stole your car. Lin Construction thought of something and laughed. Lincoln? You're happy my car got stolen? You've got a lock on this little piece of. Who are you looking down on? Just steal yours. Do you guys remember last year when our neighborhood was haunted by burglars? The neighborhood says it's haunted by burglars, and a few homes have installed security doors and windows. As it turned out, within a few days, the home of the man who put in the security doors and windows was burglarized and the thief left a message on the wall. No one else is installing it, just your house. Who are you looking down on? Zhang Xuehua leaned against Lin Jian and laughed. It was something she laughed at every time she heard it. That thief was so strange. Lin Construction smiled and continued, these popular families reported to the police, and as a result, they never caught anyone, and fearing that the thieves would come back to patronize them, they took down the security doors and windows. This has been a big deal in our neighborhood, and a lot of people have followed suit by installing security doors and windows, and the property owners have stepped up their patrols. Turns out not a week later, the families were stolen again. That thief didn't know whether it was on purpose or by accident, he just painted the big white wall and wrote again. Everyone else's house is fitted but yours, who are you looking down on? Pigeon, pigeon, pigeon. Zhang Xuehua laughed and leaned into Lin Jian, her flowery branches trembling. Lin Construction smiled proudly. This is what he said to his daughter-in-law to hear. See, happy with the little cute. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Surely you won't trouble yourself tonight. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth pulled. He knew about this. The follow-up was that someone had installed a camera in the house and captured the thief's front face, and it didn't take long for the patrol to catch the thief. Lin Luo scratched his head breathlessly and pulled out the gold bar from his pocket. Do not say that, thief. I go to the future of the city at noon today to eat, gold fufu store to do activities, buy gold throwing darts to tie the prize. I tied this. Lin Luo slipped the gold bar to Zhang Xuehua. Tied a what? Zhang Xuehua sat up and took it with a smile, casually asking. Lin Jianzhuan was busy picking up his cup and sipping on it, ready to crush the shock. Lin Jian, in the future in front of his wife can be more careful, cannot say everything to the outside bald. 10 tails of rhubarb fish. Pust. Lin Jianzhuang sprayed Lin Luo's face, his big eyes glaring at Lin Luo with a deadly glare. Shocked, unbelievable. Zhang Xuehua froze for 2 seconds. What? The room seemed to shake. Lin Luo picked at his ears, then wiped his face with his sleeve with a disgusted look. 500 grams of gold bullion, 10 tails of rhubarb fish, worth $167,500. The remaining half of the saliva in Lin Jianzhuang's mouth spilled a collar with a clatter. Ahem. Son, you're not kidding, are you? Lin Jianjian forgot to swallow his water before speaking and looked at Lin Luo incredulously as he asked. Yesterday, I won the lottery and got back $200,000, and today I zapped the lottery and got almost $200,000 again. Together with the $200,000 that he got back from selling the teapot, and the $500,000 rewarded by the police, this kid has gotten $1 million from his family in a few days. I've been doing this myself for about 10 years, and I haven't done as much as my son has in a few days. Hey, my son said he'd buy me the big G. There's something to this. Intersection. There's nothing to joke about. Here's the bottom line. Lin Luo pulled out the bottom bill, which also contained a small 5-gram gold bar. It's an investment bullion purchase, 5 grams. Egu, son of a, you're such a good son to mom, mua. Zhang Xuehua was so excited that she held the gold bar in one hand and cupped Lin Luo's face with the other and kissed it. Lin Jianzhuang hemmed and hawed and came up to join in the fun, giving Lin Luo a kiss on the other side of his face. Aya, okay, my mom's kiss even if it's okay, you also hilarious, strange meat. Lin Luo disgustedly pushed away Comrade Lao Lin's big face and stood up from the sofa. Come on kid, you still hate your old man. Lin Jianzhuang skimmed his lips in dissatisfaction and began to rehash old scores. Forget about drawing maps on your bare ass with your old man when you were a kid. Lin Luo's white eyes rolled up to the sky. How many years ago, and you're still flipping it? And me eating noodles while you poop on my feet. Omega. Nonsense, slander, mom, dad, he's slandering me. Sound of escaping laughter. Zhang Xuehua doubled over in laughter again, leaning back on the sofa and fluttering her flowery branches once more. Mom, you're still laughing. Carrot. The baby's heart is in pain. Okay, mom will help you teach him a lesson. Zhang Xuehua smiled and got up, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes before tugging up Lin Jian. How grown up are you, still messing with your son? Come inside with me. I'll teach you a good lesson for my son today. Lin Jianzhuang immediately had a bitter and hateful look on his face. Hey, no, wife. Didn't we agree to rest early tonight? That's right, get an early night. Zhang Xuehua grabbed Lin Jianjian and pressed on. No, hey, son, you're a fool. Humph, let you slander me. Lin Luo hummed a little song freely and went back to the house proudly. 3 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the night. Lin Luo, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up with a swish. No, he's sick. Lin Luo really couldn't figure out how someone could steal a $20 broken bicycle. Nima. Ringo glanced at Chicken's alarm clock. 3:15 in the morning. It's amazing that the barbecue stand outside is still open. Lin Luo can still vaguely hear a drunken big brother shouting, listen to me. Lin Luo was not sleepy at all, he could not sleep at all, and when he closed his eyes, it was his bike. Lao Dang, out to brush up on the quest. Side quests. If you can't sleep, just brush up on a quest and maybe have fun and go to sleep. You, who are about to take office as the magistrate of Yunzhou, have found a solution to the depopulation of Yunzhou, so that Yunzhou can recuperate faster. A small group of Northern Liang bandits on the grasslands have set their sights on Yunzhou and decided to slaughter and pillage it. As the new magistrate of Yunzhou, you have the responsibility to protect the people of Yunzhou. Mission, find a solution to the Northern Liang bandit squad, reward, 9 suns fruit. Lin Luo's brows wrinkled. Foreigners looting. This Yunzhou is so broken, and they still come to fight? No, they're sick too, aren't they? These dog thieves are really a kind of inappropriate people. System, set up a horse trap pit outside Yunzhou City, have the future county magistrate's 100-man guards ambush it, lure the roving bandit squad to it, and use the trap to surround and kill them. Take the herd of bison under control, blindfold them, burn their tails, and stick their knives in their asses to make them go wild and storm the roving bandit squads. Use the water wheel to spray fierce fire oil and fire the traveling bandits. Lin Luo also didn't know the specifics of Yunzhou, but the only thing he knew was his 10 black armored guards and 100 escorts. A guard given by the system can't be a straw man. If we can't even deal with the horse bandits in Northern Liang, that's not bull ********. Lin Luo thought of a few random moves and said them in a brainstorm. Mission, find a solution to the Northern Liang bandit squad, reward, 9 suns fruit, completed. Seeing the 3 words completed, Lin Luo just grinned, quite pleased with himself. I'm not wearing any pants, let's see where your cerebral palsy system sends the rewards. The next second, Lin Luo felt a faint chill. Grass. Ringo pulled a small crimson fruit out of the small pocket of his underwear. I forgot that mom's new panties are the same style as Yasuko's, also with pockets. The little fruits look a bit like little tomatoes. Crystal clear, blood red like jade. It's also like that blood bodhi that Niafong ate in Wind and Cloud, with a strange fruity aroma. System, blood bodhi. Oh no, what is the origin of this 9 suns fruit? 9 yang fruit, from the great Qian Dragon Valley. Legend has it that the divine dragon of the 9 heavens weeps blood, and the dragon's blood drips down on top of the dragon grass, giving birth to the strange fruit of heaven and earth. Hiss. This setting is bull wow. Old dang, what are the benefits of eating the 9 suns fruit? Lin Luo's eyes were bright with anticipation. Just the setting of the 9 heavenly divine dragons, this fruit has to be more powerful than that 100-year-old mountain ginseng. However, Deqian even has divine dragons, so it won't be like Fengyun, who also has some kind of Qilin and Phoenix, Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird, right? Then there's a perverted emperor or something, and I don't know if any of the Wind Cloud brothers resisted. The 9 suns fruit, containing the power of the supreme yang of heaven and earth, after taking it, it can increase the internal true qi for 60 years, strengthen the yang in the bones, strengthen the tendons and the body, and strengthen the stronger back strong. Hey, wait a minute? What the do you mean by blocking symbols, dang? Chapter 78, if you are deluded from a young age, you will surely be successful when you grow up. I'm a strong lad of 18. Every morning it is transformed into a white jade pillar in the sky and a purple and gold beam in the sea. What do I need this for? Who are you looking down on? I'll eat it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Luo threw the 9 suns fruit into his mouth. One bite, full of abalone juice. Oh, pop the juice. Lin Luo tightened his lips and didn't waste a drop. Tart with an indescribable sweetness. Soon, the 9 suns fruit reacted in Lin Luo's body. It was like my body was on fire. Lin Luo's skin was glowing red and his eyes were red. His muscles were pulsing, his bones were bursting, his tendons were widening, his true air was racing, and his spirit fire was exploding. Phew, that's comforting. Ringo squinted and lay back on the bed, on all fours. Without realizing it, I fell asleep. Ring, ring, ring. The chicken alarm clock was dancing wildly, bobbing and bobbing with piercing chicken cries. Lin Luo raised his hand and pressed the alarm clock with precision. Ka-chow. The chicken alarm clock is straight up warped. The alarm also stopped making noise instantly. Fogweed, my chicken. Lin Luo woke up instantly and jerked up to check the alarm. Instead, the body swished and floated, hitting the ceiling directly. The last time this happened, or the last time? Eating the little redeeming pill, the true air skyrocketed for 30 years. This time, after eating the 9 yang fruit, the true air skyrocketed for 60 years, and Lin Luo's body was double out of control again. At this moment, Lin Luo's back was pressed against the ceiling and his eyes were clear. He realized that his real air sucked in the ceiling and was still hard. The whole shape just sucks up to the ceiling like a suction cup. No, I'm a sucker? Linello looked at where he was and then at the messy bed. On the nightstand, Chicken's alarm clock had gone cold. The sheets were imprinted with a human-sized grease mark, as if a fried sugar cookie had slept in the bed all night. Lin Luo was shocked. I'll go, if Mom sees this, she'll have to beat the dragon whip. Lin Luo's mind moved, controlling the true air to stop absorbing the ceiling, followed by his body falling down lightly. Evidence must be destroyed in a hurry. Carefully, tiptoeing, Lin Luo removed the sheet. It's a good thing there was a mattress underneath that didn't make the mattress underneath suffer. I'm sure I can't have the mattress, the sheets and blankets will have to be washed. Lin Luo controlled his own true air, hugged his things, and went to the restroom with a light hand. Throwing the stuff into the washing machine, Rinlo clicked a few times, and then the machine began to clatter and fill with water. Ringo went to take another shower. Soaped, scrubbing towel a layer of mud rolls, looking at the old decompression. 10 minutes later, a scrubbed and clean Lin Luo ran back to his bedroom, changed into clean clothes, and then put on his school uniform. The thing about school uniforms is that it's perfectly fine to wash them once a week, and you can't tell when they're dirty anyway. In school for gym class, uniforms are just thrown around. Either hanging from a tree, laying on the ground, some pillowed under the head, quite the all-rounder. Boy, washing your underwear first thing in the morning. Lin Luo had just come out of his bedroom when he met the teasing eyes of comrade old Lin. The washing machine creaked and rattled, noisily causing Zhang Shuihua, who was ready to sleep, and Lin Jian to get up. The kitchen hood was roaring and it was Ms. Zhang making breakfast. Lin Construction went to look at the washing machine and smiled crookedly when he saw that it was washing sheets and blankets and a pair of panties with a small pocket. You've got a lot of anger in you. Lin Luo rolled his eyes. He knew what comrade Lao Lin was going to say. Pops, I see you're looking a little pale, did you not rest well? Last time Konko even asked if you went to steal a cow at night? Nonsense. I'm rosy and glowing and I'm in great shape. Comrade Lao Lin's head was sharply white and he glared and beat his chest. Hey, yeah. Lin Luo grinned, with the same teasing smile. He suddenly thought of the 9 suns fruit he ate last night, and had he known that he should have squeezed 2 drops of juice out and flushed water to his dad and mom to make up for it. That stuff is too strong, too much of it for the average person's small body to handle. 2 drops should be just right. What are you two talking about? Hurry over and serve the food. After eating, go to work for work, go to school for school. In the kitchen, Zhang Shuihua poked her head out and raised an eyebrow. Lin Luo scowled at the old forest, red and shiny. You were talking about the old mom. Ahem, brat, hurry up and serve the food. Lin Jianzhuan awkwardly sat down at the table. Lin Luo cheerfully went into the kitchen and brought out the finished sandwiches. Zhang Shuihua came out with the warmed milk as well, and the family of 3 arrived and started eating. Omelette, bacon meat, ham sausage, lettuce leaves on a slice of tomato, served on toasted slices of bread, with a dab of salad ketchup. Omelette is easy and tasty. Lin Luo settled one in 3 or 2 bites, then picked up the second. Eat slowly, no one is stealing from you. Jiang Xuehua said gently and pushed a cup of juice for Lin Luo. Hey mom, you can't stop cooking. Lin Luo took a sip of his juice and complimented it with a smile. Jiang Xuehua's eyebrows were tinged with joy as she gave Lin Luo a blank look. Brat, you're the one with the sweet mouth. Finishing up, he gave Lin Construction another blank look. Just like your father. Lin Construction. I'm trying not to say anything, and I can still be brought along. That's for sure, my own son. Lin Jianzhuang proudly held his head high and said, so my dear old dad, why don't you go and get some big firecrackers and bring them back? I want to go with Kanko for the weekend. Lin Luo climbed up the pole and said with a smile. Backstabber Kanzi is on the line. Lin Construction nodded his head and said, alright, it just so happens that our company has a project starting up and got quite a few cannons. I'll pull a box straight back for you. Aha, thanks dad. Jiang Xuehua ate her breakfast in a ladylike manner and couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from turning up as she watched her husband and son chatting. It feels like a dream. The other day she was having a headache about her son's future. Academic performance is not good, and the character is not lively. See, people cannot speak, always holding the phone in the house. Silly fun. How can good looks be good for food? Hubby's company's performance is declining year by year, the money he takes home every year is getting less and less, and his health is getting worse and worse. But as if overnight, my son looked like a new man, and my husband's health changed for the better. All of my own menstrual irregularities followed normal. Is it true what my husband said, that Master Guan has blessed us? After breakfast, Lin Luo rode to school in his old dad's old Santana Surge. Although the German car is leathery and durable, but after so many years of driving, or several hands, and often run the construction site, long-time dinosaur clunk bumps. Sitting is a bit uncomfortable. Pops, I'm going to take my driver's test over the holidays. Do you have any leads? Lin Luo sat in the passenger seat and asked Lin Construction. Lin Jianzhu concentrated on driving, his eyes firm as if he wanted to join the organization. You don't need connections to get a driver's license. If you're going to take the test, do it right or you'll be doing yourself a disservice. Lin Luo deflated. Am I the type of person who likes to go through the back door? Pops, you still don't know me well enough. Driving test instructor people cannot, really affected, once failed, by a car plan is very affected, then will be very passive. I like to take the initiative. I want to go one-on-one and find someone who teaches well, otherwise I'll run into one of those take it or leave it harpies and get angry and waste time. We'll buy 2 more cars then, one for each of us. Lin Luo said, rubbing his hands together excitedly, kind of looking forward to the image of himself driving with one hand and nicking his leg with one hand. What do you think of the BMW, Dad? They say you'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh in a battery-operated car. But Jiao Jiao was laughing so hard in my back seat, so you can see that girls aren't all that snooty. Lin Construction shook his head in disgust. BMW doesn't work, the 2 mustaches in front are too small. It looks like a little kid. Lin Luo thought about it and asked again, what about Mercedes? Lin Jianjian was even more disgusted. Mercedes-Benz is no good, expensive, B-pillar still leaks, sunroof is covered with tarpaulin, there is no place to cry. Sheesh. It also has to be a Big Ben. BMW makes women cry, Mercedes can make men cry, and not pit poor batch. That only leaves Audi. Audi is good, this is good, wear a jacket, drive out like an official. Lin Construction instantly grinned. It's going to be a real honor to go out fishing in the key ring my son bought for me. It's settled then, one for me and one for you when the time comes. Not bad for a good son of dad's. That's right, don't say anything about diarrhea in the future, Al. It's gotta be a good bribe. Back to bring his girlfriend home, parents meet, drink too much as said, I eat noodles, son squatting on my feet diarrhea. I knew this kid would grow up to be something. Hey, there's no need to live. Ha, what diarrhea, nothing. Talking and laughing, the car stopped at the entrance of the 18th middle school. Lin Luo cheerfully got out of the car just in time to see Chu Jiaojiao standing on the side of the road. The young girl was holding 2 pancake fritters in the bright, warm early sun. Rinlo. The young girl beckoned happily, and a shattering sound resounded around her. Coming. Ringo rolled over and carried out the young girl's school bag from the back seat of Pop's car. In the car, Lin Construction's eyes flew open with laughter. Good boy, he's hooked up with a girl. Hey, 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 hey. Ingo class me. Chapter 79, Chu Jiaojiao, you're a bit of a rascal. People come and go in front of the school. Students in school uniforms walked in groups towards the inside of the school. Some were waiting outside for breakfast, others were heckling in front of the kiosk. Only inside the junior and senior students, many of them had heavy faces and hurriedly rushed inside the school. Lin Luo took the pancake fruit from Chu Jiaojiao's hand under the watchful eyes of a group of envious heartbroken jealousy. It was pretty hot to the touch, so it shouldn't have been out of the pan long. How did you get here? How long have you been waiting? Lin Luo asked with a smile. My dad dropped me off, and you arrived just after I bought pancakes. The young girl smiled and watched as Lin Luo carried her own school bag, her delicate nose emitting a cute humming sound. You guys, What were you doing running around with my book bag on your back when you dropped me off at home yesterday? Caused me to not read all night. Ah ha ha. Lin Luo scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Could he say that he was in a hurry to open the furnace for refining and forgot about it? Enough about that. Where's my Uncle Chu? Didn't he say anything to you? Didn't say anything, huh? What's wrong? Chu Jiajia blinked her watery peach blossom eyes and looked at Lin Luo suspiciously. What can my dad tell me? It's just a matter of having you over for dinner on Saturday, huh? The young girl's little face was slightly red and cute. Nothing about the car? No. What car? The young girl still looked adorably confused. How can we not talk about the car? Lao Deng, if you don't allocate a car, I'll have to squeeze the bus with your daughter this afternoon. Hiya, this is not last night to send you home. Bumped into Uncle Chuat. I with him to apply for allocation of cars to come. When the time to specialize in picking up and dropping off you. Lin Luo smiled playfully and finished nibbling on a pancake fruit. Pancakes of pure mixed grain flour, battered with a layer of egg, with thin crisps and lettuce leaves, and sprinkled with baby pickles. The scallions and cilantro are given enough to make it taste soft on the outside and crispy on the inside. It was also Lin Luo's good appetite that allowed him to eat 2 breakfasts a day and dry a big bowl of noodles at noon. Anyone else probably wouldn't be able to eat it. Chu Jiajiao's blank stares were also adorable, giving Lin Luo 6 or 7 for free. I bought you breakfast, you drove me home, and you ended up applying to my dad for a car allocation. Why don't you apply for a chauffeur while you're at it? That being said, I'm not your exclusive chauffeur. Rinlo whimpered, swallowed the food in his mouth, and then deigned to raise an eyebrow. The smelly and shameless stance amused Chu Jiajia to cover her mouth and laugh. By the way, where are my briquettes? Lin Luo snapped to mind. Where was his spicy cute little cinder block? I went home yesterday after being hugged by Chu Jiajia. Hoof, what's your cinder block? That's my cinder block. Chu Jiajia proudly raised his chin. Also do not go to inquire into the door of my home, but also want to take away well. Hey, don't be a rascal, letting you play for one night isn't good enough, you still want to dominate for a long time. Don't listen to the king's recitation. So cute little fur ball, Chu Jiajia was ready to dominate it for a while longer. Hey don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're good looking. The way this little rascal looked, Lin Luo really wanted to give her 2 bites. Lo! A cry of excitement. Without turning around, I knew it was Jin Zikong by the sound of his voice. Lin Luo's royal black cauldron, the treasure scouting pioneer. Lin Luo twisted his head and saw Jin Zikong running over with his backpack, bouncing. What's so funny about this? It's only been a night since I got beat up one night and cried the next day, so I'm bouncing around. After all, it's young, hard to shark, and the recovery is just as fast. Jin Zikong was carrying a meat sandwich in his hand and excitedly ran to Lin Luo's near front, handing the meat sandwich to Lin Luo. Brother Luo, treat you to a meat sandwich. Jin Zikong said cheerfully. Ringo? Lin Luo looked at the meat sandwich and then at the mixed grain pancakes bought by Chu Jiajia with a complicated expression. Wanted both. But it's not enough. It's just not enough. Chu Jiajia snorted, amused by Lin Luo's greedy little expression. Nothing sold in front of the school is too small a portion. If you don't have enough to eat, no one will buy it a second time, so what you can do in front of the school is bound to be tasty and inexpensive with large portions. The omnivorous pancakes weren't small, and while there wasn't much in them, one serving was already enough to make a girl with a small meal hold out and roll her eyes. Even if Linello could eat, he couldn't eat 3 sandwiches at home without drying out a mixed grain pancake and meat loaf by the time he got to school. Or the deluxe supreme, with eggs and sausage and bean chops. Why did you suddenly treat me to a meat sandwich? Lin Luo looked at Kong Zi in surprise. The boy was smiling, not at all sad after being beaten. You've got it all worked out for yourself? People who like to read novels have a characteristic, no matter how sad things are, reading a novel for a while, troubles and other things will pass along with the novel plot. In hindsight, it may hurt, but it's not as heartbreaking. At most, he scolded Tian Wenjing a few times. Although Lin Luo was surprised, he didn't refuse and took the meat sandwich. The filial piety of a righteous son, the essentials of being a father. Lin Luo pretended to put the meat sandwich into his school uniform pocket, but actually put it into the storage space. The storage space is pretty good, it's only a cubic meter, but no matter how long you put something in, when you take it out it's the same as when you first put it in. It should be time standing still. Thank you for that, of course. Jin Zikong rubbed his hands together excitedly, then looked around and saw that no one was close, then lowered his voice. The reward for the discovery of the gold was posted, and I have an extra $250,000 on my card. Ha 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 ha. Jin Zikong couldn't help but heave a smile in excitement. Lin Luo bristled arrogantly. No talent, only 250,000. You were so dejected. I 500,000 said what? Seeing the gold and discovering a major clue, the police rewarded Lin Luo and Jin Zikong with $250,000 each. The reason why Lin Luo had an extra $250,000 was because Lin Luo had captured Triangle Eye and the others. Jin Zikong continued, when I came home yesterday, my mom made a table of delicious treats for me, and even said that she'd be free on the weekend and invite your family for a get-together. In the eyes of Jin Yuqian and Jean Mimi, Lin Luo was simply a great blessing to their family, alright. How much money has my son taken into the house by playing with Lin Luo? It is not too much to offer up such a nobleman, it must be a good favor. Chu Jiajiao's peach blossom eyes stared nervously at Lin Luo, her pretty eyebrows slightly raised. Stinker, don't forget you have to come to my house on Saturday. If you dare to forget, I will ignore you in the future. Lin Luo thought about his schedule and confirmed that he was fine for the weekend, then patted Jin Zikong's shoulder. The weekend is fine, I've got a date on Saturday, so talk to Uncle Yen, we'll have another date on the weekend, and we'll go to the frying pan then. Yeah, hey, I'll go back and tell my dad then. Kang Zi's eyes glowed with excitement. Deep fryer. This one's exciting. It would be even more exciting if we could blow up a hole. The two youngest brothers had agreed to a weekend get-together between the two families and were talking cheekily about blowing something up. Chu Jiajiao, who was walking in front, also smiled sweetly with satisfaction. You've got to pass the test. But isn't it childish to blow up pots when you're an adult? You should have gone to the fish fry. Chapter 80, Lin Luo, you are a scourge. Ding dong. This ringtone is just that. I find it annoying in class, but it's like fairy music for the ears when class is over. The morning English class is over. Ho Guifan took the textbook and went out of the classroom with a smile, looking in a good mood. Classes at the Sprint are simply a pleasure. It was a little difficult to teach the class purely in English, but call the children in the class up and ask them questions, and one by one they could speak. Though there are some stumbles. But the good thing is that there is no speaking test in the entrance exam, so it's just a matter of being able to write and use it. However, when she thought of going to basic class next period, the smile on Ho Guifan's face suddenly became bitter and hateful. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh. What a great age, why don't you know how to learn? With Ho Guifan's departure, the Sprint classroom burst into life. But it wasn't a joke or a fight. One by one, they all stepped up to the table, then spread their legs and started doing deep squats. One radical in Chinese characters, Kanshi radical 1. Stupid, Beijing dialect. The sound of constipation making its way through the classroom gradually emerged. Wei Jifan and Niu Zita looked at each other with offensive eyes. Hey, you're substandard on this one, get up and redo it. Bull asterisk. I'm pretty standard on this one, you see His Majesty didn't even say anything. Your Majesty, did the Grand Prince do the standard? Your Majesty, it's the Grand Crown Prince's work that's not up to par, is it? Lin Luo pouted his ass, rather speechless at these two stupid sons. He waved his hand, then rose slowly, then continued to crouch down. The two firm, long legs felt no pressure at all. You're both pretty much on the same page, keep going. Wei Jifan and Niu Zita immediately looked like they counted you lucky, then continued to fight. 13, 14, 15. The girls in the class sat in their seats, watching the group of boys squatting crookedly and deeply, their faces contorted, unable to resist, giggling. There was a burst of silvery laughter that drew curiosity from the next class, who stood outside the window to join in the fun. Lin Luo, the initiator of the activity, helplessly followed 2 or 3 times, saw more and more people outside, and then slipped out of the classroom. It's true that the rich first lead the rich later. It doesn't say you're not allowed to run, though. The way to get ahead has also been told to you. The first rich slipped away, you following continue to work hard out. Lin Luo had just left the classroom when he was pulled by Jin Zikong. Lo, what's going on inside your class? As he spoke, his head was still glancing one way or another into the Sprint classroom. The students who were watching around them also stared over with big, curious eyes. There are people everywhere. Seeing that this group of people were all itching to get out, Lin Luo smiled mysteriously. What, all want to know? Jin Zikong and those classmates, their heads nodded like little hens pecking at worms. Brother, don't be so secretive, just tell us. It's our unique method of learning in our Sprint class. Lin Luo put his hands behind his back and started the snubbing mode. It's a well-known fact that studying takes a lot of brainpower and tends to supply blood. Makes sense. The crowd looked at Lin Luo with burning eyes, waiting for the following. So after class, just move your legs, so that squatting is easy to let the qi and blood upward, to provide sufficient blood supply to the brain. Got it? Lin Luo looked around at this group of students, each one of them was suddenly enlightened look, busy forced to hold back laughter. So that's it. I see. No wonder I've never been able to get on in my studies. Isn't that right? How come I didn't know about this method earlier? One slapped his thighs in chagrin. Coach, I want to play basketball. Oh no, Rog, I want to learn the deep squat. Jin Zikong was so excited that he grabbed Lin Luo's arm and asked Lin Luo to teach him. No wonder I'm so stupid and have a bad brain, it's because I use my brain too much and don't have enough blood supply. When I learn how to squat deep, I'll take the Sprint class later too. Okay, come on, learn from me. Lin Luo graciously waved his hand and set up his stand. Getting Lin Luo to follow along with deep squats in the classroom was akin to killing him. But having him out there wreaking havoc on his new classmates, that's a different story. He relishes it. A group of students with clear eyes and expectant expressions actively followed Lin Luo as she learned to do deep squats. With your legs open and at shoulder level, slowly sit back, bending your knees but not over your toes. 1, 2, 3. What? You're saying it's fake? The top 35 people in the grade, the entire sprint class is doing this, and you're saying it's fake? You heretic. Fork it out. Soon the sound of constipation in the classroom was heard outside the classroom as well. The phenomenon of human-to-human transmission is initially visible. Ring, ring, ring. Autumn whispers. No matter how refined the music is, if you listen to it too much, you'll throw up. But not this one. Not in high school at the very least. Charge. School's out. It was as if wild boars had come out of their cages at school. The school building rumbled with booming footsteps. Then a group of underclassmen in school uniforms could be seen rushing out of the classroom first. Then came the seniors. The flood split into 3 streams leading to the cafeteria, the restrooms, and the school entrance. What are we going to eat later? Lin Luo touched Chu Jiajiao's arm and asked in a low voice. Chu Jiajia was lying on the table, covering her mouth and arched her eyebrows. Without covering her mouth, she was really afraid of laughing out loud. The boys in the classroom were doing deep squats, and the sound of the squatting pit making its way continues. Let's eat noodles, huh? Don't you especially like board noodles? Let's go eat that today. Chu Jiajio said in a small voice to stifle her laughter. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth tugged. Who started this rumor? Is eating every day just like eating? But do not say, plate noodles have a strange flavor, eat more not tired, do not eat still want to, with the drug like. Eat something else, what do you recommend? Lin Luo looked disgusted. He wanted a change of pace, and yesterday's little hot pot was pretty good. It's a tad more expensive, but with a small hot pot buffet and synthetic duck to eat, more expensive is more expensive. Change the flavor. Chu Jiajiao's eyes lit up and she said with a smile on her face, then go eat potato noodles? Lin Luo instantly changed his face and smiled brightly. Let me take you to eat board noodles. I don't think you've ever had them, they taste great. What's with the potato noodles? I'd rather have board noodles. Che. The young girl rolled her adorable eyes as she put her things away and got up to leave the classroom. Lin Luo hurriedly got up and followed. As the schoolgirl's personal expert, he recently had to follow Dick closely. Drone. Just after leaving the classroom, Lin Luo's cell phone suddenly churned twice and came a text message. Lin Luo pulled out his cell phone. It's a text message from Chu Jianjun. Kid, come to the front of the school. Hold on, be right there. Lin Luo grinned and quickly typed one back, then took 2 quick steps to pull on the young girl's slender, white and tender little hand. Make it quick, our dad is waiting for me at the door. Chu Jiajio? Our dad. Her little face flushed and her breathing quickened. Could it be that Ringo's dad is here? Geez, who's talking to your dad, you nerd? The two passed several classrooms along the way. Several of the classrooms were mostly empty, but there were still quite a few people doing deep squats. There was a lot of noise. Passing by class 5, Lin Luo caught a glimpse of Jin Zikong, who was pouting his ass off in the classroom. He wasn't the only one, more than a dozen people were doing it in groups, 1 row at a time, and in whole columns. This is the study support group of class 5, and the leader is Jin Zikong. When Chu Jiaojiao saw this situation, she directly laughed and burst into a flurry of flowers. Giggle, Lin Luo, you are simply a scourge. Look what you've done. The whole senior class, most of them, you've made them psychotic. Lin Luo raised his head triumphantly, as if he had been praised. Having me is a blessing in the 18th grade, alright. Lin Luo laughed and took out his cell phone and started videoing into the classroom. Especially the image of Kanko and the others getting up from the ground with a twisted and grimace on their faces. Go back and post it, it's definitely high praise. Kanko, look at the camera. Lin Luo shouted at the classroom. Yasuko, who was pouting in the classroom about to get up, jerked her head up when she heard Lin Luo's voice. Lorgo. His eyes light up, his legs make a push, and then he gets up. Pust. Tootsie dash. Wei Taichong, who was crouching behind Kong Zi to make a strong effort, felt a strong wind rushing straight to his face. His short hair was shaken by the rush, and his eyes were momentarily open. This wind is hot. The classroom went silent, and it was as if everyone had been ordered around. Outside the classroom, Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao stared at each other in dismay, then Lin Luo pulled her and twisted his head away. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Pfft, ahahaha, lol. The classroom erupted into laughter, followed by a stormy cry of aggravation and grief. Ah, Jin Zikong, I'll kill you. Chapter 81 Mother-in-law pointing smoke is nothing, my father-in-law sends ghost fire. Ha 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 ha. Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao laughed all the way down to the stairway, their stomachs pumping with laughter. I can't, my abs are laughing out loud. Chu Jiajiao clutched her stomach and gasped. The impact of that scene just now was too great. It's really taut. Lin Luo was also breathing heavily and toning down. Laughing is a joyful thing, but too much excitement can be too much for your body to handle. Lin Luo took a deep breath. The mind repeats, not laughing, not smiling. As a result, Lin Luo didn't hold back and opened the cell phone video. Kanko, look at the camera. Put. Dash. Ah. Jin Zikong, I'll kill you. Just by the sound of it, the two men, who had just calmed down a bit, broke in seconds. Put. Ha ha ha. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Thumping footsteps came from behind. Bursting into laughter, the two wiped tears from their eyes and looked for the sound. He saw Jin Zikong take 3 steps and scurry down the stairs in a sorry state. Lo, help me ah dash. Jin Zikong didn't stop, was directly scurrying out. The sound at once pulled away. The footsteps continued. Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao looked back again. Wei Dai reared his broom high and thumped out, scampering down the stairs in the same 3 twos. His eyes were red and murderous, and his teeth were clenched. Jin Zikong, die for me. With a whoosh, Wei Taichong also rushed out. Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao looked at each other. Ha 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 ha. The two hugged their stomachs and laughed again. At the entrance of the school, Chu Jianjun stood on the side of the road lighting a cigarette, his eyes slightly narrowed as he stared inside the campus. The lunch rush was almost over, and now there were only 3 or 2 students heading out. Why isn't the brat out yet? Chu Jianjun exhaled his smoke and looked around to make sure he hadn't missed it. It's really not a good idea for him to go into the school today in his civilian clothes and a ducktail hat. At the entrance of the school, the physical education teacher, who had temporarily replaced the security post, was looking at Chu Jianjun with a wary gaze. He also had his baton and walkie-talkie cupped in his hand, with the air of shaking someone if the situation was not right. Just then, a shout came. Don't chase after me. Jin Zikong, I will kill you. Then, the 2 figures rushed out of the school gate one after the other, shouting towards the distance. Chu Jianjun. Part-time security. The 2 of them looked at the figure running away, both of them a little dazed. What's the situation? It was as if something swooshed past. Ha ha ha, ahem. Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao held hands with each other and laughed as they left the school. When Chu Jianjun saw the 2, his thick sword brows instantly furrowed into a ball. Bastard, where are you putting your hands? Bitch, where are your hands? Ahem. Chu Jianjun walked up and coughed his throat vigorously. Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao struggled to straighten their backs and saw the thick-browed, serious-faced Chu Jianjun. Uncle Chu, Dad. Chu Jiaojiao looked at her dad and then at Lin Luo, and without any good reason, her small fist pounded his chest. So this is our dad you were talking about. So it's my dad. Hey, Uncle Chu, your outfit today, it's quite chic. Lin Luo was cheeky and playful, but he laughed for so long that his voice was a bit muffled from laughing. Chu Jianjun grunted like he was constipated and threw a set of keys to Lin Luo. I thought you wanted a car, nah, for you. Chu Jianjun's tone was unkind. Can the tone of voice be good when you look at the little yellow hairs pulling and tugging with your own daughter? Despite the fact that the little yellow hair was self-approved, Lin Luo moved sensitively and caught the key, then his peach blossom eyes blossomed and scanned around. There was a ghost fire parked on the curb. Uncle Chu, is that the one? Lin Luo pointed at the ghost fire on the side of the road and said excitedly. What's a mother-in-law lighting cigarettes? My father-in-law sends ghost fires. Daughter slave Chu Jianjun grunted in displeasure and said, yes, yesterday's raid on Dihao, this is unclaimed stolen goods, I cashed it down, cheaper for you kid. When it came to Dihao, Lin Luo was angry. Don't mention it, I rode my bike to Imperial yesterday, and didn't the bike lock up in front of Imperial? As a result, I don't know that Gross can't afford to live, even my broken car is stolen. When I went back, there was just a rotten lock left on the ground. Your car was stolen? You went to Imperial? Chu Jianjun glared. Chu Jiajiao also glared. This father and daughter had the exact same facial movements. What are you two staring at? I helped catch a thief and lost my car, and you're still staring. Lin Luo shrunk his neck and whispered in an aggravated manner. It's over, guys. It's like I'm not even married yet and I'm being suppressed by my bloodline. I blame my father, who has no place in the family, for giving me a bad start. Chu Jianjun suddenly thought of something, his expression was odd, then he didn't hold back his laughter. You don't say, last night we really caught a little bicycle thief, I didn't realize it was your car. The teen even said that the car thief was absolutely out of his mind. There's a long line of patrol cars parked on the side of the road, and he goes and steals broken bicycles off the side of the road. Fruity. Lin Luo's eyes instantly widened, still glowing, and his fists hardened with excitement. For this gross, I didn't sleep for half the night last night, just couldn't figure out what this guy was doing stealing that broken car. Chu Jiaojiao snorted a laugh, then covered her mouth with one hand and her stomach with the other. She's been laughing super hard today, and when she does, her little tummy twitches. Yesterday she had gotten home in Lin Luo's crappy car, and she couldn't figure out what kind of thief would steal that car. Oh, I'm curious too. I'll ask you when I get back, and I'll give you your car back by the way. Chu Jianjun said smilingly, and when he saw Chu Jiaojiao covering her stomach, his eyebrows raised again. Daughter, what's wrong with your stomach? Not feeling well? I think my daughter-in-law said that my daughter can't eat cold food for a few days. It's okay, I just, lol. Halfway through her sentence, Chu Jiaojiao thought of that fart of Jin Zikong's and held her stomach again as she laughed and jerked. Chu Jianjun? He looked at Lin Luo with an inquiring gaze. What's Jiao Jiao laughing at? Lin Luo tried to take a deep breath and stifle his laughter, then took out his cell phone. Ahem, please watch the VCR. Puzzled, Chu Jianjun took the phone, then pressed confirm play. Konko, look at the camera. Put. Dash. Ah. Jinzikong, I'll kill you. A god machine is a god machine, and the speakers are thievingly loud. Ha ha ha. Lin Luo had been able to hold it in, but this time he heard it directly broke, and just like Chu Jiaojiao, he held his stomach and squatted on the ground, laughing with a twitch. Chu Jianjun is a professional and usually doesn't laugh unless he can't hold it in. His cheeks fluttered as he tried desperately to hold it in. But when he saw Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao squatting on the ground and laughing like that, he couldn't do it either. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Chu Jianjun laughed like thunder, laughing while patting his thighs. What's with this Kanko? This fart is too strong. No wonder he ran so fast just now and chased after him so fiercely. Turns out it was getting a fart pop in the face. The part-time security guard standing on duty at the entrance, the often frail physical education teacher, saw this side of the situation and was as curious as a cat scratching in his heart. What's going on over there, laughing so hard? Unable to resist, he came over with a smile on his face. So, brother, what's so funny? Sometimes it's not good to be too curious. Chu Jianjun didn't say anything and just handed over his cell phone. Kanko, look at the camera. Put. Dash. Ah. Jinzikong, I'll kill you. A few seconds later. Ha 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 dash. One more person crouched on the floor laughing and pumping. So annoying, the review changed my category to Urban High Martial Arts, or am I High Martial Arts, is it possessed by the olden system? Chapter 82 Middle School Vinegar King Competition. Pigeon pigeon pigeon. There were 4 people crouching in front of the 18th grade school who were laughing and jerking off. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of footsteps came from far away. Huffing and puffing, Lo to the rescue. Jin Zikong stumbled back with a big gasp. It was as if he was running a marathon, or the second half. It's all about tenacity and hardening. His eyes looked at Lin Luo prayerfully, all eager for life. Luo, help me, help me. Linello swung his fist at Jin Zikong. Yasuko, come on. It's not that daddy doesn't love you, it's just that I don't know how to help when you're jumping people's farts. Let them take it out, or they'll die of frustration. Not far behind him, Wei Taijung's footsteps are also staggering, breathing heavily, but his eyes are firm and determined, and his hand is holding a broom high in the air. Shin Zikong, I will kill you. Ah, give me a break, I really didn't mean it. Oh. Shin Zikong is going to break down and wow and run away again. Ha 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 ha. At the entrance to the school, bursts of laughter rang out once again. It's no more interesting than the spring fling. 10 minutes later. Anhui Authentic 57 Road Plate Noodle Store. The owner is a talented person, rubbing the heat of Anhui Authentic Plate Noodles is not enough, but changed the name to Anhui Authentic 57 Road Plate Noodles. So Anhui Shuefu Road used to be called Wuchi Road? The 5 to 7 bus does, and it doesn't sell slab noodles in the bus, does it? Jin Zikong and Wei Taichung sat opposite each other, one with averted eyes and the other with a murderous aura. Well, you two youngsters, you chased 5 streets over a little thing, you fought and made a scene, hurry up and eat, go to class in the afternoon. In the end, it's the Brigadier General, and Inspector Chu speaks just fine. The murderous aura on Wei Taijung's body slightly tightened, while loosening the broom held in his hand. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao buried their heads in a shivering face stance, but their shoulders twitched. Looking down, both were still covering their stomachs. No tricks, laughing so hard my abs hurt. Wei Taichung looked at Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao with tears in his eyes and was filled with grief. He had a premonition that he was going to be famous in the 18th middle school. Wei Taichung looked up to see Jin Zikong. He saw Jin Zikong looking at him with a pleasing smile on his face, picking up his chopsticks and pinching the chicken leg in his bowl. Wei, have a chicken leg. Humph, don't think I'll forgive you for one chicken leg. Wei Taijung said in a stifled voice, picking up his chopsticks and taking a big bite. After tossing and turning for thousands of meters, he was hungry. Jin Zikong was relieved to see him eating noodles. Finally, I've survived. Chu Jianjun had something else to do in the afternoon, so he hurriedly finished the noodles, paid for them, and left directly. Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun's speed of eating was no less, and after finishing the noodles, they asked for another bowl of noodle soup and sat beside Chu Jiaojiao, watching the 3 of them eat the noodles. Chu Jiaojiao's eating movements were very delicate, chewing and swallowing slowly, with a small beauty of a fresh filter. It all looks so out of place in this store. But the 2 brothers across the street kind of spoiled the view. Jin Zikong and Wei Taijung are both heavy, both have peeled garlic cloves in front of them, shivering a mouthful of noodles and eating a clove of garlic. As they ate, they didn't think it was flavorful enough and grabbed their bowls and poured the vinaigrette over them. Did you two grow up in a vinegar bowl? So jealous? Lin Luo watched as the 2 settled for a pot of vinegar and said with some shock, this is so scary. If all of them ate this way, the owner of the man would take a look at the bill at night and realize that he still had to pay for the garlic and vinegar. Kanzi he knew, he hated to move that basket of garlic every time he came to eat board noodles. Now with the addition of Wei Taichung, he suddenly understood the meaning of the dude's name. Hiccup. Jin Zikong and Wei Taijun looked at each other, then burped at the same time. Sprayed each other's faces with garlic. Eat the pasta without the garlic and you'll lose half the flavor. The 2 men spoke in unison, finished with a raised eyebrow, and looked at each other again, scrutinizing each other. It was actually a fellow traveler. That's kind of a no-brainer for you too. I just don't know, who can be more jealous? Lin Luo said with emotion. That's bound to be me. Jin Zikong puffed out his chest and lifted his head, recognizing himself as the number one in the jealousy 18. I'll be damned, just you, I'm a vinegar province. Wei Taichung looked at Jin Zikong with contempt and said with a clear conscience. What's wrong with vinegar saving? I'm still noodle saving. We eat dumplings with sour soup. Why don't you two compete? Bang! Wei Tai heavily slapped the table and said with bravado, just compare. Come on, who's afraid? Jin Zikong also shouted vigorously. Chu Jiaojia covered her stomach and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud again. She realized that Lin Luo was not only a scourge, but she was also particularly good at fooling people. Snubbing Niu Zida and Wei Jifan in class, the two vied to be his crown prince. When they got outside, they snubbed Jin Zikong and Wei Taichung for a jealousy match. How are you going to compete? Lin Luo's eyes glowed as he watched the fun and asked. Other people have a smartphone to play with, swipe through videos and TV shows, play games and whatnot. All he had on him was a $200 functioning God machine, or a push-button geriatric phone, which at best reads novels. But now I can't read novels. What can I do when I'm bored? I can only have fun. Then drinking vinegar. Then we have a deal, friendship first, competition second, no flipping out if you lose. Oof, it's definitely me who wins. Wei Taizhong got up proudly and went to the food outlet to get 2 disposable plastic cups and a jug of vinegar. Duong. Wei Taichung divided the cups and then poured vinegar all over them. An acetic acid odor spread instantly. Understand the vinegar province people contain vinegar. We grew up with vinegar as a drink. Hey, you two kids, what are you doing? Don't waste my vinegar. When the owner of the store saw the scene, he stopped and ran over to call a halt. There will always be those boring hairs that don't do anything. When you finish eating, you pour all the vinegar from the vinegar jug into the soup, and then you bugger off, for no other reason than to get wasted. So from time to time, the owner of the boarding house would look in and come out to stop when he realized someone was messing around. Boss, who says it's a waste, we want to compare vinegar. Jin Zikong said, picking up a cup of vinegar and lifting his chin at Wei Taichung with a warlike intent. Eat bait wire. Drink victory. Wei Taichung and Jin Zikong clinked their glasses, then both of them tilted their necks. Tons and tons and tons. Omega. The owner of the boardwalk store is numb. Lin Luo gulped and gave a thumbs up in admiration. Holy, that's my lethal dose. You guys did it. I'd like to call you both real vinegar fighters. Chu Jiajiao also looked dumbfounded. Peachy eyes are goofy, but still so cute. Hiccup. The two of them burped sourly, their faces unchanged. But Jin Zikong's dark little face looked a lot whiter. They say vinegar whitens the skin, so it seems that's not a bad thing. Wei Taichung smacked his lips, feeling unfulfilled, then poured himself another cup. Holy, youngsters these days can really drink. Boss Slateface exclaimed with a shocked expression and turned to walk away. As long as it's not wasted, it doesn't matter if it's poured into the noodles and eaten or just drunk. Come on. One more to go. Tons and tons and tons. Good vinegar. You're not so bad. The two are beginning to sympathize. Chu Jiaojiao shook her head straight as she watched. Neither one of these guys looked too smart for their own good. She picked at the bowl of noodles and pouted her little red oil-colored number. Lin Luo, I can't finish my noodles. I'll pick some for you. I didn't even touch the ones over here. Lin Luo craned his head to look. Chu Jiaojiao asked for a small bowl of noodles and only ate less than half of it, surprisingly saying that she couldn't finish it. No wonder you like tater tots. That stuff is probably just the right portion size for a girl. You go ahead and eat. Just give me the rest. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he happily watched those two silly boys fight over their jealousy again. Not just watching, but advising. Don't just drink, eat something and press it. Chu Jiajiao's small face was flushed, and the delicate fuzz on her small white face was clearly visible. Her ebony peach blossom eyes stared at Lin Luo, her heart throbbing. Mom says that someone who will eat your leftovers is someone who will tolerate you, accept you, like you, and love you. Chapter 83, The Compass Moves Again. Hiccup. Wei Taizhong and Jin Zikong let out a long vinegar burp. Another jug of vinegar was drained by the two men. The surrounding people who were eating noodles had long since stopped eating noodles, and each of them looked at these two people with bated breath, their eyes full of admiration and shock. Nice guy. Is this vinegar or Coke? If you didn't know, you'd think it was a drink. Okay, you two are almost done. You're 2 bottles of vinegar. Drink any more and the human boss will be asking you for money later. Lin Luo saw that Jin Zikong's lips were white from drinking and then called for a stop. His own right to son's own heartache. These 2 pots of vinegar down, Fong Xianling his wife cannot stand. Wei Taizhong looked at it but acted as if it was nothing. Not to be outdone by the vinegar province, it runs through the veins. How's that for convincing? Wei Taizhong looked at Jin Zikong in triumph. Convinced, I am. Jin Zikong nodded repeatedly, he really couldn't drink anymore. I thought I was invincible enough to drink vinegar, but I didn't realize there were masters. Little man, I'll let you off the hook today. Wei Taizhong had a smug look on his face before he and Jin Zikong settled the remaining noodles in the bowl. When they were done the two asked for another bowl of noodle soup to dunk. I drank too much vinegar and had acid reflux in my stomach, so it's a good thing that the board noodles are lye water noodles with a lot of alkali in the noodle broth, so it's just the right amount to neutralize it. Lin Luo also settled the half bowl of noodles left over from Chu Jiajiao's meal. Can't be wasted, isn't it? The young girl beside him was shy and happy, and had already been fished into a warped mouth, her watery eyes never leaving from Lin Luo. After eating, the four of them exited the noodle shop and prepared to go back to school. Not far from there is the lottery store. When Jin Zikong saw the store, as if a switch had been flipped, he ran over there upside down, stood outside the door and shouted, "No loan!" Shouting, he turned and ran. Chu Jiajiao and Wei Taichun looked stunned, not knowing what was happening. Lin Luo smiled and pulled Chu Jiajiao away. "What happened?" Chu Jiajiao asked in confusion. Wei Taijun was still standing dumbfounded, looking at the lottery store suspiciously. Soon, a man with center-parted glasses rushed out of the store and jumped at Jin Zikong's back for a while. "Ha, Kanzi picked up a bag in a roadside pool." Lin Luo finished saying the whole story, hearing Chu Jiajiao in a daze. "Lottery tickets borrow young life, you're a real talent." In the afternoon, the last study session. The sprint class was quiet as a pin drop. Everyone is quietly learning theirs. Not having a question that would, he silently came next to Lin Luo and gestured to ask. Lin Luo helped with the questions in a small voice. It couldn't be helped, he was the learning martial emperor and the patriarch of the mutual aid study group sect, so he had to be responsible for what he said. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang as expected. Lin Luo also happened to finish talking about the questions. "Do you hear me?" "Thank you, team leader, I hear you, team leader, you're so nice." The female student who came to the question finished daintily, then walked away happily with her workbook. Looking at Lin Luo's smiling face, Chu Jiajiao's fists hardened. "That's very kind of you, Captain. Look at how beautiful you are. What are you looking at? Pack up and get ready to go home." Lin Luo excitedly pulled out the car keys and tossed them around in his hand. He couldn't wait to try his hand at the joys of a ghostly fire-carrying sister. "Are you that happy?" The young girl raised an eyebrow, her shell teeth nipping. "Of course, a ghost fire from my old husband, this treatment, I'm the only one inside the yellow hairs in the country." Lin Luo held her head proudly and raised her eyebrows in arrogance. Chu Jiajiao was instantly amused. Her small face flushed as she gave Lin Luo a blank stare. "Nonsense, it's not your old man." "That's very kind of you, Captain. What's the point? He called my dad old man, huh?" The young girl thought arrogantly. Yes, princess, please depart." He. Chu Jiajiao put on her backpack and left the classroom with Lin Luo in a happy mood. All the way to the stairway, there weren't many people left in the classrooms of several classes. In the classroom of Class 5, Jin Zikong and Wei Taizhong were still burying their heads in their homework. Seeing them, Lin Luo didn't bother and went down the stairs with Chu Jiajiao piece by piece. "Why didn't Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue come to see you today?" Lin Luo looked at the young girl. Under the moonlight and the dim light, the young girl's delicate face looked as if it had an extra layer of hazy veil, adding a few dainty touches. Chu Jiajiao pursed her lips, eyes flashed. "I don't know, you go ask them." The two little sisters didn't want to come and be a light bulb, so how could she say it? "Hey, it's good that you're not coming, I'll dump Kanko tomorrow too, it'll be nice to have just the two of us." "Yasuko, so love disappears, right?" Chu Jiajiao's small hands clenched together, her red little face buried in her arms. "Just this high action is worth 1,000 words. Lin Luo pushed the motorcycle out and excitedly rode it, looking back at Chu Jiajiao. "Pretty girl, get in the car, Potter will take you for a ride." "Pust." The young girl's eyes were like water, and she smiled sweetly as she got into the car. "Pretty boy, let's go." Toot, toot. There was a lot of traffic on the way home. From time to time, Ringlo honked his horn and wove his way through the bikes. He wasn't fast. Since it was the schoolgirl's personal master, it was natural to focus on safety. Chu Jiajiao smiled brightly, her hands holding onto Lin Luo's waist, her ponytail behind her fluttering in the wind. The red light came on, and Lin Luo squeezed the gate with both hands. Squeak! Chu Jiajiao directly hit Lin Luo's back. A Q-tip. "Lin Luo, you did it on purpose." The young girl let out a pout, her small fists on Lin Luo's back a massage. Lin Luo comfortably squinted his eyes and grunted in enjoyment. Yeah, a couple more on the right side, cozy. Humph. Chu Jiajiao hummed softly and began to turn the tables, her small hands touched her abs and she arched an eyebrow. Lin Luo sort of understood that this Chu Jiajiao was a contrasting schoolgirl. Usually she blushes when she moves, looks down shyly, and smiles with her eyes downcast, but when others can't see it, she touches her abs more aggressively than anyone else. "Jiajiao, what does our mom do for a living?" Lin Luo braced himself on the ground with one foot, holding the handlebars with one hand, and with the other hand, he took out the Qintian supervisor's compass, ready to observe the situation. "By the way, inquire about Chu Jiajiao's mom." Chu Jianjun, that old den, Lin Luo was already quite familiar with, but Chu Jiajiao's mom, he hadn't met until now. Mother-in-law is a top priority. Once you've made your mother-in-law happy and taken care of, the marriage will be mostly done. That's all from the experience of his old man, Comrade Lao Lin. But before Chu Jiaojiao could say anything, Lin Luo suddenly had a grave expression. The compass needle slowly rotated and finally pointed to the southwest. Southwest again. Now the compass is moving again. Could it be that someone else is watching Chu Jianjun? Or maybe a new breed of demonic sycophants? Confused. But now there's a new ride, the Thunder Pony. It's only a 50-kilometer radius, and it's all accessible. My mom works at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chu Jiaojiao leaned on Lin Luo's back and whispered. The little face was still a little hot as he spoke. Bastards taking advantage again. It's not our mom. Ringo wailed and slowly started the ghost fire as the green light came on. The old man is from the city council and the mother-in-law is from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two mouths of dual career, the state will give the pension, a variety of welfare benefits pull full, think about it all feel beautiful. You haven't said anything about what your parents do? Chu Jiaoju poked Lin Luo's hindquarters and asked in a low voice. My dad is the manager of a building materials company, and my mom owns a mini-mart in my neighborhood. Hey, Uncle Chu has already met with my parents, and old brother are called close to each other. Teenage girl? What have you been doing behind my back? Chapter 84, Mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, enemies at the door? I'm home, thank you, Rinlo. The young girl looked at the door of her nearby home and took her school bag with a coquettish smile. You do have to thank me for touching me all the way. Lin Luo muttered, seeing Chu Jiaojiao roll her eyes at herself, and then laughed. Come on in, do you have someone to drive you in the morning? Do you want me to pick you up? My mom will send me. Just as Chu Jiaojiao finished speaking, the door to the room clicked open and Jiao Li's head poked out. Aya, the daughter is back. The mature beauty looked surprised, but her big eyes were looking at Lin Luo as she spoke. Not bad for a mother and daughter with a nice lineage of peach eyes. Ringo is also a peach eye. As the saying goes, if you are born with peach blossom eyes, you can look at a dog with deep affection. For eyes met, and Jolie nodded with mental satisfaction. The young man is so tall, his temperament is clean, his eyes are clear, and he looks good, much more handsome than in the photo. Hello auntie. Lin Luo stood up straight in a formal manner and bowed slightly, the man playing a well-behaved. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to meet Chu Jiaojiao's mom until Saturday, Lin Luo wasn't prepared at all. I didn't expect the meeting to come so suddenly, but Dad said that the mother-in-law likes a good aunt. Jolie's eyes shone brightly, and with a smile at the corner of her mouth, she warmly greeted Lin Luo as she entered the house. Good, Xiaolin isn't it? Don't stand outside, come in, and sit down, have some water. Jiao Jiao you too, don't know any better, Xiaolin is at the door and you won't let him come inside for a rest. No need, auntie, I haven't prepared anything. What are you preparing for? You don't need to prepare for coming to auntie's house, come on in. Jolie pulled Lin Luo inside without refusal. Chu Jiaojiao covered her mouth and smiled, her eyebrows arched as she carried her school bag into the house. Look at you out there, you're not afraid of anything, even when you're facing your own dad, you can be playful. Why do you look like a quail when you meet my mom? Hee. Sit, Jiao Jiao, what are you waiting for? Get Xiaolin a drink. No auntie, I'm not thirsty. Hey, once. Chu Jiaojiao smiled and ran to the refrigerator to get 2 cans of drinks, came back and sat next to Lin Luo. Nah, drink up. Well, thank you auntie. Jolie laughed again at Lin Luo's formal appearance. You child, what are you so nervous about? Auntie doesn't eat people. That's right, my mom's fine, so relax. It's weird to be able to relax. I'll take you back to sneak up on my parents and see if you can relax. I heard from Jiao Jiao that you're the top of your grade in your school. Have you thought about which university you want to enter in the future? No. It's mostly up to Jiao Jiao where she wants to go to college. I'm all for it. Going to college. This was something that Lin Luo hadn't even thought about before. With his grades, that's an early bowling. College. Spend some money to mix up a diploma, come out and find a company as a social animal life. The young girl's beautiful eyes were smiling as she looked at Lin Luo with satisfaction. The teenager answered to her great satisfaction. Jolie's eyes also lit up and her mind was already calculating. The 2 children will go to the same university later, so they don't have to live apart, and when they graduate, they will get married, come back to work, and have a smooth little life than anything else. If you can't, take the public exam. You're home. Jolie's words had barely left her mouth when a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Watchman's rattle, talkative and offensive. The 3 people in the room all looked toward the door. Who? Jolie voiced suspiciously. If it was Chu Jianjun, he had the key and opened the door himself. If it's a case of forgetting your keys, you'll call for the door to be opened as well. Hello ma'am, we are from the neighborhood property. The owners downstairs said that your house is leaking and flooding their roof, and asked us to come up and take a look. A man's voice came from outside. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and observed Jolie's expression. Seeing that she had a blank look on her face, she then quietly pulled out her compass. The compass needle was turning loudly and surprisingly pointed to the door. Jolie was a bit frazzled. Water leaks in the house? No, I don't think so. I don't hear any leaks anywhere in the house. Okay, wait a minute. Jolie got up, ready to go to the door. Lin Luo, however, was 1 step ahead of her. Auntie, wait. What's wrong? Jolie looked at Rinlo suspiciously. Chu Jiaojiao also looked at Lin Luo with a puzzled expression. Auntie, when the downstairs was flooded, the owners didn't come up on their own. Why did they approach the property first? Don't you usually take care of this situation yourself first and contact the property when you can't find anyone? Lin Luo's family has also experienced several leaks upstairs as well as leaks in their own home. Never went to the property, it was all resolved privately. You mean? Shu. Rinlo made a gesture of silence, then lowered his voice. Auntie, you and Jiao Jiao go inside first and close the door. That man outside is not right. Jolie? Chu Jiaojiao? Something wrong? Move faster. Lin Luo said, his hand pulling out a gun from his back waist. Hiss. You kid. Jolie's eyes instantly widened as she looked at Lin Luo in shock. Chu Jiaojiao was also startled and incredulously opened her mouth wide before covering it with her hand. Don't be afraid, it's a toy gun. Lin Luo said, retrieving the magazine and showing the two women the beeping bullets inside. He's not pulling out a gun in front of people. That guy out there might be looking for trouble. I'll scare him with this. You guys get in the house or it won't be good if they break down the door and rush in later. Lin Luo said, pushing Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao into the house. Jolie cried inwardly. Scaring people with a toy gun, thanks for thinking of it. She grabbed Lin Luo anxiously and looked at him seriously and earnestly. Xiaolin, don't fool around, let's just not open the door. Call your Uncle Chu and tell him to hurry back. Just kidding. How could she possibly let Lin Luo venture out there alone? If that's really a criminal out there, coming to the door, who knows what he'll do? If something happens to this child, how can she explain to the parents? Bang, bang, bang. The knock came again, slightly more urgent and forceful than before. Outside the door of the room, 3 young men, all in black, were covered in duck caps and masks. They looked warily at the stairwell entrance and in the direction of the elevator, already somewhat impatient. Ma'am, could you please open the door? Let's check the plumbing in your house. The man knocked on the door, loudly. Auntie, trust me. Lin Luo looked at Jolie earnestly, a reassuring aura coming over her. Good. Jiao Jiao, let's go inside, don't drag Xiaolin down. Xiaoli said, pulling Chu Jiaojiao into the bedroom. Clicking the door of the room closed, Xiaoli hurriedly pulled out her cell phone to call Chu Jianjun. And Lin Luo in the living room put away the Yellow River brand toy gun and came to the door with 2 empty hands. Click. The door to the room opened a crack. The 3 masked men in black were overjoyed in their hearts, and then they vigorously pushed the security door. According to the plan, when they entered the house, one of them closed the door and controlled the doorway while the other 2 went to control the person who opened the door. The people in the house will then be lambs to the slaughter and can do whatever they want. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open with great force. After the 3 rushed into the house, one closed the door and the other 2 pounced on Lin Luo. But when they saw that it was Lin Luo who opened the door, both of them were stunned. Grass. How come it's a guy? The 2 were astonished. Isn't this family just a matriarch and a high school daughter? The man of the house is often out early and comes home late, as if he hadn't. The 2 families next door are out of town, no one is home, and this is the only one on this floor. Is there a problem with the stepping? Lin Luo looked coldly at the 2 people who were pouncing on him, his body's true chi surged, and his palms flickered with a faint golden light. It seemed to him that all 3 of them moved as if they were turtles crawling, very slow and clumsy. Snap! He gave a big, hard smack in the mouth. Then a backhand pump. There was another snap and crunch. The 2 men who lunged at him were all jerked away. Put! Blood mixed with teeth sprayed out. Lin Luo progressed forward and hastened to the doorway, clutching the neck of the man who closed the door, and then lifted him up as if he were a chicken. The man's face was filled with panic, and he couldn't struggle in time before Lin Luo grabbed his neck and slammed it against the security door. There was a loud bang. A piece of the security door was dented, and the person being lifted by Lin Luo's eyes rolled over and fell asleep with him. Lin Luo threw the man and his hand onto the floor, then drew a tissue from the drawbox sitting on the shoe cabinet and slowly wiped the bloodstains on his hand. Before and after, in an instant. A first-rate expert against 3 ordinary people is a second death. Lin Luo looked at the sleeping trio on the ground and spat disdainfully. Bah, garbage. But thinking about the cool moves he had just made, Lin Luo's heart was thrilled again. This is a martial arts master, simply handsome, cool. Chapter 85, Women are all cats, clingy and petulant little goblins. City Council meeting room, smoke. A circle of old smokers pinched their cigarettes and discussed something heatedly. The blackboard was labeled with more than a dozen photographs, which were connected by lines to form a map of the pulse of human relationships. All the relevant information is written next to the photo, so you can see all kinds of information at a glance. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Zhang Wuqian walked in from outside. Zhao Dalong put down. With one word, the crowd in the conference room perked up. How? According to Zhao Dalong's explanation, the owner of Imperial Hao, Qi Dalong, is their behind-the-scenes gold master, and Qi Dalong also has a younger brother named Qi Dongxiang, who is in charge of the incoming channels, and is currently in the corner of Maine. In 3 days, he'll personally smuggle a shipment back. In the conference room, the crowd looked to the white shirt at the head of the room. The white shirt looked at the crowd with a steely gaze. Now that the situation is clear, the biggest ice candy sales in the South City is the Imperial Group headed by Chi DeLong. Below, I command. Swish. Everyone in the conference room, all sat up straight and looked at the white shirt with the same steely gaze. Immediately arrest the Dihao gang led by Chi DeLong, and don't let go any criminals who jeopardize national security and social stability. Yes. And just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open once more. Group SXS Jilan rushed in a flurry of wind, and everyone instantly looked at Jilan. Chu Jianjun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Jilan, what is it? Jilan hurriedly said, sister-in-law called, saying that a stranger posing as a property owner knocked on your door, but your phone didn't get through. Chu Jianjun's pupils instantly shrunk, then he pulled out his cell phone. The moment he turned on the phone, several missed call alerts popped up, all from Jolie. Ji-run, what exactly is the situation? Did you ask clearly? Sang asked out loud. Before Jilan could say anything, Chu Jianjun had already run out of the conference room with quick steps. Zhang Guoqiang, Jilan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you follow me? The white shirt glared and raised his voice. Yes. The two then caught up with Chu Jianjun. Swish. The sound of ties being pulled tight. Lin Luo skillfully tied up the three black-clad masked men backhandedly with a tie. He was running low on zip ties and had to go back to the hardware store to get another pack to go. This stuff works better than handcuffs, and crucially, it's cheaper. Why is it silent out there? Chu Jiaojiao pressed against the door of the house and realized how she couldn't hear anything outside. She couldn't help but nervously look at Xiaoli and ask, don't let anything happen to the rotten egg out there. Jolie was likewise pressing herself against the door to listen to the voices outside. Those crashes just now were weirdly scary, and I don't know how the kid outside is doing. This old Chu is really something too. He can't always find anyone when it matters. Watchman's rattle, talkative and offensive. A soft knock on the door sounded, frightening both Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao. The two of them covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Auntie, Jiao, it's okay. Lin Luo's warm and clear voice seemed to be able to caress people's heartstrings, making Chu Jiaojiao and Xiaoli's lifted hearts instantly put back. Rinlo. Chu Jiaojiao excitedly whispered Lin Luo's name and quickly opened the door to the room. What met his eyes was Lin Luo's handsome and sunny smiling face. Gentle, watery peach blossom eyes with a badass smile. It's okay. Chu Jiaojiao didn't have time to look around much before she had already jumped into Lin Luo's arms and hugged him tightly. You scared the hell out of me, Rinlo. Jolie watched the young pair, her thoughts racing, and suddenly she was reminded of a summer night 20 years ago. She herself also jumped into the arms of a big piggy named Chu and then fell completely. Thoughts returning, Jolie glanced in the direction of the doorway and her pupils constricted. Three strange young men, all tied up with their hands behind their backs at this point, lay motionless and paralyzed on the ground. She let out a shocked yelp before looking at the harmless, gentle Lin Luo. The kid looks like a good boy. How did he do it? It hadn't been 5 minutes since the two of them had entered the house, had it? If she knew that Lin Luo didn't even use 5 seconds to these three guys up, she would probably have to jump up and down in shock. Okay, it's okay, you forgot my 120 record at school. Lin Luo smiled and patted Chu Jiaojiao's back to comfort her. But the young girl didn't have the slightest idea of letting go of Lin Luo. She realized that Lin Luo carried a strange fragrance, especially good, and the more she smelled, the more she went up. Sniff. Can't stop at all. The young girl's small face was pressed against Lin Luo's chest, sniffing gently. Lincoln? Why are you hugging me tighter? Your mom's still watching. Hey! Xiaoli retracted her sight, saw her own daughter without any talent to hug others. Xiaolin sniffing non-stop, like a sticky kitten suddenly speechless and shook her head. Nah, you're miserable. Little girl, you're in love. Just like the old lady did in the beginning. Cats mewing. Master, paste. Cinderella's voice came from inside the house. Then Cinderpaw, the little lion cat with white fur all over her body, ran out beautifully with a pink bow on her head, and a cute cartoon hairpin, and a little pink tag around her neck. The little coal ball came over to Lin Luo's side, his little head rubbing back and forth on Lin Luo's leg, sniffing Lin Luo's scent as he did so. Cats mewing. Fragrance. Jolie blinked, looking at her own daughter, and then looked at the kitten at her feet. One person and one cat movements synchronized, simply carved out of the same mold, and almost laughed out loud. Ring. Jolie's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the charm of the room. Xiaoli glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Chu Jianjun. You're calling after it's all over. What were you doing earlier? Jolie picked up the phone and looked at her daughter, still intoxicated. Lin Luo's face was tense and his body stiffened. Chu Jiaojiao, calm down. Your mom's still watching from the sidelines. Jolie shook her head and turned with a smile, walking out onto the balcony, the smile on her face turning suddenly to one of resignation. Honey. Aggrieved, frightened, nervous, petulant quiver. Chu Jianjun's heart was trembling at the tip of his heart as he listened, and his teeth were about to be clenched. Lily, are you okay? Hubby, my daughter and I are fine, thanks to Xiaolin. Those three guys were subdued by Xiaolin. Kobayashi is there too. Chu Jianjun's eyes lit up, and the heart that was hanging in the air was immediately put back most of the way. Although he hadn't seen Lin Luo do anything, but Triangle Eyes, the three Zhang brothers, and Zhao Dalong, these were all captured alive by Lin Luo. This kind of outlaw couldn't carry Lin Luo's beatings, and the three that went to his house were for nothing. Yeah, Xiaolin sent Zhao Jiao home just as I bumped into him, so I let him come to the house to drink some water and rest, but it turned out that someone. Listening to Qiao Li recount what happened, Xu Jianjun took a long breath, the tension and worry on his face disappeared, and while his heart was grateful, there was a pang of fear. If Lin Luo was not at home today, what would happen to his wife and daughter? Just think of it all back cold. Lily, I'll be home soon. Well, come back soon, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I'll have Daisen drive faster. Zhang Guoqiang, who was driving the car, seemed as if he hadn't heard the conversation between his own captain and his wife, and silently accelerated the speed of the car. Lights popped, alarm bells oohed and awed, straight into the garden district. Chapter 86. A pass automatically comes to the door, born to work as an inspector. There was a clatter of keys opening the door. Lin Luo patted Chu Jiaojiao's back and said breathlessly, Chu Jiaojiao, your father is back, are you sure you don't want to let go? The little girl had been hugging him for 10 minutes or so and had no intention of letting go. Key's mom even came over during that time and picked up the little briquette that was messing with his feet. Now Jolie was sitting on the couch, watching TV and jerking off the cat, glancing over every now and then with an aunt's smile. No, that's her own mother's smile. It made Lin Luo, who was so brazen, blush a little. Weirdly embarrassed. I had the lights off. Swish! The door opened, and Chu Jianjun was just about to enter when he realized that the door to the room had popped back up again. Looking down, he saw a leg right in the way of the door to the room. In the next second, Chu Jianjun vigorously pushed the door and bam, directly knocked that leg away. Woo! A muffled grunt of pain followed. Chu Jianjun stepped into the house, and behind him, Zhang Guoqiang and Jilan quickly followed. Upon entering the house, all three were startled by the scene on the floor. There were three men tied up backhanded on the basement floor. Two people's faces swollen high, look seems to have been smashed, the other lying on the ground, eyes closed tightly, pale, motionless, and do not know whether it is dead or alive. There was still quite a bit of blood on the ground, and several large yellow-grooved teeth lay very conspicuously on the ground. The person who was hit by Chu Jianjun's leg slowly opened his eyes, first his eyes relaxed, and then gradually focused. However, when he saw that the three of Chu Jianjun were wearing patrol uniforms and were looking at themselves with extremely unkind faces, he was immediately frightened. Fogweed. His memory was still stuck on entering the door. The screen flickers. They rushed through the door and then saw a harmless little handsome man. The next thing he knew, he didn't know anything. Is it getting hard? What's with the thunder? Lily. Chu Jianjun didn't care about the person on the floor and looked at Jiao Li who was sitting on the sofa. Honey. Jiao Li's weak cry of husband heard Chu Jianjun's heartache, 2 steps forward, hugged his daughter-in-law. Lily, are you okay? Are there any injuries? He asked as he looked at Jolie with a concerned face. Jiao Li leaned in Chu Jianjun's arms, tearfully shaking her head in a pitiful manner. It was Kobayashi who let Jiaojiao and I into the house, and these three were subdued by Kobayashi without even seeing us. Thanks to Kobayashi today. That's good, that's good. Chu Jianjun let out a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Luo gratefully. He saw his own daughter leaning in Lin Luo's arms, with the same tearful little pitiful look. Lin Luo had a bitter smile on his face. Uncle Chu, this is none of my business. It's your daughter who's holding on to me and won't let go. Hey! Chu Jianjun's eyes widened slightly. That's a bit of a familiar image. As soon as he looked down, he met his daughter-in-law's hazel tearful eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tug. For some reason, he thought of his mother-in-law again. When the old lady was young, she was especially fond of pampering her old husband. His own daughter-in-law had inherited it well and held him in check. Now it's time to get to the BFF, and then look at this reaction from Kobayashi. TSK. Boy, you've got some good times ahead of you. Lily, sit down for a moment while I take care of this. Chu Jianjun said softly to Jiao Li. Well, there you go. Jiao Li let go of Chu Jianjun and sat back down on the sofa, as soon as she picked up little Cinderella again. Cats mewing. Sticky. The little cinder block rubbed against Jolie good-naturedly. Master told me to be more pampered. Cinderella's the best at it. Chu Jianjun turned around and directly ignored Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojia. His own sweet little coat, draped over someone else. You can't watch it. You can't hold it in if you watch too much. De Zhang, ask them who found them. Chu Jianjun said to Zhang Guoqiang. Got it, chief. Zhang answered and crouched down beside the man who woke up, looking at him coldly. Jilan expressionlessly snapped a few photos of the scene with his cell phone, then pulled out a book from his arms and drew out the pen stuck on it, ready to start recording. Snap! Zhang directly smacked a mouth over, causing the man's eyes to clear instantly. Say, what's the name? Zhang asked in a deep voice. The people in the room all looked over, especially Chu Jiaojiao, hiding in Lin Luo's arms, curiously poking out half of her little head. She blinked her big, stolen senses. It was the first time she had ever seen someone interrogate. It was oddly new, even Lin Luo didn't smell good. Let's just say that it's still more appealing to eat melon. Neck high. The man in black said vaguely. Snap. Sang grimaced and smoked another hard one. I guess your mom, no time to play with you, say, what's the name? Nick Hai Woo. Nick Hai. The man in black stalked his neck and shouted in excitement, tears coming out of his eyes. Lin Luo smoked half of his face and rotted it, leaving only half of his good side. It's just that Zhang Guoqiang doesn't smack him in the good face, he specializes in smacking the bad face. It was already hurting, and this smack of the mouth made it hurt even more, and his brain buzzed. Yeehaw, a man with a tough mouth. Zhang Guoqiang seems to be in the mood, between smiling and laughing, directly raised his hand and took out a plastic sandal from the shoe cabinet. At the sight of it, the man in black's eyes bugged out, twitching with excitement, unable to stop himself from ducking backward while shouting, Nick Hai, Nick Hai, Nick Hai. Zhang Guoqiang pinched the cooler, swung his arm round, and smacked it hard. Woo! Snap! There was an ear-splitting crunch in the room. The black-clothed man's head was jerked away with a prancing motion, taking his body with him as he shifted. With a thud, the man in black hit his head on the door of the room. Wah! The man in black screamed strangely in pain, blood whistling out of his mouth, tears streaming from his eyes. Oh, my name is Nick Hai Ah. So, is it possible that he's, named Nick Hai? Lin Luo's voice came weakly. It made the expression of Sang, who was pinching his flip-flops, go blank. Jiran's pen, which was taking notes, followed suit. She was writing that the other party was extremely uncooperative, but once she heard Lin Luo's words, she directly performed a dumbfounded look. Zhang looked at Jilan and then at Chu Jianjun. Chu Jianjun waved his hand and said without moving, keep asking. Your name is Nick Hai? Sang asked, raising an eyebrow as he yanked the man back. Nick Hai nodded frantically, afraid that he would be slow in getting a mouthful. This ing. How is it that there are still people telling you to guess? What are their names? Zhang continued to ask with an expressionless face. It doesn't matter if you draw the wrong one, you should draw all three anyway. Smoking to death is not enough. Nick Hai shivered, tears rolling madly in his eyes, but didn't dare to howl in mourning and could only honestly cooperate. The one with the swollen face is called Yang Wei, and that one is called Zhao Crab. Jiran looked up, they guess those two words? The nay of Kong Zhongni, the guess of guessing. What about those two? Yang as in poplar tree, great as in greatness, Zhao as in Zhao Qiansun, crab as in crab. Sang raised an eyebrow and muttered the names of the three men. Nick Hai, Yang Wei, Zhao Crab. Yeah, nigga guess impotence and premature ejaculation. Nick Hai shouted with a slurred voice. Snap. Zhang backhanded a big mouthful. Oh, why are you hitting again ooh? Nick Hai cried, why am I still hitting me when I've been so cooperative? What the kind of names are you three? Zhang Guoqiang glared without any good humor. Jilan stifled her laughter and reminded, does Zhang, hurry up and keep asking. Oh, I almost forgot, who told you to come here? What do you want to do here posing as property? Sang wrinkled his eyebrows and glared, asking in a cold, deep voice, a pugnacious air coming out, making Nichai's body tremble. Go Chang said this family had money and good-looking women and wanted to make a deal and get the money to run away. Zhang Guoqiang and Jilan's faces turned ugly. The meaning of this man's words was already self-evident, seeking wealth and preparing to lay down his life. And who is Go Chang? Zhang asked with a frown. Go Chang was our former cellmate and now runs a recycling station that takes care of garbage collection in this area. Chu Jianjun's lungs were about to explode with anger, but right at this moment, his mind flashed and he suddenly thought of something. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Su Lin, check the three people, Nick Hai, Zhao Crab and Yang Wei, in the system to see if they are fugitives from justice. N.I. is. After Chu Jianjun finished saying the information about the three people's names, a clear and cold voice came from the other side of the phone. Okay, Team Chu. Zhang Guoqiang, Jilan and the others all looked at Chu Jianjun, waiting for news. Team Chu, these three are the fugitive A-passes from the Yulan City side. News from the Wuching side, the three have run into our South City, the wanted notice has just been issued. Chu Jianjun opened the external expansion, so both Zhang Guoqiang and Jilan heard it clearly. Breathing heavily. 3 A-passes, criminal gangs. This represents a meritorious commendation delivered to your door. It's a keep 3 for 2 kind of thing. Okay, I got it. Tell Ma that the 3 Athons are caught. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking, he hung up the phone and looked at Lin Luo, his eyes filled with appreciation and gratitude. Kid, a passer automatically door to send you hands, you kids simply born to do the life of the inspector, really do not consider college on the inspector college? Lin Luo's head shook like a rattle. No consideration. There's no bounty to be taken when the inspector catches an A-pass, don't bother with that. Chapter 87, the fight was a little rough. Is your nephew badly hurt? Look at you, catching thieves just to get a reward? Looking at Lin Luo shaking his head in rejection, Chu Jianjun said helplessly. Or what, I'm not an inspector. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands before remembering that he had one lying in his arms. When he lowered his head, he met Chu Jiajiao's big misty eyes. Jiajiao, don't you think so? That's it. Chu Jiajiao nodded repeatedly. When what inspector 3 days and 2 days are not at home, a holiday vacation instead of more busy. She grew up with her father around the opportunity to accompany the pitifully small, outside cannot mention their own dad as an inspector, encountered and cannot take the initiative to greet, someone asked can only call a second uncle. It's the kind of work that one person in the family can do. Jolie chimed in, what are you staring at? The man-child is right. You like to be an inspector, that's your business. You're not allowed to interfere when people have other ideas, you hear me? That's not even your son-in-law, in giving away. Chu Jianjun sighed helplessly. He is not thinking that Lin Luo will work in the same industry with him in the future. He can pave the way. All the connections are here, and when the time comes, with the support of friends and relations, the career can be a little smoother. Then there is this luck. Their business ability is also too hard. In the future, as long as you do not make mistakes, merit promotion is not logical. Ring, ring, ring. Chu Jianjun's cell phone rang with a sharp incoming call at the right time. Chu Jianjun picked up a look, and then immediately connected. Hey, Ma Bureau. The 3A passes that came over from Upland, caught? Ma's tone was somewhat surprised and incredulous. Got him, he's at my house right now. Your house. Ma Bureau's eyes widened and he subconsciously raised his voice. Then I thought of the meeting just now. Chu Jianjun took someone to go home in a hurry, and my heart was violently tightened. Is everything okay at your house? Ma said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Ma Bureaus, one of my nephews happened to be at home. These 3 were cleaned up by my nephew, just a bit of a beating. Chu Jianjun glanced at the 3 Nikai lying dead on the ground and said euphemistically. Ma was relieved to hear this. He then worried that something had happened to Chu Jianjun's family. In their line of work, it's not easy for their families to be scared. None of them would feel good or be able to live with themselves if something happened to them. As far as people hitting a little hard, this is fine. As long as the person is still alive, it's a blessing. Let's ask the bureau to give out more rewards. Did that nephew of yours get to the hospital? Is he seriously injured? Don't worry, we'll cover the medical expenses. Ma Bureau said smilingly, with the attitude of a good leader who cares about his subordinates. A question mark slowly popped up on Chu Jianjun's head. He glanced at the pig that was still holding his cabbage, and although the sister was gnawing, it was getting close, and he couldn't help but pull at the corners of his mouth. Ma Bureau, you're mistaken. It's the 3 Apasses that got beat up a little bit. 2 had their faces smashed and 1 had a trauma to the back of his head, so I guess it's a little serious. This time it was Ma's turn to hit a question mark. Is your nephew that good? Ma snapped. After saying that, he realized that what he said was a bit of a poor choice of words. He coughed awkwardly and reorganized his words. Ahem, your nephew is quite a fighter. Ma Bureau laughed. It's not bad. Before the Dumb Cannon Gang, as well as Zhang Bin Zhang San, and Zhao Dalong from Imperial Hao, were all held down by my nephew. The ministry specially approved the bounty, or Ma Bureau you signed and reported it. Chu Jianjun said with a faint smile, not without showing off. Ma Bureaucrat was silent for 3 seconds and looked at the reward report approved on his desk regarding the arrest of Zhao Dalong. No. Won't your nephew think about becoming an inspector? Poison rats, wanted criminals are caught in waves, and before the last bounty process is complete, the next one is refreshed. What are you waiting for if you don't pull this kind of person into the patrol? We need people like you at the patrol factory. Hey, it's still underage, the hair hasn't even grown, let's wait until later. Chu Jianjun's dejected appearance caused Xiaoli to cover her mouth and snicker for a while. That's not what you just said, Inspector Chu. Ma Bureau was speechless, how he had the urge to curse. Where else can I get a nephew with this kind of hair? I'll ask for a bunch of them. Ahem, cut the bull **** and hurry up and bring the man back, and fill out your nephew's bounty report while you're at it. These 3A passes are making quite a mess in Upland, and they're doing some very nasty cases. After breaking into a private house, the 3 men insulted a man's wife in front of her husband, and then robbed and killed him. Chu Jianjun's heart surged as he listened, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the 3 Nikai people at the door. If Lin Luo hadn't been there today, his wife and daughter would never have survived. Suddenly it felt as if Lin Luo had still struck lightly. Yes, Chief, we'll take the man back. Chu Jianjun hung up the phone and said to De Zhang. Take the man back, Lin Luo, come back with me to make a statement. Hey, here it comes. Lin Luo was like an amnesty and patted Chu Jiajiao's pensive back. Alright, Missy, you let go. It's been almost half an hour of cuddling. Poof. Chu Jiajiao arrogantly let go of Lin Luo, then threw herself on the couch and jumped into Jiao Li's arms. She was genuinely frightened, never imagining that one day danger would be so close to her. It was only in Lin Luo's arms that she could feel safe. By the way, what did Ringo bathe in? What a great aroma, the more you smell it, the more it goes on, you just can't stop. Lin Luo laughed dryly under the gaze of Chu Jianjun's few people, then came up to help. As soon as he did, he lifted and retained the unconscious Yang Wei. Dazen and Jirun looked on with oohs and ahs. A 1 or 200 pound man is not a 1 or 200 pound barbell, and it's tough to get it up. There's a word for dead weight. A person weighs the same when they're alive and when they're dead, but it's not the same concept when you want to move them. Just as drunken people, for example, are often described as dead drunk, it is extremely difficult to carry. Not to mention the fact that Lin Luo was picking it up with one hand. I'm afraid this is the legendary natural power. Good boy, what strength? Surprised, Zhang stepped forward and squeezed Lin Luo's arm. Ooh, bang hard. Jilan laughed and teased, Zhang, don't be envious, this has to be refined, more fitness, otherwise you can only have a body fat. I can't, I'm busy working on cases and catching thieves all day long. How can I find time to exercise? Zhang shook his head and said, grabbing the jaw crab on the ground and snapping two big mouths. Up, still sleeping. The sound is crisp, the force is not small, and the effect is noticeable. Jaw crab slowly opened his eyes and grunted twice in a daze. It's not waking up. Zhang smiled, picked up another plastic sandal from the shoe cabinet, and skillfully swung his arm round. Snap! Jaw crab's eyes cleared instantly, and his body shivered as he wailed in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Just know that it hurts and hurry up. Zhang vigorously tugged on Zhao Crab and escorted him out without a good attitude. Seeing this, Lin Luo slapped a few times at the unconscious Yang Wei, trying to see if he could wake him up. But it may be that this kid's head hit the security door too badly. How to pump did not wake up, but instead, his face swollen like an ass. After all, it's more or less a concussion to give even a security door a crater. Uncle Chu, this guy might be more seriously injured. What's the fix? Lin Luo asked Chu Jianjun. Carry it back and have the team's forensics take a look at it. Nice guy. Let the coroner take a look at it. You want to do an autopsy on the way? The corners of Zhang Guoqian's and Jilan's mouths twitched, stifling their laughter, and neither of them said anything. Chu finished, twisting his head in a moment of cold face, and kicked at Nikai. What are you waiting for? Get up and go. Nikai was kicked and shivered, the pain went right through his bones, and cold sweat instantly burrowed out of his sweaty hair. He struggled to get up from the ground. I'm going, don't hit me, I'm going. He's genuinely scared and fighting to be honest and take less of a beating. Lin Luo's few people, however, didn't half sympathize and got the three of them down the stairs. Chapter 88, Becoming Someone Else's Child. The police lights were flashing, and downstairs there were quite a few people standing around watching the action at this point. From time to time, they also pointed and whispered something. Anyone who sees a couple of people being pressed down by an inspector on the upper floors of their house has to get curious crickets for a while. What did these three do? How did they get down? Curious as they were, though, no one came up to ask what was going on. Uncle Chu, I'll ride that pedal behind you, this bike won't fit. Lin Luo looked at the patrol car that Chu Jianjun and the others drove over and said, it's a classic Porsche with slab-sided styling and hard lines, and it's been hailed as the car of a generation. Especially the advertising slogan of, if you own a Santana, you are not afraid to go everywhere, still impresses people. That's what Papa Lenuro drives, but it's several hands down. It does hold up well, and so far it has not had too many problems driving it, just burns oil a bit. Road 10 million, safety first, driving is not standardized, loved ones 2 lines of tears. The car seats up to 5 people, and that includes the driver. Chu Jianjun looked at the number of people, 7 people, really cannot sit. He nodded and said, that's fine, we'll drive slower in a while and you'll follow behind us. Dazen, open the trunk and let Lo get that guy inside. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and grinned as he carried the guy in his hand to the back of the car's ass. Zhang opened the trunk and helped Lin Luo throw the man in piece by piece. There's no need to follow the rules of the road, it stays in the trunk just fine. With a thud, Dazen closed the trunk lid, then pulled open the back door. You two, get in there. He let out a low whistle, and the 2 men, Nikai and Zhao Crab, got into the back with their heads bowed, and Dazen followed. Chu Jianjun was in the passenger seat and Ji Lan drove. It's not that Chu Jianjun is lazy and doesn't want to drive, but he has to keep an eye on these 2 behind him, and if these 2 guys make a mess, he and Dazen can quickly subdue them. Lin Luo mounted the pedals and looked around at the crowd that was sticking their heads out to watch the fun and grinned. Curious, tickled, so I won't tell you, hee. He knows best the pain of not understanding a melon that is close at hand. Pit-a-pat. Lin Luo twisted the fire, then pulled out the compass. The compass needle did not rotate, it seems that for the time being, it did not sense the nearby demons and sycophants. Lin Luo put away the compass with satisfaction, then followed the slowly starting patrol car in front of him. The car was not fast, Lin Luo's scooter motorcycle was able to easily keep up. Half an hour later, Lin Luo followed the patrol car into the city hall. This is Lin Luo's second trip to the palace. The last time he ended up in the scrapyard, he was pulled over by Chu Jianjun to make a statement. Just as he parked his car, a dozen inspectors rushed out from the lobby, each with excitement written all over their faces. Zhang pushed open the door and got out of the car, cheerfully waved at these inspectors, and then slowly and methodically took out a box of Zonbaihai from his pocket, lit one, dashingly spat out the smoke, and finally opened the trunk. A circle of inspectors watched his silky smooth pretenses with a grit of teeth. But it can't be helped, who let people show their faces. They have to be able to catch 3A passes and they are loaded. Stop looking and get the people inside. Chu Jianjun, who got out of the car, greeted the inspectors, who then stepped forward and dragged Nikai and Zhao Crab out of the car. Yang Wei in the trunk was also carried out by several people, carrying it like a year-old pig. By the way, he also snatched the cigarettes in Zhang's hand and dispersed them, not even sparing the one he was holding in his hand. Hey, me fire, leave me the lighter. You old dang, let you fill the cup. Old Chu. A chubby-looking, middle-aged, white-shirted man walked briskly over with a smile on his face. He had short hair, thick eyebrows, his eyes were not so big, but they looked sharp, and when he smiled, it gave a strong sense of intimacy. As soon as Chu Jianjun saw him, he immediately stood upright. Ma Bureau. Ha, well done. Ma Bureau smilingly patted Chu Jianjun, his eyes full of excitement and excitement. For a few days in a row, people sit in the building, the work comes from the sky, the old horse wants to be married to Chu Jianjun. This brother is really capable of dealing with it, and when he has done something, he has really done it. Where's that nephew of yours? Where is the man? I'd like to see if it's the hairy one you say it is. With a smile on his face, Ma Bureau looked up from side to side, and then with a glance, he saw a school-uniformed Lin Luo behind the crowd. This big man of 8.5 is considered to be plucked up in their group of big old men who averaged 1 meter 7.5. Ooh, what a tall one. Ma Bureau brightened up and asked Chu Jianjun, is this your nephew? Chu Jianjun nodded, a smile on his lips. Yes, Shaolin, come here. With a swish, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Luo. Being watched by so many people, Lin Luo wasn't nervous and walked towards Chu Jianjun with a smile on her face. Wherever they passed, the crowd stepped back and made way for Lin Luo. Uncle Chu. Lin Luo stood close to Chu Jianjun and looked at the crowd with a smile. Ma Bureaus, this is my nephew, Lin Luo, still a high school student now. Chu Jianjun smiled and introduced Ma Bureau. Good lad, that's something. Ma Bureau looked at Lin Luo, who was wearing a school uniform without changing his face, and his heart was filled with emotion and appreciation. Look at other people's kids, they don't show any fear out there, and look at their own brats. Outside the mischievous light trouble, back home 3 sticks cannot beat a fart, the whole a boring gourd. He can't even take it out to the people. He's a disgrace to his old man. Oh, you're old Chu's nephew, so call me Uncle Ma. Ma Bureau smiled and patted Lin Luo's arm, expressing a kind intimacy. He would have liked to pat the shoulder, but Lin Luo was actually a bit tall, so patting the shoulder didn't look too good. Hello Uncle Ma. Lin Luo shouted from the goodness of his heart, with a good-natured smile on his face, like a third-grade student. Okay, let's not stand outside, let's go inside and talk. Ma Bureau was all smiles, greeting the crowd as they entered the building, walking on their feet. The 3 passes ran out from the city of Upland, and just arrived in the South City. They were held down, which is to show a big face inside the peer rhythm. During the time that Chu Jianjun and the others were back, Ma Bureau read the report on the operation to capture Triangle Eyes, Zheng San Zhangbin, Zhao Dalon, and the others once again. All of them have relevant mentions of Lin Luo. But there wasn't too much description, it just said that Lin Luo provided clues and cooperated with Chu Jianjun to arrest Triangle Eyes and the others. Ma hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that he had reread it, he realized the importance of Lin Luo. It wasn't that Chu Jianjun was greedy for credit, but to protect Lin Luo. He was born in the army, came out and worked as a narcotics officer, then transferred to the criminal investigation, and is now in charge of serious cases, and has made too many enemies. That's why he's quite meticulous and puts safety first in everything. What was described in the report was enough for Lin Luo to take the bounty without revealing too much of Lin Luo's identity and abilities, even if some people are powerful enough to see these reports. But after reading the contents of the report, there's also a high probability that they won't notice Lin Luo. Ma Bureau is Chu Jianjun's old leader, so Chu Jianjun said more on the phone before. Part of it was bragging rights, but more importantly, 3 more A passes were captured, and this bounty report had to be signed by Ma. It's the same thing sooner or later, so you might as well say it before it's too late and save yourself the trouble later. After reading these action reports, Ma Bureau became even more eager for Lin Luo. It would be a waste not to pull such a talent into the inspectorate. He just saw that Lin Luo was wearing a school uniform and his face was still slightly tender, and he knew that his idea was unrealistic. Old Chu is right. It's not hairless. It's not like a couple decades ago when 14 or 15-year-old brats could join the workforce. And all industries are placing more and more value on education. Regardless of your ability, no degree is no ability by default. Such people can only stay at the grassroots level, and some of them are not even regular workers and can only be regarded as temporary workers. So even if he wanted to pull Lin Luo in, he had to wait for Lin Luo to finish college, didn't he? Chapter 89, Driving the Kitchen, Here Comes the Chicken Soup. After entering the city hall building, Chu Jianjun called 2 small inspectors and took Lin Luo to make a statement. Instead, they took Nick Hai, Zhao Crab, and the 3 of them to do the interrogation. As for the unconscious Yan Wei, he was carried to the infirmary. The interrogation room wasn't much different from what they showed on TV, a small room with a table and a torture chair a meter or so across. When the suspect sits up, his hands will be cuffed to the table. Then there will be 2 inspectors sitting behind a table for interrogation. One asks for a record. There wasn't even a window in the interrogation room, the light was all from the lamp. A strong light will be placed on the table, and when the suspect becomes uncooperative during interrogation, the light will be turned on the person being interrogated. You can't sleep with your eyes closed when you're under this bright light. Compared to the interrogation room, this lounge is much more comfortable. Lin Luo sat on the couch, and someone else brought water. Lin Luo smiled and thanked him, took the water and drank a couple of mouthfuls, and then lightly described the situation, listening to the two small inspectors. 2 slaps, 2 A-passes, and then pushing the remaining one's head against the door. 3 vicious A-passes are taken care of? That's too easy. For a while they had a sense of I'm okay. Where's A-tone? I'm horribly strong now. There was a knock on the door. Then the door to the lounge was pushed open. Chu Jianjun poked half of his body in. Taozi, is the statement done? The little inspector called Taozi then stood up and said in a disciplined manner, Team Chu, it's done. Alright then, hard work to you guys. Chu Jianjun nodded with a smile, then waved at Lin Luo. Kobayashi, you come with me. Coming, Uncle Chu. Lin Luo answered, picked up the disposable paper cup in front of him, and finished the water inside before crumpling it into a ball and throwing it into the trash. Uncle Chu, can I go back now? Lin Luo walked over to Chu Jianjun and asked. It was getting late, and he hadn't had a chance to talk to his family yet. What's the hurry? Let's go and have a meal first, and by the way, call your dad first to say something, don't let them wait at home and get anxious. Chu Jianjun took Lin Luo's shoulders and said with a smile. Lin Luo grinned, took out his cell phone, and dialed Comrade Old Lin. Is it to the cafeteria? Last time Lin Luo ate the city council's cafeteria once and felt that the flavor was quite good, much better than their school cafeteria's chef's handiwork. And the price is not expensive, the portion given is also very sufficient. Lin Luo such half a big boy to eat poor old man's age, a meal froze to eat full. Yeah, we're still eating in the cafeteria today. Chu Jianjun smiled mysteriously and led Lin Luo in the direction of the cafeteria. That's when the call went through, and Lin Jian's voice came through the phone. Bastard, what time is it and you're still not back? Where have you been? Lin Jianzhuang sat on his couch and yelled loudly on purpose. Zhang Xuehua, who was warming up her meal in the kitchen, came out of the kitchen with her specific prop spatula. Son called? Where are you? When are you coming back? Tell him that if he doesn't come back, he won't wait for him. Zhang Xuehua asked in dissatisfaction. The dishes are all ready, just waiting for the stinky son to come back to eat, but the result is that he does not come back after waiting and waiting. Zhang Xuehua had long wanted to call to hurry things up, but was stopped by Lin Jian. Now that seniors are generally getting out of school late, it's even more important to be safe on the road and not try to go fast. Besides, the brat is playing with his female classmates again, so he must have some private time in the evening. When you're a parent, you have to be supportive, don't you? Dad, I helped Uncle Chu catch a few more hairy thieves today, so Uncle Chu invited me to eat at the city council cafeteria, so I'll tell you guys, you eat first, don't wait for me. Ah, eat in the city hall, you kid is bullish enough, your old man I have never eaten in the city hall. Lin Construction said with envy and pride. Zhang Xuehua, however, frowned and asked nervously, why did my son run to the city council for dinner? Hey, my son helped old brother Chu catch a few hairy thieves, so this is not old brother Chu treating him to a cafeteria meal. Lin Construction said heartlessly. Zhang Xuehua glared at Lin Jian without any good humor. You a father do not worry about the son at all, he is only how old, follow the hilarity to catch thieves, in case of injury how to deal with. Everyone in the world cares whether you fly high or not, only mom cares whether you are tired of flying and whether it hurts when you fall. That's mother's love. Son, then you eat with your Uncle Chu, your mom and I will leave you alone. Say hello to your Uncle Chu. Lin Construction said with a smile. Chu Jianjun's cheerful voice came from the other side of the phone again. Older brother I'm Chu Jianjun. Egu, old brother Chu, Xiao Luo, he didn't give you any trouble, did he? The smile on Lin Construction's face thickened a few more points, and his tone was even more enthusiastic. This is the father of his son's little girlfriend, and he can't afford to be enthusiastic about his future in-laws. Zhang Xuehua grabbed the spatula and came over to Lin Jian, looking blearily at the cell phone in Lin Jian's hand, not saying anything, but with her ears stretched high. Of course not, thanks to Xiao Luo today, he helped us catch 3 small thieves, don't worry, when we finish eating, I'll personally send Xiao Luo back. Chu Jianjun smiled and finished, then turned his words around and asked with a smile. Lao, is your family available this Saturday? Lin Construction's eyes lit up, and he exchanged a glance with Zhang Xuehua, who also had bright eyes. The couple's hearts were in sync, and the corners of their mouths were grinning to the back of their ears as they thought of a possibility at the same time. There's time for that, old boy. Come out and sit down? Chu Jianjun laughed and said, this Saturday I'll let your siblings make a table of dishes. Old brother, you take your sister-in-law and Xiao Luo, come to my house. We'll drink a few cups together, how about it? Yes, great, I still have 2 bottles of good wine here, which I saved when I first got married, so we'll drink it together as brothers when the time comes. Lin Luo people are stupidly looking at Chu Jianjun invited his parents to visit the house on Saturday, only one thought in his head. The betrothal bureau. Chu Jianjun talked to Lin Jianjun about the 2 families to eat, until the door of the cafeteria, and only then hung up the phone with a smile. Come on, follow me in. Chu Jianjun returned his cell phone to Lin Luo, then led the way into the cafeteria. Lin Luo followed him and surveyed the cafeteria. There were people eating in 2s and 3s, they ate quickly, as if someone was rushing them. Others beat the food and head for their workstations. At this time, Chu Jianjun turned back and whispered to Lin Luo. Don't look at being an inspector as being on the outside looking in, but it's actually very tiring, and not being able to make it to dinner is the norm. That's really quite a lot. Lin Luo nodded his head and said with emotion. So what are we having for dinner tonight? Chu Jianjun. That doesn't move you, kid? Let's have a small meal in your honor today. Chu Jianjun said, leading Lin Luo to the small box at the innermost part of the cafeteria. Pushing open the door, Ma Bureau was already sitting inside, and Zhang Guoqiang and Jilan were talking with him. Seeing that Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo had arrived, Ma Bureaus were busy smilingly greeting the two men as they came in and took their seats. Lin Luo was next to Chu Jianjun and was pressed between him and Ma Bureaus. You two came just in time, the food is already done, old Feng will serve it. As soon as Ma's words fell, the boxes was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a hat, apron not even removed, carrying a casserole, walked in with a smile on his face. Here comes the chicken soup, ha ha ha. Ma Bureau, I pressed it in a pressure cooker for an hour, it's just right, drink it while it's hot. Chapter 90, Young Age, 5 Insurance Policies. As the lid opens, a mellow chicken soup flavor spreads instantly. Lin Luwadi sniffed his nose, then gave a thumbs up. This chicken soup smells so good. Ma Bureau proudly praised up, old Feng has worked as a chef in our city council for 20 years, his cooking skills are really nothing to write home about. No different from the chefs of those 5-star hotels. Chu Jianjun smiled faintly, it's only Ma Bureau that can have such a big name, and can let Master Feng personally take charge of the spoon. Ugh, don't say that. Ma Bureau waved his hand and looked at the smiling old Feng. Master Feng, you've worked hard today. Don't say that, this is my job, you guys are working so hard, I'll do what I can for you, I should. Old Feng said, rubbing his hands together, you guys wait a bit, the food is ready, I'll go serve it to you. Hey, Dazen, Jiran, you guys tag along. Chu Jianjun greeted the two. Lin Luo followed suit and got up. I'll go help too. He was the youngest here, so how could he sit there like nothing was wrong and watch Zhang Guoqiang and Jilan as they went to serve the food? Ma Bureau and Chu Jianjun smilingly did not stop. Watching Lin Luo follow the two dazing out of the box, the two of them smiled at each other. Old Chu, this great nephew of yours is really good. I remember he's a senior in high school, right? How's his academic performance? The city council had previously given a letter of thanks to the 18th middle school, so Ma Bureau naturally knew about Lin Luo's situation. Chu Jianjun took out his cigarettes and scattered one to Ma Bureau's, then took out his lighter and lit them for both of them. The kid got decent grades, first in his grade. Ahem. Ma Bureau was choking his lungs with a mouthful of smoke and rolled his eyes and coughed as he looked at Chu Jianjun. You damn not pretend Kandaya, grade first you call still pass. I'll burn incense to my ancestors if my son can get first in his class, first in his grade you come in with a passable grade. Excessive modesty is pretending. You'll be struck by lightning. Chu Jianjun hemmed and hawed and smiled and poured tea into the cup in front of Ma Bureau's table. Ma Bureau, you don't get excited, drink some water and smooth your breath. I wasn't excited about it, but I'm still pissed off at you old calf. You're so proud to have a wonderful nephew. Is your nephew seeing anyone? Ma finally got his anger down and began to continue inquiring about Lin Luo. There. Chu Jianjun immediately said loudly, giving Ma Bureau's a fright, and the cigarette in his hand almost fell off. He blankly glanced at Chu Jianjun without a good mood and said, if you have a date, you have a date. Why are you reacting so loudly? Of course you have to react bigger. He's with my daughter. Chu Jianjun heart muttered, mouth joked. This is not afraid of Ma Bureau, you come under a list to catch son-in-law well. Asterisk 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 off. I only have one son, catching a son-in-law my ass. I'm just asking off the top of my head. Ma Bureau bottomed out, smoking a cigarette. He would have liked to give a word to his own sister's daughter. Although the great niece has graduated from college. But a woman who is a big girl and holds 2 gold bricks isn't earning her keep. There are so few good men these days. Early discovery, early start, or wait until later encounter or others pick the rest of the crooked date. Regret have no place to cry to go. Don't talk about that, Ma Bureau, thanks to Xiao Luo this time, mustn't we show our appreciation to the Bureau? Chu Jianjun raised his eyebrows and began to ask for favors for his future son-in-law. 3 A passes and another accomplice. What does that mean? What a great honor. It can be a collective honor or an individual one. Now that people have been arrested, it's only known to them and hasn't been reported up the chain of command. Now there are 2 options. One is after the careful arrangement of the old horse, the City Bureau of Cooperation, inspections to fight to be the first, the precise crackdown on the arrest of criminal gangs. This one makes a big face in front of the leaders and in front of their peers across the country. Not only do they show their faces, but the departments receive awards and bonuses. It's all a good year at the end of the year. More supplies and funds can be requested down from above for the coming year. Face to face. The other was a junior high school student who stepped in and took care of the 3 A passes, then they picked up the ocean drop. Maybe a little honor, but not much, and what shows up becomes what doesn't. So many people were still no match for a small high school student, and they didn't have the face to say otherwise. Not to mention having a fat year and looking ahead to the coming year. But it would be bullying to take credit for someone's work and give them a bounty that they should have had. Ma Bureau laughed, unhurriedly picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then slowly looked at Chu Jianjun. Old Chu, how's your nephew's skill? Chu Jianjun raised his chin proudly. This kid's got black hands, 3 A passes, meets seconds, 1 moderate concussion, 2 broken jaws, 3 big teeth knocked out. And last time, brothers Zhang San and Zhang Bin, these 2 ordinary people couldn't get close enough to be put down head-on by Lin Luo, without the slightest power to fight back. And triangle eyes, 2 men in a car, on high alert, who were instantly overpowered by him. Zhao Delong escaped with his 2 little brothers, and when he ran into him, he was directly played as a dog, and his eyes were almost sprayed blind. Chu Jianjun finished talking about Lin Luo's battle record and looked at Ma Bureau's in triumph. Hiss. Although there is some understanding and Ma Bureau knows all these things, but when he heard Chu Jianjun say it, he was still deeply shocked. How do you think he practiced with a body like that? A high school student is a bit scary strong. Chu Jianjun thought of that magical compass of Lin Luo's, and in his heart, he knew that Lin Luo was definitely not an ordinary person, but he wouldn't talk about this kind of thing outwardly. After all, he is his future son-in-law. He shrugged and said vaguely, it's a family heirloom, his family has produced masters before. Ma nodded understandingly, then put down his teacup. That's right, he's so good at kung fu, he's perfectly suited to serve as our city council's fighting instructor. Special treatment for special people. I'll take care of the matters related to the special appointment. Just bring our nephew over to go through the process later. Chu Jianjun smiled at the words and smiled as he lifted the teapot again to refill Ma Bureau's tea. Then thank you, Ma. Specialists are not on staff, so they are not part of the inspectorate, cannot wear uniforms and have no law enforcement powers, but are internal to the inspectorate. This kind of talents can directly obtain the official establishment as long as they have great professional skills. But it's hard. A couple decades ago maybe, now it's completely delusional. I wonder how many people would have direct access to the internal system otherwise. There are always some high-energy ones that aren't. So Chu Jianjun didn't think about that either. The reason he was happy was because with the status of city council special recruit, Lin Luo would be considered one of his own in the future. The relationship and contacts are better, and when you finish college and come out to work, it will be absolutely smooth sailing. A couple $1,000s a month in paychecks and 5 insurance, that's all secondary. Who would have thought that Lin Luo was an opener? The best you can think of as an elder is an iron rice bowl job. After all, the end of the universe is the establishment. Ma Bureau smiled and took a drag on his cigarette, not caring. Oh, thanks for nothing, but the necessary process is still necessary. Take Xiao Luo to the SWAT brigade when you have time, and teach those guys with eyes on top of their heads what fighting is. After Ma Bureau finished, Chu Jianjun then said that it would be fine tomorrow. Tomorrow, Friday, when Lin Luo was released from school at noon, he would take him on a trip to the SWAT brigade, and when he was done, he could go back and continue school in the afternoon. All without delaying Lin Luo from sending his daughter home at night. Lin Luo didn't expect it either. He went out to serve a dish himself, and his future old husband straightened him out. But it's okay to know, it's not like I'm sitting in a class, so I'll just go around when I'm free and be a teacher for a bit and be done with it. People are still attending high school, preparing for entrance exams, and at a young age, they're already receiving 5 insurance and 1 pension. It's still pretty marvelous to think about. Chapter 91, Oh Old Ma, Old Ma. Dinner was a 4-course meal with meat and vegetables. Not exactly hearty, but it beats the heck out of it. Saffron and salvia hen soup simmered in a casserole dish, complete with a chicken, was fresh and flavorful. A plate of bubbling braised pork, fat but not greasy, tender and popping teeth, bright red and green pork back to the pot, spicy and fresh spicy fish, spicy and spicy rice. Lastly, a serving of dried cauliflower. Because there was still official business, neither Ma Bureau nor Chu Jianjun drank. Not to mention Zhang and Jilan, who are just rice hitchhikers. Lin Luo is not polite at all, holding a bowl of rice cuckoo dazzle rice. Originally, Zhang Guoqiang and Jilan were still a little bit unable to let go. Firstly, they were eating at the same table with the leaders, and secondly, without wine, the scene could not be warmed up. It is said that wine is the lubricant of a meal, and when you drink, the conversation comes naturally. 1 bottle of beauty is good, 2 bottles of sports, 3 bottles, ancient and modern, 4 bottles, I don't understand. 1 case, if I were an emperor. But looking at Lin Luo burying his head in his rice, a bowl of rice a while later, Zhang Guoqiang and Jilan both subconsciously let go of their food. Even Ma Bureaucrat couldn't help but eat an extra bowl of rice and joined the rice-grabbing army. A grab-and-go meal just smells good. After eating, though, he leaned back in his chair with his bulging stomach and mentally cried out that he couldn't stand it. Chu Jianjun was quite a bit stronger than Ma Bureau and had a large meal, but he ate quickly, so by the time Ma Bureau finished eating, Chu Jianjun had eaten almost as much. Seeing Ma Bureau's put down their chopsticks, he followed suit and stopped his chopsticks. Eating at the same table, the leader does not eat, you still eat endless, let the leader watch you eat? Then you really think you got promoted too fast. Zhang Guoqiang and Jilan had almost put down their chopsticks as well. Only Lin Luo, as if nothing was wrong, continued to bury his head to show off his rice. Spicy fish is the same as spicy chicken, and the search for fried peanuts and pieces of fish in a pile of red chili peppers is not only tasty, but also a treasure hunt fun. Watching the food run out, the chopsticks turn it over and you can always find another surprise. This braised pork is Mao's braised pork approach, salty and sweet mouth. Lin Luo eat a little uncomfortable, but also dazzled most of the plate. Returning pork was a godsend for dinner and a favorite of Ma Bureau's in Chu Jianjun, so Lin Luo didn't grab too much. The cauliflower was presumably prepared specifically for Ji Run, and she was the one who ate the most of it. Zhang quite liked the pot of chicken soup and drank most of it. Lin Luo guessed that it might be because the saffron and ginseng chicken soup replenished qi and blood. Seeing that the top of Dazen's head seems to have a tendency to go bald, drink this to replenish your blood and qi and grow your hair long. Hiccup dash. Lin Luo finished the chicken soup in the soup bowl, then comfortably let out a long burp. It seems like the meals have gotten bigger. Lin Luo sighed in his heart, then wiped his mouth with a satisfied expression. Huh, why are you all looking at me? It was then that Lin Luo realized that several people at the table were staring at him, especially Ma Bureau's and Chu Jianjun. Both stared with bull's eyes as if they were looking at monsters. After all, you're a youngster, you can just eat. You alone top all of us, Ma said with emotion as she looked at the windswept dinner plates on the table. Zhang Guoqiang from the pocket out of the middle white sea, scattered a circle, then followed. Shaolin's strength is the biggest I've seen inside the person, more than 200 pounds of people a hand to lift stay up. This kind of natural divine power, eat more is normal. Ooh. Ma Bureaucrat's bullseyes widened a few more points as he looked at Lin Luo in surprise. You still have this talent. Born with divine power, a word he had only seen in novels. Xiang Yu, famous in ancient history, can carry a tripod with his strength. Li Yuanba and Pei Yuanqing in the Sui and Tang dynasties, with an arm strength of 10,000 pounds. These are all representations of innate divine power. In reality, you can see competitions like Hercules on TV. But those Hercules were all fat and strong, looking like tires into the spirit. Looking at Lin Luo again, his face was clear and handsome, his body was tall and slender, and wearing a school uniform was a look of a third-grade student. There's no way to tie it to being born with God's power. Lin Luo scratched his head and said as if with emotion, I've been stronger than anyone else since I was a kid. When I was in elementary school, I played ball and broke a classmate's arm, and since then, I'd basically never participated in group activities. After Lin Luo ate the fruit of wisdom, his brain was much better than before, so this kind of excuse came out of his mouth. Ma's eyes were full of curiosity as he patted his rounded stomach and offered, I've never really seen what Hercules looks like. Just as I've eaten a bit too much, Lin, let's go to the fitness room and move around, shall we? I can do anything, but Uncle Ma, can we see the real thing in our activity room here? Lin Luo said and gave a pistol gesture. Come all the way, maybe we can have some fun. Although he had taken a handful of dirt jerks off the redhead, there weren't many bullets in them. It's not true that marksmanship is based on talent, but it's also fed by bullets. If Lin Luo really goes to Dechen in the future, it's still a toss-up whether there are enough bullets in this earth jerk, so naturally there's no need to waste it on practicing guns. Ma Bureau laughed and patted Lin Luo's shoulder. If you want to play with the real thing, you might be disappointed today, not here. If you want to practice your gun, you have to go to the actual combat training base. But well, Ma Bureau's words turned to Chu Jianjun with a smile. You're going to follow your uncle to the SWAT brigade tomorrow, where you're free to play. Really duh. Lin Luo looked at Chu Jianjun in surprise. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Seeing Chu Jianjun nod to himself, Lin Luo's eyes brightened even more. Uncle Chu, you're really taking me to see it tomorrow? Lin Luo was a little worried that Chu Jianjun was fooling himself. Really, Ma Bureaus have given their word, can it still be a lie? Hey, it's a deal then. Lin Luo was as happy as a silly boy. A man's romance includes, but is not limited to, swords, guns, airplanes and tanks, ship girl mechs, and more. Swords are usually enough, but the back of the guns, planes and tanks is more difficult to consider to join the army from the police, but the ship girl mecha this will have a lifetime series. Of course it's a deal, if he doesn't take you, you tell me and I'll criticize him. Oh, come on, let's go to the activity room and see how godly this natural godly power of yours really is. Ma laughed and pressed the butt of his cigarette into the ashtray, then stood up holding his stomach. Several people in the room followed suit and got up, heading out together. Zhang Guoqiang and Ji Lan did not follow the hilarity. There is still quite a lot of work, so they went to work. Lin Luo followed behind Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau, looking at the departing figures of De Zhang and Ji Lan, suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile. Uncle Ma, Uncle Chu, the TV series Serious Crimes Unit 6 wouldn't be picking up wind here in your place, would it? A De Zhang, a Sister Ji, all hot in your place. Ma Bureau and Chu Jianjun looked at each other at the words, then laughed out loud. Chu Jianjun laughed and took Lin Luo's shoulder. You really don't say, not only De Zhang and Xiao Ji, even Ma Bureau's last name matches. Lincoln? Ma Bureau rubbed his stomach to help with digestion and said with a smile, I've seen that drama of the Serious Crimes Unit 6, it's really well filmed, and quite a few of the cases in it have real prototypes. But it's only good for 1 or 2 parts, and the later ones don't work. Chu Jianjun continued, lowering his voice to a whisper, or why do you think we're called Zhang Guoqiang Zhang? That's what it's called when you look at the Serious Crimes Unit 6, and G is Ma's bad taste, transferred from somewhere else and put into Unit 6 specifically. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth couldn't help but tug. I thought I had stumbled upon the original Dazing Jijia, but I didn't realize it was your bad taste, old horse. Oh old horse. You're good. Chapter 92 The gold content of the skin regenerating and bone shaping pill continues to rise. Lin Luo followed Ma Bureaus and also Chu Jianjun to the fitness room of the city council. It's laid out no differently than an outside gym. If anything, it just seems a little raw. It's more about the instruments, which are neatly arranged, and those who like to jerk off will surely have a good time when they come here. As for the treadmill, there's a big playground outside, so if you want to run you can go there and get a good run in. Xiao Luo, see which one to try first? Ma Bureau asked Lin Luo smilingly. Do you know how to use these instruments? I'll show you how to use them if you don't. Chu Jianjun also said to Lin Luo. The reason why Lin Luo was brought here was naturally not because Ma Bureaus had a whim to see Hercules or anything. He wanted to see how much real skill Lin Luo had. After all, he'd have to sign off on that special instructor position, and he'd have something to say otherwise when someone asked later. Lin Luo looked around, dumbbells, barbells and all sorts of equipment, chest pushers, leg trainers, waist trainers and so on. Try a barbell, this is easier. When Chu Jianjun heard this, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Simple you say? Weightlifting, the kind you do in sports, lifting barbells up. Lin Luo blinked her big clear eyes and said innocently, boy, that's not the only use for a barbell. Chu Jianjun smilingly patted Lin Luo's shoulder. Come on, try your deep squat limit. A few question marks slowly shot up on the head of Lin Luo, the fitness buff. It didn't stop him from being brought to the barbell by Chu though. Deep squats know how to do it. I know. Lin Luo nodded. Before going to the gym and Yungu coach trial class, pre-course exercise Yungu taught. Then you move around and try an air shot. The empty bar of the barbell is 20 kilograms. Carrying this empty bar to do squats is the most basic fitness rookie training. Squat position is standard or not. Ma Bureau smilingly stood on the side, like a watching melon eater, watching Chu Jianjun instruct Lin Luo to do deep squats. Lin Luo moved his arms and legs, stretched briefly, then carried the empty bar and did a deep squat. Seeing how relaxed Lin Luo was, Chu Jianjun hung two 10-kilogram barbell pieces on the empty bar. 20 kilograms plus the empty pole is 40 kilograms. Lin Luo did another one, and the deep squatting movement was smooth and standard, still easy. Uncle Chu, if it doesn't work, add more, this is too light, no feeling at all. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and laughed somewhat dejectedly, as if the 40-kilogram barbell on his body was just like a plastic tube. You kid don't know what's good for you. Deep squatting is a gradual process, a sudden jolt will hurt your body. Chu Jianjun gave Lin Luo a blank stare. The brat's body is not even active, and he comes up and jerks the iron, which means his body is new and resistant to building. If an older person did that, their body wouldn't be able to handle it, and they'd probably be hooked up to water the next day. I'll add 2 more slices, this is too light to feel. Lin Luo put the barbell back on the rack, then with one hand, picked up 2 20 kilograms barbell pieces and added them one on each side. 80 kilograms of barbell, Lin Luo easily carried it, then slowly squatted. Under the watchful eyes of Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureaus, came a set of 30 deep squats. When he was done, Linello put the barbell back on the rack and exhaled softly. How does it feel? Chu Jianjun's eyes were already glowing, and Ma Bureaucrat was about the same. 80 kilograms of deep squatting, a breath of 30, the face is not red, breath does not change. If you go to the army to be a soldier, if you practice well, you will be the seedling of the king of soldiers. It didn't feel like much weight, about the same as an empty-handed deep squat. Lin Luo thought seriously for a moment and spoke his feelings. He hadn't even been running true air just now, it was all done by his own physique. There really is something to the raw muscle and bone-shaping elixir. Good man, you kid didn't brag, did you? Chu Jianjun didn't believe that someone could carry 160 pounds and do 30 deep squats without feeling a thing. That's something to brag about. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders and picked up 2 more 30 kilograms barbell pieces, each hanging onto either side of the barbell to secure it. Seeing this, Chu Jianjun hurriedly walked behind Lin Luo and prepared to assist Lin Luo in doing deep squats. 80 kilograms plus 60 kilograms, that's a straight 140 kilograms, a level of deep squatting that is already very rare. It may not be a big deal in front of weightlifters, but among the general population, 9 out of 10 people can't get it up, killing 90% of fitness enthusiasts. Lin Luo didn't pay attention to Chu Jianjun's movements, but stood in a good position and then held the barbell bar with both hands before slowly rising. The 140 kilograms barbell was then carried by him. Chu Jianjun hurriedly made false support movements behind him, and Ma Bureau also came up, ready to help at any time. A proper gym with a makeshift support group of deep squat enthusiasts. Lin Luo smoothly squatted down, then slowly got up and a deep squat was completed. This time, Lin Luo finally felt a little weight. The leg muscles are starting to feel taut. Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau observed Lin Luo's expression and called out in their hearts. The brat carried 280 pounds to do a deep squat, and his face froze with no reaction at all. It's really not a stretch to say that this is a natural talent. Lin Luo did another 30 deep squats in one breath, giving Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau a look that made their mouths close. Granted, there are people in the gym who can do this level of deep squatting, but it's too rare. And inside their entire city council, including the SWAT brigade, there were no more than 30 people who could do this level of deep squatting. Lo, what does it feel like? Chu Jianjun saw that Lin Luo had put the barbell back, then he was concerned. Lin Luo pondered for a moment and shook his head. It's feeling a little bit, but not much. More. Lin Luo said, looking back to the barbell piece, only 50 kilograms of barbell piece left. With that, Lin Luo added two 50 kilograms barbell pieces to the barbell under the shocked gaze of Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau. Hiss. You're crazy. 240 kilograms? Aren't you afraid of being crushed to death, kid? Chu Jianjun came back to his senses and yanked Lin Luo. I told you that you're a natural, and you're still floating. Seeing this, Ma Bureau also advised, Xiao Luo, 240 kilograms is indeed too high. After all, he was old Chu's nephew, so if something went wrong, how could he face old Chu in the future? Just try it, I think it should be fine. Lin Luo said with a relaxed face. He also wanted to test where the limits of his physical body were. Of course, he wouldn't test it in front of others. This 240 kilograms is already his limit, which an ordinary person can do. For example, weightlifting champions, not to mention 240 kilograms, even 280 kilograms, 300 kilograms, that's something. But he won't show it here is all. Try it then, Ma, we'll both keep an eye on him. Chu Jianjun see Lin Luo face calm, relaxed and calm, and thought Lin Luo one-handed easily pick up a person, this natural strength, perhaps really can do it. Good, then we'll both take a side. Both of them stood on either side behind Rin Luo at the same time, making sure they could be the first to help hold the dumbbells. As Lin Luo stood still, then slowly carried the dumbbells. At this point the dumbbell lever has begun to bend because of the weight on both sides. And Lin Luo's face is still not much of a reaction, as if the body did not carry anything. Ouch! The gold content of this raw muscle and bone-shaping elixir continues to rise oh so much. Carrying 480 pounds without running his internal true chi, he still felt relaxed. Lin Luo waist and back straight, carrying a barbell slowly deep squatting, after the big horse squatting, in the slow rise. Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau stretched their hands nervously to prevent the dumbbells from falling off and injuring Lin Luo. But as soon as he looked up, he saw Lin Luo with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know what he thought of, and he was laughing quite happily, and suddenly people went numb. No, what are you laughing at? We're both nervous and you're laughing. But without waiting for Chu Jianjun to say something, Lin Luo returned to his senses and began his performance. 1, 2, 3. Ringo reported the number, gritting his teeth the further back he went. 30. Lin Luo difficult to do the 30th deep squat, and then body swaying, a look to be unable to hold on. Scared Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau rushed to help support the barbell. With a loud bam from the barbell rack, the barbell returns to its place. Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau also finally let out a long breath, then wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Those 30 deep squats wore them out. Lin Luo fake wiped his sweat and panted heavily as if he was exhausted. Exciting. Cowhide this raw muscle and bone-shaping elixir. Lin Luo's heart to see open, he felt that the barbell piece can still be added up. 240 kilograms is far from the limit. Definitely can't be here though. Not even if it was his future husband on the side. Chapter 93, he's still a child. Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau two eyes are full of shock. Today is considered to have seen what it means to be born with God's power. It turns out that the power of several hundred pounds of double hammers at a touch as told in the talking books and novels is not a lie. Although Lin Luo can't compare with Li Yuanbai and Pei Yuanqing in the talking novels, 240 kilograms deep squats, 30 in one breath. It's a modern ceiling at this level. So much for those professional level ones. The key Lin Luo he is still a child, not systematically practiced at all. This to get to the national team to practice for 2 years, the Olympic gold medalists will have a place for him. The two of them marveled at Lin Luo's divine power in their hearts, and neither of them noticed that Lin Luo's head was only slightly sweating. I can't, Uncle Chu, that's it for today, I feel exhausted. I need to go back and get a good night's sleep before I can do that. Lin Luo's face was suffocating redness, looking at Chu Jianjun with an I'm so tired, I can't do it look. He's very familiar with selling misery. He used to do this all the time when his gym class teacher made him run laps. Chu Jianjun and Ma Bureau didn't suspect a thing. What's so suspicious about that? If the two of them wanted to be suspicious, they were also suspicious of whether or not Lin Luo was Superman. Ma Bureau smiled and patted Lin Luo's arm, his eyes full of appreciation and praise for Lin Luo. What a great little guy. Not bad, Uncle Ma thinks highly of you. Old Chu, it's getting late, take Xiao Luo home and get some rest, don't affect tomorrow's examination. Lincoln? Examination? What test? Chu Jianjun nodded, then smiled and held Lin Luo's arm. Lin Luo could feel Chu Jianjun dragging himself along, as if he was afraid that he would fall down from exhaustion. Boy, what's it feel like now? Weak legs. Lin Luo pretended to sink his body, looking like he was weak. Let you kid show off, 240 kilograms deep squat, you do 30 in one breath, you think you're Superman. Lin Luo smiled nervously and whispered, I'm not trying to see my limits. Alright, I'll send you back to get some rest, and tomorrow at noon you'll come with me to the SWAT brigade. Lin Luo wanted to ask just now. What does Ma mean by assessment? Aren't we taking him to the SWAT brigade tomorrow to have some fun? What's with the test? What are you waiting for? Say goodbye to your Uncle Ma. Oh, Uncle Ma, bye. See you later, huh? Come back and play more often sometime. Hey, okay, sure. Lin Luo dazedly followed Chu Jianjun out of the activity room. As for the barbell, there will be a specialized person to come and reset it. It wasn't until he was out of the city council building that Lin Luo couldn't hold back and asked Chu Jianjun, Uncle Chu, what are we all going to do at the SWAT brigade tomorrow? Why does Uncle Ma still say there's a test? It can't be to test Chu Jianjun and then let him go to the special police brigade as a brigade commander. I knew you boys would ask. Chu Jianjun helped Lin Luo to the front of the car, opened the door, and stuffed Lin Luo inside. Lin Luo pulled the seatbelt and casually fastened it, looking at Chu Jianjun who was sitting in the driver's seat. It's that time of the year, Uncle Chu, just be quick, be secretive, be slow. With the car key twisted, the engine fires. Chugging, the body of the Porsche began to tremble slightly. Chu Jianjun fastened his seatbelt while saying sincerely to Lin Luo, thanks to you this time, your aunt and Jiajiao are fine, Uncle really has to thank you. Hiya, we're all family. Then if there's danger, I definitely have to stand in front of Auntie and Jiajiao. Lin Luo's playful appearance made Chu Jianjun feel doubly affectionate. This is also Lin Luo. In other people, this kind of playful and immodest appearance, Chu Jianjun is 100 cannot see. That's right, we're family. Chu Jianjun smiled in relief, released the handbrake, and slowly started the car. Since we're family, Uncle can't let you suffer. The 3A passes were too much credit to be so cheap for the city, so I asked for some favors for you. Chu Jianjun said this as a light breeze, as if it is quite not worth mentioning. Aha! Lin Luo's eyes instantly lit up as he leaned towards Chu Jianjun, his heart quite expectant. Uncle Chu, what's the benefit? Is it? Lin Luo said, rubbing his fingers together and smiling with great excitement. Chu Jianjun observed the traffic situation, then steadily merged into the traffic. He looked at Lin Luo's little expression and shook his head with a smile. Oh, the bounty is not less for you, and there are quite a few more. What I want for you is the benefits beyond the bounty amount. Oh, an added bonus. Ringo got even more excited and came in for a fly rub. Uncle, expand on that. I didn't realize there were surprises. I've asked for a special appointment to the SWAT brigade for you, so go over there tomorrow and go through the process. The car was quiet for 3 seconds, and then there was a yelp from Rinlo. Ah, a special assignment spot. Uncle, you're not going to get me to be a special agent. Lin Luo's eyes widened and he almost wanted to jump out of the car. You're okay with backstabbing at the drop of a hat, old man. Don't worry, it's a special instructor. Do you really think I'm that powerful to let you go straight to being a SWAT officer? Chu Jianjun gave Lin Luo a blank stare. Not to mention, a bit of Chu Jiajiao. Lin Luo smiled awkwardly, sat down steadily, looked at the car, put cigarettes and lighters, then got out a lit and stuff to Chu Jianjun. Only then did he continue to pursue what was going on. How did he get him to go as some special instructor for good reason? Chu Jianjun drove with one hand, holding a cigarette in one hand, and cheerfully introduced it. This special instructor, considered an insider of our patrol, doesn't get paid much a month, around 5,000, but there's 5 insurance policies. In the future, if you do well, perhaps you can directly transfer to the official establishment. Of course this is quite difficult, so don't think about it. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth pulled, but he didn't say anything. Come on, I didn't even think about it. How to say he is also the future traveler, with a great martial arts, with 90 years of internal true chi, and a hand to reply to the magician's healing skills, what not fragrant want to go to be a small inspector. A few $1,000s a month, what are you playing for? When you graduate from college later, when you come back, whether you take the public exam or want to do something else, it will be much easier to have such a status. And by paying into Social Security a few years earlier, you turn around and get a higher factor when you retire. Chu Jianjun told Lin Luo about the benefits of the special instructor, and seeing Lin Luo's bereft eyebrows and lack of interest, he knew that Lin Luo hadn't listened to what he had said. And yeah, what does a high school student, still a kid, know about that? Special instructor for the SWAT brigade, you can play with guns all you want when you go. PW greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. Why didn't you say so earlier, uncle? Lin Luo came straight into the spirit, rubbing his little hands together in excitement. The speed of this change of face, the dog looked at it all straight to the insider, willing to worship. Chu Jianjun shook his head and laughed, amused by Lin Luo's change of face. You're happy to say that, but don't blame me for not telling you. Tomorrow is a process, but if you don't have real skills, you won't really get this special appointment. Let's have a high school student be an instructor for a bunch of SWAT officers, and just think how unconvincing they'll be. Hey, let's see the real thing under the hand. My pair of iron palms, specializing in curing all kinds of disobedience. Nothing can stop my desire to play with guns. Oh, originally, Ma and I were a bit worried, but today you show this hand, this special appointment spot is considered secure. It was only then that Lin Luo reacted to what Ma Bureau meant by offering to go to the gym. It's an inspection. Lin Luo smiled, not caring. He's acting a little over the top today, but there's a natural-born god standing in front of him. The more exaggerated ones just don't show it. Anyway, the world was a big place with countless strange people, and this little thing of his was nothing. Lin Luo had only one idea right now, and that was to play with guns. That's all real. I don't know if Comrade Lao Lin has brought back the cannonballs yet. If you can't fool that old dang system with a cannon, it's all about the real thing in the SWAT brigade. By the way, Uncle Chu, you guys should be considered meritorious for catching those 3 dogs this time. Is there a chance for a promotion and a raise? Lin Luo blinked her wide eyes and asked curiously. Hearing Lin Luo's naive inquiry, Zhu Jianjun shook his head and said indifferently, "A carrot is a carrot. If the one above doesn't move, how can the one below move? It's not as simple as you think. But with these credits under my belt, there will be much less resistance as I move up the ladder in the future." Sheesh. And that's just a lot smaller, not completely absent. Lin Luo sked twice and stopped talking. Sure enough, this business is still not for him. The water is too deep. He'll just be a bounty hunter and get paid to do his job. Chapter 94 in Scripture, in hand. I'm back. Lin Luo pushed open the door of his home and shouted out of habit. After changing slippers in the entrance hall, Lin Luo walked to the living room. The living room was lit, and Comrade Lao Lin was sitting on the sofa watching the ball. I really don't understand what's so great about so many people grabbing a ball because they can't afford it. Their school can do it all with 1 ball per person. Lin Luo had no interest in soccer, and after taking a look at it, he stopped looking at it and asked out of habit, "Dad, where's my mom?" Mom, as soon as you come back and open your mouth, ask your mom." "What, I can't say anything in this house?" Lin Jian is holding his fire because the sea cucumbers are losing, and Lin Luo is kind of banging his head against the wall. Lin Luo inexplicably looked at Lin Jian, wanting to say something. "Why don't you say something? Say, what is it?" Lin Jianzhuang pursued stiffly. Dad had strongly urged it. What could he say? "This is not Saturday to go to Uncle Chu's home as a guest. I seek the first time to go to people must not buy some gifts and so on. Dad, you." Ha 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 ha. Without waiting for Lin Luo to finish, Lin Jianzhuang suddenly laughed out loud, and the hardened expression on his face turned into a spring breeze and warmth from his heart. He came up and took Lin Luo's arm and pressed him down on the sofa, his tone softening. "Your mom went to take a shower and will be out in a few minutes. If there's anything you need to go to her, we're a family, your mom is in charge." Hey! Lin Luo's expression was harmless, but he forced the corners of his mouth. "What can I do for you, Dad, who's been strong all his life? If you need money, call Mom." Lin Construction had an awkward smile on his face. Regret wanted to give himself a mouthful. What kind of big man is he pretending to be in front of his son? One word and he's back to his old self. Ringo looks at the ball and wants to puke, looks at Pops and wants to run. It's so embarrassing. Lin Luo's eyes rolled, and he then began to change the subject. "By the way, Dad, didn't you say you'd pull some cannonballs back for me from the company? How many did you get?" As soon as he heard this, Lin Construction immediately hardened up again. "This kind of small matter, of course your father I easily take care of it, not to say that there are some things you still have to look for your father me." Yes, Dad, you're the backbone of our family, without you our family will definitely fall apart, so where's my gun?" "Ahem, it's in the car, I haven't moved it up yet, so take the keys and go down and move it yourself." Lin Jianzhuan laughed dryly and pointed to the shoe cabinet. "Car keys and house keys are on there." Lin Luo sniffed, swished and stood up, quickly walking towards the entrance foyer. "Ooh, you kids are so aggressive." Lin Construction was stunned by Lin Luo's actions. Of course, how dangerous it is to have that cannon in the car, it's safer to get the basement early. Lin Luo said having already changed his shoes and opened the door to go out with the key. But as he closed the door, his head poked back in and said to Lin Construction on the couch, "Dad, you and my mom don't have to wait for me, I'll wash myself and go to bed when I get back, you guys have an early night." Got it. Lin Construction waved his hand, he had wanted to ask the brat about catching the furry thief tonight. Seeing as he's running so fast, I'll ask him later. 11 years, the farthest thing from my former self, remembering when I first saw you. Lin Luo hummed, the car keys in her hand tossed and turned in the direction of her parking space. When the Lin family bought a house in this neighborhood, the neighborhood had just opened, and the price of parking spaces was relatively low, so Lin Construction gambled and bought 2 spaces. One underground, one above ground. After the neighborhood was handed over, the occupancy rate was quite high and parking spaces became progressively tighter. Lin Construction then rented out the underground parking spaces and only kept the above-ground spaces for his own use. Recently, someone else contacted Lin Construction, wanting to buy that underground parking space over. The price is higher than the original purchase price of several tens of thousands of dollars, so that Lin Construction is a little interested. However, this morning Lin Luo said that he wanted to buy 2 new cars, one for each of the masters, which directly discouraged Lin Construction from this idea. L106. Comrade Lao Lin's old Santana was parked quietly in the parking space. Lin Luo took the key, inserted it into the keyhole of the trunk, and with a click, smoothly opened the back cover of the car. The trunk was cluttered with stuff, sight helmets, reflective clothing, a mineral water fountain, a case of yellowfun, and a cardboard box taped up tightly. It looks like this is it. Rainello cut through the tape with a key and opened it, bursting into laughter. Hee hee. The shells in the box revealed themselves. 20 Byangdian double ringing cannons, 20 red ringing medium kings, plus 6,000 ringing whips. It's all good. Lin Luo picked up a double rattle, which was also known as a double kick. Lin Luo preferred to call this a howitzer. Get a steel pipe, light a two-kicker and shove it in, just like a cannon. It blew out with a bang, far out in the blast a bit. It's just that the landing point is not fixed. If it can be struck with precision, TSK, the firecracker factory turns into an arsenal in seconds. This king of rattles is a single rattler and is best used to blow up pots. As for the firecrackers, Lin Luo was lacking in interest, but something to play with was better than nothing. Going back to disassembling it, getting a slingshot, lighting it up and hitting it seems to work just fine. Lin Luo put the box of cannons into the storage space, and then took out a single king in the rattle. This stuff is powerful. Wrap a ring of steel balls around it with duct tape, light it on fire and throw it, then that's a grenade. Dang, look at this. Lin Luo shook the firecracker in his hand and looked at the system chat box expectantly. Mission, find a more powerful blue star weapon, reward, Yin Jing, completed. Milk thought. Lin Luo clenched his fists, then returned the king in the rattle back to his storage space. In the next second, Lin Luo's mind appeared about the Yin scriptures. As mentioned before, the Yin scripture was the unspoken secret of the great Qian Yin sect. It is the method of extracting Yin and refining Yin. However, the olden system didn't explicitly say how to harvest Yin and refine it, nor did it say how the thing worked. At this moment, Lin Luo quickly digested the content about the Yin scripture, and the more he read, the more shocked he became. This Yin sect was the great Qian's warlock sect, and the Yin scripture practiced was also the method of cultivation. The yang air of the sky descends and the yin air of the earth ascends. The two airs, yin and yang, sympathize with each other, giving birth to all things, and forming rain, fog, thunder and lightning, rain and dew, sunshine, and air, which sympathize with each other. Therefore, without the sympathetic movement of the two airs, yin and yang, there would be no nature and no life. And the yin meridian is to collect the yin qi between heaven and earth and refine it for one's own use. To sympathize with the yang energy between heaven and earth with one's own yin energy, and to actively sympathize to form rain, fog, thunder, lightning, dew, sunshine, air, etc. That is to say, as long as one masters the yin qi, one can rub thunder and lightning with one's hands and call the wind and rain. Lin Luo's eyes were glowing. After waiting so long, the olden system is finally giving good stuff out. Although the ageless everlasting spring kung fu was awesome and one could stay youthful and live a long life, how handsome it was to rub thunder and lightning with one's hands. So Lin Luo still stands Yin Jing. The Yin menstruation is even more bullish. Bang! Lin Luo closed the rear hood of the car and patted the ash on his hands, then walked towards home with light steps. I'm not going to sleep tonight, so I'm going to straighten out this Yin meridian high and low. Hand rubbing thunder and lightning that is. A few minutes later, Lin Luo returned home. There was still a light on in the living room, but old Lin wasn't there, so he should have gone back inside to rest. Lin Luo gently closed the door and listened with his side ear to the movements in his mom and dad's house, and then he heard his old mom seemingly talking and quite upset. What's going on? Lin Luo's ears twitched slightly, his true chi running to condense the sound into a line, then he heard it more truly. If it works, it works, if it doesn't, what's the point of taking a break? Lin Construction, ABA? ABA. A question mark slowly hit Lin Luo's head. Amount. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Coughing. Pops is having a tough time. If I had known about that 9 Suns fruit, I would have saved 2 drops for him. Chapter 95. Dad, you eat first, I'll go run some errands. Lin Luo returned to his room with an odd expression. After locking the door, Lin Luo opened the window, then sat cross-legged on the bed. Come on, show. Lin Luo began to follow the cultivation method of the Yin scripture in his mind. Collecting Yin qi between heaven and earth, refining Yin qi to deposit into itself for its own use. The process is the same as in cultivation novels, where one collects heaven and earth's aura and stores it in one's own dantian, and in the end an inner dan will be condensed. The Yin meridian will eventually form a Yin pearl in the body, which can also be called conjugation. The Yin pearl will break through into a Yin god, which can also be seen as a yuaning. Between heaven and earth there is Yin and yang descends and Yin ascends, so that Yin is below and yang is above. Lin Luo's house is on the 23rd floor. After meditating for half a day, Lin Luo felt like sucking up loneliness. There was Yin, but it was relatively thin. Am I sitting too high? Lin Luo scratched his head, the word puzzled hanging on his clear and handsome face. It didn't feel right to him. Then ancient people practiced in the mountains, all at an altitude of 1,000 meters, so wouldn't they not be exposed to Yin qi? But then I thought, people live in the mountains, and that's also feet on the ground, where the yellow earth does not bury people, and where the graves do not pass into hell. On this area, the bottom of the foot is 42.5 concrete floor, plus I do not know where to burn out of the Foshan fine not fine who knows tiles. Is it not conducive to harvesting Yin? Lin Luo scratched his head again, thought for a moment, and decided to go downstairs to try. Getting out of bed and putting on his shoes, Lin Luo gently pushed open the door to his bedroom. Click, loanword. The sound of the door opening. The door to the master bedroom was also pushed open, and Comrade Lao Lin, with a defeated look on his face, was striding out of the room, clutching a pillow and a blanket. Father and son looked away, eyes locked, then eyes averted. Ahem, why are you up so late? Lin Jianjun swished the things in his arms and threw them in, looking at Lin Luo with an expression like nothing was wrong and asked. Oh, hungry, want to go down there and jerk some barbecue? Lin Luo hurriedly said. Poor old dad, he's been kicked out by his mom. Sheesh. You can't help it if you're in your middle age. Get some goji berries for dad later? A barbecue this late. Lin Luo nodded, while calling out to the system in his mind. Lao Dang, come out, brush the task, I as a son can't stand to watch, where's the nine yang fruit, another one, I'll give my father a good tonic. You, who broke into the blue planet alone, have finally mastered the powerful weapons of the blue planet after a lot of hard work and dedication, so you decided to test the power of the blue planet's weapons. Art is explosions, go ahead, blow something up. Mission, experimenting with the power of blue star weapons, reward, Celestial Master's Wine. Ha! What the hell is Celestial Master Wine? Tiancher I know, the boss of Longhua Mountain is the old Tiancher, go to the temple can often see some Tianchers idle. And what does this Celestial Master Wine do? It can't be a case of taking a sip of the Heavenly Master's wine and invoking the gods. System, introduce the Celestial Master Wine. Tiancher wine, from the great Qian Shenmen Tiancher personally brewed medicinal wine, a strong yuan yang, 2 strong muscles and bones, 3 strong body, 4 strong real air, 5 strong decency. Lin Luo's expression instantly became odd. Surprised, wanting to laugh, sympathizing, stifling laughter. No way, the Celestial Master also drinks this kind of wine. Lin Jian was made to blush by the changing expression on Lin Luo's face, and glared without any good reason. Brat, what kind of expression is that? Ahem, it's nothing. It just suddenly occurred to me that I have a friend whose father asked an old Taoist priest to make a potion of medicinal wine, and I heard that it has miraculous effects after drinking it. Lin Jian's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had opened up, and appeared next to Lin Luo in a sudden manner, and his big hands affectionately wrapped around Lin Luo. Son, you're hungry aren't you? Wait for dad to change and treat you to a kebab downstairs. After saying that, Lin Jian turned around and went back to the house to change his clothes. Lin Luo blinked, his face full of astonishment. My dad he is also a master. In half a minute, Lin Jianju came out of the house fully dressed, a big smile all over his face. Come on, son, dad's buying. Hey, let's go. Ringo was laughing happily. Eat what kebabs, I'm going to find a place to practice. I should have known to say that it is going down for a night run. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo and Lin Jian sat at the night market barbecue stand outside the neighborhood gate. Don't think it's almost midnight, but the night market is still bustling. Especially a couple of barbecue stands. There's hundreds of tables out there, and the occupancy rate is about 70%. The rest is still just empty. There were large families coming over to eat, young couples on dates, and a bunch of students sitting around yakking and yakking. Boss, 10 skewers of large loin, 30 skewers of lamb, 30 skewers of lamb tendon, 1 roasted leek, 1 floury heron 1, and a keg of root beer. Lin Construction skillfully ordered something, then looked at Lin Luo. Son, is there anything else you want to eat? Don't mention it, dad's treating. Lin Luo tilted his head, all 70 strings, what else to order? This much will be enough to eat. Lin Construction nodded, then urged up, boss, make it quick. Hey, right away. The guy at the barbecue stand answered, and then brought a platter of peanuts and hairy beans, and a 5-pound keg of root beer. Lin Construction poured a full glass of Rinlo's root beer and then filled his own. Son, what you just said about the medicinal wine made by the old Taoist priest, is that true? To say that the medicinal wine, Lin Construction is not very believable, but there is not an old Taoist premise. Lin Luo had just peeled a peanut and hadn't even eaten it in yet. When he heard Comrade Lao Lin's question, he smiled helplessly. Dad, you're a bit short on this yen map, aren't you? You're getting straight to the point before we've even started eating. Hey, you brat, you're still poor with your dad me. Lin Jianzhuang reddened in embarrassment and hurriedly took 2 sips of root beer to hide his embarrassment. Don't worry, I've already booked it for you, and I'll be sure to share it with you when the time comes. 1 cup is not enough, at least half a kilogram. Lin Construction looked at Lin Luo anxiously. You kid, you don't know how to get more of the good stuff back when you have it. Although the medicinal wine is good, but drink less is not effective is not. Lin Luo shrugged and threw the peanuts into his mouth. You'll see when the time comes, this medicinal wine can be overpowering. I just drank a small glass of it and now I'm all old and strong. Lin Luo said, making a Hercules gesture. He was wearing just an undershirt, and as his muscles tensed, his body bulged out, his shapely muscles looking at Lin Jian's eyes widening. Good boy, when did you get such a great body? You've got a few moments of your old man's me back in the day. Ahem, come on, don't show off. Your dad was more stylish than you when I was young. I believe that, after all, a tiger's father has no son. It's only right to give a shout out to your own father. As expected, Lin Luo's words made old Lin's heart burst with joy, and he even drank 2 large mouthfuls of root beer. Ah! What are you doing? Just then, a girl's terrified and panicked scream came from a short distance away. The crowd instantly followed the sound. I saw 2 pretty girls in white shirts and yoga pants get up in a panic. The 2 girls tried to leave, but were surrounded by 5 big, burly men who were unsuspecting. I don't know if they're drunk and delinquent, or if they're just not usually good, but they're even less of a person when they've had a bit to drink. Don't go, little sister, drink with your brothers. Sister, don't be afraid, brothers are not bad people, huh? A couple of the men were smiling lewdly. What are you doing? Get up, we're calling the police. The girl threatened loudly and took out her cell phone. The next second, however, her cell phone was snatched away and thrown into a mug of root beer. Ah! The girl's little face was white with fear, and she was heartbroken about the cell phone she had just bought, and tears were falling down her face. Egu, so careless, the cell phone fell in, huh? Sister, don't cry, accompany brother to play, brother will buy you a new one. The girl next to her shouted for help. The people who were eating around stood up quite a bit, frowning at this side, but no one took the lead, and no one dared to go on for a while. A few of the big brothers tried to go up and talk them down, but they were held back by the female companions around them. If you go up there alone, you won't just get beaten up. And the other party was crowded and didn't look like good people, so what would happen to the family if they got into trouble, or were injured, or blackmailed? Some people took out their cell phones to call the police, while others started videotaping. The owner of the barbecue restaurant was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing an apron, with thinning hair and a peaceful-looking face. Seeing this side of the situation, he hurriedly came up with a smile on his face to relieve himself. With guests on both sides, it's definitely not a good idea to argue, and it tends to escalate things. Once the store business suffered, the guests are easy to accidentally injured. This store at least have to close for half a month, and in the future can still open normally, is also a problem. So you can only be persuaded to spend money to get rid of it. He blocked the 2 girls while gesturing to them to get out of the way. A few big brothers, today is on me, my treat. Let's have a good talk. The 2 little sisters are not understanding. In a moment I invite my brothers to go to Red Wave. Before he could finish, though, a large, inch-haired man kicked him out. Jibber-jabbering nigga, I'll use you to please. Ouch. The owner let out a cry of pain and knocked over a table, falling so hard that the contents of the table clattered and scattered all over the floor. The 2 girls also shuddered and gasped in shock. Lin Luo watched this scene with excitement flashing in his eyes. He wiped his hands on a paper towel from the paper drawer on the table and stood up gingerly. Dad, you eat first, I'm going to run some errands. Lin Construction had just pressed the demon spirit out on his cell phone. Hearing his son's words, he jerked his head up with a surprised expression. Looking at his smelly son who had grown into a big lad without realizing it, old Lin subconsciously lamented. My son, he's kind of handsome. Chapter 96, blow something up? Boom. But handsome isn't resistant to being punched. Don't be a fool, son, this is no time for bravado. Lin Jian reached for Lin Luo's arm. Just kidding, the other 5 bladders, full of horizontal meat. One look at that look, you know it's not a good thing. Definitely a key focus when it comes to combating pornography. You a small child to go single person 5 old assholes, looking for death is not so fine However, Lin Luo's movements were faster than Lin Jian thought, and when Lin Jian reached out to grab his arm, Lin Luo had already taken a subtle step forward at a subtle pace, dodging Lin Jian's large hand. Don't worry Dad, how do you think I helped Uncle Chu catch the hairy thief? Lin Luo's sentence, let Lin Jian Zhuang is stunned, and then anxious, don't bull call your Uncle Chu, let him come over to deal with it on the line, we have a lot of people here, those guys don't dare to mess around. Lin Zhuan said and hurriedly got up to follow. This is his own son, even if there is a fight, then he has to stand in the front. The big guys are just watching. These 5 bullies people 2 little girls. In the future, when word gets out, people should say that all the men in our Peach Orchard neighborhood are wimpy softies. Lin Jianzhuan yelled, instantly livening up the scene. Those standing around began to heckle. That's right, are you 5 big old men ashamed of yourselves? Hurry up and go I have called the police, if you do not go a moment to you all arrested. That's right, get the hell out of here. Being a hooligan here, what a thing. Someone took the lead, and for a while, there was solidarity from all sides. These 5 guys who look like human beings are caught in the middle of a sea of people. The arrogance from a moment ago was contained at once. Lin Jianjun took the opportunity to call Chu Jianjun's phone. Lin Luo, who was originally eager to try, pulled the corner of his mouth when he saw this. It wasn't good to make a direct move, otherwise he would be the unreasonable party. He didn't read the civil and criminal law given to him by his old husband for nothing. He understood though, his old man was just a regular guy. When you run into this kind of thing, it's just smartest to make a big deal out of it and pull passers-by in to make a statement and scare the other guy. With that he stepped forward and pulled the 2 stunned girls behind him. Are you 2 okay? Lin Luo softly inquired. Jinjin and AI saw Lin Luo and instantly recognized him. As if they had seen a savior, both of them clutched onto Lin Luo's clothes. I'm fine. Dajinjin's small face turned white and her voice trembled. Little AI gritted her teeth and said with a look of indignation, "These guys are too much, they threw my cell phone into the wine." Her heart was bleeding at the thought of the new cell phone she had just bought. "That's a month's worth of your own nest egg." "It's okay, the inspector will be here in a few minutes and they'll pay you for a new one." Lin Luo spoke out to comfort him. Those 5 guys were being berated and yelled at by so many people around them, they had been a little freaked out and wanted to bolt. But when he saw Lin Luo, this little white boy, standing so close to the 2 pretty little girls talking, for a moment his heart was extremely upset. "That's what we were looking at first. A hero who saves a girl. You're making us look like clowns." Several people looked at each other, no one could swallow the breath, so one person copied a bottle of beer to carry in his hand. Whoa! The 5 men skillfully cracked the bottles and held up the sharp, pointy, shattered bottles, grimacing and screaming. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the is wrong with you guys? Idle enough to meddle in the old men's business, all of you, get lost. Come up here and practice if you don't want to, nigga, you guys deserve to get zapped. The rash ones are afraid of the horizontal ones, and the horizontal ones are afraid of those who don't want to die. The actions of these 5 people immediately startled the surrounding solidarity people, and they backed away. Big Jinjin and little AI were also terrified and tugged Lin Luo back. Lin Jian held his cell phone and anxiously said, "Chu Lao Di, those 5 people are going to make a move, you guys hurry up and come." Once Chu Jianjun on the other end of the cell phone heard this, he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, elder brother Lin, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. After saying that, Chu Jianjun hung up the phone, then drove the car into the city hall with a kick of the gas. He quickly picked up the 2 inspectors and then hoofed it over to Lin Luo's side. After he dropped Lin Luo off at his home, he turned around and headed straight back to the city hall. Prepare to work an extra shift and interrogate the 3 Zhao crabs as well as that Gochang that Team 6 just recaptured. There is no reason why this group of people for no reason suddenly stared at their own home. No one behind the instruction, killed Chu Jianjun do not believe. I didn't realize that I had only just arrived at the entrance to the city hall when something happened on Lin Luo's side. Punks molesting little girls. It's a big deal, not a small one. On a smaller scale, provoking a disturbance, and arresting and locking up for a few days. But to a greater extent, 5 people on the street to molest girls, but also moved weapons, then the nature of the change, if a gang-related hat. Topping out can get you 24 years. If it was normal, Chu Jianjun wouldn't be worried, Lin Luo's strength could easily pack up 5 punks. But tonight Lin Luo did 240 kilograms deep squat, the strength has been sharply reduced, really fight, their future aunt is injured how to do. He didn't even lose a hair on his head against Atone, but he ended up folding in the hands of a couple of punks. That would be bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The 5 people were even more angry when they saw Big Jinjin and little AI pulling Lin Luo backward, that pulling and tugging. I invited you guys to a party and you didn't like it, but then you turn your head and pull the strings with a white boy. Playing the nerd. Look down on the men. Kid. Likes to heroically rescue people, don't you? A short-haired bald guy said with a dark face. Waste what words, spent ya can. A flower arm scolded in a bad mood, carrying a beer bottle and leaping to try. Lin Luo's mouth was tinged with a smile as she looked at Dajinjin. Sister, use your cell phone to record a video. Dajinjin froze, and after reacting, she moved quickly to turn on the video function of her cell phone. Her cell phone was a smartphone, and the video recording was much better than Lin Luo's feature phone. Even though it was night, it was good that there were lights on this side of the night market, so the shots were pretty clear. Son, let's hurry. Your Uncle Chu will be here soon, don't fight them. Lin Jianjian was afraid that his son would suffer, and squeezed over to protect Lin Luo's body, saying, Dad, you believe me, just these few stinky camas and rotten payan are not enough for me to beat. Lin Luo said seriously. The corner of Lin Construction's mouth tugged. I believe you, my ass. You're my son. I don't know you. The last time I got into a fight was when I was in 5th grade and had to play wrestle with someone. You end up getting whacked on the ground and doubting your life. Then I realized that people's kids practiced boxing. Want to go? No way. Get him. As soon as the 5 people heard Lin Luo call them stinky camas skin, rotten skin yan, and Lin Jian said he wanted to leave, they were suddenly furious and rushed up with curses. 5 men swarmed the room, sharp beer bottles in their hands, and in the blink of an eye they were in close proximity. Hey, don't you guys mess around, I'll call the police. Lin Construction's face went white with fear and he shouted loudly, trying to shock the 5 men. Big Jinjin and little AI were also so scared that their little faces turned white and they shrieked out in shock. The people around them were also looking numb and shouting, and the scene was a mess. But in this flash of lightning, Lin Luo's hand suddenly bared its smoke. But no one was paying attention. Lin Luo looked at the few people who had rushed closer, and with a hefty smile, he threw something out of his hand before dragging Big Jinjin and little AI backward. Dad, back. Lin Construction, huh? He looked confused and was a little slow to react, then he heard a thumping, ear-splitting explosion. Behind him, fireworks rose. The king and the rattle exploded in front of those 5 men. Lin Construction was so scared that he cackled, his neck shrank, his body jerked, his legs left the ground, and his eyes closed in fear, his mouth still half open, directly scared out of his emoticon. You're a brat who forgets his father when it comes to sex. Ah ha ha ha. The 5 men screamed and were blown over onto the ground. The one who had rushed the furthest forward had his face open. The back 3 didn't blow up, they were completely knocked down by the people in front of them. But it's also scary. That sudden thumping blast made their brains buzz and their ears go a little deaf with a ringing in their ears. I was going to blow up the cesspool, but I didn't think it would be cheap for these guys. Lin Luo reached into his pocket and pulled out another red, ringing king. He pretended to have a lighter in his hand, and with a flash of spirit fire at his fingertips, the king in the rattle's fire twist was buried in white smoke. Hair duck da boom. Lin Luo's voice was quite standard, and the ringing center threw it at the 5 men. The 5 men on the ground were shocked and wailed in fear when they saw the firecrackers thrown at them and bared their smoke. They want to climb up to escape, but the 2 legs with noodles like, do not listen to the call of the ground stomping and kicking, just cannot stand up. There were smart ones in the back that rolled right on the ground. Unfortunately, he forgot about the big green stick of broken glass crumbs he smashed all over the place. A circle rolled over, and immediately wailed in pain, his body was cut with several bloody cuts, and the blood flowed nonstop. Bang! The ringing king exploded, smoke and fire rose, a few people were instantly shot to black, full of flowers. Mission, experimenting with the power of blue star weapons, reward, celestial master wine, completed. At this moment, Lin Luo felt his pocket sink and his large pants almost fell off. Lin Luo hurriedly pulled out his pocket and grabbed it. It's a small 1-pound wine jar. Luckily, he had a handful of precautions and wore a special one with large pants pockets. With a movement of his mind, the wine altar was put into Lin Luo's storage space. But he pulled out his pocket action to see the 5 people like seeing the black and white seemingly, directly turned over on his knees and began to beg for mercy. Grandpa, don't blow it up. Grandpa, we know we're wrong. Grandpa, have mercy. The people around them looked dumbfounded, each with a wonderful expression. This young man, hey. Chapter 97 The Gaze from the Future Old Man. Grandpa, we wouldn't dare. Grandpa, please don't blow it up. The bustling night market was crowded with people watching. The teenager was holding the king and the rattle in his hand, and smiled in a harmless manner. 5 bladeless, fat men, covered in blood and with faces so bloated that they couldn't see their faces, knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy. There was a lot of hooting and hollering all around, and some people were applauding. There are newcomers who do not know what happened, but the heart of the melon is like a cat's claw scratching, and then asked the people around them what happened. Upon learning that the teenager had saved the day with his heroics and blasted the 5-colored gangster, he immediately clapped and applauded along with them. Ooh la la, loanword. The sirens of the patrol car came from far and near. At the same time, a Porsche with police lights on top pulled up to the curb. Chu Jianjun got down from the Pusan and saw the same patrol car that had just pulled up to the curb. That patrol car down a middle and a green 2 inspectors. They also saw Chu Jianjun, and then quickly walked over. Chu Jianjun showed his credentials, and the middle-aged inspector on the opposite side of the room only glanced at it and instantly saluted. Trigger Brigade. Well, now that we're here, let's go in together. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking, he took a few inspectors with him and squeezed into the crowd. This way, Chu Jianjun pulled the siren, and also ran several red lights, hard to brush the 20-minute road to 10 minutes. For the sake of his future aunt, Chu Jianjun froze as an urban racer. The old pulsar anus, oh no, the cylinders are pulling out. Here comes the inspector. Great, get those guys. The crowd burst into life, buzzing into a food market like chatter. Chu Jianjun came to Lin Luo's side with a serious face. His thick-browed, country face looked iron-faced. He first looked at Lin Luo and saw that Lin Luo had a smile on his face and was still eager to give it a try, so he knew that this brat was up to no good. Older brother, is everything alright? Chu Jianjun asked Lin Jianjun in a low voice. It's fine, I'm fine. Old brother Chu, you finally come. These guys have too much guts. They dare to bully a good woman in broad daylight. Lin Jianjun pulled Chu Jianjun and angrily began to sue. Chu Jianjun smiled and nodded, glancing again at Lin Luo and the 2 little girls behind him. Big Jinjin and little Ai looked quite pretty, especially wearing clothes that were all white again. The dimly shaped body added a hazy allure under the dim streetlight. Both little girls would be staring at Lin Luo this time, tears in their eyes and eyes glowing. Gaze from the future old man. Chu Jianjun patted Lin Jianjun's shoulder and pacified him. Older brother, calm down first, I'll ask about the specifics first. Don't worry, we will not spare any bad guys. After saying that, Chu Jianjun signaled to the 2 small inspectors he had brought with him, and the 2 then took out their small notebooks and asked around for the testimonies of the eyewitnesses who were present. The other 2 inspectors watched the 5 guys and asked them what had happened. Kobayashi, what's going on? Chu Jianjun came to Lin Luo and inquired with a stern face. However, without waiting for Lin Luo to speak, behind Lin Luo, De Jinjin, little Ai excitedly came forward to tell about it. Inspector Uncle Dan. We got off work, we were eating here, and those 5 guys came over and harassed us. Yeah, we were so scared that we said we were going to call the police, and they threw my cell phone in a wine glass, which I had just bought with my savings, whoops. And, abba. After the two little girls explained the situation to each other one sentence at a time, Dejinjin pulled out her cell phone again and began to play the video she had taken. She has a photographer's flair high and low, and captures the image quite clearly. Especially the old forest emoji is pretty spot on. Lin Luo looked cackling and received several headbutts from Comrade Lao Lin. You brats still have the face to be happy. Drag the two girls with you when you run, and leave your father there with me. Chu Jianjun returned all the cell phones back to Dejinjin with an odd expression. It's pretty clear what happened. The five guys came in here drunk, looking for trouble, and then used weapons. Just then, the middle-aged inspector approached. Battalion Chu, we've asked about the situation. They were approached to deliberately look for trouble. How? Chu Jianjun asked with a raised eyebrow. I thought it was an ordinary case of seeing sex and disturbing the peace, but I didn't realize there was something else going on. The middle-aged inspector said, according to their account, a man named Dukui, envious of the good business of this night market barbecue stall, found their boss and wanted to spend money to stir up this barbecue stall. So their boss took the money and sent the five of them over to look for trouble, and these two girls were picked at random. The owner of the barbecue stand was also injured by them, and the man is now sent to the hospital. Chu Jianjun nodded at his words. Have you verified the identities of these five men? It's been verified, two of them just got out, and the other three are all working as security guards at Imperial KTV. It's Diho again. Chu Jianjun raised his eyebrows, then smiled without moving. I'm afraid that these few people are related to a recent case we've been working on, so I'd like to trouble you, comrade, to help pull them to the city bureau. No problem, Team Chu. The middle-aged inspector nodded his head in agreement with a smile, and then greeted his apprentice to help him escort these five people to the patrol car. The two of them are just ordinary police station inspectors, not as good as other city bureau's serious crime brigade. Naturally Chu Jianjun said what is what. Not bad for you kid, let's go, before taking a trip with me to the city hall, to make a statement. Chu Jianjun said as he looked at Lin Luo appreciatively. Good boy, worthy of being the person I Chu Jianjun fancy. Ice cannot tolerate sand, valor and justice, iron bones, have a few moments of my youth. Lin Luo just can't read minds, or else high and low ask Chu Jianjun and Lin Jianjun who he really looks like. No need, Uncle Chu, why don't you let the two of them go? These two sisters are the sufferers to come. I'm just a good young boy who sees the road and does what's right. He'd just gotten back from the city council, and he didn't want to be tossed around. Besides, the kebabs they wanted hadn't been served yet. You tell me. You held these five down, can you not go? Chu Jianjun said, came close to Lin Luo and whispered, these five people are related to Dihao. If you get more involved, there will be benefits for you in the back. Lin Luo, good for you? You should have said so before you raised the money. Lin Luo's head swished and twisted toward Lin Construction. Dad, I'm going to go to the city office with my Uncle Chu. You take that kebab back, and when I get the wine back, you'll have it to drink. Lin Construction rolled his eyes as he listened. What a time to be kebabbing. The boss has been kicked to the ground, and the kebabs he asked for will not be eaten tonight. But down the drink. Thinking of the medicinal wine made by the old Taoist priest that Lin Luo had mentioned, Lin Construction swallowed his saliva and nodded excitedly. Okay, son, you go. Dad how late are waiting for you to come back. Remember to take more of that wine. Chu Jianjun watched the reaction and conversation between these two masters, and gave a puzzled in his heart. Bring back the wine? Take more? What kind of wine can make Brother Lin so excited? He looked suspiciously at Lin Luo, and then at the glowing-eyed Lin Jian. Something's not right. Something's wrong. The old detective's years of professionalism swished and pulled full circle. Chu Jianjun's eyes dripped and turned, smilingly said to Lin Jianjun. These two girls will have to come with us too, but the car will be a bit short. That Lin old brother trouble you to drive with them a piece also go to the city bureau, I'll do a statement. Sure, I'll go and drive. Lin Construction didn't think much about it and agreed enthusiastically. The police and the public are one family. He smiled and was about to go to the car, but was stopped by Lin Luo. Don't drive, you've been drinking, let's just take a cab, it's not far. You can't be lucky, even though you're drinking root beer and it's not much. Drinking is not driving is not drinking, traffic is not regulated, and loved ones have 2 lines of tears. That's fine, but then am I still going? Lin Jianzhuang hesitated. It didn't seem necessary to follow him if he didn't drive himself. As for whether it was safe for Lin Luo to go to the city hall alone. Are you kidding me? If it's not safe to go to the city hall, where else do you want to go? Go on, it's a big night, how unsafe for a kid and 2 little girls, mustn't be accompanied by an adult. Chu Jianjun said, not allowing Lin Jianjun to hesitate to pull on him, on the side of the road to stop a cab waiting for work by the way to eat melon. A few minutes later, the 2 patrol cars whizzed away in a crow's nest. A cab followed the patrol car. Lin Luo sat in the passenger side of the patrol car, looking at the 3 shivering bladders in the back row, and fell into silence. Chapter 98 The Legend of the Kid Brother Who Blew Up the Dry Toilet. In just 1 hour, Lin Luo has been in the palace 3 times. 2 patrol cars and taxicabs drove into the city hall. The building bristles with a vote of inspectors. Daisen and Ji-run had just finished their interrogation. When he was about to go back to write the report, he received a call from Chu Jianjun, and then he brought someone to run out in a hurry. Lin Luo pushed open the passenger door and saw Zhang and Ji-lan, and couldn't help but smile and wave. Hi, again. Da-sign? Ji-run? No, Kobayashi? Why you again? Zhang and Ji-lan looked at Lin Luo, who had gotten down from the passenger side in shock, and were a bit at a loss for what to say. Didn't you go back? Why are you back? Hey, I don't want to, either. Lin Luo Little Bear spread his hands, learning the tone of the little grifter who came from the previous class of Light East, said in a weird way. It's not like something happened again. In the cab behind, Chu Jianjun, Lin Jianjun and the two girls Jinjin Ai also got out of the car. Chu Jianjun paid the fare, said a hard work, and was happy that the cab driver said that he was serving the people. The cab driver collected the money, gave Chu Jianjun a ticket, and left with a fondness. Halfway through the melon, it's gone. Do you think it's disturbing? What the hell is going on back there? What happened to those assholes? This is to the city council, near the melon cannot eat, can be too difficult. The cabbie searched for a moment and pulled over to the curb in front of the city hall, wondering if the wave would come out and continue in his car when they were done with it in a moment. That way he can renew the melon. Team Chu. Captain. Zhang Guoqiang and Ji-lan walked towards Chu Jianjun. The men are in the patrol car. Get the 5 of them in there, these are the security guards of the Imperial KTV. Interrogate them and ask them what their bosses do for a living. Yes. Zhang Guoqiang and Ji-lan had a straight face, then led the men to get the 5 guys into the interrogation room. Now they are serious about anyone who has anything to do with Diho. The end of the Diho made the city's interrogation room inadequate for a time. There are too many people who have been recaptured. Although the case is a joint one between several districts, with each district office assigned a portion of the men on trial, this is the main location of the case here at the city hall. The core people are locked up here. It's just finished a batch, and it's almost time to go off duty, only to have 5 more inserted. One can only imagine how bad these guys must be feeling. Be honest. Get in there. Don't move. Pushing and shoving all the way. The 5 men were as honest as rats, craning their necks and looking nervous, before being gotten into the interrogation room. Wow. Their hands were handcuffed to the interrogation chair. Looking at the inspector sitting across from them, with an unpleasant expression on his face, they had a strong premonition. It's over. Yoo-hoo, what a coincidence. Lin Luo sat in the lounge and looked at the 2 small inspectors who came in from outside. The one at the head he recognized. It was the same Taozi who had given his statement earlier. The little inspector Huang Tao who entered the door was also stunned when he saw Lin Luo. The brigadier sent him over to make a statement for questioning, but didn't say who it was for. Why are you back again? Huang Tao asked in surprise. It's not when I went home to jerk off I ran into a couple of beanbats, molesting a little girl, and I did a little bit of heroism. Lin Luo shrugged helplessly. Huang Tao shook his head and smiled. Then you really have a connection with our city council. Introduce yourself. My name is Huang Tao, and he is Bai Ling. Lin Luo. Lin Luo was silent for 3 seconds. He looked at the 2 buddies in front of him, one tall and skinny, the other also tall and skinny, and scratched his head. So, are you guys the same ones that Mab? Oh no, Mab got the 6 groups? How do you know? Huang Tao and Bai Ling spoke in unison, their expressions slightly surprised. But after saying that the 2 of them looked at each other and all laughed. It's not really a secret at the city hall, quite a few people know about it. But this little brother just called Uncle Ma, didn't he? For a while, the smiles on Huang Tao and Bai Ling's faces grew a few more points thicker. That's right, our director especially likes to watch the Serious Crimes Unit 6, so we got quite a few people with the same name as in the Serious Crimes Unit 6 to come over to Unit 6. Huang Tao said with a smile. Next to him, Shiren laughed and began to read off the names of the people on his fingers. Daising, Jilan, Huang Tao, Mi, Jiang Han, Zheng Yimin, Ding Jian, Tianrui, Yang Zhen. The more Lin Luo heard, the more familiar he became, looking for the same name if he could find it, and looking for the same sound if he didn't have the same name. Old Ma, you're a real talent. Ma bureaus are quite funny. Lin Luo laughed with emotion. That's right then, well, let's get down to business and finish the statement before we talk. Huang Tao said, flipping open the book. Lin Luo, let's go through the process now. Lin Luo nodded his head since there was nothing to be afraid of. Name. Rinlo. Gender. M. Occupation. Senior sprint class student in the 18th grade. Okay, tell me briefly what happened. Lin Luo organized his words and then began to tell. My dad and I were finishing up ordering food at the barbecue stand and were chatting when all of a sudden we heard it not too far away. Lin Luo finished recounting what happened, and also pulled out the king and the rattle from his pocket. That's the one, mighty boss. Huang Tao and Bai Ling stifled their laughter and gave Lin Luo a thumbs up after recording the contents. Bull. I didn't realize this thing could work like this. You kid is really a talent. White Ridge said with emotion. That's right, my nephew with this will only blow up dog bowls and cesspools, and 2 days ago he blew up the dry toilet at his old house, and his old man just went in. Huang Tao nodded with deep admiration. Put. Lin Luo and Bai Ling didn't hold back and all burst out laughing. Couldn't hold it in at all, already had the picture in my head. The unknown yellow brother had just pulled down his pants and squatted, brewing and ready for release, when then there was a thud. Getting covered in. Yeehaw, wretch. How's your nephew? Lin Luo asked, covering his stomach. Can't get out of bed yet. Huang Tao spread his hands and laughed along. Ha ha ha. Lin Luo and Bai Ling covered their stomachs and laughed together. This kid brother really deserves it. No beating is ever in vain. Actually, I was going to blow up the dog bowl, too bad it was cheap for these guys. Lin Luo wiped her tears and was joking with Huang Tao Bai Ling when the door to the lounge was pushed open. Chu Jianjun peeked in from outside. Yoo-hoo, quite lively, Taozi, are you done with the questions? Big Captain, it's already been asked. Huang Tao hurriedly squared his shoulders, and Bai Ling sat up straight. Chu Jianjun and the team is notorious for not smiling, do things rigorously and seriously, the most annoying work playful people. Well, that's fine, you guys hurry up and finish your work, get off work early and rest. Xiao Luo, you come with me. Chu Jianjun smiled and told Huang Tao and the two of them to finish their work early and rest, then called Lin Luo out of the lounge. Huang Tao and Bai Ling packed up their things and quickly went to take care of the next thing. There was still a lot of work to do behind them. Trying to get off work and rest early is not an option tonight. Luo you can are almost familiar with the city council, with them just chat what? What were you talking to them about? Chu Jianjun walked in front and asked Lin Luo smilingly. Oh, Huang Tao said his nephew blew up a dry toilet in his hometown and bounced his brother all over the place. Pust. The unguarded Chu Jianjun laughed outright. No wonder the laugh was so good, it did invite quite a laugh. Kids these days, they're really getting naughty, you don't want to blow up a cesspool, it's too childish. Of course I won't. Lin Luo's words were severely understated. There's always something missing when you don't blow up a cesspool but a dog bowl. That's right, the soul. Chu Jianjun smiled and walked ahead, pushing open the door of a conference room with one hand. Then he led Lin Luo inside. In the conference room, old comrade Lin was drinking tea, and Jinjin and AI were sitting on the sidelines, chattering and talking to Lin Jian about something. However, Lin Jianju just nodded his head in aha and was forced to respond, not looking very interested in chatting. Seeing the door to the conference room open, the two little girls looked in unison at Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo who had entered. The two looked at Lin Luo with big watery eyes, their eyes filled with gratitude. So many people at the night market barbecue stand, seeing the two of them being bullied didn't even dare to go up and help. It was Lin Luo, a student, who stood in front of them and saved them as if a god had descended from heaven. How can these two little girls who are still longing for love and romance stand it? Chapter 99. What about us studying hard in school? Elder brother Chu, are things all understood? Lin Construction watched Chu Jianjun come in and got up and asked with a smile. The matter is generally understood clearly, those people are paid to do a job, to deliberately cause trouble, the two little girls are suffering from an undeserved disaster. Chu Jianjun said and sat down with Lin Luo. Uncle Patrolman, can I make them pay for my cell phone? AI is most concerned about their own just bought a cell phone, only used not 2 days Lu, now think about it all still feel pain. I should have known it would be better to go straight home after work today, just because of the cravings, I lost a lot of money. Don't worry, that's for sure, and if you have injuries, or any other requests, you can make them as well. Chu Jianjun said with a gentle smile. Treat your comrades like the warmth of spring, and treat your enemies naturally as cruel and merciless as the harsh winter. Chu Jianjun is one such person. Little AI and Big Jinjin exchanged a few words before voicing their claims. We don't ask for much, just pay us back for the phone, and the kebabs we bought, they pushed them to the ground before we could eat them. Chu Jianjun nodded and made a few quick notes on his book, then asked again, is that all? No other compensation is needed? No need, thanks to this little brother, we weren't hurt. Little AI looked at Lin Luo gratefully, and De Jinjin brushed up and bowed to Lin Luo, giving Lin Luo a whole both. 90-degree bow. You're a real talent, too. Ahem, there's no need to do this big favor, just buy me a drink when I go to the gym to work out later. Lin Luo waved his hand repeatedly and said jokingly. Yeah. Jinjin and AI nodded seriously, already thinking about what kind of drink to send Lin Luo. Oh, you guys still know each other? Chu Jianjun raised an eyebrow and gave Lin Luo an inadvertent glance. Men know best. Those who are dads also know the most about being dads. Lin Construction had been a bit listless. For a middle-aged man who had no choice but to make so much noise and toss around so much during the hiatus, it was hard enough for him not to fall asleep on his desk. Seeing Chu Jianjun's small movements, his alarm bells instantly went off. Bastard, you have to be careful. The old man's test has begun. Lin Jianjuan blinked at Lin Luo, yet Lin Luo didn't even look his way. Recognize, I went to the new gym in front of the neighborhood earlier to get a card and they both happened to be the front desk. That's right, we were the ones who got him the coach at the time. De Jinjin was impressed with Lin Luo, because when Lin Luo came in at that time, she was covered in the smell of fried skewers, which made her crave for more. Little AI laughed and said, Coach Yungu even told us, you don't look like you're going to learn fighting, you look like you're going to kick ass. Oh, you're going to sign up for fighting class? Chu Jianjun raised his eyebrows again and looked at Lin Luo suspiciously. You still have to sign up for fighting class, kid? Coach Youngo. Could it be directed at someone's coach? Just a few simple clues, Chu Jianjun had already analyzed them in his mind. If you don't say this old detective is different. Well, I didn't know much about mixed martial arts, so I went and tried the experience class. Lin Luo said casually, finishing finally seeing his old man scowling at himself non-stop. Dad, did you get sand in your eyes? Swish. Lin Construction raised his hand to rub his eyes, looking mesmerized. Ahem, I got an eyelash caught in my eye. Several people looked at him and saw him rubbing his eyes as if he was in quite a bit of distress. The innocent and kind-hearted Jinjin kindly asked, Uncle, do you need help? Let me blow you? Ahem. No, I'm done. Lin Construction lowered his hand and said in a rushed and awkward manner. A little hiccup that no one cared about. Chu Jianjun smiled and said to Lin Luo, it's good that you like mixed martial arts. After you go to the special police brigade tomorrow, you can communicate with them. What they are best at there is mixed martial arts. That's okay. Lin Luo was disinterested. Mixed martial arts is nothing, but my powerful Vajra palm is fierce, so don't beat them up. Lin Luo dejected in his heart for a moment, then thought of something. You've already completed the new mission yourself, so what are you waiting for? Move on to the next one. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Congratulations to the host, using a powerful blue star weapon to smash a sinister gang, but you've been targeted by a sin hidden deeper as a result. When the martial arts have first become a reality, and you have experienced the trials of life and death, your mind has long been transcendent, and the evils of the darkness are just a bit of frost. Mission, destroy the vast forces of darkness, reward, dragon fishing rod. Lincoln? He always felt as if the system had evolved, but not much. What the heck is a trolling rod? It can't be a fishing rod for dragons. System, what is a dragon fishing rod? Fishing dragon rod, from the Deqianshenji sect, is a fishing tackle. Lin Luo's head was once again marked with a question mark. No, it's really a fishing rod. Blanking the name of a fishing dragon rod. Uncle Chu, where are those 5 guys locked up now? Lin Luo swished his head and asked Chu Jianjun. Seeing Lin Luogong's lack of interest one second and asking about something else the next, Chu Jianjun didn't think too much about it and said directly, he's now locked up with those people captured by Imperial Hao. These 5 men are all security guards for Imperial KTV, and may be connected to another case. Can I go see them? It's not like the system says when it's going to smash the bigger dark forces. It doesn't say if you trashed it yourself. Just one look. Lin Luo compared a finger, his eyes burning, looking at Chu Jianjun how he couldn't say no. Okay, follow me. Then you guys sit down for a bit. Chu Jianjun said and got up, leading Lin Luo towards the outside of the conference room. Phew. Lin Construction sighed in relief and slumped back, leaning back in his chair. The brat is quite smart and knows how to change the subject. Big Jinjin and little AI watched Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun leave, and their little heads came together again to exchange a few words. Lin Construction yawned, not caring what the 2 little girls whispered. He just wanted to go home and go to bed early now. Nope, there was also the magical medicinal wine that Lin Luo was talking about. I don't know if this kid is bragging or not. Uncle, is your family related to that Inspector Chu? Little AI bared her little tiger teeth and asked Lin Construction with a smile. Well, not yet, but we'll be family from now on. Lin Construction said with slightly drooping eyelids. Why? Big Makoto and little AI cocked their heads in confusion. We don't eat now, but we'll be family later. What kind of relationship is that? Didn't get it. When my son and his daughter get married in the future, we'll be in-laws, don't you think? Is it family? Lin Construction raised his head and looked seriously at the 2 little girls and said, Brad is getting better and better, and there are definitely some peach blossoms around. It's a normal thing. But just deal with it, don't let the peach blossoms turn into peach blossoms, that wouldn't be pretty. No matter what the 2 little girls had in mind, he, the father, had to speak up for his son first. My son already has a female lead in his future life script. Both Big Zan and little AI were stunned for a while before they responded. It's not. He's still a kid. The uniforms aren't even off yet. Why are you parents in such a hurry? What about those of us who went to school and were instructed that we must study hard and were strictly forbidden to have friends? Oh, strictly forbidden during the school day, and then pushed like crazy hard when I left the school gates. The good ones can't be enough, and the average ones don't want to settle. Trying to find a younger bar, and it's still booked early. That's too hard. In the detention room, a large group of people hung their heads, listlessly squatting or standing, or sitting against the wall. When he saw someone coming, he just looked up and didn't react. Dang, look what these are. Mission, destroy the vast dark forces, reward, dragon fishing rod, completed. Hey. Never mind what the reward is, let's just ask you how easy it is to accomplish this task. Lin Luo's mouth hung a smile, then looked at Chu Jianjun. Uncle, don't look, let's go, there's nothing to see. Chu Jianjun? So you're really just looking at it. Guys, shake it off, I'm not going back. Little Red Book is fantastic all fine ocean chaff. Chapter 100, it's over, I've become Deqian's most wanted criminal. Doubt and speechlessness appeared on Chu Jianjun's national face. You brat, you really just came over to take a look. What's the point? Lin Luo didn't have time to pay attention to Chu Jianjun's change in expression right now. He was just happy that the task was swish and easy, and the next second he was worried. Old Den's cerebral palsy system wouldn't send a dragon fishing rod in his pocket. Hell, that's fishing tackle. How was he going to explain this to anyone when a fishing rod suddenly appeared in his pocket? Sloppy. But in the next second, Lin Luo felt a heavy weight in his pocket. Bad. Lin Luo busily touched it with his hand and found that it was a short stick of about 10 centimeters. Unable to take it out for a closer look, Lin Luo's mind moved, and the item in his pocket was put into his storage space. Phew! Luckily the dog system isn't cerebral palsy to that extent. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and when he turned his head, he saw Chu Jianjun staring at him, and couldn't help but crook his neck in confusion. Uncle, what are you waiting for? Is there something you want to say to me alone? Chu Jianjun frowned and asked in a low voice. Suddenly in the conference room they say they're going to come and look at these suspects, and then they come and really only look at them. The expression is still so unnatural. Could the boy have something he wanted to say to himself, but was not good enough to say it in front of others? Otherwise it didn't make sense to explain why Lin Luo had suddenly come here to take a look, but just for a quick glance. Oh, there is. I have a friend whose father is in poor health and is always disliked by his daughter-in-law, so we found an old Taoist priest and ordered a pot of medicinal wine. Chu Jianjun's eyebrows slightly jumped, thinking of old Lin excitedly asking Lin Luo to get more wine back. That was as if he had seen a life-saving straw and was impatient. He then looked at Lin Luo with an odd expression. You have a friend? A friend out of nothing, right? I've interrogated so many suspects, I'm familiar with this technique. How effective is the medicinal wine? Chu Jianjun lowered his voice, trying not to make his expression too obvious. Lin Luo looked around, there was no one else except the group of mourners locked inside. So Lin Luo squinted and said, that wine is a great tonic. Kid, with this kind of good stuff, you only know how to honor your own father, don't you? My cabbages are going to grow on you. Chu Jianjun's large hand clapped on Lin Luo's shoulder, baring his teeth like a black door god. How come, isn't this what I was going to tell you, Uncle Chu? That's more like it. When you come up to the house on Saturday, remember to bring this kind of wine with you. Your uncle, I've had a bad back lately. I need to make up for it too. Understand? Get it? Rina Cuckoo nodded. We're all men. We know what we're talking about. He deeply understood the difficulties of old Comrade Chu. My mother-in-law is not very old, she keeps her body in such good shape, and she likes to be pampered when she's not doing anything. See how well the old man handles you? It is said that a luxury car costs gas and a good woman costs money. It's hard to cure a family with a beautiful wife, even if you use goji berries as a meal. Looking at Lin Luo's cheap smile, Chu Jianjun's old face flushed, pinched the back of Lin Luo's neck, and emphasized, I'm too tired from work and have a bad back. Yes. I didn't say anything either. Chu Jianjun rolled his eyes straight up. You brat, you don't talk about it, but you write it on your face. When you get to be my age, you're in for a treat. A few minutes later, Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun returned to the conference room. Lin Zhenju leaned back in his chair and was dozing, his head nodding a little from time to time. Big Jinjin and little Ai also slumped on the table without any energy. It looks like everyone is sleepy. It's really late. I'll have someone send you all back and get some early rest. Seeing the state of the three, Chu Jianjun spoke out. As soon as he heard that he was sending them home, Lin Jian raised his head and rubbed his face in a strong spirit. Although he sometimes went down to the site at night to check the instruments, it was less frequent, and unlike today, he didn't have the energy to feed it. Good, then I'll trouble old brother Chu, wait for Saturday, let's brother and I have a good drink. What a thing to say, what a labor of love, but a few good drinks are in order. Chu Jianjun said smilingly and looked at the two little girls. Where does your family live? I'll have someone take you back. De Jinjin and little Ai looked at Lin Luo and sighed in unison, giving Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo a whole confused look. What's wrong with them? It's like losing money. Ai whispered, we live in Huixinkyo, the Plum Blossom neighborhood. Chu Jianjun nodded, and the location of the Plum Blossom neighborhood appeared in his mind. Then you're not far away, just one bus ride back. Come on, I'll drive you back. Chu Jianjun is ready to run again, time is not early. After sending Lin Luo they go home. He also happens to go home, his wife and daughter are still waiting for him at home. As for Zhao Crab's interrogation of them, he had already arranged for it, and there would be people who would take turns helping him with the interrogation tonight. Just enough room for 5 people in one car. Chu Jianjun drove the worn-out old Pusan, Lin Jianjun sat in the passenger seat, and Lin Luo and Dijinjin Xiao Ai squeezed into the back row. It was early in the morning and there were still a lot of cars whizzing by on the streets. The car jolted off, drove out of the city hall, and soon drove smoothly into the avenue. No one saw the cab parked on the side of the road, though. The driver gulped in his car, looking at the entrance to the city hall from time to time, looking over his shoulder. Why don't you come out yet? It's easy to eat a melon. On the way, the atmosphere in the car was rather dull, and no one spoke. Old Lin was really sleepy and dozed off in the passenger seat, while Big Jinjin and little Ai were autistic. The two of them leaned together and couldn't help but glance at Lin Luo from time to time. Long eyelashes, high nose, clean side profile, absolutely stunning. Preferred juvenile early sale. I don't understand. Is this right? Lin Luo looked like he was dazed, but he was actually looking at the system chat box. After all the hardship and suffering, you finally successfully smashed the huge dark organization under 9 deaths and got the attention of the Blue Star government. As we all know, high-level advanced knowledge is kept secret by the government, ordinary people cannot access, and want to learn the hidden secrets of the Blue Star. To return to the Great Qian to reverse the fate of you, it is imperative that you are in the Blue Star government, to obtain an identity, access to these hidden secrets. Mission, obtain a position in the Blue Star government, reward 18 swords of the Descending Dragon. 18 swords of Dragonfall? What's this for? Descending Dragon 18 palms he knows, excessive dragon, double dragon playing with pearls, 5 dragons around the pillar. Lin Luo began to ask the system in his mind. The 18 swords of Dragonfall, the unspoken secret of the Dacian Sword Valley, the ultimate swordsmanship. Another secret not to be spread. Lin Luo felt that if he really went to Deqian, he would definitely have to be hunted down by so many forces. Say, how did you learn my Xian Sex Ageless Everlasting Spring technique, the Great Sun Observation Diagram? Honestly explain. Who passed on the vertical sword technique to you? Kid, where did you get the secret artifacts of my Qintian supervisor? The magic weapon of my Shinji sect. My Qi Sex Inch Finger. The Yin scriptures of my Yin clan. Just thinking about it gave Lin Luo a creepy feeling. I'm not the most wanted man in Dacian anymore. TSK, system, you've victimized me. Must make it up to me. Rewards like this one, step it up. Is this the building? Chu Jianjun asked out loud. This is it. Here we are, thanks Uncle Dan. Big Zen and little AI sincerely thanked them. You're welcome, go back to rest early, we'll have a duty officer notify you tomorrow when we have news. Chu Jianjun said with a faint smile, watching the two girls get out of the car. Bye. Lin Luo, who was sitting in the back row, habitually took out his compass and took a look at it. The pointer turned, but did not point to the building the two girls had entered, and with that, the compass was put away. Prudence is an attitude. And of course it's also because of the psychosis that comes from watching those brain-dead TV shows. I don't know what the cerebral palsy writers were thinking, but the guy walks the girl downstairs and leaves, and the girl is in the staircase where the bad guys get the best of her. The hero can die by taking 2 more steps. There's no other storyline that has to be this whole thing. Chapter 101, I'm on the morning 8. I just picked up my new car. Southside neighborhoods are mostly known for their flowers. It may have something to do with the fact that South City is also known as Flower City. For example, Lin Luo's home is a peach garden neighborhood, the neighborhood more planted peach trees, in season, peach blossom roses, not to mention how beautiful. And then there's the plum blossom neighborhood where the two girls just lived, which is only pretty in the winter, when the snow and the plum blossoms fulfill each other. Chu Jiaojiao home is a garden plot, there are flowers all year round, and in summer, the hydrangea in the bush is particularly beautiful, and it must be protected by an isolation zone, or there will always be a hand that owes it to pick. Lin Luo and Kong Zi's two families bought a new property with the full name of Platinum Flower Sea, and I don't know what kind of view it will be in the future. Chu Jianjun drove his car and slowly drove out of the Plum Blossom neighborhood. There's no night market in front of this neighborhood, and it looks a little chilly with not many people around. But there are still a lot of cars on the road. Drive past this road, turn right up ahead and go 2 kilometers, and you'll be in the Peach Orchard neighborhood, too. That's why Chu Jianjun said it wasn't far away. The old Porsche had just merged into traffic when a sharp, piercing honk suddenly came from behind. Tick-tock, bang! The old Pulsar's ass suffered from the weight behind it. A few people in the car felt a tremor in the car. Chu Jianjun subconsciously stepped on the brakes steadily, controlling the direction of the car, stopping steadily. By the time they stopped, all 3 in the car were feeling much more refreshed. What happened? The confused Lin Construction looked out of the car in confusion. Chu Jianjun is also a bit confused. He drove well, how was he disliked ass? He unbuckled his seatbelt and was just about to get out of the car to see what was going on when he heard a slamming door. Then came a frantic roar. Ah! I just picked up a new car. Bang! A face slammed up on the passenger window glass. It looked a little grimy and blurry, and those almost fiery eyes were staring through the glass, dead center at the car. Realizing that he couldn't see who was inside, he then slammed the window glass in anger. Asterisk. Naya, I just picked up a new car. Bang! I just bought a new car. Asterisk. Bang! The surrounding cars instantly turned into turtle speed, one by one stretching their necks to curiously look at the hustle and bustle over here. In the car, Lin Luo and Lin Jian had looked dumbfounded, staring blankly at the grumpy man outside. Seeing this, Chu Jianjun raised an eyebrow and was in no hurry to get out of the car. He took out his cigarette case and drew out 2 cigarettes, sharing one with Lin Jian. Lin Construction subconsciously took the cigarette and pulled out his pocket, giving Chu Jianjun to light up, and then pointing his own. It's all about the process of going out and socializing etched into your bones. Having just exhaled a puff of smoke, Lin Construction came back to his senses. Bang! The old pulsar's reverse mirror was kicked off. The man was kicking and cursing at the same time. I'm on 8 a.m., I'm going to you beep beep beep. Hiss. This dude out here is a real tiger. Lin Jianzhuang exclaimed with a bit of admiration. Lin Luo sat in the back, arms folded across his chest, nodding his head approvingly. I wonder how this dude will react when he realizes later that he smashed a patrol car. Bang! The reverse mirror on the other side was also kicked off, and the man, still not relieved, angrily yanked on the car door. Unfortunately, the car door was unlocked and could not be opened. Exasperated, he swung his fist at the car window a few more times, thumping and beeping. Chu Jianjun spat out a cigarette, his expression could not be seen to be happy or angry. He was seen drumming in the car for a few moments and brought out a car alarm light from the organizer. Mudblood, my new. The man was still frantically outputting when the driver's window suddenly rolled down. The man had a hideous expression on his face, rubbing his head into the car window, his eyes staring at Chu Jianjun in death. In the next second, however, Chu Jianjun pushed the man's big head out, then reached out the window with the alarm light in one hand and snapped it onto the roof of the car. It's over. It's over. Red and blue police lights popped wildly, and alarm bells screamed piercingly. The owners of the cars that were slowing down around them to see what was going on burst out laughing. The man to the mouth of the fragrant country directly swallowed back. The face of the angry hideous also Caracal instantly turned into extreme panic. Omega. I'm finished. Why the hell is this a patrol car? It's not a pit stop. I bought a new car. Shocked, confused, scared, nervous, heartbroken, remorseful. This face had a complex composition at this point. Click it. Chu Jianjun expressionlessly pushed open the car door and got out of the car. The man squeezed a smile worse than tears from his face. Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Can I see your ID, driver's license and license book, please? Big brother, give a chance new car, not yet licensed. Chu Jianjun did not say anything, showed his ID, and pointed to the reverse mirror of the old Pusan. And then look at this dude, wailing, Bengal dwelling, crying. Lin Luo and Lin Jianzhuan laughed outright in the car with piggish grunts. What was supposed to be a 10-minute drive to the house froze and took an hour and a half. So what if you bought a new car, and you're still in full responsibility for rear-end collisions and road rage smashes? Smashed or a patrol car? Gee, this dude is a big deal. The old Porsche was no big deal, just the reverse mirrors on both sides were smashed. It's possible to drive, it's just too dangerous. Chu Jianjun had no choice but to call and contact the duty officer to send a car over, before towing this old dude back. After tossing and turning, the three were able to get going again. Finally, Chu Jianjun parked his car in front of Lin Luo's neighborhood, clattered, and skillfully pulled up the handbrake. The night market outside the neighborhood still has a lot of night owls eating and drinking, and the sound of chatting and laughing can be carried out a long way. Chu Jianjun looked at the still bustling night market and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder some people are hot under the collar. This barbecue stand is really doing a hot business. It's almost 3 o'clock and there are so many people here. It's been hard on you, elder brother Chu, you should also go back to rest earlier. Lin Jianjian said to Chu Jianjun. He was already sleepy at this moment, he was too old to stay up all night, unless he was watching the game. Chu Jianjun nodded with a smile and instructed Lin Luo a few more times. Get some rest tonight, don't let it affect your assessment for the SWAT brigade tomorrow. I know, Uncle Chu, you go back to rest early too. Lin Luo said, pushing open the car door and getting out. Lin Jianjun was originally drowsy, full of ideas and Chu Jianjun polite a few sentences to sleep. As a result, as soon as he heard the two conversing, he instantly went mental, his eyes glazed over, and his heartbeat was still thumping along with it. Elder brother Chu, slow down on the road say hello to your siblings and nieces. Lin Jian finished, opened the door and got out of the car, slamming the door shut with a bang. The car drove slowly away from the curb. Swish! Lin Construction asked with glowing eyes as he grabbed Lin Luo. Son, what's this thing your Uncle Chu said about going to the special police brigade for an examination? Hey, it's nothing. It's just that my Uncle Chu introduced me to a job with 5 insurance policies. Lin Luo put his hands in his pockets and lifted his chin dejectedly. Pust. Cough cough cough. Lin Jianju choked on his own saliva. He coughed and pounded his chest, and when he was done, he coughed incredulously. What did you say? Ahem. 5 insurance, ahem, jobs? That's right, Uncle Chu sees that I'm good with my hands and quite capable of catching thieves, so he let me try out for the SWAT brigade. Oops, it's not certain if I'll pass the test or not. Don't get excited, Pops. Lin Luo patted Lin Construction's back and smiled as she helped him smooth out his breath. Watching it shocked Pops to the point of rolling his eyes. Ahem, good son, you must compete tomorrow, you must pass. Do you know that? Lin Jinjiang felt that his plan to go to Yunqing to offer incense to Master Guan was urgent. The old family graves also need to be de-weeded and properly worshipped. By the way, let's see if there's smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves. Alright comrade Lao Lin, it's already late, hurry up and go back to sleep, I still have to get up early tomorrow. Hey yeah, go. Go home and sleep. Lin Jianjian was even more aggressive than Lin Luo, dragging Lin Luo towards the house. Chapter 102 Branch Quest, Cloud Crystal Stones. It was a pretty short night's sleep. Less than 4 hours later, Lin Luo was woken up by the alarm. New rooster alarm. It's still the center back pants version. No, I can't stay up any longer, the fun of sleeping is gone. Lin Luo was not sleepy and went to the restroom to wash up in high spirits. Carrying 90 years of internal true air, that is, 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, but also the same dragon essence. But something like sleeping is not a matter of need, it's a matter of pleasure. Ask Ringo what his favorite thing to do is. That must be the big summer blowing air conditioning, wrapped in the blanket reading novels. Potato chips cannot eat, but the ice broad drop must have. Seeing the highlights gives giggles. In fact, the back of the silly music this, Lin Luo is not recognized, but the home management of MS. Jiang always say so. Toothpaste was squeezed on the toothbrush and stabbed in the mouth for a while, soon a mouthful of toothpaste froth. Lin Luo brushed his teeth while looking at the system chat box. Lao Dang, out to refresh the side quest. Even though you have not yet taken office in Yunzhou after furthering your education in Blue Star, you have already made great contributions to Yunzhou, and by resolving the Northern Liang tourist bandit squad this time, your reputation has further risen in Yunzhou. However, Yunzhou, which has experienced natural disasters and wars for a long time, because of its depleted population and insufficient silver money in the government treasury, the city has fallen into disrepair, and its defense power has been close to zero. It is imperative that we need to quickly solve the problem of Yunzhou County, where the city and castle are dilapidated and in disrepair for years, so that the people of Yunzhou County can have a place to sleep for the night. Mission, find a solution to the renovation of Yunzhou Citadel. Reward, Cloud Crystal Stone. Lincoln? What's the point of this dog system? Why am I kind of looking at this? Does it mean that I just moved my mouth and the Dechen Yunzhou side really went through all these things and solved them perfectly because of me? Hello, poof. Linello spat out the mouthwash in his mouth, then rubbed his face in the process. Counting balls, what was the point of thinking so much? Anyway, he just had to brush up on the quest and get the reward. But what the hell is this Cloud Crystal Stone? It sounds like it's something Blue Star doesn't have. System, what is Cloud Crystal Stone? Cloud Crystal Stone, a specialty of Daiki and Yunzhou. Your cerebral palsy thingy said the same thing it didn't say. Lin Luo bristled and pulled off the towel hanging on the hook to wipe his face, then gave up pursuing the question. System, the solution to the renovation of Yunzhou Citadel is brick kilns and cement factories. Build brick kilns and cement factories, burn square bricks, refine cement, and give the Citadel of Yunzhou an epic expansion. Food for work, using taxes, food as well as silver to stimulate the people of Yunzhou to work to join in the work of building the city. Lin Luo rattled on, incidentally, about the method of burning bricks and firing cement. These elements Lin Luo had previously watched in passing while checking out documentaries on Netflix. It's just so cool to have it over and 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 over. Mission, find a solution to the renovation of Yunzhou Citadel. Reward, Cloud Crystal Stones. Completed. The next moment, the familiar feeling came back. Lin Luo felt his pants pocket sink. His pants fell halfway down with a clatter, but luckily Lin Luo's hand was quick to pull them back up. You cerebral palsy old den, can't you just send the reward to my storage space? Lin Luo breathlessly lifted his pants up and put the towel on the hook again before he went to pull out the Cloud Crystal Stone in his pocket. Entry is delicate. It has a warm, jade-like touch. After pulling it out of his pocket, Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at it. The Cloud Crystal Stone was crystal clear and beautiful as if it were crystal and like a diamond, and it was the size of a brick and weighed about 10 pounds. No wonder it crashed down Ringo's pants. System, is this Cloud Crystal Stone a diamond from the Blue Star? Lin Luo asked the system in his mind. If this were a diamond, take it out and I'm afraid it would drive the whole world crazy. Don't they say a diamond lasts forever? Wouldn't you have to sell a diamond brick this big for a few $billion? However, Lin Luo was just thinking about it for a moment, really taking this out. The absolute woe was greater than the heavens. After all, money moves people. Just like that wild ginseng, Lin Luo wasn't even prepared to get it out and sell it for money. In the future, it is okay to get a root beard added to the meal for the family to eat, good health, long life, 1,000 gold. Cloud Crystal Stone is the favorite refining material of Dakian practitioners, lightweight and beautiful, can be refined into a protective weapon with spiritual fire, is the favorite of many female practitioners. Oh ho! You said so. Lin Luo's eyes began to light up. He had previously obtained the Dakian Qin Tian supervisor's art of refining weapons. Not only are there methods for crafting weapons and armor, but there is also something about spellcrafting. Now that he had the spirit fire, he also had the magic weapon refining materials. The difference is the production. Although his spirit fire was the size of a grain of rice, so throw away that he was embarrassed to show it to others, it was still a spirit fire. The effect was barren, and it should be enough for refining small magic weapons. Lin Luo looked at such a large piece of Cloud Crystal Stone in his hand and was already thinking about what kind of magic weapon to make. The Qintian supervisor's weaponry refining technique that Lin Luo had obtained mostly recorded the methods of making ordinary weapons and armor. The records of spells were more related to weapons, and there were only 2 types of defense-type spells that he could currently craft. One is a defense bracelet and the other is a defense ring. Just need to get a bracelet or ring from this brick, refine it, and inscribe it with a power-charging array. Even though it might fail, getting a nice bracelet or ring to give away would be great. With this in mind, Lin Luo put the cloud crystal stone into his storage space. It's being refined in the evening when it's late at night. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Lin Luo pulled open the restroom door with one hand. He saw Comrade Lao Lin covering his stomach and rushing in hurriedly. Go go go, get out, I'm going to the restroom. Lin Construction urged. No, Dad, don't you have a toilet in the master bedroom? That is not still have your mom, she also upset stomach, by the way, breakfast you watch to solve a little, cannot go out to buy and eat. Lin Construction said, no longer caring about anything else, swishing and sitting on the toilet. Pust, put, phew, comfortable. A look of enjoyment surfaced on Lin Jian's face as he finished exerting his strength. Suddenly he twisted his head and glared at Lin Luo. What are you looking at? Get out. Oh. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders, and was about to tell Comrade Lao Lin that there was no paper in it. Bang! Ringo closed the bathroom door and rolled up his sleeves to go to the kitchen. Mom and Dad had a collective stomach upset, and it looks like they caught a cold in bed last night. It's best to drink something hot this time of year to warm your stomach and nourish your body. Lin Luo opened the refrigerator and rummaged through it to find a bag of frozen ravioli. Start a pot of water and when it boils drop in the ravioli. Then Lin Luo took out the jade box from his storage space, before carefully pinching down a wild ginseng beard from it and throwing it into the pot. The beard is only a few centimeters long, but this year long once eat so a little, enough, too much of the virtual not subject to tonic, easy to nosebleed, but also waste. It didn't take long for the frozen ravioli to cook, and a strangely fresh aroma wafted out. Zhang Xuehua, who had come out of the bedroom, smelled the odor and then came to the kitchen. What's cooking, son? It smells so good? Frozen ravioli, just made it, Mom you should have a bowl to warm up your stomach. Lin Luo smiled and served a bowl of wontons with his hands and feet. Ouch, that smells good. Zhang Xuehua received the wontons with a smiling face and smiled gratefully. Hey, where's your dad? Squatting in the restroom. In the restroom, Lin Construction bared his teeth and thumped the sink in his hand. Son, get a roll of paper, my legs are numb. Son. Unfortunately, the kitchen hood was humming. Zhang Xuehua scooped up a wonton with a soup spoon, blew gently on it, and then ate it in one bite. It burned her mouth and she hissed in cool air. That smells good. Zhang Xuehua's eyes glowed, full of joy as she drank another spoonful of soup, her eyes even brighter. Son, you're good at this, you can cook frozen ravioli better than they do in restaurants. Biggest positive comment from Mom, better than what they make in restaurants. Hey, it's okay too. Lin Luo scratched his head and laughed nervously. It's mountain ginseng. I added 100-year-old wild ginseng. It has to be delicious. Chapter 103, as long as I don't die, you are still the crown prince after all. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xuehua and Lin Luo finished the wontons. Comrade Lin Construction finally refreshed himself from the restroom. He was like a zombie in zombies, moving strangely, limping, and walking slowly to the living room. It was like he had thorns on the soles of his feet, his features crumpling together with every step. Hissa! He wasn't laughing, he was huffing. Put, you're going to be in the spring festival? Zhang Xuehua watched Lin Jianzhu's movements and directly bent over in laughter. Lin Jianzhuan glared at Lin Luo without a good look. It wasn't this brat who didn't tell me when there was no paper in the toilet. Hey! It's none of my business, I was going to say it, but I thought you told me to get out, so I didn't get around to it. Reinero's face was innocent as the bear spread his hands. Alright, my son has cooked ravioli, so hurry up and sit down and eat. Zhang Xuehua smiled and suddenly remembered something. With a glare and a frown, she asked, how did you fix it when there was no paper in the restroom? The atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. How else to fix it? Pick up the clean ones and use them. Lin Construction's old face reddened as he finished enduring the numbness of his feet and walked quickly towards the master bedroom. Sizzle. Sizzle. Ma. The living room was quiet for a few seconds, and the laughter didn't crunch out until Lin Construction entered the master bedroom. Ha ha ha. You're still laughing, brat. You're the one who uses paper like it's food. Get a new pack of paper. I'm more wrong than sinus, okay? I've been using the paper in the big restroom for a long time, okay? Lin Luo directly screamed, but still obediently went to get the paper. Zhang Xuehua smiled and went to the pot to serve the wontons. Lin Jianjian, who had washed up and changed into casual clothes and came out, sat down at the table and took the dishes from Zhang Xuehua. Sauté. Aha! This ravioli tastes good today, it smells pretty good. Who cooked it? Your son cooked it. Wife, you say this brat cooks so well, why was he so lazy before? I propose that we make this brat wake up early every day to cook. Comrade Lao Lin said there was revenge he took on the spot. Zhang Xuehua rolled her eyes. Screw you, son's a senior, you win with you like, 3 high. Nonsense. Our company's medical report came out, my body is normal, great as a young man. Lin Jian said unconvincingly, albeit with a bit of exaggeration. You're still like a young man, you didn't have enough when you were young, you don't have enough now. Pust. Lin Jianzhu almost spat out the ravioli in his mouth. He looked at his own tigress breathlessly. It's been a night and this resentment is still so heavy. No, I have to put in a good word with my son to get that wine back sooner rather than later. If you don't have a strong male spirit, you'll lose half of your husband's strength. Friday, the day every student looks forward to and is most bored with. After today it's vacation time, happy to have 2 days off. Annoyingly, though, the day went by longer than the previous 4 days combined. Brat, you get on that wine and get it back early. The car stopped at the entrance of the 18th middle school, and Lin Jian rubbed his hands together, tirelessly barking at Lin Luo. Don't worry, you'll be drinking it tomorrow. Lin Luo said, getting out of the car, still carrying her school bag in her hand. It was shoved over by Zhang Xuehua when he left the house. In her words, what's the difference between a student going to school without a bag and going to war without a gun? What could Lin Luo do? Carry it on his back? Drinking tomorrow? Lin Jianjian muttered a sentence, thinking of the dinner date with Chu Jianjun tomorrow. Suddenly his heart tasted. Brat, a bit of good stuff, just think of the future old man, right? See if I don't give your old man a drink tomorrow. Pit-a-pat. The old Pusan drove off. Rinlo, a chortle. Lin Luo looked for the sound and saw Chu Jiaojiao right next to the familiar egg dunking stand. The young girl, wearing a clean and well-fitting school uniform and carrying breakfast in her hand, stood on her tiptoes and waved her hand to Lin Luo. The sun is shining today, the birds are chirping in the treetops, and the young girl's smile is extraordinarily fresh and bright. Lin Luo smiled and walked up quickly. Why, pretty girl, you have something on your face. What? Kind of nice. Pust. It's cold, where did you see that? Giggle. Her mouth was cold, but the young girl's smile was even wider. Your breakfast. Rinello took the dunking, and as soon as he entered, he knew that the double egg with sausage and the aroma of chorizo. Oh, that smells good. Lin Luo took a large bite and dejectedly gave a thumbs up. You eat slowly, don't choke. Seeing Lin Luo eating so fast, Chu Jiaojiao said worriedly, then took out a cup of soybean milk from the bag, inserted a straw and handed it to Lin Luo's mouth. Teenage girl's pitch +1. This treatment is getting better and better. Lin Luo's heart was happy, wrapped around the straw and sipped hard. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Snooze. Geez, slow down and save some for me. The young girl pouted and pulled the straw out of Lin Luo's mouth. A cup of soy milk, it's halfway through. Oomph, piggy eating ginseng fruit. Hey, it's not just me, Fairy China, just give in to my old pig. Bah, denial, no. The young girl was amused with petulant laughter, and the simple school scene became vivid and bright because of her. The older woman who was spreading the cakes kept her hands moving and watched the actions of the pair of youngsters with an anti-smile on her face. It's good to be young. Abin Hood. Ebe abnormal touch. Early reading. In the classroom of the sprint class, a voice recited English words neatly. The first word is give up, which does make it quite difficult to strain. But the second one is just competence. Not giving up gives you the ability to do so. There's nothing wrong with people's word lists. But your third one is abnormal, perverted. What do you mean? Lin Luo sat in his seat, following the words with his mouth, while fiddling with the divine machine in his hand. The miscellaneous machines you buy for $200 also have internet access, mobile dream network. It's just that the internet is so expensive that you can owe tens of dollars when you can't finish a novel. So Lin Luo usually basically do not read novels or to go to the internet cafe to download well in advance. Place dozens of books at a time and then pick through them one at a time. Don Brick, this book hasn't been read yet. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, finally seeing one of interest, and then opened it to read it. The last novel he read that traveled through the beginning of the Tang dynasty was Tuning the Early Tang, and the protagonist was written as the cuckold No. One person, Fong Jun Fong Jue Ai. I should say no, it's really good, but the author is a bit crazy, and writes the main character upside down, normal 1 minute and crazy the next. But it's understandable. Anyone who comes across something like crossing over for good reason has to go crazy. Lin Luo thought that if he went to Deqian and never came back, he would definitely have more epilepsy than anyone else. If you can't prepare for it, you'll become the first villainous daimyo of Deqian. Lin Luo, come out here for a second. At the front door, old classmate Zhao Min's voice suddenly came. The sound of the class reading words came to an abrupt end, and everyone looked in unison at Lin Luo, who was reading words and playing with his cell phone with his head down. Lin Luo was spitting in her heart when she saw the male lead turn into a brat and his IQ turn negative with him. Salt was so hard to get in ancient times, and you licked your chops and told the ancients that salt was casually available. If you don't get whipped, who will? Still, it's worthwhile to learn from the exploits of this traveler's predecessor. When he has the opportunity to go to Deqian in the future, the advanced experience will be used directly, and there will be pits to avoid lightning. Hearing the homeroom teacher call out to him, Lin Luo looked up. Just see everyone looking at themselves with bated breath. Especially Niu Zita and Wei Jifan. The two of them didn't say anything, but their eye expressions said nothing. Nah, you're in trouble, you've been caught playing with your cell phone. One gloats, the other gloats. Lin Luo grinned at the two. What to look at? As long as I don't die, you're all crown princes after all. Sister Min, what is it? Lin Luo got up and walked towards the door, putting his cell phone into his pants pocket in the process. Zhao Min was oblivious to Lin Luo's actions and only urged, "Come on, you'll see when you come out." Chapter 104, Senior Teacher, All-Star Special. Lin Luo went out of the classroom. The class soon resounded with the sounds of memorized words again. Sister Min, what's up? Walk and talk, this way. Zhao Min said, pulling Lin Luo towards the lounge at the corner of the building. This place is for classroom teachers to take a break between classes. The teaching and office buildings are not together, and it is impossible for teachers to stay in the classroom all the time during class, so there is a lounge on each floor for teachers to have a drink and a rest and to prepare for classes. Next door to the restroom is the small restroom. Those who don't go home from school at lunchtime are occasionally seen live in the small restrooms. Don't get me wrong, it's the kind where a bunch of guys mingle with one or more guys. Today Zhao Min was wearing a casual sportswear, maybe she usually had fitness, so her body was curvy, but she didn't insult the name Zhao Min. After walking a few steps, Zhao Min let go of Lin Luo, but she suddenly came closer to Lin Luo, suspiciously wrinkling her nose and sniffing at Lin Luo's body. Sniff. You're wearing perfume. Zhao Min raised her eyebrows and looked Lin Luo up and down, plain and simple in a school uniform, and with the school standard but finger-length inches of hair. Very spirited and clean, a clean-cut handsome guy. Why does it smell so good? The key is still the kind of fragrance that smells good and doesn't sting the nose, and is pleasant to the nose. Nah, I'm a big old man, what's the point of spraying that? Lin Luo hurriedly shook his head to deny it. Female students are not allowed to wear makeup and dress up in school because they are at an age when they are studying and should not be stinky. The boys are the same, short hair and school uniforms, no odd clothes allowed. It's a bit of a forbidding thought, one size fits all, but it's still pretty effective. A student's main job is to study, everything else is irrelevant. Even if you are ugly at this time, when you get to college, no one will care if you just stink, provided you make it to college. Then why do you smell so good? The more she smelled, the more it went up, and Zhao Min was embarrassed to smell it anymore. I don't know, maybe it's body odor. Lin Luo shrugged and played dumb. In a previous life I could have been the fragrant princess. He can say that he ate the otherworldly one-piece incense and brought his own body odor. Apparently not. Put. You're less weird, and fragrant princess, why don't you say you're mondan? It's possible. It's been soaking with keed for a long time, so it's pickled in flavor. Lin Luo brazenly said. Oh, it's not like you're traumatized when I look at you like this. Zhao Min had a puzzled look on her face. What trauma? Me? Lin Luo pointed at himself with a surprised expression. Kidding, how could I? Sister Min, are you mistaken? My parents are in love, my family is in harmony, and I am accompanied by a beautiful woman and a dog's leg, so I have been living a colorful and tasty life for several days in a row. There's also a silly dog cerebral palsy system that gives away treasure every day. How could I be traumatized? So what happened to you before? The psych lecturers the school got and said you were a bit off your rocker. Slander, absolute slander. Lin Luo shook his head, biting the bullet and denying it. I'm doing it for the mission, right? What kind of psych instructor is that? It's not polite to defile someone's innocence just like that. Nin Zhao. That's fine, but it's all the same, come in with me. Ha? What's it all about? What the hell is going on? I hate the Riddler. Halfway through a sentence, you should be smacked hard. Lin Luo was still confused when Zhao Min took a few quick steps and opened the door to the restroom. Not much of a lounge. Math teacher Tianwen Jing, English teacher Ho Guifan, history teacher Zhang Qian, as well as not yet appeared in the language teacher Lu Yan, geography teacher Zhang Li and the director of Wangshan are all in. Even the frail and sickly, 9 out of 10 classes are absent, sick enough to ask the main language, mathematics and foreign subject teacher to take over the class of the physical education teacher Ma Jun is also there. The small lounge was filled with not only these teachers, but a bunch of students who looked familiar. Wang Wang, Jiafei, Zhang Zhe, and a bunch of other members of the 18th Middle School's Flying Sky Gang were sticking to the roots of the wall, standing honestly. Lin Luo stood behind Zhao Min, his mouth wide open in surprise. What's going on? All-Star General? Get your ass in here. Zhao Min urged Lin Luo. The door to the lounge was closed as Rin Luo entered the room. Wang Wang, Jiafei, Zhang Zhe and the others were bereft, each breathless, obviously all having been taught a lesson. Wang Shen stood up from his chair with a serious and earnest expression on his face while all the teachers' gazes stopped on him. Mr. Lin Luo, this time I've asked you to come here to talk about the fight that happened in the small park behind our school last week. The heads of Wang Wang's gang drooped even lower, and their bodies shook and trembled visibly. Wang Wang is really tense. Have you guys figured it out yet? I was the one who took the beating, even though I led the men around him. It's me. Hey, is he missing anything? He hasn't lost a hair. And me, pulled by him and ripped his balls off. He went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor even cut the skin off his second brother's bag in the process. Mainly he got lucky that day, catching a bunch of the hospital's regulation students practicing for their exams, and he was fortunate enough to be exempted. The price is becoming a guinea pig. To this day he walks with a wobble. This is a serious violation of the law. Ignoring school rules and flouting the law, to put it mildly, the school can expel you for this. That's a heavy word. Call the police and all of you won't get away with it. You'll either go to juvie or jail. Wang Shen had a dark face, and when he opened his mouth, it was the old official voice. How many times have the 3 high-pressure lines that are strictly forbidden in school been emphasized over and over again? It's been taught since you first enrolled in school, and you're all seniors now, and you still can't remember? Wang, you tell me, what are the 3 high-pressure lines of the school? Wang Shen asked loudly, with quite a bit of vigor. Wang whispered, fighting and brawling are strictly prohibited, no smoking and drinking, and early love is forbidden. The first rule is that fighting and brawling is strictly forbidden, and you know it, don't you? Knowingly violating the law, right? Wang's and their heads hung even lower. Nima, it's not right for us to fight. You can't see Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao like that. You guys are double standard when you study well, huh? Wang was unconvinced in his heart, but didn't dare to show it at all on his face. It was a much bigger show today than it had been when he'd been carried back to school by a bunch of teachers. He was flabbergasted, but not stupid. If he didn't cooperate a little at this time, I'm afraid there would be no back there. Lin Luo students have suffered very serious psychological damage because of you. Wang Shen turned his words around and landed the topic on Lin Luo. Wang swished his head up, his stunned eyes and expression emitting a silent cry. Who? Him? Me? Bewilderment also appeared on Lin Luo's face. A slow string of small black dots hit his head. How I didn't know I was traumatized. His academic performance, as well as his hard work, is evident to everyone at the school. What kind of behavior is it when you don't learn yourselves, but you also hold back others who want to learn from their classmates to get ahead? Shameful and hateful detrimental behavior. Wang Shen is still official in the government. Lin Luo was going to have to listen to it all. Is that all right, Mr. Wang? Do you want to get to the point? Mr. Wang, come out here. He really wanted to say something like that, but he thought that people were giving themselves a head start, so let's just listen. Ahem. Director Wang, it's almost time, class will start soon. In the end it was the ruthless Ho Guifan who called off Wang Shen. Oh yes, I have a temper, I tend to go to my head when I'm in a hurry. Wang Shen said, looking towards Lin Luo. Student Lin Luo, what is your claim, just say it. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Luo. Chapter 105 There are those who live, but die. My claim is. Everyone looked at Lin Luo, waiting for his next statement. World peace. Lin Luo had a pious face. What? A silence fell over the lounge. Zhao almost rolled her eyes, and the corners of her mouth tugged. You're making a wish here. Pust. Ho Guifan didn't hold back her laughter. You child, what are you joking about at this time? Be serious. Wang Shen also smiled and said, Student Lin Luo, world peace is the common expectation of all of us, but it has nothing to do with us right now. So why don't you just talk about how to make them compensate you? Wang's group of people immediately looked at Lin Luo nervously, while at the same time mentally cursing Wang Shen on the early 8. People Lin Luo didn't even mention the compensation. Use you to talk here. Forget about the compensation, after all, I wasn't hurt, but fighting and bullying your classmates can't just go away. I'm not the first, but I hope I'm the last. The teachers nodded in agreement, they hoped so too. Write a 5,000-word profound review, then have them come up on stage and read it out in public during the flag-raising ceremony next Monday. Crunch. Wang, Jia Fei Zhang's crowd's back teeth were all about to be clenched, and each of their expressions were hideous. You might as well make us pay for it. A 5,000-word review. You're killing me. Writing a 500-word essay is a pain in the ass. Writing a 5,000-word review is not necessarily possible even if you scratch your head. Good. It's settled then, 5,000 words of profound review, and at the end of the flag raising on Monday, you'll go up and take turns doing the review for me. Wang Shen clapped his hands, and after saying this, Wang's gang's hanging heart finally died. 5,000 words. I'm dropping out. I'm dropping out. What's that look on your faces? Wang Shen glared, you group of broken children, let you write a review, that is the lightest punishment, really want to be called parents' expulsion ah. Wang, Jia Fei Zhangzhu and their pitch-black faces squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. That's right, a review should be written and an apology should be made, you guys still don't apologize. I'm sorry. Oh. Ring. The school bell rang. Lin Luo entered the classroom with the ruthless Empress Ho Guifan. Lin Luo, what's old Ben calling you out for? Chu Jiajiao came slightly closer to Lin Luo and inquired in a low voice. She was not slow in her hands and had already prepared out her English textbook. What a great show! Lin Luo said mysteriously, but just do not say what happened. Anxious Chu Jiajiao's small hand nowhere to rest, grabbed Lin Luo waist muscles. The feel is still as good as ever. Oops, why are you thinking the wrong way again? Ahem, come on, what's the big show? Chu Jiajiao pouted and urged. Sitting in front of the melon king Wei Jifan and cattle Zeta and without trace leaned on the back of the chair, although did not turn around, but the ears flared and antennae like. Recant, I recant, the warrior woman don't make a fuss, begged to be spared. Lin Luo grabbed Chu Jiajiao's small hand that was tickling him. Strange that he has itchy flesh. Where to argue? Then why don't you say so? The young girl's eyes glittered with excitement. Hey this stinker has a hard-on and is actually afraid of tickling. Hee, if you bully me in the future, I'll tickle you. It's not before Wang Wang's gang blocked me at the back of the school. Today Director Wang and the teachers of the various subjects were in one piece, called these people together and apologized to me. That's it? That's it. What more do you want? Lin Luo glanced at Chu Jiaojiao, who didn't mind. Those guys are so hateful. Apologize for bullying you. If you ask me, they should be fired. Chu Jiaojiao said indignantly. In Chu Jiaojiao's opinion, Lin Luo was such a good person, and those guys were still trying to bully him. They were simply not a thing. Lin Luo smiled warmly, squeezed Chu Jiaojiao's small hand and reminded in a small voice. Alright, let's get to class, mister. Ho has been eyeballing you several times. The good girl Chu Jiaojiao busy draw back the small hand. The schoolboy seems to sit upright, and Ho Guifan 4 eyes to the eye. The young girl's little face gradually became red. Ring, ring, ring. The school was abuzz with the familiar whispers of fall once again. The students, as they always do, burst out of the woods like hungry wild boars and ran to the battlefield. Eating for eating, going to the bathroom for going to the bathroom. Only today, there's a bunch of smokers missing from the big restroom. One by one, they were all curious about how the Flying Sky Gang, who usually loved to gather here to brag and heckle, had disappeared. Lin Luo wasn't in a hurry, so she specifically waited in the classroom for a while. When the people outside were almost gone, that's when they headed outside. Ringo, what are we going to eat? With her hands behind her back, the young girl bounced and walked cheerfully by Lin Luo's side. Her sweet little face looked towards Lin Luo, her pretty face undisguised with joy. Lin Luo thought for half a day and felt that it was a bit inappropriate to always bring human girls to eat board noodles. Go get some tater tots, if you like. I heard from Yasuko that you really like slab noodles. Why don't we go eat this? The young girl tilted her head, her large eyes porpoising and flashing as she sweetly added, you don't have to accommodate me. The plate noodles are delicious too. Lin Luo felt his hard bones being softened by sweetness. Then listen to Lorgo. A familiar voice, very mournful, looking like it was about to cry. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao stopped at the stairway in confusion when they heard this sound. Class 5 is right up against the stairway and it's quite easy to get down the stairs as soon as you leave the house. Turning to look, he saw Jin Zikong walking out of the classroom in tears. There was another person beside him, with a dark face, staring at Jin Zikong with a deadpan look of gnashing his teeth and wanting to eat him alive. Kanzi, old way. You guys haven't left yet either. What's for lunch? Seeing the two, Lin Luo remembered the feud between the two and forced himself not to laugh. Luo, what are you eating? I'm done. Jin Zikong quickly walked to Lin Luo, but he could be considered to have seen his relatives. Grabbing Lin Luo's arm, tears were falling down his face. Agu, what's that supposed to mean? How are you done? Lin Luo tapped Jin Zikong's shoulder suspiciously. A bit of a skinny chicken ******, but there's no doubt there's work to be done. Wei Taizhong stared at Jin Zikong in death, and said in a jarring voice, there are those who live, and he is already dead. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. This is a line that Zhang Kajia wrote in Some People to commemorate the 13th anniversary of Mr. Lu Sun's death. The original reads, there are those who live, who are dead, and there are those who die, who are alive. Kang Zi covered his face with a pained expression and whimpered, Luogu, they called me Jin Stinky Fart and said my fart Jin Stinky. Oh, I have no face to live. I want to die so badly. Lin Luo forced himself not to laugh out loud. Chu Jiaojiao could not. Thinking of the image of Jin Zikong farting and popping Wei Taizhong in the face, he immediately covered his stomach and giggled. Wei Taizhong's breathing became rapid, and his chubby face was instantly red warm. Okay Kanzi, everyone is just getting together. After a while we'll forget about it. Don't you see that people Lao Wei is fine? It was fine that Lin Luo didn't comfort Jin Zikong, but when he said this, Wei Taichung instantly broke his defenses, his eyes were red, and he practically roared in a low voice. Nothing. They say I have heavy tastes, they call me the king of heavy whey. Pust. Ha ha. No, bro, no. Lin Luo also couldn't help it, these people had a lot of time on their hands, and gave people nicknames. Childish or not. Ahem, come on, the more you guys react, the more they come on instead, you don't take it seriously, and in a few days no one will be screaming. All classmates, all buddies, this way, let Kong Zi buy dinner at noon, old way you say. Humph, that's more like it. Wei Tai grunted heavily, barely suppressing the fire. Anyway, it's already like this, he's at least a Wei King, Kong Zi is Jin Stinky, and he's outclassed by this nickname. Chu Jiaojia took a few deep breaths and finally suppressed her raging laughter as she stifled a smile and asked, what are we going to eat for lunch? Plank noodles. Plank noodles. Kanzi and Old Wei spoke in unison. The young girl laughed daintily and looked over at Lin Luo, see, I told you about the board noodles. Lin Luo helplessly shrugged his shoulders, alright, listen to you guys, eat the plate noodles. Chapter 106, Joyful and Seasoned Brothers. At the entrance of the 18th middle school, the students had pretty much dispersed. Lin Luo's four walked out of the school gate slowly, just in time to see a Grand Cherokee parked across the street. The same model as the Serious Crimes unit, this car looks quite beautiful and is very comfortable to drive, which is the first choice of off-road vehicles in the hearts of many men. Of course, the rich ones still like to buy Land Rovers. The car door opened and Chu Jianjun got out of the car. What he wore today was still in civilian clothes. As long as it is not a mission, Chu Jianjun rarely wear uniforms. One is not attention, encounter thieves and petty theft will not cause each other alert. The other is not to stick out, wearing a ducktail hat, running into enemies. The other side is not good at recognizing them for a while. Uncle 2. When Chu Jiaojiao saw Chu Jianjun, her eyes lit up and she joyfully waved at him. Uncle Chu. Lin Luo's few people also politely greeted Chu Jianjun. Yesterday, Chu Jianjun invited the board noodles, and is Chu Jiaojiao's second uncle, so they all count as acquaintances. Jin Zikong and he even fought a few times and were very put out. It's just that old way is slightly more formal. Oh, you guys are getting ready to go to dinner? Chu Jianjun's national face revealed a shallow smile and said, yeah, getting ready to go to the boardwalk. Lin Luo nodded. He knew that Chu Jianjun would come to pick him up, but he didn't expect to come so early. That's just as well, I haven't eaten either, let's go eat together. Chu Jianjun said and raised his hand to look at his watch. If you go to the SWAT brigade at this moment, people are also eating, so you might as well eat before you go. And he was not comfortable with his daughter being out there alone. Yeah, let's go eat board noodles, and you'll treat us, Uncle too. Chu Jiaojiao laughed and clapped her hands. As far as she could remember, there were very few opportunities to eat with Chu Jianjun. Eating out together is even less frequent. You girl. Chu Jianjun shook his head helplessly. Sweet little jacket, this is starting to leak. As they spoke, a few of them walked to the board noodle house. The signboard for Anhua's authentic Wuji Lupan noodles was installed not long ago, contrasting sharply with the old signs hanging around. There were quite a few people in the store at this moment, but Lin Luo and his group came in just as a table emptied out after eating. After being seated without incident, one person ordered a large bowl of board noodles, both wide and thin. Chu Jianjun generously added egg meatballs and handfuls of meat to each person. Old Wei was a little embarrassed. He and Chu Jiaojiao are not familiar, but this is rubbing people's second uncle for 2 meals, and in his heart, he thought that when he had the opportunity to turn back, he must invite back. Instead of inviting Chu Jianjun, he invited Chu Jiaojiao. It's only friendship if there's a back and forth. It's bravery if you only go in and out. No one likes that. The noodles were not yet on. Chu Jiaojiao sat in the middle of Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun, smiling sweetly as she looked at Chu Jianjun and then at Lin Luo, a sense of joy rising from her heart. Second uncle, why did you suddenly think of our school? Chu Jiaojiao twisted her head and asked. Xiao Luo and I have some business to attend to this afternoon. Chu Jianjun smiled lightly. He didn't go into detail, and Chu Jiaojiao didn't pursue it. I knew it. How could Dad suddenly come to school to have dinner with her? So it's for Lin Luo. Thinking about what happened yesterday afternoon, Chu Jiaojiao knowingly skipped the topic. Geez yak, can't you two peel less garlic? The young girl blinked in shock as she looked at the mountain of garlic cloves that Jin Zikong and Wei Taichung peeled out. This one has a head of garlic. Are you going to eat the shopkeeper? Eat the pasta without the garlic and you'll lose half the flavor. Jin Zikong and Wei Taichung said in unison. Lin Luo was already powerless to spit. Other people eat pasta with garlic, you two do it the other way around. It's no wonder you two hang out together, proper fellow travelers. Big bowl of noodles. The shopkeeper came over at this time with 2 bowls of plate noodles, a smile on his face, only to see the smile disappear when he saw the garlic cloves on the table. No, the smile doesn't go away, it just shifts. Wei Taizhong and Jin Zikong saw that it was thin noodles, then they hemmed and hawed and took it. Thanks. The 2 men were polite with their mouths, then under the watchful eye of the noodle shop owner, they picked up the bottle of vinegar on the table, opened the cap, and poured vinegar directly into the bowl. You pour less, save some for me. Gee, there's plenty, don't grab it. A bottle full of vinegar. Still using the pulsator bottle. When Jin Zikong poured half of the bowl, Wei Taizhong hurriedly grabbed it and poured the remaining half into his bowl. 600 milliliters of vinegar, straight up gone. The corner of the boss's mouth twitched as he recognized Jin Zikong and Wei Taichung, then sighed and silently turned back to continue serving the noodles. These 2 vinegar vixens descended to the world, and he couldn't afford to mess with them. Just forget about it. Boss, is there any more vinegar? Another bottle. Nima. There's one on the other table, help yourself. The owner's voice trembled and he said through clenched back teeth. Lin Luo, Chu Jianjun and Chu Jiaojiao shook their heads for a while. This owner is truly blessed to have stumbled upon you 2 customers. Lin Luo, Chu Jianjun and Chu Jiaojiao all asked for large bowls of white noodles. The bowls are the usual large sea bowls, much larger than the ones you use at home, but compared to a Shaanxi noodle shop, these bowls are only small caramels. There are many kinds of noodles in Shaanxi noodle restaurants, which are also delicious, famous for biangbiang noodles, oil-splashed noodles, mutton buns and so on. That big bowl should be described as a big pot. Big enough to bury one's face in. It looks like a great deal, but unfortunately the stuff is really small. 1 bowl is not enough, 2 bowls are not enough, and it's the same stink as buckets of instant noodles. Big bowl of lasagna coming up. The owner came over with 2 large bowls of lasagna. Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo took it and put the noodles on the table. Jiao Jiao, you eat first. The 2 men spoke in unison, both with the slightest hint of favor in their tones. Jin Zikong and Wei Taizhong, who were shivering on the opposite side, looked up at the same time. All of a sudden it felt like there was too much vinegar in the bowl and how it tasted so sour. Geez, you guys go ahead and eat, I'll just eat later. Chu Jiaojiao smiled sweetly and pushed the 2 bowls of noodles pushed in front of her back to Lin Luo and the 2 of them, then smilingly picked up the disposable chopsticks and stuffed them into their hands. Eat quickly. Oh, it's fine, it's already cooked, I'll serve the noodles. The shopkeeper said with a smile and turned around to bring another bowl. When the noodles were ready, all 5 of them began to shiver. Jin Zikong and Wei Taizhong are like a competition, a mouthful of noodles and a clove of garlic. Yesterday it was a race to see who drank more vinegar, today it seems to be a race to see who ate more garlic. Seeing the 2 of them eating so deliciously, Chu Jianjun was craving for it. Unfortunately, thinking that he had business to attend to in the afternoon, he forced himself not to eat. These 2 kids have no problem saying that eating pasta without garlic is indeed less flavorful. Chu Jianjun pursed his lips, picked up a chopstick of noodles, and shivered the noodles with a big mouth. Ringo has little obsession with garlic. He eats it occasionally, but he prefers onions. The purple onion, when peeled, is like a purple apple, sweet and spicy and relieving. Friends on the frontier side of the border call this a pirogue, and it occupies a very important place in their recipes. But looking across the room at the jealous brothers, they seem to be enjoying themselves. Especially Wei Taichung, a mouthful of noodles and a mouthful of garlic, eating beautifully, crossing the legs of the stool, his body swaying. Ah! Jin Zikong and Wei Taizhong screamed out almost simultaneously, their 5 senses all wrinkled into a ball, a mask of pain on their faces, giving the opposite Lin Luo trio a fright. What's wrong with you two? Lin Luo asked. Wei Taichung covered his mouth and whimpered in chagrin, bit my tongue, oh, it hurts. After saying that, Wei Taichung threw another clove of garlic into his mouth and ate it with a crunch. That's a tough one, too. You've got a mouth full of bites and you're eating garlic, and you don't mind the sting. Is this to disinfect? Lin Luo looked over at Kong Zi and saw that he had tears in his eyes and thought that he had been spiced up by garlic on his tongue again, so he couldn't help but stifle a laugh and ask, what about you? Kongko. Kongko slapped Wei Taichung on the back. Wei Tai heavy your grandfather, stool legs pressure my feet. I'll be damned, I said the stirrups are one high and one low. You're still pressed, oh, ow. Pust. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao didn't hold back and squirted with laughter. Chapter 107 I'm not targeting anyone here. Old Wei, you're deliberately retaliating. Jin Zikong accused with a sad expression. Wei Taichung flatly denied, I didn't, who knew you were stretching your feet around? So you pressed me twice? That wasn't a shock, I wasn't paying attention. The 2 of them were like comedians, their mouths blazing and teasing. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao looked at the 2 of them and the smiles on their faces didn't stop. Even Chu Jianjun, who had always eaten quickly, had slowed down today. Mind straight, this is more fun than the spring fling. I can't eat, Rinlo. Chu Jiaojiao twisted her head to look at Lin Luo, kind of like she was pouting. Lin Luo had eaten almost all the noodles in his bowl. Because it was a large bowl of broad noodles, it was eaten one by one, somewhat affecting Lin Luo's play, otherwise he would have finished it long ago, and the soup didn't even bring any leftovers. Seeing Chu Jiaojiao say that she couldn't eat anymore, she pouted her little mouth, and her watery peach blossom eyes were still blinking as she looked at herself. He skillfully pushed the bowl in front of the young girl. The young girl smiled sweetly and picked the untouched noodles in her own bowl and plucked them towards Lin Luo's bowl. Chu Jianjun on the side watched the scene and silently withdrew the bowl he had just pushed out again. Hey! You're not going to be able to keep your coat anymore. How it feels sour. I'm not jealous either. After lunch, Lin Luo grabbed Jin Zikong and bought a few drinks. Today it was said that he would treat the guests, but it turned out that halfway through the day, Chu Jianjun was allowed to do it for him. But a treat is still a treat. Jin Zikong was also a decent person, and readily paid out money for a few bottles of drinks and handed out one to each person. Uncle Chu, this is yours. Jin Zikong shoved the coke into Chu Jianjun's hand. Chu Jianjun smiled and didn't refuse. A child's peace of mind, when the adults accept or not, but do not spoil the fun. What time does your school open? Chu Jianjun took the coke, raised his hand to look at his watch, and asked the few people. Wei Taichung looked in the direction of the school's entrance and saw that the students were walking inside, then said, it's already open. That's just as well, Jiaojiao, you guys go back to school, while Luo and I go run some errands. Chu Jianjun admonished Chu Jiaojiao a few more safety matters. Little by little the young girl's little head. Don't worry Uncle Tu, I'll be safe. How can I be at ease without Xiao Luo around? Chu Jianjun thought this in his heart, but didn't say it. A few people came to the entrance of the school and saw Chu Jiaojiao enter the school gate. Chu Jianjun was relieved. Kid, let's go too, go over there and behave. Lin Luo held ice broadfall in his hand and didn't drink it. He wasn't used to drinking ice after meals, and even when he went to hot pot, he drank barley tea. As for Chu Jianjun, he has a purely bad stomach. Don't worry, Uncle Chu, absolutely shock them to their core. Lin Luo raised his head, confident. Also imperative. Originally he didn't really care, but the olden system had brushed out the mission, so he high and low had to take it seriously. This special instructor spot is a must-take. Otherwise how else are you going to brush up when you have to quest later? Chu Jianjun drove and took Lin Luo all the way straight to the special police brigade. Compared to regular inspections, the tasks handled by special inspections are much more dangerous. It's all called special patrol. The concept is the same as special forces in the army. Dealing with specialized tasks in the city is their main job. Half an hour later, the Grand Cherokee drove into the SWAT brigade's training base. Squeak! The car braked steadily in the middle of the two special operations vehicles. One was an Iveco and the other was also an Iveco. Don't just stand there, let's go. Chu Jianjun locked the car and led Lin Luo towards the playground. The playground was being used by people training in close combat, and the shouts of murder were loud and clear. From time to time, someone would be wrestled to the ground and then pulled up to wrestle the other person for a change. As soon as Lin Luo hit his eyes, he could tell that this was a training fighting routine. It's acting. Setting up a fight routine, then one attacking and one faking a fall, both sides switching and taking turns wrestling and being wrestled. The effect is there, but not much. When you really need someone who can fight, they won't cooperate with you being dropped. Chu Brigade. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a special training uniform saw Chu Jianjun and greeted him with a smile. At the same time, he was also sizing up Lin Luo on Chu Jianjun's side. Dressed in a school uniform and with a green and childish face, he was really a high school student. But the other party didn't mean to belittle Lin Luo. Since the leader above has made such an arrangement, he must have his purpose. If this is really a straw man, this test today is a reason to let this high school student go back to wherever he came from. Special Patrol doesn't need straw men to be instructors. Oh, KI Brigade. Chu Jianjun responded with a sentence and shook the other party's hand. This is Lin Luo that Ma Bureaus asked me to bring here for the examination. Don't look at his young age, but his kung fu was very powerful. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking, he turned his head and said to Lin Luo, "This is the Brigadier General of the Special Patrol, Qi and Wei. Greetings, Qi Brigade." Lin Luo greeted politely. "Ha, hello, heroes come out of the youth. Let's all have a good exchange today." Qi Hui said smilingly and brought Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo to the training ground. "Assemble." Kiwi's voice was a little raspy, but that didn't stop him from being loud. With this voice, he instantly made the 30 special patrols on the training ground stop their hand movements and begin to gather urgently. Move quickly and in a neat line. Within a few breaths, a square of 30 men stood in formation. Worthy of being a special patrol, the aura on their bodies is sufficient. Compared to those inspectors in the institute, they had more military temperament on their bodies. Speak! Swish! The team neatly changed from an upright position to a straddle stand, and all of them were gazing at Qi and Wei, while at the same time sizing up Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo with their afterglances. "I heard that a special instructor is coming today. Could it be this middle-aged man? National character face, but his all-righteous look, but do not see a little master of the temperament. Ah. And what's with the one student? Still wearing the school uniform. It can't be to come and watch and visit." The crowd was puzzled, so they waited for what Qi and Wei would say. "The city council has always taken much care of our special patrol, with funding, venues, equipment, and in every way we are equipped with the best. But in close combat, we've been underperforming. That's why the city leaders decided to recruit a fighting talent for our special patrol as your special instructor." No one spoke, but they all scanned Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo with their eyes. But the main gaze still rested on Chu Jianjun. No one ever thought that their fighting instructor would be a student in a school uniform. "Instructor Lin Luo, will you come and say a few words to them?" Qi and Wei looked at Lin Luo with a smile. Lin Luo didn't shy away from the stage and stepped forward, standing beside Qi and Wei. "What? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk." For a moment, there was a murmur inside the queue. Each and every one of them also had a complicated expression on their faces. There was surprise, disdain, and scorn, etc. The leadership of the city council has been kicked in the head by a donkey. It's not bull asterisk 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 to have a student be our fighting instructor. It's just a mess. Looking at these guys who had already written their hearts on their faces, Lin Luo smiled faintly, not caring at all. "My name is Lin Luo and I'm a senior. The fighting aspect, to be honest, hasn't been practiced much, just one experiential class in the gym." This time, there were more voices in the ranks. Even Qi Hui couldn't help but come over to Chu Jianjun's side and asked in a low voice, "Brigadier Chu, what is this kid's origin?" Chu Jianjun smiled mysteriously, and did not give him a solution to the confusion, deliberately said, "Just watch, this kid wilted. Qi Wei? I learned the family martial arts. Not in the ring at the moment, not a lot of hands, fewer battles. I've just watched the fighting maneuvers you guys trained in, so I'll briefly evaluate them. I'm not targeting anyone, all of you present are trash." Lin Luo Cub spread his hands with a sincere face. Chapter 108, I Want to Fight 10. "I'm not targeting anyone, all of you present are trash. For all, Qi." The training ground exploded, each with fiery eyes and grimacing, fist-pumping expressions. "Kid, You're a little too cocky. We're all trash, so what are you? Come and compete if you have the guts. Nobody stop me, I'm going to smash his mouth later. Not a big man, not a big blowhard, I can't help but want to him already. Chi Hui glanced at Chu Jianjun with a strange expression. Chu Jianjun also didn't expect Lin Luo to be so arrogant. In front of 30 special patrols, he said that the fighting of these special patrols was garbage. You kids really haven't been beaten up before. For a while, Chu Jianjun even began to worry for Lin Luo. He was truly afraid that this group of high-minded special patrols with eyes on the top of their heads would press Lin Luo to the ground and beat him up this and that. Looking at this group of righteously indignant special patrol members, Lin Luo smiled faintly and unhurriedly took off his school uniform before throwing it to Chu Jianjun. He was wearing a white undershirt under his school uniform. It's a good thing that Zhang Xuehua has the habit of buying him clothes in larger sizes, just to prevent Lin Luo from growing up and not being able to fit into his previous clothes, so his previous clothes can still be worn after the change in his height and body type. It just went from a large to an average size. Chu Jianjun's head buzzed as he subconsciously caught the school uniform. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Say be careful? I'm afraid it's too late for that. Hopefully, when the fight breaks out in a few minutes, these special patrols will be able to keep their heads in the game. Kid, I used to see you as quite stable, why are you so abnormal today? Lin Luo cocked his head and looked at the group of 7 unconvinced and 8 indignant special patrols who were all eager to try. He grinned, then hooked a finger at the group of special patrols. I know you're not convinced, so let's see it in our hands. Me first. A big, bold special patrolman shouted with a red face. He was just about to rush up when he was yanked. By what right? I'm first. Hey, you Sun Laolu, are there any rules? I'm the captain, I'll go first. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who isn't a captain anymore, I'll go first. A bunch of special patrols immediately argued over the first on, red in the face. Silence, Kiwa shouted, silencing the gang of special patrols. What's all this noise? There's no discipline left. Qianwei glared with bull's eyes, and as a great captain, he was definitely full of vigor. Lin Luo, what do you say? Qihui looked at Lin Luo, his tone quite a bit stiffer compared to when they first met before. Sticking his face in the open and saying that his team members are crap at fighting is not saying that he can't fight. Don't waste your time, I want 10. Lin Luo said arrogantly. The scene was quiet. Snap. Chu Jianjun's eyes went black and he couldn't help but slap his forehead. I can't open my eyes. I hope I'm hallucinating. I stood at the edge of the playground and watched the blood. Hit 10. You think you're Ip Man? Qianwei, also a little bit of brain, did not turn around. He did not dare to believe to look at Chu Jianjun. See Chu Jianjun autistic look, cannot help but ask. How long has he had these symptoms? Chu Jianjun also wanted to ask Lin Luo, did he come out today without his medication? Ask him. Chu Jianjun didn't want to talk and pointed at Lin Luo without any good humor, telling Qihui to go and talk to Lin Luo. No, Ringo, are you serious? That's right, 1 by 1 is too slow, just go 10 by 10. Lin Luo said, moving his shoulders and pointing his finger at people. You, together. The person who was pointed out by Lin Luo didn't argue anymore and looked at Qianwei with an odd expression. It didn't say anything, but it had asked everything it wanted to ask. Head, shall we go? Qihui blackened his face and said in a bad humor, what are you freezing for? Didn't you hear what Instructor Lin said? Or did you guys wimp out? It's just a matter of asking for the hammer. Pretending to be my special patrol brigade, kid, you're still the first. If I don't let you go out lying down today, I really think I have no one on special patrol. In the next second, the 10 people named by Lin Luo wailed and swarmed towards Lin Luo. What formation, what discipline, what moveset, all forgotten in the back of their minds, they now only have one thought. Hit him. Looking at the 10 special patrols that were pouncing on him, Lin Luo slightly retreated half a step with his right foot, slightly raising his left hand and hiding his right hand behind it. In his eyes, the movements of these 10 special patrols were too slow, as if they were in slow motion in a movie. Chu Jianjun's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. He knew that Lin Luo was good with his hands, but he had never seen what Lin Luo's strikes were like. Facing 10 special patrols together, can this kid carry it? In the next second, Lin Luo moved. Chu Jianjun and Qihui then saw Lin Luo's figure flash, instantly meeting the first special patrol. This move, Crouching Star Voodoo Tiger. He only saw Lin Luo's figure shorten, and then his body jerked so hard that it was too late to see the movements of Lin Luo's hands. The first special patrol was on the ground. This move, Dharma Whisk. Lin Luo's tiger waist twisted, and with a smooth swing of his arms, he slapped the 2 pouncing special patrols, one on the left and the other on the right, out of the way. It's used with a deft touch that won't hurt the inside. After all, the other party was not an APAS-key criminal, but a special patrol, so there was no need to lay down a death sentence. In the blink of an eye, 3 dumbfounded special patrols lay on the ground, watching the unnamed special patrols directly behind them dumbfounded. No, you come true. Chu Jianjun's eyes also blazed over. next to Chi and Wei, and his expression is similar. His mouth is open wide, a sentence is held in his mouth, ready to send. Your own group, that's all, masters. Fighting 3 or 5 ordinary people was not a problem, and in past years, in the great competition, that was also able to get a ranking. But what's the concept of meeting for a second? This kid, what a master. Lin Luo's movements were too fast for the remaining 7 special patrols to react in time. The brothers in front of them flew out just in time for them to pounce. A flying kick to Lin Luo's chest, and 2 more pounced up at the same time from the back, one on the left and one on the right, ready to lock Lin Luo's throat and waist. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth lifted and said lightly, "This move, Phoenix spreading wings." Only to see Lin Luo's arms raised, sinking his shoulders and lifting his chest, both palms came out. With 2 thuds, the pouncing special patrol was swatted away. Who am I? Where am I? I flew? At the same time, the flying kicks were close at hand. Lin Luo obediently changed his stance, his shoulders drove his palms, and grabbed the kicking leg as soon as he could, then sidestepped downward with a shake and a yank. Climb the star and take the moon. Lin Luo often used this trick to pick Chu Jiajiao's school bag, and it worked quite well. And when used on this leg, the effect is not as simple as picking a book bag. As long as Lin Luo put in a little more effort, this leg would be directly wasted. With a thud, the special patrol in midair was thrown to the ground by Lin Luo. The numbness tendon on his leg drove the whole leg to be sore and numb, directly abolishing his battle power, and he could not stand up at all. Lin Luo's figure didn't pause for a moment, and the moment he threw down the man, he had already scurried up to meet the remaining special patrol. Between one step, his body flashed, so fast that the remaining special patrol's scalp went numb. Before he could react, Lin Luo had already arrived in front of him, and his palm clasped the door of one man's library like an iron claw. Sand under the sea. Jab. The pants of this special patrol's training uniform ripped right through, and the bitter tea seeds inside were yanked off. If this is picking a peach, how good can it be? Hiss. The crowd that saw this scene collectively clenched their legs, a rush of urine and a chill on the back of their necks. It's atrocious. Omega Omega. Holy. This is not a student, it's a god of killing. Lin Luo flung his hand, threw down the rags in his hand, his hands and feet skillfully cooperated, directly put the person down, and then followed the trend of upward steps, the body shape of the explosion into at the same time. By using the fierce momentum of the advance, both palms pushed horizontally. The tiger pushes the mountain. In this instant, the remaining special patrol seemed to see a mottled tiger, a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests, pouncing towards them with its bloody mouth open. At this moment, their sweaty hairs exploded, their scalps went numb, and their brains went blank. In the next second, he felt his body rise up in the air, followed by 2 thumping sounds of impact, accompanied by muffled grunts of pain. 1 push 2, bumper cars. The last 3 special patrols were also lying on the ground. Less than 10 seconds before and after. Lin Luo easily completes a 1-2-3. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and looked around at the 10 special patrols lying around him with a harmless nuclear goodness smile on his face. The atmosphere doesn't even take a breath. Key Brigade, do I have to continue with my test? Gulp. Chi and Wei gulped, then swooshed and scurried closer to Lin Luo. He yanked out Lin Luo's hand, then held it with both hands and shook it excitedly. The expression on his face was one of ecstasy. Instructor Lin, you're finally here, our special patrol brigade has waited so hard for you. In the next second, the 20 special patrols that were still standing also swished around. Each one had a frenzied expression on their face, looking at Lin Luo as if they were looking at a long-lost relative. Instructor, you are really something. It was my eyes that didn't recognize me just now. Do you smoke, Instructor? I've got some good cigarettes here, smoke mine. The troops believe in the strongest man. The same is true of the special patrol. The thought that their instructor is so powerful, they can follow and learn a move, turn back to the big competition, go up and get a prize back. Merit awards are not easy. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth twitched, and his smile was a bit forced. Is there a possibility that I don't smoke? Chapter 109-18 Dragonfall Swords? Imperial Sword Art? Alright, look what you guys look like. Shi and Wei called out to the group of special patrolmen who seemed to be springing to life. It's true that you still have to be the first captain, and your words are just as good. The gang was finally quiet. Chu Jianjun also walked up, smilingly raising an eyebrow at Shi and Wei. Brigade Shi, how's it going? Lin Luo's test, did he pass? That has to pass. It has to be. Kawami said loudly, still looking at his team. You guys, pass or fail. Pass. The 30 special patrols, including the 10 lying on the ground, all shouted loudly at the top of their voices. Mission, obtain a position in the Blue Star government, reward 18 swords of the descending dragon, completed. For a moment, Lin Luo's mind appeared about the 18 swords of Dragonfall, the Great Qian Sword Valley, representing the pinnacle of the Great Qian Sword Dao. In the Valley of Swords, there is a great master of sword art sitting in the valley, who created his own 18 swords of Dragonfall, known as the Dragonfall Divine Sword. The word descending dragon was a word that Lin Luo was familiar with, having watched TV with her family since she was a child. Tianlong Beiji, eagle shooting heroes, divine eagle couple as well as leaning on heaven to slaughter dragons. Lin Luo has not read the original article, only watched the TV series, but I have seen a lot of spin-off homoerotic masterpieces on the internet. What with the superb leaning on heaven divine sculpture and Huang Rome's fall from grace in Xiangyang and all that. Only the focus of the description in it was not martial arts, so Lin Luo did not like reading it very much, and was just idly bored flipping through the pages. Dragon falling 18 palms, this is quite famous and powerful martial arts in the Jinyong martial arts. There is only one word difference between this Dragonfall 18 sword and Dragonfall 18 palm. Lin Luo thought it was similar, just the difference between a sword technique and a palm technique. After all, the wind and clouds and the dragon god Leg Lu. But when the content of the 18 Dragonfall swords appeared in his mind, Lin Luo realized that he was the one who had underestimated Di Qian. It must be a metaphysical world. 18 swords of the descending dragon, the front is normal, the sword moves are exquisite and powerful. But this last sword, transforming the sword with qi, transforming the dragon with the sword, and harnessing the dragon with intent. That is to say, this 18th sword of the descending dragon is actually swordsmanship. PW greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. No wonder it was the pinnacle of the great Qian sword Dao. That's not the pinnacle, what is? Lin Luo, don't just stand there. Go sign the contract. Chu Jianjun touched the frothing Lin Luo. Ah, yes. Lin Luo nodded her head with a smile on her face, then took the school uniform from Chu Jianjun. Shi Hui saw that Lin Luo wanted to wear a school uniform, then he thought of something and said enthusiastically, Instructor Lin, there's no hurry for the visit, say your size and I'll have someone get you 2 sets of our special patrol's equipment. It couldn't be that Lin Luo could instruct them in close combat while wearing his school uniform. The last thing that is lacking in the left and right bases is equipment, sending Lin Luo 2 sets, and can pull in the feelings, but also enhance Lin Luo's sense of collective honor, and in the future, when teaching classes, they can also be more dedicated to work hard. Oh yo, I get to wear special patrol gear too? A handsome set of special patrol equipment appeared in Lin Luo's mind, helmet, bulletproof vest, training uniform, combat boots, and so on. This stuff is also available online, but the quality can't be guaranteed. The organization is uniformly issued, and that quality is absolutely unbeatable. Of course. You're on our special patrol now. Of course you can wear it. Xian Wei said, letting Lin Luo report the size, and then busied himself with getting someone to fetch it. Shi Hui then took Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun to the administration building. Administrative unit with detailed division of powers and functions of each department. It also means that to do something, the process takes most of the day. But with Ma Bureau's greeting and Xian Wei leading the way, Lin Luo only needed to sign the contract in his office. Instructor Lin, take a look, if there's anything inappropriate, let's change it immediately, if not, just sign here. Shi Hui handed the contract to Lin Luo and said enthusiastically. When he first met Lin Luo, Xian Wei's reaction was very coping with things, not to talk about contempt, but also definitely not half-valued. But now, he was absolutely recognizing Lin Luo and was afraid that Lin Luo would be dissatisfied and just walk away. That's a loss for the special teams. Lin Luo looked at the contract. The position is a fighting instructor in the Special Patrol Division, with a salary of 6,000 a month and 5% insurance. He couldn't read the rest, so he just signed his name and then pressed his handprint as required. The special contract was signed in duplicate, leaving one for Lin Luo to take away and the other for the staff to take away and file. From now on, Lin Luo was the special instructor of the South City Special Patrol. First Sergeant. The equipment is brought. There was a knock on the office door and a young special patrolman in uniform walked in excitedly clutching something. Ah, Gao, put your stuff on the table and hurry back to training. Yes, Captain. Xiao Gao put the things on the table and couldn't stop glancing at Lin Luo as he walked away. The word is now out throughout the Special Patrol Brigade. The team came a fierce instructor, or a student, 1 to 10, less than 10 seconds, put down 10 of their brothers. It's almost more magical than making a movie. Come on, try on the gear. I don't know how many people are envious of our Special Patrol's equipment, Shi Hui said smilingly, and looked at Chu Jianjun. If you don't believe me, ask old Chu if he wanted to come on Special Patrol in the first place. Chu Jianjun laughed and lifted his chin. What are you fooling around with me for? Lin Luo is my great-nephew. Ah, that you didn't say earlier, so it's family. Xian Wei were not embarrassed, and with a laugh, they took out their combat uniforms. Come on and try it on for size, you can wear it when you get back and wash it. Lin Luo took it, didn't take off the school uniform, and directly put it on. The size was just right, and it was quite comfortable to wear. It's especially better than the crap uniforms they hand out at school during military training. Then I changed into combat boots and bounced in place, comfortable and not pressing my feet, again hanging onto the green rubber shoes. Old Chu, do you have any feeling that our great-nephew fits this outfit well? Xian Wei touched Chu Jianjun's arm and said with a smiling intention. Where are the special instructors as close as the regular team members? This would be a real family if they pulled Lin Luo into the special patrol. Chu Jianjun laughed and smiled wryly, looking at Shi Hui for a moment. What's that look? Want to pull Lin Luo to join the special patrol, on the special instructor or I used to play with guns to fool him to agree, want him to join, have a trick you make go. I'll count you out if you make it. Lin Luo put on another blast helmet, put on a stab-proof suit, and put on cut-resistant gloves on his hands, and moved around a little bit without being restricted at all. Can I take this equipment home with me? No problem. Chi Hoei said in a loud voice, not caring to guess Chu Jianjun's weird smile, sticking to Lin Luo's side, smiling warmly. Keep one set here, and you bring back another set, and consider this your little perk for joining our special patrol. So generous. Lin Luo blinked, then excitedly whispered, I heard that if you come to us as an instructor, you can play with guns. Isn't that true? Of course. Play whatever you want, it's enough. Chi Hoei wrapped his arm around Lin Luo, his smile was affectionate, and there was a compulsion in his tone. Old Chu and I are old classmates, iron buddies, in the future we're not outsiders, when no one is around, I'll call you my great nephew, you call me Uncle Chi, how about it? No problem, Uncle Chi, can we go play with guns now? What's the point of calling me uncle? Playing with guns is what's important. Hey, now. But when you've had enough fun, aren't you taking a class today too? You're the fighting instructor of our special patrol, in the future, our brigade's fighting program will all depend on you. Lin Luo nodded heavily, packed. Chapter 110, finally jerking off. The daily training program of our special patrol includes combat fighting, rock climbing and abseiling, shooting, and the use of police weapons. That physical training and combat fighting is the top priority. Chi and Wei led Lin Luo towards the shooting range while introducing Lin Luo to the daily routine of the special patrol. By the way, this training site was also introduced. This is a multifunctional large-scale police training base, urban counterterrorism as well as firearms fighting training can be done here. Tens of thousands of people are trained here every year. So far along the way, Lin Luo had already seen several sets of people training for different programs. Of course, most of these people are regular inspectors, here to reinforce their specialized skills. South City's Special Patrol Brigade, numbering around 300 people, training at the base today, only one squadron, the other two squadrons are divided into the various districts of South City, all on a mission. It's usually a patrol deployment, Chi Hoei said while observing Lin Luo's expression, and seeing that he reacted calmly and didn't look like he had much of a reaction, he then decided to step up his efforts. Say whatever you have to do to lure Lin Luo to the special patrol. The range is up ahead. I'll have someone explain the safety protocols for firearms use first. You are now only our special patrol instructor, so you can only touch the gun in the range accompanied by someone, but if you join the special patrol, hey, here the gun ah. I can just take it with me? Lin Luo's sentence made Chi Hoei's expression awkward. You kids, if the special patrol can just take it away, it's not a mess. Chu Jianjun laughed and patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. You kid, what are you babbling about? There are strict rules about guns here, where can you just take them? Che, what's the point of that? I don't really have a feel for guns anyway, just touch them. Lin Luo's mouth said this, but his body was honest and he couldn't help but speed up his steps. At the range, there was a group of patrolmen being trained in firearms. It was about the safe use of the patrol rifle and the essentials of shooting. Just in time to not have to find anyone extra, Chi and Wei took Lin Luo and stood in line to start dabbling. The 24 young uniformed junior inspectors didn't even notice the 2 extra dabblers behind them. But the old special patrol who was lecturing noticed Chi and Wei and Lin Luo. First Sergeant? Old he, go on, don't mind us. Chi and Wei smiled and waved their hands for the other to continue. Lao he nodded, then continued his lecture with the small pistol in his hand. Prior to shooting training, a theory course is conducted. What with all the gun performance, holding positions, aiming techniques, shooting essentials, safety and protection, etc. You have to learn. In fact, every single person down there who wants to hear this is waiting to get on and shoot a good one. Lin Luo listened for a while and got a little impatient as he looked at Chi and Wei. Uncle Chi, how long is this going to take? I'm just here to simply have some fun. I have other classes in the afternoon, and you don't want me to get out of class without being able to teach 2 moves in a while. The smiling expression on Chi Hoei's face instantly disappeared, then he was more anxious than even Lin Luo, pulling Lin Luo's arm and heading for the no. 2 range. Old Zhang, invite out all our treasures. Coming right up, kibbles. It didn't take long for someone to bring over 2 large boxes. This kind of box was similar to a suitcase, it looked quite heavy, took it over and put it on the table. After opening it, what was inside immediately attracted Lin Luo's attention. The case held a number of guns, both long and short. Lin Luo liked guns, but didn't have much research on them, only knowing that guns were divided into pistols, submachine guns, automatic rifles, scatter guns, and big snipers. Favorite rifle is the AK-47, preferred when playing CF. Nah, this is the standardized firearm currently used by our patrol. It's a Model 54, see the black star on this grip? That's the big black star. Lin Luo's eyes widened in curiosity as he took it from Chi and Wei. Big black star, he had read a couple of novels written about Hong Kong's kooks, and it was mentioned in them. Seeing it in reality is a first. The big black star is a 51 style, that's old, the grip is too big for our Asian hand size, so it was eliminated in favor of this 54 style. Eh? Lin Luo smiled awkwardly, not embarrassed. Guns in this regard, he really did not study, who let the country does not allow it. He's a good boy. You do not look at this gun as old-fashioned, but the cost is cheap and powerful, in some foreign places but very popular. Qian Wei said, skillfully retired the magazine, loaded 2 rounds, and inserted it back in. Ever played with a toy gun? This is actually similar to that. Qian Wei asked with a grin. Played, I'm a great handjobber. Lin Luo lifted his chin and said without any self-effacement. Chu Jianjun and Qi Huwei on the side shook their heads and laughed. Young man, how can a toy gun be the same as a real gun? A toy gun, that is a toy, not to mention the feel. Does that have recoil? The moment the bullet is excited, the muzzle shifts due to recoil issues, affecting accuracy. 2 rounds, 10-meter target in front, 20-meter target in back, 30-meter target and 50-meter target. You try 10 meters first. After briefly explaining the shooting essentials and precautions, Qian Wei pointed the gun downward and handed it to Lin Luo. Anyone else would want to touch a gun without an hour or two, no kidding. Since he was here to have fun, Kishore didn't take it too seriously. Let Ringo jerk off and get over it and be done with it. Lin Luo held the gun, clicked it into place, and then raised it to aim. 3 dots, 1 line, aimed at the bullseye of a gun target 10 meters away. His eyes were blessed with excellent vision under the eagle eye technique, and even without activating it, he could see the legs of a fly 10 meters away. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Lin Luo's hand was as steady as a mountain, the muzzle of the gun not moving. 10-meter target, 10 rings. Old Zhang in the back took the binoculars and acted as a target reporter, shouting out the number of targets. Yoo-hoo! Qi Huwei and Chu Jianjun simultaneously yelled out, looking at Lin Luo in surprise. Great nephew, yes. Qian Wei smiled and patted Lin Luo's arm. You have a very steady hand. The 10-meter target is nothing difficult for you. Try the 30-meter one. Lin Luo smiled and lifted and aimed at the 50-meter target under the gaze of Chu Jianjun and Qi Huwei. If you're going to play the farthest, 50 meters. As Lin Luo pulled the trigger, there was a bang of a gun. It's not the same feeling as snogging. It was an exhilarating high that made the blood flow faster. 50 meters. 10 rings. After the target reporter Old Zhang finished speaking, the smiles on Qi Huwei and Chu Jianjun's faces directly turned into astonishment. 50 meters away from the bullseye equivalent to the size of a soybean, standing posture casual, not much aiming, casually a shot, right in the bullseye. The two looked at each other and both saw the surprise in the other's eyes, then they looked at Lin Luo. Great nephew, you've shot a gun before? Qian Wei asked. I've shot a Yellow River brand toy gun. I'm a good shot. Lin Luo lifted his chin dejectedly. Qian Wei and Chu Jianjun looked at each other again. One word bubbled up in each eye. Genius. Great nephew, do you want to try 100 meters? Kiwi tried again with a grin. That's fine, I don't think 100 meters would be too difficult. Lin Luo said and gave the gun back to Qian Wei. No difficulty. Kid, you don't know what 100 meters is. Qian Wei laughed in their hearts, waiting to see what Lin Luo's expression would be in a moment. He finished loading quickly. Still 2 rounds. Lin Luo looked at him with a disgusted little expression. No, Uncle Qi. What's wrong with this bullet going to your personal account? We agreed to shoot at will, why are you so stingy? Ha, get used to it. I'll give you more in a while. Qian Wei said, handing the gun to Lin Luo, then he waved his hand at the target reporter. Old Zhang, the target reporter, operated it, and 100 meters away, a gun target swished and stood up. Come on, show. Chapter 111, Double Tap, Call Me Gun King. Come on, show. Qian Wei lifted their chins and signaled for Lin Luo to hit the target. Chu Jianjun had expectation in his gaze. He hadn't realized that the kid Lin Luo had such a good sense of marksmanship. Some people are born sharpshooters because they have gun sense. The gun sense thing is like talent, those who have it casually practice to be sharpshooters, while some have no gun sense and feed tons of bullets, and their achievements are just that. But 100 meters is not the same thing as 50 meters. Lin Luo inserted one hand into his pocket, raised his right hand to aim the gun, stood in a casual posture, his eyes open and closed, and the sword eyebrow he carried was high and low. The posture made the corners of Chu Jianjun's mouth twitch as he watched. Can this kid hit it? Bang bang. Lin Luo fired 2 shots in quick succession. The muzzle was steady, as if it didn't even seem to be twitching. The air smelled of burning gunpowder, and it wasn't pleasant. Chu Jianjun and Qi Huwei instantly turned their heads to look at the target reporter. Old Zhang, the target reporter, looked at the 100-meter gun target with binoculars, his mouth wide open, as if he had turned into a statue. Old Chang! Old Zhang! Qian Wei screamed twice, finally calling Old Zhang back to his senses. KI Brigade, 100-meter target, 10 rings, 2 shots, 10 rings. 2 10-ring shots is not shooting 2 shots that add up to 10 rings, it's shooting 10 rings on both shots. Thinking that Lin Luo had just fired 2 shots in a row, and both of them were 10 rings, Qi Huwei and Chu Jianjun's expressions were just as dumbfounded as Old Zhang's just now. How about that? I told you, I'm a great handjobber. Lin Luo hemmed and hawed with a smug grin. Awesome, indeed. Chu Jianjun was the first to react. He gave a thumbs up with shock in his eyes, then he pushed Qi Huwei. Kibbles, don't just stand there, try another gun. Oh. Yeah, try something else. This one is a Type 64 with a 7-round capacity and an effective range of 50 meters. This time Kiwi was finally generous and filled the magazine of the Type 64. Lin Luo took the gun and turned it upside down. It weighed about the same as the Type 54, but the shape looked a bit more compact than the Type 54. Just hit the 100-meter target. Lin Luo lifted his gun and took a slight aim. The pupils of his eyes changed slightly, and the target in front of him began to zoom in. Bang, bang, bang. All 7 rounds went off in one breath. After shooting the bullets, Lin Luo returned the Type 64 to Qi Yanwei with some disgust. This gun feels a little bad, not as comfortable to shoot as the Type 54 just now. Qi Yanwei awkwardly took the gun. Not to mention Lin Luo, even they are not happy to use this gun, not to mention the small amount of ammunition capacity. The power is also a batch of poor, empty magazine. As long as it has not hit the head, the other party generally cannot die. If you get shot in the leg or arm, you can still fight back fiercely. 7 shots. 10 rings. The loud voice of old Zhang, the target reporter, caused Qi Yanwei, who was preparing to change his gun for Lin Luo, to shudder at the sound of his voice. Zhu Jianjun's eyes had begun to shine. First time shooting a real gun and this is what you get. He now felt that his future son-in-law should not have been an inspector, but should have gone into the army. With that kind of talent, you'll be a good marksman when you go to the army. And his hands, physical ability, being a special forces king is not a problem. This is a Glock 17, 9mm caliber, 19-round capacity. Kiwi switched to a pistol, introducing it while pressing bullets into the magazine. Lin Luo listened patiently, and when he heard that the gun had a simple structure, with only 32 parts in the whole gun including the magazine, and that the gun could be broken down in 1 minute with a single pin, his eyes lit up. He hadn't gotten his refining skills for nothing. Knowing how the gun is constructed, turning around and hand-rubbing the Glock would be a breeze. What does the inside of this gun look like? Lin Luo asked with the look of a curious baby. Easy, I'll take it apart and show you. Qi Yanwei grinned and took out a pin, then disassembled it so skillfully. As a special patrol brigade captain, gun this thing in his hands, that is toys, closed eyes can be disassembled and assembled. It took less than a minute for all the parts of the Glock 17 to be laid out in an orderly fashion on the table. Lin Luo picks at his chin, then takes the pin from Qi Yanwei. This gun looks quite simple. Those Earth Workshop, why not copy this instead of like to copy the 54 Type Lu? Lin Luo thought of the earthen buildings he had found earlier, all of which were modeled after Type 54s. Because the Type 54 is much simpler in construction, consisting mainly of a barrel, sleeve, reloader, sleeve seat, striker and magazine, all steel parts except for the grip guards, which are inexpensive and simple to make, and it wouldn't be sick to go through the trouble of making a Glock 17 without doing that. Qi Yanwei smiled and solved Lin Luo's confusion. But the next second, his eyes went round, only to see Lin Luo look over the various parts of the Glock 17, click click click, and then began to assemble. The hand of the pin movement fast, a series of assembly, only used half a minute. A complete Glock 17 then appeared in Lin Luo's hand. Click. Silky smooth and loaded, Ranello lifted the gun and took aim. Ready! Lin Luo shouted, giving both Zhu Jianjun and Qi Yanwei a fright. What's this kid doing? Begin! Lin Luo shouted again, and then the gun in his hand began to thump. Bang bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! 10-meter targets, 20-meter targets, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The bullseye of all the gun targets appeared to have 2 nearly overlapping holes. Phew! Please call me, Gunny. Lin Luo played handsome and blew into the muzzle of the gun, then put the gun on the table and dejectedly looked at Zhu Jianjun and Qi Yanwei. Don't just stand there, compliment me. Old Zhang, the target reporter in the back, held the binoculars and once again fell silent. Qi Yanwei and Zhu Jianjun twisted their heads to look at him, and when they saw this reaction, they knew that Lin Luo had zoomed in again. Old Zhang, report the target. Zhu Jianjun shouted at Old Zhang. 10-meter target 2 shots with 10 rings, 20-meter target 2 shots with 10 rings, 30 meters. All 2 shots, 10 rings. Lin Luo's shooting action just now was almost coherent, without the slightest pause, but he just switched between the 5 gun targets at will with such ease and comfort, and the gun had a bull's eye. Qi Yanwei suddenly thought of something, his eyes glowed, excitedly took the binoculars in Lao Zhang's hand and glanced at the target. Ha ha, awesome. All double tap. Boy, you really are the king of guns. Qi Yanwei's breath caught in their excitement. Zhu Jianjun had a confused look on his face, obviously not knowing what Qi Yanwei meant by that. What's this big bootatata you speak of, Ki Brigade? He suffers from having little culture. Otherwise how could it be just a first sergeant after so many years of service? Hey, don't get it, you big old man, this is called a double combo. Just go and look at the gun target. 2 shots hit the target at the same time. The bullet holes almost overlap. This kind of shooting skill, I've seen it in the movies. Great nephew, join our special patrol. We need people like you in the special patrol. Qi Yanwei excitedly show their cards, not pretend. I just want to pull Lin Luo to join the special patrol. Not a special appointment, but a real accession. It's just special recruiting. With Lin Luo's skill and marksmanship, it should be no problem for him to be specially recruited to join the special patrol. Come on, my Uncle Chu let me be a patrolman, I'm not happy, but also let me be a special patrol. caught a pass to give that 3 or 5,000, enough to do what? No go, I'm still going to school. Lin Luo waved his hand back and forth, and the gun stopped playing, putting it on the table. Just shoot your pistol for fun and you make me sell out. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, enough with the guns, let's go to class. Hey, let's talk about it. Qi and Wei went after him and persuaded him bitterly. Old Zhang, collect it. Xu Jianjun smiled and waved his hand with old Zhang before chasing after him as well. Qi Brigade, give it up, my great-nephew is first in his exam grade. When Qi and Wei heard this, they jumped straight to their feet, as if they had lost hundreds of millions of dollars, and their faces were full of frustration. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No goddamned way. Tall and handsome, a hard puncher and a good shot, and first in his grade. Do you kids still let people live? No way, it's that good. Please stop obsessing over brother, oh brother is just a legend. Ringo even sang on it. Chapter 112, $2 for one string, $5 for two strings? Good. That's it for today's lesson. Lin Luo clapped his hands and ended today's teaching. Today is considered a trial class, and the content taught is simple, the basic moves of the powerful Vajrapong. Even without internal true Qi, the moves of the powerful Vajrapong were very subtle and practical, used well enough to increase the fighting prowess of these special patrols by several times. Instructor, this is the end. Teach me a little more, there are a few moves I haven't memorized yet. Yeah, instructor. The special patrols had surrounded Lin Luo, not willing to let him go. Even though they had just learned one lesson, they all felt like they had opened the door to a new world. Coupled with Lin Luo's 10-second 1 against 10 record, that was real kung fu, and who among them didn't want to learn more? Don't look at Lin Luo's young age, but his big tall man was taller among the special patrols, on the contrary. Lin Luo took out the majesty of an instructor and kinda acted like one. You can't chew on more than you can chew, the most important thing you need to do now is to thoroughly skill and comprehend what I've taught you. 2 by 2, learn from each other, those who did not remember ask those who remembered. I just watched the Dao Qi Brigade video, you guys have nothing to do more study the video. At that moment, Qi Huwei and Xu Jianjun walked over from the periphery of the training ground. Before, Qi and Wei were still a little worried, Lin Luo's kung fu was high, but what if he doesn't know how to teach? After all, Lin Luo was still so young. But as soon as Lin Luo got his hands on him, he knew that he had fought poorly. Although Lin Luo was young, his skills were not small at all. Okay, don't huddle here, go consolidate your review. Qi and Wei greeted the crowd and dispersed, freeing Lin Luo from the crowd. Great nephew, why don't you skip your afternoon classes and I'll take you out to dinner? Celebrate the success of your special appointment. Well, Qi and Wei suggested with a grin. He was actually just a thief who wanted to draw Lin Luo in and then pull him into the special patrol. Although Lin Luo was now a specially recruited fighting instructor, which greatly strengthened the strength of their special patrol team, but when they went to catch a thief, they couldn't let the special patrol instructor rush ahead. If you can directly pull Lin Luo into the special patrol, then in the future to catch thieves and make a merit, it is not easy, hand to hand. No, school is over in the afternoon, I still have important things to do, going back at this moment is already a bit out of time, I won't eat today, wait for next time. Lin Luo refused. It's just dinner. It's not as important as sending your table mates home. Xu Jianjun smiled without saying anything and nodded to Lin Luo with satisfaction. Good boy, our Jiao Jiao wasn't wrong about you. Well, that will have to wait for next time for sure. Qi and Wei were not sorry, and rushed to make an appointment for the next time. Lin Luo nodded his head, full of promise. It's being treated anyway, so what's the point of saying no? 10 minutes later, Lin Luo changed back into her school uniform. Qi and Wei carried a duffel bag. Look at the style, is the Special Patrol Special Tactical Backpack, bag stuffed with bulging. Great nephew, everything is packed for you, it's all in the bag. Uncle Qi, this bag? This is our Special Patrol Special Tactical Backpack, sturdy wear resistant loaded much, your special training uniform I gave you stuffed inside, and combat boots, also gave you an extra pair. You go back and change. Hey, Uncle Qi, you're too polite. We're all our own people, where's the need to be so polite? Lin Luo said this on his lips, but he had already picked up the bag and carried it on his back smoothly. It's just one of us that has to give it. What's one of us if everyone else has it and you don't? Qi Huwei smilingly sent Lin Luo and Xu Jianjun to the parking lot. Qi Brigade, just don't send it off. When a few days pass, you won't be able to run away from your treat. Xu Jianjun snickered at Qi and Wei. When we went to training together, we were in the same dormitory, but I've never seen you so enthusiastic. Abacus beads are popping up on my face. Let's see if I'll kill you next time we meet and be done with it. Who ran away? I won't even run away if you do. Drive safely on the road and get my great nephew to his destination safely. You hear me? Qi and Wei smiled and ordered. Don't even say it. Xu Jianjun waved a beatific hand and got in the car with Lin Luo, and the Grand Cherokee started slowly as Qi and Wei watched. Backbite. With a honk, the Grand Cherokee buzzed away. Lin Luo sat in the passenger side and opened his book bag. Inside, in addition to clothes, shoes, helmets, belts, gloves, but also stuffed with cigarettes, wine and tea, looking at Lin Luo froze. Uncle! This! Lin Luo took the item out, and when Chu Jianjun took a look, his eyes lit up. This old Chi, after so many years, I have not seen him send me a cigarette. To your boy is generous. I haven't seen this cigarette before. What is it? Lin Luo looked at a whole strip of unseen packaging in his hand, mainly the pattern drawn on it. It was simply a dirty heart, strange and disgusting. You don't understand, these are foreign cigarettes. This one of yours should be from the Maoist side. Lin Luo scratched his head. English, Korean, and Japanese he'd read, the Maori language he hadn't really studied. Mostly, he can't flick his tongue. And there were no teachers interested in that area, he had no need for it and didn't think about it. How do you make foreign cigarettes so disgusting? It's weirdly oozing. Lin Luo had a disgusted expression on his face. Compared to foreign cigarettes, domestic smoking is a breath of fresh air. Hey, smokers who care about that. Chu Jianjun said unconcernedly. His addiction to cigarettes came up and he found a lighter to urge Lin Luo. Come on, unwrap one and taste it. Lin Luo wasn't cheap either, unwrapping the seal and gouging out 5 packs of cigarettes and putting them in the car, then stuffing the rest into his school bag. Go back and give Comrade Lao Lin a taste too. The Grand Cherokee drove back to City Hall. Chu Jianjun parked his car and stuffed several packs of cigarettes into his pocket like a thief. Seeing his appearance, Lin Luo laughed. Uncle Chu, why do you look like a thief? Hush. You don't understand, these packs of cigarettes have to be gone in less than an hour once they see someone. Inspecting this job is basically an old smoker, and who isn't fresh when they see a foreign smoke? A few packs of cigarettes will be gone in a while. Lin Luo smiled and shook her head, carrying her bag out of the car. His Ghostfire was in the parking lot, walked over to it, and man, what kind person wiped his car down? Cashin. Luo, you go back early, it's going to be a hard night for you. Which is fine, Uncle Chu, you're busy, I'll leave first. Lin Luo laughed at the Ghostfire and waved his hand, then drove out of the city hall in a sudden burst. I have a little donkey, I never ride it. Lin Luo was humming a song in his mouth, and when he went out of the gate of the city office, he glanced at his afterglow and inadvertently saw a middle-aged man selling sugar gourds by the opposite side of the road. 28. A straw target is fixed to the back of the big carry bicycle and is covered with icing. Oh ho! Lin Luo's eyes lit up and he ran around in a circle to the opposite side. He remembered Chu Jiaojiao quite like to eat this. Buy 2 more strings, go home to mom, also bring a snack. Boss, how do you sell candy canes? Lin Luo asked with a smile as he pushed the cart alone. The eyes of the middle-aged man looked at the opposite city council from time to time, and when he saw that Lin Luo was wearing a school uniform and was a student, he said carelessly, $2 for a string, $5 for 2. Oh, that comes. Lin Luo was just about to say come 2 strings when he suddenly froze. A question mark slowly popped up on his head as he looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. Ha! Chapter 113, I'll buy you some white melon seeds. Lin Luo tilted his head and looked at this boss in a bit of a daze. $2 for a string, $5 for 2? Are you serious? Boss, how much? Lin Luo was suspecting that he was having trouble hearing, so he asked again. $2 for a bunch, $5 for 2 bunches, you kid buy it or not, if not get up and go, don't bother my business here. The candy cane seller said impatiently. There were more question marks on Lin Luo's head. Fogweed. Well, you play it that way, don't you? Lin Luo narrowed his eyes and pulled out a few bills from his pocket. Pull $2 out of it. Boss, have a bunch. The sugar plum owner took the money with an expressionless face, plucked a bunch of sugar plums from the straw target, and then pulled another paper wrapper from the front of the handlebar. He was seen sort of clumsily pinching the bag open a crack and poking the icing in. He tucked the packaged iced gourd to Lin Luo. Delicious next time. The candy cane seller came with such a sentence without any emotion, and then didn't want to bother with Lin Luo. But he didn't expect Lin Luo to hold the ice candy gourd in one hand and hand over $2 more with the other. Boss, a bunch of candy canes. Sugar plum seller? He furrowed his brows and somewhat darkened his face as he sized up Lin Luo. After a few glances, he glared, irritated. You tricked me? What's the word for this call? How am I fooling you when I give you money for your candy canes? You're selling it or not? Lin Luo said as he shook the $2 in his hand. Well, can't you finish it all at once? Buying them one by one is just sick in the head. The candy cane seller took the money and muttered under his breath. Then he tucked in his money and plucked another candy cane from the straw target. Equally unskillfully, he wrapped it up and shoved it at Rinlo. Get out of here when you're done buying, and don't disturb my business, he said in a less than happy manner. Lin Luo's mouth tugged at the corners and said irritably, what kind of attitude is that? Selling stuff and chucking people out. I don't want it, give me my money back. With an indignant look, Lin Luo stuffed the 2 candy canes back in. Hey, you're deliberately picking a fight aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll whip you. The candy cane seller quit and glared at Lin Luo with a furious red face. I knew this little was here to make trouble. Normally, I would have stabbed you 3 times and 6 times. Asterisk. How dare you make a move in front of the city hall? Believe it or not, I'll let you spend the new year here. Lin Luo wasn't scared at all and was even more horizontal than him, yelling out. A few cyclists passing by were startled by the noise and stopped, looking curiously. Forgot about this. The candy cane seller's heart was shocked, and his aura immediately softened. But it's too stifling. His face flared red as he said, "Count on you, kid, I'll give you a refund." The sugar plum seller gritted his teeth, looked at the sugar plum Lin Luo had stuffed back, and muttered to himself again, $2 for a string, $5 for two. With that, he fished out a $5 bill from his pocket and shoved it directly into Lin Luo's hand. "Here, get out of here, I'm sick of seeing you." The candy cane seller gritted his teeth and shooed away with a sullen wave of his hand. Lin Luo looked at the $5 in his hand, and then looked at the unpleasant-to-the-point candy cane seller. "Suddenly it feels like I'm bullying the little cutie. Isn't that a bit immoral? Boss, wait a minute, I'll get you some white melon seeds." After Lin Luo finished speaking, he twisted the handlebars and drove off with a sudden burst. "Sugar plum seller?" He scratched his head with a puzzled expression. "This kid bought me melons? He got a conscience?" Lin Luo rode Ghostfire out not too far before he rode onto a street tooth, stopped, and then turned back to look at the candy cane seller. He pulled his sunglasses out of his pocket, put them on, and activated his lookout technique. In the next second, Lin Luo's eyes flickered with a faint fluorescent light, and a black, gray, and red mixed mist immediately appeared on the head of that candy cane seller. Black stands for the fury, gray for the bane, and red for the karma. Hijacking, woe, and karma. Looking more closely, the chi on the body of the sugar-gourd seller transformed into a hidden thread, remotely connecting into the inside of the city hall. Ringo followed the silken thread to the city council. A time of purple explosion, can only say that this city council, expensive. Lin Luo stroked his chin, then the Deqian Qin Tian supervisor compass appeared in his hand. The compass needle turned slightly, stopping for half a second on the candy cane seller before it began to turn slowly again, pointing in another direction. "This is the minion who came to stake out the house, isn't it?" Such a guess appeared in Lin Luo's mind at once. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Luo pulled out his cell phone and dialed Chu Jianjun's number. "Hey, you bandits, save one for me." "Hey, Captain, you can't eat alone when there's something good. It's hard to get fat on your own. We're also helping you share the load." "That's right." In the office area, Daising led the Chu Jianjun table 4 and cigarettes to create all. Chu Jianjun had a heartbroken look on his face, but in his heart, he was stealing joy. "You animals, I knew it would be like this. Luckily, I was prepared and secretly stashed 2 packs. Ring, ring, ring." Chu Jianjun's cell phone suddenly rang with an urgent incoming call. Chu Jianjun picked up his cell phone and saw that it was the pig that was calling. Didn't Xiao Luo just leave? If Ghostfire ran faster, he wouldn't be able to reach the school at this moment, so why did he suddenly call himself? "Hey!" Chu Jianjun picked up the phone. "Uncle Chu, you want credit or not?" "Chu Jianjun?" He blinked frostily. "Why does that sound so familiar? What have you found out again, boy?" "It's only just out of the city hall." He can't have found a wanted man just as he got out of the city hall. "In front of your city hall, there's a candy cane vendor across the street. Something's not right with this guy. He's stalking the city hall." Chu Jianjun heard this, immediately ran to the window, dialing the curtain gap, immediately saw the gate opposite the road. There is indeed a sugar gourd seller, but too far away to see, cannot really see, can only see that a large handful of ice candy gourds, with the blossom like, red, kinda good looking. "Where are the binoculars? Get a telescope over here," Chu Jianjun said in a loud voice. Zhang immediately opened his desk drawer and felt out a telescope. They are unusual to track a target and keep an eye on it, and binoculars are an essential and important tool. If necessary, lookouts that look like astronomical telescopes can be made whole. "Team Chu, here." Chu Jianjun took the binoculars and opened the lid to look over. With the binoculars, the figure of the candy cane seller was instantly clear. To Chu Jianjun's many years of experience as a veteran criminal investigator to judge, this candy cane seller must have a problem. First of all, this guy sells candy canes in front of the city hall, which is outrageous enough. He sells candy canes and looks not at the pedestrians coming and going, but instead looks in the direction of the entrance of the city hall from time to time. Lin Luo was right. It's a stakeout. Interesting. Come to keep an eye on the city council. Chu Jianjun's expression was wonderful, and his brow furrowed into a pimple. His mind went through a lightning bolt, recalling the city council's recent big moves. The first choice would have to be the Diho case. Chi Delong was captured and Chi Dongxiang returned with the goods from the Burmese corner. The city council got the news that Chi Dongxiang will arrive in Nanjing tomorrow, and at this time is grasping the city's patrol deployment. Now that someone has put a nail in the door of the city hall, could it be that they are trying to monitor the movements of the city hall? Or has Chi Dongxiang actually returned? Dazen. Yes. Take a few men and bring me back that candy cane seller. Yes. Chapter 114. You guys are bullying me for not having a good brain, aren't you? Zhang Guoqian led the way, hip-hopping out of the city hall. As soon as a few people appeared, they caught the attention of the candy cane seller. He pushed his bicycle and shouted a sentence about selling candy canes from time to time. Instead, his eyes stayed fixed on Zhang and the others. "If you're so nervous, what is it if you're not a thief? Ha! Why are they coming my way?" Sugar plum seller's heart panicked, subconsciously clenched the handlebars, he wanted to bugger off. Hey, sugar plum seller, how to sell? Zhang Guoqiang asked with a smiling wave from a short distance away. This springy, warm smile is full of acting skills and dispels the nerves of selling candy canes. So you're buying a gourd. A bunch of stinking thunderbolt, good reason to come out to eat what sugar plum scared me. $2 for a string, $5 for two. Dazen. Huang Tao. White Ridge. The gang fell silent. No, why aren't they talking? Why are you looking at me with such strange eyes and expressions? Have I been exposed? The sugar gourd seller was uncomfortably stared at by the Dezangs, and his heart was weak. It felt like they were looking at themselves like they were looking at cuties. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Buy it or not? The candy cane seller said sadly. If it wasn't for my brain, I'd have been punked into coming here to stake out the place. You guys still look at me like that. It's too bullying. Ahem, buy, but we want more, you sell it cheap. Dazen cleared his throat and smiled. No way, $2 for one, $5 for two, fixed price, more than I can count. A few of Dezang's expressions became even weirder. You were a ing egg seller before. Chug chug chug. At that moment, Lin Lo circled back on his motorcycle. With a squeak and a twist, Lin Lo pulled over. Hey, candy cane seller, got you a melon. Ringo shook the loose melon in his hand. The candy cane seller's eyes widened in surprise and he grinned. You're really buying it for me? Of course, I'm a man of my word. Lin Luo said, handing over the melon. Heh, count me in for misunderstanding you kid. Just now I thought you were here to cause trouble. How could I even got someone to take care of your business, didn't I, Uncle Sang? Lin Luo smirked and raised an eyebrow at Dezang. That's right. Sang nodded his head naturally, then said with bravado. There's a lot of us, we'll take all these candy canes you've got, just push them right in for us and we'll count them for you inside. Ringo is acting so right, so much like an eager high school student. Those little eyes, full of clarity and innocence, made the candy cane seller look, tighten the melon in his hand, and then choose to believe. It is impossible for him to lie to me. Okay, I'll get them in for you, I've got 55 of them here, and I haven't even opened them yet today. Sugar plum seller pushed his bicycle and followed a few of Dazen's men across the road and into the city hall. Probably feeling a little nervous or embarrassed that no one else was talking, the candy cane seller opened his mouth to find a topic of conversation and said, I'm telling you guys, I ate this candy cane of his and it tasted great. Oh, you didn't make this candy cane yourself? Lin Luo pushed Ghostfire behind him and picked up on it in passing. No, I snatched, oh no, snapped it up, yes. Daseng, Huang Tao, Bai Ling, Lin Law. He just said rob it. Damn, that almost slipped out. They shouldn't be suspicious. Sugar plum seller forced himself to be calm, his heart had long been beating out of his chest. He nervously used his side light to watch those around him, and when he saw that none of them were talking, he was nervous and frazzled. No, it's not a place to stay for long. Ahem, I don't know how to make it myself, so I got the goods outside, don't worry, I've got this icing sugar packet pure. Lin Law. Dazen. Huang Tao. They no longer know what to say. Whose good icing sugar says packets are pure? Are you an ice candy seller, or are you an ice candy seller? Seeing that Lin Luo and Dezang, they didn't say anything, but just looked at themselves with odd expressions. The candy cane seller was even more anxious to prove himself. You guys don't believe me? I swear well, everyone who has bought our goods has said yes. Don't you guys think I'm brain dead, but I never tell lies. Don't say it, man, I can see that you really aren't very bright. Lin Luo couldn't even look at it anymore, waved his hand, and added, you're all clean with this sugar plum, right? It's clean. I told you, I got it from outside, packaged clean. Then you wrap a bunch for me. Oh who? Selling sugar gourds to Lin Luo wrapped a string, the craftsmanship is still so hip, bagging all half a day. Lin Luo took out $2 and shoved it to him, and after receiving the sugar gourd, he took out another $2 and handed it over. One more. The sugar gourd seller was just about to take the money when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. His expression slumped and he said unhappily, are you trying to trick me again? Are you going to ask me to give you a refund later? How can that be? I'm definitely not refunding my money this time. Lin Luo held up the sugar gourd and said with a serious face. Those who didn't know thought he was swearing. Dezang, Huang Tao, and the others were directly speechless. Still working with Rinlo though, because they realized that Lin Luo had already unconsciously extracted quite a bit of important information from the other party. A robbed candy cane, or a seller of icing sugar. So what's he doing here? Seeing as you don't look like you're lying, I'll believe you one more time. The candy cane seller wrapped another candy cane and handed it to Lin Luo. Okay, one more. Lin Luo handed over $2 more. This time, not only the candy cane seller was puzzled, but Dezang couldn't help himself. He pulled Lin Luo and asked in a low voice, why are you buying them one by one? Nonsense, he's $2 for one and $5 for two. I'm only buying 2 for 2. The candy cane seller looked at the candy cane in his hand and was speechless. Lin Luo took the sugar gourds from him, 3 of them, 1 to send to his mom, and 2 to Jiajiu and his future mother-in-law. As for Comrade Lao Lin, big old man who likes to eat this. Sugar snaps, that's what little girls like. Uncle sang, I'll withdraw first. It's getting late, you guys continue. Ringo hung the lollipop on the handlebars, then with a wave of his hand, pushed Ghostfire away. Dazen smiled and barked, ride slow on the road. It's flesh-covered iron with a high risk factor. It is said that when the Ghostfire goes off, parents are raised in vain. When the front end of the car is turned up, the king of hell is laughing. Once the cart is turned over and the cloth is covered, relatives and friends wait to be served. The firecrackers go off, the swana blows, the front carries and the back chases. Once the coffin was lifted and buried, the whole family cried. This is how much blood and tears lessons summarized experience. Oh, got it. Lin Luo was the most life-thirsty, so his Ghostfire wasn't much faster than an electric car on the road. That's all he thinks is unsafe, and he's going to get 2 helmets. Until Lin Luo's figure disappeared in front of the entrance to the city hall, De Zhang withdrew his sight and looked at the sugar gourd seller. He grinned, only the grin looked a little creepy to the candy cane seller. Comrade, you see how much this costs. You're here and you still want to leave. Huang Tao stepped out from behind De Zhang, handcuffs in his hand that he didn't know when he felt out. Click. The handcuffs went straight to the candy cane seller's wrists. Holy, you guys. The candy cane seller's expression was horrified and he stuttered several times before he shouted. You guys go black. Chapter 115, South City Crisis. It's going to be a big one. A sentence of black eating black, directly to the big Zhang Huang Tao. They will not be whole. It's not clear whether to be angry or laugh. Black on black. What to think? Cut the crap and get in there. De Zhang's black face, his aura pulled full, scared the candy cane seller to shrink his neck, not daring to speak. Huang Tao and Bai Ling escorted the candy cane seller into the city hall, while the others went to put their bikes and candy canes away. Soon, the interrogation room. Sugar Plum seller was crushed in the regret chair. On the wall are 8 big words: confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Those in charge of the interrogation were Zhang Wuqiang and Huang Tao. In the monitoring room next door, Zhu Jianjun had a cigarette in his mouth, his brow furrowed as he prepared to follow the entire trial. Zhang Wuqiang got up, picked up a box of medium white tea from the table, walked over to the candy cane seller, drew out a cigarette and handed it over. It's all here, so don't hold up, cooperate with us and take it easy on yourself. The candy cane seller took the cigarettes and held them in his mouth, then moved over to the lighter that Zhang Wuqiang handed over. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Phew. He sat crookedly in his regretful chair, exhaling a puff of smoke, his eyes still slightly narrowed. There was one thing he couldn't figure out. Can I ask a question? Ask. Sang lit one for himself. During interrogation, it's not afraid that the suspect will talk, it's afraid that he won't talk. Like a dummy, not cooperating with anything, these kind of ones are the most annoying. And it can't be tortured. Of course, it's a different story if the power goes out. The great memory recovery is still quite good some of the time. How did you guys find me? I'm obviously well disguised. The candy cane seller thought about it, but just couldn't figure out what his problem was. The corner of Zhang's mouth pulled, but he told the other party. Next time you're on a stakeout, don't be so deliberate. Your status as a candy cane seller, selling across the street from the city hall, with your eyes constantly darting into the city hall, is enough for anyone to know you've got a problem. Hush, hush. So it is. After all, it's still you guys who are high on the road. The candy cane seller laughed at himself, then said, as if resigned to his fate, come on, how am I going to cooperate with you guys? Seeing this, Zhang pressed the cigarette in his hand and then sat down. Huang Tao had a pen in his hand, ready to start recording. Name: Fan Tong. Age: 36. Occupation: laid off and jobless. Why the stakeout in front of the city hall? Our boss wants to make a big deal out of South City, so he asked me to come in early to keep an eye on the city, and let me report back if the city makes a big move. Who's your boss? Qi Dongqiang. Zhang Guoqiang's expression was already serious, and when he heard the 3 words Qi Dongqiang, he became even more serious. Has Qi Dongqiang returned to South City already? Didn't you say you'd be back tomorrow? Is the information wrong? Fan Tong took another drag on his cigarette and said nonchalantly, my boss couldn't contact his big brother, so he came back early. Came back to find out his big brother had been arrested. Where is Qi Dongqiang? Sang asked again. I don't know, he said I'm not in my right mind and he's afraid I'll spill the beans, so he won't tell me. Fan Tong clenched his fists in defiance, his nostrils smoldering. How am I not smart? Ever since I was little, my mother told me that I was the smartest in our family. You really don't know whether you're smart or not. Zhang Guoqiang and Huang Tao rolled their eyes breathlessly. How many men did your boss bring back with him this time? Sang asked again. Took about 20, I think, and when he came to the south side, he got someone else, but who and exactly how many I don't know. Fan Tong was very cooperative in answering Zhang's inquiries. Zhang asked a few more questions, and Fan Tong told what he knew. But asked to the end, in addition to asked Qi Dongqiang led people back to the south of the city in advance, the hands of at least 20 people, other than this Fan Tong do not know anything. Did you guys come back from the Burmese corner with weapons? Sang asked the last concern. Brought it. My boss said he's going to make a big deal out of the south side, and not only did he bring weapons, he brought detonators. Hiss. Chu Jianjun in the monitoring room immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Detonators. It's the little device that sets off the explosives, but it's also been used to describe dynamite. After all, the tubular sticks of dynamite it detonates are incredibly powerful. In the old days of mountain mining, this stuff was used extremely often, and in the years of lax regulation, a lot of it went out. It is now that some people can make their own with raw materials. After all, even dirt jerks are hand-rubbed, let alone detonators. Chu Jianjun didn't hesitate, took out his cell phone and dialed Ma Bureau's number. This matter must be reported immediately. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Lin Luo rode Ghostfire and called out to Olden in his mind. I was so focused on playing with the gun earlier that I forgot to refresh the mission. It really shouldn't. You, who have been reconditioned with a wasted body, have survived thousands of dangers and 9 deaths, and finally succeeded in joining the Blue Star government and obtaining the post of the head of the government office. At this time, your status is low and you still can't peek into the advanced secrets of the Blue Star, and it's imperative that you get credit for your work and get reappointed by the government to elevate your status. Mission, meritorious service, reward, recipe for healthy body pill. Oh ho! Ringo on the bike nearly sprang up in excitement. Healthy body pills Dan formula. This is good stuff. The difference between a full meal and a full drink. Dogs know the difference. With this formula, as long as he had formulated the healthy body pill, if he wanted to be a rich man in the future, it wouldn't be easy. He could still work with the crown if there was a black hand reaching out. Make a big deal out of it, and a small workshop becomes a state enterprise in seconds straight away. Money and status don't come with it. As for the system mission, it's just a matter of establishing merit. It's too simple. Ring, ring, ring. Autumn whispers. The beautiful melody once again resounded throughout the campus. The students who don't go to the evening study hall suddenly seemed like they got relief and rushed out of the classroom with excitement. In the sprint class, Chu Jiaojia was not affected by the school bell in the slightest, her small hand propped up on the table, holding her delicate chin, her eyes slightly lost in thought as she looked in the direction of the door. Lin Luo was absent for an afternoon. Chu Jiaojia felt as if something was missing in her heart, and she was always lost in thought. Thinking about what? A warm voice suddenly sounded from behind, and Chu Jiaojia blinked her eyes and said breathlessly, thinking. Stinker. Chu Jiaojia suddenly had a jolt, her head swished and twisted, her curly ponytail flung up. Her watery peach blossom eyes glittered with delighted light, and the corners of her lovely mouth curled up slightly as she smiled as if she were a delicate flower. When are you coming back, De? Just got back. How was it? Did you miss me this afternoon? Lin Luo smiled and came close to Chu Jiaojia. The sudden movement made Chu Jiaojia busy to hide backward, her small face unknowingly already flushed red. The little red face was indescribably cute. Who misses you? Don't flatter yourself, okay? Yikes, so it's just me getting ahead of myself. For all I thought someone was thinking about me in a delirious, godless, trance-like way. There are a whole host of idioms of this sort that Ringo could say. Oops. You're cheeky, I wasn't thinking about you. Chu Jiaojia came up and covered Lin Luo's mouth. There are so many students around. You're not shy, I'm still blushing. The young girl's pouting caused Lin Luo to smirk maliciously in triumph. The class shook their heads in dismay as they saw this scene. Envious and jealous. Good looking, good in school, and surrounded by an even better looking sidekick. The point is that teachers see it and pretend they don't see it. Hey! God is so unfair. Chapter 116, Going Home to Watch Everyday Happiness. It's a sin. Wei Jifan couldn't look away, got up and started doing deep squats. When others were not doing their jobs, he took the time to improve himself. Seize every opportunity you can to outmaneuver the others and finally roll them to success on the shore. Nyo Zeta saw this, but he smiled and got up. He picked up his packed school bag and said to Wei Jifan, Little Gigi, keep up the good work. This great prince will withdraw first and go back to watching TV. Humph, this grand imperial prince kindly reminds you that playing with things will only ruin you. Wei Jifan said disdainfully. Aya, what do you know, my ninth sister is so cute, one more look at her will make me more energized to study. Nyo Zeta said with a raised eyebrow. 9 sisters? What 9 sisters? Upon hearing that studying could be more energizing, Wei Jifan, who was originally disdainful, suddenly looked over. It feels a bit unorthodox, but what if? After all, Nyo Zeta did have better grades than himself. Could it be his unique little trick? Daily delight, you haven't seen it. Nyo Zeta looked at Wei Jifan in surprise, like he was looking at a wild man in the mountains again. The show's been on fire lately. Especially the 9 sisters in it, lively, lovely, kind and beautiful, who looks at it is not confused. Nyo Zeta's eyes as if looking at a bumpkin hurt Wei Jifan. So what if I haven't seen it? Seniors have to act like seniors. Right, Lin Luo, Chu Jiaojia. You guys haven't seen it either. Lin Luo scratched the back of his head, somewhat not wanting to hit Wei Jifan, but there was no need to lie, so he could only politely say, sort of watched it, my mom likes it and I tag along occasionally. Chu Jiaojiao deflated her mouth, somewhat not wanting to pick a fight. What's the matter? Watching TV doesn't make you a senior. You're being too absolute. I've seen it, watched it with my mom, it's pretty good, Chu Jiaojiao said. Click. Wei Jifan was struck by lightning. You guys went back and had time to watch TV? He asked, looking incredulously at a few people. Then I go back, do not dare to waste a little time, review prep. By what result still cannot suppress you all? He doesn't understand. Nyo Zita smiled and patted Wei Jifan's shoulder. Little Gigi study can't bury your head in the sand, can't work behind closed doors, you have to combine work and rest, listen to me, go home and take a break, change your brain. After saying that, Nyo Zita carried his school bag and hummed away. Wei Jifan was thoughtful. Could it be that what Nyo Zita said was true? But would he be so kind? Lin Luo, Chu Jiaojiao, do you guys think what Nyo Zita said is true or not? Wei Jifan continued to squat deeply, then looked at Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao. Nyo Zita's words couldn't be trusted, but Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao certainly wouldn't lie to him. Everyone has their own way of studying, and what the cow says may not always work for you, but you can try. As Lin Luo spoke, he took the school bag from Chu Jiaojiao's hand and then continued. Everyday happiness does look pretty good. You might want to check it out. Oh, so do you think the ninth sister looks good? Chu Jiaojiao's big eyes stared over, although she was smiling so fiercely. Lin Luo's brain shook. Just stir search, too. Not according to you. Poof. Chu Jiaojiao let out a little piggy grunt and turned towards the outside of the classroom, but the corners of her mouth that were already pressed betrayed her mood at this time. Wei Jifan, you carry on, we'll just go ahead and see you next week. Lin Luo said goodbye to Wei Jifan and then caught up with Chu Jiaojiao. Wei Jifan crouched at the table, slowly rising, in a slow crouch. For the past 2 days Wei Jifan has been insisting on doing deep squats between classes. Whether it helped with his studies or not he didn't know for the moment, but anyway, his legs were quite sore and his meals had increased a bit. Why don't we go back and try? Wait for me. After leaving the school gate, Lin Luo took 2 quick steps and pulled Chu Jiaojiao's hand. What's the hurry to leave? What, you don't want to go with me? Don't you dare backtrack, you haven't been back all afternoon, what have you been doing? Chu Jiaojiao was like a little housekeeper, checking up on men who stayed out at night. This is not with Uncle Chu to go to the special patrol brigade to do some things. I originally did not want to go, but could not resist. Our father has been said. I can't very well say no, can I? Bah, shame on you. Who's your dad? That's my dad. The young girl's cheeks were flushed, and her shy and adorable little look made the teenager's heart beat faster for a while. It's so pretty. Lin Luo proudly pulled the young girl close to him, his big face smilingly in front of her. Where's the shamelessness? Look at my face, not here. Oops. I told you to be shameless, why are you still getting an inch? If it weren't for the crowd here, you'd see how I'd clean you up. I'm not looking. No, look, you kiss and try to see if it's still there. Kiss your ass, go home. Chu Jiaojiao broke out, red-faced, swung a small hammer, hitting Lin Luo, urging to go home. She didn't want to be held down by a teacher at school later and asked what class she was in. That would be a shame. With a smile full of triumph, Lin Luo went and pushed his dragon rider seat out. There was still more than half the oil in it, enough for him to ride a long way. After sending Chu Jiaojiao home in a while, he was ready to do a job to go. Brush off today's tasks. The easiest way to get credit is to catch a thief. The chinchilla compass moved today. It only paused for a moment on the candy cane seller before pointing in another direction. Look at how black the brakes are on the head of that candy cane seller, and I can't believe he only stopped for a second. And what kind of a crook does the person behind the compass have to be? What's the point of arresting him if it's not meritorious? And not only do you get credit, but you can get a few $100,000 to spend anyhow. By the way, it can also help the future old man to pave the way, turn around and wait for the promotion, the logical law. 3 birds with 1 stone. The teenager thought as he did, pulling out his key and inserting it into the keyhole. Chugging. The car made a baleful sound as Ringo twisted the ignition. Chu Jiaojiao skillfully sat behind Lin Luo, then wrapped her small hands around Lin Luo's waist. A familiar feeling of security came over me. Chu Jiaojiao's small face burned, then she pressed herself against Lin Luo's back and waited for the departure. Sit tight. Lin Luo gave a reminder, felt the young girl's embrace a little tighter, and with a twist of the throttle, the ghost fire balked and scuttled out. The streets are full of traffic and pedestrians are in a hurry. The fast-paced society leaves no time for anyone to stop, think, and observe. After all, staying alive is hard enough, and it's useless to think about it so much. I didn't have evening study today, so it wasn't quite dark when I arrived at Chu Jiaojiao's house. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao carried their school bags together and took the elevator up. Is Auntie back? When he reached the door, Lin Luo asked. Should be back, my mom is on time from work. Chu Jiaojiao took out the key and opened the door to the room. In the living room, Jolie was sitting on the couch teasing Cinderella. At the sound of the door opening, Jolie looked toward the door, and the little kitten, propped up on her little legs, stretched out her neck and strained to look in the direction of the door. Meow. Master. Oh, equals intersection omega intersection smiley face M. Yay, you guys are back. have you eaten yet? As soon as Charlie saw Chu Jiaojiao and Lin Luo, she instantly smiled and arched her eyebrows. For Lin Luo, Jolie really liked it. They say that when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she sees, the more she likes, and in her case, she's right on target. Auntie, I'll skip it, the family is waiting for me, Lin Luo said, and magically took out 2 candy canes from behind him. Here's what I bought on the way, you guys eat. Yikes. Chu Jiaojiao looked at the sugar gourds, and her eyes instantly lit up, and she took one in surprise. Where did you change from? On the way, she also didn't see Lin Luo buy sugar gourds. When she went upstairs, she didn't see Lin Luo have them in her hand either. It's magic, it doesn't work when you say it. Lin Luo smiled mysteriously and gave Jolly the other sugar plum. Smoothly, he rubbed the cat's head in Jolie's arms. The little cinder block squinted comfortably at once and mewed and pouted. Auntie, I'll just go ahead and we'll be over in the morning. Hey, be careful on the road. Jolly didn't keep Lin Luo for much longer. Holding the cat and taking the sugar gourd, she sent Lin Luo out the door with Chu Jiaojia. Sauté. Chu Jiaojiao's rosy little mouth was already shivering sugar plums. I don't know if it was psychological or really sweet. Chu Jiaojiao smiled as if she had eaten honey. It's delicious. Chapter 117, Chi Doqian's Big Moves. Lin Luo went downstairs, mounted Ghostfire, and pulled out the Qintian supervisor's compass in his hand. The needle of the compass turned and finally pointed to the northwest. There was no problem in the neighborhood, and the corners of Lin Luo's mouth turned up. I'm going to take credit for it. Chugging. Ringo screwed on the fire and set off straight away. Out of the neighborhood, down Changhua Avenue, all the way to the northwest. Motorcycles have the benefits of motorcycles and bicycles have the convenience of bicycles. One is fast but noisy, the other is laborious but quieter. However, this ghost fire of Lin Luo's should have been modified with a silencer, and the noise of riding it was already considered relatively low. Change a ghost fire and that noise is just plain loud. Driving by in the middle of the night, all the alarms of the cars parked on both sides of the road would vibrate out. If you really rode that kind of ghost fire to catch a thief, you'd scare the thief away from a distance of 2 miles. Driving all the way toward the northwest, the compass needle hadn't been turning from start to finish. It's a good thing that the streets in the south side are all horizontal and vertical, none of those oddball streets that twist and turn. If they were to change to the other side of the city, they wouldn't be able to find the place even if they turned on the navigation, not to mention that Lin Luo only had a compass. Strange, where are these guys hiding? After driving what must have been more than 10 kilometers along the way, it was already dark. Lin Luo pulled his motorcycle to the side of the road and took the compass to compare it. The pointer turned slightly, and from the direction the pointer was pointing, a mountain came into view. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and then the eagle eye technique was unleashed. The eagle eye could see things up to 36 kilometers away, but Lin Luo's eagle eye technique wasn't that heaven-defying yet, and seeing up to a few kilometers away was the limit right now. The mountains in the distance gradually zoomed in, and then Lin Luo saw a temple-like building. Kunyum Temple. This is the famous Guanyin Temple in the South City. The incense is flourishing. I heard that it is very spiritual. Many people like to go here on New Year's Day to worship and pray for peace. But Lin Luo and Pops never go. They both believe in Taoism. And at this moment, above the temple of the Goddess of Mercy, there was a convergence of black, gray, red, and faintly golden chi. You can't see that it's a temple, but rather a place where the ingredients are more cluttered than the Tijuana. It looks like the thief is hiding in the temple. Lin Luo pondered for a moment, then took out his cell phone and dialed Chu Jianjun's number. The black with the cloudy sky like the evil spirit, as well as gray with the lime powder like the disaster gas, as well as the red with the blood water like karma, all indicate that there is a big goods in the temple of the Goddess of Mercy. The credit is certainly not small. City Council, in the conference room. A group of leaders and key members are meeting. Chi Dongxiang returned to the South City early and ambushed it, preparing for a big wave. The news was like a bomb hanging over the head for South City. If we don't figure it out and catch Chi Dongxiang ahead of time, there will be no telling how much chaos will occur in the South City. So they had to arrest the other party and dismantle their plot before Chi Dongxiang struck. Ma Bureau looked around the circle. Several deputy directors all had a grave expression, and the expressions of the brigade captains of the following sections as well as the important members were similar. Speak! What should we do now? The brigadier of the Criminal Investigation Brigade showed a difficult face and spoke out. Director, now our people have already spread out, but Chi Dongxiang is hiding too deep, so we can't find any trace of the other party at all. And I'm worried that too much action might spook the other side into making an early move. Everyone nodded silently. The fear is this. The other side has explosives in their hands, and when they find a place with a lot of people to detonate, the consequences will be unimaginable. So their people can only in the name of pornography and catching prostitutes, in the south of the city of various large and small hotels, baths, and other places to check. A few lively and crowded business district, they also increased the inspection and control. Xian Wei and Chu Jianjun are sitting together, and there is also a narcotics brigade, Wang Kaixian, beside them. Wang Kaixian poked Chu Jianjun's arm and waited for Chu Jianjun to look over before asking in a low voice, "Where is our great-nephew?" Though the voice was small, Xian Wei heard it clearly and followed suit. You mean Ringo? Wang Kaixian raised an eyebrow, then nodded and looked at Chu Jianjun again. Chu Jianjun glanced at him and asked without moving, "What are you asking him for?" "Hey, you're playing dumb, aren't you?" Wang Kaixian raised his eyebrows, looking a little comical. Although he had only met Lin Luo once, Lin Luo had left a deep impression on him, especially that compass. "It's amazing. Says people come, like they have clairvoyance." Now that the South City was in danger, everyone was searching for Qi Doqiang's whereabouts, but the other party was as if he had turned into ashes and could not be found at all. Wang Kaixian then thought of Lin Luo. Sometimes metaphysics is learning. Sensei black cat white cat, as long as you can catch a rat, you don't care if it's a mousetrap or a trap. Buzzing. Just then, Chu Jianjun's cell phone vibrated. Because of the last meeting, Shelly called him to contact him, Chu Jianjun after the fear of death, and then immediately changed the habit of meeting off the phone to vibrate. Feeling the vibration of the cell phone, Chu Jianjun pulled out the cell phone, saw the caller ID that pig, then his eyebrows jumped, and his heart was also tightened. It couldn't be that Lin Luo sent Jiao Jiao home and something happened again. Seeing Chu Jianjun's expression change, Wang Kaixian and Shi Hoei simultaneously probed the cell phone screen. The pig. What? Question marks appeared on both of their heads at the same time. Who is this pig? How come the note is this name? The two of them were puzzled in their minds and looked at Chu Jianjun again. He saw Chu Jianjun pick up the phone and asked in a lowered voice. "Lo, what happened?" It wasn't loud, but the action of him answering the phone caught the attention of the crowd. For a moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Chu Jianjun. Answering the phone in the conference room, could it be that there's news? Wang Kaixian and Shi Hoei had a look of sudden realization on their faces. Ouch! That pig is Ringo. That's a very thoughtful note. At this moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Chu Jianjun with inquiries and expectations in their gazes. "Uncle, is something wrong in South City?" A sentence that asked Chu Jianjun's face changed. "Why do you ask? Is it possible that you've bumped into Qi Dongxiang?" "Not bad. Qi Dongxiang, the second boss of Imperial Hao, has infiltrated South City with arms and explosives." "Why, what did you see?" "Aha, there's a big problem in the Temple of the Goddess of Mercy, and I'm over here watching it right now." The Temple of the Goddess of Mercy. The exact location of the Guanyin Temple instantly appeared in Chu Jianjun's mind. It's not far from downtown. You can go straight to downtown by following Chenghua Avenue, and it's also fairly close to the South Side Second Detention Center. Only 3 kilometers. Associated with Fan Tong's comment that the other party was going to make a big deal, Chu Jianjun instantly had a guess. This Qi Dongqiang isn't going to rob a prison, is he? Fan Tong's capture had been anticipated by the other side, or it was calculated. The other side is trying to get Fan Tong to draw the attention of the police, and then draw all the attention of the police to the city to prevent a big mess in the city. Then he's taking advantage of the opportunity to rob the prison. As soon as this thought came out, Chu Jianjun's breath instantly caught. If it's true, that's crazy. Lin Luo, don't act rashly now. The other side has at least 20 or more people, with guns and explosives. This is no ordinary petty thief, do you hear me? Chu Jianjun shouted anxiously. This time, the eyes of everyone in the conference room directly lit up. This is the bag to find Qi Dongqiang. Ah. Ma raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you find the person?" "Where?" "Ma Bureau, odds are it's at the Guanyin Temple." Xiao Luo realized there's a problem over there. Chu Jianjun said. Shi and Wei's thoughts spun fast as information about the Temple of the Goddess of Mercy and his surroundings appeared in his mind. He exclaimed, "The Guanyin Temple is only 3 kilometers from the second detention center, and Qi Delong is locked up there." For a moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Ma Bureau's in unison. Lin Luo's voice came again from the other end of the phone. "Don't worry Uncle Chu, I'm not stupid, but you guys come quickly, I watched them drive down the hill. By the way, do I get credit for this?" Chu Jianjun's face changed as he listened and froze again. "It's coming down the hill. This is going to be a strike, isn't it? Does it count as meritorious? How come you just became a special patrol instructor and you have baggage and want to take credit for it?" When Ma Bureau saw Chu Jianjun froze, he couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What's wrong? What did the caller say?" "Something's not going to happen." The crowd was nervous and couldn't wait to get going. He said the other guy drove down the hill and said, "Does he count it as a credit?" Chu Jianjun blinked and relayed. Ma Bureaucrat rose up with an open hand and shouted, "Tell him he's gotten a big credit. Everyone, draw your men and set out at once." Wow! In the conference room, there was a neat sound of rising to attention. Yes. Chapter 118, I still have to be the smart one. Mission, meritorious service, reward, recipe for the healthy body pill, completed. Breaking feat. Linello waved his fist excitedly. As always, the silly dog system's quests are well broken. At this moment, a Dan formula appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Ginseng, wolfberry, epimedium, radix remani. This recipe looks. Nim poisonous gas. Lin Luo, don't act rashly, our men have already departed, do you hear me? Chu Jianjun's serious and anxious shouts came from the phone again, interrupting Lin Luo's thoughts. No wonder Chu Jianjun was anxious and worried. This time they were confronted by 20 to 30 terrorists armed with weapons and explosives. Lin Luo, an unarmed high school student, even if he was stronger and could fight a little, so what? When the 8-power allied forces fought their way in, the Boxer Rebellion's masters were still fewer, not still being beaten by foreign guns and cannons. 7 paces away, the gun is fast. Within 7 paces, the gun is accurate and fast. Don't worry Uncle Chu, I'm not stupid. I'll just follow them from afar. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he no longer waited for Chu Jianjun to speak and directly hung up the phone. Hey, you brat! Chu Jianjun saw the phone hanging up and helplessly put away his cell phone. Trumpet, this is for you to claim. Dazen walked over with a bulletproof vest. Chu Jianjun quickly holstered it and then loaded the matching gun. This was a really big operation and the other side had guns, so all of them were heavily armed. Are the brothers ready? Chu Jianjun asked. Ready to go at any time. De Zhang's expression was serious, his eyes resolute. Okay, all of you, leave immediately. Yes. Soon, the entire members of the Major Crimes Brigade, still at the City Hall, who had already prepared themselves, set off in a car. Destination, straight to the South Side 2nd Detention Center. At this point, 3 vans went down the hill. There wasn't a streetlight on the dimly lit trail either. Other than these 3 vans, there were no other vehicles. In the van in the center, Qi Dongxiang closed his eyes and rested his head, his face as gloomy as water. One of the surrounding juniors hung up the phone and looked at Qi Dongxiang with an adoring face. He still looked a little excited. Big brother, the inside of South City is already in chaos. Those dead cops are checking it out. As soon as these words came out, it was as if the others in the car had received a signal, and each of them had a look of adoration on their faces. It's still Big Brother's wisdom, a move to scare the snakes played too well. I can say it's not. Look at those dead cops, they're so confused. They'll never think that our target is the guardhouse. Hey, spook the snakes, fish in the water, then blitz Poland and go for it. Boss, brilliant. The car was filled with compliments while Qi Dongxiang, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Alright, I'll be serious. What's the point of being playful? For a moment, the car was silent, and no one dared speak. In 10 minutes, have Old 8 and the others create a bit of a ruckus out of the city to completely contain that gang of cops. Let's make this quick on our side and evacuate quickly when we're done. Alright, boss, I'll talk to Old 8. The little brother took out his cell phone and was about to make a call to notify Old Bastard. But suddenly, I heard the driver in front of me curse. Asterisk. High beams on at night. Really damn it. The people in the car looked up to see a blinding distant light coming from the highway in front of them. Anyone who drives a night road knows that meeting a car with a high beam dog is the worst pain in the ass. The term blackout is not a bad word at all. With the high beams on in front of you, you can't really see what's behind the high beams. It's easy to get into an accident. For a moment, the people in the car cursed along with them. If not still have to do business, I have to block the one with a high beam and beat it to death. But the next second, there was a bang, and the van in front of them suddenly swung wildly. The driver looked like he'd gone crazy drunk. Without waiting for them to react, they heard another crunching thud as the front windshield of their car shattered with a loud bang. A piece of lapis lazuli with chunks of mud smashed into the car. The head of the little brother driving the car exploded. He really looked like a tough guy and managed to do it without saying a word. But his body followed, and then the car whistled right through the mountain road guardrail and rumbled over. Immediately after that, another rock slammed into a third van. Rumble. The third car crashed out of the guardrail almost simultaneously with the first one in front of it, disliking the mountain wall and whistling smoke. Lin Luo stood behind the ghost fire, looking at this scene, and couldn't help but scratch his head. He didn't expect that the effect would be so good with just 3 basketball-sized stones. 3 cars, 2 facing the wall, 1 rolling down the hill. He walked over to the parapet and looked down. Gee, the van is looking up at Kilimanjaro on all 4s. I hope you're wearing your seatbelts. Lin Luo shrugged, then headed towards the 2 face-melting vans. Before they could get close, though, a van was already billowing smoke, followed by flames. The second van was a little better, smoking but not on fire. Lin Luo quickened his pace, not bothering with the one that was on fire, but coming to the second one that was smoking. The front of the car was badly warped and the doors were twisted. The window panes were all shattered and the car was packed with people, though it was now impossible to see where they had been sitting before. None of the seatbelts are on, and they're all bunched up. Help! Seemingly seeing someone outside the car, the still surviving one let out a faint cry for help. Lin Luo tried, the car door was still open, and then pulled the door open with one hand, and then yanked out the people inside one by one. Haven't bought any zip ties yet, but the 20 or so left will be enough. After Lin Luo yanked the people out of the car, he tied their hands behind their backs with a zip tie and tossed them aside. Just after getting it done, the one van was completely engulfed in flames. Blessed life, infinite heavenly Father. Can't be saved, be a good person in your next life. Lin Luo mumbled and yanked out a snakeskin bag from the car. It was heavy in the hand, and when I opened it, it held long guns and the kind of detonators you've seen in the movies. It's the kind that the protagonist straps on and breaks into the enemy's lair alone, threatening to use it with the enemy. Lin Luo looked at it and directly packed it up and threw it into his storage space. Trophies, who else can pick them out? Phew, this car started burning too. The flames are blazing. Lin Luo suddenly thought of something, and the clam scampered out a long way, flipped over the guardrail and jumped down. Rumble! A horrible explosion. The flames rose high. The van was blown apart kind of. Quite a few things were impacted by the explosion airwave and shot in all directions as if they were bullets. Lin Luo scurried down the parapet and ducked under the ravine when he felt something swoosh and shoot from above. This would have specified a very bad result if it had stood on it. Phew! Scared the hell out of Dad. Luckily I'm smart enough to run fast. Lin Luo had just collected the snakeskin bag when he thought about whether the car in front of him would also have detonators, then spread his legs and ruffled. I didn't expect it to blow up just as I ducked. Rumble! There was another explosion, and the swoosh came again. When the energy had passed, Lin Luo then ventured a look. The two vans were scrap metal by now and were whirring and burning. The highway was a mess, with various pieces of wreckage scattered about. And the men he had pulled out of the car lay motionless on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs. And I don't know if it's dead or alive. Chapter 119, Cherish Life, Keep Away from Farsightedness. Phew! Cherish life and stay away from high beams. Lin Luo let out a long breath with emotion, then thought of something and swished his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My car! On the side of the road, Ghostfire fell pathetically and helplessly to the ground, squealing miserably as the alarm light flickered on and off as if an accusation. Lin Luo was heartbroken as he ran over and helped Ghostfire up. Luckily, it wasn't close to the explosion, and Ghostfire wasn't seriously injured, even though he was knocked down by the wave of air. By the way, there's a car down there. It was then that Lin Luo remembered the van that had overturned and rolled down the ravine earlier. There's no telling if there were any arms in that car. Thinking about this, Lin Luo tumbled down the ravine again. It's a good thing there's no one here, otherwise I'm afraid I'd be scared to death if I saw a man floating down the ravine like a ghost. Inside the ravine, a van was turned over on all fours, its wheels still whirring. The car was cut and dented, all the glass was broken, and the people inside the car were crammed into a ball. Rinello observed that no one had flung themselves out of the car. He tried it and the door warped, but he could still yank it open. Rinlo yanked the car door open and yanked the person inside out as well. As for whether they would be injured twice, Lin Luo didn't care. Then Lin Luo checked, these people all fainted, one by one do not wear a seatbelt, rolled down dozens of meters, did not fall dead already counted their lives. Afterward, Lin Luo found 2 more snakeskin bags in the car. Pistols, shotguns, rifles, submachine guns, detonators, grenades, and even one with a sniper's scope gave Lin Luo a pang. Truth be told, he hadn't even seen this many guns in the Special Patrol Brigade's case. No wonder Uncle Chu was so nervous and told me not to act rashly. This is going to set fire on me. I'll last 3 seconds, tops. Thinking of this, Lin Luo's heart was fearful and beautiful. Luckily, I'm smart. You have to come out with a background and eat your brains, or you'll always be an airplane. Lin Luo picked a few guns in the snakeskin bag, especially the ones with sniper scopes. This is a good thing, and it will definitely be of great use when we go to Dichen in the future. Then Lin Luo took a few more packs of bullets before he carried the snakeskin bag, pointed his toes on the ground, and scurried up with a swoosh. In the dimness, Ringo scurried up the highway with a snakeskin bag in one hand. Just as he landed, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Luo threw the snakeskin bag to the ground, pulled out his cell phone, took a look at the caller ID was Chu Jianjun, and then pressed the connect button. The phone had just been connected, and before Lin Luo had a chance to speak, Chu Jianjun's eager inquiry rushed out of the phone. Where are you boys? It's okay. Don't be impulsive. Wait for us to arrive, you hear me? In the patrol car, Chu Jianjun was afraid that Lin Luo wouldn't listen to him and act without authorization. The thought of dozens of people gathering fire on Lin Luo made his back cold. Air. Hearing Lin Luo's desire to speak, Chu Jianjun's eyebrows immediately stood up. What? Oh. Speak up, you hear me? I heard you, but Uncle Chu you're late. Lin Luo smiled and squatted down, taking out a grenade from his snakeskin bag. What do you mean? Chu Jianjun froze, not understanding what Lin Luo meant by this. In the next second, there was a rumbling explosion, and Chu Jianjun almost jumped up from the car when he heard it. What's happening? What's with the explosions? Chu Jianjun glared and shouted in panic. In the car, Zhang Guoqian, Ji Lan and his group's expressions followed the tension. Huang Tao silently speed up, the car behind him saw the situation, followed by slamming on the gas. And, it's okay, I threw the grenade. Chu Jianjun? You threw it. Chu Jianjun directly broke his voice, and he rubbed his head and sat up straight with a confused face. Yeah, why don't you just bring someone and drive over here? I'm on the mountain road to the temple of the goddess of mercy. Rinello bent down to look at the number on the parapet. It should be kilometer 43, 3 vans, 2 hit the mountain and 1 went over the bottom of the ravine. What? What did you say? Chu Jianjun's brain buzzed, feeling like he was hallucinating. Don't ask so many questions, just come quickly. Lin Luo hung up the phone after saying that. After thinking about it, he called Qi and Wei again. I just added the number today, and I'll send him a credit at night, so I won't be able to return the favor later. Hey, hey, hey! Chu Jianjun looked at the hung-up phone and frowned. That brat! He cursed without humor, picked up his walkie-talkie, and ordered, "Go to the Temple of the Goddess of Mercy." The 3 patrol cars burst into flashing lights and drove down Changhua Avenue, toward the Guanyin Temple. At the same time, all the major transportation routes in the South City, the toll booths leading to the outside, the entrance and exit, all have special patrols armed and controlled. Qi and Wei took a squadron to the second guardhouse and set up the defense themselves. Once Qi Dongxiang arrives with his men, hit him head-on. "Captain, it's all laid out." A heavily armed special patrol came to Qi and Wei's side and reported. "Well, keep a close watch on all suspicious vehicles. Shoot as soon as you realize something is wrong." Yes. At this moment, the second detention center was all under martial law, but the inmates inside didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. They're all locked up in the horn watching the newscasts. Seeing that it was Lin Luo, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why is Lin Luo calling? Is it a distress call? Thinking that Lin Luo had discovered Qi Doqiang's whereabouts, and even reported in time to take great credit, but now he was calling himself, could it be that he had been discovered by Qi Dongxiang? He rushed to the phone. "Hey, Lin Luo, it's Qi and Wei. Uncle Qi, don't say I don't take care of you. The mountain road to Guanyin Temple, 43 kilometers, bring someone quickly. If you're late you won't be able to eat hot food." "What do you mean?" Qi and Wei didn't understand at first, but his brain was alive, so he figured it out in a flash. Credit where credit is due. Hot credit. But how could Lin Luo let himself go there? It couldn't be that Lin Luo had already taken care of everyone. 3 vans, 2 blown up and 1 went over a ravine. That's the situation. I've informed my Uncle Chu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did you kid do that? Kishore's eyes went wide. But now was not the time to pursue that. It's only 3 kilometers to the Kunyum Temple here. A small group of men will set out with me. The rest of you stay on guard. Shi Hui ordered in a loud voice, then quickly got into his car and led his men towards the direction of the Temple of the Goddess of Mercy to kill them. 10 minutes later, Chu Jianjun's Major Crimes Brigade as well as Qi and Wei's Special Patrol Brigade arrived almost around the same time. The lights of patrol cars and bomb-proof vehicles burst into flashes and the alarm bells wailed. A group of heavily armed Major Crimes Patrolmen and Special Patrolmen scurried out of the car carrying guns. Chu Jianjun and Shi Hui got out of the car and looked at the van with flames blazing. Their expressions were indescribably shocked. Lin Luo was squatting on the side of the road, trying to harvest yin and refine it, and when he saw the large group coming, he directly stood up. "You guys are finally here." De Zhang, Huang Tao, Jilan, and a group of special patrols were startled when they saw Lin Luo, who stood up from outside the guardrail, and subconsciously aimed their guns. However, upon seeing that it was Lin Luo, De Zhang hurriedly greeted, "All put down your guns. One of our own. Why are you squatting here?" Dazen laughed and stepped forward, helping Rinlo over the guardrail. "Safety Didn't you tell me when you took your driver's license that if there's a traffic accident, hide outside the guardrail?" Lin Luo said, and turned back to carry out the 2 snakeskin bags. "Nah, receive it. What the hell?" Jilan and Huang Tao went forward, opened the snakeskin bag, flashlight light, came up to check. A few people suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Chapter 120, Are you filming a godly drama? How did you kid do that? Chu Jianjun and Chi Hui also saw what was in the snakeskin bag, all looked dumbfounded and asked Lin Luo in shock. How in the world did these guys go all out with all this stuff? They couldn't figure it out, and the people in those 3 cars couldn't figure it out even more. Okay. Nope, they didn't even get a chance to think about it. Lin Luo Cub spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. I thought you guys told me to keep an eye on them. I watched them from the side of the road as they went down the hill, with their high beams on, shining in my eyes, and in a fit of anger, I threw a rock towards their car. I didn't realize they were hit by a rock and the car drifted directly out of control haphazardly. 2 cars crashed here, spontaneously combusted and exploded, and the other car flipped over. I just got in the spirit and got them out of the car and turned these over in that car down there. After Lin Luo finished speaking, Chu Jianjun, Qi and Wei's expressions were extremely complicated, completely at a loss as to what to say. Throwing rocks and knocking over 3 cars. Pit dozens of terrorists dead. So much for the kill the ghosts goddamned drama. Chu Jianjun was the first to react and ordered loudly, extinguish the fire. Seal off the scene. Qi and Wei also beckoned to the special patrol that followed them, go down and look at that car. Yes. It was a busy scene for a while. Several people found a fire extinguisher to extinguish the fire, but unfortunately the fire in the car is too big. The car's fire extinguishers on such a big fire can only be said to have little effect. They had no choice but to give up on fighting the fire and opted to move the man aside for a checkup. There were a total of 12 who were pulled out of the car by Lin Luo. There were still 3 gasping for breath, the rest had already lost their breath. The special patrol found 12 of them from inside the ravine, and, hooray, they were all out of breath. After being dragged up from below, they were arranged in order and laid out on the side of the road, and Jirun took the camera and started taking pictures one by one. Lin Luo was dragged aside by Chu Jianjun and Chi Hui, carefully questioned for more than half an hour. After confirming all the before and after, the eyes of the two men looking at Lin Luo changed. You kid is a real bull boy Chi. It's all done for you. Captain, Chi Dongxiang has been spotted. De Zhang was helping Ji Run take pictures, and after recognizing Chi Dongxiang, he then reported loudly. Hearing Chi Dongxiang's name, Chu Jianjun, Chi and Wei instantly conditioned reflex, dabbing over. The flashlight shone on Chi Dongxiang's face, his forehead was bloody, a look of more out of breath than in, just about to gar. Still alive? Alive! Hurry, get to the hospital. Chu Jianjun ordered. It wasn't that he didn't want him to die, but the man was more useful alive than dead. He knows a lot of things, like the smuggling routes in and out of the country, like what other accomplices are on this side of the border, like the upstream and downstream of the ice candy trafficking, and so on. These would be an absolutely epic win if they were all pulled out. Zhang Guoqiang personally led the team, 3 people driving a car, pulling Chi Dongxiang toward the city hospital wildly. When the car was gone, Chu Jianjun looked at Chi and Wei. You call or I do? Chi and Wei laughed. It's not the same who calls between us. Lin Luo first looking for Chu Jianjun, and then looking for him Chi and Wei. Now the Serious Crimes Brigade and Special Patrol Brigade are in the first scene. Chi Dongxiang's people are also all net. The whole army was wiped out. The credit, it just fell out of the sky. Neither of them can run away. Looking at the ground that could arm a platoon. It's not impossible to think of a collective first-class credit. Chu Jianjun was not modest, took out his cell phone and dialed Ma Bureau's number. At this time, Ma Bureau was sitting in the monitoring room of the city bureau, looking at the monitoring situation of the major transportation routes. Chi Dongxiang wants to make a big one in the South City. This matter is not small, and has also alarmed the municipal party committee, an even higher level. It can be said that even the eyes of the province are focused on the South City at this time. The cell phone rang sharply and harshly, breaking the silence in the room. Everyone looked at Ma Bureau. Ma Bureau is a great general style. Without changing his face, he answered the phone. Hey, it's Ma Guoqiang. Ma Bureau's. Chi Dongxiang caught it. Ma Guoqiang's eyes instantly lit up, while he stood up with an excited miso. Really? Where did you catch it? On the mountain road to the temple of the Goddess of Mercy, Lin Luo threw rocks at their cars, and the 3 cars lost control and hit the mountain, and all of them flipped over. What are you talking about? When he heard that Chi Dongxiang had been arrested, Ma Guoqiang was not so excited. Chu Jianjun was busy moving his cell phone farther away. Good lord, it almost shattered his eardrums. Waiting for Ma Guoqiang to calm down a bit, Chu Jianjun only then carefully reported what happened again. After listening to the report, Ma Guoqiang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, you guys bring the people back and make a written report. Yes. Chu Jianjun hung up the phone and began to command the scene. Meanwhile, Ma Guoqiang quickly walked back to his office and picked up the landline on his desk. Hey, this is Ma Guoqiang from the South City Bureau, get me the city. It's over. It's over. The patrol car drove towards the inside of South City with its siren on and its lights blasting the whole way. Lin Luo sat in the back row. The one who drove the car was Chu Jianjun, and the co-driver was Chi Hui. This hitchhiking configuration, Lin Luo is also considered the first person in the South City. Uncle Chu, are we sort of done for tonight? Lin Luo reclined on the seat backrest and asked Chu Jianjun. Finished? It's early. You boys have done such a big job and you still want to go home and sleep it off. Chu Jianjun said, looking at Lin Luo through the rearview mirror. What, sleepy? He had double-checked that Lin Luo was not injured, and now that he was in this crooked position, he should be sleepy. Kind of. Lin Lu was trying to get home early. Crouching outside the parapet just now, trying to collect in chi, the effect was quite good, much more than what he had collected upstairs in his own house. But there was still practice to go before he wanted to train to become a warlock who rubbed thunder and lightning with his hands. Hang in there a little longer, I guess I'll be sleeping at the city hall tonight. Chu Jianjun said, suddenly thinking of something, he asked in a deep voice. What are you doing at the Temple of the Goddess of Mercy for nothing? This is the most crucial. What is Lin Luo doing at the Goddess of Mercy Temple if he doesn't go home after school? It's not that I've been doing well in my studies lately, so I'm going to go to the Goddess of Mercy Temple to return a wish. Ringo came with it. I'll go to Kunyum Temple, I'm happy to go at night. What do you care? Well, good, that's what you say when people ask you. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking, he stopped talking about this topic. Chi Hui froze. He had never seen Lin Luo use a compass. Naturally he didn't understand what kind of riddle Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo were playing. But he didn't care why Lin Luo went to the Temple of the Goddess of Mercy. Splash of riches, don't forget to bring one of their own. This child will be my own nephew in the future, okay? I don't care about this or that. The patrol car whirred and it didn't take long to get to the city hall. Ma Guoqiang was waiting at the city council with people, and when he saw that Chu Jianjun's trio had returned, he greeted them with a smile. Ha, Jianjun, and Wei did a great job. Ma Guoqiang smiled and gave the two a big hug. After hugging the two, Ma Guoqiang looked at Lin Luo. Seeing that Lin Luo didn't take the initiative at all and was still staring blankly at himself, he then pulled Lin Luo over with one hand. Come here you. With a bear hug, Ma Guoqiang released Lin Luo. Great nephew. Ha, well done. Ha ha, go go go, let's go inside and talk. Chapter 121, How Can a Vegetarian Claim Credit? This is what passes. Lin Luokub spread his hands and once again recounted how he had thrown stones to overturn 3 vans and pitched over 30 terrorists to their deaths. Inside the conference room, there was silence. Mogwacheng's expression was indescribably wonderful. Throwing rocks and flipping people's cars over because of the glare from the high beams. Sonny, why are you so angry? This is a photo taken at the scene. Chu Jianjun manipulated the projector and showed the photos taken by Ji Lan at the scene. 2 van flames were burning. A van overturned in a ravine. The man who was carried out, and the arms that came out of 2 snakeskin bags. 12 long rifles, 20 short rifles, 13 hand grenades and 6 bundles of detonators. Burnt firearms were also found in the car after the fire was extinguished. Currently Qi Dongxiang has been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, and our men are standing guard over there. Qi and Wei also spoke out. Great! Mogwacheng nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lin Luo and said smilingly, Comrade Shaolin, this time, thanks to you. It's hard to imagine what would happen if Qi Dongxiang, with so many people, suddenly attacked the detention center. The second detention center is a medium-sized detention center, and there are just over 200 people incarcerated in it, and as for the prison guards, there are only 20 or 30 of them. Although equipped with firearms, how can they compare with other people's long-gun explosives? Once the other side stormed into the guardhouse and made a scene, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. I just happened to be there. Lin Luo waved his hand and said modestly. He originally wanted to discuss the people in the van, but did not expect him to be too strong, and the other side of the car speed and fast, directly to the 3 vans to get overturned. A plane hitting a bird can cause a plane crash, let alone this. Just then, Mogwacheng's cell phone rang with an incoming call. Mogwacheng picked up his cell phone and subconsciously got up and answered the call. Chief, this is Mogwacheng. Yes, that's right, everyone has been apprehended without any casualties. Qi Dongxiang is also currently sent to the hospital for resuscitation, and is not out of life-threatening danger yet. Yes, I will make a written report and submit it as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Mogwaji let out a breath, his gaze flickering slightly with excitement. Jianjun and Wei, you guys work hard, hand in the report, and early tomorrow morning, I'll send it directly to the provincial office to make a report on this case. Yes, Ma. Chu Jianjun took orders with Qi and Wei. What about me? Do I get to go home? Lin Luo raised his hand and inquired in a small voice. It's not like he has to make a report. There should be nothing for him here. Now it's already 11 o'clock, and the phone calls from home don't come to urge. The whole Lin Luo is quite uncomfortable. In the old days, old comrade Zhang would have been tortured. Of course, but it's so late, you haven't eaten yet, I'll let old Feng prepare dinner, go eat first. Mogwacheng smiled in a particularly affectionate manner and patted his large hand on Lin Luo's arm. You are now a special instructor of our special patrol, you have made a great achievement in this operation today. Tomorrow I will specially report to Bureau U of the provincial office and ask for credit for you. What? Lin Luo gave a surprised ah. Vegetarians can claim credit too, huh? Vegetarian? What vegetarians? Mogwacheng froze, not reacting. Chu Jianjun also froze, knowing vegetarian dishes, what is a vegetarian? It was also Qi and Wei, who had seen a lot of things and had a smart brain that turned quickly, thought of something and almost laughed out loud. He said with an odd expression, ahem. It's just, non-professional commoners. Hey, if you don't have a staff, you don't have a staff, and you're a vegetarian. Ma Bureau smiled and waved his hand. You are not considered a vegetarian now, you are the special instructor of our special patrol. Well, it is our own people of the inspection team. Athletes can still give first-class merit for winning a gold medal. What, you arrested Qi Dongxiang and stopped a mega-terrorist incident, don't you even deserve a merit badge? After Mogwacheng finished speaking, he gave Lin Luo an expression that put his heart in his stomach. Don't worry, in this case, Uncle won't let you suffer. Gotta. Neighbor is on the line. Lin Luo is not pretentious, there are merit medals to take, do not take white not to take and does. Have a bounty? Lin Luo's hesitant inquiry caused Mogwacheng to laugh. Chu Jianjun and Qi Houwei also had snickering smiles on their faces. You kid, you know all about bounties. Don't worry, the merit badge is there and the reward will be there. Not only Lin Luo, from Mogwacheng to the following Chu Jianjun, Qi and Wei, as well as the Serious Crimes Brigade, Special Patrol Brigade all have merit medals and rewards. But that would be a collective commendation. As for other departments, maybe. Master Feng, your chicken soup is really good. Cafeteria, small box. Lin Luo sipped the chicken soup that Master Feng brought over and gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, if it's good you drink more. Master Feng puts a large plate of gyro meat on the table. Chu Jianjun and Qi Houwei immediately put down a stick like a fly and started to snatch it up. With Dazen out of town today, the chicken soup drinker became Lin Luo. Witnessing old Feng exit the small box, half a plate was already missing from the returned pork that had just been served. Wow! You two uncles, you're moving too fast. Seeing this, Lin Luo gave an exaggerated yelp and hurriedly picked up his plate and rattled half of it into his large sea bowl. The rice with pork back in the pot, that's definitely a winner. But grabbing the repast adds another 30% to the flavor. A half pot of rice was wildly flaunted, and the stir-fry on the table as well as the chicken soup and the casserole swept away. Only then did Lin Luo have enough to eat and drink, and burped contentedly. Chu Jianjun and Chi Hui were ready to light a cigarette afterward, but they were told to stop by Lin Luo. It's best to smoke an hour after a meal, and I don't smoke, so don't make me smoke secondhand. Gotta. You're the one who got the big credit for today, you call the shots. Chu Jianjun and Chi Hui very face put away the cigarette case, one of the two very unimaginative leaning on the back of the dining chair, holding a toothpick picking teeth. The chef of the city council, his skills are just great, much better than the cafeteria food of our special patrol brigade. Chi and Wei said with great emotion as they flossed their teeth and rubbed their stomachs. That's for sure, Master Feng worked as a chef in a big state-run hotel back in the day, and the city council went through a lot of trouble to poach someone to come to the city council. Chu Jianjun said with a smug look on his face. This city council meal is something he can brag about in front of his peers. It was also a time when there was less entertainment and less good food. Yearning for food but not eating it. But who cares about that when you're the leader? You can't eat it. I have to eat it. Get the chef in your own cafeteria and you can still eat whatever you want. Not now. Who still dig into their own unit cafeteria chef directly down the restaurant. Which one is good to go to? But you're also in Xiao Luo's good graces. Normally, Master Feng doesn't do it himself. Chu Jianjun said, looking at Lin Luo triumphantly. This is his future aunt, how it looks. However, he saw that Lin Luo's expression was dull and his eyes were empty, as if he was sleepy. It's easy to get sleepy when you've eaten and drank enough, plus it's early in the morning. Lin Luo also tossed around the special patrol for so long that he should be tired. Chu Jianjun couldn't help but feel a bit distressed and spoke out, Xiao Luo, are you sleepy? I'll have someone send you back to rest? He had a busy day ahead of him, and action reports were not easy to write, they had to be spruced up. Up to the leader to lead the overall situation, well planned and commanded. In the middle of his band moved quickly and with dry determination, as well as the men below who are not afraid of danger and dare to charge. Also reconcile the accounts with Chi and Wei and add the credit for the special patrol brigade. This way, two reports can be handed in to corroborate each other, so that this credit can be maximized and optimized. Lin Luo shook his head. He was just looking at the system chat box. He didn't expect that he didn't need to greet that brainwashed old deng, but the system actually refreshed the mission on its own. Chapter 122 Inzong, you've been named. Congratulations, host. After your 9 lives of hard work, you have finally been rehired by the Blue Star government. In order to be able to change your destiny against all odds when you return to Dakian, it is imperative that the host needs to seek out the advanced knowledge content that has been hidden by the officials of the Blue Star. Mission, access to documents of the Blue Star government. Reward, gathering instrument. Cough, I'm not sleepy yet, Uncle Chu, if you guys are busy beforehand, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Luo turned back to Chu Jianjun. Only the smile on his face looked a little forced. Really? You don't have to be afraid of troubling us, the bureau is busy right now, but it's still possible for someone to take you home. Really no need, my motorcycle should be delivered back in a while, I'll just go back by myself later when the car arrives. Lin Luo waved his hand again. How am I supposed to brush up on my quests now that it's gone? The mission rewards are outrageous though. But thinking about the last scripture, perhaps this weapon was also produced by the insect. Who let their insect play anything but degree. Zone, blame me. Well then, you kids, overly knowledgeable owl. Chu Jianjun said with relief. No, I haven't seen a more understanding and good boy than Lo. Qi and Wei followed suit with their compliments. Now he was truly looking at Lin Luo as his own nephew. So much credit, or for nothing, this nephew is a gift from God alright. Hiya, I'm embarrassed by what you guys are saying. Lin Luo continued to wave his hand as he got up with a red face. I'm going to go around outside and lay down some food. Okay, Qi, let's go get the report organized and checked. Yes. Chu Jianjun and Chi Hui went to reconcile their accounts, while Lin Luo wandered around the office area of the Serious Crimes Brigade. Because Lin Luo has been to the palace many times, and is Chu Jianjun's great nephew, that's why almost everyone in the Major Crimes Brigade knows him. Lin Luo, drink some water. Ji Lan greeted Lin Luo. No more, I just ate and I'm too full to drink any of it. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he came over to Ji Lan's desk, his eyes swept around her desk and saw several publicity documents. Sister Ji, do you have a sister? Lin Luo asked casually, taking up the document in the process and looking at it twice. System, look at this. You want a document from the government, right? Here it is. What for? Want me to introduce you to a girlfriend? Ji Run raised one eyebrow and joked. I'm warning you, don't get any ideas, or Team Chu won't spare you. What with what I'm not curious if you have a sister named Ji Ran. Looking for a beating are you? I don't deserve that kind of sister. Ji Run rolled his eyes. It wasn't like she hadn't seen the Serious Crimes Unit 6 before. Ji Ji's sister, Ji Ran, was simply a big sick in the head. backstabbing his own sister and pitting White Antelope to death later. The writer's brain doesn't know what to think. OMG, yes, the writers of that episode, the JJ actors themselves, wrote it. Mission, access to documents of the Blue Star government, reward, gathering device, completed. The next moment, the familiar feeling came back. Lin Luo then felt something sink downward in his pocket. The reward arrived. Luckily, the belt of his pants was tied. Lin Luo touched his pocket and playfully put the paper back on the table. Hey, then you and Zhanglo? Lin Luo's face was smiling, but his hand had already reached into his pocket and received the gathering device into the storage space. He and I are very innocent comrades in arms, alright. Ji Lan rolled her eyes. She knew what Lin Luo wanted to ask. I can't tell you how many people who watch Felony 6 think that JJ and Dazen should be together. The point is that Jirun isn't JJ, and Dazen isn't the Dazen of the show. But both hadn't been teased much by other co-workers and were used to it. It's all Ma's fault. This TV show junkie is hardwired to put together a rehashed version of Major Crimes Unit 6 in his own bureau. I thought I could eat the melon, but it turned out to be no fun at all. I'm going to the restroom, Sister G, you get busy. With a look of lack of interest, Lin Luo walked towards the restroom outside the office area, giving Ji Lan a blank stare. At a young age, why do you act like a big Zhang and say you're going to the restroom? As soon as he entered the single room of the toilet, the so-called gatherer appeared in Lin Luo's hand with a swish. It was a cylindrical thing, and not too big, looking like a small speaker. The body was pitch black, and there were strange runic patterns of gold and silver traced on it, which looked mysterious and exquisite. Recently, many people like to buy a small speaker like this, connected to the phone Bluetooth, playing songs to listen to while riding a bike. Especially the hard-hitting DJ dance music. It was a thumping ride that gave the illusion of flying too low. System, what is this? What's it for? The gathering device, from the sect, can automatically collect chi from the surrounding area to facilitate cultivation. Oh, so it's a cultivation sheet. Omega. Immediately afterward, Lin Luo's eyes began to light up and twinkle with little stars. The collection of this chi was a bit harder than Lin Luo had imagined. He'd absorbed just a drop before when he'd squatted half a day on the trail. If you want to hand rub thunder and lightning, the bottom line is that you need to practice for an estimated 5 or 6 years. I don't know if it's because the temple of Goddess of Mercy is above it, and the chi is subdued. I was thinking of checking out the nearby public shrine when the motorcycle came back. The ones put over there are small boxes, and the might be a little heavier. Suddenly, Lin Luo remembered something. It said that 12 midnight is the most and young time of the day. It appears to be 12 o'clock now. Lin Luo took out his cell phone and looked at the time. 12:49. It's early in the morning. Lin Luo realized that his parents hadn't even contacted him yet. What is the situation? In the past a little late not to go back to the life of the serial catalyst, and now in the middle of the night, even a little bit of movement. After thinking about it, Lin Luo still edited a text message and sent it to Comrade Old Lin. Report it first and save them the thought. At this time the lights are on in the city hall and all departments are busy. Although Qi Dongxiang's group was arrested, the city's operation is still going on, because there has been quite a bit of chaos. According to Fan Tong's identification, among those who created the chaos were Qi Dongxiang's men. But then these have nothing to do with Chu Jianjun, Shi, and Wei. Gotta give the other brothers a chance to shine. Otherwise, when we turn around and discuss the rewards, the following should have opinions. After sending the text message, Lin Luo took out the gatherer again. At this moment, Lin Luo placed his hand on the gathering device and urged a little bit of chi in his body and fed it in. A few moments later, a faint golden luminescence lit up on the small black box. Immediately after that, gold and silver intertwined runic patterns began to flicker as if they were small colored lights. Take this out. I guess no one will think that this is a metaphysical product. The probability is that they will think that this is a small toy made by some small workshop. At this moment, Lin Luo clearly felt that the chi around him was even more dense, and it also absorbs better than before on the trails. He began to harvest and refine it according to what was written in the Sutra, and the gatherer began to slowly absorb this chi. To put it bluntly, it's an external moon energy battery. When needed, it can assist in cultivation, or provide extra chi to aid in battle when it is depleted. No need, it absorbs and stores the by itself in the middle of the night, waiting to be used. Gee, good stuff. Chapter 123 Rookie Alchemist surrenders one blood. The little speaker, oh no, the little cultivation chi drips with lights. The surrounding chi gathered towards this side and split into two strands, one entering the gathering vessel and one surging into Lin Luo's body to be collected and refined by him. Having come all this way, Lin Luo simply squatted in the toilet booth. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on the quests, brush up on the main quests and side quests. Lin Luo greeted the system in his heart, and in the next second, a translucent system chat box appeared in front of him. You who peeped into the documents of the Blue Star government, deeply benefited, and then prepared to close the door to precipitate yourself, in preparation for returning to the Great Qian to change your destiny against the heavens. Mission, familiarize yourself with yourself, thoroughly grasp your own advantages, reward, Deki and Yangon heavy treasure. Oh ho! Lin Luo's eyes instantly radiated with excitement. If I wasn't still squatting, I'd say I'd jump a few times to celebrate. Heavy treasure. What exactly is considered a heavy treasure? Lin Luo was looking forward to it. As for familiarizing oneself and thoroughly mastering one's strengths, it goes without saying. Tomorrow is not Saturday, the two families get together. After the end of the gym, he went to the gym, looking for Coach Yun Gukut practice. Familiarize yourself with all the rewards that are open from the system on one side, and it's not done. With that thought, Lin Luo looked at the chat box again. There are side quests too. The castle of Yunzhou has been refreshed by the efforts of all the people of Yunzhou. Cement paves roads, cement builds the city, cement builds houses, and everything is moving in a good direction. At this time, some chambers of commerce learned of the changes in Yunzhou and spontaneously marched to Yunzhou, preparing to develop business in Yunzhou. As the future county magistrate of Yunzhou, you need to find a way to retain these chambers of commerce and vigorously develop Yunzhou. Mission, find a way to leave the chamber of commerce behind to develop Yunzhou. Reward, 200 Dakian guards. Again, it's pie in the sky. Lin Luo stroked his chin and began to think. As the border between Great Qian and Northern Liang, Yunzhou was in a remote location. There doesn't seem to be much of an advantage to it other than being a mutual market. Mutual market, a market for mutual exchange, means free trade zone. It's just that those barbarians in Northern Liang have their heads full of burning and looting, and if they want them to do business, Yunzhou has to be strong enough. So other than the mutual market, what else could there be to leave the Chamber of Commerce in Yunzhou? Lin Luo thought about it for half a day, searching his mind and thinking over the details of all those traveling novels he had read. In the end, Lin Luo came up with a few fairly reliable methods. System, develop the wool industry. Send people to Northern Liang to collect wool, exchange grain for wool, and subsequently use the wool to compile wool products, such as wool sweaters, wool blankets, wool dolls, and so on, and exchange them with the Chamber of Commerce for grain or silver money. Mission, find a way to leave behind the Chamber of Commerce to develop Yunzhou. Reward, 200 Dakian guards. Completed. Hey! Lin Luo hemmed and hawed. Let's just say that reading novels is still useful. As for how wool is made into wool products, the system didn't ask. Together with the 200 people this time, Lin Luo already possessed more than 310 Yunzhou guards, equivalent to a battalion strength. With so many people, when he turned back to Deqian, he could be more secure in terms of safety. At the very least it's safer than going it alone. And looking at the side quests that the system sends out every time, it seems like this Yunzhou Chang will be updated with his side quest updates. I also wonder if he'll just get a growing county for nothing when he goes to Dakian. If that happened, wouldn't he have made a fortune? After a moment of rambling, Lin Luo received his thoughts back to himself. The systemic task is to familiarize itself with itself and thoroughly grasp its strengths. The treasures he had in his hands now were the Healthy Body Pill Dan Formula, Cloud Crystal Stone, Dragon Fishing Rod, Heavenly Master Wine, 100 Years of Wild Ginseng, Spirit Fire, Non-Attack, Golden Pen, and Chintian Supervisor Compass. The treasures that were eaten included the 9 Suns Fruit, the Small Return Dan, the Wisdom Fruit, the 1 Piece of Fragrance, and the Bone Shaping Pill. The Kung Fu means that he knew were powerful Vajra Palm, 8 Steps to Catch the Cicada, Fountainhead Everlasting Spring Kung Fu, Great Sun Viewing Diagram, Vertical Sword Technique, Royal Spirit Technique, Eagle Eyes Technique, Weaponry Refinement Technique, Chi Lookout Technique, Inch Fingers, Rejuvenation Technique, 18 Swords of the Descending Dragon, and the Yin Sutra. The only thing that hasn't been used so far seems to be the art of smithing. Making mace before, that one doesn't count. There are also trolling rods, and this one hasn't been used either. Waiting for the weekend to go fishing with the Konkos just to test it out. Maybe it doesn't have to be that late, wait a while to go back, find a river and fish it. Thinking so, Lin Luo took out the Cloud Crystal Stone. Take advantage of this moment to squat in the pit, idle and bored, and craft a body protector spell out for fun. Wanting to do it, Lin Luo began to control the spirit fire. Only to see Lin Luo's face hold a reddish color, and with a final push, there was a poof. A flame appeared at his fingertips. In a few days, the fire had grown a shade larger, from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a red bean. Being able to visibly look grown up, Lin Luo was quite pleased and controlled the spirit fire to cut up on the Cloud Crystal Stone. I thought it would be quite a time-consuming task, but I didn't expect that after only a few minutes, Lin Luo had sliced off a small piece from the Cloud Crystal Stone. The spirit flame was worthy of being a spirit flame, full of spirituality. It could turn into any shape as well as state at Lin Luo's whim. Just now, for example, Lin Luo was controlling the spirit flame to turn it into a flame cutter, and the effect was awesome. The only thing Lin Luo was doing now was protecting the ring. With his current strength, the little bit of yin chi in his body wasn't enough for him to make too large a magic weapon, so he could only make the smallest of protective rings. With simple formations, fewer strokes, and fewer consumables, it was the most suitable practice for newcomers who had just taken up spellcraft refining. 20 minutes later, the spirit fire in Lin Luo's hand dissipated and a crystal clear looking ring appeared in Lin Luo's palm. This ring is more beautiful than the jade emerald on the market now, full of spiritual beauty, and also has a hidden introverted noble temperament. Warm as jade, delicate and clear. When he thought of his previous trip to Future City, Chu Jiaojiao and her little sister staring at the jewelry in the counter with their eyes glowing in a little cute way, the corners of Lin Luo's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Suddenly, Lin Luo's face changed. Changed. Hiss. Convex, ******* dish. Too involved in refining, squatting numb. Lin Luo was sort of stonehammered that martial arts masters would likewise have numb feet from squatting in a pit. After wiping himself clean and lifting up his pants, Lin Luo walked out of the small private room with difficult movements. With each step, the expression on his face carried an indescribable sourness. But the feeling of numbness in the feet will soon dissipate as the person walks around, the blood vessels get stretched and the blood flows. Ringo bared his teeth and walked to the sink to wash his hands. As soon as he looked up and was about to shake the water off his hands, he saw Huang Tao walk in from outside in a flurry of wind. Yo, Lin Luo, you're stranded here, the Chu Brigade is still looking for you, your motorcycle was ridden back. Huang Tao finished speaking and rushed into the small private room, looking quite anxious. Thanks, brother Tawny. Lin Luo gave a thank you to the inside and moved his legs. The feeling of soreness and numbness in his feet dissipated after his chi and blood were soothed. With that, Lin Luo quickly stepped out of the restroom. He was going to find a place to test the dragon rod on the way back. There is often night fishing at Longtan Lake in Longtan Park. Old comrade Lin used to go old, then after being taught many times by old mess Zhang, and after being the old tutu of Lin Big Ears for many times, he finally changed. Lin Lo figured it was because he didn't want to feed the mosquitoes. Feeding the mosquitoes and fish day after day, he only reaped the rewards of Big Ears. No one else would be happy to go. Chapter 124, The Anglers of Longtan Lake Never Air Force. Uncle Chu, you kid, where have you been? I couldn't find you for half a day. Chu Jianjun saw that Lin Luo had arrived and with a smile on his face, he said that he pulled out the key. Your ghostfire is letting your co-workers on the scene write it back. It's not like I went to the restroom to squat for a while, but I just ran into brother Tao Zi, and said that my car rode back. Lin Luo said as he took the key with a smile. Someone checked him out during that time in the field. Said he was checking for injuries. But the body was searched all over, presumably in case he was hiding jerks or something. You're young and you're into this kind of stuff, so if you're hiding something, it's not good if you make a mistake in the future. Lin Lo looked the other way and cooperated with the work and it was done. Anyway, Lin Luo wasn't afraid to search. Naturally, Ghostfire had to check too, only he didn't have the heart to do it in front of him. So Lin Luo simply followed Chu Jianjun back in a car. Check that motorcycle any way you want, just send it over to him when you're done. Okay, when you go back to the road slower, Uncle will not send you today, tomorrow to the home, we masters drink a few cups. Chu Jianjun patted Lin Luo's shoulder and said with a pleased smile. He was now looking at Lin Luo purely as his own child. That's a good boy. What a great eye for a daughter, too. Go back and change that cell phone note, can't call that pig anymore, it's too undignified. Lin Luo was sent out of the building by Chu Jianjun. Lin Luo didn't let Chu Jianjun send him off again, found his own ghost fire, hit the fire and left. After driving abruptly out of the city hall, Lin Luo glanced at the gas gauge. Oh ho! Fill it up. Good man. I had a small half tank of gas, but now I'm surprised it's full. The pedals don't have a big gas tank, though, and filling it up is only about 8 gallons of gas. $6 for a liter of gas, hold out for 50. 2 or 3 gas miles per 100 kilometers. So pedals are definitely considered a more appropriate form of transportation. Of course, all ride this and don't buy that bike with a dozen or so miles of gas in 100 kilometers. How do you sell that oil? How can you sell a car that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars? That's why motorcycles are now banned within the second ring road. I don't think we'll be seeing motorcycles on the streets for a few years. Lin Luo took out the Qintian supervisor compass again and took a look at it. The compass needle wasn't turning and I didn't know if it was dead or on strike. Lin Luo also did not point to the compass in pointing out who. He just wanted to fish at this moment. Chug chug chug. Lin Luo drove all the way to Longtan Lake Park. This Longtan Lake clashes with the one in Kyoto, Longsugu's Longtan Lake. You've heard of Longsugu, it used to be the stinky ditch, refugee camp, and mass gravesite of old Kyoto. Then the top couldn't stand it anymore, so they remodeled the place, turning it from a dirty mess into a park, which led to Longtan Lake. Longsugu was also written by Lao Shi into a play, made into a drama, a good song of praise to come. Longtan Lake in Nanchang is similar to Longsugu's Longtan Lake, which is also a man-made lake. It used to be a stinking puddle. In the summer, flies fly around and the stench is overwhelming. After the municipal renovation, and from the hidden Dragon Lake water diversion, to have the present-day blue waves of Longtan Lake, Lin Luo rode the Ghostfire and drove straight inside the park. He is afraid of being stolen. $20 of broken bicycle can be stolen. This Ghostfire must be several thousand. Put too obvious place, sure to attract thieves. Solely drove right in and parked right next to the lake. Longtan Lake covers a small area, and after more than a decade of treatment, the water quality here is good, and there are quite a lot of fish. Fishing is prohibited. No ban on single rod fishing though. Some distance away from the lake, Rinlo turned off the fire and pushed the pedals toward the lake. Fishing is all about peace and quiet. What if the fish are scared away? There's still a lot of people squatting around the lake. If he did take the motorcycle over there, he could make these anglers, who hadn't caught anything all day, complain. Yoo-hoo, there's quite a crowd. Lin Luo arrived at the lake and looked at the mysterious man in black sitting a few meters apart inside the railing, and then he hemmed and hawed. Sort of came to the right place. Lin Luo locked the car and then rolled over the railing, drawing the attention of a number of fishing guys. Soon, however, they withdrew their eyes, and one by one they looked at their rods, as if it were a contest. Lin Luo took out the dragon fishing rod from his storage space. It was a golden rod of about 10 centimeters, similar to that 4x100 relay baton handoff. Lin Luo was already familiar with the things of the divine mechanism sect. The golden pen, non-attacking, all change form according to the user's intention. Although this fishing rod is only a handover stick, but I think it is the same as the golden pen, are all ideas to promote. Lin Luo held the handover stick, his mind moved, thought of the shape of a fishing rod. The next second, he raised his hand and threw it. The handover stick in his hand swished out, and finally turned into a 2-meter-long fishing rod. The rod came with a fishing line, as well as its own float and hook. Lin Luo's eyes lit up as he looked at the fishing rod in his hand with satisfaction. Not bad for a dragon fishing rod, looks pretty expensive. The whole body was so golden that those who didn't know thought it was made of gold. After admiring it for a moment, Rinello padded over to the nearest angler. He was going to get close and rub some bait in it. You can't catch a damn fish with just a rod and no bait. Big brother, how's the harvest today? A smile piled up on Lin Luo's face. Go away. Fishing guy is not polite at all. There was even a stifled tone in his voice. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth tugged and he wasn't angry. What's there to be angry about with Air Force guys? The Air Force is the Air Force. Why are you so angry? You curse again. You curse again. The fishing man got impatient and stood up with a glare of displeasure. This kid curses too hard. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and stood up as well. With a height of 185, he could already look down on 90% of the people in the South City, no pun intended. Air Force. You Air Force. Lin Luo strained his neck and raised his voice slightly. At this, a circle of fishing guys all looked over. The look in each one's eyes was indescribably awkward. Kid, you're so rude ow. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Anglers never fly. What about your fish? You. Alright, still fishing or not, you're scaring the fish away. At that moment, a fishing man sitting not far away from him spoke up to advise him. Then he added to Lin Luo, young man, come to my side. Hey, it's still this big brother bureau. Unlike some people who can't catch a fish to get mad, Lin Luo grimaced and came over to this fishing guy. The angler guy was wearing a black punching bag, leggings, and a hat on his head. It's kind of all over the place. On this day, mosquitoes are at their peak near the water, and if you don't cover up tightly, you can easily get set on fire. Oof, raw egg, let's see how many fish you can catch. The angler grumbled and sat back down, and was about to pull out, but then he looked at the empty bucket, gritted his teeth, and prepared to keep fishing. Anglers never Air Force. I don't believe I won't catch anything today. Chapter 125, A Fishing Trip Opens the Heavenly Gate. My name is Lin Luo. What's Big Brother's name? Lin Luo squatted down and asked with a smile. Zhao Si Hai. Yo, that name is awesome. It is reasonable to ask your last name, followed by the exemption of your last name so and so. But there are 3 last names that don't need to be exempt from the nobility. One is Zhou. Zhao Chen, Sun and Li, people ranked first, is the royal family name, so as not to be expensive. Of course, this dynasty is a bit of a wimp, so I won't mention it. Behind it is the whole Kong Saint well, so Kong is not exempt from expensive. And finally, there's Chang. According to legend, the Jade Emperor's name is Zhang Bairen, so Zhang is not exempt from being expensive. This statement, Lin Luo still heard from his old mom, Ms. Zhang Xuehua, so he was impressed. Brother Zhao, how's your harvest today? Lin Luo habitually started to get close. Zhao Sihai said in a small voice with a helpless face. Come on, if you can't get close, save it. I haven't got a single fish on today. It's evil too, usually there's 7 or 8 anyhow. Zhao Sihai said, fiddled with his rod, pulled up to see, the hook is empty, the bait ate, the fish did not come up. He shook his head for a moment as he watched. Too many people have been coming to fish for the past few days, feeding this school of fish. Hey, why don't we ban single rod fishing? Lin Luo smiled like a little thief, looking at Zhao Sihai and wanting to roll his eyes. This kid is pretty good looking, why is he so annoying? Are you okay? There is. I came to fish, in a hurry, and didn't bring any bait. Lin Luo laughed awkwardly and touched his pocket, smiling even more awkwardly. He didn't smoke, so he didn't have it on him. It seems that in the future, even if you don't smoke, you have to carry a pack of cigarettes on your body, and when you come out to get close to people, it's too dry without cigarettes. You said so. Zhao Sihai rolled his eyes and took out a plastic bag from the box he brought with him and gave Lin Luo a handful. Take it. Thanks Ao. Lin Luo took it with a smile, then squatted down beside Zhao Sihai and hung up the bait on the hook. This fishing rod of yours, it's quite chic. Zhao Sihai looked at the fishing rod Lin Luo was holding in his hand, and under the illumination of the dim streetlight behind him, it looked golden and quite nice. Especially since the rod swished and retracted quite nicely. He'd seen those telescoping rods and bought them, but they were pretty bad. Took it from home. Lin Luo said, his hands did not move slowly, hung up the bait, a dumping rod, swish. The rod lengthens and the hook flies off the water. This fishing must be calm heart, enduring loneliness, in order to catch fish. Zhao Sihai saw Lin Luo standing beside him, looking blearily at the water, and leaping forward to lift the rod, then whispered to Lin Luo. It's kind of a nice way to pass on the experience to the little fishing buddies. What kind of fish tries to lift the rod just after the hook is in the water, and the fish just comes over and scares you away? Lin Luo didn't say anything, but looked at the water excitedly. He realized that the moment the hook went down, he followed it and could actually see underwater. And it's clearly visible. Inside the water, big fish and small fish swirl around the hook, bumping the bait from time to time. The bait on the hook was knocked loose and then a fish came up and ate the loose bait. These fish are almost spermatic, and each one eats like a little piglet. No wonder these fishing guys sit around all night and don't catch any fish. These fish have a military advisor, right? Suddenly, the corners of Lin Luo's mouth grinned involuntarily, because he realized that he could not only see underwater through the hook, but he could also control the movement of the hook. The fishing line seemed to be infinitely extendable, and the hook, with its line, was allowed to weave underwater at Lin Luo's whim, and soon burrow to the bottom of the lake. Not bad for a metaphysical world's magic fishing rod. That said, what was this divine mechanism sex master refiner thinking? Surprisingly, this kind of magic weapon has been crafted? Could it be that the anglers of the Dakian world can't catch any fish either? Ha! Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a look of concentration on his face. Why is there a suitcase under the water? The suitcases were wrapped in barbed wire, and there were dumbbell pieces hanging from the barbed wire, which at first glance meant that they didn't want the suitcases to float up there. Hiss! No way! A rather frightening thought popped up in Lin Luo's mind. Blind box pieces. The last time I found a bag of gold in the woods by Hidden Dragon Lake, I thought I had won the lottery and found pieces. It turned out to be a bag of gold. It can't still be gold this time. Kanko isn't on the side either. Lin Luo looked around. A circle of anglers, all quietly looking at their respective rods. Some of the old sixes secretly got 2 rods, one large and one small. Zhao Sihai was also staring at his fishing rod, but he was also distracted by watching Lin Luo. Seeing that Lin Luo heart is not on fishing, but even touched out his sunglasses to put on, began to look left and right. I know that this is A to come together. Not into fishing at all. Anglers love nothing more than the dedication and serenity that comes with fishing. Of course, it's better to be productive. Lin Luo turned off the lookout technique. Observing the circle, these anglers are all ordinary people, nothing calamitous or rich. Looks like I was overthinking it. Lin Luo put away his sunglasses, then controlled the fishhook to wrap around the barbed wire outside the suitcase. Today, high and low get this thing up here to see what's in it. The dragon fishing rod was worthy of being a dragon fishing rod, a magic weapon forged by the Great Qian Divine Mechanism sect. After the fishhook wrapped around the barbed wire, as Lin Luo's mind moved, the fish line began to contract, and surprisingly, he easily pulled the suitcase up from under the water. Seeing Lin Luo suddenly lifting the line and the rod crumbling and bending, with a look of being on the fish, Zhao Sihai's eyes couldn't help but widen several times. Holy! No way! I can't believe you got on the fish! He whimpered incredulously, then subconsciously picked up the copy site. Little brother, don't tug hard, this fish looks not small, walk the fish first. Zhao Sihai's voice wasn't loud, but in this quiet lake, it still traveled out a long way. A bunch of Air Force guys are numb. We've been sitting here for a couple hours and haven't seen a single big fish, so how come this kid comes in for a little while and lands a big one? Where to argue? The dude who was yelling about fishing guys never Air Force before was all red in the face and eyes. Envy's back teeth were gnawing. Why wasn't I the one who caught the fish? I feel so relaxed. Lin Luo looked surprised and then lifted the rod hard. Oi oi. Be careful, the line will be taut and that would be a shame. Zhao Sihai was so anxious to watch that he wanted to bump Lin Luo out of the way and go up to receive the fishing rod himself. Nay, it was a fish caught by others and he could only look on and be anxious. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming out. Lin Luo shouted the words tiger and wolf with his mouth, followed by a look of strain. All the anglers around are excited, no matter if he is not their own fish. Come up with big fish, we have to go up to have a good time. Even if it's good luck. Can't prepare myself to pick up good luck and go back and catch a big fish. So soon, quite a few fishing guys came together around Lin Luo, all waiting for the big fish to be landed. Look at me, a fishing trip opens the door to heaven. Ringo cried out, his arm pushing. With a crash, the water broke. There was a gasp from the crowd. What a great guy. It's huge. A dark shadow broke through the water and smashed towards the shore. In the next second, a large, dark suitcase slammed down at Lin Luo's feet. There was a thud and a splash. Mission, familiarize yourself with yourself and thoroughly grasp your own strengths. Reward, Daki and Yangon heavy treasure, completed. Oh yeah. Lin Luo was delighted in his heart. He didn't expect it to be the same as he expected. Familiarizing himself with all the wool he had gleaned from the system, this task would be completed. I just don't know what this Dichenyong and heavy treasure is. Immediately afterward, the familiar feeling came back. Lin Luo's pants pocket sank. There's no one else either. This cerebral palsy system recognized his pants pocket. Lin Luo reached into his pocket and took it out to look at it, then fell silent. The fishing guys around them looked at the box on the ground and all fell silent as well. Some people were shining their flashlights on the suitcases, and others' faces had changed color. Where's the promised big fish? What about the promised good luck catch? It's true that anglers can catch anything but fish. Chapter 126, Why do you have cases everywhere you go? Nima. Can anyone tell me why the heavy treasure is copper? Lin Luo touched out what was in his pocket, and it turned out to be a copper coin string. 5 copper coins strung on a string. The braiding was quite exquisite, but this was too much of a bully. The Lin Luo people were directly dumbfounded. Did the dog system know he'd been wool gathering and started to learn the hard way? He did know that ancient copper coins were usually Tongbao, Chongbao, and the like. For example, Xianlong Tongbao and Xianfeng Chongbao. But how could he not think that the heavy treasure given to him by the dog system is copper money? Happy for nothing. Lin Luo cursed the dog system 3,000 times in his heart, then put the string on his wrist, and then prepared to deal with the box at his feet. With a dumbfounded look on his face and clear, innocent eyes, he first cried out in surprise. This isn't right, where's my fish? Why is it a box? Then Lin Luo squatted down and began to examine it. There was a faint stench emanating from this box, quite top-heavy. Zhao Sihai watched as Lin Luo crouched down and gulped, then silently took 2 steps back. As he retreated, the fishing guys around him seemed to realize what was going on and backed up in unison. But one by one, they still looked straight at the box, curious in their hearts as to what was inside. Strange. Why is this box still sealed with barbed wire, with dumbbell pieces hanging from it? Lin Luo's innocent voice rang out one after another. A bold fishing man said to Lin Luo, Young man, why don't you open it? There were those who led the way, and then there were those who followed, all curious as to what was in the box. Laddie, open it up. Can't say it's a baby. It's possible. If it's a treasure, we'll be rich. A bunch of fishing guys, for the sake of watching the fun, don't even have the face to fool me, a simple, lovely, pure and wonderful teenage boy to open a blind box. Then you will be satisfied. Just drive. Lin Luo said, twisting his head to look around. Do any of you have pliers? Lend it to me. The suitcase was wrapped in a ring of wire mesh and had been soaking for who knows how long. It was rusty and should have been well cut. I have it here. A good Samaritan soon found pliers and handed them to Ringo. Lin Luo took the pliers and gave the suitcase a click. The barbed wire was soon stripped away. Hey, little brother, this glove you wear. Zhao Sihai suddenly called out to Lin Luo and took out a pair of gloves. It's still you, Chiu. Kind, but not much. Thanks. Lin Luo said thank you, took it and put it on, then pulled the zipper of the suitcase. Everyone was wide-eyed and breathing heavily. And the fishing guys in the distance, realizing that there were so many people surrounding this side, all aroused curiosity and came over, stretching their necks to look into the crowd. Eating melon, regardless of occupation or even type. I don't know when, but a few stray cats even came out from outside the fence, jumped up on the stone fence and stretched out their curious heads to look in here. The zipper of the suitcase was also rusted, but Lin Luo's strength was not small, and he smoothly unzipped it. Because he didn't know what was inside, Lin Luo was holding his breath for fear of smelling something strange. With the zipper open, everyone was wide-eyed and nervous, holding their breath, and the silence was nothing but the sound of zippers. One could even hear the heartbeats of each. Flutter, 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 heart racing. Wow! Lin Lu lifted the suitcase. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Retch, retch. The sounds of dry retching and vomiting came in instant succession. With a mask of pain on his face, Lin Luo put the lid of the suitcase back on. To be honest, Lin Luo regretted opening it. I should have known to just call and shake someone down. What's the point of being so curious? Don't huddle, spread out. Lin Luo yelled, then twisted his head and threw up. Right up against the dude who yells about fishing guys never being in the Air Force. Originally, he hadn't thrown up yet, but when he saw Lin Luo retch a bit, he followed suit and threw up. As if it were contagious, there was a retching sound. Rinlo pulled out his cell phone as he threw up. It's over. I'm a Cuban. It's over. It's over. Several patrol cars pulled into Longtan Lake Park with their alarms and lights blazing. Soon the patrol car pulled up to the lake. A group of uniformed inspectors got out of their cars and quickly gathered towards the lake. Chu Jianjun, Jilan, Huang Tao, and Bai Ling were also among the inspectors. Uncle Chu, this way. Lin Luo shouted at Chu Jianjun. The 4 men came to Lin Luo's side with indescribably complicated expressions. Boy, didn't you go home? Chu Jianjun was numb when he received Lin Luo's call. I've just finished my report and you've got a new job for me. I couldn't sleep, so I came here to fish on a whim, and I didn't expect to catch this. Lin Luo pointed to the suitcases that had been rounded up by the inspectors and shook his head with emotion. Scared the hell out of me. Chu Jianjun rolled his eyes. I don't see you looking half as scared. Tell us what happened. Chu Jianjun said, waving his hand at Jilan and Bai Ling. The two of them then walked towards the luggage. They are criminal investigation of serious cases, responsible for such major, difficult and complex criminal cases. The inspectors who followed them included those who maintained order at the scene, those who started inspections in white coats, and those who questioned witnesses at the scene. Each one is busy with his own business. If we set up a camera, it would really look like a criminal investigation drama shooting scene. Lin Luo told the story of fishing up the suitcase, and Huang Tao was in charge of recording it. Finished? It's over. Lin Luo nodded. Chu Jianjun and Huang Tao looked at Lin Luo with complicated expressions on their faces. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Lin Luo was looked at furtively. Huang Tao sent out a soul torture question. Lin, how come you run into cases everywhere you go? Lin Law, how do I know? Ringo is still innocent. He's just here to catch a fish and brush up on his mission. How could you not expect to run into the people's shard? Chu Jianjun took out his cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep breath. Phew. I told you, this kid was born to do inspections. Huang Tao nodded with deep feeling, agreeing too much with the words of the first captain. Okay, there's nothing more for you to do here. Hurry up and go home. Chu Jianjun said to Lin Luo. When I look at the time, it's almost 2 o'clock, and I have 2 dinner dates tomorrow. As a result, the two of them haven't gone home to rest until now. It'll be fun when we meet tomorrow, all with big black eyes. Lin Luo skimmed his lips, didn't say anything else, collected his own fishing rod, and prepared to bolt. Truth be told, it wasn't like he hadn't seen corpses before. The guys he got out of the van on the mountain road are basically gone. He didn't feel a thing at the time, and was just too excited to lick the bag. In hindsight, it's just a bit of a backbreaker. And before opening the suitcase, see inside the soaked white and swollen, still staring at you. Must be mosaic image, is really cannot carry. He's still a normal person's after all. Ranello walked over to the pedals, unlocked the car, and opened the trunk. The yin collector was still dripping lights in the trunk, and the surrounding yin energy was pouring into it. Lin Luo felt it. The yin chi of Longtan Lake was quite dense, making the yin gatherer absorb it faster. And while part of the rune pattern that was lit up on the yin gatherer was lit up and not flickering, the other part was still flickering. Looks like it's a battery indicator. A flashing light is a false charge, indicating that it is not yet full, and a non-flashing one is a real one. Lin Luo blinked, suddenly feeling that the Deqian world's metaphysical spells were still quite scientific and humanized. Lin Luo put the lock into the trunk, locked it and sat up, greeting the system in passing. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. The previous Daqian Yangon heavy treasure made him very dissatisfied. Holding back a half day as a copper string, looking down on who? Chapter 127, Xinfeng, Nifeng, Xinri, confused. You have gone through a lot of hard work, finally become a member of the Blue Star government, experienced 9 deaths, made great achievements, get the government reuse. However, you accidentally involved in a bizarre murder case, the real murderer hiding, you are suspected to be the murderer. In order to clear your name, it is imperative that you find the real culprit and clear your name. Mission, chase the murderer, reward, illusion. Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho ho. Lin Luo's eyes were once again glowing, and he didn't care about the copper coin string in his hand. Illusion. This is interesting. You can go be a magician later. Where's the tricking little girls? That's a handful. Ahem. Zhao Zhao is also a little girl, so no problem. Lin Luo gave himself a reason, then his attention once again fell on the illusion. System, what's the deal with this illusion? Illusion, Daqian Xianmen low-level art, can create illusions, phantoms, phantom shadows, hallucinations. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just this is still a low-rank spell. How awesome must the high-level ones be then? Lin Luo was surprised in his heart and thought of the rejuvenation technique he had received from the system earlier. This is also a low-level basic spell for replied warlocks, so how awesome must the high-level ones be? Re-warlock, turning back life and death? Action. Playing it for real. Lin Luo does not want to think so much. Anyway, it is early in the morning, sleep or not, first find the murderer. Let's just hope the killer hasn't left the south side. Otherwise he'd have to chase individual ferociousness. After all, the system didn't say which ferociousness to chase. Linello prayed in his heart and then put on his sunglasses, just in case. The art of looking into the air, starting. In the next second, under the sunglasses, Lin Luo's eyes cleared slightly, radiating a faint blue light. Right in the midst of a purple and gold glow, the suitcase glowed a strange black, an eerie white. Unlike the black color of the hijacking fury, it was flushed with a slight blue color. Of the 5 elements, water is black, which is likewise associated with the color blue, and that eerie white is actually a variation of calamity, where death is white. Representing the suitcase is drowning alive. It's creepy to think about. How agonizing and desperate it must be to be stuffed alive into a suitcase and then sunk into the water, gradually suffocating and drowning. Lin Luo's face was cold, his eyes gazing at the suitcase, and then, he saw a fatally thin line extending out of the suitcase, not knowing where it was going. Lin Luo took a deep breath and took out the Chintian supervisor compass. The compass was in Lin Luo's hand, and as Lin Luo locked onto the thin line, the compass needle turned almost instantly, and the needle coincided with the direction in which the thin line extended. Lo! Chu Jianjun's voice suddenly came. Lin Luo turned his head and saw Chu Jianjun walking over with a gloomy face and a cigarette. After Chu Jianjun let Lin Luo leave, he brought someone to check by the luggage. Seeing the tragic situation in the suitcase, Chu Jianjun just frowned for a while. This case, it's so egregious. It was also thanks to Lin Luo fishing up this suitcase, otherwise, looking at the barbed wire and dumbbell pieces, I don't know when it will see the light of day again. Thinking of this, Chu Jianjun looked up at Lin Luo again. Seeing that he didn't go, but instead sat on the motorcycle and probed, and even put on sunglasses and took out a compass, he instantly knew in his heart what Lin Luo wanted to do. This compass is a treasure, it can chase and lock up criminals. It's going to catch a thief. With that, Chu Jianjun left the crowd and walked over. Uncle Chu. Neither said anything else, but both knew what the other wanted. I'll drive you, not on this motorcycle, Chu Jianjun said loudly, and at the same time, the inspectors not far away heard it and glanced here. Lin Luo had a sharp mind and already knew what Chu Jianjun meant, then nodded his head. Good, then I'll trouble Uncle Chu. Riding a motorcycle to chase is convenient, but to really catch the thief, riding a motorcycle how to bring back Taozi, you'll ride this motorcycle back later, Chu Jianjun said to Huang Tao. I, got it, Brigadier. Huang Tao was wearing a mask and was squatting by the luggage to watch the forensic examination. When he heard Chu Jianjun's words, he got up and returned before squatting down to check again. It would have been nice to find some identifying information in the suitcase. Determine the identity information, in order to carry out the next step in the investigation of the case, otherwise even do not know who the victims are, then this case is no way to start. Go! Chu Jianjun said to Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded and opened the trunk, tucking the gathering device inside into his pocket before following Chu Jianjun into the patrol car. The familiar Grand Cherokee. After getting on the car, Chu Jianjun put on the seatbelt and took out another one from the cigarette box and lit it. Hush, hush! Lin Luo was silent and just opened the car window for air. Are you sure? Chu Jianjun looked seriously at Lin Luo. I guess, I'm not familiar with this stuff. Lin Luo took the compass and said without confidence. Chu Jianjun watched the needle on the compass turn slightly, pointing in one direction, and then started the car. Sure or not, give it a try. Turn right. All the way. Turn left. Inside the Grand Cherokee, Lin Luo looked at the compass incarnate navigation, Chu Jianjun face expressionless to listen to the command to drive. They'd been driving like this for an hour now. The more the car drove, the more remote it became, and it was already almost out of town. A short distance ahead, a place appeared as if it were a construction site. There's a gate blocking the way outside. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes and took a closer look as the thin threads extended and entered inside. It's just up ahead. Chu Jianjun sniffed and pulled over to the side of the road. Go, get out of the car and look. With that, the two got out of the car. Lin Luo looked at the gate not far ahead and scratched his head. Geez, you big shot, where did this come from for me? Snap. Chu Jianjun slapped Lin Luo on the head. What the are you talking about? It's not like we haven't been here before, where is this? Lin Luo laughed dryly and scratched his head, hurriedly changing the topic. Chu Jianjun was silent, only pointing to the signboard at the main entrance. South City Newfound. Lin Luo wailed, a dazed expression on his face. Newfound, the underfloor heating pipes I use in my house are from him. That's Hifumi. Kanko's electric car. That's New Day. Lin Luo, oh. Seeing Lin Luo's speechless face, Chu Jianjun silently pulled out his cell phone. This is the South Side landfill, where most of the South Side's garbage goes. Chu Jianjun said and sent a text message to Jilan, asking her to rush over with her people. Lin Luo stroked his chin and surveyed the Xinfeng landfill. Seeing that Chu Jianjun was picking at his cell phone with his head down, he then quietly activated the chi-looking technique. Black and gray air floated over the junkyard, and thin threads drifted from the suitcases fished out of Longtan Lake, connected to those robberies and calamities. Lin Luo frowned, closing his chi-looking technique and raising the doubts in his heart. Since this is a landfill, why did the murderer dump the body in Longtan Lake after he had harmed someone? It should be easy to bury a suitcase in this landfill. Then we can only ask the murderer himself. Chu Jianjun put away his cell phone and looked deeply at the landfill not far away. Come on, let's walk in. Lin Luo nodded and followed Chu Jianjun. Chapter 128, The Yellow Sky is Above. I will not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Many cities have heard the term trash mountain. It's actually a product of the landfill. Municipal waste is compressed and landfilled for degradation, or incinerated, which is the main way to solve the waste. In order to prevent digging the pit too deep and contaminating the groundwater with garbage, so it is usually buried upwards. Compact the trash and cover it with soil, laying down a layer of trash and covering it with a layer of soil. Once a landfill is saturated with waste, the final fill cover is completed and then planted with vegetation. This makes for a mountain of garbage. Such a waste mountain is usually built in the suburbs, and there are also supporting projects for the recovery of waste leachate as well as the recovery of waste exhaust gas. Otherwise, when it rains, the rainwater penetrates through the layers of garbage and ends up polluting the groundwater. Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun tumbled into this Nanchung Xinfeng landfill in the dark. As soon as you enter, as far as the eye can see, it looks as if it is a construction site, with all kinds of garbage buried in large pits. A strong stench of garbage stung the nose and made you faint. Lin Luo magically felt out 2 masks from his pocket, handed one to Chu Jianjun, and then put one on himself. Chu Jianjun was quite surprised that this kid still carries a mask in his pocket. The pungent odor was reduced just a little bit when I put it on. Where to? Chu Jianjun asked Lin Luo. Lin Luo held the compass in his hand and pretended to compare it. Go this way. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he followed the compacted dirt road towards the depths of the landfill. This landfill takes up a lot of space, not bad for taking on most of the south side's garbage. Deep in the landfill, there is a waste sorting station of sorts that holds a number of instruments. There were quite a few piles of already compressed stuff. Plastic products, iron products, and so on, are categorized and compressed into one piece, as if large building blocks are stacked into a small mountain. There were a few simple houses connected together in the back, with lights on inside, and from a long distance away, Lin Luo could hear the noisy voices inside. Oh 5 queens, oh 666, drink drink drink. There was a constant sound of clinking and banging bottles. Thin wires extending from the suitcase then burrowed into the house, not knowing to whom they were attached. While Chu Jianjun was observing the simple room, Lin Luo once again activated his chi-looking technique. One could only see the black aura of calamity, the gray aura of calamity, and the red aura of karma emanating from these simple rooms. Perhaps if you don't know what karma is, you can think of it as sinning, creating sins. Buzzing. Chu Jianjun's cell phone suddenly buzzed. Just before when he sent the text message, Chu Jianjun had already turned his cell phone to silent vibration. Just in case someone calls out of the blue. Chu Jianjun took out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID, then raised his eyebrows and answered the call. Hey, Brigadier Wang, what can I do for you? The caller was Kaiser Wang from the Anti-Drug Brigade. It's the one who went to the scene with Chu Jianjun when he caught Triangle Eyes earlier. Old Chu. Brigadier Wang's voice was very low, with a kind of indescribable suppression and anger. It seems to be on the verge of exploding. Chu Jianjun heard that Wang Brigade's voice was not right, and then asked in a low voice. What happened? Old King. Old Chu, the body found at Longtan Lake has been identified. Chu Jianjun raised his eyebrows and his heart thumped. It's one of yours? He asked, tentatively. It's our special case. Chu Jianjun fell silent. The last thing he expected happened. It's no wonder the killer is so inhumane and trenchantly inhuman, because it's not even human. His name is Marja, he was our undercover agent who infiltrated the big brain sugar trafficking syndicate last year, and in March of this year, he lost contact after delivering a message for us. Wang Kaishuan's voice grew heavier and heavier, and it could be heard that he was gritting his teeth. Big head. Is that the big head? Information about the big head appeared in Chu Jianjun's mind. Yeah, that's him. Wang Kaishuan continued. Because of Majia's information, we managed to capture Big Head, but Big Head was just a scapegoat. The real big brain is named Yuan Zhong and has been hiding in South City, but no one has ever seen what he really looks like. Chu Jianjun had guessed Wang Kaishuan's meaning and whispered, You suspect that Ma Jiao was killed by Yuan Zhong himself? Right. So old Chu, our narcotics brigade wants to work on a joint case with you. When the Major Crimes Brigade sent the body information back to headquarters for big data approval, it triggered an alarm in the Special Intelligence Officer's file. Wang Kaishuan then learns of the discovery of Marga's body. And it's also learned that Marga's body was caught by Ringo fishing. For Lin Luo, Wang Kaishuan had a kind of brainless trust. Especially after Lin Luo set the feat of destroying a nest of terrorists with 3 stones by one person today, he was even more brainless. That's why Wang Kaishuan called Chu Jianjun at the first time, wanting to work on a joint case. For no other reason than to catch the real big head, to avenge Marga, and to purge the southern city. Okay, South City Xinfeng landfill, you bring someone here. Chu Jianjun didn't hesitate and directly reported the name of the place. Hiss. You have found it. Wang Kaishuan knew that Lin Luo was evil, but he didn't expect it to be this evil. He had only just received the news on his side when Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun had already found someone. Is it possible that if he had called a little later, the arrests would have been made? Well, I just found it, so hurry over here with your men. Okay, we're on our way. Wang Kaishuan hung up the phone excitedly. Everyone in the Narcotics Brigade group, follow me. Yes. Soon, several patrol cars drove like mad out of the city hall and sped toward the suburbs. Lin Luo's ears stubbed out as he listened to Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishuan talking on the phone, all the while looking at the air mass in the simple room and counting the number of people. 13, 14, 25. Why anti-drugs? Because poison turns people into ghosts. When they become ghosts, they do no evil and have no humanity. Family and friends can be betrayed, lovers can be betrayed, and life is no longer revered before them. This must be struck down, and the poison that turns people into ghosts must be banned. Yellow sky above, I, Lin Luo, swear. I vow not to share the same fate as gambling drugs in this life. Lin Luo's heart was fierce. In the future, if he saw anything related to poison, he would not be able to show any mercy. Uncle Chu, there are only 25 people inside, let's go. Lin Luo leaped to Chu Jianjun, as if there weren't 25 thugs in there, but 25 long-legged big brothers. Chu Jianjun. What, you still want to throw stones? Chu Jianjun said with an odd expression as he looked at Lin Luo. You don't think you're so great because you threw a rock and flipped over 3 cars of terrorists. That was just a fluke that happened to coincide. Besides, people are staying in the house right now, and I don't know if they have weapons in their hands or not. You also said there were 25 men. You and I are unarmed. Take the head in charge. Throwing stones isn't out of the question. Ringo looked down and saw a number of broken brick chunks. His 100-pace flying sword was enough to be used as a howitzer. It's enough to pick up a fewish shells. Don't bull ********. I've already called someone. Wait for the big troop to arrive before we act. Now our task is to keep an eye on them. Don't let them run away. Chu Jianjun said seriously. How pointless that would be. Lin Luo instantly deflated and squatted down in boredom. You kid, when this is a game. Chu Jianjun also squatted down to Lin Luo's side and began to persuade him in a serious manner. You have to realize that the other side are vicious dealers with weapons in their hands. Getting caught is an absolute death sentence, so they will fight to the death with nothing to lose. We lose many comrades every year because of this. That's why we have to be careful. Aha, got it. Lin Luo nodded his head, but something suddenly came to his mind. Dog system, you only asked me to chase the murderer, you didn't ask me to catch him. Now that I've chased them, the mission should be considered complete. Mission, chase the murderer, reward, illusion, completed. Oh ho, I knew it. Chapter 129, holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Oh ho! Lin Luo's eyes began to light up. Illusion, this comes to hand. Sure enough, it was a cerebral palsy system. He just casually said it, and the system really counted him as having completed his mission. But there's nothing wrong with what he said. He chased the murderer. Lao dang, refresh the mission. If you're squatting here anyway, why don't you refresh the quest and see what else you can wool gather? You were so sleepy and exhausted that you finally tracked down the murderer of the Longtan Lake murder case late one night, and you were vindicated and honored by the Blue Star government. However, the murderer's accomplices have escaped and are ready to report your presence to the dark organization behind the scenes for inhuman and evil vengeance, and it is imperative that you stop and arrest the escaped criminals and save yourself. Mission, capture the fugitive, reward, Diary of a Dakian Illusionist. Oh ho! Lin Luo's head was a bit foggy after seeing the system mission. The system had always given him the feeling that he was cerebral palsy stupid, drama extraordinaire, and that having a baby was a real giveaway. Like every time he completed a mission, the system would say that he had gone through a lot of trouble and had a hard time completing the mission. But the truth is, he doesn't accomplish it too easily every time. It's simply a tough-talking system. This time, the system still adds drama, and it's for the criminals in the improvised room. The opponent will escape and be ready to retaliate against himself. Joking, to revenge is also revenge Uncle Chu well. With me a small transparent have nothing to do. But no matter who the retaliation is against, it won't work. I'm gonna eat these dogs today. Jesus couldn't keep them even if he came, I'm telling you. But this Diary of an Illusionist. It's not going to be another hookah listening session. That reply Warlock, Chao Jili, gave Lin Luo a headache just thinking about it. I've never seen such a lack of progress. The whole day is either flower arranging or listening to music. There's no one else who can muck around and fiddle around all day with a basic rep Warlock. At this moment, the content about illusion appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Illusionism, the most basic skill for an illusionist to master. For example, rejuvenation is a basic skill that must be mastered by a reproduction warlock. All illusion-related arts are based on illusion. What illusions, phantoms, illusions of the body and so on. A few moments later, Lin Luo grasped the contents of the illusion. Internal true air and jutsu are not compatible. It's two systems of energy altogether. A gong method is a gong method, and practicing qi is practicing qi. However, Lin Luo had cultivated the yin scripture, so naturally, he could also cast spells. Even if he didn't have enough yin qi in his body, he could still plug in a flash drive. The yin gathering instrument appeared in Lin Luo's hand. The small speaker-like yin gathering device was held in Lin Luo's hand, not the slightest bit eye-catching, so Chu Jianjun didn't even notice. Uncle Chu, how long will it take for them to arrive? Lin Luo inquired in a low voice, while wordlessly casting an illusion spell. About an hour or so. Chu Jianjun looked at the table unnoticed and said in a deep voice. Now we just have to keep an eye on the ones in the house and not let them get away. Well, I understand. Lin Luo's affirmative answer made Chu Jianjun feel much more at ease, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Although this child Lin Luo was impulsive and liked to be reckless, he still obeyed when he should. What a good boy. At this moment, in Chu Jianjun's opinion, Lin Luo was squatting beside him, well-behaved like a good baby. The other Lin Luo had already scurried out, as if a phantom, crashing temperatures crash at great speed. Each step was 6 or 7 meters away, and in a few steps, he arrived outside the door of the simple room. There was a bang as the door to the simple room slammed open. The people in the house were eating, drinking, and playing cards, and were unprepared, and were startled by the sudden crash. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who is it? They moved quickly, cursing and swearing while each feeling under the pillow, under the bed, under the table, etc. And it looked like they were pulling out their weapons. At this time, they also saw the person coming from the doorway, and immediately sucked in cool air, scared and trembling, only to see that it was a floating corpse water ghost that seemed to have just crawled out of the water. It was soaking wet, and his skin was white and swollen from the blisters. His face could still be seen roughly, and the dull, hideous eyes gave everyone in the room the creeps. It's Jia Lao Air. Someone recognized the visitor and said with a trembling voice, "Ghost!" The people in the house screamed like crazy. Some were about to shoot, others subconsciously lunged toward the window to escape. In the next second, a non-attack appeared in Lin Luo's hand. The non-attacking golden light flashed into a shield. However, in the eyes of these people, he is still Jia Lao Air, who came back empty-handed to pursue his soul and demand for his life. "Give me back my life." The ghostly voice seemed to come from hell, full of hatred and resentment. Lin Luo made a big jump, and the shield in his hand slammed directly into the nearest one. With a thumping impact, the person who was hit by the shield seemed as if he had been hit by a dump truck, his bones clicking, blood spurting from his mouth as he whistled and flew out. It seemed to Ringo that everyone in the room was moving too slowly. Slow enough that he could finish everyone off one by one and then they all still wouldn't react. Bang, 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 bang. There was a series of crashes in the room. Lin Luo was like a brutal and ferocious villain, easily abusing the food, one shield at a time, smashing all these guys in the room to the ground. In a few breaths, the house was lying on the floor. The people in the other airstrip were surprisingly unaware of what was happening in this airstrip. This was the horror of illusion, which could easily shield or deceive one's 5 senses. All of them were immersed in the illusion set up by Lin Luo at the moment, eating and drinking in the simple room as usual. Bang! The door to the second airstrip was slammed open. Ringo continues to top the image of the one in the black suitcase, like the water ghosts of the dead claiming their lives. A water ghost with glowing eyes and a white, swollen body burst in. The house erupted into ear-piercing screams. One of the short, fat men reacted the most, his head bubbling with black fury, gray calamity, red miasma of karma, and the thin thread sticking out of the suitcase. "It's you! Yuan Zhong! Give me back my life!" A weird and hoarse voice rang out as the water ghost lunged towards Yuan Zhong with its teeth and claws open. Yuan Zhong was instantly scared and pissed his pants. His voice trembled and his face twisted as he shouted, "No, don't you come over here." In the next second, Yuan Zhong pulled out the earth jerk from his back waist and aimed at Lin Luo about to pull the trigger. Who cares if you're a man or a ghost, just shoot. But Lin Luo's figure arrived in an instant, the shield in his hand charged viciously, a shield strike, Yuan Zhong's arm was directly scrapped, the bone ballast poking out. He didn't have time to scream miserably, and was directly knocked out with great force. With a rumbling sound, the simple room shook with Yuan Zhong's impact. And without the slightest pause, Lin Luo's figure directly weaved back and forth through the house, the shield in his hand violently slapping and smashing. Bang, bang, bang. The non-attacking shields were hard as nails, and slamming into these men was comparable to a great stroke of luck. In just a few breaths of effort, all of these people fainted to the ground after hitting their luck. If it is light, the bones will be broken, and if it is heavy, the body will die on the spot. The main fight is a relief. An hour later, Wang Kaishan led the anti-narcotics brigade, and Jilan led the heavy crime brigade to the Nanchung Xinfeng landfill at the same time. The car was outside, and they were entering the village quietly, afraid of alerting the poisonous rats inside. These are inhuman poisonous rats that are like birds of prey when they hear sirens and will fight to the death, bringing unnecessary sacrifices. Old Chu. First Sergeant. Chu Jianjun pointed to the simple room and whispered, "Quick, the people are inside, don't let them escape." Action. In a moment, dozens of inspectors, catatonic and gravely nervous, approached the improvised house at a quick pace, quietly forming a perimeter. It was just that the simple room was quiet with no sound at all, making Chu Jianjun a little nervous. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the other side has found us. Chu Jianjun whispered to Wang Kaishan. Wang Kaishan also sensed that the situation was not right, gripped the matching gun in his hand tightly, took a deep breath, and made a decision on the spot. Prepare for a strong attack. The order was given, and immediately thereafter men began to feel their way into the improvised room. Bang, bang, bang. The door to the simple room was kicked in. Freeze. Hands on your head. Crouch down and don't move. A loud bellowing sound was heard as blackened guns pointed at the house. But the scene was ghostly quiet. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth curled up slightly as he crouched outside without going over to join in the fun. A new note appeared in the translucent chat box that only he could see. Mission, capture fugitive, reward, diary of a Dakian illusionist, completed. For a moment, a journal appeared in his mind. It was also unknown if this illusionist had recorded in his diary the method of practicing illusionism and the tips for practicing it. If there's one or two of them, I'll make a fortune. With a smile on his face, Lin Luo rubbed his hands together in excitement and turned the first page with anticipation in his heart. In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qin dynasty, on the first day of the 6th month, our party, Illusion C, has finally achieved success in illusionism and advanced to the 5th grade illusionist. At my age, who else can enter the 5th grade illusionist? The sky does not give birth to our party's sea of illusions, and the Great Qin dynasty is like a long night. In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qin dynasty, June 15th, our party, Illusory C, has successfully mastered the one breath transforms 3 purities, allowing us to manifest 3 illusory bodies. At my age, who else can master the one breath transforms the 3 purities? Holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. In the first year of Yangon of the Great Qin dynasty, on the first day of the 7th month, our Feng Mirage C's illusion art has greatly advanced and cultivated the illusion realm. At my age, who else can cultivate the illusion? Our side, the Sea of Illusion, should be a great emperor. Snap! Lin Luo's hand slapped on his forehead. I'm Nima. What was I expecting? One is a diary of flower arrangements and the other is a collection of pretentious quotes. Is this the way you Dakian people keep a diary? Lean. Sure enough, who the hell writes a diary for serious people? Chapter 130. There are cameras in the simple room. Lin Luo looked through the diary of this illusionist named Feng Mihai. He realized that it was really abnormal for the Dakian people to keep a diary. A flower arrangement in Jade Chao Jili, and a self-sacrificing Feng Mirage C. In the future, if he went to Dakian, he would absolutely have to photocopy 10,000 or 8,000 copies of the two men's diaries and distribute them. You two must be made famous. Lin Luo gritted his teeth and grimaced. Wasted his 2 chances to wool gather for nothing. Can he not be angry? Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Congratulations, you have successfully captured all the fugitives and eliminated the security risks, and you have also been reappointed by the Blue Star officials. In order to return to Dakian as soon as possible and change our destiny against all odds, it is imperative that we learn more powerful and advanced knowledge. Quest: learn the advanced knowledge and technology hidden by the Blue Star government and not available in Dakian. Reward, healthy body pill *5. Oh ho! Fitness pills. Even though he now had the recipe, it was still quite difficult to make a health pill. Now 5 health pills were given for completing a quest once, which was still a pretty good reward. Right at this moment, Lin Luo's ears twitched slightly before he looked up. He saw Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishan, both with grave and serious expressions, exiting the simple room and walking towards himself. Uncle Chu, Uncle Wang. Lin Luo greeted the two and asked with a curious expression. Why isn't there any movement in there at all? Where are those guys? He's asking knowingly. Earlier, he had used an illusion to control Chu Jianjun, making him keep thinking that Lin Luo was obediently squatting beside him, until Wang Kaishan and also Jilan arrived. Now, of course, we have to start and finish and act like it. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishan frowned and silently took out their cigarette cases, and after one person lit one, they gulped down the smoke. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and didn't press the issue, just quietly looking at the two. Hiss, phew. Old Chu, what do you think? Wang Kaishan was the first to ask a question, his inquiring gaze looking at Chu Jianjun. The country-faced, thick-browed Chu Jianjun had narrowed his eyes with a blank expression. I don't know. It's so weird. He'd obviously been squatting outside with Rinlo for an hour, and listening to the sounds of drinking and rowing for an hour as well. But when the brigade arrived, the noise in the house disappeared. They rushed into the house, and all the poisonous rats inside fell to the ground with serious injuries again. Inside, the scene was extraordinarily chaotic, with guns scattered all over the place, but no signs of shots being fired. It was obvious that the men were knocked down the moment they pulled out their guns. And at the same time. Otherwise it would be impossible for everyone to be holding a gun but not shooting. But what in the world could have knocked out so many people at once the moment they pulled out their guns? And these airstrips are townhouses and are poorly soundproofed. If something happens in one room, people in several other rooms can definitely hear it. So the person who did this is definitely not alone. But, who the hell did this? Chu Jianjun couldn't figure it out and exhaled his smoke as he looked at Lin Luo. It just happened to meet Lin Luo's clear and innocent and blankly curious gaze. Lo, did you see any suspicious people enter the airstrip? Speaking of which, I actually saw it. Lin Luo's tone was a bit unconvinced, but it made Chu Jianjun's heart startled, and he was busy pursuing to ask what he had seen. Wang Kaishuan's gaze also moved to Lin Luo, waiting for the following. I think I saw a dark figure, kinda blurry, couldn't make out what it looked like. I think it came from the stinking pool over there and went into those rooms. But it was too dark to really see, and I thought it was someone inside going over there to pee, so I didn't care. After Lin Luo finished speaking, Chu Jianjun sucked in a breath of cool air. You mean, just one dark shadow? Wang Kaishan also realized what was going on and his breath caught. 25 people in there, and they were wiped out by one guy? This is too bizarre. Old Chu, haven't you noticed? Wang Kaixian looked at Chu Jianjun again. It is reasonable to say that Chu Jianjun is how many years of the old criminal investigation, back then or scouts, this stalking detection ability is first class. There was no reason why he couldn't see it when Lin Luo had seen it. Nope. I didn't see a single person go in or out the entire time. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking seriously, he took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight function, then ran over towards the stinky pool over there that Lin Luo had mentioned. Wang Kaixian also quickly followed. He believed in Chu Jianjun's business level. Tonight's events reeked of something uncomplicated. Soon the two came to the stinking pool. The stench is so bad that it hurts your brain. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaixian both covered their mouths and noses and shone their flashlights on the ground, wanting to see if there were any traces. Old Chu, look here, Wang Kaixian said in a shocked voice. Chu Jianjun then came to the side of Wang Kaixian, flashlight light to go. You can see that there is a drag mark on the edge of the stinking pool. It was as if something had dragged itself out of the pool and the traces were oriented in the exact direction of the airstrip. The two followed the drag marks all the way to the door of the simple house. At this time, the airstrip was busy. The Major Crimes Brigade and the Narcotics Brigade are working together and are investigating the scene. As many as 30 prohibited firearms and 350 kilograms of ephedrine and other chemical materials were recovered from the scene. Ephedrine is not a sugar product, but it is a raw material for making sugar products. Manufacturing, production, and distribution are all expressly prohibited by law. It's self-evident what there is so much of it here, and what it's used for. Team Chu, Team Wang. Jiran led the men over in a flurry of wind, with exhaustion as well as excitement on his face. What's the catch? Chu Jianjun inquired. Jiran said dryly. There were 25 people on the scene, 16 seriously injured and unconscious, 9 gone. 30 firearms, long and short, were found at the scene, in addition to a large quantity of Class 1 excisable chemicals. These are the raw materials for making sugar products. We suspect that this is not only the hideout of the big brain sugar trafficking group, but likewise the other party's sugar factory. Also, we found working cameras at the scene that should have recorded what happened here. Just after Jilan finished speaking, Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaixian's eyes immediately lit up. There are cameras. That's just great. Where's the stuff? Chu Jianjun asked impatiently. Zhu and the others have extracted the memory card, so we can check it when we get back. Great, you guys keep searching at the scene and we'll go back to the video now. Chu Jianjun couldn't wait to find out what was going on in these rooms. Yes. Although she was tired and wanted to rest, Jiran took the order without hesitation. Do their line of work, or a line of dry patrol, women as men as livestock, there is no normal point of commute, a busy day is dark, has been the norm. Just like that, Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaixian led the people out of the simple room with quick steps. Although Lin Luo was squatting outside, he heard the conversation in the house clearly. Holy, there's a camera in the house? Lin Luo scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. These drug rats have nothing better to do. What's the point of having a camera in the house for nothing, to record evidence of your crime? Chapter 131, your map of Yen is a bit long. Good thing I was prepared. Although Lin Luo didn't understand the strange brain circuits of these poisonous rats, he still respected them. After all, poisonous rats are not human beings at all, and it is normal for them to behave in an anti-human way. But he had been prepared for anything back when he rushed in. He's videotaped himself on his own cell phone. The phantom body is not recognized on camera. In other words, the illusionary body technique could actually be seen as a form of transfiguration. This transfiguration is a completely real and reliable technique. Even a camera can't shine a light on the real body under the illusion. Sure enough, the Mito point is necessary. Lin Luo, let's go. Chu Jianjun greeted Lin Luo as he retreated. Coming. Lin Luo answered and followed a few people out of the South City Xinfeng landfill in an assorted manner. There was a long line of patrol cars parked out front, and it looked kinda blustery. Huang Tao drove and Lin Luo sat in the passenger seat. Chu Jianjun, Wang Kaixian and a young inspector Lin Luo didn't recognize were sitting in the back row. Squeak! The Grand Cherokee let out an ear-piercing screech, made a sharp tail-swinging U-turn, and then whizzed off quickly toward City Hall. Lin Luo sat in the passenger seat, his eyes glowing. Holy! Brother Taozi, cow! I never thought you had this in you. Lin Luo came over to Huang Tao's side and watched as he calmly drove with one hand. Brother Taozi, teach me a hand when you're free. It's a man's romance. Guns he's played with, that leaves the car. Drifting in place, good man, not bad for a group of 6, is a bit of skill in the body. If you want to learn, hey, you have to pay tuition. Huang Tao laughed and joked with Lin Luo. No problem. Lin Luo raised his hand and flipped it over, and an apple-flavored squeaky bar appeared in his hand. Here, have some candy. Yoo-hoo! You're pretty slick too, you can do magic tricks. Huang Tao laughed in surprise. But looking at the squeaky stick in Lin Luo's hand, he shook his head in respect. I can't eat candy, I've had too much candy since I was a kid and I have worm teeth. So you smoke? Lin Luo flipped his hand and the lollipop disappeared from his hand, then picked up a box of medium white C from the center console and pulled out one and handed it to Huang Tao. This is the car driven by Chu Jianjun. Naturally, the cigarettes in the car are Chu Jianjun's. Huang Tao is not polite, smiled and took the cigarette, but also dejectedly said to Chu Jianjun in the back row, Chu Tin, it's Xiao Luo who gave me the cigarette, it's not me who took it. Chu Jianjun directly rolled his eyes. You're just having fun, and you're fooling around with me. Snap. Lin Luo picked up the lighter and helped him light it, then he gave the cigarettes to Chu Jianjun, Wang Kaixian in the back row. When it came to the turn of the young man who was sandwiched in the center, left and right for the men, Lin Luo smiled and got close. What's your name, buddy? My name is Su Lingjun, I'm from the technical section. Su Lingjian was a literate-looking young man with a pair of thick eyebrows that stood out. Su Lingjian. Lin Luo cocked his head and suddenly thought of something, pulling out a medium white C and handing it over. Old Su, do you want a wife? Ah. Su Lingjian awed and froze on the spot, the hand that received the cigarette doped up and subconsciously tried to wave his hand. Wang Kaixian on the left followed closely, and Chu Jianjun on the right blinked. The two then spoke almost simultaneously. I'll bring it to you later if you open your golden mouth. Su Lingjun. What's the situation? Happiness comes so suddenly? Two captains are actually going to introduce themselves to their daughters-in-law at the same time? Ha ha ha. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaixian looked at Su Lingjuan's dumbfounded expression and laughed heartily. Huang Tao, who was driving the car, was dumbfounded and didn't know what the two bigwigs behind him were laughing at. Shaolin, what secret signals are you guys making? What are Team Chu and Team Wang laughing at again? Lin Luo smiled, didn't say anything, and lit cigarettes for Chu Jianjun and the others. I can't believe that you, Xiao Luo, have seen that movie by Chu Shimao. Chu Jianjun clutched his cigarette and said with emotion. Wang Kaixian also nodded his head with emotion and started the reminiscing mode. This movie is an old one. I still remember when we were studying at the police academy, we always loved to show this movie when we showed open-air movies. That's right, if it wasn't for Xiao Luo, I wouldn't have realized that Xiao Su was actually Lao Su. Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaixian were both quite emotional. When the two cadres training, the same class or housemates, the relationship is too good to be true. A few years have passed, and both of them have reached the rank of captain, without realizing that they have aged so much. Say, such an old movie, do you watch it too, Lo? Chu Jianjun looked at Lin Luo and was kinda surprised. He thought that youngsters nowadays like to watch martial arts and foreign sci-fi blockbusters, but he didn't expect Lin Luo to open his mouth to Lao Su. Lin Luo shrugged and said, we show outdoor movies at school, too. Warm spring, wreaths under the mountains, visitors under the icebergs, hands up, every time it's a group event, you can't afford not to see it. The earliest thing Ringo remembers watching was Warm Spring. Sheds were set up in the schoolyard and every class carried benches to line up in the playground. When watching the movie, Chu Jiaojiao sat next to him and cried so much that his school uniform was soaked. Good lord, your school is quite tradition-oriented, Wang Kaixian said with emotion. When the country was just established, spiritual entertainment was extremely scarce, and open-air movie shows became the unique memory of that generation. It's always a special treat when there's an outdoor movie playing somewhere. Hundreds and thousands of people sat or squatted, stood or climbed trees just to see a movie. Movie projectionists, they are especially popular, and are treated with courtesy everywhere they go. Which is like now, when there is a movie theater in 10 malls, but people are not as enthusiastic about going to the movies as they used to be. Su Lingjun sat awkwardly in the middle of Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaixian, feeling that she shouldn't be sitting in the car, she should be underneath it. You guys are chatting so much, why do you let me sit here? Can we switch seats? Originally, at first, he was quite happy to sit in the back row with the two captains, thinking of showing his face more in front of the captains. I didn't realize that I was a part of the beginning of their chat play. By the way Lao Su, you're from the technical section, so are you good at computer skills? Lin Luo's map of Yen finally wrapped up. The figure of speech turned to computer technology. The system mission is to learn the advanced knowledge and technology hidden by the Blue Star government and not available in Dakian. As soon as he got in the car he found two. Huang Tao's car skills, and this Su Lingjun in the back is from the technical section, so maybe the computer skills are good too. As long as he followed the two to learn any of the techniques, then his system quests wouldn't be a handful. Driving this first do not consider a short period of time to learn. Huang Tao will not have the audacity to let him an undocumented high school students get into the car practice. Then it's only Su Lingjian. How to say is also the criminal investigation technology section, no computer technology, that photography technology, painting technology, and even search and seizure and so on, as long as there is the same, with him nagging a few words, learn something, in order to the old dang system of urination, he can also get it done. Su Lingjun was embarrassed, he didn't expect Lin Luo to talk to him. Subconsciously he said, my computer skills are okay, when I was in college, I even won a computer software design award. Lin Luo's eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I'm pretty good at computers too, so let's spar together sometime. Yeah. Su Lingjian just simply agreed. Chapter 132 playing the video, oh my god, the paranormal. The car sped along. It was pretty late in the day. The traffic on the streets has gotten quite a bit less, so the roads are driving faster. A little over half an hour later, the Grand Cherokee drove into the city hall. The group got out of the car and entered the office building with hurried steps. Lin Luo, as the person who staked out the office with Chu Jianjun, naturally couldn't run away and followed a piece to the office. The computer was turned on, and Su Lingjun sat in front of it and operated it for a while, and soon, several folders appeared in the computer display. Chu Jianjun said the approximate time. Su Lingjun clicked on the files in turn, and quickly found the contents of this evening's videos, sorted according to time. Found it! Neighbor Su was a little excited to double-click and tap the file. Soon, the video content began to play. The computer was plugged into an external stereo that made sounds as the video played. Drink drink drink! Zhao Laosher, you lost, drink! Nima, Cripple Lu, are you cheating? Asterisk 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 Q, if you can't afford to lose, get lost and stop playing. So many people are watching, can I cheat? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I lost all my money tonight, I'll pay when the goods are dispersed. Then you have to hurry up. You still owe the boss $200,000 for the goods. If you don't pay back the money, be careful that the boss will sink you too and let you go to be a water ghost. Che, I'm not an undercover agent. That dead cop betrayed the boss and died. In the office, Wang Kaishan, Chu Jianjun crowd's fists clenched tightly, gritted their teeth and looked at the screen, hating that they could not rush in and tear these people apart. Bang! There was a sudden jolt. Everyone on the screen was startled, then moved quickly to pull out their guns. But the next second, Chu Jianjun in front of the computer screen, Wang Kaishan, Huang Tao and Su Lingjun all stared wide-eyed, full of incredulity. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who is it? It's Jia Lao Air. Asterisk 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 ghosts. Yuan Zhong, give me back my life. A terrified scream, and that hoarse and ethereal return my life, made Chu Jianjun's few people completely dumbfounded. Their breathing became rapid and their hands began to shake unconsciously. The picture still continues. Ah! No! Mercy! Bang bang bang. This can't be right. It's not scientific. How is this possible? Several people all recognized that Jia Lao Air was none other than Ma Jia's alias. He went undercover with the big brain sugar cartel under the alias Jia Lao Air, was exposed for delivering a message, and then was killed by a cruel poison rat. But now he's back. And in such a form. In just a few seconds before and after, the gang of poisonous rats were already lying on the ground, unmoving. In the office, Chu Jianjun's few people were similarly motionless. They stared blankly at the computer screen as if they had been nudged. Lin Luo came up at this time and took the mouse from Su Lingjun, who was completely frozen, but the result was that this person didn't react at all, as if he had been stupid. Lin Luo didn't care about him, dragging the video progress bar back to 5 seconds ago, and then turned on the slow play. The footage is shown again, this time in slow motion, from the moment the water ghost, Jia Lao Air, enters the simple room to the moment all the poisonous rats are lying dead inside. It took less than 5 seconds. All the poisonous rats that came into contact with Jia Lao Air instantly flew out with a miserable scream, and after landing on the ground, they were no longer moving. Quest learn the advanced knowledge and technology hidden by the Blue Star government and not available in Dakian. Reward, healthy body pill *5, completed. Oh ho! That counts. Lin Luo didn't realize that he was just manipulating the mouse and dragging the video playback, even if he was learning about Blue Star's advanced knowledge and technology. But yes, Dakian is an ancient world. Ironically, there is no such thing as videotaped videos. Even if it did, it would have nothing to do with electronic computers. In the next second, the familiar feeling struck again, and Lin Luo felt his pocket crashing for a moment, as if there was something extra. Lin Luo's face was breezy. After experiencing so many sneak attacks on his pants pockets, he was already used to it. He calmly put his hand into his pants pocket, then put the bodybuilding pills inside into his storage space. This is all good stuff. Dad and mom one person to another one, and then Chu Jiaojiao family of 3 also one person. It seems just right to distribute it that way. System, have you already counted the number of people in my family? Lin Luo was secretly slandering in his heart, but Chu Jianjun had a jolt and went straight back to his senses. Old Su, save a copy of the video and email me the file. Yes. Su Lingjian quickly followed orders. Chu Jianjun looked at Wang Kaishan, and it happened that Wang Kaishan also looked at Chu Jianjun. The two of them looked at each other with indescribable expressions on their faces. This case tonight. Off the dap. Luo, come with me for a moment. Chu Jianjun called Lin Luo to the next office. Wang Kaishan also followed. The office is just the 3 of them. After sitting down, Chu Jianjun took out a cigarette box and scattered one to Wang Kaishan. The 2 old smokers then began to gulp down the smoke in the office. Lin Luo had no choice but to pull out his mask. He really doesn't like secondhand smoke. Phew. Lin Luo, this case, what do you think? Chu Jianjun voiced his inquiry, and then, both of their eyes all locked onto Lin Luo, as if they wanted to get an answer from Lin Luo. Lin Luo shook his head with a blank expression. Don't ask me, I don't know. You don't? Didn't you see it? And you're. Chu Jianjun didn't say the compass, but the meaning was already obvious. This was his future old husband, and Lin Luo didn't want to hide it from him. Wang Kaishan is close to Chu Jianjun, and when he caught Triangle Eye, he also knew that his compass was a bit magical. But it's not the time when the four olds were broken, so it's no big deal to know. I'm not a Taoist priest, I only learned a few tricks from my grandfather when I was a kid, but I really don't know anything about this kind of real thing, Lin Luo said with a helpless face and spread his hands. The old man sailed away a long time ago, so you can't find out if he paid or not. Seeing that Lin Luo didn't look like he was lying, Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishan looked at each other again, then silently continued smoking. When they had finished a cigarette, the two of them took another one by tacit agreement, pipe to pipe, and renewed it directly. Seeing that the two of them had been smoking without talking, Lin Luo simply leaned back in his chair and began to daze. The olden system's cerebral palsy refreshed Lin Luo's cognition time and time again. Just click the mouse even if you complete the task, such a system in the end how retarded ah. So be sure to brush up on your quests and woolgather before the old den system reacts. Who knows what it will be like in the future. What if this olden system thinks he's enough to go back to Dakian to change his destiny against the heavens, and then opens the crossing with a single click, and as a result, it crosses back and leaves itself behind. The system crosses over without me. Given how brain-dead the olden system is, this kind of thing is quite possible. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. After a long time of diligent study, you have finally learned the advanced knowledge and technology hidden by the Blue Star government and not found in Dakian, time rewinding. In a single breath, you can access everything that happened in the past time, and you feel deeply shocked, worthy of the excellent and advanced Blue Star civilization. In order to return to Dakian as soon as possible, you are determined to study Blue Star knowledge and technology more diligently. Mission, learning the advanced knowledge and technology of Blue Star, reward, 15 cubic meters of storage space. Oh ho! PW greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. The storage space is going to be upgraded. This was a good thing, his storage space was only 1 cubic meter, although it was enough, but if he wanted to transport goods back and forth between Dakian and Blue Star, it would be a bit insufficient. Other than that, a cubic meter, can't even put a bike in it ah. Now at 16 cubic meters, you could fit a small car. In the future, he would never be afraid of losing his ghost fire. Chapter 133, Literary? Doesn't that speak for itself? Lin Lu's heart sang that today was a good day, while Chu Jianjun and Wang Kaishan renewed their cigarettes one after another. It's a headache. What is this report going to be? Chu Jianjun scratched his head and bared his teeth as he looked at Wang Kaishan. Wang Kaishan was also scratching his head, and when he heard Chu Jianjun's inquiry, he stared wide-eyed and pointed at himself with a backhand. Ah, you asked me? Wide-eyed, the two stared at each other for 3 seconds before continuing to bury their heads in their cigarettes. This report is a doozy. It's completely unwritable. Why write a report? Lin Luo weakly inquired. He really couldn't stay. It's too choking. The 2 cartons of cigarettes on the table were almost finished, and the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Lin Luo felt that the two of them were going to be rummaging through the ashtray to pick up cigarette butts to smoke in a while. Aha! Chu Jianjun's eyes lit up, and Wang Kaishan also swished his head around, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Lin Luo. Lo, you have an idea? Just report it. Let the top have a headache about it. Lin Luo said with a shrug. Anyway, if you don't know how to write it, and you can't write it even if you scratch your head, why don't you just report it directly as a special event and let the people above you have a headache? That's an idea. Chu Jianjun stroked his chin, then said to Wang Kaishan, you write the action report, I'll be responsible for writing the front. From the discovery of the suspect, into the chase to the Newfoundland landfill, into the call for backup, the stakeout. That part he could have written. Wang Kaishan nodded. Anyway, is that he received support, and then led the people to set off the landfill, into the arrest operation. There's not much to these elements. As for the content of the video, love whoever you want. For a while, it was as if the two of them were unshackled, indescribably relaxed. Ahem. Lin Luo, go make a statement with Tao Zi, then go back and rest. Uncle won't give you a ride today, you go ask who has the car keys and you ride back. Chu Jianjun said to Lin Luo with a smile. There's some overlap in the images. It seems like it happened once not too long ago. Hey, okay. Lin Luo nodded and immediately got up and headed outside. This office is turning into a coal kiln furnace. A few minutes later, Lin Luo finished his statement here at Huang Tao's place. Mainly set in Chu Jianjun in Xinfeng landfill staring squatting things. Since the plot was relatively simple, it was taken care of in a few sentences and the rest was left to Chu Jianjun to play out. After making a statement, Lin Luo pulled Huang Tao, who was about to leave. Just kidding, how am I supposed to brush up on my olden quest if I let you get away? Learning an advanced technology of Blue Star is certainly not available in Dakian. This Taozi is a pretty good driver. In-place tail drift, 6 of a kind. Even if it wasn't brushing up on tasks, Lin Luo was still interfering with his studies. Brother Taozi, I've given you all the tuition fees, you have to teach me drifting. Huang Tao scratched his head and looked at the great nephew of the great captain who had the word good learner written all over his face. He was in a bit of a bind. Teach it, the other person is underage and doesn't have a driver's license, so inevitably they can't drive. But it's not teachable, his own top boss calls him his great nephew. It's family. Tell you what, you can't drive a car, but can you learn to drift a motorcycle? Even though the motorcycle also requires a license, Ringo has a motorcycle, so he just pretends he doesn't know about it. Hey, that works too. Not to mention motorcycles, even bikes drift. The olden system has to recognize it. Go, I'll teach you. Huang Tao did as he said and led Lin Luo towards the outside. Lin Luo's motorcycle had been ridden back to the city office, and Huang Tao inserted the key and fired it up. There's a trick to this motorcycle headshake. Body slightly tilted, elbows up, toes supporting the ground facing outward, taut, small crunch of gas, pop the clutch, go you. In the next second, Huang Tao sat on the motorcycle, and the motorcycle began to circle in place. Woohoo! Lin Luo's eyes twinkled with excitement. Handsome. Brother Tao Z. Here, you try. Huang Tao stopped his motorcycle, stomped his foot on the brace, and rolled his legs to get off. Lin Luo rubbed his hands together, got on the motorcycle, and followed Huang Tao's actions just now. Small crumbs of oil, buzzing. Go away you. In the next second, Lin Luo's motorcycle began to circle in place. Mission, learning the advanced knowledge and technology of the blue planet. Reward, 15 cubic meters of storage space, completed. Milk thought. Lin Luo's storage space instantly expanded. From the original 1 cubic meter, it had increased by 15 cubic meters, or 16 cubic meters. How big is 16 cubic meters? The kind of small 2-meter cold chain truck running on the road. His compartment is only 16 cubic meters. It is 4 meters long, 2 meters wide and 2 meters high. Pretty much the size of an SUV sedan. Originally before, Lin Luo in the storage space stuffed with guns, ammunition detonators, school bags, messy miscellaneous all ready to be stuffed. A cubic meter really isn't that big. Now it's instantly spacious. Brother Taozi, thank you all. Lin Luo, as if he was the one who bought the abduction, smiled nervously at Huang Tao and thanked him. Thanks for nothing. It's getting late. Hurry back. I'm going to get busy. Huang Tao waved his hand at Lin Luo and said with a smile. Okay, I'm back. 886. Lin Luo finished, looked like he was in a hurry to go home, waved his hand, rode his motorcycle with an in situ tail, and then drove out of the city hall in a puff of smoke. In one word, handsome. The night wind was howling because Lin Luo was riding quite fast. The streets have become much less pedestrianized, and there are still a lot of cars on the motorways, and I don't know what they are there for. The light ahead was red, and Ringo slowly pinched the gate and stopped at the stop line. Where is this going to be justified? Between one day and the next, 7 in and 7 out at City Hall. It's the middle of the night and he's still hanging out. I also wonder what MS Chang will greet him with when he gets home. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Lin Luo shouted at the system in his mind. No matter what kind of cleaning I get at home, it's still important to brush up on system tasks. After a period of early mornings and late nights, starry nights, and hard work, you have finally learned another Blue Star advanced cultural technology. You are deeply impressed by the advanced culture and vast knowledge of the Blue Star, and are ready to work harder and study diligently to prepare for your return to the Great Shen against all odds. Mission, winning the first place in the Academy examination competition. Reward, literary chi. It's not the great competition of school examinations. The seniors in the 18th grade have a monthly test every month, but it is still about 2 weeks away. In other words, he was now stuck in the main quest and could only brush up on the side quests. Unless the monthly school test is early. But that's impossible, after all, the placement test has only just passed. It's hard. I can't brush up on the main quest for 2 weeks, isn't that cutting me off? Dog system. What kind of a mission are you on? Lin Luo gritted his teeth in displeasure, wanting to pull out the system and stomp on it a few times. But then again, this literary. Is it the same wench from Urea Bag memory? Lin Luo had received the memories of the Urea Bag, and his knowledge of Deqian was much more familiar than before. But the Urea Bag has always been a commoner, a sufferer, a wimpy fee, a straw cuckold. He didn't know much about the many hidden secrets of Deqian. Therefore, although Lin Luo has grasped the memory of the Urea Bag, he knows very little about the hidden secrets of Deqian. System, what does Wenqi do? Lin Luo asked the system in his mind. Wenqi, an untold secret of the Deqian Wen Zong Shu Yuan, sensing the great Tao of the book, using the words of the great Tao as the base and the mountain of books and the sea of literature as the supplement, writing the true words and refining the Wenqi, leading to the sensing of heaven and earth, which can manifest visions. Isn't this thing all about words? Lin Luo blinked, feeling that if this setting was written as a novel, it would definitely be a hit. Chapter 134 Elder Brother Chu, you have suffered. When Lin Luo returned home, the house was quiet. Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua had long since gone to bed, but there were small lights left in the living room, and it looked like they were for Lin Luo. It was inexplicably cozy. With a light smile on his lips, Lin Luo turned off the lights, then burrowed back inside. Didn't wash up either, went straight to bed. Go to the bathroom and wash yourself halfway through the night. When you come out, there's sure to be an exasperated mom refreshed at the door. It's scary to think about, so I'd better wait until I wake up tomorrow. Bastard! Wake up and be honest, where did you go crazy last night? At 10 o'clock in the morning, before Lin Luo even opened his eyes, he felt his ears being controlled. Not much force, but a lot of threatening intensity. He opened his eyes helplessly and saw his old mom and dad. The two chivalrous men were lifting his ears left and right. One with rounded phoenix eyes, the other with a tiger's eye. Lin Luo swept another glance with his afterimage. These two are holding a chicken feather duster and 7 wolves. Good lord, is this a case of family law at the drop of a hat? Mom, Dad. Lin Luo's good boy was online, with a pleasing smile piled on his face, trying to evoke him as Zhang's motherly love. Don't you give me that. Say, where did you go after school last night? Zhang Xuehua grabbed the chicken feather duster in her hand and gestured at Lin Luo for a while. Be dishonest and have your ass whipped. I was with Uncle Chu yesterday. If you don't believe me, when we go to Uncle Chu's house, you can ask him. Ringo shook his head and saved his ears from Mom and Dad. What are you doing with old man Chu? Lin Construction asked in disbelief, and the 7 wolves in his hand were obediently thrown onto the bed. He would have been dragged here by his daughter-in-law to hold up the fort. That is not yesterday to go to the Special Patrol Brigade assessment. Well, I assessed successfully, when the Special Patrol Brigade special instructor. The expressions on Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua's faces instantly switched to joy. Son of A, are you telling the truth? You're an instructor in the Special Patrol now? Zhang Xuehua was surprised and puzzled. His own stinking son had nothing to show for his life since he was a kid, so why did he suddenly go to the Special Patrol as an instructor? What can he teach those Special Patrols? It can't be eating dumplings dipped in soy sauce and stuffing 2 in one bite. What's the point of lying to you guys? It's a special contract. Ringo pulled a dossier from under his pillow. Zhang Xuehua's eyes were quick and swished it over. Lin Jian rushed around to Zhang Xuehua's side, sticking his head out and looking curiously at the special employment contract Zhang Xuehua took out of the file bag. It clearly stated the hiring of Lin Luo as a fighting instructor for the South City Special Patrol Brigade. Salary and treatment of this piece of Zhang Xuehua looked at the eyes of the light. Lin Jian did not hold back, joyfully laughed. That's not a bad salary, 6,000 a month, and 5 insurance policies. Zhang Xuehua smiled happily, like a flower. His own son has made his mark, not to mention his grades are first in his class, but he has also become an instructor in the Special Patrol Brigade. But since when did this kid know how to fight? She knew about being hammered on the ground by other kids who practiced boxing when she was in elementary school. That's not right. You can still sign contracts until 2 or 3 in the morning. Zhang Xuehua suddenly reacted and looked at Lin Luo with a scrutinizing gaze again. The clothes you took off smelled like cigarette oil. Did you go to an internet cafe all night last night? Lin Construction also rushed to stand up for Zhang Xuehua and copied the 7 wolves on the bed. He glared with tiger eyes, like a pack rat. Tai, you rebellious son, confess from leniency, resist from severity nah. The third rule of the Lin family's house rules is that you must not stay away from home without a good reason, especially if you sneak off to an internet cafe. Those who disobey will be served by 7 wolves. I'm wronged I am. Lin Luo rolled over and knelt directly on the bed, raising his hands to the sky and joining his hands. Flying snow in June. Ringo trailed off. Next. Ring, ring, ring. The divine machine on the nightstand suddenly rang, interrupting Lin Luo's spell casting. Lin Luo rolled over and grabbed the cell phone on the nightstand. The caller ID says Uncle Chu. Lin Luo hurriedly picked up the phone. Uncle Chu, come and explain this to me. My parents are going to tear me apart. What nonsense. You brat. Zhang Xuehua glared at Lin Luo before giving Lin Jian a look. Lin Construction hurriedly threw the 7 wolves and grabbed the cell phone from Lin Luo's hand. As soon as he saw that the caller was Uncle Chu, he turned on the speakerphone and greeted the opposite party warmly. Ha, old brother Chu. Hey, old brother Lin, what time to come over? I'm all set. Hey, I'm on my way. It's about 11 o'clock, and we're going to have some good drinks today. That's a must. The more Lin Jian and Chu Jianjun talked, the hotter they got. Zhang Xuehua gave Lin Jian several winks, and only then did Lin Jian ask with a smile, Elder brother Chu, my family's brat didn't cause you any trouble last night, did he? You're asking if you're in trouble, right? Actually, I'm asking if the brat was with you last night. That's what adults do, they don't talk straight, they beat around the bush. The maps of Yen are all longer. Last night, thanks to Lo, we caught a few more suspects for us. Speaking of which, I'm still a bit embarrassed, I was too busy last night, I didn't send Xiao Luo back. Chu Jianjun said with some shame. Hey, he's such a big guy. What can he have at home by himself? Lin Jianzhuang smiled unconcernedly and continued. Just stay with you, his mom's always worried about the brat going to the internet cafe and fooling around. Xiao Luo is a good boy, brother Lin and sister-in-law can definitely rest assured that he's fine. By the way brother Lin, that wine, you remember to let Xiao Luo take it. Hey, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me, son, where's that wine? Lin Jianzhuang looked over at Lin Luo and smiled that kind smile. Zhang Xuehua looked blankly at Lin Luo and then at Lin Jian. What kind of riddle are these gentlemen playing? Don't worry, I got it back last night. Lin Luo patted his chest in assurance. That's it then, old buddy, I'll see you later. Okay, see you in a bit. With that, the two hung up. With a tilt of his head, Lin Luo took the phone in confusion. No, that's it? Am I out of business? Uncle Chu, you're not calling just for that medicine bar. Good man, your land also figures so long. Lin Jian and Zhang Xuehua went out of Lin Luo's room. Now you're relieved, I told you our son wouldn't mess around. Comrade Lao Lin is extremely skillful at hitting the back of the horse. Zhang Xuehua gave Lin Construction a blank stare. You didn't say that before, the 7 wolves in your hand were swinging vigorously, when I didn't see it. Okay, hurry up and pack your go. Today's drinking owes a little, don't get drunk and confused, and embarrass the children outside. Don't worry, it can't. Lin Construction patted his chest to guarantee, heart extraordinarily looking forward to, stinky son to get back the medicinal wine, in the end there is not so magical. Half an hour later, Lin Luo washed up, changed into clean clothes, carried a big bag, and followed her parents downstairs. This meeting, Lin Construction and Zhang Xuehua are very important, especially in the big supermarket to buy gifts, are not expensive, but are carefully selected. The old Pusan chugged along all the way to the garden district. After registering the information at the entrance to the neighborhood, the car drove into the neighborhood. Just as he approached the second building, he saw Chu Jianjun, Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiu already waiting at the entrance of the building. A family of 3 are all overflowing with bright and warm smile, as the old Chu's big black circles under the eyes looks a little out of place. Lin Construction parked his car and saw old Chu's dark circles under his eyes, and then saw the extremely well-maintained and red-faced Xiaoli. I can't help but feel a sense of emotion in my heart. No wonder elder brother Chu wanted the medicinal wine so desperately. LOL. The same people at the end of the world. Old man Chu, you've suffered. Chapter 135. A man cannot hear of a great tonic. Elder brother Lin. Elder brother Chu. Sister-in-law. Sibling. The Lin family and the Chu family met triumphantly under the second building of the garden district. Chu Jiajiao's small face was flushed and looked a little shy, standing beside Xiaoli. She always felt her small face burning. Hello uncle, hello auntie. Chu Jiajiao greeted nicely. Hey, this is Jiao Jiao, isn't it? She's so good-looking, just like a fairy in the sky. Zhang Xuehua looked at the delicate and lovely Chu Jiajiao. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Chu Jiajiao was already shy, and by Zhang Xuehua's compliment, her pretty white quiet little face turned even redder, and she shyly hung her head. Lin Luo, on the other hand, silently opened the trunk and carried out large bags from it. Aya, just come, why did you bring so many things? Chu Jianjun looked at these things that Lin Luo was carrying and smiled from ear to ear. There is an argument for all of these things. Melon seeds and peanut candies, which were carried on the first visit. In the South City, whenever you see someone carrying these things to the door, there's no need to ask, it's either a blind date or a betrothal. Lin Jianjun took a carton of milk from Lin Luo and said with a smile, it's all for my siblings and kids, a little token of appreciation. Hey, we're glad you guys are here, come on, let's go upstairs. Yes, go upstairs. Chu Jianjun also helped carry the box of 8 treasure kanji, then walked with Lin Jianjun towards the door of the unit. Xiaoli also took Zhang Xuehua's arm and followed with a smile. Lin Luo looked at his unreliable parents speechlessly and shook his head, carrying a large bag in his hand and 2 boxes of Kofco gift boxes under his arm. It's close to being in your mouth. Honestly, that's all there is to New Year's Eve visiting relatives. Chu Jiajiao's watery peach blossom eyes looked at Lin Luo's styling, and she didn't hold back her laughter, her small white hand covering her mouth, and she coquettishly smiled and came over to Lin Luo's side. Want some help? Her voice was brittle and sweet, and she smiled as if she were a playful little yellow flower, her big, ebony eyes smilingly looking at Lin Luo. No need, this stuff is just a small meal to me, Lin Luo said easily. In front of a girl, one must appear strong and brave. Man, can't say no. Hee, I'll open the door for you then. Chu Jiajiao smiled and took a few quick steps to help Lin Luo open the door to the unit. At the entrance of the elevator, Chu Jianjun and Lin Jianjun were talking and laughing while Zhang Xuehua and Xiaoli behind them seemed to be like old friends at first sight, whispering and laughing without knowing what they were chatting about. Good lord, the 2 pairs of adults met and had a nice chat, forgetting about their little two. What were you doing with my dad last night? It was almost dawn before my dad came home. Chu Jiajiao stood beside Lin Luo, her small hands behind her back, and asked in a curious whisper. Don't mention it, last night I was arrested by your dad and followed a piece to catch a thief, tossing and turning until midnight. He let me go back on my own when it was over. This morning my mom and dad twisted my ears and pulled me out from under the covers, and they're torturing me to make me explain where I went crazy last night. Sound of escaping laughter. Chu Jiajiao was amused again, and the image of her dad and Lin Luo crouching in the corner and staring was already in her mind. No wonder my dad has such heavy dark circles under his eyes today, it's because he stayed up late last night. As they spoke, the elevator arrived, and the 6 people entered the elevator and quickly went up to the 10th floor. As soon as you enter the house, the aroma is overwhelming. Come on, put your stuff down, wash your hands, let's eat. Chu Jianjun greeted with a smile. Jiajiao, her mom, went to the food market early in the morning to buy food, cooking all the best dishes. Oh, Egu, today is a blessed day, sister-in-law has worked hard. Hey, what's up with that, have some more later. Lin Luo followed Chu Jiajiao and put the large bag of things into the cupboard. Afterwards, Chu Jiaojiao saw Lin Luo thievingly pull out a small wine jar. What is it? Chu Jiaojiao asked with a curious blink. Seeing how Lin Luo was smiling so bad and cheeky, it definitely wasn't something good. Hey, don't get it, this is just for your dad and my dad. Lin Luo smiled mysteriously and cradled the wine in his arms. What do you mean? For my dad and your dad? Chu Jiaojiao looked confused and even more curious. Ouch. That's the bar. Chu Jianjun pulled Lin Jianjun to wash his hands, and when he saw the small wine altar in Lin Luo's arms, his eyes instantly lit up. Seeing him swish, he had already arrived in front of Lin Luo, his eyes glowing as he reached out to pick it up. Hey, older brother, don't be in a hurry, let's drink slowly later. Lin Jianjian pulled Chu Jianjun back, fearing that he would snatch it over and smother it in one bite. Even as he spoke, Lin Construction's eyes didn't move away from the wine altar, and that little look of anticipation had already exposed the longing in his heart. It's not right. Chu Jiaojiao suspiciously surveyed her dad. That's a little too much excitement. Chu Jianjun usually doesn't drink, and he doesn't drink when he eats at home and how good the hard food is. Why do you react so much to the sight of wine today? As the daughter of an old criminal investigator, Chu Jiaojiao's observation skills were also very strong. Xiaoli and Zhang Xuehua also noticed that something was wrong with these two. They knew best what their own masters were like. Chu Jianjun usually seldom drink, because it is easy to drink too much to delay things and affect the work. Lin Jianjian often accompanied alcohol when he worked, so when he came home and saw alcohol, he was nauseous, and he didn't drink much at home. Why are they all so excited to see the wine Lin Luo took today? Chu Jianjun smiled and took Lin Jianjun to wash his hands, and Xiaoli also pulled Zhang Xuehua to the kitchen. Honestly, what kind of wine is this? Chu Jiaojiao stared at the wine jar in Lin Luo's arms and asked delicately. Nah, I've got a treasure here. Lin Luo patted the wine jar, then walked over to the table and placed it on the table. What baby? Great tonic baby. Che. I thought it was some kind of a baby, but it turned out to be that. Zhang Xuehua and Xiaoli both went into the kitchen, but their ears were pricked. When he heard Lin Luo's words, he suddenly clammed up and burst out laughing. No wonder those two old men were so excited. This man can't stand the word tonic. The two men looked at each other and smiled, all with the old CG smile. Come on, pour on. Lin Construction, who had returned from washing his hands, couldn't wait to greet Lin Luo and pour them wine. Chu Jianjun also looked at Lin Luo with a burning gaze, as if to say, kid, you have to be fair, don't favor one over the other. Lin Luo then picked up a small wine jar and poured a glass of wine for Chu Jianjun and Lin Jianjian under their surveillance. Am I a little short on this one? Not a bit less, just enough. I see this is just less. Quite a bit of it. Looking at Chu Jianjun and Lin Jianjun, the two of them put their wine cups together to compare who had more or less wine, dripping wine. Zhang Xuehua and Xiaoli were just full of helplessness. If there weren't other people around, I'd want to scratch my ears. Chu Jiaojiao covered her mouth and giggled. She had never seen Chu Jianjun like this before. Ringo unscrewed the Coke and poured it for Jolie and the three of them. It's just your average family dinner, no hookups, dog eyes, or other salacious things. Sister-in-law, how about tasting my handiwork? Xiaoli stopped looking at Chu Jianjun and warmly greeted Zhang Xuehua. Before she even ate it, Ms. Zhang was very generous with her compliments. Smells good, looks pretty, sure doesn't taste bad. Girl, you're really good with your hands. A comment that made Jolie smile with an arched brow and a blossoming heart. Try it, Lo, you try it too. Jolly greeted the people with joyful chopsticks. Chu Jianjun and Zhang Jianjun didn't eat a single bite of food, carefully holding the Tiancher wine that was poured so full that it was almost about to overflow, first lightly smacking a mouthful of it to prevent it from going to waste, and then taking a small sip of it. The mellow aroma of the wine was refreshing, and as a stream of warm liquor entered the throat in a line, it instantly made these two big old men show their expressions of enjoyment. Good wine. What a great wine. The two of them squinted their eyes, the corners of their mouths grinning to the back of their ears, their faces full of intoxicated looks, looking at Zhang Xuehua and Xiaoli who were speechless again. I wish I could roll my eyes. In front of the future in-laws and the kids, show some class, will you? Chapter 136, Pops, fend for yourself. Dad, Uncle Chu, although the wine is good, don't be greedy. Lin Luo persuaded Lin Jianjian and Chu Jianjun. This old brother and sister are ordinary people, drinking a little tonic wine. The body is good. If they drink too much, I'm afraid that they will be weak not to be tonic. These two brothers used those 200 milliliter mouth cups. There were wine sellers who sold them in these mouth glasses with a lid sealed on top for a few dollars a glass. Porcelain mugs for the higher end and glass for the regular ones are popular at the kiosk. Some site workers just like to buy a glass of white wine and getting some bulk peanut beans, a few dollars to eat and drink a meal. Gluttony? How greedy. Lin Jianjian and Chu Jianjun looked at their respective wine glasses with odd expressions. Lin Jian picked up the small wine jar that Lin Luo had brought and inverted the bottle, which froze with not a single drop left inside. The wine you brought over was a 2-glass measure, and we want to be greedy. That's right, the bottle is quite heavy, not much. Chu Jianjun also nodded along. Lin Luo blinked as he took the wine jar and shook it. There was really nothing left inside. Hey, I said when I poured the second glass of wine just now, why was it so slow? It was almost gone. This wine jar alone weighs a little over half a pound. Nima. Daikan is also playing the overpackaging game. What's the difference between that and those crooked chip sellers? The package looks like a thief, bulging, but I opened it to see that there are not many pieces. For those who don't know, they think they're selling air. The chips are a giveaway. Ahem, this wine is medicinal wine. It's easy to get into trouble if you drink too much. A cup for each of you is just right. Lin Luo said, placing the wine jar to the side. Xiaoli curiously looked at the somewhat yellowish liquor in Chu Jianjun's glass. This doesn't look like white wine, I don't think, and it smells pretty good. It's true that it doesn't look like white wine, it's lower in degrees. Chu Jianjun nodded his head and said, then picked up his wine glass and gently clinked it with Lin Jianjun. The two of them took a nice sip, neither of them wanting to drink too much. Hiss. Ha. It's a necessary action for drinking, baring your teeth and huffing as if the wine is spicy. Lin Luo, did you get this wine back? Chu Jiaojiao looked at Lin Luo with a crooked head and asked with a smile. Well, an old Taoist priest made the wine and said it was a great tonic. Xiaoli and Zhang Shuihua looked at their own masters with simultaneous smiles. Great tonic, isn't it? We'll see how it works when it's nighttime and we try it. By the way, I was also given a couple of large honey pills for beauty and skin care. Lin Luo said, pulling out a few health pills from his pocket. One for each person, eat it to manage, beautify and nourish your face, improve your physique, and you won't get sick easily. Really? Jolie was a little hesitant as she held the health pills in her hand. Daxiao's 8,000 years of history, more than 300 emperors, with their own experiments, proved that the elixir is poison, cannot live forever, eat too much is also easy to die early. This elixir looks black, it won't be eaten badly. Auntie, don't worry, this is pure Chinese medicine rolled into a large honey pill with ginseng, wolfberry, epimedium, and ripened rhubarb. Lin Luo read out a long list of names of herbs, causing Jolie to blush a little at the sound of it. How do these herbs sound so much like the 6 flavors Dihuang pills that old Chu usually eats? Zhang Shuihua also froze, looking at the bodybuilding pills in her hand, tilting her head and looking at Lin Jian. She felt it should be given to her own old forest head. Kobayashi, what's yours? Chu Jiaojiao asked hesitantly when she saw that Lin Luo didn't. I've eaten, look at my skin now, okay? Lin Luo laughed badly and put his face close to Chu Jiaojiao, giving Chu Jiaojiao a whole blushing little face. Heck, Mom and Aunt are here. You're shameless, I'm still shy. You brat, don't bully Jiao Jiao. Zhang Shuihua slapped Lin Luo's arm and said in a protective manner, then took the health pill. How it tastes like a 6-flavored pill. Ooh, you still eat that, sis-in-law? I've never had it, the old forest eats it, I've smelled it, it's the same flavor. Swish. Comrade Lin Construction's old face went straight to red. Chu Jianjun looked on with a heave-ho. Older brother, it looks like you don't usually make up for it. Xiaoli gave him a blank stare and broke up the conversation. And you're still talking about Ringo, you have several boxes sitting in that cabinet right now that you haven't finished. Pust. Lin Construction smiled, proudly patted Chu Jianjun's arm. Older brother, we are half a catty to 8 who do not say who, dry. The health pill is a health product of Dakian, not a formal elixir, so after eating it, although it can improve the physique, it is not as raw as the raw muscle and bone shaping elixir, which can directly turn a small geek into a small fierce man. This was also the reason why Lin Luo dared to give them the healthy body pill to eat. It's effective, but not violent, and it will gradually take them out of their sub-healthy state. The 5 men took their health pills and smiled as they continued to eat. Don't say, Xiaoli's craftsmanship was really good, and it should have been explained by Chu Jianjun, making dishes with sufficient portions. Ringo is eating happy. The bowl was never quite empty. Xiaoli and Chu Jiaojiao always give him food, afraid that he will not eat as if. Zhang Shuihua looked so happy in her heart that she didn't even notice herself, and the smile on her face grew brighter and brighter. My own son is quite popular in people's homes. Seems to be happy with the kid. A meal that was enjoyed by all. Lin Jianjian and Chu Jianjun drank a whole cup of wine. By the end of the day his face was red, his body was hot, and his forehead was sweating. Good lord, this wine is awesome. Drinking it makes me sweat. Lin Jianzhuang drew a few paper towels to wipe the hot sweat from his head. Chu Jianjun is also quite surprised, covering his own back waist, surprised, said, this wine is indeed magical. Hey, this old waist of mine is often sick, now I feel that this back waist is hot, comfortable. It's not, I've got this big rich bag around my neck, and now it's hot too, and it seems to be getting smaller to the touch. Chu Jianjun and Lin Jianjun began to cite reconciliation. Before the waist is not good, neck is not good, legs are not good, kidneys are not good, now wherever is good. Zhang Shuihua and Xiaoli didn't take it seriously, and thought that the two of them had gotten lost in one glass of wine, smilingly cleaning up the dishes. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao followed to help, placing the empty plates and bowls in the kitchen. There was a brand new dishwasher in the house, and Zhang Shuihua's eyes glistened at the sight of it. Sibling, does this dishwasher work well? Jolie looked at the dishwasher and smiled a little helplessly, with a little sweetness in her heart. I haven't used it much yet. The guy at my house just bought it and said it was a wedding anniversary gift. It's just blind spending money. With 2 people eating at home, you don't use many dishes, and washing 1 or 2 dishes at a time isn't enough to waste water or electricity. Which is today, with the opportunity to use it. Egu, look at what you're saying. It's not right for a man to feel sorry for his daughter-in-law. What's a little bit of water and electricity? Zhang Shuihua said with a smiling face, glancing at the living room outside, and Lin Jianjun, who was spraying messily with Chu Jianjun. Rattling noise. There's killing. Lin Luo shrunk his neck, put the dishes and chopsticks into the dishwasher, pulled Chu Jiajiu and prepared to bolt. I didn't realize that my future husband would be so good at it. Look at the way she's coaxing her mother-in-law into a warped mouth. Sheesh. Pops, you're on your own. Chapter 137, A Gift for Chu Jiajiao. In the kitchen, Jolie and Zhang Shuihua chatted. Naturally, the conversation couldn't get away from the 2 men's manhood and children. In the living room, Chu Jianjun and Lin Jianjun were talking loudly, and it was clear from the way they rubbed their fingers that the 2 were addicted to cigarettes. Neither dared touch the cigarette case though. Lin Luo pulled Chu Jiajiu to her room. The room wasn't large, about the size of Linello's small bedroom. A pink bed, from the sheet covers to the pillows. It also had bare toys on it, and the desk was pretty much the same model as Lin Luo's. The desk had a bookshelf densely packed with books, and next to it was a vertical bookcase, similarly filled with books. You can tell that these books are not look-alikes, but have been really pored over. You're quite the reader. Lin Luo finished his visit and sat down on the computer chair with a smile. That's for sure, a liberal arts student can't be called a liberal arts student if he doesn't read. Chu Jiaojia arrogantly raised her small chin and looked at Lin Luo adorably. She was happy today. With the arrival of Rinlo's family and meeting with her own parents, certain things had become self-evident. This rotten egg won't be able to run away later, hee. Not bad for my favorite fairy. Lin Luo laughed evilly and pulled Chu Jiajiao's hand, slightly exerting force. Chu Jiajiao did not take precautions and directly sat on Lin Luo's lap. Yikes! You scared me! Chu Jiajiao's small hand lightly patted Lin Luo's shoulder, her pretty face flushed, a few pouts, but then Lin Luo blocked her mouth. Interge, boo-hoo. You're so bad. Hey, so do you like it? Lin Luo played with Chu Jiajiao's left hand, the scallion white fingers seemed as delicate as white jade. Nah, I got a present for you today too. Chu Jiajiao leaned against Lin Luo and was being shy with her heart racing. Although she had already gone up to Lin Luo many times, it was the first time she had done something so intimate. I've only seen it in novels before, but I didn't realize that what those authors wrote was true. It turns out that kissing and cuddling is really so comfortable. What kind of gift? Chu Jiajiao asked in a soft voice, her head still resting against Lin Luo's shoulder, her little face flushed, her cute little feet still following a hook. It took Lin Luo a great deal of effort to move away from Chu Jiajiao's delicate and lovely, snow-white, gelatinous little feet. You close your eyes. Lin Luo said softly. Chu Jiajiao cooperated and closed her eyes, the corners of the young girl's mouth curled up in smiling anticipation. He's not going to sneak in a kiss. Gee whiz, fictional heroes like to do that. Suddenly, Chu Jiajiao felt that her left hand was grabbed, and then, something was put on her fingers. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Swish! Chu Jiajiao opened her big watery eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Whoa! Chu Jiajiao exclaimed in shock. Her hands were white and delicate, with long, slender fingers and short, neatly trimmed nails, and looked as much of a work of art as her tiny feet. And on her ring finger, she wore a thin bar ring with a translucent plain band. The spiritual beauty and the hidden noble temperament hit Chu Jiajiao's heart snapping at once. Girls, they like things that look good. Before Chu Jiajiao and Liang Huanhuan, Zhao Mengyue and Jin Fufu look at the counter jewelry strings, diamond rings, eye stars. Now Chu Jiajiao looked at the ring she wore on her finger with the same stars in her eyes. It's so beautiful. Chu Jiajiao's surprised little hand covered her mouth, her other hand was raised in front of her body, turning her palm and looking at the ring on her finger, full of joyful sweetness. You like it? I made it myself. Lin Luo said, holding Chu Jiajiao's small hand and turning it slightly. Nah, it's inside the ring, with both of our names on it. With our names on the ring finger, you'll be my girlfriend from now on, and my little lady from now on. Ouch, you're shameless. Chu Jiajiao had a red face, her small fists pounded Lin Luo a few times, then she buried her head into Lin Luo's arms and hugged Lin Luo tightly, as if Lin Luo would disappear in the next second. At this time, a marvelous ethereal orchid aroma wafted out from Lin Luo's body, smelling Chu Jiajiao even more intoxicated. Her little face was flushed, her head was giddy, and she couldn't help but heave a light smile, like a little silly girl. The real deal, Chu Jiajiao tops the top-match heavenly fairy schoolgirl face, under the school uniform hides the explosive foul body, but is a cute contrast small love brain. Chu's house, balcony. Chu Jianjun and Lin Jianjun in the end did not resist, quietly and silently drilled into the balcony, closed the sliding door, and opened the window to ventilate the air, which is like a thief pulled out the cigarette case. The two of them had one each, and when they lit it, it was as if the whole person floated up, indescribably relaxed. Phew! This old hairy smoke tastes pretty good. Chu Jianjun looked at the dirty heart and rotten lung cigarette case in Lin Jianjun's hand and laughed and lamented. Xiao Luo gave me 5 boxes, good guy. Back to the city council, my gang of co-workers, one with the police dog like, froze from me to search out 3 boxes. The remaining 2 boxes were still hidden down by me hiding them in my pants pockets ahead of time. Pust. Lin Jianzhuan didn't hold back his laughter. You wear those pants too, huh? Same style as my house, me and Luo wear all of those. Yeah, my daughter-in-law bought it, said it was just the right thing for me to hide my petty cash. Chu Jianjun said with a breathless roll of his eyes. You know it's a stash, and you buy it for me. Is it still a stash? Lin Construction laughed and took another drag. The cigarettes were slipped into my bag by the brat, and I wondered where he'd gotten them. The brigadier of the Special Patrol Brigade, Shi Hoei. You are not know, at that time Xiao Luo and I went to the Special Patrol Brigade assessment, the playground is training, 30 Special Patrol in the practice of fighting. Xiao Luo went up to a sentence, all of you present are garbage, to me scared, cold sweat down. Chu Jianjun hands and feet to say the situation, Lin Jianjun are listening to silly. Aha! 1 for 10. The fight is still a Special Patrol. What about my son being so great? Wasn't your family's old man particularly powerful back then? Xiao Luo said it was a family martial art, why didn't you follow suit and learn a couple moves? Chu Jianjun asked with a smile. Lin Jianjun's lower plate was weak and floating, and Chu Jianjun could certainly see that he hadn't practiced martial arts. Lin Construction cocked his head and wrinkled his eyebrows as he smoked. My family's ancestors have been poor peasants for 3 generations, the composition of the root of the seedling red scary when has there been a practicing family? Is my dad still hiding something from me? But at this time, it was natural for the father to not tear his son down. He shook his head sadly. Didn't learn it, it's a pity, I came out at 18 and rarely went back to my hometown. Only the brat went back to stay more in the summer and winter vacations. It's also true that this practicing kung fu has to be practicing child's kung fu. The roots are all laid when you're a child. Chu Jianjun said with emotion. And in the living room, Xiaoli and Zhang Xuehua were sitting on the sofa, the two of them teasing the little coal ball. This is the one that Lo carried, so obedient and does whatever he's told to do. Cinder, shake hands. The little cinder block looked at Jolie good-naturedly, then raised his left paw. Cat's mewing. Oh, equals intersection omega intersection smiley face M. Cinder, turn the heel. Ooh. Zhang Xuehua oohed and awed in surprise, he can also do cartwheels. That's right, the little guy can backflip. The little cinder block swished a backflip, dry, and then looked at the 2 mistresses with a cute doe-eyed look. Wow. Awesome. Where did Lin Luo find this little guy? Awesome. Zhang Xuehua praised the little coal ball with delight, and her fingers icked on the coal ball's head, and muttering in my mind. Bastard, with such a fun and cute little guy, why don't you hug him at your own house? You're not even married yet, you know how to please your mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, right? Chapter 138, almost 18, ready to get a license. Where did the brat find such a cute little guy? That's cute. Zhang Xuehua looked at the little cinder block's adorable appearance, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. The more I like the heart, the more crickets Linuro. Good for you, you brat, forgetting your own mother when you have a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. Said it was picked up from underneath a neighborhood building, and Zhao Jiao looked at it and liked it, so she gave it a hug back. Speaking of Cinderella, Jolie couldn't help but remember what happened that night. Sister-in-law, your family has really raised a good boy, you have no idea. Jolie paused at that. Zhang Xuehua picks up the slack at just the right time. What? Jolie went along with this. At that time, Xiao Luo sent Zhao Jiao home. I was in the house and heard them talking at the door, so I asked Xiao Luo to come to the house to drink some water and take a rest. And something happened. Jolie paused again, her expression tinged with tension. Zhang Xuehua followed suit and tensed up, picking up the slack. Yo, what happened? There were 3 bad guys knocking on the door pretending to be from the property. The 2 of them talk and hold each other. After listening to Xiaoli finish talking about Lin Luo's killing spree and beating up 3 bad guys by herself, Zhang Xuehua was shocked and scared in her heart, and at the same time, she was quite proud of herself. My son is so good at it. No wonder the Special Patrol Brigade hired him specifically as an instructor. Then what happened afterward? Zhang Xuehua pursued, eager to know the follow-up. Then my family's family brought someone over. The expression on Jolie's face lightened, and she grinned as she jerked the little cinder block. At that time, those 3 people were lying in the doorway, their faces were covered with blood on the floor, and they were lying there motionless, which was scary. Agu, that was a good fight. Isn't that right? And then they jerked one awake and asked them what their name was and why they were here, and guess what happened? What? These 3 are past fugitives who ran over from Upland, came here to try to rob money, and stepped on the spot in advance. If Xiao Luo hadn't happened to be at my house, we would have been finished as a mother. Ouch, that's scary. Zhang Xuehua is full of fear, this if his son did not come, this family of mother and daughter can do not really. Shelley likewise felt fear in her heart, while at the same time becoming more and more affectionate and satisfied with Lin Luo. I have to say that I love these 2 children, Zhao Jiao and Xiao Luo, from the bottom of my heart. Xiaoli said, holding Zhang Xuehua's hand. Sister-in-law, what do you think of Zhao Jiao? What a good boy, I've always wanted a well-behaved, obedient, cute and beautiful daughter like Zhao Jiao. sister-in-law is thinking with me, I too have always wanted a son like Xiao Luo. How about? The two moms had a strange gleam in their eyes, and the map of Yen was simultaneously diagrammed. Be an in-law? Yeah. Lin Luo's family had dinner at Chu's house and talked for a long time. Both families have become much more familiar with each other and have grown much closer. It wasn't until it was almost 8 o'clock that Lin Construction offered his farewell. Chu Jianjun, Xiao Li and Chu Jiajiao's family went downstairs to see them off. Recently, the DUI investigation is not very strict, but drinking and not driving is a must, so Lin Construction called for a chauffeur. Older brother, let's get together more often from now on. That's a must, old man, I'll see you in brotherly matters from now on, ha 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 ha. Xiao Li and Chu Jiajiao supported Chu Jianjun, who was already drowsy, and smilingly waved bye-bye to Zhang Shuihua and Lin Luo. Sister-in-law, call when you get home and be safe on the road. Hey, Lily has worked hard today, wait until next week, bring Jiajiao to the house, sister-in-law will cook you a good meal. Sure, I'll try my sister-in-law's handiwork then. Chu Jiajiao's small face was flushed with excitement and blush. She didn't realize that her parents and Lin Luo's parents were so chatty, and she was looking forward to it when she thought of herself and her mom going to Rinlo's house next week. The family got into the car and the old Porsche chugged off. Chu Jianjun's family watched the car go away before they went upstairs with a smiling face. By the time I got home, it was after 8 o'clock. After sending off the valet, Lin Construction's family slowly walked towards their own flat. It's my son's birthday soon, isn't it? Having just arrived at the door of the unit building, Lin Jianzhuang suddenly came up with this sentence. Well, there aren't many days left. Zhang Shuihua nodded and said. When he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Construction suspiciously. What's wrong? Talking about this all of a sudden? Hey, kid, after your birthday hurry up and go to the driving school to enroll, get your license down, and let's go get a new car. Okay. At the mention of a new car, Ringo's eyes lit up. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, the other hand rubbed. Now that's a man's romance. Che, I thought you were going to say something, but this is it. Zhang Shuihua was then quite helpless. She thought her old man was going to say something about the two kids. After 18 you're an adult, and some things are set in stone. I didn't realize it was talking about buying a car. What's wrong with this? With a car, then it's convenient to go to and from school by yourself in the future, isn't it? You can't always take the bus and beat it when you have a date. Lin Jianzhuang said it with a straight face. Mom, my dad's right. Lin Luo nodded his head very approvingly, his eyes glowing, his heart already thinking freely. Yeah, you brat, and don't look at what grade you're in now. What about senior year? It's the time of year when time is tight and you want to be distracted from getting your driver's license. So what? I have the power. Lin Luo lifted his chin once and deigned to do so. He decided to look for the driving test questions tomorrow and brush up on them first, so he could pass the test over and over again when it came time to take the test. Just then, Lin Luo's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Jianjun and Zhang Shuihua all stopped and looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo then pulled out his cell phone, kinda curious as to who was calling him. Once he looked at the caller ID, Lin Luo slapped his head. Coach Youngo. How could I forget her? Who? Lin Jianjun asked curiously, and Zhang Shuihua blinked her big curious eyes. Lin Luo's peach blossoms followed her. I booked a fighting class at the gym for Saturday and forgot all about it. Mom and Dad, let's get back soon. I'm going to the gym later for a while, so don't wait up for me if you're sleepy tonight. Lin Luo finished speaking and picked up the phone. Hey, Coach Cloud. Ha, I was just about to go over there, isn't it a little late? Ah, you're still waiting for me, that's fine, I'll be right there. Lin Luo hung up the phone awkwardly. Lin Jian and Zhang Shuihua didn't say much. My son has become a fighting instructor for the Special Patrol Brigade, and it's not unusual for him to go to the gym to practice fighting. When he got home, Lin Luo found a set of short sleeves and shorts and packed them into his book bag, then he ran all the way to the gym. The night market in front of the neighborhood is still bustling as usual. However, Lin Luo was surprised to find that there were patrol cars parked on the side of the road. There are uniformed inspectors patrolling the night market. It seems that the last time we made a scene, it had quite an effect, and the inspectorates over here are starting to get on board. Lin Luo didn't stop to delay his work, but went straight up to the second-floor gym. Big Makoto and little AI stood at the front desk with professional smiles on their faces. The moment she saw Lin Luo push the door in, it instantly turned into a sweet and sincere smile. The eyes that looked at Lin Luo also seemed to have a light in them. Welcome to guests. The voice, so sweet it's diabetic. It's really not a good top, but Lin Luo tops it. Hello guys. Lin Luo nodded smilingly, then looked inside the gym. Don't look for it to be almost 9 o'clock, the store is pretty full of people working out. It seems that by the end of the week, there are more people working out. I'm going to go change, call Coach Yun for me. Okay. Dijinjin said, raised his hand and picked up the walkie-talkie, and tremblingly began to call Yungu. Coach Yun, your trainee has arrived yo. Okay, I'll be right there. Brothers, I wish you all a happy new year. The year of the snake is very auspicious. Ao, ask for a free small gift as a red packet. Thank you Ao. Chapter 139, Coach Yungu with a blackened Indian Hall. Gym generally have bathroom, after all, exercise half a day in a sweat, cannot be all stinky sweat homit. It's not much different from the public bathhouses out there, but there's just no baths or scrubs. Lin Luo found a locker and changed his clothes, then put the hand tag on his wrist and walked out of the locker room. Coach Youngo was standing at the front desk at the moment, chatting with the young receptionist. She wore a high ponytail, her skin was fair, her features were delicate, and she had a heroic look between her eyebrows. The top was dressed in a gym trainer's uniform. Underneath, I wore yoga pants over shorts and white sneakers on my feet. Long legs look even longer and straighter with yoga pants. Lin Luo feels that if she puts on armor, rides a peach blossom horse, and holds a red tasseled spear in her hand, cause a bit of fan li hua, mu guiying, it should be a proper take. The peach blossom horse is so powerful that one sword can stop 1,000,000 soldiers. She has the temperament for it. As for the ability, it's been said that it's cows. Put on the monkey hair to dress up Sun Monkey, but also really go to the Palace of Heaven. Looking at the three women at the front desk, especially Big Jinjin and Little AI, Lin Luo's mind moved and opened the chi-looking technique. A few days ago, De Jinjin and Xiao AI ran into 5 smelly hooligans eating kebabs at the night market after work, but fortunately Lin Luo bumped into them and skillfully stepped in to save them. Since we bumped into each other today, let's see if they have any more trouble to follow up. A faint light blue, light purple as well as light yellow mist floated above the heads of Dazhenjin and Little AI. This is a symbol of peace and joy. It means that these two girls have been safe and well for some time now and are free from illness and disease. However, on Yunji's head, there was a strand of black and gray floating, landing right on top of her seal. The Hall of Een, also called the Palace of Life, is the area of the forehead between the eyebrows. It's not a heavy color, but it's certainly there. It's been said many times before. Black is a calamity and gray is a scourge. The seal is black. This is a bloodbath. Dezhinjin and Xiao AI were smilingly saying something to Yungu. Xiao AI inadvertently turned her head and saw Lin Luo coming out of the locker room. The smile on her face then brightened a few more points. Nah, Sister Yungu, the person you've been waiting for is here. Dezhinjin and Yungu turned their heads at the same time and looked at the teenager who came out of the locker room. The teenager was dressed in white, with white socks and white sneakers under his feet. His face was delicate and fresh, with short sharp hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and his shining eyes seemed like a deep sea of stars, charming the heart. Under the high nose, thin lips hooked into a faint smile. The moment I saw him, there was a small freshness of a spring breeze and a shallow joy in my heart when I saw something beautiful. The dress on Lin Luo had been worn for more than a year, and the fit was a bit out of shape, but that didn't stop it from looking good on Lin Luo. Lin Luo walked over with a smile on her face and greeted a few people. MS. Yun, haven't seen you for a few days, you're even prettier. Yunga smiled faintly, not beaming with joy just because of Lin Luo's compliments. So many people complimented her on her good looks that she was getting a little desensitized. Mr. Lin Luo, if I hadn't called you today, would you not have come? Yunga gently raised her eyebrows, looking a little playful and smiling to add a little more playfulness. In front of her, Dezhinjin and Xiao AI, who were still considered beauties, were all of a sudden a bit eclipsed. Hey yeah, it's not like I'm trying to skip class. Lin Luo shrugged, smiled and continued, I followed my parents to meet my girlfriend's parents at her house today, and I just came back, and when I received your call, I rushed over. The smiles on Dezhinjin's and Little AI's faces instantly waned, and they glanced at each other grudgingly. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh. God is not fair. How is it that such a great teenager is booked out early? You really don't give a. Yunji's eyes widened in surprise, incredulously saying, you're only how old? Young age, all go to meet the parents. Thinking that she is 26, still a single dog, her family often urged her to matchmaking, she did not take it seriously, but other young people have already met the parents. What kind of divine speed is this? Why, I'll see you as you go along. Pust. The cut hurt even more. Just go with the flow and see. I've been going with the flow for 26 years now, and I haven't seen a suitable guy come along. Okay, it's getting late, let's hurry to class. Yungu didn't want to continue this topic anymore and said feebly, a session is only an hour. 10 minutes of stretching in the front, 40 minutes of working out, and another 10 minutes of stretching and massaging at the end of the workout. Let's go then, it's still the second floor isn't it? Right. Yunga nodded and waved her hand at Dezhinjin and Xiao AI again, we're going to class. Wait. Dazhenjin suddenly called out, then grabbed 2 drinks from behind the counter. Lin Luo, this is our treat for you, she said with a sweet voice. That said, this Dezhinjin is a bit of a Zhang Xin, big-boned plump type, especially Xiongde. This Little AI has a bit of Ma Xiaotong in her, like a dumb and cute girl. Both of them were blinking their big watery eyes at Lin Luo at this moment, very sincere. Ringo looked at the drinks on the counter. One was a pulsator and the other was a scream. Then I'm welcome. Lin Luo smiled and held the 2 drinks in his hands before looking at the dumbfounded Yungu. Mr. Yun, let's go. Go. Yungu said, her head buzzing and feeling a little confused. What's up with the 2 front desk girls? How dare you bring drinks to Ringo? And it's a gift for both. It doesn't matter if they don't have their own share, the point is why are they giving them to Lin Luo? Or knowing that Lin Luo went to meet his girlfriend's parents. Second floor, fighting area. Lin Luo put 2 drinks on the windowsill. By now it was already dark outside, and the night market downstairs was bustling with people, unusual fireworks, and from time to time the sound of a rowdy car honking. Why did they all send you drinks? Yungu really couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart and walked over to Lin Luo to inquire. As soon as she got close, Yungu realized that Lin Luo's body had a light and elegant orchid aroma, which smelled very comfortable and kinda went to her head. Sniff. Yungu didn't hold back from lifting her nose and inhaling violently twice. Lin Luo tilted his head once and looked at Yungu, who was lifting his nose like a puppy and sniffing around, and in his heart, he understood what was going on in seconds. The gold content of the pint he ate continued to rise. You're wearing perfume. Yungu couldn't help but blush a little when she saw Lin Luo looking at her with a crooked neck. Did he just hit a bad spot? He made such an unashamed move. Sniffing at people's little teenagers. I never spray that stuff. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders and dejectedly lifted his chin. Fragrant, isn't it? It's body odor, it comes naturally. Ugh, the little brat is shameless, and he's still trying to cheat my mom. How come I didn't smell it last time I saw you? Yungu said with a skittish smile in her heart. You don't believe it. Forget it if you don't believe it. Lin Luo looked at Yun Ji's expression of disbelief, smiled and didn't have to make her believe it. Classes, straight stretching today, I'm running over. Well, then I'll stretch you. Yungu nodded and said, starting to take Lin Luo through the preparations. Be sure to open up your body before exercising to let your body know it's time for a big movement activity. Otherwise, when you're young, it's not a big deal, but when you're older, it's a big deal, and your body can't handle it. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can. A buddy who hadn't worked out in a long time had a sudden urge to run, did a 100-meter sprint, and went straight to the hospital the next day. After a brief stretch, Yungu and Lin Luo took off their shoes and entered the octagonal cage. Lin Luo took the boxing belt Yungu threw at him and tied it around his hand, then put on the gloves. Bang bang! Lin Luo's fists clashed, then he looked over at Yungu, raising his eyebrows in a glowing manner. Mr. Yun, what are we learning today? Chapter 140 Teacher Yun's Life-Stopping Scissors Kick. Yungu also put on her gloves and looked at Lin Luo, who was eager to try, and she smiled faintly at the corners of her mouth. In the last trial class, I saw that your fighting fundamentals were rather average, so let's consolidate them today. No need for that. I feel like I'm pretty disciplined with my punching and boxing. Yeah, let's try it then. Seeing Lin Luo's defiant look, Yungu raised an eyebrow and waved her fist at Lin Luo. You're so young, you've just learned to walk and you want to run. The last time you tried a class, you came with a family martial art, but don't forget, today's class teaches mixed martial arts. Oh, let's try it then. If I pass the basics, what do we learn next? Lin Luo's fists were already set up, and his head bobbed for a while, looking indescribably strange. What? Yungu blinked, 3 question marks slowly popping up on her head. Little old me, your ing gods and demons? Shaking your head, can you see the enemy's stance moves? I'm not even in the fight yet, and I'm swooning myself. If you pass, I'll teach you some ground techniques. Ground techniques? Is that the naked choke, guillotine, or something like that? Rainello had seen documentaries on transmuker and modern mixed martial arts. With his unforgettable ability, these stance techniques had long been engraved into his head, but remembering was remembering, and if he wanted to turn it into muscle memory, he still had to strengthen his practice. That's why Lin Luo came here. Yun Ji's fighting skills were quite good, and it was just right to use it as his test subject. Yeah, as long as you get through, Yungu said with a nod, and then began to emphasize after that. You can't use your family's martial arts, it has to be mixed martial arts. No problem, come on. Lin Luo's head stopped bobbing and he hooked his fist at Yungu. Then I'm coming. Yun Ji's eyes glowed, and as he stepped up on his feet, a straight punch came whistling towards Lin Luo. Ordinary people, who had not undergone professional fighting training, would subconsciously close their eyes when they were hit. This is a very wrong response, because once you close your eyes, it's purely to take a beating. That's why the fighting program, in addition to the most basic training in stance, pace, and moves, also trains you not to close your eyes during a fight. To put it bluntly, it's a case of hit first, get hit first. You have to know how to take a beating to know how to hit someone. Lin Luo smiled on his face and slightly tilted his head, successfully dodging Yun Ji's punch. In the next second, Lin Luo tilted his head in the opposite direction. Yun Ji's fist retracted and another punch rushed in. Lin Luo dodged perfectly again. What? Once again, question marks appeared on Yun Ji's head. No, my punch is so easy to dodge? Unbelieving Yungu progressed and raised his knee, a sprinting knee strike, powerful, with a tricky speed and angle. However, Lin Luo slightly retreated and pressed his fist downwards, pressing Yun Ji's long legs down again. He didn't use too much energy either. Otherwise, Yungu could have gone to the ward to hang water tonight. The moment Yungu landed on her paws, she yanked Lin Luo's arm with both hands and her body violently and deftly bounced up. Then her delicate body flew around and she pounced on Lin Luo. Her long legs clamped onto Lin Luo's neck, as if she was sitting on Lin Luo's face at once. Immediately after that, her body spun and threw out a powerful force, giving Lin Luo a direct fling. Flying cross scissor choke. It's also the famous life-sucking scissor kick in Hong Kong movies. With a thud, Lin Luo slammed into the ground. Yungo climbed up from the ground and looked at the eyes of Lin Luo, who was on his back and fell on all fours, and thought that he had been blinded by the fall, so he couldn't help but smile in amusement. How about that, kid, now you know how much of a noob you are. Lin Luo slowly tilted his head and looked at Yungo looking down at him, inexplicably blushing. Lin Luo made a carp and rolled straight up from the ground. You're cheating, Mr. Yun, to sit on my face with your ass. Ugh. It's a flying scissor choke. What an ass to sit on your face, to put it mildly. Yun Ji's face also turned a little red. I didn't think anything of it, so why does this move suddenly feel so? Lin Luo rubbed his nose, feeling itchy. I'm a nice, big, bloody boy, and your ass is sitting on my face. Over the top. Ow. Anyway, I'm not convinced, let's do it again. You shall not succeed this time. Lin Luo stated that he wouldn't hit the same move twice. Seeing that Lin Luo was so confident, Yungo lifted her chin and told Lin Luo to get ready. Lin Luo takes a step back and sets up a clinch, left hand in front of him, right hand guarding his chin. In the next second, Yun Ji's left hook smashed over. Lin Luo raised his hand to block, and in the next second, Yungo stomped on Lin Luo's leg, his body rose up in the air once again, and then his long legs clamped down again. Lin Luo's head instantly disappeared, then Yun Ji's body rotated, driving Lin Luo's body to fall out with the force from his body rotation. Bang! As Lin Luo fell to the ground, Yungo rode on top of him, leaning down to look at the confused Lin Luo. Yungo once again looked at Lin Luo with a smug look on his face. Kid, convinced? No way. Then again. Yungo got up and pulled Lin Luo up, followed by a series of flying dragon rides to the face. Lin Luo was being ridden underneath by Yungo in a dozen different positions. How's that for convincing? Yungo looked down at Lin Luo in triumph. Kid, I've gotten my revenge for the punch this time. She couldn't throw a tantrum last week when Lin Luo punched her in the ground last week in a trial class. This week she had found her fellow sisters and practiced hard for a week, just for today. Otherwise, if Lin Luo didn't come to class, how could she call to rush? What did it matter to her if Lin Luo attended classes or not? The money had been paid anyway. Convinced, but can you get up first? Lin Luo looked at Yungo, who was still riding him with a smug look on his face, and was somewhat afraid to move. What if I run into something I shouldn't? Yungo hummed arrogantly, let go of Lin Luo, and stood up from the ground. Lin Luo once again stood up with a carp. Ahem, Teacher Yun, those moves you just did were pretty good. I want to learn this. The image of Lin Luo riding his face on his flying dragon, and then riding it again, and all sorts of riding his face, instantly appeared in Yun Ji's mind, and instantly the whole person became bad. These are harder, you can't learn them well enough with your current foundation, and they're more dangerous, so you should learn something else first. Yungo said with a blush. Oops, I'm this grumpy. I'm number 1 in my grade in my studies alright, you can say I'm not strong enough, but you definitely can't say I'm not good at studying. Lin Luo said unconvincingly, then arrowed forward and grabbed Yun Ji's arm. Mr. Yun, I'm sorry. Yungo? Alarm bells went off in her mind as she realized something was wrong. Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around. There was a whirlwind of heaven and earth. Bang! There was a muffled thud in the octagonal cage. Yungo fell to the ground, and Lin Luo rode on top of her with a smug look on her face just like she did a moment ago, her knees pressing down on Yun Ji's arms so that she had no way to struggle up. How about it, Mr. Yu? This life-snatching scissor kick move of the students, it's not bad to learn, is it? These dozen or so falls were not for nothing. With Lin Luo's now nearly unforgettable brain, it wasn't easy to learn this. The fruit of wisdom gave Lin Luo the ability to forget everything for 3 days, and the brain behind it would be much better than an ordinary person. So while there's no way to forget it, you can manage to memorize it after watching it 2 or 3 times. Sneak attack. You don't count this one. Yungo had a red face and was to be stubborn. She said so on her lips, but she was still very shocked in her heart. Because Lin Luo's learning ability was so strong, just by her sitting, falling a dozen times, she was able to perfectly replicate her movements. That kind of learning ability is horrible. Then let's do it again. Lin Luo leapt to his feet and got up to pull Yungo up. Mr. Yun that a dozen times, the student this one by one to return. Chapter 141, Mr. Yun, you're in for a bloodbath. After school. Stretching massage. Lin Luo lay comfortably on the yoga mat, enjoying the stretching massage Yungo gave him. This is one of the perks of private lessons. After all, how can you lick your chops and ask your clients to buy lessons later if you don't get the service right? Mr. Yun, nice craftsmanship. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes and said dejectedly. Yungo gritted her teeth and pressed hard on Lin Luo's body. She realized that Lin Luo's body was even more terrifying than she had imagined. The muscles were stronger than all the people she had seen practicing bodybuilding. Why are your muscles so hard? It's like a rock. Yungo was sweating, and her face was still a little red because of the exertion. To be honest, Lin Luo didn't know either. The powerful Vajra palm would cause his palms to harden when he was exercising his power, but it didn't say that it would cause his body to harden. He suspected that it might be the effect of the Great Day's vision map. It was silently strengthening his body. Maybe sometime in the future, he'll be able to make his flesh resistant to bullets. It's called firmness, alright. Firm muscles are all strength, Lin Luo said, and with a single hand, he directly lifted Yungu up. Yun Jihe's body was half suspended as if she was sitting on Lin Luo's hand. With a panicked cry of alarm, she tumbled off of Lin Luo's hand and kicked Lin Luo in the face without a good reason. You scared me. Hey, I didn't want to show you. Lin Luo smiled awkwardly and bounced off the ground with the carp. MS. Yun, do you want me to press it for you too? Yungu had practiced with him for one session, and the amount of activity was not small, and the stretching and massage afterward was, of course, necessary. Forget it, I'll simply move around and stretch. Yungu shook her head and rejected Lin Luo's good intentions. Lin Luo shrugged, not caring, and walked over to the windowsill. It was dark outside, but the night market below was at its peak. The night market was crowded with people, and all the stalls were packed to the rafters, with a lot of people crowded in front of each stall. Especially the stalls for barbecue were bustling with activity. Lin Luo picked up the drink and turned to ask Yungu, which one do you drink? Yungu looked at the screaming and striding in Lin Luo's hands and skimmed. It's a token of appreciation from two of their little receptionists for you, so I won't drink it. Egu, why do I sound sour? What, jealous of me? Who's jealous of you? Yungu glared and snatched away the Mai Tai that Lin Luo had just unscrewed. She's the kind of person who looks iceberg and high-strung, but when you get to know her well, you know that she's a tigress with a big personality. Yeah, jealous they sent me and not you. Lin Luo smiled and picked up the scream, unscrewed it and tore the skin of the seal, then screwed the lid back on. He kinda likes to scream. There's a nipple so it doesn't leak when you drink. And when you're done drinking, fill it up with water and it's a simple water gun that can spray a long way. Yungu took a sip of the drink before screwing the lid back on. The pulsation was sweet, but the thought of two little receptionists delivering Lin Luo's drink at the same time made the drink a little tasteless. Those two stupid sisters wouldn't like this little kid Lin Luo. Why did they send you drinks? Do you know each other well? If I remember correctly, Lin Luo came here once just last Saturday. That was also the first time they met. Is there contact behind? Or did this brat hit on them? At this time, Yungu also remembered the reaction of the two receptionist girls when Lin Luo came and said that she went to meet her girlfriend's parents. Spooky. Well, that's a bit of a subtle reaction. Not really very familiar with it. A few days ago in the downstairs to eat barbecue, there are a few stinky hooligans harassed them. I went up to do a favor. This is not, they said, to buy me a drink, to repay me well, Ringo said as he sipped his pacifier. So it is. Yungu had a dazed look on her face. The curved willow leaf eyebrow went straight up, and it looked like the face was cold and murderous. How about those rascals? Hey, you want to know? Makoto has a video. You can't tell if you ask her to show it to you. Lin Luo couldn't help but heave a smile as he remembered the image of those guys on their knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Seeing how Lin Luo was smiling so wryly, Yungu knew that those guys couldn't get any better, but she was even more curious. So what the hell is going on? Lin Luo took 2 more sips, then suddenly cocked his head, leaned on the windowsill, and asked Yungu, Mr. Yun, are you having some kind of outing next week? Yungu raised her head and looked at Lin Luo suspiciously. How do you know? Let's see you. Your head is floating black and gray, and your seal is black. This is the precursor of a bloodbath. Yungu blinked and asked with a smile, Master, do you want to look at palmistry? Yungu said, stretching her slender, jade-white palm out in front of Lin Luo. Well, this one. Lin Luo stretched his neck to take a look. His palms were white and slightly reddened from the fresh exercise. The fingers are slender and long, the palm lines are delicate and not messy, so it's considered a good hand. It's a different price. Lin Luo said playfully. He can do chirography. Palmistry is pure bull ********. He is not going to. Bah! You little liar, you still want to use the coaxing little girl that way to coax me, save it you. Yungu gave Lin Luo a nice blank stare before picking up her cell phone and checking the time. Alright, it's time for this class to end, so I should get off, so remember to come to class on time next Saturday, and don't make me call to weed you out again. Yungu said and was about to leave. She just thought of Lin Luo as an underage little brother, fighting and chatting to make the time less boring. Hey, don't go away, I'm talking to you seriously, are you going out? Lin Luo pulled Yungu back and asked with a serious expression. Yungu frowned in surprise, and when she saw that Lin Luo wasn't joking, she nodded. Yeah, the biggest martial arts school in South City opens next Wednesday, and the master who taught me boxing will be holding classes there, so I'll have to go over and show my appreciation. The biggest martial arts school in South City? Lin Luo was instantly interested. What are they all teaching? It teaches everything. It says it's a martial arts school, but it's really a sports center with Chuanwu, Judo, Taekwondo, Hanero-do, boxing, Muay Thai, and stuff like that. What does passing the martial arts involve? Lin Luo asked again. He was genuinely interested. The content of those documentaries that I saw on the internet, and I don't know if it's true or not, some of the moves look pretty bluff, but they're not coherent, and I always feel like there's something missing. That's why Ringo wanted to find a real person offline to learn from. Maybe it's just the right time to go into practice with this opportunity. Transmission of martial arts is much more, Taiji, Baji, Bagua Pom, Hong Quan, Xingi, Tongbei Quan. Because it bears the name of the largest martial arts school in the South City, the owner has invited a number of masters. When Yungu finished speaking, Lin Luo revealed a look of yearning. In literature, there is Taiji to secure the world, and in martial arts, there are 8 poles to settle the world. These boxing styles that Yungu said were basically the ones that were the most famous nowadays and appeared the most times inside the novels. Wednesday it is, I'll go with you then and help you break it in. Lin Luo held his head high, like a little goddess. Pust. Yungu didn't hold back and burst out laughing. You're still addicted to it, you really think you're a godly man, and you've got blood on your hands, believe it or not, I'll drop you again. Gee, just because there are things you can't see doesn't mean there aren't. Let's make a bet, Wednesday, you're bound to need my help. Good. I'd like to see how you're going to help me. What happens when you lose? Yungu asked in disbelief. If I lose, I'll keep booking lessons with you, but if I win, you'll help me find some real masters to teach me boxing. Che, it's a deal. Yungu raised her palm. Lin Luo understood in a second and raised his hand to give her a high five. Snap. In the bright light, 2 delicately boned palms pressed together with a crisp sound. Chapter 142, Lin Luo, come on, you're in trouble. Provincial office. Conference room. Several white shirts with serious faces sat around a large desk. The leader of the white shirt looks to have been more than 50, country face, thick eyebrows and eyes, and indescribable righteousness. He looked at the projection with a grave expression, his brows locked into a pimple. Yesterday, the Nanjing City Bureau smashed 2 major ice candy syndicates in one day, in which the head of the D-House system, Qi Delong Qi Dongxiang, were all brought to justice. Qi Dongxiang is in the hospital with serious injuries. That night, the Big Brain Ice Candy Peddling Syndicate, which the Nanjing City Bureau had been eyeing for more than a year, was knocked out, and the head Big Brain, Yuan Zhong, was captured and similarly seriously injured and rescued in the hospital. This would have been a heavily good thing, and South City would have been able to live in peace for a long time from now on, but the content of the report sent up by the South City Bureau really made people do a double take. The Diho group was arrested, and the front was pretty normal. Accidentally catching the following people trading, then following the trail, pulling up the carrot and bringing out the mud, directly eliminating all the crime syndicates in the Dihao line. But later on, this Qi Dongxiang is trying to hijack a prison with people and weapons smuggled back from outside the country, only to be wiped out on the Western Mountain Ascension Road, and the fighting process is a bit outrageous. The special instructor of the Special Patrol Brigade overturned the car of the robbers with a stone, and then, after the rapid action of the Serious Crimes Brigade and the Special Patrol Brigade, eliminated the robbers and arrested Qi Dongxiang, who was seriously injured. With a rock, smashing over the thug's car? It seems to make sense. There are live photos to testify, and although shocked by this operation, it's hard to say anything. But the case of eliminating the Big Brain Gang is too much of a stretch, isn't it? Or a special instructor of the Special Patrol Brigade went to Longtan Lake to fish in the middle of the night, and ended up catching a blind box of suitcase fragments with one rod. Then Chu Jianjun, the captain of the Serious Crimes, led the police out to check the source of the body and found that the suitcase was the missing Special Intelligence undercover agent of the Anti-Narcotics Brigade, Ma Jia. Chu then found information about the South City landfill at the scene, and then led a night visit to the landfill and accidentally discovered the sugar factory of the Big Brain Gang. Then Chu Jianjun called for support, and the Serious Crime Brigade and the Anti-Narcotics Brigade teamed up to raid the Xinfeng landfill in the southern city, only to find psychic events. At this time, the projection is playing precisely Chu Jianjun submitted to Magua Cheng. Magua Cheng read "Cursed Me" on the morning 8, and then a headache and then submitted to the provincial hall of the landfill improvised room in the scene video. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who is it? It's Jia Lao Air. Asterisk 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 ghosts. Yuan Zhong, give me back my life. Ah, don't you come over here. The video played again. The projector has a close-up photo of the man in the suitcase, and comparing it with the video, we can be sure that the guy who broke into the simple room is the one in the suitcase. Fu Jiling, the director of the Provincial Inspection Office, looked at a group of team members of the provincial office and asked in a deep voice, "The authenticity of the video, confirmed?" Deputy Director Liang Fifan pushed his glasses and nodded his head. "The people from the technical division have already appraised it. There are no traces of modification, so it can be determined that this is the real video." Hiss. The crowd in the conference room sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Then reported, "All the relevant information about this case is sealed, and all the files of the people involved are filed together, waiting to be verified by the relevant people. So, what about this special instructor for the Special Patrol Brigade?" Finally, someone noticed Lin Luo. With that, someone cast Lin Luo's profile onto the projection. The first thing that catches the eye is an enviable bust of a smiling, young and handsome man. What a handsome and heroic young man. Next to it is Lin Luo's profile information. Fu Jinling narrowed his eyes and looked at the photos about Lin Luo and the relevant information that appeared on the projection. 17 years old, senior high school student in the 18th middle school in the southern city, excellent grades, the posture of the top student, and Chu Jianjun's daughter Chu Jiaoju in the same class. The cases that Chu Jianjun had handled recently were basically related to Lin Luo. Scrap recycling station selling stolen goods case, 2 to 13 big case triangle item cannon as well as ice sugar trading case, glasses duo Zhang Bin Zhang San, Dihao Zhao Delong, Wulan City over Ritong Nik Hai Yang Wei Zhao Crab, as well as the arrests of Qi Dongqiang and Yuan Zhong also had Lin Luo. After reading Lin Luo's message, Fu Jinling stroked his chin and said with emotion, "It's a pity that this kid isn't an inspector." The crowd nodded approvingly. It's true. This kid is a major case trigger. Wherever he goes, he basically runs into a case, and odds are it's a big one. Went fishing to pick up the key stolen murder weapon in the big 2 to 13 case. Walking around at night, he stumbles upon a candy deal, subdues it and then reports it to the police. Buying breakfast in front of the school and subduing the retaliatory officers of the Imperial Group in passing. Casually skulking around, he meets the escaping Zhao Dalong and pins him down in passing. Driving a female classmate home, you can run into 3A passes delivering their own heads to the door. On a whim to go to the incense on a big night, he met Qi Doqiang's gang and threw a stone and overturned the car. Another fishing trip on a whim triggers another case for the Big Brains gang. This luck was like the chosen one in the eyes of a bunch of old inspectors. Alright, look at this Chu Jianjun, because his daughter and Lin Luo good relationship. Lin Luo encountered a case to find him, meritorious awards reported one after another. The most outrageous was yesterday, when 2 were reported in one day. I can't say about first-class honors, but second-class honors are in order. The City Bureau has applied for second-class merit for Lin Luo, and there are 2 of them. There are also Chu Jianjun, Shi Hui, and Wang Kaixian. The head of politics and labor read off a list of names. With that, the projections also showed the declarations of these people. South City has done a good job during this period of time, especially in solving the 2 to 13 case, and solving the Imperial Hao Group and the Big Brain Sugar trafficking gang. Fu Jinling looked at the projection for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Merit is merit, fault is fault. Our organization has always been rewarded and punished clearly. Since there is merit, then we will award well. I see that this time the South City Bureau of Merit Awards declaration can be passed." Everyone raised their hands to vote. After Fu Jinling finished, he looked around at the crowd's reaction again. Those in favor of passage, raise your hands. In the next second, the people in the room raised their hands. Since all agree, let's do it. Practicing the heartache of love and learning to let go of former longings. After Lin Luo came out of the gym, he happily hummed a little song and went back home. He and Yungu had made an appointment to go to the South City Sports Center on Wednesday, and although he didn't know what Jinji's blood and light was, the odds were that it was that day. Maybe it's some kind of kickboxing, martial arts competition, or something like that. There will be a lot of masters present, so you may be able to steal a few real skills. Click. Lin Luo took out his key and unscrewed the security door of his house. The living room was lit, but the house was quiet. The door to the master bedroom was closed, and Lin Luo's ears twitched slightly as she condensed her voice into a line, and she instantly heard voices in the room. "Oh Shianik, why are you so good today? Jia, you think I drink that wine for nothing? Well, turn around and ask your son to order some more, or failing that, spend the money." "Aha, that'll have to do." Lin Luo went back to his bedroom in silence. He vowed never to be that curious again. That's a big mess to hear, isn't it? Old dad and mom even want the Tianshi wine. Where's he going to get it all? If you can't, you'll have to find a way to get the health pills out and fill them up with this stuff and wine. Chapter 143, Grassland Psychic Wolf Green, Mimi or Blackie. The night rushed by. Lin Luo said that he had finally slept normally for once. There's something indescribably satisfying about sleeping in until 8 a.m. And the chicken alarm didn't scream randomly. If there is anything that is the most refreshing, it has to be the moment when you get a full night's sleep and wake up slowly. It was lazy and indescribably comfortable. Lin Luo stretched, his body swaying and twitching on the bed as if he were a salted fish bouncing around. Phew, soothing. After stretching, Lin Luo paralyzed on the bed again and lazily looked at the system chat box. The main quest was stuck on the great examination of the academy, and for the time being, there was no chance to brush up on the quest. Good thing there are side quests. Lao dang, out to brush up on the side quests. The next second, a new note appeared in the translucent chat box. After a period of wool trading in Yunzhou County, it has received unanimous praise from the nomadic tribes of northern Liang as well as the nearby Dakian Chamber of Commerce. Exchanging the potatoes and sweet potatoes of Yunzhou for the wool of northern Liang, and using the wool to make woolen products such as woolen threads, sweaters, and blankets, in exchange for silver money and all kinds of materials needed by the various chambers of commerce in Dakian. Yunzhou County has been vigorously developed, but behind the scenes there are quite a few chambers of commerce secretly colluding with northern Liang, wanting to set aside Yunzhou County and go it alone. As the future magistrate of Yunzhou County, you can't just sit back and watch Yunzhou's fledgling wool trade be destroyed by the Unlawful Merchants Association. Mission, find a solution to the destruction of the wool trade chamber. Reward, psychic step wolf green. What? Lin Luo had a lethargic look on his face and kind of wanted to stay in bed, but when he saw the rewards of the side quest, he directly woke up. Also a look of confusion. It's not. The solution to destroying the wool trade chamber of commerce rewards a wolf green. What is wolf green? It's the offspring born of a wolf and a dog. Wolf green is ferocious, resourceful, has a keen sense of smell, is easy to domesticate, highly sensitive, very aggressive, alert, resistant to blows, survivable, adaptable, and good feeder. It can be said that this dog is one of the best dogs to watch over the house. But that's too much of a mismatch. Lin Luo rubbed his eyes to make sure he had read it correctly, and immediately looked down on the reward a bit. He was quite fond of small animals, such as big bears, big rabbits, and small cats, but compared to the rewards of wisdom fruits, celestial master wine, and so on, puppies and dogs were nothing. A side quest that was only once a day was swiped out of a dog, causing Lin Luo to be very disappointed in his heart. The solution to destroying the wool trade chambers is to make the trade more competitive, stabilize prices, and not screw people. Add the strategy of trading wool products for wool. Also start a trade-in program for tents, furniture, farm equipment, and other items. Use real benefits to make the nomadic tribes of northern Liang voluntarily give up those unscrupulous chambers of commerce and voluntarily choose Yunzhou. Lin Luo casually said a few strategies, and the word system reward arrival then appeared in the chat box. Mission, find a solution to the destruction of the wool trade chamber. Reward, psychic step wolf green, completed. The next second, Lin Luo felt a coldness in the comforter. And it's still moving. Fog weed. Lin Luo swished and lifted the thin quilt, and saw a small ball of fur lying beside his leg, looking stupid and a bit dopey, with no hint of a wolf-like posture when he grew up. Woohoo woohoo. The puppy let out a grunting sound, the dog's nose sniffing as if it was familiarizing itself with Lin Luo's scent. The puppy was clean and odorless, with brownish-blue fur all over, thick, strong limbs, and a black and blue line down his back, from his head to his tail. Psychic prairie wolf green. I'd like to see how psychic you are. Lin Luo cupped the little one's head and made it meet his eyes on. With that, he unleashed the Imperial Spirit technique. Soon, Lin Luo felt a different connection with this little guy. Just like the little cinder block before it. And it's going to be even more intense. Let's see if you're a little troublemaker or a little tease. Lin Luo suddenly gave a bad smile and picked up the little guy by the back of his neck, easily picking him up. Woohoo woohoo. The little guy whimpered and stomped his stubby little hind legs. Oh ho, it's a little trick or treat. It turned out to be a little, and Lin Luo's movements were immediately gentler. From today on, your name is Mimi. Cats are called cinder blocks and dogs are called Mimi. Makes sense. Lin Luo cheerfully put down Mimi and smiled. Mimi, shake hands. The dog, who was lying on the bed and still unable to stand up, cocked his head and looked at Lin Luo with a slanted stare. The innocent little eyes seemed to say, why are you more of a dog than I am? Just then, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang, and the voice of his old mom, Ms. Zhang, drifted in. Brat, it's already time for you to get up. How long do you want to stay in bed? Wow. With a tug on the quilt, Lin Luo covered Mimi up. With a flustered expression, Zhang Xuehua looked stunned. No. Did I come in at a bad time? You're wasting toilet paper this early in the morning? Her eyes moved to Lin Luo's nightstand. The paper drawer was just sitting there, and there was even a sheet of paper laid out next to it. That's what Lin Luo used to wipe his hands after picking his boogers last night, and because he didn't want to waste it, he didn't throw it away. Brat, you're early in the morning. Woo woo. Mimi's whimpering came out from Lin Luo's comforter, and Lin Luo's expression changed instantly. You little doggy, still psychic, how can you bark at this moment? Ms. Zhang, however, had once explicitly stated that small animals were not allowed to be kept in the house. What's that noise? Zhang Xuehua raised her eyebrows in confusion and looked towards Lin Luo's comforter. Brat, what's hiding? It's nothing. Ha, Mom, you heard wrong. Lin Luo smiled awkwardly and tried to save the day. It resulted in the puppy whimpering once again. Take it out. Zhang Xuehua raised an eyebrow and walked over to Lin Luo's bedside, and with a stretch of her hand, the effect of her old mom's bloodline suppression kicked in. Lin Luo drooped his head helplessly and carried Mimi out. Woohoo woohoo. Little Wolf Green whimpered in aggravation, his hind legs stomping. The feeling of being suspended in the air made him feel very insecure. Yikes! Where did you get that puppy? The moment Zhang Xuehua saw the puppy, her rosy and glossy face burst into a wide smile, and she joyfully took the puppy, lifting her hand to rub it on its head for a while. Cubs are at their cutest. It doesn't matter what kind of animal it is, including people. It's all the cutest as a pup. The little brainaxe, the thief's surpluses, is cute and cuddly and inviting. Of course, don't scream indiscriminately. One scream and you're done. Zhang Xuehua just felt like she was captured by the little guy. Puppy dog. Ooh-hoo. Little Mimi whimpered, her little head rubbing against Zhang Xuehua's palm, and then she even stuck out her puppy tongue to lick it, her pleasing intentions all on display. That's cute. Zhang Xuehua expressed his affirmation to the little one. Aha, its name is Mimi. Seeing that Ms. Zhang liked it so much, Lin Luo hurriedly reported its name with a hefty smile. Just like it so that Mimi is more likely to stay at home. However, as soon as Zhang Xuehua heard the word Mimi, she immediately wrinkled her pretty eyebrows and gave Lin Luo a disgusted blank look. What kind of crap name is that? What kind of dog is called Mimi? From now on it'll be called Blackie. You're not as good at this name as I am. Blackie, that all sucks. On the street was a black puppy, basically called Blackie. Lin Luo disliked it in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it, otherwise the big ears technique would definitely not be able to run away. Alright, Blackie. Zhang Xuehua smiled and teased the little wolf green. Ooh-hoo. Good. Asterisk carrot asterisk. Ringo? Having cast the imperial spirit technique, he was able to understand the meaning expressed by the puppy's barking. You're a good little dog. You've gone rogue. But, worthy of being a psychic puppy, the piece of judging the situation, it is very understanding. Know who's calling the shots in this family. Chapter 144, Bastard son, you want your father's life. What are you still frozen for? Get up and wash up, we're going out after breakfast. Zhang Xuehua hugged Xiaohei and glared at Lin Luo. My son is good at everything, but he likes to stay in bed and be lazy, just like his father. Luckily, people don't mind Jiao Jiao and are willing to take him in. Otherwise, the gender imbalance is so serious now that Zhang Xuehua is worried that her stinky son won't be able to get a daughter-in-law in the future. Hey, that's up. Lin Luo helplessly rolled out of bed, put on his slippers and went outside to wash up in the large restroom. After simply brushing his teeth and washing his face, Lin Luo came out of the restaurant. Comrade Lao Lin was sitting at the dining table at the moment, slowly eating a donut. Seeing Lin Luo come out, Comrade Old Lin lifted his chin and said proudly, "Son, this isn't good for you, sleeping all day at a young age. Do you know what you are? You're the sun at 9 minutes past 8, and you've got to branch out." Lin Luo looked confused and glanced at the wall clock in the house. 8:20. Comrade Old Lin, do you want to see what time it is? Being the sun at 8:09, what's wrong with me getting up after 8? Hey, you've got a point. If you got up earlier, I wouldn't have to buy the donuts, soy milk and buns. Comrade Lao Lin pointed to the breakfast on the table and said grudgingly, to be a cow at night and a horse by day. It can be so hard for him, the head of the family. Hey, that's it, you said it earlier, why didn't you say it earlier? Say it earlier and I'll get up earlier today. How big a deal can it be to buy a breakfast? Lin Luo sat on his butt in the chair, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a fritter, took a bite, and then soaked it into the tofu brain. Bubbles eat a lot. Who told you to take off your shoes and get on the bed early last night without waiting for me to come back? Lin Luo whimpered with his mouth and kinda justified it. Comrade Lao Lin's old face flushed. Take off your shoes and go to bed. Could it be that the stinky son heard the commotion last night? Can't be. The soundproofing in the house is pretty good, you can't even hear the commotion inside with the door closed when you're watching TV outside. Comrade Lao Lin's suspicious eyes looked at Lin Luo a little uncomfortable, and he simply buried his head and ate the tofu brain. This tofu brain really needs to be made even better with chili and chive blossoms. It's salty, spicy, and hot. As for the sweet tofu brain mentioned on the internet, that stuff doesn't seem to be the same thing as the tofu brain sold at morning stands in the north. You guys stop eating for now. I'm going to make an announcement next. Zhang Xuehua walked out of the bedroom with Xiaohei in her arms. It was only then that Lao Lin noticed the little one Zhang Xuehua was holding in her arms. Lin Luo was slightly stunned. Good lord, after all this time, Blackie had clothes on him. Xiaohei was wearing a piece of clothing that Lin Luo had worn as a child. I don't know how long it's been in the press, but it's kinda comical on Blackie. Blackie seemed uncomfortable with the clothes on his body, and his mouth whimpered incessantly. Master save. I'll save my ass, you little traitor. Lin Luo rolled his eyes in his heart, and the corners of his mouth were already grinning. From today, there will be one more member in our family, this is Xiaohei. From now on, you don't need to give the leftovers to your son, give them all to Xiaohei. Zhang Xuehua said with a smile. Lin Luo applauded at once, yeah, finally, I don't have to be a leftover processor. He basically takes care of all the leftovers at home. In mom's words, it's called fugan, and it's a blessing to eat it without wasting food. Growing up it was this set of sayings that caused Lin Luo to not be able to see others' leftovers when she ate out, and when she saw that others couldn't finish their food, she had the urge to go up and help her out. Jiao Chu only, of course. Anyone else would have just rolled his eyes and mentally dissed the other person for wasting food. Old Lin also applauded cooperatively, a smile on his face. He was afraid that if he didn't laugh now, he'd be crying later. Nah, to show you guys, Blackie is smart. Seeing that the family had agreed, Zhang Xuehua couldn't wait to put Xiaohei on the ground and start shouting the password. Blackie, sit. Blackie slumped to the ground, whimpering, and barely managed to get up from the ground, propping himself up on his front legs to sit. Wow! So smart! Comrade Lao Lin exclaimed exaggeratedly and then began to applaud. Lin Luo slowed down a beat and hurriedly followed after being gazed at by Ms. Zhang. Snap! What a smart puppy, Mom, you're amazing! Lin Luo finished clapping and hurriedly added a thumbs up. Aha! Zhang Xuehua nodded in satisfaction, then squatted down and reached out. Here, Blackie, shake hands. Xiaohei barely lifted his front legs and put his small paws into Zhang Xuehua's hands. Wow. Daughter-in-law, you're so good, you can even train a dog. Hey, I'm just realizing I still have that talent. Zhang Xuehua smiled smugly before rubbing Xiaohei's head. Blackie, flip a heel. Lauren? Ringo? Blackie? Interge, boo-hoo. You're giving me a hard time about fat Black. Blackie was on the verge of tears, grunted twice, rolled on the ground, then whimpered twice and slumped down in depression. Blackie's doing the best he can. Good. What a smart little Blackie. Lin Construction reacted even more and stood up to applaud. Honey, where did you get this puppy? It's so smart. Hey. Zhang Xuehua beautifully picked up Xiaohei and said, your son is under the blanket. Son, where did you get that puppy? Ah, picked it up in the neighborhood last night. How smart is Ringo to open his mouth? So coincidentally, you picked up the little cinder block that was given to your mother-in-law in the neighborhood, too? Zhang Xuehua said meaningfully. That ominous look sent chills down Lin Luo's back. Yeah, quite a surprise. You brat, when you see such a cute kitten, you don't even know to take it to your mom to cheer her up. Lin Jian understood Zhang Xuehua for a second and then began to fire at his son. Oops. Dad, you. Lin Luo's face was aggravated. People don't forget to dig a well. Who gave you this first night's hard-on? You've forgotten. Comrade Lao Lin, I express my disappointment in you. It's not like my mom won't let me have critters in the house, so I have to hide some, and besides, you know this, Dad, you didn't even let me give it to Mom, and now you're blaming me. Since you're unkind, Dad, don't blame your son for being unkind. Mom's fire is better off with you, Dad. Zhang Xuehua's gaze really shifted to Lin Jian. Honey, listen to me, I didn't know until later. Humph, old Lin, you said we're both approaching our wedding anniversary. Yes, no, almost there. Lin Construction couldn't think about it in detail and hurriedly nodded his head. No, Dad, didn't you guys get married on October 10th? That's still a couple months away. Lin Lo was relentless when it came to tearing down his dad. Nonsense. I'm telling you, brat, when your mom says it's almost here, right, daughter-in-law? Lin Jianzhuan came down in a cold sweat. But luckily my old forest has experience with this. Well, count your blessings, huh? Zhang Xuehua proudly carried Xiaohei to the study. Lin Jianzhuan let out a long breath, then glared at Lin Luo. Brat, you're trying to trap your old man. Oops, who let you pit me first? Lin Lo shook his head and rationalized. Alas, when a great man is alive, it's inevitable that his wife is not virtuous and his son is not filial. Lin Construction shook his head with an emotional expression. Mom, my dad says you don't. Oh who? Comrade Lao Lin was so fast that his hands were out of stumps, and he covered Lin Luo's mouth, his eyes staring in horror. Holy, stinky son, you're killing your father. Lin Luo was covered with his mouth and dejectedly stretched out a finger. Seeing this, Lin Construction gritted his teeth and looked in the direction of the master bedroom, which his wife didn't notice, before he clutched Lin Luo's fingertips. Brat, 100 out at most. I don't have any more than your old man. It's easy for him to hide a small treasury, with $10 or $8 left over from his pocket money every day. Hey, I'll get it myself. Ringo said, getting up and heading for the shoe closet. Then under the shocked and dumbfounded gaze of Lin Jian, he pulled out $100 from under the insole of a pair of long unworn leather shoes at the bottom of the shoe cabinet. No, you. Lin Construction's lips trembled as he pointed at Lin Luo. How did you know where my vault was? Chapter 145 Pops are for resisting pots and pans. Lin Luo returned the insole to its place, then flung the $100 in his hand back to the table. Comrade Lao Lin tugged at Lin Luo. Good boy, how dare you come back? You really think your father's sword is unfavorable to me? You kid, be honest. How did you know where I hid my vault? Lin Luo smiled and pulled out a wet paper towel to wipe his hands. Comrade Lao Lin, don't get so excited. It's only $1,345.50, and you know all about the money in my piggy bank. You think I don't know that you flipped my piglet? Who are we? You know my background, I know your roots. It makes sense. Ouch, you brat. Lin Jianzhang clenched his teeth in anger and hurriedly glanced in the direction of the master bedroom again, afraid of attracting Zhang Xuehua's attention. He lowered his voice and threatened in a low voice, Brat, don't tell your mom about this, you hear me? Otherwise, you won't be able to get away with it. Hey, Comrade Lin, open up the grid a bit. Lin Luo continued to smile and laugh, his playful look made Lin Jian's teeth hurt even more. So much for wanting to punch this kid. Where are my 7 wolves? Is it possible that my mom found out about your little stash a long time ago? Lin Jianzhuang's eyes snapped open, incredulously frozen on the spot. What do you mean? Your mom found out a long time ago? Comrade Lao Lin's brain buzzed, then there was a shake of the head and a wave of the hand. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it was discovered long ago, why wasn't it copied? You boys are bluffing. Lin Luo dejectedly picked up his chopsticks and comfortably picked up a Xiaolong bao. What's impossible? Your little treasury is so little that my mom looked over her shoulder and stuffed you with 50. Hiss. Lin Construction sucked in a breath of cold air. I said why is there suddenly 50 more in there, so it's, hiss. Lin Construction once again sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder he went out to pinch his feet. Zhang Shuihua will be able to know. He also saw Miss Zhang to give him on the body of the monitoring it, how a check inaccurate. So it's a targeted surveillance of his petty cash. $10 less, for cigarettes. 30 less, smoking and drinking now. 50 less, down to the restaurant for dinner. 100 less, bath and soak and scrub up the mud. 200 less, second floor of the shampoo room. Pressed the feet. Hiss. It's scary as hell. I think I've been smart and capable all my life, but I've fallen into this hands and I still don't know it. Zhang Shuihua, you're a tough guy. I can't believe I couldn't tell after holding me for so long. Pops, I advise you that you'd better be nice to me. In the future, when my son earns money outside, he'll come back to honor you properly. Lin Luo, with a small dumpling stuffed in his mouth, lowered his voice and squeezed his eyebrows. Just you. Comrade Old Lin glanced at Lin Luo, then skimmed his lips. Unless we wait for you to get married, neither of us will be able to escape your mother's financial power for the rest of our lives. Lin Law. It seems like there's nothing wrong with. As well. He grew up and the family's economic conditions are not very good. The old man earns not much, thanks to the mother in the financial plan, so that he and his parents were new eat well, did not suffer, in the outside world is also decent. So when Lin Luo made money outside, he naturally turned it into his mom. People ms. Zhang for the old Lin family toiling hard for so long, but also cannot let the hands of people to take some money happy. Comrade Lao Lin, you have no problem with that at all, but it doesn't stop me from making a small fortune of $300 to $500 out there, and hey, when the time comes, we'll both have a share of it when we see it. The unimpressed expression on Lin Jian's face instantly changed into a warm smile. Son, eat the donut. This is Dad specially got up early in the morning to buy it for you, and knowing that you love it, he even got a bag of shredded pickles from their house. Lin Luo took the donut and then picked up a chopstick of shredded savory cabbage. The breakfast store's salted shredded vegetables are free. Lin Luo and Lao Lin comrades every time they go to buy, will use a plastic bag to pack back quite a lot of breakfast cannot eat the end of the refrigerator. The evening porridge can eat a meal. It tastes good, Comrade Old Lin, keep it up. When your son and I make money, you'll be in for a treat. That's right, I'll be relying on my good oldest child from now on. Comrade Lao Lin smiled and didn't dwell on his small treasury. What can you do with that $1,000? At the rate his son is raking in money into the family, he can basically lay flat later. Zhang Shuihua came out with Little Black in her arms, and at this time, Little Black's little paws were covered with little socks converted into puppy shoes, which looked a lot more refined. It was the grudge and helplessness that was visible to the naked eye on the dog's face. The aggression and helplessness looked at Lin Luo almost sprayed the tofu brain in his mouth. He felt sure that his little life would be especially wonderful when he and Zhao Zhao had a baby doll in the future. Zhang Shuihua looked suspiciously at the strange atmosphere in the restaurant. Comrade Lao Lin was serving fries to Lin Luo. The pleasing look like the way he used to coax himself to rest early at night. It's not right. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. What are you two men discussing? Oh, my dad said he was going to contribute to the petty cash and buy you a dishwasher. Ringo opened his mouth. Oh. Lin Construction's body froze directly. No, son, you should leave some for me. Che, with the little money he has, he's still buying a dishwasher. It's a struggle to buy a washing machine. Zhang Shuihua shrewdly said, cheap cannot use, expensive cannot afford to buy, but this heart is good. A moment to give me the money, I will add a little more, buy a 2 or 3,000. Old Lin nodded with tears in his eyes and smiled a happy smile. Good son, you're really not soft when it comes to screwing your father. In the blink of an eye, not a dime was left for him. What about the others? TV, washing machine, refrigerator, air conditioner, some of them are older than me, do you want a new one? Lin Luo obediently asked. The family has been living in poverty for a long time, and it is time to live a good life with money. What's the replacement? Those things are old but they work fine. The new ones now look good but don't hold up, they'll break in no time. Zhang Shuihua objected, placing Xiao Hei on the floor, going to wash her hands, and sitting down at the dining table to continue giving Lin Luo lessons. You kid, don't think that you earn some money and think of spending a lot of money. Later your house down, decoration, furniture and appliances, wedding dowry, wedding, honeymoon, children's milk powder money, school money, with money in many places. Being told so by Ms. Zhen with her fingers crossed, Lin Luo suddenly felt that the 700,000 didn't seem like a lot. Seems like I have to keep working on it myself. You, don't keep pushing the kids to buy this and that, you hear me? With a twist of her head, Zhang Shuihua stared at Lin Jian. I knew you little old man wasn't thinking good thoughts. Trying to please your son and yourself and get you a new car, huh? Don't think so. There is a car to drive on the line, but also want a good car, bought on the depreciation of the value of the insurance and maintenance of gas car wash, which do not want money. Lin Construction nodded in resignation and sighed in his heart. One's own petty cash is kind of wasted. After breakfast, Lin Luo's family packed up their things and left the house. A rendezvous had been arranged with Donnie Yen and his family at Hana and High Park on the outskirts of the city. This is a camping spot on the outskirts of South City, and a lot of people like to come here for the holidays. It doesn't cost a fortune to climb a mountain, there are flowers, a river, and it's very scenic. It has developed into a little weekend getaway attraction, so it attracts a lot of people to come here and do business. What with lassoing, ballooning, horseback riding, real life CS, kebabs, skewers, and more. Eat, drink, and be merry all in one place. Chapter 146, Kanzi, Lo, what do you see here? Remember you promised me that you would not let me find you out of sight, but you follow that southward returning migratory birds fly so far, love like a kite broken line, cannot pull the promise you made. Comrade Lao Lin's ragged voice howled all the way to the ground, in tribute to his recently departed kitty. Lin Luo in the back row was holding his cell phone and looking at Tangbrick, while Zhang Shuehua was wearing headphones and listening to a song with his eyes closed, and the curled up corners of his mouth never fell down. An hour later, the car was at the place. The parking lot outside of Hanawakai Park is almost full. Lin Construction drove around for half a day and finally found an empty parking space. Master Lin's driving skills were quite good, and he backed in as soon as he could. Okay, get off. Lin Construction pulled on the handbrake, unbuckled his seatbelt, grabbed his cigarettes and lighter and got out of the car. Lin Luo and Zhang Shuehua also got down from the back row. Woo! Lin Luo stretched his back, feeling the fresh air of the Flower and Sea Park, looking at the mountains and flowers in the distance, his mood was instantly beautiful. The first thing Lin Jinju did when he got out of the car was to light himself a cigarette. In the car, Ms. Zhang strictly forbade him to smoke, mostly because she doesn't like smelling second-hand smoke. Ringo didn't like it either. Hiss, phew. Daughter-in-law, I'm almost out of cigarettes, get me $10, I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes. Lin Jinjian clamped his cigarette, looked at the pitiful few cigarettes in the box, and asked his wife for money without hesitation. Smoke less, it's not good for your health, like it's hurting you, just don't listen. Zhang Shuehua beamed, but still took $20 from her bag. And don't just smoke the cheap ones, smoke some good ones. Zhang Shuehua wasn't someone who couldn't afford to spend money on his men. Mainly because I don't want Lin Jin to smoke, that's not good for the body. Hey, thanks daughter-in-law what ah. Oops, the kid's still here, did ya? Lin Luo breathlessly turned around, pulled out his cell phone, and called Kong Zi. How old are you to be showing love? The call was quickly answered. Kanko's voice came over the phone. Lo, are you guys there yet? We just parked the car. Coincidence no, we just parked too. Which side are you on? Sector B. Wait, we'll be right there. Lin Luo said and hung up the phone, saying to Lin Jin, Pops, Kong Zi and the others have arrived. They're in Area B, let's go over. Let's go then, I have to compete with Old Jin today. Lin Jian said with a fist pump, taking out the fishing tackle Lin Luo had bought him from the trunk. Son, you carry this. Lin Construction handed over a bucket piled high with ingredients and drinks. Lin Luo took it easily, and carried on a couple of small ponies that old Lin had stuffed in the car. Zhang Shuehua had wanted to take something else, but Lin Luo didn't let him. He's so strong, it's only right that he carries more stuff, it's not right that he lets his mom carry the stuff. Lin Jinju carried his fishing gear on his back, then glanced at the large gold ring he'd put on specially before leaving the house and bared his teeth. He could have asked Lao Zhen last time, and Kong Zi didn't buy him a gold ring. Hey, he's not welcome then. After locking the car, old Lin's family wandered towards parking lot B and soon met up with old Jin's family. Jin Yuqian was carrying a large bag of fishing tackle, very similar to Lao Lin's look. A fisherman's hat on his head, a blazer jacket on top, tie-legged pants and loafers underneath. Jean Mimi stood next to him in a casual dress, carrying a large pocket in her hand with a smile on her face. Upon seeing Zhang Shuehua, she raised her hand in greeting. Kanko was carrying a large bag. He was a short, skinny model who looked a little funny with the size of the bag he was carrying catching up to him. Seeing that Lin Luo was tall and strong, carrying things in both hands, Jin Yuqian and Jean Mei couldn't help but look at their own son. Envious. It will be nice when my own kids grow up to be like this. Old Jin, are you ready? Old Lin asked with a grin. That's a must, I prepared the bait carefully, and it's definitely a big kill this time. Then walk. Old Lin waved his hand and walked ahead with Lao Zhen. Auntie, let me get it for you. Lin Luo stepped forward and took the pocket of stuff from Jean Mimi. Looking around, it was all snacks and drinks, and quite a few barbecue ingredients. Gee, no, Auntie can hold it, it's not that heavy. Jean Mimi was a bit embarrassed and wanted to take the things back from Lin Luo's hands. One look at the things in Lin Luo's hand, I know that they are quite heavy, in letting Lin Luo carry the things in her hand, how overly. It's okay, I'm strong. Lin Luo said, grinning as he took a few quick steps, and Kong Zi stumbled after him with his bag on his back. Luo, wait for me. Aya, sister-in-law, your child is really wonderful, I envy you for having such a good son. Jean Mimi looked at the back of the two children and sincerely said to Zhang Shuehua, hey, your Yasuko's a good boy, too. Zhang Shuehua said with a smile, took Jean Mimi's arm and followed at the end. Luo, I really envy you, so much strength. Kong Zi said as he waddled along beside Lin Luo with his bag on his back. He was carrying a tent for camping and a bucket of water. Good thing that on weekdays, Kong Zi went to school carrying a bag full of books. That weight is not light, so that his thin little body can still carry. Envious? Then practice more, teach you the deep squats and keep doing them every day. In a few years you'll have the strength. Lin Luo bull ****** Ted, but his eyes couldn't help but be attracted to the various stalls in the open area at the entrance of the park. Hit balloons, throw sandbags, lasso hoops, and more. It was pretty busy in front of each booth. Some were playing and more were spectating and eating. All wanted to see who was lucky enough to take home the unscrupulous vendor's prize. It was the horseback riding stall over there that interested Lin Luo the most. A small mare, not too big, saddled, with a sign next to it, $10 a head. For $10 you can experience a horseback ride. But it's nice to sit on a horse when someone else is holding it and experience a horseback ride through the streets. Brother Luo, let's go play real CS later. Jin Zikong excitedly pointed at the signboard of the real CS venue not far away and said, "It's 10 a.m. And there's already a line of people at the door, all ready to have fun. $50 a head is a bit steep." Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, feeling that it was a bit uneconomical to spend $50 to go in and raid a few times. "It's okay, Kanko suddenly exclaimed, then took 2 quick steps. Then he bent down and pinched out a dirty $100 bill in the grass by the side of the road. "Bro, look at this. Lincoln? That's it. Pick it up." Lin Luo looked at the roadside grass and froze, wondering how Kong Zi had seen this inconspicuous $100 from the grass. "Hey, Luo, it's not rich. My mom says found money has to be spent as smallpox. I'll buy you a gun game later." Kanko leapt forward with excitement. Zhang Xuehua and Jean Mimi, who were walking behind, saw the whole thing. "I didn't understand before how my own kids got so lucky and got so much money into the family. Now they seem to understand. There's no hurry. Isn't there a balloon lassoing over there? Let's go over there and have some fun first." Lin Luo lifted his chin and looked at the lasso booth over there. The prize area had rag dolls, live geese and chickens, and cash prizes, which drew a lot of people to the game. Unfortunately, the number of winners was particularly low, and the stall holders were happy to have a smile on their faces. Laugh it up, high and low today to teach you bosses a lesson. Chapter 147, Seeing Another Fishing Trip to Open the Heavenly Gate. There is a pretty big artificial lake inside Hanawakami Park. Although it's an artificial lake, it's connected to the river and the water quality is very good and there are quite a few fish in it. On weekends, this is where the anglers go wild. There was a fishing guy sitting a meter or two away from the lake, busy as hell. Ringo and Kanko unfolded their tent on the flat lawn. Young people are good with their hands, especially Lin Luo and Kong Zi, who used to be good at everything except studying, and this tent set up even faster. The tent was set up in a couple of tries. Blankets were laid out again in front of the tent, and then the things that had been brought in were set up one by one. There were quite a few people doing this like Lin Luo and the others. There were colorful tents standing on the lawn in 2s and 3s, some were already setting up stoves and starting to roast skewers. Adults leading children everywhere. These kids were going crazy here, staggering with excitement from time to time. Almost a handful of bared water guns, bubble machines. While Lin Luo and Kong Zi were busy with the tent, Old Lin and Old Jin had already gone to take up space with their fishing gear. Luckily, they were early, so they found a good spot, and the two of them sat next to each other, and immediately began fiddling with their respective fishing rods after placing the mazer buckets in place. They are all old fishermen, their hands move skillfully, and they hang up the hook and bait with ease. For the anglers, with all the tools and no work required of them, it would be an insult to the anglers to put such a big lake here and not make the first cast. Ringo, I have a feeling I'm going to land a big fish today. Coincidentally no, I had that same hunch. Let's see which one of us catches fish fast. Okay. The two men soared, staring at their drifts, both anticipating their first big fish. The tent was laid out and Kanzo and Ringo sat on the soft lawn carpet with a bottle of drink in hand. But while Ringo's is tasty, Kanzi's is Pepsi. Hiccup low, should we try it too? Kanko took a gulp of his drink, burped contentedly, and pointed to the water. Fine, I can't play it at this point anyway. Lin Luo looked at MS. Zhang and MS. Jean, who were taking pictures not far away by the sea of flowers. The sisters were engrossed in taking pictures of the flowers, and it was a joke to try to get them to come back and watch the tent and let them both go. It's a good thing they don't have to watch the kids or they'd be even more screwed. Hey, my dad's got a fishing pole there, I'll go get it. When Kong Zi saw Lin Luo's agreement, he then bumbled off to get a fishing rod. Linello pretended to rummage through his book bag. As Lin Luo's mind moved, the fishing rod from a handover stick in the bag into a telescopic fishing rod. The golden fishing rods looked quite beautiful and eye-catching in the sun. Kong Zi ran over with a pair of fishing rods and was quite surprised when he saw Lin Luo's rods. But he didn't think much of it, and urged Lin Luo, "Come on Luo, let's see whose luck is good enough to land a fish." It seems that his old man didn't talk much about catching fish on the road and infected all of Kanko. Lin Luo and Kong Zi cast their poles not far from the river. On this side they could keep an eye on their tents so that no one would take their stuff, and they could also fish, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thieves are pretty strange these days. There are all kinds of people, and the most breathless and angry ones are old men and women. It's like you can't afford to live. When you see something someone has put there, you don't think twice about taking it, whether it's worth anything or not. If you catch them, you can't call the police, and if you kick them out, you're still not convinced. Cursing and swearing, as if not letting them steal their own things was doing something wrong instead. It's not like you can scold or do anything about this old stuff. After all, it's pretty disgusting to be blackmailing you while lying on the ground at a great age. You didn't hit it, why did you help it? It happened in '06. Since this happened, bumper stickers on the street are commonplace. As far as the naked eye can see, onboard car recorders are sold off the market, and almost every car has to be fitted. The fish hook went into the water, and as if Lin Luo had turned on an underwater camera, underwater images appeared in his mind. There are fish in the man-made lake, but the fish in this lake are similar to those in Longtan Lake, which have been fed with sperm. I saw the fish hovering back and forth around the hook and the nest the angler had made, then as if by agreement, a few fish went to hit the hook, as if to tell the angler, I'm there, I'm eating, you're working on it yo. The rest of the fish were content to eat fish food from the nest. To fish for fish. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth twitched, and in his heart, he cursed these fish for not wanting a billion. The next moment, he saw a large fish swimming towards his hook. It seemed interested in the bait on its hook and circled around twice. Instead of biting the hook, though, it swam over the bait and bumped the hook with its own body. The bait wrapped around the hook was instantly knocked loose and floated out quite a bit. As if rehearsed, a number of fish around them hollered a sprint and ate the scattered bait. Oh, so skillful that it hurts the anglers. Trying to whore me out for nothing. Come here you. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo was so angry that his teeth itched, then he controlled the fish hook and charged at the big fish. Swish! The hook was as good as alive and rushed over to hang on to the mouth of the fish. The line was instantly taut, and Lin Luo pulled the rod. The big fish was outright dumbfounded, as if an unbelievable light flashed out of the fish's eyes. I didn't bite. It struggled, but to no avail. Lin Luo exclaimed beautifully. Kanzi, watch my brother show you one fish opens the door to heaven. In the next second, Lin Luo yanked the fishing rod. The rod had groveled and bent as if tugging on a big load. His voice drew the eyes of a large group of anglers around him. Holy, no! Fish on! Look at the bend in the rod. It's a big one. Lao Lin and Lao Zhen were sitting on the matza and were full of confidence in today's harvest. Hearing Lin Luo's voice, he also turned his head to look over, and then he excitedly threw down his fishing rod and copied the plunge net and ran over. Son, don't pull hard, pull and slip it. That's right, it's just like picking up girls, you can't play hard to get, you have to pull. Lao Lin and Lao Kang's comments were rewarded with nods of affirmation from a crowd of anglers. Lin Luo pulled the corner of his mouth, ignoring the voice of experience of the two old rookies, and gave a strong tug on the fishing rod. Wow! Splashes of water erupted. Immediately afterward a large, black fish came darting out of the water. It was a big fish almost a meter long. I chow. 1 sound. I'm chow. 2. I chow. 3 times. I chow. 4 voices. In the midst of a me chow, the big fish transformed into an arc as if it were a fish leaping through the dragon gate, and finally flew down to Lin Luo's feet. I am uneducated, and Ai Chow walks all over the world. Flutter flutter. The big fish flopped and struggled at Lin Luo's feet. Lin Jian's eyes were glowing, and he rushed up with a sudden enthusiasm. With a quick eye, he removed the hook, then picked up the large fish and cradled it in his arms. Ha 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 ha. Lao Zhen, come take my picture. Old Lin's voice was loud as if he had a megaphone, and he looked around at the fishing guys excitedly as he spoke. See that? Big fish. Yes, brother Lin, you're still shooting for me when you're done. Zhen Yuqian excitedly pulled out his cell phone and jumped into action. This photo gets back, there's a blowout. The surrounding group of anglers all drooled with envy as they looked at the large grass carp that was close to a meter long. There are still such big fish in this artificial lake, have they become fertilized? Older brother, let's talk. Dude, smoke. Dude. A couple of anglers paid a direct action and gathered around. Lin Jianzhuang carried the fish with his proud chin raised to the sky. The fish my son caught, rounded up, are the fish I caught. Ha, well said, take a photo Kiwa, a cigarette at random. A bunch of fishing guys instantly obeyed and started lining up. Trade a cigarette for a pretend photo. It's a good deal, a good deal. Only one fishing guy, carrying a plunge net, walked over to Lin Luo and looked at him with a smile. Little brother, we're quite destined to meet again. Lin Luo twisted his head to look at the other party and instantly recognized him. Yoo-hoo! It's you, Uncle Shikakai. Hey, little brother, I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhao Sihai felt that there was really quite a connection. He was supposed to go fishing at Xinglong Lake today, but when he was unexpectedly asked to come to Hanawakai to fish, he diverted to this side halfway. I didn't expect to just get off the rod, but I heard a familiar one fish open the door to heaven, stared him, the nightmare memories in his mind resurfaced, and he almost threw up again. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that Lin Luo had caught a big fish. Lin Luo smiled and was just about to speak when he heard Kong Zi yell out in excitement. lol. Watch me, a fishing trip opens the heavenly gate. You're ing feeding the pigs again. Lin Luo looked over breathlessly, the brat still wants to learn from me. You think it's just anyone who can open the gates of heaven. In the next second, Lin Luo's expression was dumbfounded. Zhao Sihai looked over, then looked numb as well. My chow. There are still experts. Chapter 148 Carp that brings its own money to buy life. With Shin Zikong's excited shouts, he attracted a lot of people's attention. The next second, a fish was yanked out of the water by Kanko. It's not a small fish, 2 or 3 pounds. Although it was somewhat dwarfed by the nearly 1 meter long, 20 or so pound large grass carp that Lin Luo had caught, like a younger brother. But in front of this circle of anglers who feed the fish for half a day with nothing to show for it, it was a big catch. Son, you can't tug like that, it's easy to get unhooked. Lao Jin saw this scene, and excited, but also quite nervous, afraid of the fish ran away, but also cannot care about taking pictures. Pick up the nets pounced on the past, will be the fish net, a hand to fish over. I'll go. There are still experts. Awesome angler rookie protection period. This young man, absolutely. Such a circle of anglers fishing here with no luck, 2 teenagers casually fishing and catching fish one after another. What is this if not a rookie protection period? Jin Zikong's hands danced with excitement, grabbing the scribe net from old Jin's hand and running to Lin Luo's side to fool around. Lo, how about that? I'm not so bad. First time in my life I've ever hit a fish, it's cool now. An inexplicable sense of accomplishment swept through his body. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up and complimented without mincing words. You kid sure has cow skin. When I grill fish later, I'll eat this one of yours. Hey. For some reason, receiving Lin Luo's praise, Jin Zikong had a feeling that he was happier than his own parents praising him. Maybe it's because a righteous father for life, he. I hope my fellow Kanko student doesn't see this FIC. Why don't you two stop thinking about eating for a minute and come over for a picture? Comrade Lao Jin came over smilingly and inquired about the 2 men. Okay, I'll shoot this. This is what I caught. Kanko spoke prettily, a dejected expression on his face. As he spoke, he lifted the fish out of the plunge net and prepared to show it off. And just then, a few people looked at the carp coming out of the net and went straight to silence. The scene was quiet. Jin Zikong's expression also became odd. Lin Luo had gotten used to it inside, shaking his head slightly, lamenting that Kong Zi was worthy of being the son of Tm Chi. Zhao Sihai and Jin Yuqian blinked their unbelievable eyes as if they suspected they were hallucinating and rubbed their eyes vigorously. Oh, my god. I'm not blind. Is this fish here to return the favor? Kanko, you're really good. Lin Luo gave Jin Zikong another thumbs up and said in a serious manner. I cheated and got a big fish, you cheated and got a big gold bracelet. Where's the justification for this? No, why does this fish even wear bracelets? Jin Zikong's expression was confused and dismayed. The carp in his hand struggled while a golden bracelet was attached to it. Not to mention he was confused, but so were the people around him. After all these years of fishing, this is the first time I've seen this. The bracelet is almost embedded in the fish because it's been there so long, and it looks a little spooky. It would have just stuck when the fish was small, then the fish grew bigger and bigger and the bracelet stayed the same size for a long time. This fish. You guys are afraid that it is not delicious. Zhao Sihai stroked his chin and said in a deep voice. Well, that makes sense. Jin Yuqian subconsciously answered. He looked at the fish and felt mystified. Carp already have the legend of leaping the dragon gate and turning into a dragon, and now this carp is coming ashore with gold bracelets on its body. Golden carp coming ashore. The symbolism, TSK, unbeatable. Son, let's set him free. Lo, what do you say? Jin Zikong looked at Lin Luo. Then let them go, they all gave money to buy their lives, we can't afford to tear up the ticket, can we? Lin Luo laughed and joked. Many people around them held up their cell phones to take pictures and videos, and when they heard Lin Luo's playful words, there was a burst of laughter. This kid has a funny way of talking. Hey, I hear you, bro. Kong Zi smiled and tried to get the gold bracelet down. I did not expect this gold bracelet is quite bad, tugging half a day to yank it down. Seeing this, Lin Luo went up and yanked on the gold bracelet, and the gold bracelet suddenly changed shape, which freed the fish from the gold bracelet. Jin Yuqian threw the fish back into the water and overhandly weighed the gold bracelet. Good lord, this bracelet must be 50 grams. That's a little 20 grand in the bank for coming out and fishing. It's like a dream. What's your name, little brother? Right at this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, half-bald, walked up to Lin Luo with a smile on his face and politely struck up a conversation with Lin Luo. This person looks a little fat, especially the stomach, round, like 6 months pregnant. My name is Lin Luo. Why, do you have something to do, uncle? Uncle. The middle-aged man froze at his words, then scratched his head awkwardly. Little brother, I'm only 33 this year, I'm not that old. Ha! Lin Luo froze. Not only him, but Jin Zikong, Zhao Sihai, and Jin Yuqian were all looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who claimed to be 33 with a face full of suspicion. You look a little anxious looking then. Lin Luo said euphemistically. Pust. Both Jin Yuqian and Zhao Sihai didn't hold back and burst out laughing. This is more than a little old early 30s with more than 40 like, these years have not suffered a lot, right? Hey, business is hard these days, sad. The middle-aged man lamented and then went straight to the point. Little brother Lin Luo, my name is Chao Kefan, I own a restaurant. That big grass carp you just caught, considering making a bid? TSK, they say that if you have a big brain and a thick neck, you are either a boss or a cook, and with your size and face, you should be a cook running a restaurant. I'll take it for $5 a pound. Chao Kefan stretched out his right hand, 5 fingers resembling 5 small carrots. Like Lin Luo get up this big grass carp, nearly a meter long, nearly 20 pounds, 5 yuan a catty is only 100 or so yuan. Lin Luo looked at his dad, old comrade Lin carrying that big grass carp was still excitedly bragging with the fishing friends he didn't know, full of springtime complacency, not paying any attention to what was happening over here. Never mind, my dad kind of liked that fish, if we catch another big one later, we'll be in touch. Lin Luo politely declined. It's only $100 or so, he's not really short of that. Well then, I'll be fishing over there, so be sure to contact me if you get a big one. Chao Kefan didn't dwell on it, but he was a bit sorry that he didn't get such a big fish. Big grass carp like this are still popular in the farmhouse, the price is not a problem, the key is that it is not good to get. Luo, this gold bracelet, meet and share half, there is a share for you. When Chao Kefan left, Jin Zikong pinched the gold bracelet and said to Lin Luo with a smile. No, you caught it yourself, take it back and re-bracelet it, give it to Auntie Kim and be done with it. I'm going to want to, I'll fish for myself. Jin Zikong, Zhao Sihai, and Jin Yuqian tilted their heads neatly, wondering if they had heard wrong. Want to, fish for yourself? No, why is there something I don't understand about what you're saying? Jin Yuqian shook his head and laughed. Xiao Luo, fishing for gold bracelets this kind of thing, I have not heard of it even after living for almost 40 years, just see it once today, you still want to do it again. That can't be said, Uncle Jin, haven't you heard the saying, fishing guys can catch anything but fish? A sentence that directly silenced the few fishing guys around the dry. Jin Yuqian thought about his recent several times of fishing battles. It really seems like a fish didn't come up, just fed to the mosquitoes. Zhao Sihai, on the other hand, thought of the night before, Lin Luo's fishing trip to open the heavens gate, and his face turned green. Jin Zikong heartlessly hemmed and hawed, then slipped the gold bracelet into his pocket. He made up his mind to go back and break this bracelet into 2, one for his own mom and one for Luo's mom. I get a share of all the money Luo picks up outside, there's no reason why I shouldn't share it with him when I get something good. Okay, I'll keep fishing. I can't tell if I'll get something good on the next rod. Lin Luo said with a smile, pretending to put bait on the hook, and then walked to the lake to cast a rod. With a swish and pull, the rod was thrown out more than 3 meters at once, and the hook fell into the water with the line. Chapter 149, The Mysterious Snakeskin Bag at the Bottom of the Lake. The moment the fishhook entered the water, images of the underwater appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Seeing Lin Luo start fishing, Zhao Sihai went back to get his fishing rod and came back to Lin Luo. With his friendship with Lin Luo from the night before, getting together to fish was naturally not a problem. Kobayashi, do you mind? Zhao Sihai asked Lin Luo smilingly. It's okay, come along. Lin Luo said with a smile. The night before, Zhao Sihai generously lent himself bait, today rubbing himself a nest there is something. What's more, he didn't make a nest. You're still a student now, aren't you, and you're following your family around today? Zhao Sihai skillfully drummed the bait and chatted softly with Lin Luo. Yeah, it's a nice day to come out for a walk. Lin Luo pulled his sunglasses out of his pocket and put them on, actually starting to probe the water with his eyes closed. Lin Luo was kinda puzzled by this situation today. Where did the gold bracelet in the water come from? If someone was fishing and the bracelet fell in the water, that's fine. If a person falls, hiss. No way. I'm not really turning into a chronologist. You're like Conan, you're dead everywhere you go. By the way, wasn't I blessed with good fortune? Today there is also Jin Zikong, the son of good Dryer's Chi-Luck, by his side. With his chakra boost, I can't still encounter shards. Lin Luo didn't even have a clue in his mind, but as the hooks dipped down, the fish in the lake became more plentiful. Especially big fish. Big fat fish of 40 or 50 centimeters long are plentiful. Lin Luo controlled the hook to dive down, and the bait on it attracted a number of large fish to come up curiously. Maybe they're all wondering, shouldn't this thing be floating up there, why is it going down there? At that moment, a large catfish suddenly rushed up and took a bite of the bait. Lincoln? I wasn't trying to fish. Why did you give it back to me? This was to go under the water to explore the situation, and this had just reached the bottom of the water and had not yet begun to explore it, and there was a fish willing to take the bait. But up all the way up, then we can't waste its good intentions. It's time to take a break, who doesn't get scared when they run into something like that? Zhao Sihai said with emotion while making a cast and flinging the hook into the water. What school do you guys go to? Zhao Sihai held the fishing rod and asked Lin Luo in a relaxed manner. Fishing is a patient job, but it's nice to have someone to talk to. 18th grade. Lin Luo said and opened his eyes, then yanked the fishing rod violently. The jigging rod instantly becomes bent and the line taut. Zhao Sihai? No, I just said 2 words, and you caught a fish? From the time he hooked up the bait to the time he cast the rod, the total time was less than 3 seconds. It was also just a matter of talking to Linluo, and people were catching fish. That's faster than catching fish in a pot, okay? Good man, another fish. Zhao Sihai said with emotion, holding the fishing rod in one hand and grabbing the plunge net with the other, ready to help Lin Luo fish. Kanko, I'll show you a big baby. Lin Luo grinned and shouted at Jin Zikong before violently flinging his fishing rod. There was a poof, a splash, and then a large catfish broke the surface. The fish was still fluttering and twisting in mid-air, seemingly trying to break free from the drag of the hook, yet once the rod was hooked, there was no way it could be unhooked. This is a magic weapon. Fishing for dragon rods. Even dragons can be caught. A small catfish is laughable and ridiculous. With a thud, the catfish slammed down at Kanko's feet with a violent flutter that scared Kanko so much that he almost jumped into the water. Holy, Rogo, you scared me. Jin Zikong staggered, then saw the large fish at his feet and was curious again. What kind of fish is this? It's so big. This fish was bigger than the grass carp that Lin Luo had caught earlier. It looked like it had to be more than a meter long, and it fought its way across the ground. It's a catfish. I'll be damned, such a big catfish. Zhao Sihai, true to his name as a fishing man called Sihai, knew a lot about fish species and instantly recognized it as a catfish. The surrounding me chow sound was the sincere envy and praise of Lin Luo from a group of fishing guys. Old yen. Lin Construction wailed. The frozen Jin Yuqian was startled, and then quickly returned to his senses. Coming, Ringo. Jin Yuqian responded with a cry of understanding and pulled out his cell phone. Carrying a large grass carp, Lin Construction took 3 steps and scurried over to Jin Zikong, then picked up the catfish with one hand. The 2 fish, one less than a meter and one more than a meter, were carried in the hand, and the size of the fish was immediately apparent. Lin Construction bared his teeth and smiled, his eyes going blind. The me chow around me got louder too. Naiha, I have no culture, I go all over the world well. Jin Yuqian's eyes were glowing as she took a burst of pictures of Lin Jian. Couldn't wait to say it when it was done. Ringo, it's my turn. Yes. Lin Jian and Jin Yuqian exchange cell phones and fish, then Lin Jian takes a picture of Jin Yuqian. Ka-chow, ka-chow. Then the 2 of them, 1 fish each, stopped fishing and went into lost mode on the shore. The anglers fishing by the lake saw this battle, and each of them had red eyes with envy. Kobayashi. Zhao Sihai withdrew his envious gaze and looked at Lin Luo, only to realize that Lin Luo had unexpectedly thrown the hook again without knowing when. The teenager was holding a golden fishing rod, standing at the edge of the lake in 3-7 steps, wearing sunglasses, and was filled with a teenager's wanton dashing. Before Zhao Sihai could say anything else, Lin Luo once again tugged on the dragon fishing rod in his hand. He saw the rod bending and the line taut, and his eyes glazed over as he watched Zhao Sihai. No way. Come again. It's really just a matter of setting the hook and catching the fish. When did fishing get so easy? Zhao Sihai held his breath and nervously looked at the water. At the same time there were quite a few fishing guys who had noticed this side, and one by one their eyes flickered as they looked at Lin Luo. The place where this teenage boy is standing is a feng shui treasure, isn't it? Did you just cast for 2 seconds? The fish over here are too facetious. Why don't you come over and take a nap? It's a bit cheeky, but if I can catch a fish, what do I care? A bunch of fishing guys jumped at the chance to try, while Zhao Sihai had already grabbed the plunge net again and was ready to help Lin Luo fish. The Rinlo is all about dumping the fish right on the bank. Ha, Lo is awesome. Another fish. Kang Zi held the fishing rod and was excited to see that Lin Luo was going to catch another fish. However, he knew not to raise his voice while fishing, so he didn't talk too loudly, but it didn't stop him from raising his eyebrows and dancing around. However, Lin Luo's face looked a bit grave. It's just that he's wearing sunglasses, so the average person can't see anything wrong with his expression. Underwater. A very peculiar bag was caught on a hook and slowly dragged up. He didn't dare tug too hard for fear that the bag would fall apart. This is what Lin Luo found from the bottom of the lake. The bag was kind of like a snakeskin bag, the closure was tied with a string, and the bag was bulging with who knows what. Nima, it can't be a blind box fragment. It's going to suck to be taken to the city hall to give a statement again on a great weekend. Zhao, it's coming out, help pick it up. Lin Luo said to Zhao Sihai, who was leaping to the side. Zhao Sihai nodded and clutched the plunge net, still a little excited. As an angler, the most enjoyable part of being an angler is the moment when you crib a big fish by hand. Full of reward and fulfillment, that feeling is addictive. I've been buying this plunge net myself for over a year now, so it's finally time to use it. Kang Zi has now thrown the fishing rod, excitedly stood beside Lin Luo, staring at the water, waiting for the big fish to land. Get ready to turn on bragging mode at the first opportunity. Lo, why don't you yell out a catch to open the gates of heaven? Jin Zikong suddenly asked in a small voice. The corner of Lin Luo's mouth pulled. Is he not wanting to yell? He's shouting in fear. Ahem, so what, a fishing trip opens the door to heaven. Lin Luo shouted with quite an air. As the words fell, a broken bag was fished out of the water. Zhao Sihai, who was holding a plunge net and preparing to go down, saw the bag and his mind subconsciously conjured up the suitcase that Lin Luo had fished out the night before. A close-up of the image in the suitcase comes to mind. Zhao Sihai was silent for 2 seconds before a deafening pop erupted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 150, The Groping Officer's Toolkit. The snakeskin bag was eventually caught up in the plunge net. Zhao Sihai shook like a sieve, his face was white, and it looked like he was terrified. So Lin Luo held the fishing rod in one hand and took the plunge net in the other, and brought up the snakeskin bag in the water. But thanks to Zhao Sihai's wailing voice, more people noticed the place. Quite a few of the fishing guys threw down their rods and curiously gathered around to see what was going on that could make someone scream so loudly in fear. Like hell. Zhao Sihai had the feeling of seeing a ghost right now. Nima, you kids are toxic. Fishing the night before last caught a suitcase with people pieces in it. Caught another snag today. Isn't it good for you to fish honestly? Lo, what's in here? Jin Zikong curiously squatted on the ground, looking at the snakeskin bag on the ground. The bag was dirty and you couldn't tell what it was made of. Lin Luo wants to know too. Open it up and see if you don't. Lin Luo said, pulling out his pocket, then took out a pair of labor gloves. This is what Ringo took from the old forest car. Comrade Lao Lin's car even has a construction site helmet, and these labor gloves are naturally available. There are so many of them in the company, it makes sense to keep a bundle in the car for backup, doesn't it? Seeing that Lin Luo was so well prepared, even having labor gloves, cold sweat came down on Zhao Sihai's forehead. This kid couldn't have predicted this. Who else in their right mind is carrying around labor gloves? This kind of full rubber leather anti-slip waterproof wear-resistant labor insurance gloves are working people use. Lin Luo, a student, out fishing, tucked into this glove. Well, seems reasonable. If you were handling fish, it would make sense to have a cleanliness fetish to wear these gloves. But now it's not the fish that's being handled, it's the bag with the unknown in it. That's pretty weird, huh? At this time, Ling Jian and Jin Yuqian saw so much noise and surrounded by so many people, they thought that the big fish came up again, and then one of them carried a fish and squeezed in from outside the crowd. Make way, make way. Coming through. The two of them managed to squeeze their way to the front row, and then they saw Lin Luo unsealing a mysterious snakeskin bag. Hiss. The knowledgeable comrade Lao Lin instantly did a double take. Participation prize, empty. Third prize, worn out clothes. Second prize, coin blind box. First prize, fragmentation blind box. Grand prize, antique blind box. It's not true that anglers catch everything but fish. Lin Construction went fishing and had the experience of catching debris blind boxes from the river. Nice guy, already white and bony, creepy to look at. Now this bag is a lot like the original. Without waiting for Lin Construction to stop Lin Luo had already ripped the rope away, and was surprised to find that it was no ordinary rope. It's heavy in the hand, I can't feel the texture through my gloves, but the weight is definitely not rope or anything else. Lin Luo's mind moved and activated the treasure appraisal technique. Although this treasure appraisal technique was a bit of a cockamamie and could only tell the surface value of an item, it had another benefit, and that was that it could be used as an appraisal technique. It can distinguish the names of items. Golden rope, $124,050. Hiss. Kim's. Lin Luo's eyes instantly glazed over. Fortunately with the sunglasses, others couldn't see his shocked peach blossom eyes. Linello looked at the bag again. Worn parchment bag, worthless. Gold trim on torn pants? It doesn't make sense. Lin Luo frowned and wrapped the golden rope around himself before slipping it into his pocket. It's actually revenue storage space. As expected, Kong Zi, no matter how powerful he is only a son of Qi, while I am blessed with Qi. His gold bracelet is only worth $20,000, this one is worth $120,000, hee. Lin Luo was quite proud in his heart, but didn't show it. He proceeded to calmly open the parchment bag as a group of nervous eaters watched. The first thing that came out was a ragged ball of cloth that was no longer in shape and had absolutely no idea what it was for. Lin Luo's heart tightened, but he didn't throw it around, but carefully put it aside. Then he took something else from inside the parchment bag. The people watching around them all oohed and awed. It was only a rusty axe, and one that was cast in iron through and through. It looks like an open axe in style, but it shouldn't be a modern thing. Rusty iron axe, $10. Scrap metal prices. How smart Lin Luo's brain was, he had already sensed that something was wrong at this moment. This sheepskin bag is not an ancient, floating bottle. That's not true. This Flower and Sea lake is an artificial lake, so how could it be ancient? Is it possible that there is a big tomb under the lake? The thoughts in Lin Luo's mind were like lightning, while his hand movements didn't stop. Lin Luo pulled another thing out of it. Black as hooves, worthless. There were more oohs and ahs all around. Although they didn't recognize what was being held out, it didn't stop them from watching the action. Lin Luo gulped, thinking of the toon rating novels he had read. The black donkey's hooves are used to suppress evil, especially when encountering big dumplings, which are used to save lives. This sheepskin pouch wouldn't be an ancient grave robber's toolkit. Thinking this way, Lin Luo put down the black donkey's hooves and rummaged inside the sheepskin pouch to find another oil paper bag, and when he opened it, it was a few candles of extremely poor quality. Hiss. Oh. The crowd around them oohed and awed again. What's all this stuff, son? Lin Construction asked Lin Luo suspiciously. Zhao Sihai wasn't afraid anymore at this moment. It wasn't a shard blind box, so what was he afraid of? This one is a candle, and that one is pitch black looking like a black donkey's hoof. Ai Chao, the gold-touching officer. Kang Zi, who was squatting across from Lin Luo, suddenly wailed and shouted out this sentence. Some of the surrounding crowd who had watched Ghostbusters immediately revealed a look of realization. Oh, yo! Grave robbers! Lin Luo wrapped the candle in oil paper again and put it next to the black donkey's hooves, then rummaged around in the sheepskin pouch. There were a couple of soaking ceramic bottles, and I don't know what they used to hold. There were also a few pieces of broken silver, and a handful of copper coins. The copper has been so showy that you can't read the contents. In plain sight, these things must not be taken away. So Lin Luo was very dry, put everything back into the sheepskin bag, and then in front of the crowd, took off his gloves, took out his cell phone, and dialed Chu Jianjun's number. Hey, Uncle Chu, you want credit? Ahem, I caught a bag of antiques in the artificial lake of the Flower and Sea. It should be an ancient grave robber's kit. Chu Jianjun on the other end of the phone froze for 3 seconds, and his expression was indescribably odd. After a while, Chu Jianjun came back to his senses and asked in confusion. And you didn't catch any fish? How come you're fishing? It's either a suitcase or a kit. This time it's even better, the catch is still an ancient grave robber's kit. Uncle Chu, not I blow, I caught up 2 big fish, add up to 40 pounds it. This is not the third rod to catch up a so, scared me. I thought it was another debris blind box it. Lin Luo pretended to speak, looked around at the surrounding eaters, and then said aloud, you should quickly bring someone over to take a look. There are grave robbers' toolkits in this lake. I suspect that there might be a large tomb down here. The eyes of the surrounding crowd cleared. Chapter 151, Playing Cards is Poker, Taking a Bath is. After hanging up the phone, Lin Luo tied the parchment bag with a tie and carried it to the tent. Luo brother, you're too good to have fished up the touchdowns toolkit from the lake. Jin Zikong sat on the side with his drink, wriggling around with excitement as if he had lice on his body. He was tempted to open that sheepskin pouch and see if there was a touch of gold talisman or a hairy mound seal or something like that in it besides the black donkey's hooves. But that sheepskin pouch Lin Luo wouldn't let anyone touch it, not even Kang Zi. The stuff inside has been soaking for I don't know how many years. What if it breaks and you get blackmailed? Some bricklayers are pretty much not things. Ringo took a sip of his coke, burped, and then looked over to the lake. The spot where he and Kanko had just been fishing was already packed. Dozens of hooks clustered together are not afraid to get tangled up in one piece. That's nothing, or you're even better, catching a fish with a gold bracelet hanging from it. Lin Luo said casually. Kanko, however, had a flash of light in his head and thought of something. He looked around with an odd expression, then moved closer to Lin Luo in a mysterious manner. Luo brother, you say this gold bracelet will not still be an antique Lu. Don't bull *******. The gold bracelet still has 999 in it. Your ancient family is so labeled too. Kanko froze, looking dumbfounded, then scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha, ha, ha. I was so excited just thinking about the ancient tombs down there that I didn't think about this. Alright, you keep looking at things, don't let anyone touch anything in there, and I'll keep going fishing. Ringo didn't say anything else. Lin Luo twisted her head to look around. Miss Zhang and Ms. Jean were still taking pictures. He found the 2 women standing in the C-suite in the middle of a group of older women and young daughters-in-law. The 2 of them are teaching those big moms and little daughters-in-law how to pose. Gee, that silk scarf shakes and flutters in the wind like a little colorful flag. Okay, go ahead, I'll keep an eye on it. Kanko sat at the mouth of the tent and patted his chest in reassurance. Lin Luo smiled, carrying his dragon fishing rod and looking for an empty seat with no one in it. He was going to continue to explore the bottom of the lake and catch a few fish along the way. Can't fish for walleye anymore. He found out that the walleye in this lake are poisonous and can't be eaten. If you don't believe me, just look at Lao Lin and Lao Jin. One of them is carrying a big fish, and they have already lost their way around the lake 4 or 5 times. This thing is even better than seeing Han's green brush. Lin Luo threw out a rod, the hook fell into the water, and then quickly dived. Zhao Sihai, who was sitting and smoking on the lawn not far away, noticed that Lin Luo had gone fishing again, and then came over again with his fishing rod and plunge net. Followed by him, there is a 30 to 30 years old middle-aged man, top casual jacket, lower body black work pants, foot sneakers, looks like a small cadre. When Lin Luo fished the sheepskin bag up just now, it scared Zhao Sihai to death. Face is white. This was later slowed down after seeing that it was a grave robber's kit, but went to the side for a short break. Yo, Uncle Zhao, not scared. Lin Luo held the fishing rod in his hand and teased Zhao Sihai with a smile. Zhao Sihai was holding a cigarette, his neck was stretched, and he was quite tough. Who's scared? You don't defile people out of thin air, okay? Tisk yes, how can it be called fear when it's a reader's thing? It should be surprise. Pfft, ha ha. The jacket man following Zhao Sihai didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and sized up this young man who seemed to have a plain face but had a dry air. Uncle Zhao, is this your friend? Well, also a fishing buddy, he's the one who called me over here today, otherwise I would have gone to Hidden Dragon Lake, it's all big fish over there, good fishing. After Zhao Sihai finished speaking, he put the fishing rod plunge net to his feet and took down the cigarette he was holding in his mouth. Jia, this is my new little brother, Lin Luo. Hello Shaolin, my name is Jia Dongsheng, just call me brother Jia. Jia Dongsheng's smile was quite warm, but Lin Luo could tell that it was quite professional. After all, it was the first time we met and we didn't know each other well, so just get by. Hello. Lin Luo smiled and nodded in greeting before looking at Zhao Sihai. Seeing him ready to cast, he then asked. I haven't asked before, what do you do for a living, Uncle Joe? In that chat, Zhao Sihai asked Lin Luo where he went to school, and now it was time for Lin Luo to probe the other party. I'm a dry tea drinker. Have you ever had a Pepsi milk tea? Oh, did you drive that? Lin Luo's eyes widened in surprise. Good man, I can't tell you're still a big boss. Ahem, no, I supply them with raw materials. Zhao Sihai smiled awkwardly. He'd like to, but he doesn't have that kind of money. Oh, that's pretty impressive too. Why haven't you thought about opening your own milk tea store? The South City 100 Flowers milk tea shop is pretty hot and flavorful. It's just expensive. A cup of milk tea costs $5 and is gone within a few sips. Adding $1 would buy a big bucket of Coke, and one bucket would last 2 or 3 days, so Lin Luo hardly ever went to buy it. The last time he drank or chewed jiajiao after eating out, back to school with a cup, said he could not drink to give him. It was open, it wasn't closed down. Zhao Sihai helplessly took a sharp drag on his cigarette, then 2 thick and long puffs of smoke came out of his nostrils. I don't know how they run their business, obviously the ingredients taste the same, and mine is cheaper, those customers recognize them. The one I opened, the door is closed. Couldn't stay open after 2 months and closed down. Lin Luo scratched his chin, this involved his knowledge blind spot. Do not know things, Lin Luo never more forced, had to comfort. Hey, just look at the thief to eat meat, did not see the thief beaten, people can do it, must be inside the doorway, do not know the rush to break in, beaten is also normal. Go back and do more market research. Lin Luo said, controlling the hook to slam, hooking a 7 or 8 pounds big chub. Hey! Ringo made a show of straining and began to lift the rod violently. Oh yo! You got another fish! Zhao Sihai couldn't think about his own closed down and broken store, threw the fishing rod in his hand to Jia Dongsheng, picked up the plunge net and went to Lin Luo's side. Don't you dare yell that crap, just take your time and get the fish up, Zhao Sihai said to Lin Luo. He was genuinely frightened by Lin Luo's fishing trip to open the heavenly gate, fearful that Lin Luo was catching up something strange and weird. Flutter. Fatheads out of the water. Holy crap, what a chub! Zhao Sihai exclaimed and hurriedly took the plunge net to fish. When the fish was landed, Zhao Sihai looked at the big chub and gave Lin Luo a thumbs up. Kawa, Shaolin, you are really lucky. Such a big chub, making fish head bubble cake, fish head tofu soup, that's a masterpiece. By the way, there's a fishing contest in South City next week, first prize is a small car, how about it, want to form a team and go have some fun? Lin Luo's eyes lit up slightly. And that's a good thing. He came down with a trolling rod in his hand, wouldn't he be going in for a feed? Where is the competition? What are the rules? Zhao Sihai took another drag on his cigarette and said with a smile. It's at Hidden Dragon Lake in the South City, there will be individual and group matches, the entry fee is 200 a person, with a minimum of 8 people per group. The rule is to fish with a single person and a single hook and count the total weight of the final catch. We'll have to broadcast it live on South City TV then. Interesting. Let's forget about the team competition, I'll sign up for an individual competition for fun then. Who's on the hook for the big prize in the team competition? So it's still an individual race. Get Konko to join you and one of you sign up for an individual tournament to have some fun. With the son of Kong Zi's chi, and his chi plus as well as his magic weapon opening, taking an award was not a breeze. That's fine, add a contact later and I'll have someone sign up for you directly. Zhao Sihai didn't feel disappointed, it was just such a proposal anyway. Okay. People are herd animals and can't do anything without a circle. There are ball players, card players, cyclists, bathers, fishers, and travelers. It's human nature to pile on and hug. Chapter 152 Picking up garbage at the bottom of the lake, so happy. Seeing that Lin Luo had caught a fish, Kong Zi didn't even need Lin Luo to greet him, and carried over a bucket of water on his ass. He got most of a bucket of water from the lake and put it next to Lin Luo. The big chub was thrown in by Lin Luo, and the fathead fish lurched and splashed. Good job Locke. Lo is awesome. Go Locke. Kong Zi puppy dog legs seemed to cheer Lin Luo, finished and ran back to the tent to sit there. The tasks given by Lo must be carried out 100%. Looking at his mental state, Lin Luo wondered if he had used the Imperial Spirit technique on him. You're quite an interesting classmate. Zhao Sihai praised with a smile. He had also seen Kong Zi fishing for a large gold bracelet earlier, and he was truly convinced of Lin Luo and Kong Zi's luck. Such lucky people must be made friends. Maybe we'll get the glory later. Zhao Sihai still remembers to this day that 10 years ago he went to work in an electronics factory in the south. The guy on the top bunk in the same dorm room has been lucky enough to win a few lottery tickets every now and then. It wasn't a large amount, just $100 or so, but at the time, the average person's monthly salary was about $1,000. This dude got 3 girlfriends in the electronics factory because he had money in his hand, was lucky, and could talk. The point is these 3 don't fight. It caused the envy of his fellow workers in the dormitory to turn their cows purple with envy. Zhao Sihai also envied so he specifically invited this buddy to have a drink and asked for advice on how to do the amount of winning. He really wasn't wondering why those 3 women knew about each other and weren't fighting. The dude got drunk and said he spilled the beans about how lucky he was and how often he won the lottery. After that, Zhao Sihai often followed him to buy lottery tickets. In 2004, Zhao Sihai followed this buddy for a year to buy lottery tickets and finally won a wave of jackpots. The dude went back home to his factory with $8 million and 3 girlfriends. Zhao Sihai also took $8 million, also returned to his hometown. Mixed to the present, the days are quite nourishing. Oh, we're both godparents. Oh, you two are sworn brothers? Zhao Sihai came to be interested. It's not common for youngsters to tie the knot these days. Lin Luo had a cloudy face. No, he calls me his righteous father. Pust. Ahem. Zhao Sihai and Jia Dongsheng all choked on their own saliva and smoke, snot bubbles coming out. Goddamn righteous father. You young people play so big. Lin Luo was wearing sunglasses and had a smug look on his face. While chatting with Zhao Sihai, he observed the situation underwater. The bottom of the lake is visible wherever the hook passes. That's a lot of man-made trash underneath this man-made lake. Wallets, watches, glass bottles, rings, cell phones, coins, strings and more. Lin Luo felt that wearing a diving suit to go down to pick up garbage must be particularly cool. But Lin Luo didn't need to dive in, having a dragon fishing rod was enough. He found a small school bag from the bottom of the lake that he didn't know who had dropped it into the lake, and it looked like the kind that kids carry, with Ultraman printed on it. But because it had been soaking for so long, one of the horns on Ultraman's head broke off. Rio Terreno. The small book bag contained a water bottle and a couple of books, all of which were soaked. Ringo emptied his book bag and then hung it on a fishhook. The bottom of the lake was being explored while putting bracelets, watches, rings, and other small items into a bag. It is everyone's responsibility to clean up the trash. I can be such a good boy. Lin Luo cheerfully cleared from east to west and searched from south to north. The yellow sky is not a bad place to be. Lin Luo soon discovered a small, deep hole more than 10 meters upstream from where he found the sheepskin bag. Lin Luo's heart was happy, and he controlled the fishhook to drill in and look around. The hole was pretty deep, more than 10 meters inside, and in the deepest part, a skeleton was stuck in the dirt. Half the body is in the dirt, half in the water. There was also a blistering rusty shovel in his hand. I can't run away. There must be a big tomb down here. It's just that back then, this grave robber didn't know what kind of bogey he committed, and he got stuck in the robber's hole when he came out. Years later, it was developed into an artificial lake. Gee, there's no one else's luck. Lin Luo sighed in his heart and retrieved the hook, fishing up the book bag below. Here it comes, a big fish. Lin Luo pretended to shout with an excited expression. Zhao Sihai on the side also instantly became agitated when he saw this. He didn't catch any fish anyway, so Zhao Sihai threw the rod in his hand to Jia Dongsheng, picked up the plunge net and stood by. Waiting for the fish to show its head, he nets it on the head. A fish opens the door to heaven. Lin Luo shouted. Zhao Sihai's face went white and his legs went weak. No! Why are you shouting this crap slogan again, scaring? Flutter. There was a splash and a dirty book bag was yanked out of the water. Plop. Zhao Sihai was so scared that he sat on his butt and dropped the scribe net in his hand. Scared daddy to death. Kobayashi, you're toxic. Looking at the book bag on the fish hook, Zhao Sihai said with an oddly breathless expression. Good thing it's a small book bag, not likely to hold debris. But it also made his pounding heart race. Luckily he doesn't have a heart condition or high blood pressure, or he'd have to get high on a fast-acting heart pill. I'll go. It's poisonous indeed. Why the book bag again? Lin Luo looked at the book bag hanging from the fishhook, speechless. I thought it was a big fish. Lin Luo said, took the small school bag off the hook, then unzipped it and pulled a hand inside. It actually took the contents into the storage space. 12 purses, 6 strings of watches, 23 strings of bracelets and necklaces, 33 rings, gold, silver and diamonds. There were also some electronics that were definitely scrapped after soaking in water, so Lin Luo left them alone. Asterisk. It's still an empty bag. Lin Luo huffed, turned the bag over and shook it, nothing but water fell out. Ha ha, participation prize, nice one. Zhao Sihai laughed at the situation and stood up from the ground, picking up the scribe net while patting his butt. Jia Dongsheng smiled and handed his fishing rod over again. He was about to snark at him for a moment when he heard an alarm bell ringing from far away. Lin Luo threw his book bag to the ground and then looked into the distance. With a clatter, Lin Luo reeled in his fishing rod. No more fishing, Uncle Zhao, you guys go on, the man I'm looking for is here. Zhao Sihai also lost his interest in fishing and put away his fishing rod. It's not going to be a fish anyway, so why not just go for the melons? It didn't take long for Chu Jianjun to come over with a large group of people. Uncle Chu, this way. Lin Luo waved at Chu Jianjun. He, a big tall man, was particularly conspicuous in the crowd, and there was no need for him to wave. Chu Jianjun could see him. Luo, I've got the people from the Bureau of Antiquities on board. Where is the thing you were talking about? Chu Jianjun came close and asked with a smile. Kanko, bring the stuff over here. Lin Luo shouted at Jin Zikong, who was guarding the tent. I was afraid it would be broken, so I put it in the tent and let Kanzo keep an eye on it. Chu Jianjun smiled and complimented, you did a good job. Then he turned his head and said to the people from the Heritage Bureau, this is the person who reported the case, Lin Luo. Hello, I'm from the Department of Conservation. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man of about 1.7 meters, dressed similarly to Jia Dongxing, dry, and the smile on his face was quite false. Hello. Lin Luo smiled faintly, politely unable to pick out any faults. If you don't even say your name, then there's no point in being too enthusiastic and appearing as if you're in a hurry. Jin Zikong carried the sheepskin bag over. The comrades of the Inspectorate and the Department of Antiquities surveyed the parchment bag with curiosity in their eyes. There were two little young ones, wearing white gloves, who got the ties out of the way and took out the contents one by one. Rag shreds, oil paper bags, black donkey hooves, flying tiger claws, broken silver, copper coins. Chu Jianjun tugged Lin Luo a few steps to the side and asked in a low voice, is there a score? Don't be empty-headed. There's absolutely no mistake. I've seen it with a compass, there must be a big tomb down here. Lin Luo said under his breath, and with another finger to the place where he found the robber hole, he mysteriously continued. And if I'm not mistaken, that grave robber's body is stuck over there. Chu Jianjun's expression couldn't help but become odd. You still have the skill of reading feng shui, don't you? He didn't hold back and asked what was on his mind. What exactly did your old man do back in the day? Hey, my grandfather was a farmer. Chapter 153. It's still useful to read more books. Chu Jianjun's white eyes were rolled out to new heights. Whose grandfather wasn't a farmer? The problem is that the one who farms knows kung fu and can read feng shui? I guess it's an incognito, high-ranking person with special skills. Chu Jianjun felt that he had discovered the truth of the matter. Back then, when the bulls were beaten to 10, there was no excuse for hiding their names and changing their faces. No, seriously, there's really a tomb down there? Chu Jianjun asked again uncertainly. Don't worry, absolutely. Lin Luo nodded his head, secretly poking in his heart. I've looked at it with my Qigong magic, there's a dark aura down there, it's heavy, there must be a big tomb. Can you confirm? The man who spoke was the man leading the team from the Department of Antiquities. One of the youngsters examining the parchment bag had a flat head and wore a pair of black-framed glasses, and looked very spry. Hearing his inquiry, he nodded and said, it can be confirmed. It's very open, all of them are Xianfeng Tongbao. And this black donkey hoof, flying tiger claw, candle, you can be sure that this is indeed a tool used by grave robbers in the former dynasty. See, I told you. Lin Luo tilted his head and watched Chu Jianjun lift his chin dejectedly. From my observation, there must be a big tomb down here. Oh, classmate, how did you observe that? The man from the Cultural Relics Bureau who had greeted Lin Luo earlier looked over at Lin Luo, the smile on his face still so false. Lin Luo put his hand back and began to show off. The system-rewarded Qi lookout technique had been about Yang mansions and Yin mansions. Of course the Qi lookout technique said something about Qi, but just enough for him to pretend. There's a saying that you can't bury the top of a mountain, or the slope of a ridge. It's right about halfway up the hill and it's flat. This artificial lake was built later, and although it broke the earth's veins here, you can still see a rough idea. Over there is Lai Lung. Lin Luo pointed at the distant mountains. Lai Lung refers to the direction or orientation from which the dragon vein comes. The coming dragon is winding and rugged, this is auspicious. Look at the two mountains connected by a ridge, this is crossing the gorge. The place of crossing the gorge is the necessary passage for anger and the place of binding the qi. The two ends of the crossing gorges, i.e., the outgoing and incoming veins, serve to bridge the front and back. A star with a section of dragon, the dragon comes to determine the length of the wither and the glory. When the number of sections is many, the wealth is long, and the scenery of a generation is a section of dragon. A star peak, over a gorge, is a section of the dragon. The dragon that comes for 1,000 miles is always empty. To the head section is the true dragon, so the dragon that comes has to see the head section. That is to say, the place where we are standing now, fat and abundant and complete, full of life, indicating that this is the true dragon of wealth and prosperity, and it is said that wealth and prosperity come out of the dragon. If there's a tomb in this place, it's definitely not small. Plus the presence of a grave robber's toolkit here means there must be a big tomb down there. Chu Jianjun tilted his head, looking at Lin Luo in the guise of a feng shui master, saying so much with a confident face. Suddenly he wanted to give a thumbs up and shout, 6 ah. Oh, classmates do not seem to have read a lot of miscellaneous books but now it is the 21st century, talking about science, you say these are ancient people just made up imaginary. The moment this person opened his mouth, it made Chu Jianjun's brows furrow. Who the hell are you ting on? Lin Luo, however, smiled in disbelief. Oh, that's right, you guys in archaeology, the books compiled by your ancestors in the past were indeed miscellaneous books, and I was just idly flipping through them. The man instantly stopped laughing, his face hardened and his tone became serious. This student, don't talk nonsense about some things, we are doing archaeological work, not grave robbers, but there's no ancestor. Ah yes. Lin Luo nodded his head for a while, but the smile on his face was very sarcastic. The two young men examining the sheepskin bag also had strange expressions. We archaeologists don't have any grandmasters? Dude, how did you get into the conservation department? Or the stewards? What's the name, friend? Lin Luo didn't care if the guy had a black face, and looked at the young man with glasses and asked. My name is Ding Quan, he said nervously. Ding Quan, right, let me ask you something, who wrote the archaeological map and the archaeological map interpretation? Ding Quan looked at Lin Luo and then at the black-faced middle-aged man with a somewhat awkward expression. What are you doing? Don't burn me. Ahem, so what, Captain He, should we try using the ground-penetrating radar? Seeing that Ding Quan's reaction wasn't right, Captain He wasn't stupid and had realized something. One couldn't have said the wrong thing. Try it then. He nodded. Hey! Ding Quan answered, and went off with his companion at a quick pace to get his tools. Chu Jianjun's expression was a bit stinky at this moment, and he looked at that Captain He with displeasure. Then deliberately asked Lin Luo, Great nephew, who wrote that archaeological map you mentioned, and what archaeological map interpretation? That reaction of Ding Quan was enough to show that the result Lin Luo wanted would hit this Captain He in the face. You don't dare to say, but I dare to ask. Yin and Yang, my aunt, what do you count for? Lin Luo grinned when he saw Chu Jianjun ask a question. Not bad for my future father-in-law, good match, he exclaimed. Uncle, you should be familiar with this. A few years ago, there was a huge grave robbing case, the tomb of Lu and Langtian. Oh, Chu Jianjun's eyes lit up. I remember. Cooked indeed. 06 case. There haven't been many cases in the last few years that would qualify as mega grave robberies. Langtian Lu, the case he knew about because Nanchang also participated in artifact recovery. All that can be said about the entirety of this case is that it's dog-eared. At first it was the Langtian Lu's ancestral tomb that was burglarized, and the artifacts in the tomb and the murals on the chamber were gotten rid of. The ancient tombs were severely damaged. Specialists began conservation excavations. The owner of the tomb is called Lu Daling, a figure from the Northern Song dynasty. When you say Louis Tai Lin, I guess no one knows who he is. But when it comes to his master, many of you should know. His master is Zhang Zai. The ancient famous lines, the 4 lines of the horizontal canal were written by Zhang Zai. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to open up peace for all ages. I can only say that the Song dynasty literati are not good at anything else, and blowing awesome one is better than the other. In online novels, as long as they traveled before the Northern Song dynasty, these 4 pretentious holy words must appear. Out of the gate is the king bomb. As Zhang Zai's disciple, Lu Dalin was very knowledgeable and especially fond of antiques, and was a famous Jinshi scholar at that time. The archaeological map is his book. It was also he who linked Ko and antiquity, giving rise to the word archaeology. And his tomb is very full of fine antiques from all dynasties before the Northern Song. Together with the structural integrity of his tomb, the archaeological value pulls full weight. Straight away, his tomb became a mecca for archaeological research hits. So it's not a problem at all to say that the grandmaster of the archaeological world is Lu Daling. After all, without him, there would be no archaeology. After the crime, the police began investigations and recovered 129 stolen artifacts, including bronzes from the Western Zhou Han dynasties, as well as porcelains from the Northern Song dynasty. At the end of the investigation, it was found that the grave robbers were actually the descendants of Lu Daling's descendants. It's quite alright to dig up your own ancestral grave for money. Are you saying that the archaeological figure is the owner of that great tomb of Lu? Chu Jianjun asked thoughtfully. That's right. Lin Luo nodded confidently. He'd seen news reports of the case, and with his current brain, he categorically couldn't remember it wrong. Lu Daling, Northern Song dynasty Jinshi scholar, educator, disciple of Zhang Zai of the 4 sentences of the Hangqiu, writes archaeological maps. The word archaeology was invented by him, the ancestor of the archaeologists. The name is true to his name. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he looked at the captain whose face had already gone black. Say, are you really an archaeologist? I'm a bit skeptical of your identity when you don't even recognize your own ancestor. Lin Luo said, coming over to Chu Jianjun's side, raising his hand to block his mouth, looking like he was whispering, favoring a rather loud voice. Uncle Chu, I suggest checking him out, it might be a saucer. Captain He's face darkened even more. Kid, I just can't stand to see a little kid like you pointing fingers in front of me. Why do you still want to screw me over? Cough, don't talk nonsense, there are still poor students in your class who are mucking about, Chu Jianjun said as he cleared his throat and stifled a laugh. The corners of Captain He's mouth twitched, and his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Mixed up underachievers. Me. My chow. It's still true. Right at this moment, the departing Ding Quan suddenly wailed, attracting the attention of all the people, only to see Ding Quan bring in a cart-like machine while they were talking. This is ground-penetrating radar. High precision, high efficiency and non-damaging, they are used in civil engineering, archaeological prospecting and other projects. Ding Quan also had a receiving display instrument in his hand. According to the high-frequency electromagnetic waves emitted by the ground-penetrating radar, the feedback data received indicated that there was a very large space underground, enough to suggest that there is a large tomb underground. The person from the Cultural Relics Bureau came over to Ding Quan's side and looked at the data on the display instrument, directly numb. What that clean-cut, handsome, somewhat dejected young man said turned out to be true. Especially Captain, he wanted to vomit blood. A little kid was pointing and pretending in front of him, and he couldn't look away yin and yang for a couple moments. The result is that you get slapped in the face, hard. Chu Jianjun's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Luo incredulously. There was only one voice in his head at the moment. No, Lin Luo, you come really d. Lin Luo carried his hands behind his back, dejectedly lifting his chin high, the corners of his mouth going up to the back of his ears. Let's just say that reading more books helps, and that's not a successful cup filling. Chapter 154. Excited at the mention of digging up a wall. Lin Luo didn't fool around for long. That captain, he knew that he had lost his face and had no face to stay by Lin Luo's side, so he directly led his men to slip away. Came to mess with you, I can hide. Seeing that annoying person gone, Lin Luo also returned to normal. He's just fooling around with that he guy. If people respect me, I respect them. If you don't give me a good face, then don't blame me for bringing you down. There's a vendetta on the spot. This was Lin Luo's current code of conduct. Uncle Chu, I've just caught a big chub. Let's go for a lunch later? Lin Luo smiled and asked Chu Jianjun. Chub? How big? Chu Jianjun's eyes lit up and he subconsciously gulped. He's a fish lover too. Only his busy work schedule kept him from experiencing the joys of fishing himself. Nah, it's got to be 7 or 8 pounds. Lin Luo led Chu Jianjun to the water bucket. The big chub was floating in the bucket, looking very suffocated as it was too big to turn over. Did you catch this? Anan. Not just this one, there's more over there. Lin Luo raised his hand and pointed to old Lin and old Jin, who were not far away following the fun. When the two of them saw Lin Luo pointing to his side, they thought that Lin Luo was telling Chu Jianjun that he was here. The two of them smilingly carried a big fish in one hand and greeted Chu Jianjun with the other hand, and then they didn't show off with the fishing guys around them, and carried the big fish to Chu Jianjun's side. Nice guy. 2 fish that big, both of which you caught. Chu Jianjun was even more shocked. Jin Yuqian was short and carrying a big grass carp made that fish look especially big. The fish carried by Lin Jianju was a meter long and was already big. The two walked together with a particularly striking effect. No, Rogo is awesome. The hook goes down and he catches a fish. Puppy Legs Connor didn't hold back and bragged about it. He's the real deal now, the Lin blower, who inexplicably likes to blow up Lin Luo in front of people. At this time, Zhao Sihai and Jia Dongxing saw that there was nothing left by Lin Luo's side and then walked over. The two of them had just watched the entire process of Lin Luo filling the cup from the sidelines. Especially Zhao Sihai, he realized that his knowledge of this youngster, Lin Luo, was really too shallow. Before, Light thought that Lin Luo was just lucky. I didn't realize it was a learned and knowledgeable man. Just by relying on one pair of eyes, I can tell there's a big tomb down here. This level of ability is only done by the top genryo in the novels, right? Ghostbusters has been hot in recent years. Zhao Sihai had heard it on the radio, Zhou Jinlong's version of the audible ghost blowers, and it simply sealed the deal. Every night the radio program is so hearsay that you can't sleep without it. Shaolin, I didn't realize you could read feng shui. Zhao Sihai's eyes glowed with excitement, somewhat agitated. Hey, I just know a little bit about it. Lin Luo waved his hand modestly. He's being honest and really knows his stuff. Good lord, that's all there is to it, still skinny. I used to think that the fictional gold mining schoolmasters who read the stars and feng shui to find big tombs were made up, but I didn't realize that there really are such strange people in reality. Zhou Dongxing had a much more sincere smile on his face at this moment, except that he didn't know Lin Luo well, so he didn't say anything and stood by Zhao Sihai, smiling and nodding. And this is? Chu Jianjun looked at Zhao Sihai and saw that he looked familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember who this was. Then he looked at Lin Luo and inquired. Uncle Chu, he was also fishing by Longtan Lake on Friday night, and I still borrowed my bait from him. Lin Luo introduced. Oh, come to think of it. Chu Jianjun drifted off, remembering Zhao Sihai. He'd seen him that night, but hadn't talked. No wonder it looks familiar and I can't remember where I've seen it before. Light was tight on Ringo that night. Zhao Sihai, however, laughed bitterly. He had a psychological shadow. Don't mention that night. I went back and didn't sleep for a night. When I closed my eyes all the suitcases, Emma, scared me to death. Jia Dongsheng had obviously heard Zhao Sihai talk about this and followed with goosebumps. It's a creepy thing to think about. In the middle of the night from the lake fishing up such a thing, thanks to the surrounding people, if just one person, afraid to be scared crazy. What happened Friday night? Zhang Xue's voice suddenly came. Lin Luo's smiling expression disappeared, his body trembled and stiffened as he looked back. He saw his own mom, Zhang Shuehua, and Kong Zi's mom, Jean Mimi. The two of them did not know when they stood behind them. Mom, yeah. Why don't you make a sound when you walk? You practice light kung fu too. The two of them just happened to overhear Lin Luo's conversation with Zhao Sihai. Friday, long lake fishing, bait, luggage. Several elements come together, and Zhang Shuehua, with her years of fighting with Lin Jianzhu. You're not being honest, you brat. Learn to lie and run off to fish like your dad did, didn't you? Eh? Lin Luo scratched his head awkwardly. Mom, nothing's wrong, I'm talking to Uncle Chu. Lin Luo laughed and tried to change the subject. Zhang Shuehua glared at Lin Jianjian, who was still hemming and hawing. It's all because of your unreliable father, you've taught your son to be bad. It's just like you. Humph. Go back and clean you up. Lin Construction was carrying a big fish and was being beautiful. When he was glared at by his wife, he instantly couldn't laugh anymore. No, what did I do? Uncle Chu, so what, is there a reward for me discovering the big tomb and then reporting it? Lin Luo didn't dare to look at Zhang Shuewa's than expression, hiding his ears and turning his head to talk to Chu Jianjun. There is, right, according to what you said, there is a big tomb down there, or it was patronized by grave robbers. You are also considered to protect cultural relics. When the time comes to apply for you, there must be a reward. That's fine, but what was that guy doing just now? Talking so bad. According to the novel's formula, this guy is definitely the villain who gets punched in the face by the protagonist. After being punched in the face, he goes back to make trouble for the protagonist from it. That said, this guy isn't going to make a move from this and hack his rewards. Lin Luo was also clear that the reward would most likely be a banner or a letter of commendation or something, but it was still an honor alright. The average person doesn't. Chu Jianjun shook his head, wrinkled his brow and said, I don't know. I don't even know if I have an ancestor. I guess it's a two-timer. Going back, I'll reflect with the leadership of their Cultural Relics Bureau. Speaking of that captainy, Chu Jianjun's words also carried a hint of dissatisfaction. But that's as far as the odds go on this one. It's not a department of the system and it doesn't speak for itself. Speaking of which, for this kind of cargo to make it to the rank of captain, there's probably someone behind or above them. Oh, coincidentally not, this person, I know. The one who spoke was Jia Dongsheng, and immediately drew the gazes of Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun. Several people. Jia, you recognize this man? Zhao Sihai looked at Jia Dongsheng in surprise, then took out the cigarette case from his pocket and scattered it. It's totally customary to talk to people and ask them questions before dispersing the cigarette. But with so many people, it's impossible to give just one person a smoke break, so it's just a circle. It's so easy to deal with men, meet them and send them a cigarette, and as long as they pick it up, they basically get to talk for a few minutes. Chu Jianjun, Lin Jianjun, and Jin Yuqian all lit up their cigarettes. The smoke made MS. Zhang and also MS. Jean felt greatly disgusted and took a few steps back, but they wanted to hear the gossip, so their ears perked up. Xiao Jia, tell me quickly, what does this kid do? Zhao Sihai urged with a cigarette in his hand. This guy called He Dahai is the City Cultural Relics Bureau archaeological team of an executive leader. Don't look dressed like a leader, in fact, dog, what is not? Seeing that Jia Dongsheng looked like he couldn't look down on the other party, Lin Luo couldn't help but get curious. Brother Jia, you know him? I know him, but he doesn't know me. By coincidence, I live in the same neighborhood as him. Speaking of living in the same neighborhood as him, Jia Dongsheng had a disgusted look on his face, as if he was very bad luck. Last year this kid hooked up with a woman in the neighborhood, was blocked in the house by her husband, beat his face full of flowers, kneeling on the ground shouting grandpa, can be a big shame. I'm told it took a lot of money to get it squashed, or the job would have been over. But this guy is kind of a go-getter, really letting him bring down the walls. This year this boy set up wine wedding, the bride is that woman, compensation for the money and let her daughter-in-law as a dowry brought back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. Tisk. Talent. A few of the big old men had a playful look on their faces, and they didn't know what they were feeling. Zhang Shuehua and Jean Mimi simultaneously rolled their eyes. Bunch of evil men who get so excited at the mere mention of trolling. Chapter 155, a shocking change in the lake. Help! Nice guy. That's not bullying an honest man. Lin Luo finished with emotion and tilted his head in the direction of He Dahai. This guy is crossing his arms, yelling like a person, directing the archaeologists to do probing. Who says it isn't? Jia Dongsheng held a cigarette in his mouth and nodded his head in righteous indignation. The dude who got hooded is a chef, not a bad earner, and because of this, it's like the guy went crazy and got dragged off to Little Green Hill all by his family. As mentioned before, the first mental hospital in the south side, nicknamed Little Green Hill, is presumably the retirement place for urea bags. When you go to this place, you're basically going nowhere. Wife cheated on her husband, got herself barricaded in a room, got compensation, wife divorced and took the money with her. After the divorce, she turned around and married her lover, and had a wedding in the neighborhood in the open. The whole neighborhood knows he's a cuckold welded to death. Who wouldn't be crazy for a change? It's done, it's just not human. It's no wonder Jia Dongsheng can't see this He Dahai. Lin Lu didn't resist putting on his sunglasses. He wanted to see what kind of luck this Hidahai had behind him. Look out, activate. Under the sunglasses, Lin Luo's eyes flashed with a faint blue light. In the next second, Lin Luo saw Hidahai's head entwined with black and gray chi. Black fury, gray calamity. But this Hidahai head is black and gray. Good lord, it's all dead air. Gee, I feel like this Hidahai won't live for more than 3 episodes. Lin Luo shook his head and lamented. Chu Jianjun, Lin Jianjun, and Zhao Sihai all understood. This kind of person in the drama can live to the 4th episode. The writers should be greeted by the audience of the ancestors' 18 generations of burn-resistant wear. But they just shook their heads and laughed, not taking it seriously. Chu Jianjun smoked almost the same cigarette in his hand, threw it to the ground and stamped it out with one foot. Alright, this side of things has nothing to do with our serious cases, Xiao Luo. I won't eat the fish. If it's on again later, send it to my house for your aunt to try. Lin Luo knew that Chu Jianjun was busy, so he didn't force himself. Anyway, there were plenty of opportunities to eat together in the future. He nodded and asked, Son, what kind of fish does my aunt like? Yoo-hoo, you kids think fishing is a la carte. Ong Ching, uncle, feel free to order whatever you want. Lin Luo waved his hand atmospherically. Your aunt likes to eat warbles. Seeing that Lin Luo had such a strong bottom, Chu Jianjun said nonchalantly. Oh. Lin Luo let out an oh-so-quiet sound, then craned his neck, with a few moments of clarity and bewilderment in his eyes. What's a warbler? After all, he didn't used to fish. Ever since I was a kid, I've always eaten fish well plated at home. He hadn't really studied what fish looked like in life, so he's not familiar with the types of fish, what they look like. Jin Zikong, a little bear, spread his hands. I don't build it. He doesn't even know the grains, not to mention the fish. Old Timber fell back on fishing and studied it a lot, but it just never came up. Hearing Lin Luo's question, Lin Jianzhuang directly blacked out. What's a warbler if you don't know what it is, and how did you catch so many big fish? Jin Yuqian didn't hold back her smile and burst out laughing, then explained to Lin Luo. The bucktail looks like a chub and is also a small white stripe, but it tastes better. There are warble mouths in this lake. I caught them last year, and the corners of that fish's mouth turned upwards, so it's called a warble mouth. Jia Dongshan laughed, but he immediately stopped laughing, because he suddenly realized that it had been last year since he had last landed a fish. Hearing him say that, Lin Luo's mind instantly had a picture. A silvery white fish with 2 thin ends and a fat center, looking and knocking its mouth to the sky. Oh, that one's a warbler. Ringo had seen this fish underwater, and he wondered how the fish had grown so indebted. It's just that it's a warbler. Chu Jianjun patted Lin Luo's arm again with a look of stifled laughter. Don't even know what a warble is and you're asking me to order. Way to go, great nephew. Chu Jianjun said a few more polite words to Lin Jianjun and then left. He was really busy. That Hidahai even went over to say something when he saw that Chu Jianjun was going to take people away. But Chu Jianjun didn't pay attention to him, and led the people to leave without looking back, and Hidahai, who was furious, stomped his feet for a while and cursed in a low voice. Lin Luo had good ears and heard clearly. Hidahai wants Chu Jianjun to cooperate with them to clear the place. The beauty of it is the fear that too many tourists here will damage the great tomb below. Chu Jianjun didn't give a damn about him. The tomb is buried underneath. I don't know how many hundreds of meters deep. People are playing on it, destroying your sister. It's a guarantee that if you don't dig, they'll stay well for hundreds of years. There are hundreds of tourists here, so if you say you're going to clear the place, it's your fault or mine? Looks like a human being, brainless piece of. No wonder my aunt said you wouldn't survive 3 episodes. The patrol car drove off, leaving a group from the Department of Antiquities at the scene with their heads buried in probes. Seeing Chu Jianjun leave, Lin Luo had a smile on his face. With an unintentional twist of his head, he saw the nuclear goodness of his own mother's gaze, and was instantly jolted. 36, slipped and slipped. Uncle Zhao, Jia, let's go, fishing. Lin Luo greeted him and ran away with his fishing rod. Hey, coming. Zhao Sihai answered and didn't take a fishing rod, carrying a single plunge net. He was kind of completely laid up. You can't catch fish anyway, so why not just not bother with that and be happy fishing for them? Luo, wait for me. Without the task of watching the bag, Jin Zikong, who had been holding back for half a day, was not willing to be left alone, and chased after him with a fishing rod and a bucket. Lao Lin and Lao Zhen, who had been lost for half a day, were quite tickled when they saw them go fishing again. He wanted to follow over and fish with them, but they were all held down by Zhang Shuehua and also Jean Mimi. What are you doing? Helping to kill the fish? It's dinner time, you won't eat for a while. Zhang Shuehua glared and easily took Lao Lin. Kimmel's segment seemed to be a step higher and neither glared. She just looked at Jin Yuqian, an old comrade. Jin obediently put down the big grass carp and started to roll up his arms and sleeves. What do you need me to do? Just order. You stoke the stove. Kimmy said softly in a satisfied voice. Yes, sir. Shin Yuqian quirkily learned the recitation from the opera, amusing Jean Mimi for a while with her eyebrows arched. Both families brought over a number of ingredients, but only no fish. It's the tacit stubbornness of 2 anglers, and a loss for not buying it. Not to mention the big catfish and the big grass carp. The 2 of them couldn't finish the 7 or 8 pound big chub alone. Zhang Shuihua and Jean Mimi took out the ingredients, as well as the various seasonings for the barbecue. Lin Jianzhu prepares the charcoal fire, and Jin Yuqian supports the stove. Shen Yuqian quickly set up the stove. Lin Construction poured in the charcoal and added solid alcohol to fuel the fire. Once the charcoal is all fired up, it's time to fire up the grill. While waiting for the charcoal fire, Lin Jian and Yan Yuqian cooperated to handle the big chub. The head of the fathead fish is too big to be grilled, and it's a perfect match for fish head puff pastry and fish head tofu soup, so they're grilling the body of the fish. After the fish is cleaned, the body is cut in the center, altered with a flour knife, unfolded and held in a sandwich net, then coated with seasonings and marinated. By the time the fish is taken care of, the coals are almost ready to be used. Finally, place the clip-on net on the grill and wait for the fish to be eaten. There were quite a few kebabs and starchy sausages on the lawn, but they were really the only ones grilling fish. Lin Jian and Jin Yuqian dejectedly sat by the grill and looked around, gaining a lot of envious gazes from the anglers. Catch and bake. That's the dream of many anglers. In the past, we used to just covet other people, but today it's finally our turn to fool around. Ah! Help! Help! A sudden flurry of panic on the shore and a shrieking outburst drew the attention of the crowd on this side of the lawn. Many people stood up and followed the sound. I saw that a small boat had somehow capsized on the lake in the distance. The boat fell into the lake and floundered in the water. Bad, that guy doesn't seem to know how to swim. Lin Construction frowned, worried. Jin Yuqian was similarly frowning, a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Too far away. That boat was less than 300 meters from the shore. If it had been closer, a group of anglers on the bank with rods and those who could swim could have tried to be able to save it. But now, the whip is out of reach. Waiting for people to swim over, not to mention the physical exertion, it is still unclear whether the people in the water can hold out. Not to mention the fact that it was 2 people on that boat. Chapter 156. I've never been so accurate in lassoing. Here it comes. Here we go again. Lin Luo shouted excitedly and lifted the rod violently, the fishing dragon rod bent tautly, and the fishing line followed. At the sight of this situation, Zhao Sihai immediately jumped into action with a plunge net, and there are already 5 fish in the bucket. 2 were bucktails, 2 were chubs, and 1 chub. The bucket is almost too big to fill. Wow! The moment the fish came out of the water, Zhao Sihai cooperated with the tacit understanding and copied the fish with a net, and fished the fish to the shore smoothly. Jia Dongsheng stepped forward and helped remove the hook. A 3-pound-plus warbler is at its best. Jia Dongsheng and Zhao Sihai were about to praise them, when all of a sudden, they heard someone shouting for help. Help! My chow, the boat has tipped over. Help! There was a panic on the shore, and a number of anglers were pointing into the lake and jumping around anxiously. Some were screaming for help, while others pulled out their cell phones and were videotaping. Others began to take off their clothes and try to get into the water, going over to the rescue. For a time the shore was a mess of beings. Lin Luo, Zhao Sihai, Jin Zikong and Jia Dongsheng looked up and their brows immediately furrowed. There is no boat program in the artificial lake of Hana and Hai, and apparently the small boat was brought by the person himself. I just don't know what happened. The boat capsized in the water. Lin Luo unleashed the eagle eye technique, and the distant image drew closer. The boat was seen half submerged and half floating in the water, and it could not sink for a while. The people who fell into the water were a man and a woman, who looked like they should be a young couple, and were already dying. The head floats up for a moment and then sinks from the haphazard fluttering. The lake is filling up tons and tons and tons. Bad food, it's too far away, I'm afraid it's too late to swim there. Zhao Sihai looked at the distant image with an anxious face and could only be anxious. If only it was a little closer, I could still throw a swimming ring over. Jia Dongsheng said with a frown. The artificial lake of Hana and the sea is prepared with a swimming ring. Swimming laps are kept in the safety officer's lounge on the shore. Only at this moment there was no sign of the safety officer at all, and the door and windows of the lounge were locked. Just kinda abstract. And just then, with a crunching thud, the door to the lounge was kicked open. Lin Law quickly entered the house and saw the life preserver sitting in the house. These public service life preservers are made of polyethylene flotation material, which is hard plastic. It's usually a 5-pound weight. Lin Luo quickly grabbed 2 life preservers and rushed out of the restroom. His water skills can only be described as average. At best, it's a dog paddle that will ensure that you don't sink when you get in the water. Because the family always said that the ones who drowned were the ones who knew water. As the only seedling of the old Lin family, Lin Luo was strictly forbidden to go into the water. The dog paddle is still Lin Luo Elementary School summer vacation back home. Grandfather taught. Although do not go to the water will not have an accident, but not guaranteed to have an accident, such as a boat capsized, do not know how to water that is not purely waiting for death. So it's time to learn or learn. With a distance of 300 meters, swimming across was definitely out of the question, even for Lin Luo. His 8 steps to catch the cicada can do it without any traces of snow and cross the river with a reed, but he doesn't dare to cast it out here. There are so many people around. Use it today, it's going into the factory tomorrow. Biological research plant. Besides, There's no way his doggy paddle skills can do the job of swimming with two people. With a quick movement, Lin Luo set the hooks on the two swimming rings, then a quick sprint to the shore and a turn and fly cast. Go away you! Ah! Lin Luo let out a hiss, almost using his full strength. He tossed the two swimming laps as if he were throwing a chain ball. Lin Luo's actions were watched by many people on the shore. Honestly, didn't get my hopes up. That's 300 meters. The average lifeline is only 50 meters. Because with ordinary human power, you can at most throw a swimming ring 20 or 30 meters. 30 meters would be great. Throw 300 meters. You think you're a human cannon. Pistol bullets only have an effective range of 50 meters. The life preserver remote catapult has only bounced 200 meters or so too. However, two life preservers hung onto the fishing line and whizzed off in full view of the crowd. And it's flying farther and farther. The eyes and mouths of the crowd also grew wider and wider. As the crowd watched dumbfounded, the life preserver flew out over 200 meters before it hit the water, and then hit the water and rushed towards the boat. By the time the swim ring came to a stop, it just happened to latch on to the two people floating up. What's going on? What? The shore, which had been noisy, was quiet for a moment. Everyone stared daggers at the life preservers on the far side of the lake, rows of question marks jumping out of their heads. 3 seconds later, a shocked roar erupted from whoever it was. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Immediately after that, the lake was full of sound, and it directly exploded. Chow chow, I've never been this accurate in a ing lasso. Is that the point? That's 300 meters. Awesome. Man of God. Asterisk 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 this young man. Ringo is breathing heavily and looks like he's about to run out of steam. You have to fake it anyhow, or there's no guarantee you won't get pulled into the factory. At the same time, Lin Luo tugged on the fishing dragon rod, and through the perspective of the fish hook, he saw the two men clinging to the life preserver as if they had grabbed a life preserver. Their little faces were white, their eyes were full of panic and bewilderment, and they looked stunned. The two of them had absolutely no idea why they suddenly fell out of the sky with an extra life preserver, and they both subconsciously gripped it tightly. With a thought, Lin Luo began to pretend to reel in his rod. In fact, the expansion and contraction of the fishing dragon rod and the extension and recovery of the fishing line changed with Lin Luo's mind. As the line was retrieved, the two men clutched their life preservers and were just dragged back. Don't look at the line, but what floats in the water isn't actually heavy. It's a car floating in the water and a fishing line is enough to give it a tug to shore. Of course, yanking it from the water to shore is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The two men clung to the life preserver, and before they could react to what was happening, they were being tugged and slowly drifted towards the shore. Coming through, asterisk 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 really over here hey. There was a cacophony of noise on the shore. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two were pulled to the edge of the lake by Lin Luo. The eager anglers along the shoreline had their plunge nets ready to go. With the two men docked, they went straight down to the net. Soon the two men were fished out by a host of plunge nets. Zhao Sihai was the most active one. He'd had a strange couple of days. Fish for debris at night and live drift during the day. Click, click, click. There were people around taking pictures. Others began to applaud, and soon, as the two men were rescued, the shore applauded. A group of people gathered around and inquired about the health of the two men, but the two remained clueless. I've been through the gates of hell and I haven't come back yet. Lin Luo, on the other hand, put away his dragon fishing rod and ran away with the bucket in a breeze. He didn't want to be surrounded by a bunch of people, it was weirdly embarrassing. It's over. It's over. At that moment, the alarm bells of the patrol car came from far and near. It didn't take long to see Chu Jianjun, who had just left not long ago, return with someone else. After getting out of the car, Chu Jianjun looked at the crowd gathered on the shore, and immediately his heart tightened and his expression became more serious. Is it too late already? I heard from the reporting center that someone rowing a boat capsized in the lake and fell overboard, 200 to 300 meters from the shore. In fact, he had already prepared for the worst in his heart. Even if they come over here, there's no trick without a boat. The inspector is coming. Someone exclaimed, then the crowd dispersed. Chu Jianjun saw the crowd standing in the two soup chicken. Great, alive. Chu Jianjun looked around and then saw Zhao Sihai and Jia Dongxing in the crowd. He waved his hand and gave a few orders, and the inspector behind him then moved toward the fallen man, ready to inquire about the incident. Chu Jianjun, on the other hand, walked towards Zhao Sihai and the others. Chapter 157, This roasted fish smells good. Captain Chu, you're here? Zhao Sihai saw Chu Jianjun come over and started handing out cigarettes with a warm face. Not to be outdone by his executive jacket, Jaden Shang had already taken out his lighter in the back. When Zhao Sihai smoothly sent him one, he silky smoothly brought the lighter to Chu Jianjun's cigarette. Yeah, pre-smoke. Snapped, the fire lit up, and Chu Jianjun was still a little unresponsive, but he had already smoked a cigarette. Hiss, who? What am I doing here? Oh, come to think of it. Cough cough, you all saw what just happened over here. Chu Jianjun asked with a raised eyebrow. I've seen it. Not only have we seen it, we've experienced it ourselves. When it came to what had just happened, Zhao Sihai was more excited than anyone else. You don't know, just the side, look, the boat is still floating there. Chu Jianjun looked in the direction Zhao Sihai pointed and really saw a floating white shadow in the lake. Initial estimate, that small boat is 300 meters from this side of the shore. How long is 300 meters? That's 300 meters. The standard playground track is 400 meters, 3/4 of the length of a standard track. How was the man rescued when he capsized there, so far from shore? Chu Jianjun asked Zhao Sihai suspiciously. Zhao Sihai clamped on his cigarette, instantly more excited, and his eyes were still glowing. Team Chu, you don't know, your nephew Lin Luo is really powerful. Zhao Sihai gave a thumbs up, his mouth spitting with excitement. Jia Dongsheng also had an honorable look on his face and nodded his head, but didn't speak to steal Zhao Sihai's thunder. Oh, how? What else is in here for Lo? Did Xiao Luo go into the water to save someone? By the way, how come I didn't see Lin Luo in the crowd just now? Chu Jianjun subconsciously looked over to the lawn tent, and saw Lin Luo sitting on a small pony. Comrade Lao Lin and Ms. Zhang were saying something to him, and both of them were smiling with smug pride. Do you see the door to the post over there? Lo gave it a kick and took the life preservers out of it, 2 of them. Put on the fishing line, rushed to the shore and gave it a toss. Good guy, how can 2 life preservers be 10 pounds, right, swooshing out more than 200 meters, and then hit the water, just to catch the 2 people flopping around in the lake? No, he yanked the 2 from the lake with his fishing pole. Jia and I, along with some kind anglers, used a plunge net to get the 2 out of the water. Speaking of which, Zhao Sihai even straightened his waist and chest, trying to make himself look taller. It's truly divine. In all my life, I've never seen anyone more divine than Brother Lin. Jia Dongsheng saw that Zhao Sihai mentioned himself, so he obediently got involved as well and said. Zhao Sihai nodded his head repeatedly, and sincerely praised again. It's not true, Xiao Luo did a good thing, and didn't even leave a name, no, went back to sit with nothing. Chu Jianjun from Zhao Sihai and Jia Dongsheng's speech, listened to the whole thing all the way through, the heart is surprised at the same time, but also lamented, this thing only Lin Luo can do it. He was born with natural strength, that much he knew, but throwing a life preserver that far and hitting the water to snare a fallen man was down to luck, I'm afraid. This kid, Xiao Luo, has good luck, I guess. Oh, this great nephew of mine is like this, does good deeds without leaving his name. You guys don't look at him as young, he's already helped us catch a lot of bad guys. Chu Jianjun nodded smilingly and said. This wasn't a serious job inquiry, so Chu Jianjun didn't take it too seriously. Hey, I can say that. Didn't Lo call you on Friday night, and I knew then that the kid was no ordinary person. The smile on Zhao Sihai's face became a bit forced. Bad memories were hitting him again. Chu Jianjun nodded, then spoke to the 2 of them and headed towards Lin Luo. Uncle Chu, elder brother Chu. Lin Luo and Lin Jianjian saw Chu Jianjun come over and all stood up smilingly. Zhang Shuahua and Jean Mimi were sitting by the stove, grilling fish, both with pretty big smiles on their faces. They all saw the scene of the 2 children saving people at the water's edge just now. Although Lin Luo was the main force, Jin Zikong also followed down the plunge net knot. Rounding up, there's nothing wrong with the person in the water being rescued by both kids together. So Kimmel is kinda proud of it. Lao, Luo, I've heard everything, Luo, you've done a good job. Chu Jianjun opened the door and praised Lin Luo with a smile, giving Lin Luo a thumbs up in passing. Lin Luo shook his head and said humbly, you can't just see death and save it, can't you? I'm just trying my best in case I succeed, otherwise I shouldn't be able to sleep at night. It's fine now that it turned out well. Lin Luo, with a face of humble emotion, was actually quite sure of himself. Putting on a fishing line is not just for yanking someone back. Fishing dragon rods can move underwater at his whim. His original thought was to throw the swimming ring and then use the hook to bring it to the swimming ring. But I didn't expect my own luck to be quite fierce. 2 swimming rings are just right on the 2 waterfall head. Well said. Truly worthy of being my Lin Construction's son, his ideological awareness is high. Lin Jian gave Lin Luo a thumbs up as well, with a proud expression on his face, looking a bit dejected. With such a great son, it's a safe bet that the dad isn't floating in place and flying. Chu Jianjun smiled and nodded his head repeatedly. That's not true, since the first time I saw him, I knew that this child was a good one. The mold is circumspect, the heart is righteous, and the outlook is as good as his. It's the only way to be worthy of his family's little cottontail. Hearing their son being complimented, the smiles on Lin Jian and Zhang Shuao's faces were wide. Lin Luo was embarrassed by the compliment and his handsome face blushed. While a few people were talking, the 2 fallen men found their way over and gave Lin Luo a burst of genuine thanks. Neither of them were very old, in their early 20s. The man had short hair and was not handsome, but looking at the way he was dressed, he was quite trendy. The woman is a high ponytail, big watery eyes, clean-cut appearance, although not considered a beauty, but her skin is very white, and she looks very bright in the sun. After these 2 people slowed down, they first went back to the car to change into clean clothes, and then turned back and inquired with the inspector to find Lin Luo. It took a bit of conversation to realize that these 2 were not a couple, but brother and sister. The last name of the 2 men is Jiao. One is called Zhao Jin and the other is called Zhao Nico. I saw a small wooden boat in the basement of my house, so I brought it out in my family's RV and thought I'd have some fun in the Hanahikai artificial lake. I didn't realize there was an accident and the boat capsized in the lake. The two of them don't know how to use water, and under the crisis of life and death, the two of them panicked and instinctively floundered in the water. In fact, the boat overturned. The boat can't sink for a while. Of course, it has to be a small wooden boat. Hold the boat and you can wait for help. But that's the way it is with some people. When they panic, and when they panic their heads go blank and they don't know what to do. For example, if you see a big hit of luck coming your way, you'll stand dumbfounded and not know how to dodge. Zhao Jin took the spare cell phone in the car and added Lin Luo's contact information. With a serious face, he patted his chest and said, "Luo, from now on, you'll be my Zhao Jin's brother. A great favor, today's time is not rushed. When you turn around and take a break on vacation, I will treat you to a good rub." Next to him, Nico followed, "Brother, how can one meal be enough?" "Of course it's not enough, that mustn't be rubbed in one meal. That's more like it." "Huh, this grilled fish smells so good. Gollum." Zhao Jin and Zhao Nico's stomachs growled as their eyes looked at the grilled fish on the grill in unison and gulped. Lincoln? Yasuko? Lin Construction? Zhang Shuehua? Qin Yuqian? Chu Jianjun? The group of people all had question marks floating in their heads, looking at this pair of siblings with odd expressions. No, these siblings have big hearts. Lin Construction was subconsciously polite. "Why don't you have some?" Yeah. Thank you, Uncle Lin." Chapter 158, Fishing Changes Your Life. "Uncle Chu, you haven't eaten at lunch either, right? Have some together?" Lin Luo pulled Chu Jianjun's arm. "It's been a long toss anyway, so sitting down and eating some wouldn't hurt." "No, I'm not the only one." Chu Jianjun shook his head and refused. He's leading the team out, and he's followed by several co-workers. It was a pretty big fish, but it wasn't enough for a dozen people to eat together. "Alright then, I'll get you some bread to pad your stomach on the way back. From here to the city council, less than half an hour, right now has been more than 1 o'clock. Back to the city council, the cafeteria there is no meal still to say. Tossing around hungry for most of the day without eating does a lot of damage to your stomach." Rinlo turned around and picked up a bag of buns from the blanket with ham and dry pasta, all brought over from Rinlo's house. "Don't just take food, bring some water too. Otherwise eat dry." Lin Jianjuan carried over another bag of mineral water. Chu Jianjun was not polite and accepted it with a smile. "Okay, I'll thank you on their behalf. We're all family. What are you thanking me for?" Lin Construction patted Chu Jianjun's arm. "Doing your line of work is really hard, no day and night, but also always cannot catch up with the meal." "Not true," Chu Jianjun said with emotion, "but it's a path he chose for himself and doesn't regret it. Why don't you guys eat, and I'll lead the team back." Afterward, under the watchful eyes of a few people, Chu Jianjun carried his things towards the crowd. His crew had finished taking field notes. A law enforcement recorder was also used to record the content of videos taken by some people. With a full account of what happened, and a statement from the parties involved, the call-out was ready to be closed. "You'll share the food my nephew brought. Thank you, Team Chu." A few patrolmen from Unit 6 took the stuff with a smile and took out the small bread, dry pasta, and ham sausage inside and ate them. As they ate, they walked towards the patrol car while a few people chatted about Lin Luo's exploits. "Team Chu, this incident should be considered a case of bravery. Should we report it?" Bai Ling was eating a small bread sandwich with ham sausage, and suddenly asked such a mouthful, causing Chu Jianjun's pace to slightly lurch. "Well, you really reminded me. Go back and write a report and go through the process. Saving 2 lives at once is certainly a case of bravery. This kind of thing is an honor and can be meritorious." Although Lin Luo couldn't see it, he, as the old husband, of course had to help his aunt plan for him. "Alright, then I'll go back and start writing the report." Bai Ling nodded and said, "Work is all about people." The one who saved the day was Lin Luo, but Bai Ling didn't say a word about it. After Chu Jianjun left, Zhang Shuehua got busy with this fish. "First, I put the fish in the sandwich net into a baking dish, then I poured on the fish baking sauce that I had prepared at home, and then I poured the boiling water from the thermos into it. The skillet was placed on the grill and soon the field version of the green peppercorn grilled fish was freshly baked. Originally it was prepared for the Lin engine families to eat, but it turned out that there were unexpectedly more Zhao Sihai, Zhao Dongsheng, and the Zhao family siblings. It's a good thing both families brought plenty of ingredients. 4 extra pairs of bowls and chopsticks, in turn, wiped out the overabundance of ingredients without a hitch. Grilled fish with slices of lamb cut from home old lamb, fish balls, tofu buns, wide noodles, and other ingredients, it's like having a hot pot. Zhao Jin and Zhao Nico really didn't think of themselves as outsiders, carrying small disposable bowls in one hand and holding the fish in the other, devouring the food, nodding furiously while eating. "Yummy, yummy. Auntie, you made this grilled fish, it's even better than the grilled fish I had at the store." Zhao Jin and Zhao Nico complimented Zhang Shuehua's craftsmanship, making Zhang Shuehua kinda happy. She glanced triumphantly at Lin Jian and Lin Luo. The two men instantly complimented the food in their mouths as if a switch had been flicked, and they couldn't swallow in time. "Honey, your craftsmanship, that's really nothing to write home about. I think I can go ahead and open a business. My dad was right, this fish is only found in heaven, it's rare on earth. Only then did Zhang Xuehua retract her gaze in satisfaction, counting you two masters as being on the right track. And I don't know what he's so proud of. Sibling this handicraft, that is really no words, I suggest sincerely, open a baked fish museum, surely red hot. Zhao Sihai gave a thumbs up, smilingly praising the proposal. Jia Dongsheng swallowed the food in his mouth and followed suit with a proper analysis. Chunhua West Road there is a flower store, store area is not small, customer traffic is quite large, the boss will not operate, has been dry, if you take over to change into a restaurant to sell grilled fish, I think there is a head. Pust. As soon as he finished speaking, Nico, who was wildly flamboyantly grilling the fish, spewed food from his mouth into the small bowl as if he had choked on it, and then burst into a violent fit of coughing. A circle of people looked over at once. It's okay, here, wipe your mouth. Zhang Xuehua tenderly pulled out a tissue and handed it over. MS. Zhang has always been like this on the outside, maintaining the image of being available and gentle, but only senior. And Kobayashi know what an invincible presence this one is back home. Thanks auntie. Natalie coughed and blushed in embarrassment as she took the tissue and wiped her mouth. Kimmel brought over a new small disposable bowl and handed it to her with a smile. Hey, thanks auntie. Nico said thank you again, holding the small bowl, then looked at a few people a little embarrassed. That florist. Hi, that flower store is owned by my sister, ha 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 ha. On the side, her own brother, Zhao Jin, gave it to her straight away, laughing and smiling, causing Zhao Nico to give him a hard blank look. Several people looked at the siblings in surprise, especially Jia Dongsheng. His expression was stunned and his eyes were wide open. That's too much of a coincidence. Speak of the devil and he's around. But your sister's store is going out of business. Why are you so happy? Auntie, I really think you have a good technique in this grilled fish, especially this sauce. It tastes much better than the grilled fish I ate in the store. If you have an idea, my sister's flower store can be used to convert it into a barbecue fish store, and then your skills can be invested in it, so we can open a barbecue fish store together, with your family taking the lion's share. Zhao Jin collected his smile, then proposed with a serious face. This line, hey. By the time I provide you with milk tea materials, grilled fish with milk tea, decoration and a good design, may be able to fire. Zhao Sihai laughed, he felt that this has a head start. Just because little brother Lin Luo is so lucky, there's no reason why he can't open a store that's hot. I've never opened a restaurant before either, I don't know anything about the process. Zhang Xuehua snapped her fingers in haste. She ran a small supermarket in partnership with someone in her neighborhood, but the benefits were rather mediocre and she often lost things, which made her quite distressed. Thought about opening my own store or doing something alone, but just thought about it. The main reason is that the family has no money and the bottom line is that they are afraid of losing money. Now that she was suddenly asked to open a grilled fish restaurant, she was still moved in her heart. Cooking. She's good at it. I just don't know where to start, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to do a good job. Jia Dongsheng smiled and said, I think there is a mess, it just so happens that I work in the Municipal Supervisory Bureau, I am familiar with all these processes, when the time comes, I will help you run the process for your sister-in-law. Lin Construction cleared his throat and followed suit. Wife, leave the decoration to me. I promise to do a great job. Shen Yuqian blinked, saw the crowd have contributed, also not willing to after, sister-in-law, my big brother is to open a restaurant, ingredients channel this aspect to me. Guaranteed fresh, clean and cheap, but I'm worried I can't do it alone. Zhang Xuehua was a bit dumbfounded. How is it that this one directly helped her open the store? Sister-in-law, I'll go give you a hand. Jean Mimi took Zhang Xuehua's hand with an encouraging expression. Now, Zhang Xuehua's expression was quite wonderful. After 2 seconds of silence. Lin Luo was carrying a bowl with chopsticks in her hand. Looking at the scene in front of him, it kind of froze. This fishing is pretty life-changing. Chapter 159 MS. Zhang, you've taken the yellow robe. Son, do you think mom can make it? Zhang Xuehua looked around and saw that his son hadn't made a comment yet, and then wanted to ask Lin Luo what he thought. Lin Luo blinked, collected his dishes, and nodded heavily. Mr. Zhang, don't hesitate, you're all yellow. There was a lot of laughter. The yellow robe can be okay. Waiting for the crowd's laughter to die down, Lin Luo continued, don't panic, mom, it's actually not hard to open a store. The big deal is that it's a no-go. The biggest headache of the store has been solved. Nico nodded, that store is in my name, so don't worry about the rent. The crowd looked over at once. Good lord, you can't judge a book by its cover. It's still a little rich. Lin Luo continued, we have acquaintances in this area of decoration, and it's definitely not a problem for my dad to keep an eye on it. Lin Jianjian puffed out his chest and even patted his chest with his hand. Promise to finish the job. Ingredients and beverage channels are also readily available, and Jia helps run the process. Zhao Sihai, Jin Yuqian and Jia Dongsheng nodded alone. What about me, what do I do? Zhang Xuehua said with a difficult face. She had no experience in this area and really didn't know what she should do. Research on grilled fish seasoning recipes, this is pretty good today, and try to streamline it. Then recruit people to research new dishes, and just wait for the store to open. By the way, should we discuss what to call our store? Lin Luo looked at the crowd, ready to brainstorm a bit. Naming is a hard thing to do. It should be catchy, memorable, and engaging. Lin Construction scratched his head. I propose to call it Shuehua Grilled Fish Restaurant. It's a name-taking waste. Lin Luo directly waved his hand. This name over, is there anything else? Lin Construction awkwardly chucked a piece of fish tofu and ate it. His name really wasn't anything new. Nico suggested, why don't we ask Auntie Jean to grill the fish? Over. Any more? Ringo blinked and asked for the next one. Jin Zikong raised his hand. How about True Fragrance, Grilled Fish Restaurant? I think the grilled fish is really fragrant. Pass. All shouted together. The name just doesn't sound right. Jin Zikong didn't even put his hand down, scratched his head awkwardly, and added a piece of fish tofu like Lin Jian, muttering in a low voice as he ate it. I think the name is pretty good. It smells really good. Can't we call it Flowers and Fish? Nico suggested again. I still have quite a few flowers in my flower store, and I have a feeling it'll be quite nice to set up the store in the style of a flower store baking fish. No, what if someone has a pollen allergy? Jiao Jin shook his head and rejected his sister's proposal. I think we might as well call it the Yellow Robe. You're just naming it blindly. How can you call it the Yellow Robe Grilled Fish Restaurant? Nico blared in disbelief. I have a proposition. Xin Yuqian, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke out, and everyone looked over. Look guys, we're grilling fish by the lake now. Why don't we call it grilling fish outside the city by the lake? It's different from that Bianjiang city outside. Outside the city by the lake, it sounds better than the Yellow Robe. Cut. It's better than Flowers and Fish. Then why don't you call it River and Lake Baked Fish? We don't just bake fish in the lake, we can bake them in the rivers, lakes and seas. Well, the Jianghu grilled fish could be an alternative. A circle of people on the scene, each expressing their own views, heard Lin Luo and Zhang Shuehua's heads get big. I didn't realize that the hardest part of opening a store was not choosing a location, decorating, selecting materials and running paperwork, but coming up with a name. Everyone had said the name of the store and then looked at Zhang Shuehua. Daughter-in-law, pick one. Lin Jian said. Zhang Shuehua pondered for a moment and voiced her thoughts. Why don't we call it Flower City Grilled Fish? Doesn't Wanzhou Grilled Fish use the name of the place as the name of the store? We can do the same in Flower City. It's not impossible. The crowd couldn't really think of a fun and interesting name that was easy to remember. The Flower City Grilled Fish wasn't anything special, but it wasn't odd either. Flower City Grilled Fish, then. Hiccup. This lakeside flower and sea baked fish feast ended with a long burp from several of Lin Luo's people. Fish and lamb, that's fresh. Zhao Jin and Zhao Nick covered their bulging stomachs and huffed. Sleepy from eating, plus the sun was warm in the sky and sunburned your eyes. The two men said their piece and got up to go to bed in their RV. Lin Construction looked at the caravan and shook his head for a moment plus felt emotion. When I get old, I'm going to buy an RV and travel all over the world. It's going to be so comfortable. Xin Yuqian nodded his head and said enviously, you still have to have a good father. At a young age you have a caravan to drive. When Jin Zikong heard his father say this, he nodded his head repeatedly. That's not true. Father, when will you let me drive an RV? Jin Yuqian rolled his eyes when he heard it and said in a bad mood, ask your master. Lin Luo was drinking a Coke and slipping a scene when he was amused and sprayed by the conversation between the two men. The crowd laughed so hard that tears came to their eyes. God damn it, ask your master. After laughing for a while, Lin Jianju proposed, don't even think about the RV, it's too far away. Go fishing, no? Have fun in time, guys. Okay, I don't believe I can't catch a fish today. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. A couple of the fishing guys hit it off, grabbed their rods and buckets, and headed out to the lake to fish again. Zhang Shuehua and Jean Mimi instructed Lin Luo and Jin Zikong to pack up the trash as they prepared to go to the tent to squint for a while. Okay, leave it to us. Lin Luo nodded and said, watching MS. Zhang and MS. Jean entered the tent, then greeted Kong Zi as she cleaned up the trash. Jin Zikong asked Lin Luo as he filled a plastic bag with trash. Bro, are we going to the ring later? There are so many popular programs at the entrance of Hanawakami Park, especially the lasso and balloon fight, which made Kongjia eager to try for half a day. Go ahead, come all the way. Lin Luo said with a smile, then urged Jin Zikong to speed up. It didn't take long for the two men to carry 2 large bags of garbage and drop them off at the park's dump site. Then toward the park entrance. The place is still bustling, lassoing, playing balloons, throwing sandbags, playing chess, selling toys, all kinds of food stalls, put together a street, basically all adults with children playing. There were also quite a few students in there getting together and laughing and having a good time. Bro, which one are we going to play first? Kanko pulled out of his pocket the $100 he had picked up from the grass by the side of the road. It was dirty but it was real money. Lin Luo looked around and finally stopped his gaze on the lasso program. Over there in the lasso, go over there and check it out. Lucky lasso. $10 for 20 laps. You can simply take away a prize from the booth as long as it is set. Several families, adults with children, were lassoing, and there was a gasp of surprise as the plastic rings flew up and down. Colorful circles flew about, but there was no center circle. But the kids were having fun, and the adults were just spending money to make the kids happy, not expecting to win. Boss, 20 laps. Lin Luo shouted at the lasso boss. Jin Zikong then handed over $100. Okay, 20 laps for $10. The boss is a smiling middle-aged man, took the money and used his fingernails to scrape the bills, confirming that they were real, and then skillfully pulled out $90 from his fanny pack, as well as 20 colorful plastic rings, and handed them to Jin Zikong together. Jin Zikong also checked that they were all real money. Counterfeit money has become so prevalent in the past few years that so many restaurants and supermarkets have a few fake bills pressed on the front counter, always alerting you not to receive them. Lo, here. Kang Zi gave 10 circles to Lin Luo and held 10 circles for himself, leaping at the rewards on the stall. The first few rows are some small ornaments, the middle rows are some children's favorite toys, excavator toy car, Ultraman, toy guns, bubble machine, four-wheel drive cars and so on. Small benches were placed a few rows back. Some of them have slips of paper attached to them with amounts written on them, and if you hit the set you will get the corresponding cash. Others have live chickens and ducks tied to them, so you can take them home if you hit them. Toys for children, live chickens and ducks for old men and women. Let's just say the person who came up with this trap game has a really dirty heart. Bro, why don't we compare? Let's see who has more sets. Kansi asked Lin Luo. Okay, let's see if you're lucky or if I'm just skilled. Lin Luo said as he carried the plastic ring in his hand and observed the rewards in the field. Soon, Lin Luo fell in love with the small stools in the back row that were 50-100, as well as the big duck in the last row that quacked the loudest. Chapter 160. Brother, I'll give you $200 and beg you to play across the street. Lo, how about I say start and then we throw together? Kanko also wants to play double flight. Lin Luo expressed his refusal and waved his hand, saying, just play your game, leave me alone. That's fine. Kanko shrugged and took aim with a plastic ring. Go you. Kanko let out a go you, and not knowing which one to aim for, he threw the plastic ring in his hand. In the next second, it was seen that the plastic ring touched the box of a toy car, and then, as if the plastic ring had triggered a spring switch, it swooshed and bounced away for a long distance. A hush fell over the surrounding spectators, and the smile on the lasso boss's face grew even wider. $10 and 20 laps, this one lap is 50 cents, it is like robbing money, can he not be happy? Ha, try harder, it's very forgiving. The smile on the face of the ring boss froze before he could finish his sentence, and the crowd watching around him suddenly threw up their arms and cheered. I saw the bounced plastic ring fall from the sky as if by God's help, and then latch on to a small golden piggy bank. This piggy bank is going to cost $10 to buy out there anyhow. Oh ho! I hit it! Kanko saw that he had trapped the little golden pig, and he was so excited that he danced around. With an expression of having eaten a fly, the boss squeezed out a smile before taking that little golden pig and handing it over to Jin Zikong. Good luck, keep it up. Hey, that's a must. Jin Zikong smiled and hugged the little golden pig, then looked dejectedly at Lin Luo. Luo brother, I was the first one to set up a hit. Oh, do you see me not? No look, dizzy needle. Lin Law has his head snapped back a bit and is giving bludgeons. Asterisk. You're just envious. Kanko raised his middle finger indignantly. I envy you? Lin Luo grunted and raised his hand to throw the plastic ring. 100 paces of flying sword, go you! The plastic ring swooshed and catapulted off and flew out more than 4 meters before latching onto the small stool with the $50 note on it. Oh! The surrounding area exploded. $50 is not much, but the people watching around have thrown so many laps, not to mention $50, or even the small pendant in front of them have never gotten it. As soon as Linello and Kanko arrived, they set a small golden pig and another $50. Can they not be happy when they finally see the lasso boss bleeding? Congratulations! Congratulations! The lasso boss smiled even harder and pulled an old $50 bill out of his fanny pack and handed it over. Lin Luo took it, looked at it, and it was indeed a real banknote, which he put into his pocket. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them from harming you. Watch me, flying dragon probing claw. When Kang Zi saw Lin Luo harvesting $50, he was a bit red-eyed, then he shouted, then threw out a plastic ring. The plastic ring flew a little off course, though, and landed on the head of a box containing an Ultraman. Then the plastic ring triggered the spring switch again, swooshing and bouncing, floating, and lassoing a small golden pig. A cheer went up around them. Several question marks floated out of Jin Zikong's head. No, why is it a piggy bank again? And he screamed. Lin Luo glanced at him breathlessly. What are you barking at? Just 2 little golden piggy banks, your full set is gone. Do you have that much money saved? The lasso boss laughed as much as he cried and brought that little golden piggy over as well. Kanko took it with a look of disgust. One is enough for me, this one is for you, lo. Lin Luo instantly changed his face and received the little golden pig, happily holding it in his arms. Good doll, I said, why are you putting on another little golden piggy? Feelings are for me. Kang Zi breathlessly gave Lin Luo a blank stare before urging, it's your turn to throw the circle. I told you to leave me alone, just play with yourself. As Lin Luo spoke, the plastic ring in his hand flew out again. In full view of the crowd, the plastic ring landed on the last row of 100. Oh ho! The crowd gathered around them went wild. They were more excited to see Lin Luo set $100 than they were to set it themselves, cheering and raising their arms. The only world reached is the one where the lasso boss is injured. Congratulations, class, you're in luck. The ring boss squeezed out a smile and took out $100 and handed it to Lin Luo. There was a loss, but it wasn't unacceptable to him. After all, that's a lot of money for one day of lassoing. Hey, you're congratulating me too soon, Lin Luo said with a smile, hearing the trap boss's heart thump. The next second, Jin Zikong threw another plastic ring. This time, though, his luck seemed to come to an end as the plastic ring rolled to the ground with a grunt. There was a sigh of disappointment all around. The boss of the ring, however, was happy in his heart and looked at Lin Luo expectantly, reciting incantations and prayers in his heart, hoping that Lin Luo wouldn't be able to hit it. I'll go. It's empty, Lo, look at you. Can Lin Luo let his good air down? He dejectedly raised his chin. Seeing as you gave me the little golden pig, you say you want that, righteous father will help you set it up. Jin Zikong's eyes lit up and he pointed at Deja. Righteous father, I want Ultraman. Shoo. The plastic ring flew off and then fell hollowly into the net, catching the Deja toy box in a tight fit. Oh. The crowd watching around them cheered excitedly as if they were crazy. The gesture caused a sweat to break out on the forehead of the lasso boss as he watched. He knows that right now, if he dares to play a little bit of a lie and say he won't give it, these people will be able to eat him alive. The ring boss obediently handed Deja to Jin Zikong, and before he could cry congratulations, the plastic ring in Lin Luo's hand was thrown out again before hitting a Stitch right in the face. There was a lot more buzz around. One by one, their eyes were glowing as they looked at Lin Luo. What took you so long, little handsome? We waited so hard for you. This black-hearted condom owner is making us so much money, someone should treat him. No, Rogo, you said it too easy. Kang Zi was a bit surprised by Lin Luo's lassoing skills, then disbelievingly threw the empty plastic ring in his hand. As it turned out, Lady Luck didn't favor him again, and it all fell through. This brought a sigh of relief to the heart of the lasso boss. But in the next second, the plastic ring in Lin Luo's hand was thrown out. Crash! The plastic ring around the small bench brought a wobble, and a quacking live duck tied to a small bench. Nowadays, a duck sells for tens of dollars in the food market, and live ducks are even more expensive. These live ducks and chickens bought by the ring boss can be old actors, and they've made a lot of money for him. Oh my duck! The collar boss heard a cry of sorrow, but also dare not give, around so many people watching it. Had to untie the duck and hand it to Rinlo. Lin Luo smiled and handed everything in his hand to Kang Zi, then moved his arms. Hiss! Is this getting serious? The lasso boss watched Lin Luo's movements, and the plastic ring in his hand, and a cold sweat broke out on his nervous forehead. I don't think he's going to be able to hit it all the time. In the next second, the plastic ring in Lin Luo's hand was thrown out, and then hit exactly 100. The crowd was once again in ecstasy. As long as the owner loses money, they are happy. And the kids, who like to come and go crazy, don't know what the adults are cheering about, so they jump up and down and call after them, mainlining an example to follow. The lasso boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt his heart stop. He squeezed out a nice smile on his face, then took out 3 red tickets from his waistband and walked over to Lin Luo. Classmate, I'll give you an extra 200, please go play across the street. Good lord, if this continues to set, I'm going to lose my ass today. Say what you will about inviting this great god across the street to hit the balloon. And just then, the owner of the balloon fight stand, who was mixed in with the crowd watching the fun, scurried out with a bounce. He pointed his finger at the lasso boss, furious. Mountain Doggy, all your ancestors. Chapter 161, Luo, you don't even set up a stall when you start a business. Mountain Doggy, worry your forefathers. The balloon fight stall owner's bellowing directly silenced the lively scene. The surname of the ring boss, Shan, is a rare surname, 227th in the 101 surnames, derived from the ginger surname Lai Shan. Because his nickname was Doggy, he was called Mountain Doggy by those who knew him well. Asterisk you Lee Doggy, all your whole family. Mountain Doggy was no pushover, pointing at the owner of the balloon fight stand and jumping to his feet and cursing. A mountain dog's son, Ali Dog Egg, a profound interpretation of a dog-eat-dog drama. The surrounding crowd watching looked at each other in disbelief, and after 3 seconds of silence, the scene exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Luo held the money in one hand and the circle in the other, looking at Kang Zi who was holding the prize in his arms and smiling cheaply. It's out of play, pull out. Lin Luo shrugged and threw the plastic ring in his hand onto the lasso stand. Kanko smiled and nodded, hugging her things and following Lin Luo. Lo, I realized that you're a real cowboy, froze up and broke the defense by playing the trap boss. Hey, this is nothing, go. There are sandbag throwers in front of us, watch my brother show you 100 shots. Go go go. The two of them laughed as they walked the 10 meters or so to the sandbag throwing booth. The rules of the game are simple and similar to how you play balloon fight. 3 rows of dolls line the front shelf. 10 in a row, throwing sandbags to knock dolls off shelves. Simply smash all the dolls in a row off the shelves to get a smaller doll. If you smash 20 at once, you get a medium doll. Smashing 30 at a time, also known as playing through the level, earns you a large doll. The big billboard says $15 for 30 throws. A small box truck was parked right next to the shelf where the dolls were displayed, with a large number of dolls stacked inside the compartment. There are famous players such as Big Mouth, Stitch, Tigger, Bugs Bunny, Barbie, and Snow White. Because the lasso and balloon fight side is too lively, guests are attracted to go over to watch the fun, so the place looks a little cold. Luo, I want that big hugging bear, my sister especially likes that one. Kanko pointed to the big hugging bear in the car, which looked like it had to be a man tall, wrapped in a plastic bag, and stood out as an eye-catcher in the carriage. Lin Luo smiled and glanced at him. Earlier, Kang Zi even said that he introduced his cousin to himself, saying that his sister was a contemporary Jinji. Lin Luo just smiled and didn't say anything. You look like this, it's hard for me to believe in the truth of your words. Okay, wait until you turn around and let your sister treat you to dinner. Lin Luo said and looked at the owner of the sandbag throwing stall. Boss, 30 sandbags. The boss is a big bald man. Originally see the guests are going to the set of the circle side, and kinda upset, the heart cursed. How come they're all over at the balloon fight and I'm not here? Seeing Lin Luo and Kong Zi come over and also want to throw sandbags, he suddenly had a naive and enthusiastic smile on his face. Finally, someone's here. Ha ha ha. Handsome, 30 times sandbagging for $15, pay first before you play ha. Kanko pulled 15 straight out of his pocket. Here. The bald boss took the money and took a small cardboard box and placed it on the small table in front of the two men. Lin Luo picked up a sandbag and weighed it in his hand. It should have been sewn with corn kernels and was relatively light in weight. It takes a lot of strength to try to smash a doll 3 meters away from a shelf. And I've heard that there's something shady going on with these shelf-smashing dolls. For example, the dolls have iron-absorbing stones in them, and the sandbags won't fall if they hit them. Others say there's glue stuck underneath the dolls or something. Boss, should we smash them in order? Or do you want to do it randomly? As long as there are enough? Lin Luo inquired. The bald boss smiled and introduced himself. Smash row by row. The first row is finished before you can smash the second row, otherwise it doesn't count. Smash down 8 and you can have a little gift. Look at his smile full of confidence. The heart is very bottom line. Lin Luo nodded in understanding and tossed the sandbag in his hand. 100 paces of flying sword, go you! If the people of the Great Qian Ghost Valley sect knew that their own clan's mastery was being used to play this, they wouldn't know what kind of expression they would have. Shoo! The sandbag shot up sharply and snapped, sending a doll flying off the shelf. Even the doll next to it wobbled, looking like it was going to fall with it. Oh ho! Drop one! Kanko hugged a bunch of things and celebrated with excited cheers, more excited than the sandbag throwing Lin Luo. Hey, boss! What do you say if I slam down 2 sandbags in one? Lin Luo asked cautiously as he looked at the dolls on the shelves. If this bald boss says that dolls that fall on their own don't count, then it wouldn't be a wasted throw. The smile on the bald boss's face remained unchanged, and he didn't seem nervous at all. He laughed and said, not sandbag down doesn't count, you have to take it up and rethrow it. Oh, I see then. Lin Luo nodded, then picked up a sandbag. Go you, go you, go you. 10 in a row go you, and all 10 dolls on the first row of shelves fall off. Kanko on the side screamed louder. His cries attracted the attention of many of the surrounding tourists. Tourists who had been attracted by the cursing between the two families of lassoing and ballooning also leaned over. There was a flurry of people trying to see what was going on. Boss, that big hugging bear, did you have to smash down 30 dolls to get it? Lin Luo asked, pointing to the big cuddly bear sitting in the carriage. That's right. The bald boss wasn't smiling so brightly by now. Mentally muttering, this young man is a master of his craft. Have you been practicing throwing sandbags since you were a kid? Okay, let's go. Lin Luo started walking you again, sandbags kept flying out of his hand. He didn't throw the sandbag with riveting force, like throwing a grenade, but with an easy fling, as if a master in a martial arts drama threw a concealed weapon. A sandbag must smash down a doll. The people around us looked in shock and awesome in all directions. The kids were the most excited, wailing after Kanko. Bang! As the last doll was slammed off the shelf by the sandbags, the crowd around them went completely high, cheering as if they had won $5 million. Boss, I want that big hugging bear. Lin Luo pointed to the big hugging bear in the carriage and said cheerfully. The bald boss laughed as if he were crying and cursed even louder in his heart. Grass, might as well not come. The bald boss carried down the big hugging bear from the wagon, which looked really small, standing up to be about 1.8 meters. Kanko definitely couldn't catch it, and Linello took it in hand. So big a big hugging bear, look around the children, while sound apiece, eyes bright crystal, saliva directly down. Daddy, I want a big bear too. Grandpa, I want this. Mommy, you're the prettiest, I want this. The group of parents immediately laughed bitterly and looked at Lin Luo with a grudging look. Lin Luo hugged his big hugging bear and took a look at the situation around him. He yelled, Substitute throwing sandbags, 51 times, not hit the bag to return a. Yasuko? No, Rogo. Can you still play like that? When people come out to start a business and set up a stall, they at least have a stall. You start a business directly with someone else's booth? The master still has to be you. 51 times, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll take that big stitch. Boy, I want one. Classmate, this is $200, I beg you, go play lasso. The bald boss pulled out $200 from his bag and squeezed in front of Lin Luo, begging up with a bitter face. The people around them froze. There's something familiar about that picture line. In the next second, Mountain Doggy jumped out of the crowd with a look of grief. White cutie. Worry you forefathers. Chapter 162, but she called me pot. The mountain dog said in his heart that he was so hard to spend money to get rid of the people, and for this reason, he also scolded with the balloon beatingly Dogdan. You are trying to get people to me again. I'm digging your ancestors' graves. White cutie. Formerly known as Baek So Chun. Because of the renaming with Silly Big Sister from the TV series Silly Spring, it has gained an extra white cutie in the last 2 years. The nickname. But even though he was called White Cutie, but wasn't stupid at all, or else he wouldn't have decisively paid for Lin Luo to play in another stall. Suddenly being jumped out and yelled at by Mountain Dogsy, white little cute. Of course he can't do it, pointing at Mountain Doggy and starting to fight back. Mountain Doggy, all your ancestors beep your mom. There's something about you. You're not the only lassoer here. White cutie. Exasperated, he finished and looked at Lin Luo. Classmate, just go to their house set, I'll give you 300 more to invite you. Vomit roar. Lin Luo's eyes lit up and he extended his hand. That's easy money. I'll look at white little cutie. To take out money, Mountain Dogsy quit, hurriedly jumped out and slapped 5 red tickets into Lin Luo's hand. Classmate, I'll pay another 500 and you can throw sandbags here. I'll pay for the sandbag throwing. Holy, Mountain Dog son, you're not a bad guy. Classmate, I'll give you $500 to lasso him. Another $500 were auctioned off to Lin Luo. I chow you white cutie. Beep beep beep. Mountain Doggy, UING beep beep beep. Northern swearing, with its extremely high mom content, is basically a competition for who has the loudest voice. As long as you can cover the other person's voice and you can't hear yourself, it's the same as if the other person didn't curse. The ultimate in mouth odor and pure enjoyment. White cutie. And Mountain Doggy pointed at each other's noses, filling each other's mouths with fragrance, and hearing Lin Luo's brain buzzing. Good lord, that's not very good money either. Ears hurt. Stop stop stop. You guys stop for a second. Carrying a big hugging bear and cupping $500 in each hand, Lin Luo called off White Cutie and Mountain Doggy. With all this bickering, they could be circling the wagons and selling tickets. Like a monkey. Bosses, how about this? I'll take the money, and I won't play in your stalls anymore. White Cutie and Mountain Doggy's eyes lit up at the same time. That's fine. It's $500 for peace of mind. As far as Lin Luo's skill was concerned, they could see it too. Masters. The absolute best. Play with them here for a while and they can go home bare-assed. In the meantime, point me to a booth and I'll play wherever you tell me to play. Guaranteed to make this worth your while. If he didn't, these two might feel the loss, and their hearts were dripping blood just thinking about it. But when he says that, these two will feel that $500 is really worth spending. We, Lin Luo, are a good boy and love to do good deeds. White Cutie and Mountain Doggy's eyes glowed at each other. This is good. Hey, 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 hey. Then, in unison, the two men said, go balloon. Okay, Kansi, let's go. Hey, go. Kang Zi was so excited that he followed Lin Luo to the balloon fight stand with a fluttering brow. It was the faces of the tourists watching around them that were lost. Why don't you stop playing? The sandbag boss can't afford to lose. Soon, in front of the balloon fight stand, the boss, Lee Dogman, looked at White Cutie who led Lin Luo over, and Mountain Doggy, jumping and cursing. White Cutie. Mountain dogs, worry you forefathers. Hey, 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 hey. The two of them laughed like villains and crossed their arms in triumph. Lee Dogman, don't curse the street. We've come to take care of your business. That's right. What? You can't afford to play. Is it unplayable? The two of them dejectedly looked at Lee Dogman. They had someone else watching their stall, and Dogman Lee was on his own, so he couldn't get away. That's a big loss. Lee Dogman gritted his teeth, his face as black as a black cinder block, and cursed in his heart. Who the hell can't afford to play with the three of us, you two cheeky bastards? One by one, you two have suffered a loss and you're ing leading people to me. I used to buy you guys board noodles. Classmate, are you playing airsoft, or throwing darts? Mountain Doggy looked at Lin Luo in triumph. Linello shoved the big cuddly bear at Kanko. At this point Kanko was carrying a large bag with the gifts that had come from the lasso, and carrying a large cuddly bear that was even bigger than he was. Basically, you can't see anyone else anymore. However, Kang Zi was not weak at all at this moment, that is, he had to carry it until Lin Luo finished hitting the balloon. Throw darts. He's not afraid to shoot guns, but there's a lot of shady stuff going on inside airsoft. Some owners will adjust the trajectory of the airsoft gun to the left and also turn down the power. Bullets hit or not hit the center put aside, the strength is small, bullets hit the balloon, will be bounced off. Though it's easy to cheat throwing darts too. For example, the head of the dart is rounded, and it is not easy to puncture a balloon with less force, but in the face of absolute power, this is nothing. Lee Doggy, what are you waiting for? Bring the darts over. Mountain Doggy stood beside Lin Luo and arrogantly shouted. I don't know why. The tourists who were watching around suddenly had the feeling of seeing a dogfight. Lee Dogman gritted his teeth and brought over a box of darts. 3 meters behind him, there were boards and boards of balloons, one by one, blown up and made into a round target. The left 3 panels are large balloons for tying darts, and the right 3 panels are small balloons for airsoft. Pay up. $20 for 15 darts. Hey, here. Sean Dogsy took out $20 and dejectedly slapped it to Lee Dogdan. I let you scold me just now. If I don't make you lose blood this time, I won't be called Sean Dogsy. What does this rule look like? Lin Luo picked up a dart, saw that the tip was smoothed out, and looked up to ask. All 15 darts hit the balloon and the jackpot is random. If only. Lee Dogman was about to say something about what the reward was for only zapping 14, but Lin Luo waved his hand. Okay, I get it, Kansi, which prize do you want? Lin Luo twisted his head and asked. Kanko's head peeked out from underneath the big hugging bear with great effort and glanced at the grand prize in the balloon stand. That, big Pikachu. A 1 meter tall Pikachu, Pi Meta Marshall, cute and cuddly was looking at them. That's Pikachu. Lin Luo corrected with a smile while raising his hand and throwing it. The dart flew out with a swoosh. Snap. A balloon exploded in response. Yes, granted. Mountain Dog Z and White Little Cute. Even more excited than Kong Z, jumping on their feet and clapping their hands, wailing, giving Lin Luo a fright. What's their grudge against Lee Dogdan? Don't get cocky. That's only one. Lee Dogdan said as he glared indignantly at the 2 men. Snap. No sooner had he spoken than another balloon blew up. There were a couple of tourists following behind who jumped at the chance to try it. Was what this little brother just said still true? 50 substitutions are cast once and no packages are allowed to be returned. Pop pop pop. 15 darts were lodged in the boardwalk, and all 15 balloons had been shattered. Boss, I want that big Pikachu. Lin Luo pointed at the 1 meter tall Pikachu and laughed his teeth out. Loco is awesome. Kanko wailed, then thought of something else and rushed to say. Lo, I can't hold it. It's okay, class, I'll get it for you. White cutie. Eagerly, he patted himself on the back, then took the large Pikachu wrapped in a plastic bag from the murderous gaze of Lee Dogman. This stuff is a couple hundred high or low when you buy it at the mall. These are old employees. Watching the old employee leave just like that, Lee Dogdan's heart was dripping blood. Young man, I'll give you 50, will you vote for a Pikachu for me? At that moment, a kindly old woman, holding her little granddaughter. Taking a 50, he looked at Lin Luo expectantly and asked. The cute little girl on the side was wearing a flowery dress with 2 sunny hair pulls. She tilted her little chubby face, blinking her big watery eyes lovingly at Lin Luo, smiling sweetly. Cauldron, Nyanyo wants Pikachu. She called me Pot Pot hey. Wait. Lin Luo took the money, turned his head to look at Lee Dogdan, and waved the bills in his hand. Boss, hey, darts. Lee Dogdan, oh. Is it too late for me to pay $200 to let him go? Wait online, urgently. Chapter 163, Kid, are you polite? For $20 and 15 darts, Lin Luo changed 30, leaving $10, which he put into his pocket. It's the cost of labor. Boss, don't just watch, hit the balloon. Lin Luo took the 2 boxes of darts and was just about to throw them, when he saw Lee Dogdan looking at himself blankly, wanting to say something, and then urged him on. You've got to branch out. Don't slow down my entrepreneurial money-making, okay? Interge, boo-hoo. Oh, don't be such a bully. Lee Dogman cried and wailed, picked up the pump and started blowing up the balloon. There is string on the board, so when the balloon blows up, just slip it right in. He had just blown up a balloon, and before he could set it up, the 15 darts in Lin Luo's hand had already been thrown. After a series of popping explosions, all 15 balloons zapped, watching the surrounding tourists cheer, more excited than Ringo himself. Boss, get the big Pikachu. After Lin Luo finished speaking, the darts in his hand flew once again. Pop pop pop. There was another series of balloon explosions and the third panel of balloons were all gone. It was only a minute before and after. Lee Dogman dropped the pump in his hand as soon as he could. That's a hell of a shot. Lin Luo took the large Pikachu from the tearful Lee Dogman, then turned his head and asked the little girl. Nyonya, what else do you want? Tell brother. The little nymphette took her grandmother's hand and sipped her little finger in her mouth. She struggled to stand on her tiptoes and looked excitedly at the dolls inside. Whoa, wow. The little girl was thrilled. I want the dungeon axe. Nix pointed excitedly at a white tiger doll that was over a meter tall. It's the little white tiger from the Tiger Returns Home cartoon, and it looks adorable. Lee Dogman, don't just stand there, take that white tiger over. Mountain Dog Z helped Kong Z hold the big hugging bear, and dejectedly shouted to Lee Dogdan. Let your kid just scolded me and daydreamed about my ancestor. Hey, now you'll have to cry. That's right, Lee Doggy, don't ink. Take the stuff and hurry up and hit the balloon. There's still a lot of us here. White little cutie. Also dejectedly urged. Lee Dogdan was really gnashing his teeth, and after holding the big white tiger to Lin Luo, he felt out another $500 from his waistband. Pretty boy, as you can see, my jackpot has been gleaned by you. Beg to play at another booth. Lin Luo gave the white tiger to Nyo Nyo, which made the little girl so happy. A sweet, crunchy, thank you, pot pot. The big doll was bigger than she was, though, so her grandmother held the big Pikachu in one hand and helped her hold the big white tiger in the other. Hearing Lee Dogman's words, Lin Luo glanced at the board where the darts were tied. Another look at the place where the dolls were kept. The big dolls are gone, and he can't see the rest of the small prizes. Looks like that's as far as the wool gathers. Come on, I won't take this money for nothing. Point me to a booth and I'll go play. Lin Luo took the money and said with a smile. Lee Dogwan's eyes lit up while a murderous aura flashed. And a roll call, he said through clenched teeth, his gaze going to the mountain dog. Hey, don't look at me, I paid my dues. Mountain Doggy rushed to say. Lee Dogman frowned and looked at White Cutie again. White little cute. He glared. What are you looking at, day your forefathers? I paid my dues too. Yes, they both paid their dues and designated you here together. Lin Luo nodded and said. Lee Dogdan instantly broke his defense and pointed at the two men and cursed. Day you two dog thing ancestor, Los Idam also invited you to 8 plate noodles. Hey, don't use foul language in front of the kids. Lin Luo interrupted Lee Dogdan and urged, you hurry up and designate the next one. Lee Dogdan nodded and pointed ahead. There's another balloon zapper up ahead. Pretty boy, I'm giving you 60, you go and zap all his balloons. No problem, pay me and I'll take care of everything for you. Lin Luo at this time plus money brother possessed like, collect Lee Dog Egg took out $60, looked at the crowd behind him. Nah, and anyone else who wants a gift come with me, there's only 3 spots available. Me, and me. The crowd exploded and scrambled. 10 minutes later, Linlo's no-kind startup succeeds again. Taking the $500 given by the owner of another balloon tying house, he joyfully went next door to set the circle. The crowd around us was happier than New Year's Eve with parents cheering and children jumping for joy. An hour later, Zhang Xuehua and Jean Mimi finished their lunch break and drilled out of the tent. As soon as they came out, the two of them were shocked by the mountain of stuff piled up on the blanket. There were dolls and toys and live chickens and ducks. Lin Lo was counting the bills one by one. Next to him, Kanko held a toy AK in his arms, aiming excitedly at the surrounding crowd, his mouth simulating the sound of firing. The body was shaking with the sound of da-da-da-da-da. This behavior is childish for a 3 or 4-year-old, but for a 7 or 8 o'clock son, that's just right. Jean Mimi thought of those game stalls at the entrance when she entered the park, and weren't those the same toys that were set up? He looked at his son in disgust, then asked, did you set these up? Yeah, Mom, Auntie, Lo is awesome. Lasso, darts, sandbag throwing, he hit 100 shots. Jin Zikong said, and gestured at the small mountainous pile of stuffed animals with a look of adoration. He got these. Then what's with the money? Zhang Xuehua saw that Lin Luo was still counting the money. A thick pile was quite a lot. Lo hit 100 shots, so those bosses couldn't take it anymore and paid Lo to play across the street. Then the bosses across the street paid him again to play next door. Kang Zi told the story of Lin Luo's tawdry operation of starting a business without physical objects, listening to Zhang Xuehua and Jean Mimi's dumbfounded faces. No, that's okay? Hey, a total of 7,002, today's harvest is beautiful. Lin Luo finished counting the money and pocketed it beautifully. The $6,000 is protection money from the stall owners. What's left is the hourly rate charged by Ringo for lassoing for prizes and proxy casting for prizes. Luo, I'm convinced, you're making more money than a stall. Kanko gave him a thumbs up, wanting to count out of him in admiration. He's pretty sure the average person would never come up with this way of making money. That's for sure, anyone else, go to the second house and get knocked off. Lin Luo dejectedly said with a fluttering brow. It was just as well that he was a big, tall man with muscles in his arms that were not to be messed with at first glance. Plus, with the crowds surrounding them, it's the stall owners who don't dare to play pussy. So much money, you a student. Zhang Xuehua subconsciously spoke. Hey, stop it. Lin Luo looked at Zhang Xuehua warily, his hand still covering his pants pocket. Mr. Zhen, hundreds of thousands of dollars have been given to you, and I can't take a few thousand? Zhang Xuehua herself froze, then puffed and waved her hand. I'm used to this. It's fine for you to keep this money for yourself, but don't spend it. It used to be a bad time for the family and you had to save your money. Not anymore. With savings, you finally don't have to worry about how you're going to be able to spend that little bit of money every month. That's for sure. I can't spend my money as much as I want to. When Dagger won $37 million with $20, it was just like that to me, Lin Alak. Lin Luo dejectedly lifted his chin and looked towards the lake, wanting to see how well old Lin and the others had fished. Just now, I was too busy counting my money. At a glance, there were quite a few anglers around the lake, but there was no sign of Lao Lin and the others. Hey, where are my dad and the others? I don't know, we both just came out. You've been sitting here for half a day and haven't seen anyone? Zhang Shuihua rolled her eyes, and after finishing, she also looked towards the lake to search. Yeah, where's everybody? It can't be that you couldn't catch a fish and jumped for it in a fit of pique, can it? Just then, a few people heard a familiar laugh coming from them. Looking around, he saw 4 people walk out from behind a flowery pond on the far side of the lake. Lin Construction and the others had a small fish with a long tie in their hands, springing to their feet. Ha, what a great harvest today, Lin Jian said with emotion. That's right. After 2 years, I'm finally seeing fish again. Zhao Sihai's tears are coming down, and his heart is so beautiful. Zhao Dongxing even wiped his tears and nodded his head with a long sigh, secretly saying in his heart that he hadn't come today for nothing. Finally breaking the evil curse of not catching fish. Xin Yuqian caught the biggest fish, more than half a kilogram. He dejectedly held his head high and walked at the front of several people. He was ready to make a good fool of himself with his daughter-in-law. Whoever said they were Air Force guys, this is not on the big fish. Daughter-in-law, look at. What? A few people looked at the hill-like pile of dolls in front of the tent. And the live chickens and ducks, looking at the fish pigeons and doves they were holding and quacking. Unable to help his feet, the smile on his face faded. Lin Luo stood up and looked at the fish in several people's hands, his eyes lit up. Those are some nice little fish, looks like these chickens and ducks are in for a treat. Kid, are you polite? Chapter 164 Identity of the Jiao family siblings. The Hana and Hai outing ended successfully after 4 p.m. Lin Luo divided the dolls he won from lassoing and ballooning, the live chickens and ducks and the fish he caught. Let the Zhao siblings, Kang Zijia, Zhao Sihai and Zhao Dongxing take them away. Otherwise old Lin's little wreck of a car wouldn't fit all that stuff. Although Lin Luo had storage space, he didn't dare to use it in front of so many people. A little bit of a family share and a little bit of bonding. After leaving Flower and Sea Park, Lin Construction drove Lin Luo and Zhang Shuihua to Chu Jianjun's house. Knowing that Jolie liked warble, Lin Luo carried 3 2 to 3 pound warble and 2 chubs to the door. When she heard that this was caught by Lin Luo himself, she directly coaxed Jiao Li into warping her mouth and said that she would let the Lin family stay for dinner. Comrade Lao Lin and Zhang Shuihua were in the living room talking with Xiao Li. Lin Luo, on the other hand, went to Chu Jiaojiao's room with a big hugging bear, a big Pikachu and a big Stitch. The door to the room just closed. Chu Jiaojiao couldn't restrain herself and excitedly jumped into Lin Luo's arms, twisting endlessly. She had dolls and rag dolls in her room as well, but had never seen one this big. A big hugging bear of 1 meter 8. It was Lin Lu who got another set later. How cozy would it be to cuddle with it at night? Not to mention the fact that it was hand-delivered by Lin Luo, which made me happy just thinking about it. Ah! The young girl screamed without image, black hair in disarray, but did not hinder her beauty to look around, elegant and graceful. Come on, don't squirm, if you don't, something will happen. Lin Luo felt a little bit to be unable to suppress the gunfire, hurriedly pressed down on the delicate little beauty who was twisting and moving around. What's going on? The young girl's small face was flushed with excitement. She raised her hand and gently tucked her hair behind her ear, her watery peach blossom eyes looking at Lin Luo in disbelief. For a moment there was a surprisingly indescribably charming girlishness. What do you say? Lin Luo picked at it, letting her feel it for herself. Are you kidding me? Do you think I ate the bone-shaping pill and the 9 suns fruit for nothing? Yeah, you're so bad. The young girl's delicate little face reddened with flesh, her small fists hammered on Lin Luo's body for a while, yet the force was delicate, as if she was giving him a massage. With a face of enjoyment, Lin Luo smiled as he wrapped his arms around the young girl and approached her crystalline earlobes, whispering a bad joke. So do you like it? I love it. Chu Jiaojiao's earlobes were also red. The long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then with hazel eyes, she wrapped her arms around Lin Luo's neck and clumsily moved up. Wouldn't whimper. The room was silent for a while, but it was a big rush for Cinderella. The little guy smelled the warble and his stomach rumbled with gluttony. It stuck to Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao's feet, meowing and rubbing against them. Master, hungry, rice. After Chu Jianjun received Xiao Li's call, he dealt with the matters at hand and then drove back home. It was almost 6 o'clock when he arrived home. Xiao Li and Zhang Shuihua were talking and laughing in the kitchen, and they didn't know what they were talking about, laughing joyfully. Lin Jian was sitting on the sofa, watching TV and getting high on melon seeds. Yo, you're back. Come and have a cup of tea, specially dried for you. Lin Construction greeted Chu Jianjun with a smile. He is not treating himself as an outsider at all. Chu Jianjun with a smile on his face, changed slippers and sat over. How was your harvest this afternoon? Chu Jianjun asked as he sipped his tea. I'll show you pictures that will absolutely shock you. Lin Jian said, cheerfully picking up his cell phone and opening the photo album. Ooh, so much stuff. Chu Jianjun was surprised to see the trophies in the photo. 2 buckets of fish, looked like it had to be dozens of pounds. The key is that little mountain of toys, and live chickens and ducks. Where did all this come from? Chu Jianjun asked curiously. Go, let's go to the balcony and talk. Lin Jianjian dejectedly took out his cigarette case and pulled Chu Jianjun to go to the balcony. He, an old smoking gun, had been sitting here all alone for a long time and had suffocated. Chu Jianjun smiled and followed him to the balcony. After locking the balcony sliding door, Chu Jianjun skillfully pulled open a small window, and there was an exhaust fan on it. He flipped the switch and the exhaust fan spun up. The two men then lit cigarettes and began to gulp them down. Hiss, who dash? Don't just smoke it, tell me what's going on, Chu Jianjun urged. Lin Jianjun smiled and told Lin Luo about starting a business without a physical object, and listened to Chu Jianjun sip his teeth. After a while, Chu Jianjun gave a thumbs up in admiration. I was right about this kid, it's so that. Ha, right, I don't know how this kid's brain grows, it's much smarter than mine. Lin Jianjuan sighed smugly, then nodded, I guess it follows his mom. Chu Jianjun laughed and took another drag. It is said that sons follow their mothers and daughters follow their fathers. Fortunately my daughter has followed her mother, otherwise if she had followed me, TSK, in the future, she would have a headache in finding an in-law. Lin Jianjun was stunned by Chu Jianjun's sudden emotion. He sized up Chu Jianjun, and his female clothes appeared in his mind, and he didn't hold back and choked on the smoke, coughing and puffing it out at the same time. Ahem. It's too scary. Are you okay? Chu Jianjun asked as he patted Lin Jianjun on the back. Ahem, it's fine, ahem. It's just that the thought of you standing with Lin Luo in a wedding dress is a bit overwhelming. Get the out of here grass. Ha 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 ha. After a burst of laughter, Lin Jian took a deep breath, then calmed down a bit before slowly saying, no more jokes, let's get down to business. Chu Jianjun raised an eyebrow and let out a hum, waiting for Lin Jianjun's next words. Lin Jianju told him again about the yellow robe they gave the kid's mom today. Do you think it's reliable? Chu Jianjun laughed. There's nothing wrong with what Xiao Luo said, the big deal is that it's closed. Just get a lawyer to get the contract right before we start the whole thing and don't leave any trouble. Well, to put it that way, that is, right, this Zhao Jin and Zhao Nico, do you know what their family does? Lin Jian asked. He is so young that he can afford to drive an RV, and he has his own store on the downtown avenue, so he is definitely not an ordinary person. I went back and looked at the two's information. South City Flower Brew is owned by his family. Chu Jianjun said indifferently. Hiss. South City Brewery, this is a big enterprise that counts in South City. I've heard that when the big leaders worked here, they were particularly fond of this wine. Later, people rose all the way to the top, and this wine has not been broken, so the South City Flower Brewing also followed the chicken and dogs. Chu Jianjun spit out another mouthful of smoke, said seriously, it is also our family Xiao Luo should be, save this kind of people's children, the relationship is good, the benefits of the future is much. Benefits and so on, we also do not want, or with us hostage to repay seen, as normal people's offices. Lin Construction said sincerely. Chu Jianjun, however, shook his head and smiled. Oh old brother, sometimes there are things you can't just not refuse if you want to. If you don't respond to the favor of saving your life, will the Zhao family be able to survive in the South City in the future? The richer and more powerful the family, the more they want to face. Why else would people support you in opening a grilled fish restaurant? By the way, where is Bratman? Chu Jianjun asked. Hey, that's not cuddling a toy and talking to Zhao Zhao. Lin Construction waved his hand, not caring. Chu Jianjun couldn't help but draw the corners of his eyes. The thought that my own sweet little coat had been put on someone else's little piglet was a snort of smoke. It's not a big deal. Forget it. I didn't want to stay in the first place. Chapter 165, Branch Quest, 100,000 tons of refined iron. The two families had a delightful dinner. It's 8 o'clock at night without realizing it. After the meal, Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojia took up the task of scrubbing the dishes and dug into the kitchen for a little two-person world, while the four adults sat in the living room drinking tea and gossiping and laughing. It wasn't until almost 9 o'clock that Lin Jianju offered his farewell. Don't send them away, all of them go back and get an early night. Take your time on the road, be safe, and let me know when you get home. Hey, see you later, come back often, bye. After a familiar conversation, Lin Luo's family slowly drove away under the watchful eyes of Chu Jianjun's family. Waiting for the car to go far away, Chu Jianjun then returned home with his wife and daughter. Lo is such a good boy, Jolie complimented from the bottom of her heart. Tonight, the corners of her upturned mouth never came down, and it was much harder to press than AK. The more she looked at Lin Luo, the more satisfied she became and the more she liked it. On the side of the small red-faced Chu Jiaojiao nodded her head repeatedly, blushingly piquant, and her big watery eyes secretly surveyed Chu Jianjun from time to time. Seeing that his dad was also smiling and nodding with a look of approval, he was quietly relieved. It seems that dad also thinks highly of Stinky Egg, he and Stinky Egg together, stable. He. The shy girl's heart was full of joy. Alright, don't get emotional, let's rest early today, I'll send Jiaojiao to school early tomorrow morning. Chu Jianjun said with a faint smile on his face, then glanced at Chu Jiaojiao. Little girl also learned to secretly read the words, humph, when your father writes so many years of criminal investigation work for nothing Jiaojiao when you're at school, instruct Xiao Luo some, don't let him fall behind in his grades. Chu Jianjun said. Dad, Lin Luo he got good grades. The young girl rushed to say. She didn't want Lin Luo to have a bad spot in her mom and dad's hearts. Jiali had been married to Chu Jianjun for so many years, how could she not know what was hidden in his map? I'm just worried that my daughter's mind is focused on Lin Luo, affecting her studies. She smiled faintly and softly said, then Zhao Jia, you should also cheer up, don't let Xiao Luo leave you behind too much. Don't worry mom, I'll catch up with him when we take the next test. The young girl clenched her small fists with confidence. Since the last placement test, Chu Jiaojiu has been holding back a force, learning above not slacken at all, but more than before. For the next exam, to bring her name closer to Lin Luo, all the way to the raid. Comrade Lao Lin's vintage car drove into a parking space in his neighborhood. Lin Luo got out of the car and stretched lazily. Old Lin's car is genuinely a bit small for his current height. It is easy to feel suffocated and tired after sitting for a long time. Zhang Shuehua got out of the car, held Lin Luo's arm, took a few deep breaths of fresh air, and pounded her chest, which made her feel better. But still, my head was buzzing and a little foggy. Hubby, next time you drive more steadily, don't brake hard to start, it shakes me to the point of vomiting. The smell in the car is already bad, and in a hard stop or start, a scurry makes it easy for the person in the car to get carsick. People who often take the car are fine, but people like Zhang Shuehua who don't go out often have a hard time when they take this car. Seeing that his wife's face did not look good, Lin Construction scratched his head painfully and softly said, I'll pay attention next time. Lin Luo helped Zhang Shuehua, smiled and voiced out, you can't blame my dad for this old car just doesn't drive well after a long time. Seeing his son help himself, Lin Construction nodded his head and whispered, that's not true, it's mainly because of the car. Lin Luo smiled and continued, there's a fishing competition in our South City next week, the first prize is a small car, Uncle Zhao has already signed me up. When I go and drive the car back, Mom, you won't have a hard time riding in the car. Zhang Shuehua's eyes instantly lit up, and she didn't feel dizzy and nauseous anymore. Grabbing her own son's arm, she excitedly said, Son, are you sure about this? That's a must. Didn't you see how good I was at fishing today? Lin Luo dejectedly raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Shuehua with a smile on her face. He has a dragon rod and still can't get the first prize, then how dark this fishing competition must be. Lin Jianli smilingly came over to Lin Luo's side, rubbing his hands together and said, Son, when the time comes, Dad will go with you and help you get the car back. Yeah, have your dad tag along, you don't have a license yet. Well, the two of them are already thinking about who's going to bring the car back. A restful night passed with a closing and an opening. 6:30 in the morning. The chicken's alarm clock on the nightstand started pigeonholing again. Lin Luo closed his eyes and slapped his palm on its head with steady accuracy and swiftness. The annoying yelling came to an abrupt end. Lao Dang, out to refresh the side quest. With the main quest stuck, Lin Luo could only rely on the daily side quests to relieve his loneliness. Due to your foresight and planning, the grassland foreign tribes have become more and more trusting of Yunzhou, and the chambers of commerce intent on destroying the wool trade in Yunzhou have returned without success. However, there is a snowstorm in the grassland, and the Western Liang Iron Cavalry is preparing to plunder the increasingly wealthy Yunzhou. As the incoming magistrate of Yunzhou, you have the duty to protect the territory and the people, and guard the best Yunzhou has to offer. Mission, find a solution to the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, reward, 100,000 tons of fine iron. Hiss. Lin Luo's eyes instantly went straight, and his person scurried up from the bed with a scuffle. I chow. 100,000 tons of fine iron, I don't have such a big pants pocket. With the brain-dead pissiness of the olden system rewards had always been handed out to his pants pockets. Of course there was another way to distribute them, and that was to send them directly to the Great Qian Yunzhou. System, where the hell are you sending this reward? Lin Luo inquired the olden system to Yunzhou Prefectural Treasury. Phew. Lin Luo sighed in relief. That's more like it. Settle Shilong. Ringo got up and went to the large restroom. While brushing his teeth and washing up, he recalled the memories in his mind about the great Qianqi Liang. The grasslands outside of Deqian were full of foreign races. Northern Liang, Western Liang, Northern Mang, Western Nu, Chang Nu, Fresh Nu, and so on. Xiliang was a tribe that split off from the Northern Liang tribe in the beginning. After a long period of development and expansion, it annexed a number of smaller tribes. Eventually it became a large tribe that could compete with Northern Liang. But there was also a Northern Liang sandwiched between Western Liang and Yunzhou. How could Western Liang have set his sights on Yunzhou? Lao Dang, send someone to contact Northern Liang and explain the key points. If Yunzhou is seized by Western Liang, under the snowstorm, Northern Liang will be affected. This is called the death of lips and teeth. Yunzhou is prepared to let Beiliang be the general agent of wool in the steppe, so that Beiliang can collect wool from the tribes in the steppe and redeem it with grain, refined salt, wool products, tea, and coal stoves and smokers and raw iron pots. Let Northern Liang hold off Western Liang. At the same time, start recruiting and training troops within Yunzhou to boost Yunzhou's strength in case of any mishaps. Western Liang and Northern Liang were not on good terms, and both sides had been trying to annex each other, so the enemy of the enemy was a friend. Lore and reason. The people of Northern Liang are not little darlings. If they don't have enough to eat, who the hell would want to fight for their lives? First of all, the steppe is not harmonious, there are too many foreigners, and every year, because they can't live any longer, they gather large armies to go south and plunder. Now that you don't have to play with your life, and you can trade worthless wool for food and the necessities of life, what's the point of playing with your life? Mission, find a solution to the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, reward, 100,000 tons of fine iron, completed. Hello the. Lin Luo spat out the toothpaste foam in her mouth and smiled triumphantly at the mirror with a crooked smile and raised her eyebrows in a stinky way. The book is not in vain. We're kind of military and political now, ow. Chapter 166 Weekly Exam Quiz. It's time to brush up on your tasks. Fine iron, 100,000 tons. What's the concept? 100,000 a ton. 10,000 tons. No, that translates to 200 million pounds, which should be pretty clear. Used to forge weapons, armor, armed forces, make farm implements, build gun barrels, make railroad tracks, and get the steam engine out and get a steam engine version of a train, a tank. Then Yunzhou City can declare its statehood. During the First Industrial Revolution, the greatest demand was for coal. Iron or steel, on the other hand, was one of the most important materials in the Industrial Revolution. 100,000 tons of fine iron are now in place. And in the memory of the urea bags, the mountain outside the county of Yunzhou has a nickname, called the Big Black Mountain. The stones inside are black. Legend has it that the devil was suppressed here, so it was disliked by heaven and earth, and so no grain grew on the land. The locals are extremely disliked and resistant to the Great Black Mountain, and do not dare to approach it at all in normal times. The only time you hide in it is when you're fleeing war. It's not a problem, it's a mountain of coal alright, two of the most urgently needed things for the First Industrial Revolution, and Lin Luo has got it all together now. When you go to the Great Xian Yunzhou by yourself, Ji. What kind of country name should I choose? De Qin? De Han? The Great Tang? Don't want the Great Song. Absolutely. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Lin Construction's voice drifted through the door. You're living in the toilet, come out for dinner after you're done. Hey, coming. Lin Luo instantly drifted back from the enthronement ceremony and exited the restroom with a smile on his face. Lin Construction had already gone to the restaurant with a bag of donuts and Xiaolong Bao. Go get a bowl and put soy milk and tofu brains in it, Lin Jian said in command of Lin Luo, then went to the bedroom. Lin Luo smilingly went to get 3 large bowls and put tofu brain, soy milk and soy foam porridge in them. Put it on the bowl through the plastic bag, and throw the plastic bag directly when you are done eating, and you don't even have to wash the dishes. After finishing, Lin Luo's ears slightly trembled, condensing the sound to present a line, and heard his own old Lin comrade coaxing a small baby-like soft voice from the master bedroom. Alright, daughter-in-law, get up and eat. Oh, call me babe. Gee whiz. Lin Luo directly winced. 30-something years old and still playing this game. Little baby, be a good boy and get up for dinner. Oh, call me cutie. Lin Luo rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and dispersed the true chi in his ears. Mom, yeah, I'm really not going to listen to the commotion in mom and dad's house from now on. And then the next time I'm a puppy. After a few minutes had passed, Zhang Xuehua simply washed up and came out of the bedroom with a yawn. Her hair was a mess, but her face was rosy and glowing, so it looked like she had a good night's sleep last night. Morning, Mom. Well, good morning. Zhang Xuehua gathered her hair and sat down at the dining table, shouting to the house as she ate, husband, hurry up. Coming. Lin Construction carried out Blackie from inside, with a black plastic bag in his other hand. With a look of disgust on his face, old Lin threw Blackie into the kennel in the living room before getting the plastic bag outside the doorway, waiting to bring it down by hand when he went downstairs. Interge, boo-hoo. Blackie whimpered and climbed out of his kennel, searching in his dog bowl. Returning from taking out the trash, Lin Construction took a bag of goat's milk and poured it into his dog bowl. Smelling the flavor of milk, Blackie barfed it up. What are you looking at? Eat quickly, I won't see you off today. I'll take your mom to Chunhua Road to look at the store later. Lin Construction sat back after washing his hands and urged Lin Luo. Ringo nodded and whimpered as he stuffed a bun into his mouth. Honey, I know you like his shredded pickles. I got up early in the morning to pack them back for you, so eat more. Well, hard work, husband. What? Lin Luo looked at the good husband-looking Lin Jianzhu with a confused face. No, comrade old Lin. Why does that line sound so familiar to me? Pitta-pat. Lin Luo rode Ghostfire all the way to the entrance of the 18th middle school without any haste. As usual, the entrance to the school was very busy. There was a steady stream of students in school uniforms heading inside the school. The stalls selling breakfast parked along the street were crowded with students waiting for breakfast. After parking his car in the carport, Lin Luo returned the same way and walked to the school entrance with his backpack. Sure enough, a silhouette was seen in the crowd. Rinlo. Chu Jiaojiu also saw Lin Luo, carrying her breakfast and waving cheerfully to Lin Luo. Her pretty little face had a warm and bright smile. Pretty early to be here. Lin Luo smiled and stepped forward, taking the egg dunking cake that Chu Jiaojiu handed over, and subconsciously wanted to hold her small hand. However, thinking that this is a school, it was then urgently withdrawn. My dad's the one who drops me off, and every time he does it so early. After Chu Jiajiao finished speaking, she suddenly approached Lin Luo with a suspicious gaze, scanning back and forth on Lin Luo's cheeks. What's wrong? Am I getting handsome again? Lin Luo asked with a bad smile as the corner of his mouth curled up. Che, stinky ass. The young girl let out a pout, but then tilted her head and said adorably, I've noticed that your skin is more delicate than before. Are you secretly using anti-skincare products? Pust. Are you kidding me? Lin Luo proudly lifted his chin tao, said, Brother, this is born beautiful, hard to give up. You little girl took advantage of a great bargain, the nest secretly happy it. The young girl thought about last night and how she did take advantage of it. Still squirming happily under the covers at bedtime. Chu Jiajiao's small face instantly reddened, and her small fist struck out, pounding on Lin Luo's arm. Your bull ting me, I'm not. Damn it, you've got surveillance. Talking and laughing, the two entered the sprint class. In the classroom, the students are consciously taking morning reading. The members of the study support group, gathered near each other, worked in teams of 2 to help each other review. The two of them, Nyo Zita and Ji Boda, squatted face to face in a block, one speaking Chinese and the other English. Appointment, engagement, date. Nyo Zita finished his Chinese, and Jiboda across the table began to spell English. Appoint. Appoint. Answered correctly, and Jibda said in Chinese, gather, convene, assemble. When he finished he got up and Nyo Zita began to squat deep, assemble. This was basically the case for all the boys in the classroom except for those few girls. Wei Jifan's matchmaker is He Chiang. This dude is a math god, can get a perfect score, and is tied with Lin Luo for first place in a single math subject. The two were testing each other's math formulas, and every time He Chiang answered in seconds, while Wei Jifan still had to think for a while, squatting his red face and neck. It was good that Wei Jifan had been practicing deep squatting hard these days, making his squatting time become much longer lasting. Chu Jiajiao looked at the odd scene in the classroom, and thought of the images of the ups and downs in the classrooms of the other senior classes along the way, and couldn't hold it in any longer, grabbing an egg dunking cake and laying on the table laughing her ass off. A good senior year, froze Lin Luo made a gym cram school vestigial. Just then, the class teacher, Zhao Min, came in from outside in a flurry of wind. Class, stop for a moment. Zhao Min stood on the podium. The classroom students' odd behavior did not say much. After all, exercise, it is good. After the flag is raised today, the senior class weekly test exams will be ranked, but there will be no class transfers for now. When the monthly test scores come in next month, the seniors will do a rescheduling. So, class, time is tight and the task is heavy, so you must not slack off in your studies and try to meet the college entrance exams with a bang. For a while, the atmosphere in the classroom followed the tension. However, Lin Luo felt more relaxed than ever. Weekly quizzes and rankings throughout the year. Wouldn't that mean that you could brush up on your quests again? This cerebral palsy old dang system can know what is the big test. Whenever there's a grade level ranking, that's the big test. Chapter 167 Big Dog Brother of the Fried Sky Gang is on fire. Up, people who don't want to be slaves. Take our flesh and blood and forge it into our new Great Wall. After the solemn song, flags died like blood fluttered in the wind. The entire school stood serious in the large playground, lined up in neat rows, gazing at the main desk in front of them. Normally at this time, a student representative would go up and speak. Then the headmaster or principal will go up and give a few words of encouragement to the students, encouraging them to study well, develop morally, intellectually, physically, socially, aesthetically, and laboriously, and strive to be the 3 good students and the 5 good teenagers of the new era. But not today. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of students and faculty, Fried Sky Gang Big Dog Brother Wang Wang, embarrassed face, holding a pile of manuscript paper, with a limp to the microphone. This is him coming home to be beaten up by his family. Ringo had a full and wonderful Saturday day, and he never got out of bed on Saturday. Behind him, there were a dozen or so more or less similarly styled students, wearing school uniforms but giving off a very anticlimactic and piratical feel. They are holding manuscript paper in their hands, the same face of embarrassment and mourning. The momentum is gone, and ate Huanglian after rushing to the torture chamber like. Below was a huge crowd of students and faculty, thousands of people, though they had also fantasized about the awesome scene of bringing thousands of minions to call the shots. But it's still a little leggy to actually show them so many people. Wang Lang took a deep breath, looked at the contents of the manuscript paper, and stammered as he began to read. Dear all school leaders, dear all teachers and all students. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Wang. It is with a heavy heart of sorrow and self-reproach and pain that I write this review with an incredibly heavy pen in my hand. The students below couldn't hold their tongues and whispered, "This dude wrote a review? Let's get the word book together." Good lord, what a watered down, no dry stuff in a sentence, all water. Chu Jiaojiao next to Lin Luo was a bit exasperated. She looked at Wang Wang above her and grunted in defiance. What a cheap shot, the review should be rewritten when it's written like that. Lin Luo hemmed and hawed and whispered, "You're asking someone who struggles to write essays to write a 5,000-word review, and you can't copy from each other. It's worse than killing him, right?" When Chu Jiaojiao heard it, it seemed right. Wang Wang above continues to stumble. I was so wild in school that I ignorantly and arrogantly founded the Flying Sky Gang and called myself the gang leader, nicknamed Big Dog. The students below didn't hold back their laughter. Brother Big Dog, called Wang Wang. Good name. Some of the teachers couldn't help but laugh too, but more of them forced themselves to be serious and scolded the students in each class not to laugh. Wang Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, then emotionlessly continued to stutter and read. I've repeatedly, thrice, gone to find trouble with Lin Luo's classmates because I've seen them as too good to be true. Also gathered Jiafei, Zhangzhe, Du Jiting, Xiao Kaizi, Ren Guoren, Lu Qingshui, Shangqing, Lu Bugui, Zheng Dishui, Bu Huaqian. He read 19 names in a row. To the following teachers and students all heard silly. There were quite a few students whose eyes lit up as they exchanged words and began to whisper, blatantly watering down the word count. Isn't he afraid the teacher will make him rewrite it? Ha, I learned. So that's how you can write a review. Awesome, write all the names of your associates, profound, so profound. That's how you write your review from now on. For the deplorable impact that our involvement in fights at school has had on school discipline, the safety of students and faculty, and our personal growth, I want to make a profoundly serious and earnest reflection and sincere apology. Sorry. I'm sorry. Wang Wang said he was sorry while bowing, 12 apologies in a row and 12 bows as well. A junior behind Wang Wang finally couldn't help himself and snorted out a laugh. Boss, you're such a dog. Then the Flying Sky Gang members, who were already clammed up, simultaneously poofed out. Their heads were buried in the ground, and they didn't dare laugh too loud, their shoulders twitching. But their voices had reached the entire school through the microphones in front of them. The thousands of people in the big playground below burst into laughter. Big Dog, brother of the Fried Sky Gang, was completely on fire in the 18th middle school. Many people visited the door of Wang Wang's class specifically after class. All want to meet this big brother water dog up close and personal. Afterwards, I don't know which one of the noble women was so powerful that she took a photo of Big Dog's review and posted it on the bar of the 18th middle school together with the photo of him bowing on the stage. School postings are a favorite place for students to go. A line of melon eating and a line of cursing. And the Big Dog brothers' review of the book out, instantly by everyone as a guideline, phone, way, into the template. As well as the photo of him bowing and apologizing, it became a direct emoticon and quickly circulated in the circles of all the students in South City. But these had nothing to do with Lin Luo for the time being. Ring, ring, ring. The familiar and friendly school bell rings. Autumn Whispers was as elegant as ever, and in the classroom, the teacher greeted the students in the last row from back to front and began to collect their papers. Although it was a weekly test, it still chose to simulate a high school test. So for the rest of the day today, Lin Luo spent almost all of it answering questions and sleeping. Language and math in the morning and English in the afternoon. With Lin Luo's current pseudo-unforgettable ability, after listening carefully in class, he basically memorized it, and there was no such thing as forgetting it. The main points tested on the paper are the important points that were covered by the teacher in the last 2 weeks of class. Because the answers were all in his head, Lin Luo gave the answer almost as soon as he saw the question, his hand already clutching the pen. After writing the paper, Lin Luo passed the time by sleeping. The sleep confused him. Lin Luo, wake up, don't sleep, school's over. Chu Jiaojiao pushed Lin Luo's arm and called out in a delicate voice. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Luo's paper was written all over the place, and his handwriting was especially nice, not just blindly writing, Chu Jiaojiao would have thought that Lin Luo had turned back into the old school slag. Oh, call me baby. Lin Luo grunted in a daze. Lin Luo's eyes snapped open and his consciousness homed in. He realized something was wrong with the situation. What did I just say? Chu Jiaojiao's small face was flushed. She looked around nervously and saw that no one was paying attention to the place. Even Niu Zita and Wei Jifan, both went to find the students in front of them to match their answers. Immediately afterward, she got close to Lin Luo's ear and softly whispered, "Little baby, get up quickly, we're done with school." The young girl's hot fluttering aroma sprayed against Lin Luo's earlobe, and almost instantly, Lin Luo's entire ear turned red. Woohoo! Mom, I'm in love. Ahem. School's over? Ahem, let's go. Lin Luo sat up, blushing, but pretended as if nothing had happened. Her hands were busy, and she began to pack her book bag. The young girl still had a small flushed face and smiled like a little fox as she looked at Lin Luo's flustered appearance. Rinlo, I'm hungry. The young girl's big, dark eyes blinked, and she said daintily, "What do you want to eat?" "My treat," Lin Luo said under his breath. "When you have money in your pocket, you talk tough. You." Her peach eyes were deep as if they could speak. Hiss. Guys, I can't take it anymore. Chapter 168. When both the Lin Luo seriously doubted that Chu Jiaojiao also had a system. And it's an easy-to-hold system developed specifically for your own research. After dinner, Chu Jiaojiao pulled him, in the name of walking down the meal, to the small park behind the school. Gave him an easy hold for over half an hour. "I can't fight back at all. Little baby, fill me in on math in a bit, I can't get a few questions in math today." Chu Jiaojiao pulled Lin Luo's hand and said with a sweet voice. Lin Luo's old face reddened and the corner of his mouth tugged unnaturally. Is the little baby terrier too much to handle? Ahem, why don't you just call me Stinky Egg, the word little baby? Chu Jiaojiao smiled playfully and hugged Lin Luo's arm. I think it sounds good, and besides, you don't stink at all. She's tested it herself and is very vocal about it. That's not for me. Mission, winning the top spot in the Academy examination competition, reward, literary spirit, completed. The translucent system chat box in front of his eyes suddenly appeared with such words, causing Lin Luo to swallow back the words that were on his lips. Oh ho! Mission accomplished. I told you, this cerebral palsy system is so easy to fool, how could he wait so long? Never mind, a little baby is a little baby, who made you my little Chang'e? Lin Luo dejectedly changed his words and then stamped on the young girl's white and tender little face. Yeah, you stole a kiss from me. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. The young girl let out a pout, but smiled even more brightly, and brought the other side of her face over. I want more. That's a requirement that has to be met. Makuma, capital of Tibetan Buddhism. Gotta. It was easily taken again. Dinner time is over and senior night study begins. After returning to the classroom, Lin Luo seriously gave Chu Jiaojiao a lecture on today's exam questions. Did you hear everything? Lin Luo asked gently. Well, I hear you. The young girl smiled sweetly and nodded. In the next second, the two raised their heads, and were shocked to find that, at some point, a circle of people had come together around them, and one of them was still holding a small book in their hands. Seeing that Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao had finally discovered them, Niu Zita, Ji Boda and Wei Jifan took the lead, scowling and smiling playfully at Lin Luo. They smiled badly and spoke in unison. I hear you. The young girl suddenly blushed her little face. Lin Luo breathlessly stretched out his fingers and compared them to this group of rebellious vassals. Stop it, anyone else who didn't understand, grab the question, and if you don't have it, hurry back and study, don't waste time. Being said so by Lin Luo, there was no more joking about it. Lin Luo gave another lecture to a few students who didn't understand, and finally cleared the air. Chu Jiaojiao's small face flushed as she lay on the table, studying the wrong question book, while Lin Luo flipped through the relevant introductions about Wen Qi in his mind. Vinyl. The Untold Secrets of the Dakian Wenzong Academy. Since the Great Tao of the book, based on the words of the Great Tao and supported by the Mountain of Books and the Sea of Literature. Writing the true words and refining the literary qi to induce the sensation of heaven and earth, one can follow the law with one's words. Writing true words required a magic weapon, and it just so happened that he had the golden pen, which solved the problem for him. And refinement of the literary atmosphere needs to sense the spiritual ideas within the article, through to refine the literary atmosphere. By inducing the induction of heaven and earth with Wen Qi, one can finally do it, and the words follow the law. A scholar then appeared in Lin Luo's mind. He held a brush and wrote an article, which was so exquisite that it triggered heaven and earth visions, and he himself shone with splendor, as if he were a divine presence. Gee, that's a bit of a handsome literary style. Lao Deng, out to refresh the mission. Let's brush up on the quests first, and then we'll take a closer look at this wench. You, who traveled from Dakian, have gone through a lot of hardships and studied hard day and night, and finally won the top spot again in the academy competition. At the same time you realize that Blue Star's writing is far more subtle than Dakian's, brief and concise, like the writing of a god. What Dakian needs to describe in large paragraphs, Blue Star can summarize in just 4 words, which is extremely suitable for refining the literary style. Quest, refinement of literary qi with Blue Star articles, reward, tracing technique. It was naturally no problem to use Blue Star articles to refine the literary atmosphere, and Blue Star had left countless classics over the centuries. The point is that what this Dakian needs to be described in large paragraphs, Blue Star only needs to be summarized in 4 words. Speaking of idioms, the key to this old dengue system also use idioms just sometimes not in place. Hiss. What a fine thought. Could it be that this Olden is also learning about Blue Star culture? It looks weird every time I use it because I didn't learn it well. Like every time he says he went through a lot of trouble or something. Never mind, it's possible that I'm just scaring myself. It's not like this old den system is going to learn with its brainwashed look. Thinking of this, Lin Luo's mind moved and picked up the golden pen. He took a deep breath and calmed the thoughts in his head before quietly putting pen to paper in his book. The sun says, if you're here, you're here. The handwriting is neat, and the brushwork is exquisite, like a dragon and snake rising and landing, and iron painting and silver hooks. After Lin Luo finished writing, he closed his eyes and began to follow the method of refining the literary qi, carefully sensing the content of the passage. If you're here, you're here. Now that we're here, let's bury it here. The image of a big man, beating someone to the ground in 3 or 2 strikes, then digging a hole and burying them appeared out of thin air in Lin Luo's mind. Hiss! Lin Luo's eyes snapped open, his expression surprised, and his heart. How did I come up with that image? Lin Luo shook his head in confusion. Just as he was about to change a line of sensation, he suddenly felt a marvelous stream of qi drilling out of the golden pen and surging into his body. Oops! Could this be? Quest, refinement of literary qi with Blue Star articles, reward, tracing technique, completed. Soon, Lin Luo's mind was filled with many more things. Trace finding, as the name suggests, The Art of Patrolling and Asking for Traces, is the basic scouting art of the Diqian Yamen. It's a collection of tips and tricks for investigating crimes. Ringo? No, that's it? After looking at it for a couple of moments, Lin Luo became disinterested and continued to study Wen Qi. Worthy of being a Kong sage, it is true that the cowhide, the first shot attracted the sensation of heaven and earth, and refined the Wen Qi. Though this civilization is weak and can't get any words right at this moment. However, Lin Luo felt that it was enhancing his physique. Lin Luo's eyes lit up and he continued writing in his book. The sun said, if you hear the word, you can die at night. Lin Luo closed his eyes and continued to sense. An image of a big man with hideous muscles inquiring with someone about a dog instantly appeared in his mind's eye. Then this big man rushed by day and came to a house by night. After he breaks into the house, the image of both comes to life in a scenario. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Luo snapped his eyes open and looked incredulously at the 2 lines of thesis written on the book. That's not right. That's not the same thing my teacher taught me. What's wrong with you? Chu Jiaojiao saw Lin Luo muttering and was a bit strange. Then she stuck over and asked with concern. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan, who were sitting in front of them, heard Chu Jiaojiao's inquiry and also curiously turned their heads back. The 3 people were curious as they looked at Lin Luo's odd, extremely puzzled expression. Your Majesty, what is the cause for concern? Yes, sire. Say it and let me be happy. Lin Luo glanced at the 2 men, then asked, what is the explanation for both? Wei Jifan and Niu Zita looked at each other and cocked their heads. Is this a test? Wei Jifan was the first to say. Zi said, seek. The gentleman to Zi's Fu, she said that the desire and will be for the words. Qiao also heard that there is a state who has a family, does not suffer from the lack of equality, does not suffer from poverty, but suffers from uneasiness. Niu Zita took over the recitation, cover even no poverty, and no widow, peace no inclination. If this is the case, when people from afar are not convinced, they will come to us by repairing their culture in virtue. Since they have come, they will be at peace. Now buy and seek also. The 2 of them said in unison, from the Analects of Confucius, G. Chu Jiaojiao said softly, it means that since they have been recruited, they should be settled. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes and mysteriously whispered, is it possible that the words mean, now that we're here, let's bury it here. What's going on? What? Chapter 169. This is what Confucius can say. Hiss. You say that. Makes sense. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan clasped their chests and rested their chins in deep thought. The young girl smiled delicately and looked at Lin Luo. This bad guy was starting to fool people again. Niu Zita frowned and said thoughtfully, it is said that Kung Laoer's height is 9 feet and 6 inches long, and that people call him a long man and differ. Wei Jifan converted and said, 1 foot in the Western Han is 23. 1 centimeters, 9 feet 6 inches is 2 meters 26, as tall as Yao Ming. A 2-meter tall man who traveled around the world with 3,000 disciples can indeed speak the words that since he is here, he will be buried here. Sound of escaping laughter. Chu Jiaojiao didn't hold back and giggled. No, why are these 2 even analyzing? It's so funny to look serious and say something extraordinarily unprofessional. Lin Luo sighed and pointed to the second sentence on the book. The sun said, if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. What is the explanation? Wei Jifan and Niu Zita looked at each other and began to develop their brains. The meaning of the original text is that if you can realize the way in the morning, you will have no regrets even if you die in the evening. But according to the paraphrase of the previous article, there seems to be another interpretation of this sentence. Lin Luo saw the 2 men in deep thought, and then wrote a new one in his book. The way to extract this Wen Qi is quite simple. It is to write the true words of the great Tao, the supreme truth, to trigger the induction of heaven and earth, and in the heart there is a feeling, then it can be extracted. Teachable. After Lin Luo finished writing, he closed his eyes and realized. Immediately afterward, an image of a big man, slapping a group of people appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Ordinary peasants, magistrates in the government offices, soldiers in the military camps, rich merchants, big officials in official uniforms, and kings in dragon robes and crowns. Slap each other. The point is that these people all have the same face. Hiss. I taught you to be a man, no matter who you are. I'll go. Cowhide. In the next second, Lin Luo felt the golden pen in his hand tremble slightly, followed by a surge of Wen Qi that was even more turbulent than before pouring into him. Aha! Lin Luo opened his eyes, and while he was surprised in his heart, there was an extra hint of clarity. It seems that simple and concise 4-word idioms are more likely to stimulate the G-spot of heaven and earth induction. This way the venti sprays more. After thinking about it, Lin Luo lifted his pen and wrote down 4 words again. A gentleman is not a weapon. Closing his eyes again, a big man once again appeared in his mind, 2 meters tall and covered in tendons. There were swords, spears, swords and halberds, axes, hooks and forks, and other weapons on the ground, but he had a disdainful expression on his face. He was yanking a man by the collar and was slapping him hard. Lin Luo's heart felt it. A true warrior doesn't care to kill his opponent with a weapon. With that, the golden pen buzzed and quivered once again, and then, a wave of Wen Qi surged forth. Milk thought. Lin Luo once again excitedly opened his eyes and saw Chu Jiaojiao was lying on the table, tilting her head and blinking her bright peach blossom eyes at himself. The talking eyes seemed to ask. What are you doing there alone? Not to take anyway. Lin Luo cleared his throat and pretended to look at his two princes. Great prince, great brother, have you thought of it? My humble servant. And please, your majesty. Men's pleasure, playing the game says it all. Lin Luo pointed to the book and said, I have been working from morning to night, not giving up day and night, and have studied hard, and have finally achieved something. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan cooperated by giving a worship expression. Chu Jiaojiao smiled with arched eyebrows, feeling that it was much more interesting than watching the Spring Festival Gala and eating dumplings. These boys, they're so funny. You can die in the morning, you can inquire about the way to your house in the morning, and you can die in the evening. Hiss. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan were both in a daze. Good. Your Majesty's high opinion. There's a lesson to be learned, and I'll teach you to behave no matter who you are. So that's it. It's the words that come out of Kung Lao Er's mouth. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan nodded their heads in succession. Who made Confucius take lessons when he saw people, 3,000 disciples, doing anything, teaching them to behave, naturally, no matter who he is? A gentleman does not weaponize, a true warrior does not care to kill his enemy with a weapon. Oh, so Gossen. Lo, hard work drum pussy. Chu Jiajiao tilted her head at once, shugashed she could understand. What the hell was that bitter pussy? Lin Luo pulled the corner of his mouth. If it was not for his self-study of the language books of the Foot Basin Chicken and the Small Stick, he really did not understand Lu. When did you two learn ghost language and stick language? Hey, you understand? Niu Zita's eyes widened in surprise. It was Korean that he had carefully taught himself to watch the Mom's Friends movie series, and had used it for a little pretense. I didn't realize that Lin Luo could understand it when I took it out and used it for the first time today. It's a failed attempt at pretending. What's so hard about the language of Konishi Hachi? I learned it by reading it once. Lin Luo skimmed his lips and gibbered. Smithy said. Chu Jiajiao's eyes lit up again as she looked at Lin Luo. She felt as if Lin Luo was glowing at this time. How does he know everything? It's like a treasure trove. Niu Zita immediately gave a thumbs up and said in admiration, Your Majesty is worthy of being your Majesty, you have superior talent. Wei Jifan, however, held her chin and looked suspiciously at Lin Luo and Niu Zita. Did you two learn a foreign language to watch the show too? You too? Lin Luo and Niu Zita looked at Wei Jifan and spoke in unison. Otherwise the three of them could piss in the same pot. Like-minded. Wei Jifan grinned and whispered, I don't like the Little West 8 shot, a fake glance. An hour or so of movie, Smithy half an hour, grating. Niu Zita stopped when he heard it and looked at Wei Jifan with contempt. What, the kid shot is better? No emotion at all, come up here and scream so much, what's there to see? The Friends series made by Konishi Hachi is the classic. Bull *******, just a few connections back and forth, dozens of shots, little Nishihachi has no imagination at all. Still the brat shoots well, all kinds of subjects, 100 flowers, women's college students, prosecutors, undead, female bosses, nasty leaders, NTA. Whoa. The more Chu Jiajiao listened, the more confused she became. She blinked her big eyes full of curious radiance and looked towards Lin Luo, as if asking, what were the two of them talking about? Seeing this, Lin Luo covered Wei Jifan's mouth and glared with a righteous face. What kind of nonsense are you two watching, and why can't I understand it? I'm watching Conan. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan immediately gave Lin Luo a look of contempt. Bah, you're pretending, Conan speaks Mandarin. What's so great about Mandarin? Just, let youth blow your long hair and let him pull your dreams. The classic Dreamcatcher was played over the school's loudspeakers. It was dark by now, and the campus was illuminated by various headlights. There were still a lot of crazy kids who hadn't gone home playing soccer on the big playground. There were also some little girls sitting together, chattering about the long-legged Oompa Loompas in the show. Lin Luo was carrying a backpack and one in her hand, her mouth humming Dreamcatcher along with the tuba piece. He was going to find a place where no one was after sending Chu Jiajiao home and test the wonders of Wenqi. I also wonder how effective the literal departure from the word is. Chu Jiajiao had her hands behind her back, bouncing and trembling as she followed Lin Luo's side. In a pair of bright eyes, there was only Lin Luo. Ringo pushed Ghostfire out of the carport. Outside on the street, the traffic was still flowing and the streetlights were lit dimly. Even at this hour, there are still older women with stalls on the side of the road in front of the school. But there's been a change of crew, not the ones from this morning. Fried skewers, grilled sausages, spicy hot pot, grilled cold noodles. Although the number of stalls was small, they were popular with students. Many of the residential students, as well as parents who come from work to pick up their children, are their regular customers. Lin Luo, are you hungry? The young girl saw those food stalls and pulled on Lin Luo's coat, her eyes shining brightly as she asked. Hungry. Then let's go eat fried skewers, and get a spicy hot pot before, suck it. Saying that, Chu Jiajiao had already taken a step and ran over. Lin Luo shook his head and laughed lightly as he watched. What a big greedy girl. Chapter 170, The Wonderful Uses of Wenqi, Enlightenment. Girls are pretty weird sometimes. She wants to eat something she doesn't say so and asks if you're hungry. You have to say you're hungry even if you're not, and then she'll feel free to buy you food. Oh, this is yummy, eh? Chu Jiaojiao took a fried pork chop. After taking a small bite, her big eyes suddenly curved beautifully into a crescent moon, her small face rubbed with sauce, looking even more white and lovely. Nah, here you go. The young girl held up the schnitzel and handed it to Rinlo's mouth. Lin Luo wasn't hungry, but now he was really craving for it. He held onto Chu Jiaojiao's small hand, and just as he was about to bite it, Chu Jiaojiao obediently withdrew her hand, leaving the schnitzel in Lin Luo's hand. The young girl looked like a sly little fox, grinning triumphantly as she picked up another skewer of fried open sausage and took a bite. Oh, this is good too. She said it was delicious, but she would never take a second bite and shoved the open sausage into Lin Luo's hand as well. Eat it while it's hot. The young girl held up the spicy hot pot again and prodded playfully. Lin Luo had a fried skewer in one hand and looked at Chu Jiaojiao helplessly. I managed to get out of the leftover recycling job at home, now I'm working for you again, right? But well, it smells good. 10 minutes later, the young girl patted her still flat belly with a look of contentment. Wow! So full. Lin Luo had eliminated most of the food, and took out a paper towel from his pocket, helping the little flower cat wipe her mouth, and the sauce on her cheeks. Hey, Rinlo, you're so nice. The young girl laughed daintily, then Q-bombed Lin Luo's arm. Well, you've eaten and it's getting late, so I should get you home. Lin Luo threw the paper towel into the plastic bag, which also contained the skewers of fried skewers and the lunchbox of spicy hot pot. Aha, I'll take out the trash. Chu Jiaojiao nodded her head in response, then took the initiative to take the garbage in Lin Luo's hand and walked towards the garbage can by the side of the road. Lin Lu mounted the ghost fire and habitually pulled out the Dakian Xintian supervisor compass and glanced at it. The compass needle in his hand was turning slightly and was homing in on the right direction. Soon the needle was pointing due south, and then it began to turn slowly again. Yoo-hoo! Another job? The Xintian supervisor's compass, which can lock onto demons, evils, and treachery within a 50-kilometer radius. The average city, excluding the surrounding counties, is large enough to encompass a 50-kilometer radius. Just in time, let's see if we have a chance to test the culture with this evil and treacherous. Pretty boy, we're at the elbow. Chu Jiaojiao trotted back and sat behind Lin Luo. The young girl's arms tightly wrapped around Lin Luo's male dog's waist, and her small hands restlessly dug into Lin Luo's school uniform. Do I have to touch these abs? Lin Luo smiled helplessly, letting Chu Jiaojiao take the pinch, and then hit the fire and drove abruptly towards the garden district. 20 minutes later, Garden District, Building 2, Room 1001 entrance. Lin Luo was held by Chu Jiaojiao for a while longer before the young girl reluctantly took out her key and opened the door to her home. The lights were on in the living room, and Jolie was sitting on the couch, jerking a small cinder block while watching Let's Get Married. As expected of Demi-Wan, the ratings exploded straight away when the new drama was released. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Shelly twisted her head to look and saw her own daughter's little red face coming in from outside, and Lin Luo standing in the doorway, waving to herself. Yo, you're back, shall Luo come in and sit down? Jolie greeted with a smile. The young girl blinked her eyes at Lin Luo, her little expression full of expectation. Auntie, it's late today, the family is still waiting for me. I'll come back to dine when I'm free on the weekend. Hey, then we have a deal. I'll cook something delicious on Saturday, you remember to come and eat. Jolie smiled and nodded. Lin Luo rubbed Chu Jiaojiao's head melon, and when he saw the young girl with her small mouth and peach blossom eyes looking at himself reluctantly, he was immediately taken again. Auntie, where's my Uncle Chu? Not back yet? Ringo was ready to talk more, well, just a couple of times. Hey, I was back and had just had a few bites of dinner when the call came in about a big case, and no, the guy just left. My Uncle Chu's work is like this, okay, Auntie, you and Jiaojiao take an early rest, lock the door, I have to go back too. Lin Luo said, patting the young girl's back. I'll pick you up in the morning. Aha! The young girl's eyes lit up and she nodded, it's a deal, a hook. Okay, hook, line and sinker. Little thumbs on the hook, thumbs on the stamp. The smile on Chu Jiaojiao's face was once again happy. Go, come early tomorrow and don't forget. She admonished. Don't worry. Ringo smiled and waved goodbye to Jolie again. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo rode the ghost fire and slowly exited the garden plot, then began to accelerate. Compass in hand, he rode in the direction of the needle for more than half an hour, finally stopping in an old town. The remodeling of the south side of the city is in full swing. The old markets and urban villages over here are being demolished batch by batch. In the future, this area will be rebuilt into high-rise buildings, brand new neighborhoods, and beautifully green parks. Right now, though, it's a mix of filth and building rubble. Most people have already moved out of the area, and the demolition money is going to their legs. Only a small percentage of people, taking advantage of the impending demolition of the area and the low rent, still live here. Lin Luo received the ghost flame into his storage space in an unoccupied corner. 16 cubic meters of space was enough for him to put several motorcycles in. Speaking of which, Ringo kinda misses his crappy bike. It's hard to ride, but it doesn't move. This motorcycle is fast, but it's noisy. It was not conducive for him to enter the village quietly. That car is now parked in the city hall carport. I'll get it back when I have time to collect it, alternating between the motorcycle and the bike to make sure it's quick in the front and quiet in the back. The compass needle wobbled slightly, pointing in the direction of the town center. Larger than the village. Now that most of the villagers had moved away, the village was quiet in the middle of the night, and an occasional bark could be heard. Today I'm not just here to catch a thief, but to experiment with some of the wonders of Wenqi. It would be interesting to see what effect Wenqi really has. Lin Luo took out a pen and paper, held the note in his palm, and then used the gold pen to quickly write 4 words on the paper. To remove the evildoers. The handwriting is ironic and righteous. This is a 4-letter idiom from the Prime Minister's Exodus. I will try my best to get rid of the evildoers, restore the Han dynasty, and return to the old capital. The idea of getting rid of a traitor is to get rid of a thief. Lin Luo then closed his eyes, and a righteous big man then appeared in his mind. He was tall, dressed in soap clothes, and held a sword in his hand, while in the other he pressed a strange-looking man. The guy had a sign around his neck. The sign reads stealing, raping, stealing, abducting, selling, cheating, and so on. As the big man's hand rose and fell, the sign hanging around his neck, banged, and crashed to the ground. In the next second, the Wenqi in Lin Luo's body began to gather. Immediately afterward, the note in his palm flashed with white light, and then flew up with a swish. The note transformed into a strange ray of white light. It flew towards the front. Lin Luo saw this and hurriedly put away his golden pen and chased after him. So that's how literacy works. Spiritualizing words to achieve transcendence. Lin Luo's feet were silent, and he moved swiftly through the city village, chasing after the white light, and soon passed by a street with small pink lights. There are quite a few small houses here with lighted doorways. At each doorway stood a woman with long, shaggy hair and a cool dress. Only the hair covered his face, so he couldn't see his features too well. As Lin Luo appeared, these people looked at Lin Luo in unison, one's eyes seeming to glow green. Lin Luo was startled and rushed to look at the white light. It was then realized that the white light was visible only to him. But Lin Luo's expression suddenly became odd. The deal was to get rid of the crooks. It wouldn't be these people who are raping, would it? Chapter 171 Uncle Chu, you want credit but not 2-0. Okay. The white light didn't linger too long and swooshed towards the distance. Lin Luo stiffened and burrowed into the little pink lighted street. Come in for a haircut, handsome. Come to my sister, it's cheaper here. Come to Auntie, little handsome, Auntie will give you money. Suck it. To be honest, Lin Luo wanted to turn on his lookout technique to shine a light on these people. He couldn't have broken into a vixen's den. Don't they say they're not allowed to become sperm after that? Doesn't anyone control them? No, I don't cut my hair. Lin Luo waved his hand. His pace was athletic and slippery as he slipped through the middle of the group. Are you kidding? Do you understand the gold content of my inches? The director of the school has to give me a thumbs up when he sees me and say good standards, I guess. It wasn't until they were out of the street that Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, yeah, that's scary. The old monk was right, the women under the mountain are tigers. When you meet them, you must look more. Oh no, you must avoid them. Lin Luo followed the white light through 2 more old streets. The village became silent. Aside from the sound of Rinlo's breathing, there was only the barking of a dog coming from the distance. Just as Lin Luo was wondering when the white light would stop, this white light swooshed around and reversed its direction, flying towards a small building around the corner. It was a small, old, 4.5-story building with something like 6 or 7 rooms on each floor and a half-story open-air balcony on the roof. The first floor is a frontage store. Between the 2 fronts was the gate into the building, locked tightly. There's also a bill for rent posted on the door. But the large word demolition painted on the wall spoke of the small building's lifespan coming to an end. The windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors are covered with security grills, making it a bit difficult to get in through the windows. Lin Luo's brows furrowed as he watched the white light drill into the small building. This kind of urban village, living people from all over the world, mixed fish and dragons, is a good place to hide dirt. Look out, activate. Lin Luo's eyes flickered with a faint blue light, and when he looked at the small building again, a black air mass appeared above the roof of the building, as well as a few faint gray air masses. The fury and the calamity are separate. Lin Luo had a decision in his heart at once. It seems that there are not only demons and sycophants in the house, but also a few unlucky ones. This time we're really in a den of thieves. Lin Luo thought this in his heart and looked around. Seeing that there was no one and no camera, he then ran his light power 8 steps to catch the cicadas. He tapped his toes on the ground and with a swoosh, his entire body scurried up to the 4th floor balcony. Hiss, exciting. Lin Luo wailed with excitement in his heart. The succubus's lightness finally came in handy. This martial arts drama of high coming and going is just too good to be true. There was a lot of clutter and trash piled up on the balcony. A worn plastic round table was piled with leftovers, flies buzzing around it. At this moment, the white light hung in midair, as if it was waiting for Lin Luo. Seeing Lin Luo enter, the white light drifted towards the building again. Lin Luo pushed open the door on the balcony, his feet were silent, as if he were a ghost following him in. Woohoo! Mom! Dad! In the small dark room, several children wailed and cried out for their mommy and daddy. And in the next room, 2 men and a woman were eating, listening to all the wailing next door. Sister Tan, do you have any more sleeping pills? Give some to a few of the little biddies to drink, so they'll be honest. They're annoying the hell out of me. A dry, thin, bald man with a cigarette in his mouth, squinting and glancing wildly. The woman sitting across from him had exquisite makeup and a red rose tattooed on the neckline of her small halter, making her look extraordinarily sultry and seductive. Look at your mom. The woman glared at him, cursed, and continued without a word. There isn't much left, so drink this now, and what will you drink on the way? The other man, with glasses and a rosy nose, took a sip of his drink and gave a subha, taking a tone. Tiger, stupid as not, this is not still white wine it, to those few cubs to fill some wine, drink too much asleep. When the bald head heard this, he felt enlightened and excitedly slapped his thighs. Ai chow. Brother Hanan, you're still smart. Worthy of being an old-timer. That's right, coming out to mix is based on brains, otherwise you won't be able to mix for the rest of your life. The rosacea said smugly. Okay, you two don't stink poor, ask the receiving goods ready to pay for the goods or not. Hurry up the hands of these new goods out, take the money dashing to go. Hey, come on, I'll call and ask. Tiger's words fell away before he picked up his cell phone and heard the clatter of a series of glass beads falling to the ground from outside the door. The three of them swished and looked towards the door, their expressions instantly becoming wary. The building is deserted. Other than the three of them, it was just the 5 recently abducted pups. Where did that clatter come from? Honam, Tiger, you guys go check it out, Tan said in a lowered voice. The 2 men nodded, pulled open a drawer, took out their knives, and walked gingerly toward the door. Tan, on the other hand, fished out a compound crossbow from under the bed and held it in her hand, aiming it vigilantly in the direction of the doorway. The 2 men reached the doorway and pressed themselves against the door panel for a moment to listen. Strange? Why is it quiet? In the next second, there was a loud boom as the door of the room was knocked away by a huge force. It was as if Tiger and Brother Hanan behind the door had been hit by a big stroke of luck, and even Sister Tan behind them suffered. Whoa! Boom! Soon, calm was restored to the small building. The house was battered and battered. The 2 men and 1 woman collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, and were no longer conscious. A tall figure stepped out of the dust. Lin Luo waved his hand and patted away the ashes in front of him. Looking at the 3 people lying on the ground, he had a cold expression and hatred in his eyes. He hates flower shooters. I don't know how many parents live all day because their children have been abducted. If it wasn't for the fact that these 3 people couldn't die right now, Lin Luo really wanted to stomp on their heads one by one. Lin Luo pulled out the zip ties and tied the 3 backhandedly, then felt around on their bodies to find them. The door to the small dark room next door was still locked, and with the child locked inside, it was not good for him to open it violently. The key should be on these 3. Lin Luo searched and found the key on the woman. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a class, to wear the same panties as me. Lin Luo cursed and pulled out his keys, kicking the unconscious woman away in displeasure before collecting the compound crossbow and knives on the floor, which led him out of the house. Lin Luo was experienced, having read hundreds of novels and a dozen martial arts TV series, knowing full well that the most taboo thing to do when breaking into the world is to leave your weapon with the enemy. You can't let your guard down even if the enemy is unconscious. In the small dark room next door, the sound of a child's wailing was heartbreaking to hear. Lin Luo opened the door while calling Chu Jianjun. As the door was opened, the scene in the room looked at Lin Luo for a moment. The lights were on in the house, but the windows were boarded up and the curtains drawn. 5 dirty children, with leashes around their necks, were chained to the radiator as if they were dogs. There were dog bowls on the floor with slop-like leftovers that smelled rancid. Potpourri, oh, potpourri. One of the little girls, with her head still tied up in a pilgrimage grip, was crying like a kitten. When she saw Lin Luo, her voice was hoarse as she called out for potpourri. Nyok! Lin Luo's expression was stunned. How could he not expect that the little girl that he had only met yesterday would be reunited in such a situation today? Lin Luo surprised the flash to the radiator, and rescued several children. Don't cry, Naya, the pot is here to save you. Lin Luo patted Nyo-Nyo's back, softly calming the little one. Little Nyonya hugged Lin Luo and cried, and several other children also surrounded Lin Luo, crying for a while. Just then, the call finally connected. Chu Jianjun's hoarse voice came from the cell phone. Lo, what's wrong? Cough, Uncle Chu, you want credit or not? Chapter 172, My family's aunt must be Lin Luo. Smoke billowed in the city council conference room. All the key members of the city council responsible for investigation and defense were present. Ma Bureau clamped the cigarette, squinting, face black like the bottom of a pot. The prairie blisters on the mouth look also quite scary. So far, people have been missing for 16 hours. Bang! Ma slapped the table and raised his voice hoarsely. Do you have a clue? The conference room was silent. The sheriff's department, the CID, the major crimes unit, the special patrol unit, the traffic unit, and even the narcotics unit are all here. Everyone kept their heads down and didn't say a word. 16 hours ago, the youngest grandson of the mayor's family in South City disappeared in the neighborhood. So far, the inspection froze without a clue. There's a lot of pressure from above, especially the Ma Bureau. Who made him the head of the policing section? During his tenure, the mayor's family couldn't even find their child when it was lost, so what's he going to do as chief? What do the leaders up there think? There would have been enough credit for the great performance ahead, just waiting to go in further. For the sake of this time, something like this happened. Say something. Are you dumb? Old Chu, what do you say? Ma Bureau looked at Chu Jianjun. Chu Jianjun similarly clamped his cigarette and narrowed his eyes. It's mostly the smoke that makes your eyes burn. Chu Jianjun, who was named, frowned and raised his head. According to our people who were searching around the place of the incident and looking at the surveillance, it was found that the child was carried away by a woman. The woman got into a cab with license plate south of J13185. The owner has been found, but the owner reported the car stolen 3 days ago. The robbers were 2 men, masked, and the owner of the car didn't get a good look at them, but by the sound of their accents, they were supposed to be from the south. So far we have no information about this woman or the 2 robbers. Ma took a drag on his cigarette and 2 thick columns of smoke came out of his nostrils. He asked in a somewhat helpless, hoarse voice, Old Chu, isn't there any useful good news? Chu Jianjun was just about to shake his head when the door to the conference room was pushed open. Huang Tao took Chu Jianjun's cell phone and ran in quickly, shoving it to him. Before the meeting, Chu Jianjun's cell phone was almost out of power, so it was placed on the desk to charge. Team Chu, Ringo's on the phone. Chu Jianjun took it and pressed the answer button. Lo, what's wrong? After asking, Chu Jianjun's eyebrows just jumped slightly and his heart thumped. Because on the other end of the phone, he heard a bunch of kids crying. Uncle Chu, you want credit or not? Could it be that? Hiss. Chu Jianjun sucked in a breath of cool air and stood up with a pang. The chairs behind him fell out with them. The people in the conference room immediately looked at Chu Jianjun with stunned expressions. Then the face changed wildly. Could it be that? Lo, tell me in more detail what's going on. Who's the kid next to you? Bang! This time it was Ma Bureaucrat who stood up, and the chair behind him flew out with him. He looked at Chu Jianjun with a burning gaze, his eyes full of expectation and nervousness. I just caught 3 traffickers in the greater village south of the city, where 5 children are being held. 3 traffickers, 2 men and a woman? Chu Jianjun asked reflexively as if he had triggered a key phrase. Right. I knocked him out and he's still lying down. Lin Luo said, looking at the kids. Could it be that you accidentally collided with a case in Uncle Chu's hands? Bang! Ringo bared his teeth and moved his cell phone a little farther away. Chu Jianjun slammed the table, face ecstatic, and afraid of an empty joy, and then asked nervously. Out of the 5 children, was there a little boy in a flowered jacket, over 4 years old, named Dragon? Yes. Lin Luo's answer was succinct and forceful. Now, the hanging heart finally fell back. Chu Jianjun smoked a cigarette and calmed his excitement. Xiao Luo, in the future, I'll recognize no one but you as the aunt of our family. Not even you. No, Old Chu. What are you smoking at this hour? That's it, come on, it's killing me. Shi Hui and also Wang Kaixian pickpocketed Chu Jianjun and urged. Chu Jianjun had a smile on his lips and pressed his cigarette into the ashtray full of cigarette butts. Ma Bureau. People are in bigger than village in the south of the city. Bang! Ma Guobang slapped the table and shouted excitedly, then what are you waiting for? Set off immediately. Yes. Half an hour later, a couple of patrol cars pulled up and a bunch of inspectors stomped up to the 4th floor. Chu Jianjun, Shi Hui and Wang Kaixian lead the way. A few of the younger members of the team, rather knowingly, rushed behind them. Uncle Chu, Uncle Qi, Uncle Wang? Lin Luo walked out of the house with a few children and saw the visitor. Good man, as far as it goes? 3 captains at once. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. Chu Jianjun laughed loudly and patted Lin Luo's shoulder. Shi Hui and Wang Kaixian were also smiling like a flower, looking at Lin Luo with eyes that were glowing. This kid, he's a bit of a god. How many times has this happened? They're in the conference room having a headache over the case, and then Lin Luo calls and tells them that the case is solved, the man is caught, and they can come over to the clearinghouse to claim their credit. Reporting to the captain, 3 human criminals have been found in the house, and it checks out. Zhang Guoqiang came out of the house in a windy manner and reported. Take it away. Chu Jianjun waved his big hand, then looked at Lin Luo again. Good boy, tell us how you did it. You're not making it difficult for me, fat tiger. How did I do it? I drove to find it. Lin Luo scratched his head and looked at Wang Kaixian and Shi Hui. It's not after school, I wanted to take a drive, I didn't think I'd drive this way. When I was passing downstairs, I heard several children crying upstairs and felt something was wrong, so I climbed up to take a look. Just happened to hear those 3 dogs talking about finding a seller to sell a child, so I just broke down the door and subdued them. Chu Jianjun, Shi Hui and Wang Kaixian looked towards the door of the room that had been violently broken open. The door covers were gone, leaving only a jagged doorway. Good lord, is this really not a car crashing through? Chu Jianjun knew how strong Lin Luo was, but Shi Hui and Wang Kaixian didn't know. The 2 of them walked to the door and looked at the house as if it were the scene of a car accident and marveled. At that moment, a few inspectors came over to hug the children, which immediately scared them into hiding behind Lin Luo. Nyo hugged Lin Luo's thigh and shouted gloriously for Pot Pot. Chu Jianjun's 3 men were busy waving their hands, making their team members disperse. I can't tell you, kid has potential to be a baby daddy, this little girl kisses you so much. Chu Jianjun smiled and teased. Don't mention it, I've seen this kid yesterday, I even helped her set up her toys at the Flower and Sea, I didn't expect to run into her here today. Lin Luo finished with emotion and bent down to pick up little Nyonya. Even though the little girl was covered in sour odor and dirty, Lin Luo didn't mind. The little girl hugged Lin Luo's neck tightly, and followed suit and quieted down. The pot smells good and the chicks love it. Chu Jianjun and the 3 of them were all surprised, not expecting such a coincidence. It's a good thing I ran into it today, too, or else. Lin Luo didn't say any further, but Chu Jianjun and the others all knew what Lin Luo wanted to say. It would inevitably be a human tragedy with broken families. By the way, those 3 still have the buyer's information in their cell phones, interrogate them properly, it's certainly not the first time they've done it. If it weren't for the children who were sold, Linello would have buried them long ago. Don't worry, we'll be sure to pick up all the cases they've done, all of them. Chu Jianjun said with a heavy expression and gritted his teeth. 5-star reviews, please. Brothers. Chapter 173, this kid will be able to achieve great things in the future. Half an hour later, in front of the city hall, several patrol cars slowly pulled up. After waiting for the car to stop, Lin Luo took a few little ones out of the car. As if they were little quails, the little ones cowered timidly by Lin Luo's side, their little heads looking left and right. Little Nyonya was even hanging onto Lin Luo, unwilling to come down. At that moment, Lin Luo saw a pair of young men and women rushing out of the city hall building. Dragon! The woman cried her eyes out, and when she came down the stairs, she broke her foot and almost fell out. Luckily the man in the executive jacket next to her held her up. Mom! Daddy! The little boy, who had been at peace all the way, burst into tears at the sight of the 2 of them. When he cried, a few other kids followed suit as if a switch had been flipped. Interjection of wonder, shock or admiration. This brain of mine. Linello pinched his temples with a headache. It was a good thing the chick in his arms wasn't crying along with him, or his ears would have absolutely exploded. Dragon, where have you been? You scared mommy to death. The woman dropped to her knees and hugged the little boy tightly, as if she was afraid he would disappear again. The man next to him wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, then looked at Lin Luo. Seeing that Lin Luo was so big and tall and wearing a school uniform, young and handsome, thinking of what Ma Bureau said, the child was found by a student, he immediately went forward warmly and shook Lin Luo's hand. Hello classmate, I'm the child's father, Su Qingshan. The man had a grateful smile on his face and held Lin Luo's hand with both hands, shaking it excitedly. Hello, just call me Rinlo. Lin Luo said with a faint smile, then drew his hand back without a trace. Mr. Lin Luo, thanks to you finding our family long, you don't know, our family is like the sky is falling when the child is missing. The corners of Su Qingshan's eyes were brimming with tears as he sincerely thanked Lin Luo. At this time, Chu Jianjun, Shi Hui and Wang Kaishan walked over piece by piece, all with easy smiles on their faces. Director Su, Xiao Luo, Uncle Chu, Uncle Chi, Uncle Wang. Lin Luo's 3 affectionate uncles made Su Qingshan look at the smiles on their faces and follow suit. Team Chu, Team Chi, Team Wang, hard work. Su Qingshan went forward to shake hands with the 3. I don't dare to apologize for the hard work, this time it's thanks to my family Lin Luo, Chu Jianjun said with shame. Not bad, if it weren't for Xiao Luo, we'd still be like headless flies. Shi Hui and Wang Kaishan followed suit and praised Lin Luo. Oh, student Lin Luo is a relative of Team Chu? Yes, it's my great-nephew. Chu Jianjun said graciously, the corners of his mouth unable to restrain themselves from curling up. Shi Hui lifted his chin and said proudly, Xiao Luo's skills are great, and is now a specially employed fighting instructor for our special patrol brigade. Hiss! Su Qingshan and Wang Kaishan simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. No, you two have such a hard relationship with Xiao Luo, what about me? When Wang Kaishan saw Su Qingshan looking at himself, he straightened his back and said, I'm also his uncle. No problem, Lin Luo had called it just now, he wasn't lying at all. The smile on Su Qingshan's face was quite a bit more genuine. Although he was surprised that Lin Luo, who was young and still a student, was a fighting instructor of the Special Patrol Brigade, none of this mattered. The important thing is that people save their children. They are a family where it is not appropriate to give money, so they can only be thankful in other ways. These 3 uncles in the system are the best targets for giving back. By this time, Dragon was tired of crying in his mom's arms and fell asleep. The other 3 children cried a few times, and when they saw no one to comfort them, they sobbed and stopped crying. Tearful eyes looked around, expecting their moms and dads to come out and coax them. Classmate, I won't say any more words of gratitude, this favor, our Su family will definitely not forget. The woman said as she walked over to Dragon in her arms. Her eyes were red, her voice was muffled, and she looked very tired. Lin Luo sighed and said softly, Auntie, we're all destined for this, don't say anything else, it's very late, you guys take your kids and hurry back to rest. By the way, do remember to take the kids to the hospital tomorrow for a physical checkup. A couple of kids didn't suffer a lot in the house, and at such a young age, it's easy to get into trouble. Hey, thank you, classmate. The woman's tears of excitement flowed again. She almost went crazy today, her mental state is terrible and her head is in the clouds until now. Su Qingshan went up and hugged his daughter-in-law, gently patting her back. Chu Jianjun, Shi Hui and Wang Kaixian all cast appreciative glances at Lin Luo. This kid is going to do great things. After sending off Mr. and Mrs. Su Qingshan, Lin Luo held Nyo and followed Chu Jianjun and the others into the city office. The other 3 children were given to the female inspector of the city hall. As for Nyo, this little girl wasn't allowed to touch anyone but Lin Luo, so she could only be held by Lin Luo. The parents of these kids, have they been contacted? Just after sitting down, Lin Luo inquired. Chu Jianjun nodded and laughed. Don't worry, already contacted them at the first time, they should be on their way at this moment. It takes 48 hours to file a case when a child goes missing. When an adult disappears, it takes 3 months before a case can be filed. Of course, filing a case is filing a case and doesn't prevent you from reporting it. So after confirming the child's identity, the city has gone ahead and contacted the child's parents based on recent reports. Ha 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 ha. Ma's magical laughter came from outside the house. Immediately after that the door to the lounge was pushed open and Ma came in from outside. Good for you, Lo, you're a real piece of work. The smile on Ma's face was that of a spring. The eyes that looked at Lin Luo were also extraordinarily hot. Uncle Ma. Chief. Sit. Don't get up. Ma Guochang waved his hand and sat down with a smile. Lin Luo got a lot of credit for rescuing 5 kids and catching 3 traffickers this time. Old Chu, you make the report, I'll approve the note. 3rd class. The 3rd class merit is done by the municipal bureau, the 2nd class merit is more difficult and requires provincial approval, and the 1st class merit is even more difficult and requires ministerial approval. Chu Jianjun nodded and answered, okay, I'll go back in a while and write it. Rinlo listened in awe as he cocked his head in confusion and backhanded all the way to himself. Me? 3rd class? He's a student, how can he get credit? It's not like it's institutionalized. Yes, of course it's for you. Ma Bureau smiled and nodded, although you are not in the system. But the individual citizen can also be rewarded for meritorious service. A few years ago there was a veteran who rescued 2 students from the river, and the local area awarded the individual citizen 3rd degree. After Ma Bureau's finished, Chu Jianjun smiled and asked, so Ma Bureau's, did you sign the report I handed in over the weekend? Over the weekend Lin Luo saved the Jiao family siblings in the river, and he reported this, in order to get Lin Luo a 3rd class merit to come. I didn't expect that the next day would come and Lin Luo would be credited with saving another person's life. And it helped their city council with a big problem. Shi Hui and Wang Kaixian both looked at Chu Jianjun curiously. The weekend report that had something to do with Rinello? What happened? Of course I signed it. The smile on Ma Guocheng's face widened. Not only this, but the provincial office has also come down with news on the case of Dihao Qi Dongxiang. Xiao Luo's 2nd class merit has been approved. This Thursday, let's go to the provincial hall for a commendation meeting. Lin Luo was silent for 3 seconds and saw everyone looking at him. He blinked. Me? 2nd class. Chapter 174, Face Nourishing Pill, 100 Years of Hishawu. Pigeon. Once again, the chicken alarm clock popped up on time and on schedule, emitting a piercing chicken call. Snap. A large, bony, slender, sexy hand slapped the chicken's head and the room finally went quiet. Lin Luo opened his eyes and rolled out of bed with a sigh. It was midnight when I got back from the city hall last night. Home mom and dad have long gone to bed. Lin Luo simple wash some, feel just lie down not long it, broken alarm began to chicken crooked. Boring. Ringo muttered and, naked and in his big pants, exited the bedroom, ready to wash up in the bathroom. I have to pick up Chu Jiaojiao from the garden district today, so I can't delay. Comrade Lao Lin, who was about to go out to buy breakfast, saw Lin Luo in this shape and his eyes went a little straight. Bastard, that's a dominant enough figure. Not to mention the girls, even he, a big old man, was hard controlled for 3 seconds. Son, don't just take your clothes off outside, you hear me? Comrade Lao Lin admonished in a serious tone. When boys are out there, they must learn to protect themselves. Don't show any flesh if you can. It's easy to hurt someone's self-esteem. To those who are envious and jealous of the eye, in resonance you a meal, crying cannot even find the tone. I know, I'm not selling meat, why would I just take off my clothes? Lin Luo said breathlessly, squeezing the toothpaste and starting cuckoo brushing his teeth. By the way, you don't have to buy my breakfast today, I'm leaving in a few minutes. Ringo brushed his teeth and poked his body out of the restroom and said to old Lin, got it, brat. Comrade old Lin waved his hand, took the key and closed the door and left. Brats don't lack for mouths. Every morning when he went to school, Man Jiajiao also bought him breakfast. 1 meal at home and another when you go to school. Just a bad boy who eats too much. My daughter-in-law is right, the brat is exactly like me when I was young and in school. Only the old Lin went to school to bully the weak and asked his grandson's classmates, who were younger than him, for food. In those days, when I went to school in the village, the students in a classroom could be 2 generations away from each other. It's not uncommon to be at the same table as your uncle or brother-in-law. Unluckily, Comrade Lao Lin is the oldest in his generation. As soon as he entered the classroom, there were a lot of people who called him uncle, grandfather, and uncle. I'm not going to let him bully me. Snacks from home, peanut squash groundnut bars or whatever, had to be eaten before he could. Very, dialect. Lin Luo spat out the toothpaste foam in his mouth and then continued brushing his teeth. Lao Dang, come out and brush up on your mission. Yesterday, after brushing up on the useless tracing technique and refining Wen Qi, Lin Luo didn't even bother to brush up on his quests. Just in time, now brush up with the side quests piece by piece. Crossing over, you hang your head, study hard, and win the academy competition for the second time, and for a while, you're a little famous. However, in order to get more useful help in Blue Star, return to Dakian, and change the destiny against the sky, it is imperative to participate in more activities, expand your reputation, and make a wide range of connections. Mission: participate in activities outside the academy to expand your reputation. Reward: recipe for the elixir of residence. Lin Luo's pupils shrunk slightly. Is the resident pill the kind of resident pill that one recognizes? A face-restoring elixir that can make your face last forever? System: resident skin pill. Introduce it. Residence pill, an accidental byproduct of the Dakian Xuanman's secret longevity pills. Although it can't be longevity, it can be 10 years without aging. Hiss. It's only 10 years of agelessness, but it doesn't say you can't stack it. Old dang, this resident pill is taken one at a time for 10 years. What about taking another one after 10 years? 10 more years? Oh ho! With his toothbrush in his hand, Lin Luo twirled around the restroom for a while, toothpaste froth flinging after him. Time, slow down, don't let you get old again. I give everything I have, in exchange for your years to last. This is a song from 2 years ago. Same as Old Boy, which was on fire for a while. Lin Luo was kinda impressed by what he heard. When he was a child, he basically spent his summer and winter vacations at his hometown, and he was closest to his grandfather. Until that year, the old man was lying in a hospital bed with all kinds of tubes. The cloudy eyes looked at him reluctantly, and his lips moved slightly, but he didn't have the strength to utter a word. Until the scene of slowly closing his eyes, Lin Luo couldn't forget it even now. Grandpa went from being a little old man who loved to laugh and had a lot of energy to an old man who was as thin as a dead log and had trouble walking 2 steps. Finally left this world forever. It was a big blow to Lin Luo, and it took over a year for Lin Luo to get over it. Now that he had the resident Dan, Lin Luo's first thought was to give his old mom and dad a high. It's not just about participating in events and expanding your reputation. This week's schedule for little old me is as follows. On Wednesday, the largest martial arts gym on the south side of the sports center opens and goes kickboxing. On Thursday, go to the provincial office to be recognized at the recognition ceremony. Friday or Saturday and possibly Sunday, a fishing contest with a small car waiting for itself. When the time comes, there will be TD interviews, and if you take the first place, you won't be famous. Thinking of this, Lin Luo gave a crooked smile, then hurriedly turned on the faucet to rinse off. Don't be a smart ass. Got to pick up the future mom of my kids from school. Hello, Lin Luo spat out the froth in his mouth, hit the soap again and rubbed his face, and after briefly completing his wash, he winded up putting on his school uniform and left the house. After going downstairs, Lin Luo rode on the ghost fire and slowly went out of the neighborhood, which then increased the throttle and drove abruptly towards the garden district. Lao Dang, where are the side quests? Come out and brush up. On the way, Lin Luo prepared to brush up on a side quest in passing. As the soon-to-be magistrate of Yunzhou, you propose to cooperate with Northern Liang to defend against Western Liang by using wool agents and supplies such as refined salt and daily necessities. However, refined salt is scarce, especially in the northern regions of the Great Qian, where coarse salt is scarce, and with the Northern Liang, after learning that refined salt could be exchanged for refined salt was specified as the exchange. As the soon-to-be appointed county magistrate of Yunzhou, your top priority is to find a solution to the problem of scarcity of refined salt and inability to cooperate with Northern Liang. Mission: find a solution to the scarcity of refined salt. Reward: 100 years of He Shou Wu. Hiss. After the 100 years of wild ginseng, the system has given herbs again, the 100 years of He Shou Wu. This thing Lin Luo had an impression, when he used to watch God's Kitchen Little Fortune. Little Fu Gui used this when he made hair growth soup for the old demonist Cishi. I also don't know how much a 100-year-old He Shou Wu can be sold for at Blue Star. Lin Luo was just thinking about it for a moment. This thing had a price, so naturally it was priceless. Keep it for yourself, of course. As for refined salt, who has seen the Tang brick? Who does not know that the opening of the small Yanyi is the use of mineral salt extraction and filtration to purify the refined salt, and then knocked on the door of the early Tang Jingguan Shangshi system? This Yunzhou is full of poisonous salt, so as long as the mineral salt is extracted, filtered, and purified, you can get refined salt. The exact method is to dissolve the mineral salt in water, then filter the waste product through charcoal briquettes, then boil it dry to evaporate the water, and the final white powder is the refined salt. For Lin Luo, who had studied middle school chemistry, this was Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. Although it was fine as long as the method was stated, Lin Luo habitually said the exact method. Every time a side quest progresses, it seems as if it's happening for real. Lin Luo also wanted to experiment. When he really crosses over to take office in Deqian, what exactly will Yunzhou City look like at that time? Mission, find a solution to the scarcity of refined salt. Reward, 100 years of Yishou Wu, completed. The next moment, the familiar feeling came back. Lin Luo then felt a weight on his legs. Then he pulled his motorcycle over to the side of the road and pulled a bull-sized piece of stuff out of the pocket of his school uniform pants. The compendium of Materia Medica recorded, Yishou Wu really immortal grass. The 50-year-old one is as big as a fist, the 100-year-old one is as big as a bull, and the 200-year-old one is as big as a bucket. So this Yishou Wu, indeed, is a century-old Yishou Wu. Lin Luo didn't look at it much and directly put the Yishou Wu into his storage space. It is also thanks to the 18 middle school uniform conscious and durable, pants pockets large can be loaded, otherwise the cerebral palsy system do not know where to send the reward. Chapter 175, Kanzi's Golden Bracelet. Weekly test results. The scooter traveled all the way towards the 18th grade. Because he didn't have a helmet, Lin Luo didn't ride very fast. The Ghostfire is in a tortoise and hare race with the electric cars in the non-motorized lane. The young girl sat in the back row with her backpack, her arm wrapped around Lin Luo's male dog's waist. Because it's a crowded moment and it's broad daylight, this abrasive little goblin settled down quite a bit, and her soft little hands didn't delve in haphazardly, just feeling the shark lines and six-pack abs through her clothes. The light ahead was red, and Ringo stopped his motorcycle. Surrounded by students riding their bikes to school and beatniks riding their electric bikes to work, their eyes were involuntarily drawn to the handsome young beauty on the Ghostfire. The man is handsome, the woman is graceful, made for each other, the pearl is a perfect match. The words talented man and beautiful woman seemed to be visualized for a while. The young girl's small face was pressed against Lin Luo's back, her round and soft little face squeezed into a small bun. Ringo, do you know what comes to mind at this moment? Ringo cocked his head. Thought of what? A movie comes to mind where Andy Lau rides a motorcycle with a young girl in a wedding dress. Oh, heaven forbid. Lin Luo is a loyal fan of old Hong Kong movies, so as soon as the keyword was triggered, he said the title of the movie. And there's a reason for that. When he was a kid, we didn't have computers at home, and the TVs were the kind with the branched antennae. The stations received are limited, except for the Central Mom, which is a few local stations. Movie channels just love to show old Hong Kong movies in particular. Jackie Chan series, Stephen Chow series, Andy Lau, Chow Yun-fat, Sammo Hung, all of which he grew up seeing. Although Hong Kong movies have been on the decline for the past few years, it doesn't take away from the classics of old Hong Kong movies at all. The trashier the movie is now, the more it shows the gold of the movie back then. Yeah, Andy Lau on a bike with that woman and that song. Chu Jiaojiu said, and heard Lin Luo sing in front of her. Forgive words not even half spoken, at this moment life is coalescing, in the past you have sought a certain lost voice. The tune of Heavenly Wonders is similar to Dreamcatcher. Thanks to the fruit of wisdom, Lin Luo opened his mouth with a memorized Cantonese song, which was sad and melodious, causing Chu Jiajiao's peach blossom eyes to whiten instantly. The young girl's cute little face was crammed with a surprised smile. This treasure boy, he really can't be dug up enough. Auntie, 2 egg burritos. The young girl's clear and delicate voice was the best and most impressive among the crowd of customers buying cakes. The older woman who was burying her head in making cakes raised her head, and when she saw that the visitor was indeed that good-looking and well-behaved girl, the smile on her face suddenly brightened up. But since she was wearing a mask, all that could be seen was her arched brow. Daughter, buying him cookies again. Chu Jiajiao's small face reddened, nodded her head, and put the money in the box. Hey, hold on a second, it'll just take a second. The older woman smiled and said, her hands speeding up. In the parking shed, Linello had just parked the Ghostfire when he saw Konko storm into the carport on his battery-operated bike. He saw Lin Luo inside at a glance, and a smile emerged with him. Lo, there's something good. Lin Luo froze and raised his eyebrows, looking Jin Zikong up and down. A school uniform, albeit a little dirty, but the uniform was a dark color and couldn't be seen without looking closely. Did you lick the bag on the way? Kanzi's treasure-seeking rat trait was something that Lin Luo knew well. How can I say that it's also the son of the old dense cerebral palsy system evaluation of qi? Granted, this treasure hunting trait is almost always triggered around him. What did you find out again? Lin Luo asked. Jin Zikong locked the car, then came over to Lin Luo's side and pulled out a golden plain ring gold bracelet from his book bag. Dang. Ancient vegetable ring gold bangle. 25 grams weight. Kang Zi smiled and shoved the gold bracelet into Lin Luo's hand. Plate to the size of my mom's wrist, she's about the same size as Auntie Chang's. When he got back on Sunday, Kang Zi let Lao Jin go and beat the bracelet. A large bracelet struck as a pair, both of the same weight and style, with the phonetic initials of both names on it. After getting it done yesterday, Kanzi couldn't wait to bring it over today. What? Lin Luo was genuinely surprised that Kang Zi had actually shared half of the gold bracelet with himself. I told you, you don't have to give it to me. This is for Auntie Zhang, not for you. Kang Zi shoved the bracelet into Lin Luo's hand without a word. Alright, for the sake of the bracelet, today at noon, brother treats you to a small hot pot. Lin Luo didn't make any pretense and slipped the bracelet into his pocket, storage space. Hey, is it okay if I bring Old Wei with me? Kang Zi asked tentatively, walking outside with Lin Luo as he spoke. Recently he has been in the class and Lao Wei relationship is more and more in place, eat and go to the toilet, it is the two of them partner. It can't be helped, one of them is called Jin Stinky Fart in the class, and the other is called Chong Wei Wan, so they are kind of hard to get along with. It's okay. Lin Luo nodded and didn't refuse, it was just the matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. Although there are 2 more light bulbs, but you can't have the clothes to cut off your arms and legs. After calling Liang Huan and Zhao Mangyue up, so that Zhao Jiao would not be embarrassed by herself as a girl. This weekly test, how does it feel? Lin Luo asked. Old Wei and I formed a study group to urge each other to study. The results are pretty good, this weekly test, we both should be able to get into the parallel first class with our estimated scores. Kang Zi nodded. Oh ho, that's a big improvement. The two of them were in parallel 5th class and almost went to basic. Wouldn't this be a bullseye if we jumped 5 classes at once? Gee, one pops a fart and one gets popped by a fart, and it still works, amazing. Rinlo, your breakfast. Chu Jiajiao handed a Supreme Deluxe Edition egg dumpling to Lin Luo. Tears of envy streamed down Yasuko's face from her mouth. He was on a tight budget for breakfast and had to eat the basic standardized version. But thinking of Lin Luo's invitation to lunch today, he bit his teeth and went to ask for a Supreme Deluxe Edition with sausage, egg and chili fries. Hey, thanks a lot fairy. Lin Luo imitated the naive voice of the canopy, causing the young girl to giggle. Kang Zi said hello and went to buy cakes. Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao weren't in the same class as him, so they didn't wait for him and went straight into the school. Lin Luo nibbled on the cake while laughing. Kang Zi said that his weekly test this time, his grade might be in the parallel first class. Oh ho! It's really fake. The young girl carried her breakfast and cocked her head with an adorable expression. Just look at it. At this time the weekly test scores rankings were posted in the halls of the school building. With Lin Luo's big tall man in the back, he could see his name high up on the ranking list. Chu Jiajiao has also improved her ranking, at 9th. How many am I? Chu Jiajiao held Lin Luo's arm, tiptoe and stretched his head to look at, but unfortunately, without Lin Luo's good eyesight, he could only see the table, but could not read the words on the table. I'm first, you're 9th, big improvement. Lin Luo complimented. Humph. That's right, and don't look at whose table I'm at. The young girl hummed lightly in arrogance, then puffed happily again, her heart happy. These 2 weeks of hard work hadn't been in vain, she had rushed from 15th to 9th place in her class, and she was getting closer to Lin Luo's name yet. Yoo-hoo! Liang Huan and Zhao Mengyue's rankings have rushed to the sprint class. Lin Luo scanned the ranking list again and was surprised to see the names of these 2 little girls. As Chu Jiajiao's best little girlfriends, the 2 of them usually didn't run to the sprint class. Asked Ringo quite a few questions too. For a while, Lin Luo felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He hadn't sold out to these 3 little girls on a regular basis, and didn't hide anything at all, answering any questions. Now that the grades are up, it shows that he's doing a good job as a temporary gardener. Chu Jiajiao smiled with her eyebrows curved as if it were a crescent moon, and asked, what about Jin Zikan? What's his grade ranking? Lin Luo had seen it earlier, 68th in the grade, Lao Wei is 70th, these 2 brothers work hard, next month will enter the parallel first class to go. It was a hangman, but it was a hangman in a parallel class. This damn, the son of luck is the son of luck, from the grade hanging tale all of a sudden rushed to the parallel class hanging tale. This study is just like playing Chapter 176, Taking Leave to Receive Merit, Zhao Min Man Num. Tuesday, an ordinary day. The class was mostly about the weekly test papers. The only ripple was that Lin Luo was again first in all subjects and first in her grade, and when the papers were handed out, the classroom wowed. Stay low, stay low. Lin Luo waved his hand at the envious students in the classroom, his mouth said low-key, but his face was as intent as it could be. On the podium, Ho Guifan was also smiling with a smug look on her face. This is the best student he has ever taught. He's a sight for sore eyes and a face for himself. However, she knew that Lin Luo's paper would be handed out and it would be this scene, so she specially pressed Lin Luo's paper to be handed out at the end. Alright, the papers have been handed out, so all sit tight and try to finish them in one class today, we're on a tight schedule. After Ho Guifan finished speaking, the classroom was quiet, and all of them looked at the roll seriously, waiting for Ho Guifan to start speaking. Let's start with the multiple choice questions. Number 1, this is a giveaway question, pick A. I'll see who gets it wrong first, raise your hand if you're wrong. 7 people in the classroom sparsely raised their hands. Ho Guifan glanced at them and nodded, all of them usually did not do well in English. Don't look at a sprint class and still have a bias. There are more parallel classes in the back. A biased god is either really good or really bad. English can test nearly full marks, the language will test 25, the language teacher Lu Yan angry want to lift the table. Ask the other person if they have a problem with them. There is also a language that can get a perfect score, and a math test of 36. And the Tianwen Jing who looked at it almost gripped down 2 of her precious hair. You will write this question in your error book and turn around and memorize it. It's a grammar question about Lin Luo rested his cheeks, listening to Ho Guifen's lecture with one ear, distracted by two things, holding a golden pen and writing whirling phrases in his book, refining the literary style. 30 and standing. The big man faced 30 men and chose to stand and fight. 40 and not confused. With 40 men, the big man didn't hesitate to rush up and fight. 50 and know it. 50 men were beaten by the big man and cried out, worshipping him as a man sent from heaven. 60 and deaf. 60 people were beaten by the big man, kneeling down and begging for mercy and saying all the good words. The big man listened happily before stopping the beating. 70 and do as you please. 70 people were killed indiscriminately by the big man as he pleased. Hiss. Kung Lao air, scary as hell. For lunch, we had a little hot pot in Futurama, and Lin Lo was treating us. Lian Huanhuan, Zhao Manhwa, Jin Zikong and Wei Taizhong, as the light bulbs, were all quite on board, putting Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao together. There were 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women sitting across from each other. Today's between meal topic is the posting of the Star Big Dog Brother and the weekly test score rankings. Kong Zi and Old Wei could raise their eyebrows. Walked around the class with his head held high. The students who called them by their nicknames stopped doing so, and came over to the 2 between classes to ask for study tips. A mouthful of Kong, Wei. The 2 mouths are united by the fact that they are doing more squats, resulting in class 5 now. As soon as the class, all the people crazy like doing deep squats, to the class teacher Quinn look at a blank stare. After Kong Zi and Lao Wei finished, they made the 3 girls giggle and blossom. Of course, Liang Huanhuan and Zhao Mengyue were flowery branches, and Chu Jiajiao was a chaotic quiver. Lin Luo laughed and shook his head, then said to a few people, keep it up. Come to the sprint class all next month. Brother dare not say anything else. If you have any questions feel free to ask. I guarantee to know everything, so you guys can take the college entrance exam steadily. Thank you, Brother Luo. Come on, let's raise a glass to thank Brother Luo for his generosity. Wei Taichung picked up the store's self-service ice broad drop and said with a smile. With that, a few people clinked glasses and then there was a burst of subha. It made a few of the big brothers at the next table laugh. After the happy meal, a few more people wandered around the mall for a while, decorating the small store, all kinds of shiny rings, necklaces, hair cards, cute hairbands, small dolls. Look at the 3 little girls' eyes are blurred. Unfortunately, the price tags on these things are quite expensive, so they are just looking at them, putting them on, posing in cute and adorable poses, taking pictures with their cell phones, and having a good time. Lin Luo looked at the shapes of the jewelry and made a mental note of it. When you have the time to go back, refine a batch of guardian jewelry with cloud crystal stones. Equip your parents at home, and your future in-laws. Especially Chu Jianjun, who was out investigating the case, can't say that he's in danger. It's okay if it's just an injury. Hold out until he got there, and his lowly version of a repo warlock could still help reboot. If it's just karma, it's not the end of the story. Mother-in-law is so young. Leave her in his care? He's worried that the care won't be good enough. Jin Zikong and Wei Taizhong were not interested in the things in the jewelry store, so they stood in front of the store, and one of them took out a liberal arts pamphlet from their pockets, squatting deeply while brushing up on their knowledge focus. The 2 of them were so strangely stylized that they looked confused at the people passing by. What's this look? It's quite peculiar. A new mascot for the jewelry store? Why don't you have a doll shell? The clerk in the jewelry store was green in the face, trying to get up there to shoo people away. There were more and more people stopping around to see what was going on, and others were taking pictures with their cell phones. If you don't kick people out, the people outside won't enter the store even if they just look at the rarity. It's just kind of a big headache. Kong Zi and Lao Wei fully demonstrated what it meant to have 2 ears and read only holy books. As well, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who is. In the afternoon, a few people talked and laughed their way back to school. Lin Luo, on the other hand, went to the office building alone and looked for Zhao Min to ask for leave. What? You're taking a vacation or 2 days tentatively? Zhao Min stared at the tall, handsome, and somewhat youthful Lin Luo in front of her and frowned. Still, she tried to keep her tone soft. After all, this was the top of the grade, the top student under his own wing. Is something wrong at home? She had to ask. It can't interfere with his studies. What are you doing on vacation? It's senior year, everything has to be about studying. The Sifu's martial arts school that taught me fighting opens tomorrow, and I'm going to be there to hold up the fort as their front man. Lin Luo said seriously, hearing Zhao Min freeze. What? You're going to support the scene? You're a senior, your main task is to study. What are you going to do? Besides, you're a senior, why would you learn to fight? Lin Luo smiled and pressed the somewhat agitated Zhao Min's shoulder, holding out his own documents. Nah, Sister Min, look at this. Zhao Min looked at the documents Lin Luo handed over suspiciously. The black outer skin of the ID was so black that the badge was faintly visible. It was something she was all too familiar with. Her own brother, Zhou Pao, had one. She took it and opened it. A golden police badge came into view, followed by a card like an ID card with Lin Luo's picture and information on it. Lin Luo, South City Special Patrol Brigade, fighting instructor. Aside from the inspector number, there was little difference between this document of Lin Luo and the official inspector's document. I'm now a special instructor for our South City Special Patrol Brigade, teaching them fighting, and tomorrow is the opening day of the largest sports center in South City. Sister Min, I have to go over there. Without me, something big will happen that day. Lin Luo said seriously. It's not that he's snubbing Zhao Min, but Yungu has a robbery waiting for him to break tomorrow. Bewildered, Zhao Min returned the documents. She frowned some nice willowy eyebrows and asked again, what about the day after you? What are you going to do on Thursday when you have something to do on Wednesday? Lin Luo sighed and said helplessly, Sister Min, I really don't want to go on Thursday, but the city council said that Thursday won't work without me. Not without you? What do you mean? Zhao Min queried. The provincial office is holding a commendation meeting on Thursday, and there's a second-class merit waiting for me to receive it. If I don't go, who are they going to send it to? What's going on? What? Zhao Min froze for 3 seconds, then stared in dismay. She was already numbed by Lin Luo's words. Chapter 177, let's just say he won't survive 3 episodes. Ringo's leave of absence went pretty well. Got 2 days off. It's just a little broken for Zhao Min to fix. This good student of his own, not only good academic performance, is the seedling of the literary scholar, but even the special patrol fighting instructor, but also can do martial arts. Throughout the ages, there has only been one double scholar in literature and martial arts. When Lin Luo left, Zhao Min also remembered some of the legends of Lin Luo's deeds in school. In the small garden at the back of the school, a pic of the Bombay gang 20-year-old. Earlier, I heard a couple of teachers say in casual conversation that Lin Luo had subdued 2 gun-toting bad guys in front of the school. At the time, I heard them talk extraordinarily. What a punch and a kick. Hey, haha and you're down. Zhao Min thought they were teasing, not realizing that this student of his was really something. What were you looking for old Ben for? The young girl looked at Lin Luo, who had returned from outside, and curiously put her little head together. Lin Luo glanced at her. The little girl was quite curious. Went to find Sister Min for her vacation. Take a vacation. Chu Jiajiao blinked, surprised. You're taking a vacation? Well, tomorrow and the day after, something came up and I couldn't come to school. Lin Luo nodded and spoke about the arrangements for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, listening to Chu Jiajiao. She knew that Lin Luo was excellent, but she didn't realize that she was even better outside of school. Not to be outdone, my own treasure boy always surprises me. The young girl's eyes lit up, but when she thought of Lin Luo not coming to school tomorrow, she deflated regretfully. Are you not going to be able to take me to school tomorrow? No, I'll drop you off at school tomorrow on my way to the sports center. The sports center opens at 9:30, and unlike the seniors, morning classes start at 6:30 a.m. The all-pervasive early 8s that college students say are nothing in front of high schoolers. After school in the afternoon, Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao finally went to eat potato noodles. Fearing that Lin Luo was not full, the young girl added 2 more meat sandwiches for Lin Luo. Crispy and crumbly crust, fat and thin smooth 5 flowers, green and fresh green pepper, bite a mouthful of fragrance. Lin Luo also bought some fried skewers and purposely fed this big greedy girl. This is so good woo. Chu Jiajiao's small mouth was oily, and her small hand held a skewer of fried flat mushrooms, whimpering as she handed the fried skewer to Lin Luo's mouth. Flat mushrooms coated with batter and breadcrumbs, deep fried in a frying pan, golden and crispy, before being smeared with sauce, which is even more flavorful than fried meat skewers. Clicky clicky clicky. Lin Luo took a bite of the flat mushroom that the young girl had fed him, and it felt like a tasty addition. The people around eating potato flour are basically students from the school, and most of them were girls, or guys who accompanied their female classmates to dinner. Watching the delicate and lovely Chu Jiajiao throw herself at Lin Luo, she immediately felt that the potato flour in the bowl didn't smell good. Where are we? How come we don't have such good-looking girls to feed? Yummy. Lin Luo said with a smile. Oops, it's all in your face you. The young girl laughed daintily and took a paper towel and wiped the sauce off of Lin Luo's face. Ka-chow. Crack-filled instant heartbreak from the male students around him. Envious. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone in Lin Luo's pocket called out in an inopportune manner, interrupting Lin Luo and Chu Jiajiao's dog food spreading activities. Wait for me. Lin Luo said, pulling out his cell phone and looking at the caller ID. Uncle Sure Kai. Zhao Sihai called. Lin Luo then picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Uncle Zhao, what's up? Ha 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 ha. Before Zhao Sihai on the opposite side could speak, a large string of laughter came first, hearing Lin Luo freeze. His godsend is a $200 feature phone bought from the cell phone repair store down the street. The main function is to receive phone calls, so that he can read novels secretly at school. He doesn't read many novels now, so the only function left is to answer phone calls. 18 middle schools are not allowed to bring cell phones, this is a school rule, so Lin Luo has never thought of changing his cell phone even though he has money. The reason why this god machine is called a god machine is that it has a long standby time and can last 3 or 4 days on a single charge. The speakers are also exceptionally loud, and used to play songs with pretty bombastic results. It's just the sound quality that's subpar, but it's good enough. Lin Luo bared his teeth and held the cell phone a little farther away, waiting for the opposite side to stop laughing before he asked suspiciously, What are you laughing at, Uncle Joe? So happy? Chu Jiaojiu also heard the bold and exaggerated laughter from the opposite side and curiously blinked her big eyes at Lin Luo. Aha! Melon? Remember that he Dahai that Xiao Jiao was talking about? Zhao Sihai said excitedly. Remember, what happened to the Yakuza? Get hit by a car on the way out? Lin Luo said without thinking. Not that he has a foul mouth and curses people. Rather, that he Dahai's head is too thick with the fury and calamity gas, and his seal is as black as coal. That's a precursor to a bloodbath. It can also be described as dead look. Chu Jiaojiu became even more curious, looking at Lin Luo suspiciously and frowning. Who's that asshole? That's right, the kid drove out this morning and was hit by a big truck just outside the neighborhood. Zhao Sihai lowered his voice and said furtively. And there's his daughter-in-law in the car, TSK, the car's flat. Holy! Lin Luo cried out in surprise, not expecting this blood and light disaster to come so ferociously. Who was the man you were just driving? Then how would I know to go? It's a self-inflicted disaster. That's the cook driving the car, just out of Little Green Hill. TSK. That's a mean one. Zhao Sihai said with a sigh. Pretty tough indeed. Lin Luo was also sighing, but what he was sighing was the chi-looking technique. This Qiangqi technique is worthy of the Daqian Xintian supervisor's take surgery method. Not only can investigate the murder and determine the case, but also can see the life and death of a person, really horrible like this. Ahem, Uncle Zhao, did you call me just to talk about this? That's not it, mostly to tell you about the fishing tournament on Saturday. I've already signed you up. It starts at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning at Hidden Dragon Lake. We'll meet at Hidden Dragon Lake then. Well, everything else is fine, I'll hang up now. The words fell, and without waiting for Lin Luo to say goodbye, Zhao Sihai hung up the phone in a hurry. Probably off gossiping with someone else. And say you didn't make the call to share the big melon, notifying the fishing time was incidental, right? Lin Luo put away his cell phone, and the next second, Chu Jiaojiu stuck up. Come on, what melons, what melons? The young girl's curious heart was like a kitten scratching an itch. Lin Luo laughingly told about the melon he ate over the weekend, and heard Chu Jiaojiu call out good guy. It's amazing that there are such shameless men and women in the world. It's kind of a karmic cycle of retribution now. It's just a shame about the chef. I'm afraid he's not going to have a good time for the rest of his life. Not so for Lin Luo. That chef has been to Little Green Hill. He's got a license. What are you afraid of? The big deal is to go back to Little Green Mountain for further study. This license is still a sin created by He Dahai and given to others. At that time, when I heard about this, I concluded that this He Dahai would not live for 3 episodes. How about, on the 3rd day, he's gone. Lin Luo Cub spread his hands with a masterful and lonely look on his face. Aya, Luo, you're really good, reward you with a fried flat mushroom. The young girl's soft voice was like coaxing a child, holding only one piece of fried flat mushrooms that she didn't want to eat and handing it to Lin Luo's mouth. Good boy, ah. Ringo rolled his eyes and ate it in one bite. That smells good. Chapter 178, it's okay to snub other people, but you're still snubbing your father me. I heard you guys say you were going fishing on Saturday, right? Chu Jiaojiu waited for Lin Luo to finish eating what was in his mouth, and then asked blearily. Well, there's a fishing tournament in South City on Saturday, and didn't I have better luck, catching a lot of fish over the weekend, and that fishing buddy, Uncle Joe, signed me up. That scene should be hilarious. The young girl's eyes were glowing, and she was a little leery. She hadn't had a weekend away in ages. In order to catch up with Lin Luo in the grade rankings, she studied hard at home except for the time when Lin Luo came home for dinner. I think so, there will be a live TV interview then. The first prize is a small car. I didn't ask what the second prize is. Then I'll be there then, okay? I'll go cheer you on. Lolo, come on, first. Teenage girls waving their little fists, meta cheerleaders possessed. Okay, if Auntie Jo is okay then, let her take you with her. But when you're fishing, you don't want to shout like that, it's easy to scare the fish away. Aha, ha. The young girl nodded with a cute, petite smile. After dinner, Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiu pressed the road outside for a while longer, then went back to the classroom for evening study. In the lilting song of the Dream Chasers, the evening study in the 18th middle school ended. After Lin Luo sent Chu Jiaojiu home, he didn't try to be a good neighbor to the citizens of South City like he did the other day. Instead, he went straight back to the Peach Orchard neighborhood. He had serious business to do tomorrow, and he needed to get enough sleep and energy. The night market in front of the neighborhood is still bustling. With the daily patrols of the inspectors, the law and order of the night market is much better than before, so the flow of customers has also become much larger, which is a kind of virtuous circle. Lin Luo bought some fried skewers at the night market, all of which were the type Miss Zhang loved. Fried rice cakes sprinkled with sugar, fried chicken skin with big squid, fried chicken hearts, fried lotus root slices and the like. Stopped by to order another handful of kebabs. A big, greasy side of bubbling cumin-scented, fat and lean kebabs. And I didn't forget to order 2 large cashews for Pops. Granted, he shouldn't be able to use it now. The kebabs are freshly skewered at this store downstairs. Half a fan of lamb hangs in front of the store, and an employee slices the meat from the lamb and skewers it. Being able to guarantee that you are eating real lamb in your mouth. Unlike other places, where cheap is really cheap and you don't know what the meat is made of. There's still cold beer in the fridge at home, and I can't go wrong with my mom's iced pear juice. After turning around, by the time Lin Luo arrived home with 2 pockets of late-night treats, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Comrade Lao Lin is doing a little massage job on the couch, the free kind. MS. Zhang used to have a bad back and would often ask Comrade Lao Lin to press her. This program of evening massages has been retained lately, even though my back doesn't hurt and my shoulders aren't stiff. Yo, enjoy it. Lin Luo smiled and closed the door, carrying his things towards the sofa. The TV is rerunning Jeet Kune Do. Chan Ho Man as Jigong is teasing the big fat monk Quan Liang. Zhang Xuehua and Lin Jian were both a bit surprised to see Lin Luo return. These recent days, except for Saturdays and Sundays, Lin Luo almost never saw anyone at night. Why did he come back so early today? Sniff. Zhang Xuehua had the best nose and smelled the aroma of food. Swish. Zhang Xuehua deftly sat up from the sofa, then looked at the bag in Lin Luo's hand. You brat, buying all this junk food again at night, I've gained 2 pounds. Zhang Xuehua said and patted Lin Jian. It's all bringing you down. Comrade Lao Lin blinked in bewildered dismay and odd. Me? The kid is filial to you and buys you good food. Blame me for bringing him down. Woman, your name is unreasonable. Ah yes, it's my fault. Lin Luo playfully put the stuff on the coffee table. Seeing the fried and grilled skewers inside, they are all your favorite. Zhang Xuehua and Lin Jianjian's hearts were warmed. Stinky Son has grown up and knows more about heartache. Nah, rock candy and snow pear juice, it's hot, drink it while it's hot. Lin Luo took out the pear juice he had packed back, inserted a straw and handed it over. Zhang Xuehua took it, squinted his eyes, and sucked a mouthful in his heart, and the pear juice was sweet to his heart. Why are you back so early today? That's right, didn't you go with Jiao Jiao for a while? Lin Jianjian smirked and joked, before he was met with Zhang Xuehua rolling her eyes and twisting at her waist. Don't talk nonsense. The child is thin-skinned. How am I supposed to eat melon when I'm running back to the house in shyness? Going to an event area tomorrow, so gotta get an early night. By the way, here's one for you from Konko, one with his mom. Lin Luo pulled out the gold bracelet that Kong Zi had given him and handed it to Zhang Xuehua, then got up and went to the refrigerator to get a cold beer. Good man, this kid is so real then. Zhang Xuehua sighed as she held the gold bracelet. Old Lin raised an eyebrow and deigned to do so. It's called a crowd. If our son is true to him, he is true to our son. When that teapot was sold for money, Lin Luo shared a third of it with him. The gold bracelet is a gift from both families. Hey, where's the starter? Seeing that Lin Luo had brought the beer, Lin Construction looked around, didn't see the starter, and was ready to bite it in his upper teeth. You don't want your old teeth anymore, and you use them. Lin Luo skimmed his lips, his fingertips stuck on the beer cap, and with a force, boing, the bottle cap was pulled off hard by Lin Luo. I chow. Lin Construction looked straight and his eyes went wide. Zhang Xuehua slapped him. Scare me. What are you doing with all the fuss? No, you didn't see it. Your son, he knows hard qigong. Iron sand palm. Lin Construction excitedly grabbed Lin Luo's hand and studied it. The backbone is long and slender, white and delicate, and little girls have to be envious when they see it. Chu Jiajia then especially liked to hold Lin Luo's hand and didn't want to let go when she grabbed it. Watching a TV show and looking stupid, but also iron sand palm. Why don't you say vigorous Vajra palma? Zhang Xuehua said with a smile, then took a bite of the fried rice cake and arched her eyebrows happily. When she was young, she was lured away by Comrade Lao Lin with a fried skewer. It can't be helped, who made her a big greedy girl too. I didn't realize that when I was young, my husband spoiled me and threw in goodies every now and then, and now that I'm middle-aged, I have a son to spoil me. No, how did you kid do that? Lin Construction was still torn, and was gagged by Lin Luo with a large oil rim. Eat your heart out, Comrade Lao Lin, this is a family heirloom that I have passed down to my grandchildren, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Holy, you brat. Old Lin rolled his eyes directly. It's okay to fool others, but you're fooling your father me. If your grandfather knew this trick, he would have been beaten up by the neighboring villages when he was young. At that time the village was short of water, the old Lin was still young, went to the river at the entrance of the village to pick up water, was blocked by a few brats from the neighboring villages, did not let him pick up water. Old Lin choked with his opponent and then fought. One to fight a few, that how to beat, was beaten like a pig head. After running back to the village, he called a large group of nieces and nephews to fight back again. He was of such a large generation that half of the young men in the village called him master, and another half called him uncle. These grandchildren, nieces and nephews beat up those brats from the neighboring village for 3 days without getting off the bed. Since then, no one from the neighboring villages has dared to mess with Lao Lin. It's still something that Grandma Lin Lo told old Lin about. In a flash, time passed like running water. Thinking of those childhood memories, Comrade Lao Lin was quite emotional, swallowed the fragrant big oil side of his mouth, and poured a mouthful of penetrating beer. Hiccup dash. Son, drink a bottle with your father and me. Fine, but I'm with Ice Growler. Hey, it's foaming anyway, drink whatever you want. Chapter 179 Opening of the Elite Sports and Activity Center. Early Wednesday morning, Lin Lo set off in a flurry of activity. Today he wasn't wearing his school uniform, but an unusual tracksuit. This last New Year's Eve, Ms. Zhang from the hometown of the large collection of anti-season pressurized out-of-size tail goods. Wearing it on Lin Luo, it looked extraordinarily spirited. It's mostly the face and body that hold up and make the outfit look upscale. I remembered that when Ms. Zhang bought the clothes back, she was full of joy, as if she had picked up money, and pulled Lin Luo to try on the clothes. It says it's a big sale with big brand names at jumping prices. 4 to 500 in the big malls, all from him. This set is only 75, with a pair of sneakers 150. Ms. Zhang pressed the price down to 102. Lin Luo also said what a big brand, New Year's Eve blood selling so cheap, next year do not do it. One look at the brand, Adidas. Come on, mom bought it. Wear it blind. Garden District, under building number 2. Lin Luo picked up Chu Jiajia. The young girl was in a clean school uniform, and I don't know how people wore it, it didn't get dirty for days. It was only Tuesday yesterday and Yasuko's school uniform had grease spots. Seeing the handsome Lin Luo, the young girl's eyes lit up, while her delicate white face suddenly smiled like a flower. Rinlo. She tugged on the shoulder strap of her book bag with both hands and ran towards Lin Luo with a cheer. The high ponytail swayed behind her for a moment, and her book bag jumped and looked shaky. Slow down. Lin Luo laughed and held the lunging young girl before handing her a pink mini helmet. This is what Comrade Lao Lin specifically went to buy yesterday. My son had been riding his motorcycle without a helmet, so I couldn't ignore this as a father. Driving a car is neat and iron, riding a motorcycle is neat and iron. No longer wear a helmet, in the event of an accident, directly parents raised in vain well right. Yay, new helmet. So cute. Chu Jiaojiao smiled sweetly and sat behind Lin Luo, holding her helmet. Well, my dad bought it and picked out a pink one just for you. Chu Jiaojiao smiled and looked at Lin Luo's helmet. The helmet was emblazoned with a grinning Mickey, who happened to be a couple with her Minnie. This time, the young girl smiled even sweeter, putting on her helmet. The young girl wrapped her arms around Lin Luo's waist and commanded in a delicate voice. Pretty boy, our elbow. Once upon a time, used to be alone, like to see the sky blue wind in the seepage, love and fast wind race, laughing to go alone line. Elite Sports Center, which sits on the edge of the Planet City Mall on Changhua Avenue. It was a small 4-story commercial building with the words Elite Sports Center in big red letters standing on top of it. There's also quite a bit of advertising space hanging below. Southern Fist in Northern Leg, Taiji Bagua, Baji Honchuan, and so on. The old song You're My Sweetheart had been playing on a loop in the building at this point. As soon as Lin Lo came in from outside, he thought it was Lovers in the Rain. Subconsciously humming along and realizing that the words don't match up, he reacts to the fact that it's an episode of the movie Wreck-It Ralph. At the same time, I also guessed that the owner of the South City Elite Sports Center should be a Star fan and like to watch Stephen Chow's movies. The famous Broken Stream Grandmaster, Ghost King Tat of the Ancient Fist Technique, is from this movie. Don't look like it's just opened, but there are already quite a few people gathered in the building. Not bad for the largest sports center in the South Side. As far as the eye could see, there were boxing gyms, martial arts gyms, kendo gyms, as well as gymnastics, dance, street dance, and even acrobatics practicing and so on. Many parents who received the news very early and were interested, also brought their children. Mostly little kids. Enrolled as a hobby class. Lin Luo looked at the guide map. Good lord, there was also an archery hall and a darts hall on the roof of the building. With a twist of his head, Lin Luo also saw a few buddies in full armor, carrying big axes, long guns and big knives, thumping towards the upper floors. To a lot of children look at the eyes straight, small mouth open, wow sound. Lin Luo didn't find where Yungu said the martial arts center was, so he took out his cell phone and went to call Yungu. It didn't take long for Yungu to run down. At this moment, Yungu was wearing a black loose fighting cloak with the Logoof the gym on it, and a fighting training suit underneath. The look is just like on TV, what fighters wear before they get in the ring. Her high ponytail had been replaced with a boxer braid, and her brow was a little more English than she'd seen in the past. Teacher Yun, today's look is cool and dazzling. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up and complimented with a smile. I didn't think you'd show up, Yungu said as he walked closer. Lin Luo held his head high with a serious face. I've told you that you must ask me for help today. What will you do if I don't come? Che, you still really want to be a godly man? Then let's go, little godly man. I'll take you to the boxing gym. Yungu smiled and led Lin Luo towards the upstairs. As she walked, she introduced Lin Luo. The owner of this sports center is quite energetic, and is said to be the initiator of martial arts style. A couple of star martial arts fighters will be here today for a boxing match, and the TV guys are here. Ooh, that's pretty big. Lin Luo was surprised. No, the first floor is a mixed martial arts gym that teaches mixed martial arts, which involves a lot of different kinds of fights, boxing, Muay Thai, Sambo, grappling, sparring, kickboxing, Aikido, and so on. Half of the second floor is the weapons hall, which teaches weaponry, and weapons from the east and west are dabbled in here. The other half got a martial arts arena for sparring. Lin Luo nodded his head and stood on the escalator, looking at the several dojos on the second floor. One by one, the people in charge inside stared at each other, feeling like they could have fought if they hadn't opened today. The third floor is a martial arts hall for the transmission of martial arts. Taiji sect, Baji sect, Hungfist club, Bagua sect, and many other sects have invited people to sit here. The tuition is not expensive, but if you want to learn the real thing, it's a different price. Ringo nodded again. The Dharma is not lightly passed on, and the way is not sold cheaply. He understands this. The fourth floor is just fun, with the shooting and archery center on the left, the right side divided into a full armor fighting gym, and a ring laid out in the middle, laid out as a professional ring. Lin Luo and Yun Gu arrived on the fourth floor as they spoke. At this point in the ring, there's already a fight going on. This is similar to the style of the exhibition match, where the two fighters seem to be fighting quite aggressively, punching and thumping each other. But a discerning eye can see that it's play. The tourists who were watching around them wailed as if wildness had inspired them. There was a thud as the boxer in the white fighting suit was knocked to the ground by the boxer in the black fighting suit, and immediately a referee went up to count the seconds. The audience below got even more lively. At a glance at this situation, Lin Luo smiled and shook his head. It's not much fun, Sister Yun. Let's go to the transmission martial arts hall. Lin Luo's main purpose for coming here today, one was to help Yun Gu block the disaster, although he didn't know what kind of disaster it was. As long as he was there, it would be absolutely fine. The other was to see just how much real skill Blue Star's transmission martial arts had, and then learn from it, and turn around and go to the Special Patrol Brigade for classes, where he would have more things to teach as well. Besides, today is kind of a big occasion. Olden asked him to participate in activities outside the academy to expand his reputation. If we make a splash here today and make a name for ourselves, won't we be ahead of schedule? Right at this moment, Lin Luo's ears twitched slightly, then with a lift of his hand, a long arrow was grasped in Lin Luo's hand with a snapping sound. And the arrow was pointing in the direction of Yun Gu. My Chow! What are you doing? Put the bow down! A furious cry of utter horror came from inside the shooting and archery hall, and many people looked over. A mustachioed man in kendo robes with a bow in his hand was seen looking at the staff with a displeased expression. Baka! I baka your mom! The staff went up to him and kicked him straight to the ground, then grabbed the bow. Still not relieved, a kicking blow was delivered to him. Greet his mom while kicking. Wagras to draw a small day, you all class next door, I call you Baga, you a small than born dog money thing, I brown you a beep 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 beep. I can't hear you very well because of the slight accent, but I can feel that the greeting is really cool. Chapter 180, I've come all this way, I've got to make a big deal out of it. Yun Ji's eyes glazed over. She looked incredulously at the arrow in Lin Luo's hand, her mind going blank. She hadn't even reacted to what had happened just now. He could hear shouting and cursing from the archery hall, but when he looked down, he saw that Lin Luo's hand had an extra arrow in it at some point. This thing has a lot of power, and can easily make a hole in someone from 20 meters away. After looking at the arrow pointing right at her, how could Yun Gu not understand that it was Lin Luo who had saved her? You've got blood on your hands. The words that Lin Luo had said to himself in the gym a few days ago were still echoing in his ears. Surprisingly, it's true. How did you do that? What? You said this didn't I tell you? I have a family martial art in my possession. People practicing martial arts, the main fight an eye to see 6 roads and listen to all sides, quick eyes and quick hands. No, I meant to ask you how you knew I had blood on my hands. Lin Luo didn't wait for Yun Gu to finish, his sword brows crossed and his peach blossom eyes looked at the archery hall with displeasure and said, go, find them and ask for a statement. Ha? Oh. Yun Ji's head was still buzzing at this moment. I don't care if you can read faces, is your family's martial arts so outrageous? Catch an arrow with your bare hands. This guy will not be the kind of online novels written. The king of soldiers god of war phlebotomist returned to the city, hiding identity to pick up beautiful women. In the archery hall, several staff members were pulling the fuming coach and urging him to calm down. And the mustachioed guy in the kendo outfit on the floor, no one even cares. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? How can you release arrows towards a crowd? This voice directly made the people around them look over. A middle-aged, flat-headed man in a suit and glasses came out of the archery studio. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it was our mistake. Fumble. Lin Luo blared, his voice louder. One slip up and it's over? If I hadn't been quick enough to catch the arrow, it would have nailed someone. Lin Luo said and pulled out his cell phone. If you don't give a statement today, I'll call the police. As soon as little Ping Tu saw that Lin Luo was going to call the police, he rushed to stop and persuade him. Dude, have a conversation. This is something we did wrong, but it can't all be blamed on us. This kid took advantage of our little meeting. One didn't watch and stole a bow and arrow to shoot indiscriminately. We are really wronged. Then what are you waiting for, not to call the police to arrest him? Aya, this is not in the middle of a misunderstanding, say open. Pinky is still trying to make peace with the fact that the main one doesn't want any trouble. Lin Luo didn't talk nonsense to him when he saw this and directly dialed the number. Just now if it is not your staff scolding that little day to see the relief, I told you a 6 Straight to the police all right. He was going to have to make a big deal out of this today. Hey, Uncle Chu. Lin Luo dialed Chu Jianjun's phone and quickly described the situation here. The person in charge of the archery center at the side frowned straight away as he watched, making several calls in a row before walking over to Lin Luo with a smile on his face. At this time there were more and more people watching around. After asking each other what happened, they looked at the small Day lying on the ground with a straight grunt. Nima, this little Day is so out of her mind that she dares to do something here. This gentleman, ma'am, I'm really sorry just now, this matter is all because of our work mistakes, I've already applied to the boss, we're willing to compensate. As soon as little Pingtu's words left his mouth, Lin Luo disliked him without a trace of anger. You pay for. Little Day is here to intentionally hurt people, you guys have your heads kicked in your asses, and you're still trying to cover up for him. The moment these words came out, the crowd watching from behind exploded. Some of them are already shouting sweaty tip. Scared the little flathead into a cold sweat. Yungu, who was standing behind Lin Luo, was also a bit confused. What kind of opening is this? Why did it feel like Lin Luo had the intention of making a big deal out of it? Lin Luo frowned and looked at little Pingtu. Nah. As you can see, if you don't give an attitude today, you can close this store. Hiss. The little flathead wiped his cold sweat, squeezed out a very ugly smile, and asked, brother, you draw a line in the sand. Lin Luo skimmed his lips, a look of hatred on his face. Actually, you should have been more assertive just now and called the police to arrest this brat. This way you can still publicize a wave of stores and get your name out there, and now you're smashing your head against the sky-breaking riches that have ruined you. Hiss. The cold sweat broke out even more from the little flathead. If the boss finds out about this, he'll tear him alive. He is just thinking of the opening of the new store. It is not good to make a mess, want to make peace. However, he also reacted to the fact that this absolutely could not be settled today, and could only go one way. Bro, we'll call the police now, look, can you help? That's fine. But well, if I want to come to archery in the future, is there a discount? The corners of the little flathead's mouth tugged. No, you are. So strange. I just hated to have to close our store, with a look of righteousness, family and patriotism, and a good young man. How is it that the next moment you ask for a discount? Ahem, free VIP card for life. Just come to us with the card and all programs are free. It's just a card anyway, it doesn't cost anything. Then it's done. But forget about calling the police, I've already called them. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he turned around and shouted to the righteously indignant crowd behind him, comrades. The voice was loud enough to cover everyone in the room at once. The crowd's gazes gathered on Lin Luo. Lin Luo pressed the corners of his mouth, this was the effect he wanted. I'm the fighting instructor of the South City Special Patrol Brigade, Lin Luo. I was invited to attend the opening of the boxing gym today. Just now, this Eastern mustache guy, while the staff of the archery museum were having a meeting, stole a bow and arrow and shot it towards our crowd. Extremely malicious in mind and intent. Lin Luo raised his arrow and continued to shout, luckily I spotted him and didn't let him succeed in his plot. The archery gym employee also got on the friendly front in time to stop him. The corners of the crowd's mouths tugged as they looked at the little kid on the ground who hadn't slowed down and was grunting in pain. Nice friendly stop to him. Just now, many people saw the archery hall employees violently beat up the mustache guy, cursing that fluent and smooth. The head of the archery center said that he is determined to hold this brat accountable and has called the police. Now I'd like to ask the big guys in the room to be witnesses, and when the inspector comes in a little while, to explain the situation. No problem. That's right, we'll get him. He must be arrested. Little kid, what a piece of work. But I can say yes, a good sports center, have to get the kendo hall of the brats, really speechless. The crowd murmured. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow at the little flathead. The little flathead nodded his head in thanks and had someone go and bring 2 VIP cards. And with anticipation in his heart, Lin Luo looked towards the translucent system chat box. However, there was no response from the system mission for half a day. Lin Luo frowned slightly, and as he watched, the little flathead began to sweat again. Is it just the VIP card that doesn't satisfy him? Is it just this many people that can't satisfy this dog system of oldens? Lin Luo secretly said in his heart. No, I've come all this way. I've got to get something else going. Make a big deal out of it, knock your reputation out of the park, and brush off this crappy quest. This South City Special Patrol Brigade instructor's identity is a little louder, and he may even get a raise later. Anyway, as long as you don't let people know that you're a student in the 18th grade and disturb your life, you're done. Ahem. Lin Luo cleared his throat, his true chi drumming at his throat as he blurted out. Comrades, I'm getting ready to kick ass at the kendo hall, so if you're interested in being a witness, follow me. Yungo was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Lin Luo. No, why are you thinking of kicking the bucket again for good reason? It was the opening day of the sports center, and the kendo hall was staffed by masters. Your kid's boxing is pretty good, but swordsmanship isn't the same as boxing. Not to mention, when faced with a kicker, the sitter usually comes down hard. The more Yungu thought about it, the more worried she became, and just when she wanted to say something, the surrounding crowd was directly set ablaze, and the hooting and hollering was deafening. Kicking the bucket, or kicking the kiddie's bucket. Contemporary Chinjin, this must go to see the heat. No, it is the drums to support. Chapter 181. The moment they said kicking, they were all old and enthusiastic. Come on, come on. It's kicking. What? The kicker? Where? Kick the kendo hall, you won't get a good seat if you're late. The people on the fourth floor ran to the second floor in a big way, and called for friends on the way. Even those who don't know each other have to say something, which then leads to more people going to the second floor. Fortunately at this moment the new opening, not a lot of people, a few hundred people crowded on the second floor, but also stand down. Just giving the staff on the second floor of the arms gallery a fright? Is something wrong here? Why are they all so excited? Their eyes are glowing, like they're trying to catch an adulterer. But when they asked what was going on, they were more excited than anyone else, their eyes glowing as they glanced through the crowd, wanting to see which of the heroes it was that was going to kick the bucket on opening day. Coming, make way. The crowd shifted, barely making way. Lin Luo pushed his way out of the crowd, straightened his clothes, and then sighed in relief. Phew! As soon as you say kicking a small day at the pavilion, are people so enthusiastic? He, the protagonist, almost got stuck out there and couldn't get in. Yungu stood back and looked at Lin Luo worriedly. It would be too late for her to stop Lin Luo even if she wanted to. There were so many people here watching, if Lin Luo escaped from the battle, his reputation would be completely stigmatized. Can you do it, Lin Luo? There's still something to be said for a little day's swordsmanship. Yungu pulled Lin Luo's arm and said in Lin Luo's ear. A strange, ethereal scent once again hit his nose, causing Yungu to wander off a bit. Is this kid really not wearing perfume? It smells too good on this body. Lin Luo looked at the kendo hall in front of him, squinted his eyes, stroked his beard like the second master, and pretended to say, I see this fawn, like inserting a label to sell the head ear. Yungu directly rolled her eyes. Why are you so good at pretending? The arms gallery has a more interesting setting, unlike the general gallery on the first floor. Because it's mixed martial arts, the coaches know a little bit of everything, so it's all put together. Judo, wrestling, etc. Anything to teach you a few things. There are those who specialize in one, but such coaches are not at the top of their game and are not in demand. But the Arms Museum is different. A sword is a sword, a sword is a sword, a big gun is a big gun, and each specializes in its own way. Whichever one you want to learn, you need a specialized coach. And not to mention the difference between Chinese and foreign. Chinese swordplay, which looks rather fancy, is because, well, it's acting. The real practice in killing moves and ruthless, ordinary people simply cannot touch. And Western fencing, such as foils and the like, which make it to the games, are not likely to be taught by Chinese fencing masters here. Not to mention the small days of kendo. Say it's a sword, he calls it kendo, say it's a sword, it's a katana. There is also a division of what one blade flow, two blade flow and so on, also can only find specialized teaching. And for the sake of authenticity, the instructors in this kendo hall are all little kids. It's no wonder the trainers in the weapons hall were looking at each other the wrong way. Lin Luo could tell when he went upstairs that they might have to do it if no one was there. Who wouldn't want a single page of genealogy? The kendo hall looks like a large dance practice studio. The floor was covered with wooden flooring and there were jointed wooden shelves placed around it next to the wall to hold personal belongings. There were also a couple of fencing instructors, dressed in kendo suits and protective gear, with bamboo swords and bare feet, going through the motions. The bamboo knife snapped, and it was quite impressive. It was in Lin Luo's opinion that the gang jumped up and down like barefoot monkeys. What are you dropping to do? At that moment, a mustachioed man in his 40s came out of the kendo hall. Not very tall, wearing a kendo outfit and a string of oni text on his chest. The dress is exactly like the one on the fourth floor. There's no mistaking it. They're together. Oh, are you the highest kendo rank here? Lin Luo asked with his head lowered and looking down. That's right, I'm the head of the kendo hall, Ichiro Koinu. Kendo 7th Dan. Inuyasha disliked Linello's stance of looking down. But the little kid was playing it safe when it came to little manners, and the smile remained on his face. It's only 7 paragraphs. Lin Luo was instantly a bit disgusted. If I remember correctly, take Katoshi from Snow Leopard is in 8th Dan. It turns out that the owner of this kendo hall is only a 7th Dan. That's it? Well, 7 Dan is 7 Dan, I'm here to kick ass. As soon as the word Lin Luo kickboxer left his mouth, the crowd behind him instantly became excited. Kickstarter. Kick the bucket. Kick the bucket. Kick the bucket. The sound was neat and deafening. Many people downstairs heard the commotion on the second floor and all looked up curiously. What's going on upstairs? Why are you yelling so loud? Is there some kind of event? I think the shout was, kicks ass. Oh ho! The kicker. High and low gotta see it go. Is your excellency really coming to kick the bucket? Little dog Ichiro frowned at Lin Luo. The human language was quite clear and understandable, though there's a bit of an accent too. It's similar to the cadence of those kitty talkers they show on TV shows. Yeah, kick ass. May I ask why that is? Inuyasha asked in disbelief. For good reason, we've just opened here and you're kicking the bucket. Why? It's coming, it's going into live. Lin Luo had been waiting for this question from him for half a day. The crowd behind them grew larger and larger, but more were following along for the ride, wondering what the hell was going on here. If he's going to screw up, he's going to have to take advantage of it. Otherwise, if people call security to shove themselves out, it's not a waste of time. Lin Luo's true chi bulged at his throat, then he said loudly, "You people from the kendo hall were on the 4th floor, stealing bows and arrows and shooting at the crowd. Your minds are evil and your character is corrupt. I, Lin Luo, as a special patrol brigade fighting instructor, challenge you to a kicking contest. You lose, and not only do you have to apologize, but you have to move out of the sports center." Lin Luo's voice went down, and the entire 2nd floor could hear it clearly, but without feeling their ears buzzing. Everyone's attention was on the fact that the brats weren't doing anything on the 4th floor. Nima, kid, isn't it good to be a human being? Still think it's 70 years ago? Don't you dare mess with us. You're considered a clean eater if you don't get your beat and spit out. It must be that idiot Kamita. He wasn't here when the roll call was taken earlier, and he's not back now. Make it or break it, dog. Inuyasha Ichiro mentally cursed the brat who had messed up, but his face didn't show it. With a cold face, he asked Lin Luo, "What if your excellency loses?" This was not going to end well today, but Inuyasha was still confident in his swordsmanship. His kendo segment was practiced in real life. Although Lin Luo was wearing sportswear, his face was too tender, and at a glance, he knew he was still a student. So he didn't take Lin Luo to heart and just thought that this was just a brainless middle-aged student. Such brain-dead youths were plentiful on their 4 small islands. After all, middle-aged sickness was what had been passed down from their side. Says the person who is overly egotistical, arrogant, and feels unappreciated and unfortunate in adolescence, or, simply put, has a major brain disease and doesn't realize it. Lin Luo sneered disdainfully, "There's no way we can lose to you guys in anything else but soccer. Puppy Ichiro, kicking challenge, do you accept? Take it or leave it and move out of here. Don't you dilly-dally, I'm in a hurry to brush up on my next task." Baka. What an arrogant teenager. "I accept your kicking challenge," Inuyasha said in a fiery voice. After so many years, he had never seen anyone who dared to be so arrogant to him. "Today, I'll let you know that arrogance has a price to pay." With that, Inuyasha turned and headed towards the pavilion. Lin Luo looked at the crowd behind him and grinned in satisfaction. So many people, enough to brush up on the mission, right? He smiled and took a step to follow, while the people outside followed and pushed forward, soon clogging up the kendo hall. Asking for 5 stars. Next chapter the protagonist is going to be out of his league. Chapter 182, The Soul of a Middle Child, Ichiro Kogen. This kendo hall is semi-open. Surrounded by large floor-to-ceiling windows, you could clearly see all the scenes in the kendo hall from the outside. By now the outside was filled with people watching. And inside the kendo hall, besides Lin Luo, more than a dozen people came in. The people were both male and female, wearing similarly styled practice clothes. They are both instructors in the 2nd floor weapons hall. After realizing that someone was going to kick the kendo hall of Kodomo, they all came running over. They were all quite excited, but when they saw that the one who had come to kick off the tournament was Lin Luo, who was so young and looked like a student, they were a bit cold in their hearts. Isn't that a joke? This Ichiro Inu is not a low-level kendo master. They didn't despise the guy, but they had to admit that the little canine wasn't weak in actual combat. A student wanting to challenge to defeat the other party, or on the field of swordsmanship that the person had been practicing for more than a decade, was really a bit of a ripoff. Let's just hope the kid doesn't lose too badly in a few moments, and then they'd better have someone up there to fight Inuyasha to earn back the lost face in. Several people exchanged eye contact, only Yun-gu worriedly looked at Lin Luo. She couldn't understand why things had come to this. Why did Lin Luo come to kick his ass? It can't really be the god of war expert returning to the city and wanting to play the hero rescuing beauty to pick up a girl thing. That's just fiction. How can it be taken seriously? At this moment, Lin Luo and Koinu Ichiro were standing in the middle of the kendo arena. The man from the kendo hall brought 2 molded swords. It looks like the shape is no different from a real knife, but it is actually not open and does not have a cutting function, so it is generally used for training and appreciation. For general training, bamboo or wooden knives are used, which will be much safer. But today Lin Luo was here to kick ass, so the little kid in the arena took the molded sword directly. That really hurts when it hits, and it's easy to get hurt. Your Excellency, please choose one. Little dog Ichiro graciously gestured for Lin Luo to go first. Lin Luo looked at the 2 molded ghost knives and skimmed in disgust. "I'm not used to your guys," he said, looking back behind him at the group in practice clothes and grinning. "Gentlemen, can someone lend me a Han sword? Use mine." A stout man of over 1.7 meters spoke out. In the next second, a Han sword flew over. Lin Luo raised his hand to catch it steadily, then casually unsheathed his sword. A crisp sword chant resounded in the arena. Swish! Lin Luo faithfully pulled out a sword flower, then handsomely withdrew his sword back into its sheath. He hooked a finger at Inuyasha. "Puppy Ichiro, please." "Baka, I'm Ichiro Inu, not Ichiro Puppy." Ichiro Inu was angry. This Daxamite is so rude. He decided he had to teach his opponent a lesson. The crowd huddled outside to see what was going on was a roar of laughter. It wasn't called wrong. Puppies and puppies, isn't that a thing? Inuyasha Ichiro angrily took a molded knife, then stood 2 meters away from Lin Luo. For today's kicking challenge, if there is any harm done, Your Excellency don't blackmail us, he said coldly. Oh, what a load of crap, come on. Lin Luo stood with his sword in his arms and raised his chin at Koinu-ichiro, his contemptuous look causing Koinu-ichiro to gnash his teeth. The small days over there were very revered for kendo, taking pride in learning it, and the higher the level of swordsmanship, the more revered it was outside as well. It also has to do with their history in the first place. Until now, people on their side of the family have grown up with the habit of learning kendo. Kendo 6th degree, the extreme segment for non-professional swordsmen. The 7th dan, which had been a rare segment even in the small days now, belonged to the extraordinary instruction, as their examinations were based on age. 7th dan is earned more than 6 years after qualifying for 6th dan and only when you are past the age of 35. The 8th dan is even better, and you can only take it 10 years after qualifying for the 7th dan and when you're over 45. Further up you basically reach the top. 9th and 10th paragraphs are not usually awarded without special contributions or something. That's why Inuyasha has always been respected on the small side of the world, who would dare to be so arrogant with him. I didn't expect to be so insulted by the people here after only coming to Dasha for a short while. Baka, I'm going to be ruthless and teach you a hard lesson. Lin Luo was a bit surprised that this little Inuyasha could still speak idioms. Take that, arrogant boy. And calling someone else a middle child. This little Inuyasha seems like he jumped out of a pirate anime, shouting slogans, and quite hot-blooded. In the next second, the molded sword was sheathed in Inuyasha's hand. The sheath flew back and the blade flashed coldly. Almost instantly, the blade slashed towards Lin Luo's head. Lin Luo stood holding his sword without the slightest movement, as if he hadn't even reacted. The coaches of those weapons halls watching the formation on the field frowned at once. Done. This kid had to be hospitalized today. The molded blade was unopened, but a blunt blow to the head was still a chopping technique from the small days of kendo. The bag opens the scoop. Yun-ji's small fists clenched nervously as she looked at Lin Luo worriedly. Get out of the way. Although she hadn't seen Lin Luo's swordsmanship, she still knew something about Lin Luo's fighting prowess, and her reactions were quick. This little kid is really fast, and so is the knife, but he should be able to dodge it. Vertical sword stance Ikebukuro disregard. To stop the enemy with silence, although the enemy is raging, only need to tightly guard the gate, carefully observe, when the enemy is eager to win the time to reveal the cracks, and then immediately attack its key points. But this little kid's movements were still too slow in Lin Luo's eyes. Tisk, TSK, just like a turtle. In the next second, Lin Luo moved. The surging waves. A sword chant of a long sword coming out of its sheath, accompanied by a cold light, was like a white rainbow coming out of the clouds, or as if electricity was breaking through the clouds. There was a flash of cold light in the arena as Lin Luo's 8-faced Han sword in his hand shocked away Koinu-ichiro's molded blade while the blade slashed downward. Lin Luo's speed was fast, so fast that the crowd couldn't keep up with his movements. In the blink of an eye, Lin Luo and Koinu-ichiro's figures crossed paths. Little dog Ichiro was still charging forward, while Lin Luo pulled a sword flower and turned around in a dashing manner, standing with his sword in his hand. Bam! Inuyasha stopped, then turned with a startled expression. Just a moment ago, when he thought his blade was going to land on Lin Luo's head, Lin Luo suddenly put out his sword and blocked away his blade. Masaga! How can that be? This kid actually blocked it. Inuyasha Ichiro was shaken to the core. There is a kind of study 3 years of higher mathematics, so easily 60 points, next door to the elementary school students took a full score bull asterisk 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 sense. Oh, asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. Ha 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 ha. The kendo arena was dumbfounded. Regardless of whether it was Yun-gu and those fencing instructors, or the instructors in the kendo hall, their eyes were glazed over and their mouths couldn't close. Before, they thought that Lin Luo was going to be hit hard, but they didn't expect to be hit in the face the next second. And the crowd watching outside the arena followed by an outburst of awesome, followed by laughter. The sound is so loud it's knocking the roof off. Inuyasha felt his legs go a little cold, and as an afterthought, he lowered his head to see that his hakama had fallen off. A hakama is a pantsuit-like thing in a kendo outfit, and is also somewhat similar to a mamori kimono. Nani! Ichiro Kogen looked at his two roly-poly legs in shock, and was even more shocked. It turns out that a perfect score on a high math test isn't the limit for that elementary school student, it's the limit for the paper score. Chop off his pants with an unopened molded sword. What kind of force and hasty chopping would it take to do that? With his tiny kendo 7th stage experience level, he couldn't even imagine it. I admit that I underestimated you before, but I won't admit defeat easily. Inuyasha Ichiro's middle-aged soul erupts once again with a mouthful of pirate anime accent. After saying that, Koinu-ichiro kicked away the rags at his feet, picked up the sheath and sheathed his sword, his body crouched down and made a drawing gesture. The surrounding crowd of spectators also quieted down, curiously looking at the situation in the arena. Rinlo looked at Inuyasha's posture and cocked his head with a mocking smile. Yoo-hoo, it's a Batusai chop. Requesting 5 stars. Next chapter continues to storm the brats. Chapter 183, Little Devil, the swordsmanship is not bad, did you learn it from your master's wife? Batusai chop. Ichiro Kogen bellowed, his expression grim as he stomped the ground. He instantly erupted with a powerful force, and his squatting body slammed forward with a sudden labor. The floor let out a thumping jolt, while Inuyasha had already arrived close to Rinlo. The molded sword at his waist instantly drew its blade and erupted into a terrifying chopping attack. The blade emitted a harsh whistling sound, and the strong wind shua, cutting straight through Lin Luo. This is the Batusai chop. The core idea of the Batusai chop is to kill with a single blow. Utilizes an instantaneous high-speed draw attack to deliver a surprise blow to the enemy. It's like a whip thrown out with the end capable of reaching the speed of sound. The moment you draw your blade, you can also maximize your chopping speed like a whip. The person who developed this sword move was an old silver coin, as the Batusai chop used to be used as a sneak attack tactic. But since the movie, the plucking and chopping has been awkward. You're all together, who doesn't know what you're up to? Especially since you're also squatting. You've been watching too much Kenshin Wakizashi. The lower you crouch, the more damage you do, right? Watch out. Yungu subconsciously shouted when she saw that Lin Luo didn't even dodge and froze as she looked at the small dog Ichiro who had rushed closer. Several of the Kendo Hall's instructors immediately glared angrily. What are you doing? They're fighting and you're down there reminding them. Do you have any martial spirit at all? It's going to work. An excited smile had appeared on Inuyasha's face. It was as if he had already seen the image of Lin Luo being chopped out by himself. Kid, prepare to suffer. Hubris and arrogance, sooner or later. However, not waiting for his fantasies to end, Lin Luo's longsword rose upwards, picking off Koinu Ichiro's Batusai chop with deftness. In the face of absolute power, the Batusai chop was just that. The sword light flashed like a white rainbow, and a clanging sound of gold and iron crashing to the ground then resounded in the arena. The crowd looked for the sound and were shocked to find that it was the molded blade in Ichiro Kogen's hand that had flown out. And at that moment, Inuyasha Ichiro dropped his sword, his center door was wide open, and he stumbled unsteadily. The first stance of the vertical sword art, a blade that takes lives. The skillful force is used to pick apart the enemy's weapon, causing the enemy's door to open wide, and then the forceful force is used to stab the opponent's heart in vain, and then the opponent can be killed with one blow. Yet the warrior violates the prohibition with his arms. That is, civilized society saved him. Lin Luo retracted his foot, and the unsteady Ichiro Kogen had already tripped over his foot and flew out. Bang! Ichiro Kogen's heart was screaming all the deba for nothing. He was seen flying out a good distance, then falling heavily to the ground, just in time to plop down with his molded blade. Asterisk. Beautiful. Awesome. There was another burst of joy inside and outside the arena, filled with all kinds of shouts, chants and a tidal wave of applause. Although none of them saw how Lin Luo did it, it was awesome that Inuyasha got down. Lin Luo smiled brightly and clasped his sword and arched his hand at the surrounding people who were shouting and applauding. Remember, my name is Lin Luo. Don't just call it good without raising your reputation. I'm counting on you all for my mission. Masaka. Impossible. How could you have such a powerful sword technique at your age? I don't believe it. Ichiro Inu bared his teeth, grabbed his molded sword, and rose from the ground. The crowd was quiet once again, all looking at Lin Luo with great anticipation. Now they could already see that Lin Luo was an expert and was just toying with this little kid. Oh, little kid, the swordplay is okay, you learned it from your master's mother. Once Lin Luo's words came out, the scene once again burst into laughter. Humiliating, so humiliating. Little dog Ichiro's eyes were red with anger, he took a strong breath, endured the pain in his body, and once again rushed at Lin Luo with his sword. Don't underestimate me, you asshole. At this point, the enraged Inuyasha Ichiro was completely out of his element, and was completely rampaging. Lin Luo skimmed his lips and shook his head, saying disdainfully, broken, all broken. Then he saw Lin Luo suddenly come up in the air, his body turning sideways and hanging upside down. The Han sword in his hand was like a flying flower blooming, dancing out of the stump. Inside and outside the arena, the venue was continuous, and everyone looked dumbfounded. With a series of snapping and crunching sounds, Lin Luo landed on the ground with a cloudy face. Just a whimper escaped Inuyasha's lips, his face held red and his eyes glazed over. Then, as if he had cramps plus epilepsy, he flung himself on the floor, rolling and twisting wildly, rubbing his body against the floor, again like a maggot chrysalis. The surrounding crowd watched in stunned silence before bursting into laughter once again. Little devil, you know it hurts. Just now, Lin Luo's move was the heaven and earth tendency from the vertical sword technique. The move starts in the air and reverses sideways as if heaven and earth were upside down, quite fancy. And this is exactly the kind of move that uses dazzling moves to confuse the enemy and make them lose without realizing it. Little Inuyasha was too much of a rookie to actually use this move, and Lin Luo was simply trying to show off his maneuvers. Remember, the person who defeated you was the fighting instructor of the South City Special Patrol Brigade, Lin Luo. Yes, There was a great deal of jubilation, and the clapping and cheering became even more enthusiastic. Yoongu blinked her large, imperious eyes and looked at the cheering crowd around her, suddenly smiling along with her. This guy simply loves the limelight, doesn't he? Mission: participate in activities outside the academy to expand your reputation. Reward: resident pill formula, completed. Phew! It's finally done. Lin Luo was relieved to see the words appear on the system's translucent chat box. If this doesn't get the job done, he'll have to wait for tomorrow's recognition ceremony or Saturday's fishing tournament to play a big game. LOL. It's not my intention to get involved, but I wish the sea would calm down. I blame this old dang for making me pretend to be a blogger. The system's rewards are real flavorful, though. At this moment, the formula for the face-residing pill appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Resurfacing pill: Centennial Wild Ginseng, Centennial Hisho Wu, Astragalus, Panax Ginseng, Acanthopanax. The two main medicines must be in centennial portions, the monarchs and the ministers, while the rest seem to be hitchhikers, but each has its own role to play. Lin Luo's heart was happy after reading the Dan formula. I told you, the system suddenly gave 100 years of Hishawa what to do. It turns out to be for the resident face Dan to make preparations. I just don't know how many resident pills can be made from this 100-year-old wild ginseng and 100-year-old Hisho Wu. At that moment, the crowd dispersed and Chu Jianjun came in with several uniformed inspectors. Looking at Lin Luo in the field, Chu Jianjun had a smile on his face, and there was still pride in his eyes. As expected of my aunt, she beats up the little devils. Nice work. Actually, Chu Jianjun was supposed to be in the neighborhood. South City's largest martial arts school city opened, so many practicing martial arts, a little short-tempered, a little on the spot, if the fight what to do? That's why the city council has scheduled inspections over here. It just so happens that Chu Jianjun is leading the team. After receiving Lin Luo's call, Chu Jianjun immediately brought people over. Lin Luo's match with little doggy Chiro, he had seen it all from outside, and he was the one in the crowd who clapped the hardest and hollered the loudest. Now that Inuyasha had lost, he knew that it was time for him to step in. Lin Luo, we've understood the situation, the one tied up upstairs, our people have also brought down, you go back with us to make a statement. After Chu Jianjun finished speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Lin Luo. How smart Lin Luo was now, knowing what his old husband meant. It's almost done. Let's get out of here. The boss who can afford to open such a big sports center, can the energy be general? If you mess up here and offend someone, what if they come after us later? Okay, she's a party to it, so the arrow's just about as far away from her as you can get. Lin Luo pointed at Yungu and said, just to be on the safe side, take the man away. Who knows if this Yungu will still have a chance after he's gone. Bloodshed is no joke. Light as walking thumb kick sofa foot, cooking cut finger, heavy as road fight eating melon to watch the theater was cut as an accomplice, or go out and hit the big luck. He didn't want to change instructors after only one of his fighting classes. Chu Jianjun glanced at Yungu, who was wearing a boxer suit, and his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Ma'am, would it be convenient to change your clothes and come with us for a statement? Chu Jianjun asked Yungu. Okay, I'll go change. Yungu nodded with blank eyes. Strange. Is it an illusion? It always felt like this inspector was looking at himself as if he were a thief. Brothers, the fight is over and begging for 5 stars.